Family, there's a huge twist in Douluo continent. Just a few days ago, Lin was still a struggling transmigrator running around for 6 silver soul coins. But in the blink of an eye, at the martial soul awakening ceremony, he wielded the 7 killing sword in his left hand and the soul breaker gun in his right, leaving the 2 big shots from the spirit hall stunned, and his treatment skyrocketed. I tell you, at that moment, I completely bewildered those 2 big shots from the spirit hall. With the 7 killing sword in my left hand and the soul breaker gun in my right, I stood there, and the steward of the Notting City branch, Master Matthew, almost had his eyes pop out and immediately brought me a chair, calling me my child over and over. Next to him, Su Yuntao was completely petrified, probably wondering whose KPI this actually counts towards. But you would never guess, just a few days ago, I was still a poor transmigrator delivering messages and doing odd jobs for 6 silver coins. Family, who understands? Lin, a 6-year-old transmigrator, was exhausted like a dog just to gather $6 for my pathetic system's beginner simulation fee. I swear, once I become powerful in the future, I will definitely step on Tang's sand, become a god, and hang this stingy system on a street lamp. After finally gathering enough money, I rushed back to old Jack's house and quickly opened the system. Would you like to use the Douluo life simulator? Consuming 6 silver soul coins. Start. As soon as I finished speaking, it felt like I was dreaming, and I began a fast-forward life. At 1 year old, you were born. Good, very safe. At 4 years old, you broke your leg. What the heck? At 6 years old, you awakened the 7 killing sword and the soul breaker gun, dual martial souls. But your innate soul power is only level 5. Good heavens, top-notch configuration, beginner account quality. At 65 years old, you were beaten to death by a group of soul Douluo after exposing a soul bone. You died. I was left in complete darkness. What kind of life is this? Purely high opening and low going, and the system even gave me an achievement called high opening, low going, writing a big tragic character on my leg. I really could thank you. After the simulation ended, the system let me choose 1 reward out of 4. On one side was the dual divine martial souls, and on the other side was that soul bone that killed me after 40,000 years. Do I even need to think? Soul bones will come and go, but this top-notch martial soul configuration is limited to the beginner gift pack. I decisively took it. I choose the martial soul. In an instant, I felt 2 rays of light penetrate my left and right hands, the 7 killing sword and the soul breaker gun in my hands. Just as I was enjoying it, I stupidly looked at the simulation cost, and it shot up to 1 gold soul coin. Almost doubled. This system, aside from being eager to collect money, is useless. It doesn't even give a manual. The next day was the martial soul awakening ceremony. Familiar face, the blind soul, Douluo Su Yuntao came. A bunch of little kids in front were wielding sickles and hoes. I was almost falling asleep. When it was Tang San's turn, he had blue silver grass and full innate soul power. Su Yuntao looked regretful, but he didn't even notice that Tang San was hiding a hammer in his other hand. Next, it was my turn. My expression at that moment was so exaggerated. My mouth nearly twisted to the sky, like Wang Yusheng in new shoes. I stepped into the 6-pointed star formation, and a warm current surged up, and I directly summoned the 7 killing sword with my left hand. That terrifying killing intent instantly made the level 26 Su Yuntao's calves cramp, and his face turned pale. He trembled as he opened the martial soul manual, and after a long time, he finally shouted, 7 killing sword. Oh my god, child, quickly, test your soul power. I placed my hand on the crystal ball, and it lit up. Innate level 5. Great. Su Yuntao was so excited. But I was directly shocked with 2 divine martial souls. I only got an innate level 5? Is the system messing with me? Later, I realized that the system only changed my martial soul, but didn't change my soul power. This was a hardware upgrade, but the software didn't keep up. Su Yuntao looked at me and Tang San, probably thinking that if these 2 kids could merge, it would be great. Little did he know, I was also hiding a soul breaker gun in my body. He gave old Jack a hand order, saying that once he finished his task, he would personally take me to the Spirit Hall branch. Old Jack was overjoyed, and for the next 3 days, he made me delicious food every day. Meanwhile, I was studying my martial soul. I discovered that my soul breaker gun was even more impressive, inherently equipped with a soul ring, with a skill called Break Magic, which could ignore any defense from soul masters within 30 levels above me. It was simply a bug, but the side effect was outrageous. This martial soul could never break through to title Douluo for life. Soon, Su Yuntao returned and took me straight to the Notting City Spirit Hall branch. As soon as we entered, he rushed in like he was on adrenaline, looking for his superior, Master Matthew. Great news. When I was brought before Master Matthew, he asked me to showcase my martial soul. I thought to myself, it's time to show my real skills. Left hand, 7 killing sword, right hand, soul breaker gun both displayed at once. At that moment, the air in the entire room froze. Su Yuntao's eyes widened like copper bells, and Master Matthew jumped up from his chair, rushing to me in 3 steps, directly ignoring his status and bringing me a chair, excitedly stammering. "My child, quickly sit down. Let me take a good look." Wow, the entire hall went on lockdown. This treatment was like a national treasure. Master Matthew even secretly whispered to Su Yuntao that my dual martial soul was on par with the current Pope BB Dawn's configuration. The future is promising. I felt so good hearing that. "My child, do you wish to join the Spirit Hall?" Master Matthew looked at me expectantly. I pretended to think, "Master, what are the benefits?" "You little rascal." Su Yuntao flicked my forehead. "Of course there are. The best resources, the best teachers. All right, I'll join. Mainly for learning, not for resources." I replied with righteous fervor. The old man was quite straightforward, directly giving me 10 gold soul coins as a meeting gift. Now I had money for the simulator again. I was arranged into a room like a 5-star presidential suite, and lying on the bed, I couldn't wait to start the second simulation. Consume 1 gold soul coin, start simulation. Guess what happened? At 6 years old, you awaken the martial soul carrot, but have no soul power at 60 years old. You passed away peacefully. I almost spat out an old mouthful of blood. 1 gold soul coin, just let me experience a lifetime of being an ordinary person. I didn't believe in evil, so I spent 3 gold soul coins to try again. This time was even more absurd. I directly died in the womb. The system even mocked me. "Young hero, recharge some more money." My blood pressure shot up. "You broken system, don't you have a minimum guarantee?" Detected host doubt. Can use achievement card to pay for simulation, increasing the chance of excellent events. Why didn't you say so earlier? This broken system is like squeezing toothpaste. It only gives hints when I scold it. It's all about companionship, right? I used all 3 achievement cards I had obtained before and tried again. Ding. Start simulation. Wow. This time I directly had the Haotian hammer as a starting point, with full innate soul power. Originally, I was progressing smoothly, but halfway through, I got obsessed with research, studying a mysterious black tower I found in the Stardow forest, almost delaying my cultivation. But my buddy was a genius, and in the end, I managed to cultivate to level 99, becoming a title Douluo with the title Hammer Tower. I even researched that black tower to 70, and its power could kill a soul emperor. Just when I was feeling proud and want to go see the sea, I ran into the million-year soul beast sea magic whale king as soon as I stepped out. I became a snack. What is this? The end of a lucky person is to be given for free. The simulation ended, and I had to choose a reward. There was the Haotian hammer, full innate soul power, and that soul guide called Death God Tower. Fortunately, the system showed some conscience and reminded me that choosing the martial soul would cover my 7 killing sword and soul breaker gun. Otherwise, I would have lost my pants. The soul guide in this version of Douluo is just a little brother. Starting from zero in research is too difficult. I decisively chose a full innate soul power. This is the real hard currency. I choose full innate soul power. A flash of golden light passed by, and my soul power instantly soared to level 10. Awesome, but I panicked at that moment. How the hell am I supposed to explain this? Going from level 5 to level 10 in just a week, won't the bishop treat me like a lab rat and slice me up for research? Suddenly, I had a bright idea and went to their library to look through books. Guess what I found? A tattered book called Listening to the Tides by the Sea. The cover was all worn out, gathering dust in a corner. As a result, I discovered that the chapter titles and annotations in this book hid secrets. After rearranging and combining them, it turned out to be an unparalleled cultivation technique, the method of listening to the tides by the sea. It was left behind by a predecessor named Poseidon, a time traveler. Folks, this is how knowledge changes destiny. The first chapter of this technique teaches me how to breathe, which is essentially abdominal breathing. After practicing it, I felt my soul power flowing smoothly, like I was on a cheat mode. The second chapter requires a soul ring to practice, and I couldn't help but laugh. Did I forget that my broken soul spear comes with a soul ring? I jump right in. This technique emphasizes drawing power from the ground, completely different from my previous brute force usage. 3 days later, Grandpa Matthew noticed me sweating profusely in the yard every day and said he would give me some pointers. Let me tell you, this guy is a level 69 soul emperor, a free sparring partner. How could I not take advantage of that? When we got to the training ground, wow, there were a circle of yellow, purple, and black soul rings around us. The foundation of the Spirit Hall is truly solid. The old man revealed 6 soul rings and his martial spirit, the golden spear, warning me to be careful. I dragged my broken soul spear on the ground and charged at him like a spark with lightning. I circled around him to attack, and he remained there, pretending to be a master, unmoving. I directly did a pole vault and performed a Overlord's top cover right above his head. As a result, the old man finally moved, and with one thrust, he knocked me flying. But thanks to the new power techniques I learned, I steadied myself after taking 3 steps back. His gaze towards me changed, and he nodded in approval. Not bad. Your explosive power is sufficient. Let's see how your endurance holds up. Wow, this old man was serious now. His speed instantly maxed out as he charged straight at me. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. The old man seemed to have gone berserk, his golden spear twirling like a golden windmill, with the sound of metal clashing ringing everywhere. I was sweating profusely, and I could barely hold onto my broken soul spear. I could only brace myself desperately. Who among my family understands? For a full 10 minutes, I felt as though I were a garment tumbling within a washing machine, utterly drenched. And guess what happened next? That old man suddenly halted, bursting into laughter, exclaiming that my endurance was commendable. Good heavens! Was he conducting a physical fitness test on me? When I saw his grin revealing his back teeth, I recognized this as my opportunity. In a flash, I flicked my wrist, executing the well-practiced maneuver known as the returning horse, with the tip of my weapon pressed firmly against his throat. The entire venue fell silent. The old man's laughter froze on his face, his pupils dilated, wearing an expression of astonishment, as if to say, "How could you possibly know this technique?" I was overjoyed. This was as fundamental as 1 + 1 = 2. His astonished demeanor made me feel as though I were a martial arts prodigy. The onlookers began to murmur, suggesting that I possessed some talent, even impressing Master Masayano. I paid no mind to their chatter. I was solely concerned that my hard work over the past few days had not been in vain. Master Masayano, regaining his composure, promptly pulled me into their library. He handed me a tattered book devoid of a title, declaring that my potential was boundless, and my shooting skills had graduated, needing no further instruction from him. I was puzzled at what this nameless book could possibly contain. However, his next words left me utterly bewildered. He revealed that this book was a legacy left by the father of the sword Douluo, a formidable figure named Chunjinshin, who had left behind a manual after failing to challenge the Grand Offering, and he had made a copy of it. Upon opening it, I was greeted by the grandiose title 7 Kills Sword Manual. Astonished, I leaped forward, embracing the old man and exclaiming my gratitude. This was the 7 Kills sword, the pinnacle of weaponry. Unfortunately, the old man mentioned that this manual was missing a technique, and whether I could learn it would depend on my own fortune. A week flew by, and under the guidance of the Cardinal Salazar from the Spirit Hall, I finally arrived at the legendary Sanctuary of Spirit Masters, Wuhun City. This cardinal was quite astute. Upon our first meeting, he handed me a token and gifted me a bracelet. Upon inspection, I realized it was a soul guide capable of containing 50 cubic meters of items. He must have recognized my soul power skyrocketing from level 5 to level 10, deeming me a promising investment and directly bringing me into his fold. Upon entering Wuhun City, we headed straight for the majestic papal hall. I must say, it was truly magnificent. The Pope, Bibi Dong, had been awaiting my arrival. Upon learning that another twin martial soul had emerged, and especially 2 weapon martial souls, her eyes sparkled with excitement. In the hall, besides her, were 3 familiar faces, the Douluo, the Douluo, and a young girl named Hulaina. I quickly mimicked Salazar's gesture of respect. Bibi Dong's voice was both melodious and commanding as she directly inquired, "Lin E, do you wish to become my disciple? Who among my family understands?" The most esteemed female authority across the continent was directly asking if I wanted to ally with her. Was there any need for contemplation? I immediately knelt, calling out teacher louder than anyone else. Bibi Dong smiled, pointing to the young girl beside her, saying, "This is my senior sister, Hulaina." I hurriedly greeted her, and she sweetly replied, "Junior brother, good boy." Just as the apprenticeship ceremony concluded, my teacher, Bibi Dong, issued a command for the Douluo and Douluo to accompany me in acquiring my first soul ring. She had meticulously planned my path, which was simply brilliant. The strategy was to first enhance the soul ring for the 7 Kill sword, and once my main self achieved the title of a titled Douluo and my body was sufficiently fortified, I would then return to equip the broken soul gun with soul rings, aiming for a first soul ring of 50,000 years, directly soaring to greatness. She was even contemplating whether my broken soul gun could break the limitation of 9 soul rings and procure a 10th. That night, I was utterly exhausted, collapsing into bed and falling asleep. However, my slumber was anything but peaceful. as I was abruptly drawn into a dream. In the dream, I found myself at the seaside, surrounded by formidable creatures such as the deep-sea demon whale king and the evil soul tiger whale king, all of whom I had only encountered in encyclopedias, lying obediently. On the shore stood a man wielding a trident, strikingly handsome. I thought, could this be Poseidon? To my astonishment, he spoke, introducing himself as the author of my tattered book, Poseidon, stating that the sea god Poseidon was his brother. I was left speechless, his nonchalant tone exuding an air of superiority. He wasted no time, saying he would impart his martial skills, swiftly demonstrating a set of spear techniques. Upon awakening from the dream, I discovered that the spear techniques in my book were indeed the foundational version of the sea god's 13 styles he had just taught me. Ha ha ha. Tang-san, just wait. Who says one cannot practice the sea god's 13 styles without a trident? Armed with my broken soul gun, I immediately attempted a move known as Indeterminate Windstorm. Although it lacked the power of a divine artifact, it could immobilize the opponent for 3 seconds, regardless of their level. The only downside was the considerable cost. One use drained my soul power entirely, leaving me pale. This technique would have to serve as my trump card for survival. After regaining my composure, I opened my system. To my surprise, it had updated and added an intelligent AI. I quickly inquired about the achievement cards that had baffled me previously. The system informed me that, in addition to simulations, I could activate a special mode for grinding. One was called Death Trial, where injuries and attacks were quintupled. The other was even more ruthless, termed One-Hit Kill, where a single blow would be fatal, but attack power increased tenfold. I exclaimed in disbelief. Wasn't this akin to a soul combat mode? One touch and it would shatter. Was I playing extreme survival? I decided against it. My life was paramount. I prudently invested some money, utilizing all the achievement cards I had amassed, and initiated another simulation. This time, the simulation was wild. I became a 0 soul power waste with a martial soul of a chrysanthemum, only managing to rise to the rank of titled Dalu after consuming a mystical herb known as the Qirong Tongtianju. Ultimately, upon losing the flower, I fell into despair and met my demise while searching for it. I was heartbroken. This was undeniably the best tragic tale of a flower lover for the year 2025. After the simulation concluded, to my astonishment, the reward included that very Qirong Tongtianju. I decisively selected it. What a windfall. It was akin to receiving a mystical herb for free. However, upon holding it, I was taken aback. Did the system lack its own electronic visage? After all that, it presented me with merely a 300-year-old sapling. Never mind a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. I devoured it in a few bites. The following morning, the Jew Douluo led me, along with my senior sister Hulaina, her brother Sieyu, and a lad named Ian, into the soul-hunting forest to acquire my first soul ring. This Ian fellow was a pure and simple character, his gaze never straying from Hulaina. Shortly after entering the forest, we found ourselves surrounded. 5,000 gene ants, resembling young calves, possessed immense strength. Ian, with a fiery temper, wasted no time unleashing his martial soul to conjure a wall of fire. The ants retreated a few steps from the flames, but the leading ant, a 500-year-old soldier ant, opened its mouth and spewed acidic saliva. I swiftly executed the 7 kills sword technique, Frost and Shadow Snow, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that sliced through the acidic rain, emphasizing elegance. The worker ants, realizing their spit was ineffective, charged through the fire wall as cannon fodder. My senior sister, Hulaina, reacted swiftly, using a fox charm to incapacitate them all within the flames. Her brother Sieyu seized the opportunity, wielding 2 crescent blades to strike at the most vulnerable points on the ants' necks, swiftly incapacitating 4 of them. The Jew Douluo and Gue Philo observed from a distance, clearly satisfied with our teamwork. The 500-year-old soldier ant, witnessing the demise of its companions, was utterly enraged and unleashed another torrent of acidic rain. Ian, the naive fool, leaped forward to confront it with a fiery fist, prompting me to inwardly curse his folly. As expected, the ant feigned an attack, stomping the ground to create a fissure that extended toward Ian's feet. While I grumbled, my movements were swift. I grasped my broken soul gun and charged forward. My senior sister understood my intent, and, as the soldier ant raised its paw to crush me, she immobilized it once more with another fox charm. Now it was the moment. Seizing the 3 seconds, I plunged my gun into its abdomen, withdrew it, and thrust it into its mouth, stirring it around. Let me give you a thorough dental cleaning. The broken soul gun disregarded defenses, piercing through the ant's shell as though it were mere paper. Ultimately, I delivered a decisive shot that penetrated its brain, securing the victory. Douluo leisurely floated down, declaring that this 500-year-old Qianjuan, he was perfectly suited for me. 500 years. This exceeds the limit of the first spirit ring. As I hesitated, Douluo appeared behind me like a specter, stating that my physique was unique and both of them would provide me protection, allowing me to give a try. With two titled duelists protecting me, how could I refuse? The outcome? Their protection merely meant they would observe. The true battle relied on my own strength. While absorbing the spirit ring, I engaged in a mental duel with that ant in the spiritual realm. As it spat at me, I used Witting Fengbo to immobilize it and continued to scrub its teeth with my broken soul gun. It took a full 3 hours, and when I finally opened my eyes, my legs were numb. After absorbing the spirit ring, my soul power reached level 12. The first soul skill of the 7 killing sword, namely Ba Shan Shi, could augment my strength by 200 for an hour, and the effects of my martial soul would still apply. I demonstrated it on the spot, unleashing a sword aura that cleaved a large stone in two. Again, that lad asked in astonishment what the amplification was like. I scratched my head and replied, "You'll have to wait an hour to find out. Right now is the time of a true man." Upon returning to the martial soul hall, I was reveling in my triumph when Douluo abruptly seized me and brought me to the elder hall. He instructed me to stand still, placing his hand on my head, closing his eyes to sense for a while. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his expression brimming with ecstasy. I cannot believe it. I have encountered the essence of Qi Rong Tong Tianjiu. Let me tell you, his expression was akin to someone who wanted to twirl me around in joy. At that moment, I understood. I had previously pilfered a celestial herb in the village, and its effects had not yet been fully absorbed. I had hidden it well, but upon just breaking through level 10, that distinct aroma of the special flower surged forth, leading this expert to catch me red-handed. He was so excited that he stumbled over his words, pulling me to see his diminutive Qi Rong Tong Tian Ju martial soul in his palm, asking if I had indeed consumed it. What could I say? I could only feign ignorance. With my big, innocent eyes, I replied, "Yes, Grandpa Yuan. I had one in the village, and it was quite bitter." "Wonderful, wonderful." He spun around as if he had just won 5 million, then muttered to himself, all right. Although you have already become a student of the Pope, I cannot take you as my disciple. But that doesn't prevent me from imparting all my secret skills to you. Who among my family understands this?" Fortune had fallen from the sky. Before I could even speak, he was already eager to offer me special training. He then solemnly instructed me, "Listen closely. Starting today, every evening at sunset, report to me in the Elder Hall for a medicinal bath." After I departed, Gueto weakly inquired if this arrangement was fair to Hulaina and the others. Douluo retorted with authority, "Fair? If any of them had also consumed the Qi Rong Tong Tianjiu, I would still provide them with a bath." Upon returning to my room, I was practically bursting with joy. Resources received without payment should never be declined. The heavens had finally bestowed their wealth upon me. I hummed a little tune as I lay on my bed, casually opening my golden finger, the simulator system. To my dismay, I discovered that a single simulation had now risen to 10 gold soul coins. The meager amount of money I had left was insufficient even to fill the gaps. The system also informed me that I needed to reach level 30 soul power to upgrade. I thought to myself, that's acceptable. I'm currently at level 12. With celestial herbs as my foundation, exceptional techniques, and a big shot offering special training tonight. Reaching level 30 should be a matter of moments. However, feeling a little impulsive, I gritted my teeth and invested 10 gold soul coins. The result? Ding. Initiating simulation of Douluo life. At 1 year old, you're a blue silvergrass. At 1 year old, this winter is exceptionally cold, and you do not survive until spring. I was utterly exasperated. This system was designed to frustrate me. A mere electronic wishing well, utterly useless except for extracting your money. Never mind, I shall diligently cultivate instead. As I practiced the Guan Hai Ting Chao Ju, a small vortex formed in my dantian, compressing my soul power into a small sphere. After practicing for an hour, my soul power increased by half a level. This feeling of power was exhilarating. After dinner, Douluo whisked me away. Upon arrival, I gazed at a bathtub filled with dark, foul-smelling medicinal materials. My heart filled with doubts. Yet, I asked nothing and stripped down to immerse myself. Surprisingly, it was quite comfortable, and, just as I was enjoying it, a maid entered expressionlessly and poured a large bucket of brown liquid into the tub. Let me tell you, In an instant, the water felt as if it had boiled. I let out a yelp, ready to leap out, but Douluo appeared from nowhere, wearing a devilish grin. This is just the beginning. With a wave of his hand, a soul power barrier pinned me firmly in the bathtub. Good heavens! Was I to be boiled alive? I felt like a small lobster tossed into a hot pot, turning red all over. I screamed, "Grandpa! Grandpa, help! I'm going to be cooked. I'll turn into a boiled egg." He, however, ambled away with his hands behind his back, leaving me with a parting remark. "This is the juice of Tianjuejiao, which helps open your pores to absorb the medicinal effects." The first time I heard a bit, just endure it. And then he simply left. At that moment, I wanted to curse. This was not just a little pain. It was a matter of life and death. I quickly called out to the system. "System, help! I'm going to be scalded to death." To my dismay, the system coldly responded. "After system assessment, the host is not in life-threatening danger." And then it completely went offline. "Fine, you all are so clever." I could only repeatedly chant calmness brings coolness in my mind while desperately operating my Guan Haiting Chao Ju. And guess what? A miracle occurred. The small sphere of soul power in my dantian began to spin rapidly, like a miniature engine, wildly absorbing the scorching medicinal energy around me. This medicinal bath was unexpectedly the perfect match for my technique. I immediately threw myself into cultivation, experiencing a tumultuous sea and volcanic eruptions. The bliss of contrasting elements was unparalleled. Once I emerged from the bath, Douluo stared at the slimy substance expelled from my body, his eyes wide with disbelief. He exclaimed 3 times, marveling that I had completed the washing of tendons and marrow at such a young age. He himself had only succeeded at level 67. This event directly caught the attention of Bibi Dong. Both Douluo and Douluo rushed to the Pope's hall, kneeling on one knee, proclaiming my exceptional talent and potential to become the Holy Son. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong ultimately decided to hold a competition to let us 4 children showcase our abilities. The next day, bad news arrived. Douluo informed me that at 9 in the morning, I was to compete against the Golden Trio in a tournament, with Bibi Dong personally overseeing. To make matters worse, the prize was a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Good heavens, they were starting off with such grandeur. Upon arriving at the arena, I nearly cursed when the draw results were revealed. The champion was Xie Yue, and I was second up. This was pure wheel warfare. The first match was against Xie Yue. This fellow was quick, but I had my broken soul gun. 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger. Do you understand? I first activated the 7-killing sword to grant myself a 200 strength buff, then switched to the big gun. No matter how flashy his moves were, sheer strength would prevail. After a few exchanges, he was left with numb hands. He attempted to outpace me, so I switched back to the 7-killing sword, raining sword energy upon him. Just as he finally managed to close the gap, I switched back to the broken soul gun and thrust him off the stage. The next opponent was Yen. This was even simpler. I dominated the entire match. His little flames couldn't even break through my protective sword energy, completely inadequate, and he was sent flying by a single shot, as if I were playing baseball. Finally, I faced Ulaina. I thought I should give the future Holy Maiden some face, so I allowed her to strike first 10 times. However, the moment I drew my gun, she could hardly get close. Unexpectedly, this girl resorted to trickery, using charm while attacking. I quickly closed my eyes and activated my sword energy for protection, internally exclaiming how perilous it was. Seeing she had no other options, she decisively conceded. With the competition won, the soul bone was mine. In front of everyone, I promptly handed it over to Douluo, leaving him utterly speechless. This maneuver elevated my standing significantly. What followed was a semester of arduous training. I did not rush to upgrade. Rather, I devoted myself to mastering the control of my soul power. Now, I can even perform brief sword flight. After an entire semester, I returned home during the holidays and left some retirement funds for Grandpa Jieka. My soul power conveniently increased to level 19. Upon returning to Wuhan City after the break, I did not hurry back to the academy, but took a leisurely stroll through the streets. To my astonishment, I stumbled upon a shop specializing in soul master supplies that was selling items from the Blacksmith Association. I must say, this was as absurd as selling combs in a monk's temple. Out of curiosity, I entered the shop. The owner, seeing me as an unsuspecting customer, recommended a hidden treasure, a shimmering silver soft armor, claiming it could withstand a full force strike from a level 40 soul master. Upon inspection, I realized it was essentially a real-life version of Jean C's soft armor, crafted by C. Long, a renowned disciple of the Divine Craftsman Pavilion. I immediately resolved to acquire it. However, I feigned disdain and engaged in a fierce negotiation with the owner. He initially quoted 3,000, and I countered with 1,200. After some back and forth, we settled at 1,300 gold soul coins. Just as I completed the transaction, a brazen voice emerged beside me. Boss, I want that armor. I'll pay 5,000 gold soul coins. Turning around, I was taken aback to see Dai Mu Bai, a mere 9-year-old looking like a young calf, acting as if he owned the place. I could hardly be bothered to acknowledge him, swiftly stowing the armor in my hand, bracelet, soul guide, and turning to leave. He, growing impatient, placed a hand on my shoulder, but I stood my ground. Infuriated, he shouted, "Stop right there. Am I sick?" I retorted directly. He was on the verge of unleashing his martial soul, only to be restrained by his guards. I had no interest in engaging with such foolishness and continued my leisurely stroll. However, not far along, I heard a sweet call. "Linny." Turning around, I saw Hulaina charging toward me like a little cannonball, grabbing my arm and insisting, "Let us go. I'm starving." I was utterly speechless. Does this young lady not carry any money when she goes out? Yet, I had no choice but to accompany her to the most luxurious restaurant in Wuhan City, where a single meal cost me 40 gold soul coins, which pained me greatly. After our meal, she was relentless, dragging me to spar, claiming she wanted to see if I had been lazy during the break. "Oh, you're feeling cocky, are you? Let us go. The Challenge Club. I must make you submit today." I rolled my fists and felt invigorated. Upon reaching the club, we found a public fighting arena and stepped into the ring. Before the match began, I discreetly donned the newly acquired C-Long soft armor. As the competition started, I didn't even activate my martial soul. Hulaina huffed, pulled out a dagger, and charged at me. I darted around the arena, refusing to engage. Her face flushed with frustration. "Hey, no to dodging." "All right, I want to dodge." I grinned and stood my ground. Little did she expect I was being serious, and she plunged the dagger directly into my chest. In that moment, Hulaina was stunned, her face draining of color as she rushed to catch me as I began to lean back. "Help!" she screamed, but I swiftly covered her mouth. "What are you shouting for?" "Iem me fine." The armor was indeed remarkable. The dagger's tip had even broken the skin. I merely intended to scare her. How infuriating! Hulaina quickly regained her composure, unleashing a flurry of punches against my chest. Ouch! I hurriedly begged for mercy, dodging while exclaiming, "Dear lady, be careful with that dagger. Don't damage my new treasure." With that, I removed the soft armor and stuffed it into her arms. "Take good care of it. It's invulnerable." I assented. "Consider it a gift." Hulaina was taken aback. "What? You're giving it to me?" "Absolutely." I responded nonchalantly. Once she donned the armor, she instantly became spirited, placing her hands on her hips and declaring, "Oh, you little rascal, how dare you scare me? Prepare yourself. First soul skill, Fox Charm." The sudden control caught me off guard, and my only instinct was to summon the 7-kill sword, using its protective sword energy to withstand the attack. As a result, I was left standing in place for 3 seconds. Hulaina, hands on her hips, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you've lost." In just those 3 seconds, I could have kicked you off the stage. Seeing her smug expression, I thought to myself, still just a child. Of course, I played along. Impressive, I concede. Satisfied, she hopped down from the ring, and I stepped aside to take a sip of water. Just as she left, a figure dashed onto the stage. My heart sank. What? This brat actually tracked me down. Who could it be? The evil-eye white tiger, Dai Mu Bai. Previously, his guard had searched for me in vain, but he had managed to find his way to this club himself. Perhaps he deemed the guard incompetent and decided to personally teach me a lesson, showing me what the harsh realities of society were like. Fine, since he has come to me, I, too, was curious to see what this so-called prince was truly capable of. I assumed a stance as he activated 2 glaring yellow soul rings. I assessed him quietly. As expected from royal bloodlines, he has a decent foundation. The little brat transformed into his white tiger form and charged at me without hesitation. Presumably, seeing only a solitary soul ring on me, he regarded me as an ant. Was I panicked? Not in the slightest. However, I had no desire to take the hit. That would be painful. I activated my first soul skill, Strength of Mountains. My strength surged by 200 instantly, and my arm muscles bulged, matching his transformed physique. The 7-kill sword was not merely formidable for its sword energy. At the moment his tiger claw met my blade, I flicked my wrist, and with a deft motion, I severed 4 of his claws clean off. "You!" Dai Mu Bai stared at his now bare claws, his face turning a shade of green with rage. I smirked. "What's wrong? Just a little trim for you. Your claws were filthy with dirt." First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Second soul skill. White Tiger S Radiant Wave. He became frantic, unleashing both skills simultaneously. One enhanced his defense, while the other unleashed white light beams in rapid succession. He charged towards me, relying on his thick skin to engage in close combat. At that moment, Hulaina returned from her water break, and, upon witnessing the scene, began to stomp her feet in panic. Yet, the rules dictated a one-on-one match, so she could only cheer from the sidelines. Go defeat him. I flashed her a slight smile, and then raised my eyebrows at DivineWeapons. Didn't he expect this, did you? Your little master can fly. As soon as the words left my mouth, the 7 kills soared beneath my feet seemed to come alive, propelling me into the air. DivineWeapons stood dumbfounded below, frantically firing White Tiger radiant waves like a madman. Unfortunately, his light waves could not keep pace with my flight. I must tell you, I have been practicing soul power control recently. I can now perform high-speed aerial maneuvers for over a minute with ease. From above, I stuck my tongue out at him. Big cat, can't catch me, can you? Frustrating, isn't it? This tactic might not work on adults, but against such an arrogant young prince, it was a decisive advantage. True to form, he became enraged, expending his soul power recklessly as the light waves rained down like a barrage. A minute passed swiftly, and I gracefully landed on the opposite side of the stage. DivineWeapons let out a roar and charged over, but it seemed he had forgotten something. Fool, how much soul power do you have left? My 7 kills sword danced around him, and wherever the sword energy touched, the arena was left in ruins. Had the club allowed lethal force, I could have easily cleaved him in two. Before long, DivineWeapons collapsed on the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Don't go. Let us have another match. He shouted in frustration. I approached him, looking down from my height, and calmly stated, arrogance and pride, unaware of your own limitations. Return and train diligently. Before departing, I added a final jab. Your mouth is quite tough. I suggest you apply for non-material cultural heritage status. With that, I took Hulaina's hand and walked away without a backward glance. Hey, Little E, who was that? I don't know. Just some lunatic, I suppose. Probably only has soul power in the 20s. Truly lacks challenge, I replied dismissively. The words floated into DivineWeapons' ears, plunging him into deep contemplation. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. During these years, my existence revolved solely around cultivation, immersing myself in the library and undertaking tasks. I have truly become the king of diligence. At present, I am 12 years old, possessing a soul power of level 30, just a soul ring away from advancement. I estimate that upon acquiring my 3rd soul ring, my level will soar to approximately 33. My teacher, Bye Dong, personally assigned our Golden 4-man team a mission to embark on a quest for soul rings for this handsome fellow and Hulaina without the accompaniment of any elders. The signal is unmistakable. The positions of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden are essentially reserved for us. Moreover, during these 5 years, my system has accumulated a plethora of treasures. It has informed me that after reaching level 30, a version update will occur, rendering gold coins obsolete in favor of achievement cards. This revelation has transformed me into a hoarder, aside from essential simulations. I have refrained from frivolously spending a single achievement card and have amassed over 200. Yet, my greatest gain is not merely this. I have thoroughly perused the core secrets within the Spirit Hall library, delving into the mysteries of martial spirits that ordinary individuals can comprehend only upon reaching level 90. For instance, dual martial spirits cannot be cultivated simultaneously, lest one meet with a catastrophic end. Upon realizing this, I understood how that waste of space Yu Shao Gang, at level 29, possessed such a wealth of theoretical knowledge. It turns out he had secured the highest privileges through my teacher, Bye Dong's affection, allowing him access to these secrets, which he then boasted were his own research, even concocting the dual standard saying that there are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters. Do they not realize why his Luo, San Pao, cannot level up? However, these matters are trifling. Yu Shao Gang is merely a thief of knowledge. My true rival is Tang San. As a fellow transmigrator, that fellow possesses numerous advantages. Yet, I remain unperturbed. The treasures I have gleaned from the system could arm an enhanced squad. I am fully prepared for the journey to that place with items such as the miraculous beans that can cure all poisons, the Chinquan bag capable of containing living entities, the blood of the king of poisons, and the ice fire Yitan, along with the Rui gloves that can gather anything without conditions. A week later, the 4 of us were transported to the outskirts of the Xing Dogray forest. Judo Luo and Douluo delivered us here and then vanished, stating they would only intervene in our dire moments. We were no strangers to cooperation, swiftly assuming our tactical formation and making our way toward the forest center. We paid no mind to the minor creatures in the periphery. Upon entering the inner circle, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Here, the soul beasts began at a millennium in age, and we dared not even breathe audibly. While we cautiously explored, the sudden sounds of battle echoed through the woods. "Is there someone?" Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. We stealthily approached and parted the vines, only to discover two massive creatures engaged in combat. This is the dark old fearsome claw bear. A glance at the V-shaped white fur beneath its neck instantly revealed its age, approximately 1,500 years. "Look over there." Hulaina pointed to another side, where a completely snow-white fox was present. A snow fox? No, wait, judging by its tail, it seems to be around 4,000 years old. How dare it provoke such a formidable figure as the dark gold fearsome claw bear? Just as I pondered this, Hulaina's keen eyes spotted something else. Over there, not far from a cave entrance, lay the mangled corpse of a snow fox. Incredible. A 1v2 scenario with a counterkill, truly worthy of Bearda. Yen was beside himself with excitement. I immediately signaled for the four of us to crouch down. I suggested we observe the unfolding events, allowing the clam and clam to fight, benefiting the fishermen. These two soul beasts are practically a delivery from heaven. Everyone agreed, and Xiaoyu declared, "Lin Yi, the decision is yours." Thus, we four perched on a tree like geckos, watching the spectacle from a distance. The battle was intense. Though the snow fox had a higher age and speed, it could not contend with the innate strength of Bear Brother. Yet its partner was slain, igniting a fierce determination within it, utilizing intelligence and speed to engage the bear in a back-and-forth struggle. After some time, both soul beasts were battered and bruised, panting heavily. Just as the dark old, fearsome claw bear prepared to deliver a final strike, the snow fox suddenly leapt into the air, and to our astonishment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. A talent skill, ice enchantment. As the snowflakes descended, they instantly encased the dark gold, fearsome claw bear in ice. "Attack!" At my command, the four of us pounced like tigers descending from a mountain. Our target was clear, the bear. Our training had prepared us for a decisive strike. Each of us unleashed our most potent abilities. The first soul skill, mountain-toppling strength. The second soul skill, wind chaser. I instantly buffed myself, maximizing speed and power, then swiftly brandished my soul-breaking gun. This was a 1,000-year bear. I could not afford to be careless. Hulaina activated her first soul skill, Fox Charm, to restrain the freshly unthawed snow fox. Lin Yi's soul-breaking gun aimed accurately at the bear's heart, but its thick muscles surprisingly caught the projectile, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Not good. Hulaina's fox fire, which invaded the bear's mind, only drove it into a frenzy, breaking free from its daze. "Scatter!" I shouted. The four of us immediately dispersed. The frenzied bear, having turned, lunged toward the only living creature nearby, the still-dazed snow fox. It seized the snow fox and clamped down on its neck, blood spraying high. After dispatching the snow fox, it caught our scent and came charging after us. "Xiaoyu, a yin, draw its attention. Nah, wait for the opportunity to control it," I commanded while stepping onto my 7 killing sword, soaring into the sky. The bear, detecting my presence as an intruder, became even more frenzied, uprooting a tree to hurl at me. But at that speed, it could never catch me. Just then, a yin unleashed a fiery soul skill, engulfing the area around the bear in flames. Xiaoyu seized the moment, activating his soul skill, and began slicing through the bear like a specter. Once it had been sufficiently tormented, Hulaina seized the opportunity and unleashed another fox charm, successfully restraining it once more. The chance had arrived. I descended from the sky, aiming for its head, silently reciting, "Master the fundamentals, and fear nothing in the world. Soul-breaking gun, deliver your demise." The immense gravitational potential combined with the soul-breaking gun's minuscule contact area and its destructive effect pierced through its brain with a resounding thud. "Quick, check on that snow fox. It must not perish." I rushed over to inspect. The snow fox was still bleeding, but its eyes had turned dull. It had not yet succumbed to death. Nah, granted a swift end. Hulaina, not one to show mercy, delivered a final strike. The rewards from this endeavor were extraordinary. The dark gold fearsome claw bear belonged to me, and the snow fox was a perfect match for Hulaina. We quickly released a signal flare to summon Douluo and Douluo for protection. The two titled Douluos appeared, set up a barrier, and then vanished. Hulaina and I promptly began absorbing the soul rings. When I awoke, the sky had darkened. Hulaina had just regained consciousness, her expression akin to someone who had won the lottery. What soul skill did you acquire? Xiaoyu inquired. Hulaina excitedly replied. The 4,200-year-old snow fox grants me the fourth soul skill, Fox Transformation. My attack, speed, and strength will all surge dramatically, and I can simultaneously unleash 3 streams of foxfire. We were all astonished. The enhancement was overwhelmingly powerful. Then, all gazes turned to me. Hulaina blinked her large eyes at me, making me feel slightly embarrassed. Ahem, I clear my throat. The 1,500-year-old dark gold fearsome claw bear grants me the third soul skill, named Unmatched Brilliance. Its effects include a 200 increase in defense, speed, strength, attack power, and soul power recovery, lasting for 15 minutes. Wow, wow, wow. Is this even human language? Xiaoyu exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. I scratched my head and added, I haven't finished. The energy consumption is rather high, requiring 30 soul power per use. Well, that makes me feel a bit better. Xiaoyu wiped his sweat. A yin quietly remarked, Bro, our soul skills seem a bit lacking. Xiaoyu responded, Well said. Next time, don't mention it. By the way, what levels are you all at now? Hulaina replied, Level 44. I'm astounded. Sister, are you catching up to me so quickly? Xiaoyu was once again astonished. I weakly raised my hand. Level 34. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The three of them rubbed their ears, regarding me as if I were a monster. Indeed, I am at level 34. I had no choice but to repeat it. Xiaoyu sighed deeply. A prodigy of heaven. Such terror. I always believed myself to be a genius until my sister awakened her martial soul. Then I thought she was the genius until today when you, my friend, have proven to be extraordinarily gifted. I could only chuckle foolishly. After all, I couldn't tell them that I had an advantage. Yet I pondered. Dai Mubai reached level 44 at 18 years old after consuming celestial herbs. And if the Shrek gang had not benefited from Tang San's enhancements or the celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin yang eye, how could they possibly compare with us? Contemplating the ice and fire yin yang eye, I resolved that it was time to embark on my journey. My preparations were impeccable. Upon returning to the WuhunPalace, Bai Bai Dong was overjoyed to witness our growth. Meanwhile, in the offering hall, Golden Crocodile Doa and Qian Dalu were murmuring about this matter. Qian Dalu did not even lift his eyelids and merely remarked, It matters not. She is merely a stepping stone for Shue'er. 3 days later, my system finally completed its update. Version 20 transformed into a real-life scenario simulation and bestowed a novice gift pack, albeit requiring 6 achievement cards. Upon inspection, I found an item called Supreme Memory, which allows me to bring items back to reality. However, I did not rush to activate it, for I had more pressing matters at hand. I requested a 2-week leave from Yuguan, stating that I wished to visit home, but my true objective was the Sunset Forest. When I set off, Hulaina worriedly handed me that soft armor once more. I held it in my hands and inhaled, discovering a lingering fragrance. How delightful. 2 days later, I arrived at the Sunset Forest. Donning my night gear, I soared through the skies on my sword, bypassing the periphery and heading straight for the inner circle. Guided by my map and memory, I swiftly located the funnel-shaped basin. Indeed, the perimeter of the basin was ensnared by the poison array of the poison daw, the Gubo. Old Poison Master, let me witness the potency of your toxins. I promptly took out a celestial bean and consumed it, then swaggered confidently into the array. Upon entering, I felt a slight burning sensation on my skin, but as the effects of the celestial bean kicked in, that sensation vanished instantly. Is this it? I felt a wave of disdain wash over me. Passing through the poison array and entering the cave, a fragrant aroma engulfed me. Following the scent, I successfully discovered the treasure trove filled with celestial herbs. Without hesitation, I retrieved my Rui gloves, with my first target being the Shuesei Tian E1. I must collect it. This item definitely cannot be left for Tang San. My next target was the Qi Rong Tong Tianju, which I plucked and consumed on the spot. Just as I finished, a cacophony of startled birds erupted from the forest. My heart raced. Could there be a higher tier soul beast? No, wait, there's a poison array here. Soul beast cannot enter? Good grief. Family, who understands? I stepped out without consulting the calendar and inadvertently stumbled upon the version boss. The very person I wished to avoid, Poison of the Bow, had returned. Come fort. To enter my poison array, you must possess remarkable skill. Dalu's chilling voice echoed through the cave. Taking a deep breath, I recognized that escape was futile. Thus, I boldly walked out, even bowing to him. Junior Lin E, it is an honor to meet you, Senior Dalu. He glanced at me, a mere child, and was momentarily taken aback. You know me? It is my fortune to have attended the Tiando Royal Academy and to have seen you once. I began to elaborate my fabricated tale earnestly. He approached, his gaze sharp as a blade. Why are you here? How did you enter? I became separated from my team and, by chance, stumbled upon this place. I discovered a peculiar poisonous gas barrier, which I managed to decipher. And then I was drawn in by the medicinal aroma. I continued, feigning innocence. I have been studying poisons with my master for a long time, and he said I have inherited true knowledge. This poison array is but a trifling matter. Upon hearing this, Dalu suddenly asked a question that left me both amused and perplexed. Aren't you afraid of me? Not at all. To meet a senior like you at the Tiando Royal Academy signifies that you are a person of kindness and warmth. Dalu smiled coldly. Kind and warm? Very well. I shall be kind to you. Since you claim to be able to dispel my poison, I shall poison you. If you can resolve it, I will spare your life. With that, he sliced his fingertip, extracting a drop of blood, enveloping it in soul power, and flicking it into my mouth. This is my innate venom, possessing only 30% toxicity. You have an hour and a half to resolve it. If you fail, you'll be feeding the soul beasts outside. You may use any herbs in this medicinal garden. After speaking, he blocked the cave entrance, his expression one of watching a spectacle. Externally, I furrowed my brow, feigning a look of panic as if to say, what should I do? Inwardly, however, I was elated. With the celestial being in hand, the world is mine. I stepped into the medicinal garden, turning my back to him as I secretly consumed another celestial being, then inquired of the system. Please check. Am I in any life-threatening danger? System detecting. The host is not under any life-threatening threat. Upon hearing this, I felt completely at ease. Today, the common folk truly rejoice. My next targets were the two most potent celestial herbs in this garden, Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao and Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu. I promptly took out my precious ice and fire yitan. I placed the ice silkworm onto the Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu and the fire silkworm onto the Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao. Those two little creatures devoured the herbs with great enthusiasm, akin to crunching on cucumbers, and in no time, they had consumed both celestial herbs. Then, I tossed the satisfied ice and fire yitan into the blood of the previously prepared Meng Guju Ha. By heavens, I was concocting a poison. I mused. Unlike that foolish Tang San, who directly consumed celestial herbs and dove into springs, I was employing science. As the two silkworms dissolved in the toxic blood, fearing the potency of the medicine, I downed the bowl of poison in one gulp, followed by 3 celestial beans. The celestial beans eradicated all lethality. Yet the dual powers of ice and fire erupted within me instantaneously. Although I would not perish, the discomfort was quite significant. Let me tell you, the sensation was akin to being tossed into a washing machine, half heated and half chilled, spinning wildly. I writhed in a medicinal garden, howling in agony. My image? Non-existent. The old poison master Dalu outside the cave was still peeking in, likely pondering whether he had been too harsh. After a while, he simply sealed his ears, choosing to meditate instead, avoiding the scene. 1 hour later, he strolled in, utterly astonished. Not only was I lively and animated, but my complexion had also returned to normal, and I sat there, refreshed and recuperating. Little did he know that I had suppressed the effects of the ice and fire energies within 30 minutes. While the remaining half hour was purely for digestion and absorption, a fortunate windfall. He approached, disbelief etched on his face. Kid, did you dispel the poison? I nodded, indeed. His eyes nearly bulged out. How long did it take? I raised 3 fingers. 30 minutes to find the solution, and then I have been consuming since. He immediately expressed skepticism, searching the area to ascertain which herbs I had utilized. After a thorough search, he discovered that the 2 most prized herbs, which he himself dared not touch, the ultimate cold and ultimate heat celestial herbs, were gone. He pointed at the 2 empty spots, his voice quivering. You used those 2 to dispel the poison? How did you harvest them? I couldn't withstand that temperature. I chuckled enigmatically, responding, it is a secret technique passed down by my master, not to be disclosed. I emphasized the mystery, allowing him to conjure his own theories. This old man, seeing me play the part, actually believed me and slapped his thigh. All right, you have passed the first trial. There is one more, if you succeed in that. I will take you into the Tiendo Royal Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing this, my eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. I had been worried about finding a path. Seeing me take the bait, he immediately produced a small green snake from his hand, resembling an emerald bracelet. Internally, I was overjoyed, my goodness. How long has this old man, as questioned Bank, remained unchanged? Is he conducting an archaeological dig? This is none other than the 9-section emerald. Seeing that I recognized it, he became even more spirited. Exactly. Let it bite you. If you can dispel the poison, I will fulfill my promise. With that, he tossed the snake into my hand. I seized the moment and casually enlightened him. The Jiu Jiefei Chui, a rare gem amongst the Zhu Yi Qing, is exceedingly lethal and tougher than the finest steel. Well, if I manage to neutralize the venom, this little trinket will be mine. It's a deal. In an instant, the serpent sank its fangs into my fingertip, leaving 2 gaping wounds that oozed blood. I raised my hand in his direction and said, "All right, I'm off to detox." The old man hurried back to his cave to meditate, sealing his ears in fear of hearing my screams. Little did he know, I had no intention of using the Xiando. What joke, those beans are far too precious. One must save them whenever possible. My finger turned a ghastly shade of purple-black, an alarming sight indeed. But was I panicking? Not in the slightest. Within me flowed the blood of the man Guju Ha, infused with the energies of ice and fire, rendering me immune to all toxins. To speak frankly, my blood was now the deadliest substance on this continent. In the blink of an eye, the purplish-black hue vanished entirely. My fingertip returned to its original state, with a clear liquid oozing from the wound. Astonishing. It had expelled the venom from my body. I was utterly impervious to toxins. Yet, I remained silent, suppressing my excitement for a full 20 minutes before rushing out to find him. Upon seeing the 2 bite marks on my hand, Dugu Bo was utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Astounding. This child, your future is limitless. I shall honor my promise. What is your name?" "I am Lin Yi," I replied. Then I shifted the conversation, taking the initiative. "Senior, I believe there might be an issue with your health." He paused, perplexed. What issue? I proceeded to enumerate. Every time it rains, do your ribs feel numb and itchy? Do you experience these symptoms precisely at noon and midnight for at least an hour? Furthermore, during the witching hour, do you feel sharp pains in your head and soles, causing your entire body to cramp? With each word I spoke, his eyes widened further. When I finished, a glimmer of menace flashed in his eyes. "How do you know this?" I smiled subtly, revealing my intentions. "Senior, if I were to say that I could cure your poison, would you believe me?" His mind must have raced through countless thoughts, contemplating various schemes. Ultimately, he probably deemed it futile for me, a mere child, to conspire against him and skeptically asked, "How can I trust you?" I dropped my trump card. "I previously encountered your granddaughter, Dugu Yin, at the academy and noticed her health issues. Upon meeting you, I confirmed that your affliction stems from the hereditary backlash of your martial soul's serpent poison." The mention of hereditary sent Dugu Bo into a frenzy. His son had perished due to the same cause. He clutched his head and roared, "Heavens! You are even more toxic than I, Dugu Bo." I quickly crouched aside, fearing he might lash out in his madness. Once he calmed down with red-rimmed eyes, he asked, "Lin Yi, do you truly believe you can heal me?" In this medicinal garden, I had a 70% confidence. I dared not claim 100. That would appear insincere. "And my granddaughter?" he inquired. "Yan Yan's life is far more precious than my own. If you recover, your granddaughter will have a 100% guarantee. After all, your condition is chronic, while hers is still in the early stages." Upon hearing this, he could no longer remain composed. "Speak. What are your terms?" He likely anticipated a hefty demand, but my request was simple. "Senior, I only wish to freely harvest the herbs here." I emphasized the word freely. Upon hearing this, he erupted in laughter. "Ha ha. A mere patch of medicinal herbs pales in comparison to my granddaughter's life. Besides, I don't recognize most of these. Giving them away doesn't trouble me." Then, he began to inquire about my background, asking who my master was. Could I divulge that? I fabricated an answer. "My master travels the world and forbids me from disclosing their name." Sensing he wanted to ask more, I recited a couplet. "In the heavenly realm of Baiyu Jing, 12 towers and 5 cities. An immortal strokes my crown, granting me longevity." Good heavens, he fell silent, likely imagining some hidden, supreme Douluo as my master. However, this old man still kept a backup plan. For safety, he produced a green, glistening orb from his mouth, claiming it to be a pearl infused with his life's efforts, insisting I swallow it. What did my kin understand? That thing looked like a relic of old phlegm. I nearly retched on the spot. He stated, "Consume this, and if I perish, it will detonate within you. Even a title de law would be finished." Before he could finish, I closed my eyes, braced myself, and swallowed it whole. Douluo was left aghast. "You child?" I hadn't finished speaking. I waved my hand dismissively. "No matter. I am confident." Once the pearl settled in my stomach, it was far from a hostage. It was akin to an extraordinary experience gift. A surge of warmth coursed through my body, and I felt the residual powers of the celestial herbs activate within me. My soul power soared from just over level 30 to 36. Upon introspection, I noted that my soul power sphere had indeed expanded, while the pearl appeared notably diminished. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. "Douluo, once you reclaim this trinket, I fear you might weep." Calmly, I informed him, "Senior, for the next 3 days. Come to me at sunrise to collect the antidote, and I shall ensure its completion." He readily agreed and departed. The moment he left, I commenced concocting the medicine. The recipe was straightforward. 1/3 of a siendo for preservation, 5 drops of my blood to counteract the poison, and an additional 1/3 of a jiupinziji to fortify and enhance vitality. This jiupinziji had previously been consumed by the hypocritical Yu Shao gang in the original text. Could I really spare it? Using it for Douluo would indeed be a practical application. True to form, the old man was restless, lurking in the shadows to observe, but alas, my actions were too discreet for him to glean anything. For 3 consecutive days, he took the medicine punctually. On the 4th morning, the entire sunset forest echoed with his raucous laughter. Heavens! Do you think Douluo, will be rendered childless? Impossible. His once green hair now turned black, and he appeared rejuvenated, the poison completely eradicated. He rushed to the medicinal garden, spotting me among the herbs, and shouted with excitement, "You rascal! Look, I am healed." I continued my task without looking up. I know, I am busy. Remember to call me Yao Wong from now on. Yao Wong, I think you resemble a little monster more. He shook his head, observing as I delicately plucked a peculiar red flower. I grinned mischievously, pondering. Without the Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong, how will Xiao Wu hide in the future? What red and what rabbit? He overheard. "Nothing, just craving some rabbit meat." I replied casually. "Simple enough. I shall catch some for you," he declared, vanishing in pursuit of rabbits. A few days later, he returned with his granddaughter, Douluo Yan. Just as he called for me, I happened to be bathing in the Binghuoliang East Spring. Emerging from the spring, I inadvertently locked eyes with his granddaughter. "What the heck?" he shouted, "Douluo. You could have warned me that I was unclothed." I quickly retreated. Douluo Yan, however, was quite bold, professing, "TSK. You little brat," while her gaze lingered, muttering, "Are children developing so well nowadays?" After dressing, I found Douluo urging me to treat his granddaughter. The medicine had long been prepared. A siendo combined with a drop of my blood, simple and effective. 3 days later, Douluo erupted in a laughter once more. My granddaughter is well." Noticing his elation, I felt compelled to give a precautionary warning. "Old monster, there's bad news. When you reclaim the pearl, please don't strike me." He waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I'm a man of my word." However, when he drew the pearl from my dantian using his soul power, he immediately collapsed in despair. His wailing echoed throughout the forest. "Lenny, I will kill you." I swiftly ducked away. "We agreed you wouldn't harm me. Aren't you a man of your word?" Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. The pearl had shrunk significantly. His soul power plummeted to level 90. Yet, within 10 minutes, he sensed something was amiss. Upon activating his martial soul, a horn sprouted from the head of the Bai Lin Shi Huang, indicating a mutation and evolution of his martial soul. The lost soul power not only returned, but surged to level 92. At that moment, he experienced an epiphany and even created a new technique, blood poison for miles, unleashing a toxic miasma that rendered the surrounding area barren. He was utterly convinced now. The way he looked at me had completely changed. He approached and twisted my ear, daring to claim that I was out of my mind. After the commotion, he finally remembered to ask me, "Little monster, how old are you? What is your soul power?" I casually revealed my martial soul, displaying 3 soul rings, Qisha Jian. His eyes nearly popped out. "Qisha Jian, what is your relation to Qinshin?" I feigned ignorance. "Who is Qinshin?" Realizing I genuinely did not know, he had no choice but to drop the subject. He then inquired about my age. 12, perhaps. 12 years old. Level 36 soul power. He was on the verge of exploding. "Who was your teacher that didn't take you in? I must skin him alive." He even suggested I join him, but I declined, citing my allegiance to the Wuhunding. In the end, the old man was completely won over. He tossed me a Rui Bai Bao Nam, insisting we be friends, declaring that if anyone dared to bully me, he would take revenge. With an S-rank enforcer as a friend, I felt emboldened. Old monster, remember, all the herbs in the medicinal garden belong to me. He waved his hand dismissively. Take them, take them. However, he soon regretted it. Donning gloves, I harvested his precious herbs as if they were mere chives. I even teased him by tossing him an 8-petal Xianlan, saying, "Here for your granddaughter. It will help her martial soul evolve." No need to thank me. After gathering what I wanted, I prepared to return to Wuhan City. Upon my return, I had half a day left of the holiday. While strolling through the streets, I stumbled upon a new announcement on a bulletin board, stating that a group called the Guangming Jiaowan had emerged within the borders of the two great empires. I was still pondering the nature of this organization when, in the next moment, a shady figure wearing a hat and sunglasses approached me, slyly slipping a small card into my hand. "Little brother, join our Guangming Jiaowan, and with the leader's blessing, your soul power training will be tripled." I was taken aback. What a ridiculous joke. Was this some kind of pyramid scheme directed at a future pope? Surely, you must be joking. I pocketed the card without drawing attention, as it would serve as evidence when I eventually dismantled their lair. Upon returning to the Wuhunding, I found Hulaina and the others were absent. Douluo informed me they had gone to the library to study for exams. With snacks in hand, I slipped back to my room, eagerly activating the system. The costly new version 20 novice storyline, Wu Shangji, was finally ready to begin. I settled into a comfortable position on my bed and initiated the simulation. The next moment, there were no words, no sound cues. Upon opening my eyes, I was utterly stunned. The decor around me had completely transformed, and I could hear the honking of cars outside. I dashed to the window and gazed out at the towering buildings and bustling traffic. My word, Sucheng? I was back. A familiar voice rang in my ears. "Little rascal, there's cake on the table. Eat before studying. The college entrance examination is approaching. Don't overexert yourself." It was my mother, who could understand the emotions of family. After more than a decade, I bolted out and gave her a bear hug, tears streaming down my face. Although the system warned me of potential mental disarray and advised against overthinking, the sensation felt overwhelmingly real. It seemed that I must attain divinity on the Dalu to have a genuine chance of returning home. I opened the system panel. This simulation was designed to assist me in preparing for the college entrance examination within a virtual Blue Star world. The system shop offered 2 free ability cards. I glanced at Guomu Buwang and chose it without hesitation. This card's effect was nothing short of miraculous. It was as if a scanner had been implanted in my mind, permanently encoding everything I had seen. I also grabbed Shalu Fanbei to boost my brain CPU. I then inquired of the system. This version 20 cannot simply be a simulation until I fail, right? The system promptly presented me with a task panel, revealing 4 bold characters. Deshang Qingjiu, Shueshen. I couldn't help but chuckle. Was this a joke? I was now a walking scanner. Becoming a learning deity would be a piece of cake. After finishing my mother's prepared dinner, I dove into the sea of study. However, as soon as I opened my math book, I was confronted by derivatives. Who could comprehend that? The visage of my high school math teacher loomed large in my mind, reminiscent of a barrage of comments. Back in the day, I consistently scored around 60. Did you think that was passing? Apologies, but I never even glimpsed what the passing mark looked like. This needed to be addressed from the root. I immediately opened my computer, downloaded all the textbooks starting from middle school mathematics, and prepared to tackle it. With Guomu Buwang, let me tell you, I was flipping through those books at lightning speed, a page per second, as if I were merely browsing an album. However, I flipped too quickly, and my brain momentarily crashed. I hastily called for the system, which informed me that I had downloaded too many materials without processing them, and needed to comprehend and absorb the information first. Fortunately, I had chosen Shalu Fanbei. This was precisely the moment to utilize it. I quickly reorganized the knowledge points from middle and high school in my mind, and lo and behold, it all became crystal clear. Looking at the pile of math assignments on my desk, I realized they were merely easy marks. The first paper took me 20 minutes to complete. The second took only 15. By the last one, I was down to 8 minutes, with most of that time spent writing and drawing. If I were just to give answers, I could probably finish each paper in under a minute. By the end of the afternoon, I had cleared all my assignments. I felt invincible and needed to strut a bit. Thus, I stepped outside to revel in the long-lost Blue Star atmosphere. Right beneath my apartment was a small shopping mall featuring an arcade. Nostalgia hit me like a wave. King of Fighters, Street Fighter, Three Kingdoms Chronicles. A guy nearby saw my eager expression and insisted on challenging me. All right, bring it on. In the first match, I was rusty and fell victim to a 1 versus 3 scenario without a doubt. But who was I? In the second match, Guomu Buang imprinted the entire move list into my DNA, while Xiaolu Fan Bei synchronized my hand speed with my brain. The next thing he experienced was true brutality. He lost with an ashen face, but kept insisting on playing again. Just as I was enjoying myself, a voice that sent chills down my spine interrupted me. You little rascal, you're here playing games. I turned around, and there stood my homeroom teacher, Old Zhang. The oppressive aura was unbearable. He bombarded me with questions about whether I had finished my assignments, daring to play here. I calmly replied, I've completed everything. Old Zhang was taken aback, wearing an expression of disbelief, and left with a stern warning that he would deal with me the next day. The following day at school, when I submitted my assignments, the math class representative nearly had his eyes bulging out, accusing me of cheating, claiming it was impossible to complete everything. I responded enigmatically, causing him to fall silent. As class began, Old Zhang entered with a stack of papers, his expression dark and foreboding. He immediately accused someone of taking shortcuts and not studying properly, relying on the internet for answers. Then he called my name. Lin E, stand up. Did you copy answers from the internet? I feigned innocence, responding, Teacher, I wrote it myself. I did not cheat. Old Zhang was nearly beside himself with rage. Don't you dare lie. You never pass exams. How could you complete all the assignments correctly? Gasps echoed throughout the classroom. All correct? It must be copied. Old Zhang was even more incensed, asserting that some answers online were incorrect, and if I had gotten them right, I must have had someone else write my work. I was truly at a loss for words. Who could I argue with? Old Zhang, seeing my refusal to concede, became furious. Fine, you want to be stubborn? He quickly wrote a question on a blackboard, the very one with an incorrect answer online, and challenged me to solve it exactly as it was. I stepped up and swiftly resolved it in 5 minutes. Old Zhang's expression faltered, gritting his teeth, saying, I still don't believe it. Let us have another. He presented a new question. Again, in 5 minutes, I completed it. At this point, Lao Zhang was utterly at a loss for words, his face shifting from green to pale, ultimately resorting to an awkward wave of his hand. Let's not waste everyone's time. Let's get to the topic. Linny, please return to your seat. As I settled down, my gaze swept across the room, and I noticed a familiar face in the front row. Was that Hulai Na? My heart skipped a beat. My deskmate, Lao Pai, leaned in and remarked how impressive I was, noting how Lao Zhang's face was turning increasingly green. I pointed ahead and asked, Do you know that girl? He scratched his head and replied, I think her name is Hulai Na, right? What's up? I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, loud enough for Lao Zhang, who was in the midst of explaining, to pause and glare at me. Linyi, even if you understand, do not disrupt your classmates. Come to the office after class. After class, I followed Lao Zhang to the office where, to my astonishment, Hulai Na was also present. Lao Zhang adjusted his glasses and inquired if I had deliberately concealed my abilities and not taken exams seriously. What can I say? I could only agree, stating, with the college entrance examination just a month away, there's no point in scoring high before the final moment. Lao Zhang frowned and remarked that given my mathematics scores, with a bit of luck, achieving a place in a top university like 985 was feasible. He instructed me to perform well in the upcoming mock exam, emphasizing that I must not falter. He then turned to Hulai Na and asked Nana, why didn't you complete your exam paper? Can you guess her response? I didn't want to write. Incredible. This is the kind of confidence a top student possesses. Lao Zhang was left speechless, merely advising her to not let it happen again. As we exited the office, she asked why I had been staring at her. I casually replied, Nothing, just thought you looked quite pretty. Her face flushed instantly, and she muttered something about being smooth-tongued. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and the final mock exam before the college entrance examination arrived. I had diligently reviewed all my textbooks, including the sciences, eagerly anticipating this day. During the 2 days of testing, I felt invigorated. Mathematics? Scoring anything less than full marks would be an insult to my capabilities. 3 days later, when the results were announced, the entire school erupted in astonishment. The director of education approached Lao Zhang with my paper, questioning whether I had cheated. Lao Zhang, having personally supervised the exam, assured him that I had not. Soon, messages from various subject teachers flooded in, first in Chinese, full marks in English. Lao Zhang was dumbfounded, muttering about the literary star descending from the heavens. Upon returning to the classroom, Lao Zhang held the report card, and the class was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. My desk mate, Lao Pai, whispered to me, "It's over, look at Lao Zhang's watermelon-like face." This mock exam might spell disaster for everyone. Lao Zhang cleared his throat and announced, "Now, let us discuss the top scorer, Linny." The class fell silent, only to erupt moments later. "What? Linny first? Oh, I see, he must be the last." I was taken aback. Was Blue Star going to explode? Second place. Kao Idiena. At that point, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. After class, Hulaina approached me directly, asking if we could talk outside. We headed to the Wisteria corridor, where she questioned why I had been hiding my abilities. I replied nonchalantly, I used to take things lightly, but with the college entrance examination approaching, it's time to show my true capabilities. She then asked which university I aimed for, and I mentioned Soochoung University, a top 985 institution. Her eyes lit up. "You're impressive. I'll apply to Soochoung University too. Don't let me outshine you." Folks, ISNT this just the perfect beginning of a romantic adventure. Time flew by, and on the day the college entrance examination results were released, I indeed emerged as the top scorer in the liberal arts at Soochoung University. My phone chimed with a message from Hulaina. "See you at Soochoung University." Almost immediately, the system's cold voice echoed. Newbie storyline, Supreme Memory Subquest Scholar completed. Subquest closing countdown, 3 minutes. As I opened my eyes, I found myself back on the bed in the WuhunPalace. Wow, this newbie storyline was surprisingly simple, yet the rewards were substantial. Faced with the choice of rewards, I unhesitatingly bound the ability photographic memory permanently. With this, wouldn't the library of the WuhunPalace become my domain? Suddenly, I recalled Hu Lai Na from the simulation storyline and asked the system if there was any connection between us. The system stated it could not disclose information but presented me with a panel. Hu Lai Na, Affinity, 45. I immediately sprang up from the bed, astonished. Affinity? Does this system also involve romance development? While I was still in a daze, someone called out from behind me as I walked toward the library. "Hey, Linny." I turned around to see Hu Lai Na. She asked what I was up to, and I replied that I was going to study since the assessment was approaching. She mentioned it was a coincidence that she was also going to study. Upon arriving at the library, I activated my photographic memory, and studying felt akin to scanning a computer. I rapidly absorbed everything from the history of Wuhan to the history of soul beasts. Soon, the day of the assessment arrived. The Pope, Bai Dong, personally supervised our golden generation of 4, while Gay May ominously warned that if any of us failed, we would all be sent to the path of hell for training. My heart sank. Was this not a collective punishment? I was confident I would pass, but one could never be too sure about having a teammate who was a total liability. As expected, Yin failed. The 3 of us turned pale. He lamented that the questions were all on topics he hadn't studied, and those he had studied didn't appear. Xiaoyu explained that the path of hell was merely a simulated training, with waves of monsters attacking, and the number of enemies far exceeded ours, pure tower climbing mode. We were tossed through the portal by Gui, Mei, and Yu Guan as if we were garbage. The initial levels were manageable, consisting of 10-year soul beasts that felt like kicking a football. However, as we ascended past the 30th level, soul beasts and soul masters attacked simultaneously, and we began to struggle. Upon reaching the 40th level, we were drenched in sweat, our soul power nearly depleted. Just then, Yu Guan swooped in to rescue us. I thought we would finally get a break, but after eating, Bai Dong promptly sealed our soul power and ordered us to run 20 laps on the playground, just as we had filled our stomachs. After 2 laps, my stomach churned, and soon all 4 of us were sprawled on the ground. The next day, we resumed our tower climb. This time, we were wiser, cooperating to conserve our soul power. We quickly reached the 40th level and, with a surge of determination, pressed on to the 50th level. Suddenly, the environment shifted, and a soul master stood in the center of the tower. The figure resembled a meaty ball, standing at 1.60 meters, with a face full of flesh and no hair. Upon seeing his martial soul activated, with 7 soul rings behind him, I was taken aback. This was the Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul from the lower 4 sects, boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities, and he was a soul sage. This felt reminiscent of Zhao Wuji's test of the Shrek 7 monsters. This short, stout fellow was a puppet, remaining stationary, but as soon as we approached, his 4th soul skill, gravitational suppression, immediately pinned us down. Then he unleashed his 5th soul skill, mountain crushing, and had we not fled swiftly, we would have been turned into a meat paste. Yin was frantically pulling his hair, but both Hu Lai Na and I noticed something. This guy wouldn't team move. I informed them that I possessed a skill that could control him for 3 seconds, urging everyone to prepare for a concentrated attack. Without hesitation, I unleashed an attack from the Sea God S13 styles, depleting my soul power entirely, and retreated to the side to meditate. The three of them unleashed all their offensive skills, but what was the outcome? After a cloud of smoke cleared, it was utterly ineffective. The puppet's hollow eyes suddenly turned blood red, as if its soul had been awakened. He shouted, "Nana, quickly, deploy Foxcharm." Hulaina trusted me implicitly and immediately acted. Seizing the opportunity to control him once more, we hurriedly teleported out the door. Upon our arrival, Gue Mei awkwardly coughed twice. Apologies, the difficulty was miscalculated. Not only was it not reduced, but it was enhanced. The four of us sighed in unison. Forget it. Gue Mei waved his hand. That's enough for today. You all go back to running laps to make up for yesterday. Back to laps. As I ran, I suddenly realized this combination of tower climbing and physical training was undoubtedly preparation for future challenges in the City of Slaughter. That place doesn't allow the use of soul skills. It relies solely on combat skills and physical prowess. Understanding this gave me confidence. We ran until nightfall, finally finishing our overdue laps. When I returned to my room, I felt utterly exhausted, as if I had been transformed into a string of boneless chicken tenders. I hurriedly checked the system and discovered that after the completion of the novice storyline, a plethora of D-grade simulation scenarios had emerged, each requiring 20 achievement cards to unlock. Upon inspection, I found options such as science and technology, alien creatures, and one labeled diligence. Without hesitation, I selected diligence. The prompt read, "The instance is activated. Only through diligence will fortune favor you." When I awoke, I found that nothing had changed. I was still in my own room. I questioned the system's functionality, and it simply replied, "Simulation has commenced, quite the artificial intelligence failure." I drew back the curtains to find that dawn had already broken. Before stepping out, I quickly rummaged through the shop, spending 20 achievement cards to select 2 new abilities. One was named Heavenly Reward for Diligence, which promised that my efforts would be rewarded and that I could surpass the limits of the human body without restriction. The other was Danger Warning, akin to Spider Sense, alerting me to nearby threats. A moment later, I gathered at the Wuhun Temple, only to realize that today it was just me and Hulaina. Xiaoyu and Ayin were nowhere to be found. Yu Guan and Gue Mei opened a portal and informed us. I hope you can pass the 50th layer of the Hell Road today. Upon entering the portal, I felt exhilarated, with only Hulaina by my side. It meant the enemy numbers would be significantly reduced. However, in the next moment, I was utterly dumbfounded. I tell you, the number of enemies remained unchanged. System, are you toying with me? And then it presented a task. The completion condition was to clear 70 layers. Good heavens! How can a system with a 36-degree temperament utter such chilling words? More frigid than a Zongswego. Forget the complaints. The surrounding soul beasts were already upon us. There was no choice but to fight. Laina, give me a buff. Let us get started. I assure you, the first 40 layers were as easy as slicing through vegetables. My 7-kill sword technique was executed with vigor. Yet by the 45th layer, our soul power was nearly depleted, our clothes soaked through, utterly exhausted. I thought to myself, that Tang San fellow possesses the blue-silver grass domain and a devouring ability, making him a pure endurance monster. Engaging in a war of attrition against him would be sheer folly. But there was no alternative. I had to grit my teeth and press on. Thus, day after day, I felt as though I was becoming a digital relic. Thankfully, with a beauty like Laina by my side, I would have surely lost my sanity otherwise. Our cooperation grew increasingly seamless. From our initial aimless slashing, I eventually discovered the trick. Soul beasts were to be struck at their hearts, and soul masters should target the throats for a swift kill, efficiency at its zenith. As we continued to grind, I felt akin to Dormammu trapped in a time loop by Doctor Strange, endlessly negotiating with Laina. However, I was blessed with the ability known as Heavenly Reward for Diligence, which directly disregarded the limits of the human body, intensifying my strength with each practice. My soul power soared from level 36 to over 50, and my 12-year-old form grew to a height of 1.70 m, with defined abdominal muscles. When we pinned the 50,000-year-old dark, demonic evil god tiger, the boss of the 70th layer, to the ground in a frenzy, this simulation finally succeeded. The system indicated that Hulaina's affinity for me had reached 60. Upon returning to the settlement space, the system presented me with a choice: to retain Heavenly Reward for Diligence or the other divine skill, Danger Warning. Without a moment's thought, I chose the former. Youth is an asset, I must exhaust all efforts to surpass everything, ready to strike Tang Chun with my fists and kick Poseidon with my feet. Upon returning to the real world, 2 full months had elapsed. Our golden quartet, leveraging the tower grinding experience I had provided, surged through to the 100th layer. The latter 80 to 100 layers consisted of 1 boss per level, but with the 4 of us fighting side by side, the pressure was considerably alleviated. I even devised a new strategy. When encountering those foolish bosses, I activated the death trial mode, accelerating my speed exponentially and quintupled my attack power. I became the primary damage dealer. A Yin tanked the damage, Xiaoyu provided side support, and Laina handled control. Each role was clearly defined, forming a truly professional team. And then, you won't believe what happened next. Just as we finished, Teacher Bibi Dong summoned us and announced, "Children, congratulations, you have graduated." We were all momentarily stunned. Graduation? So sudden? The teacher stated that our current strength had surpassed all students of the Wuhun Temple Academy, meeting the graduation criteria. However, there was one final task: to secure the championship of the elite competition among advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, with the champion's reward being 3 soul bones. She set key performance indicators, requiring Xiaoyu and the others to reach level 50 before the finals. Then she turned to me and said, "Lin Yi, you are quite special. Reaching around level 45 will suffice." My friends, who understands? I nearly lost my footing. "Teacher, do you hold me in such low regard? I'm already at level 36, you know." Of course, that was a thought I dared only to voice internally. Bibi Dong granted us 3 years for free exploration, which delighted me immensely. The world is vast, and I have longed to see it. I promptly invited the 3 of them to my room, mysteriously claiming I had gifts. First, I presented a vibrant red coxcomb phoenix flower to a Yin, which would allow his flame Lord Martial spirit to undergo ultimate evolution. Next, I gave Xiaoyu a water fairy bone, enhancing his speed. Laina, standing nearby, joked, "Brother, you'll be very fast from now on," causing Xiaoyu to turn green with envy. What about mine? Laina could hardly wait. I bestowed upon her a wishing water dew, which would significantly enhance her charm and control abilities. But the piece de resistance was yet to come. I produced the divine grade flower, Heartbreak Red. I meticulously outlined the rules for harvesting. This flower possesses sentience, and when picking it, one must think of their beloved with utmost sincerity, followed by a drop of blood on the flower. Should one harbor any doubts, even a drop of blood would not suffice to procure it. Upon hearing this, Ayan's eyes widened, and he reached out to grab it. Suddenly, with a splatter, a mouthful of blood splashed onto the Heartbreak Red. I turned to see it was Laina. Ayan was instantly petrified and quietly retreated to a corner, drawing circles on the ground. The flower effortlessly detached from the stone and landed in Laina's hand. She playfully winked at me and declared, "Hey, it's mine," before scampering out the door. I was left in a state of shock and hurriedly questioned the system. What just happened? Wasn't her affinity only 60? The system coldly replied, "When affinity is maxed out, the individual will directly gain the favor of the relevant character. The actions of the individual are not controlled by the system." At that moment, I understood, so if she genuinely likes me, there's no need to concern oneself with this wretched system's affinity. Indeed, what a classic case of she flees while he pursues, where they are both ensnared. Never mind, I decided to let it go. The next day, when we reconvened, each of us appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Yin gazed at me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "I'm not into that, my friend." He first demonstrated flames that seemed impossible to extinguish, then shouted lava fist, with his hands transforming into molten lava. "Goodness, is that you, Akainu?" His soul power had soared to level 48. Xiaoyu reached level 52, adorned with mysterious patterns on his moonblade. When it was Laina's turn, without a word, she unleashed her first soul skill, Fox Charm, in our direction. Just as Xiaoyu was about to scold her, I realized, goodness, the stun duration had increased. A full 5 seconds, in a battle of experts. That's enough to die 10 times over. She too had reached level 52, excitedly shaking my hand in joy. When they inquired about my own progress, I humbly replied, "Me? I'm doing just fine, sitting at level 38. Upon hearing this, their jaws dropped as if they could fit a car tire in their mouths. Xiaoyu pointed his moonblade at me, teasingly asking, "You're not even 12 yet, right? Level 38? Goodness, are you human or a ghost?" That evening, Laina visited my room alone, somewhat flustered, and inquired about my plans, suggesting I stay at the Wuhun Temple. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore its wonders. a thought that leaves her somewhat melancholic. Ah, the musings of a young girl. 3 days later, I officially embark on my journey, intending to traverse the borders of the Tiendo Empire and ultimately visit Shrek Academy, hoping to entice one or two prodigies to join our WuhunPalace. Upon reaching the borders of the Tiendo Empire, I was taken aback by the desolation. The map was nearly useless. After wandering for quite some time, I finally encountered a small group of travelers and approached them to inquire about directions. "Excuse me, sir, could you please tell me how to reach the provincial city?" To my dismay, they merely pointed in a direction and hurried on their way, as silent as if they were mute. With a newfound direction, I took to the skies on my sword. However, I had scarcely flown a short distance when a chilling cry pierced the air. "Help! Don't kill me!" How could I possibly ignore such a plea? Upon investigating, I discovered 3 bandits wreaking havoc within a building, one of whom had a long blade pressed against a child's throat. My temper flared uncontrollably. I unleashed my 7-kill sword technique and swiftly severed the bandit's weapon. Yet, instead of fear, the thugs regarded my soul rings with malicious glee. "Look, boss, a soul master," the so-called leader exclaimed, receiving a slap for his folly. "Knowing he's a soul master, why don't you subdue him? He'd make an excellent vessel." Only then did I realize that this leader was a 4-ring soul master, his martial spirit being a wolf thief. He brazenly taunted me. "Kid, surrender peacefully, and I might spare your life." I had no intention of engaging with such scum. With a thunderous shout, I declared, "Behold my sword." Surprisingly, he made no effort to defend himself, opting for a direct confrontation. In the blink of an eye, my concealed broken soul gun pierced through his skull. Instant kill. Even in his final moments, he must have wondered why I did not adhere to the expected script. The other 2 bandits were quick to react, activating their martial spirits, revealing themselves as fellow wolf thieves, both 4-ring soul masters. With their defenses up and working in tandem, they were becoming a nuisance. I activated my 3rd soul skill, Jingtai Fengyi, enhancing all my attributes, and shouted, "Behold my spear." They quickly adopted a defensive stance, clearly intimidated by my weapon. However, I reached them in an instant, wielding the poisoned 7-kill sword, inflicting deep gashes on their arms before retreating several meters. "Is that all you've got?" I laughed, as they assumed I had exhausted my soul power and began to mock me. I remained silent, observing them as they pursued me. Before long, the 2 of them suddenly collapsed, writhing on the ground in agony, their skin alternating between blue and red. The venomous blood of the manga Juha I had injected into them, mixed with ice and fire energy, was taking its toll. I paid them no mind and stepped inside the house, where the child huddled in a corner, murmuring prayers. I stepped outside to interrogate the 2 incapacitated bandits. "Who are you? Speak, and I will grant you a swift end." One managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. "The Shenting Jiao will not let us go." "Shenting Jiao?" My ears perked up. A cult organization. This demanded my attention. As the future holy son of the WuhunPalace, combating evil cults is my duty. With a swift stroke, I ended their lives and searched the leader's body, uncovering a waste token inscribed with the words manager. Just this? A soul master in their 40s deemed worthy of management? After much effort, I finally located the villagers who had been hiding. The village chief wept as he recounted how, a month prior, a group of soul masters clad in purple robes, identifying themselves as members of the Shunting Jiao, had abducted the village's children and some young people with soul power, claiming they were to be offerings to the divine. Their stronghold was situated at the border intersection. Upon hearing this, I realized my expedition was about to become thrilling. Following the lead, I arrived at a place called Fabuli Town. Let me tell you, this place was eerily vibrant. While the surrounding provinces were desolate, this town thrived, bustling as if conjured by artificial intelligence, exuding an air of unrealness. I hesitated to enter carelessly, wandering around for a while. I approached a fruit stall to inquire about prices. "Excuse me, sir, what is the price for these fruits?" "1 gold soul coin per pound," he replied. I almost retorted, "Is the skin made of gold, or is the flesh made of gold?" Yet I noticed something unsettling in the vendor's eyes. His pupils were dark yellow and lacked luster, as if he were under some form of control. Suddenly, the resounding chimes of a bell echoed through the streets. Remarkably, all the vendors collectively donned long robes, moving like soulless beings toward the sound of the bell. I was filled with goosebumps. The eerie atmosphere was more frightening than a horror film. I discreetly followed the crowd, discovering they congregated in a square. At the center stood a high platform where a figure in purple robes was reciting something in a rapid manner. "Moments latte." His subordinates escorted a hooded figure onto the platform. As the hood was removed, I realized it was a young girl. The purple-robed individual continued to prattle on about presenting the most beautiful gift, pouring a vial of liquid over the girl's head and stuffing a fruit into her mouth. She awakened, her lips moving, but I could not discern her words. I edged closer to the crowd, finally catching a few faint phrases. "Leoli kill you, save me." At that moment, the purple-robed figure began to convulse. 5 soul rings materializing behind him, revealing a grotesque, slimy worm as his martial spirit, utterly repulsive. A 5-ring soul king? Is this truly the strongest here? I thought. Rescuing the girl and escaping should not pose much of a challenge. I paid little mind to the incoherent ravings of the purple-robed individual and discreetly unleashed my soul technique, my enhanced speed allowing me to reach the girl in an instant. The 7-kill sword, razor-sharp, easily severed her chains. "I've got you. Let us go." The girl was too weak to speak, merely nodding in response. This entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, but the purple-robed man quickly regained his composure and unleashed his 5th soul technique, the Slime Marsh. However, I possessed the ability to fly. I commanded the 7 kills sword to soar into the sky, elevating my position. The purple-robed man, in a fit of rage, directed his mindless thralls to pursue us. I glanced at the girl in my arms. She was in dire condition and required immediate care. Yet the horror behind us was overwhelming. No way out? Allow me to assure you, there are always more solutions than obstacles. As the throngs of mindless beings descended upon us like a deluge, I resolutely resolved to be ruthless with myself. I forcefully reopened a wound on my hand, blood spilling forth. For my life, I had to endure. I flung my blood downward, a spectacle akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers. This was no ordinary blood. It contained the energy of the ice and fire duality I. While it couldn't directly penetrate their bodies to trigger lethal poison, merely coming into contact with their skin would be enough to deliver a taste of the ice and fire duality as potency. In an instant, many of them collapsed, akin to a line of dominoes falling. However, I realized that if I continued to bleed like this, I would surely become a mere husk. I glanced at the girl in my arms, then back at the approaching mass. It was clear that carrying her while flying would be too slow. Sorry. Little girl. Without regard for whether she was conscious or not, I swiftly stowed her in my chinquin bag, which could accommodate living beings. Remarkably, shedding a burden allowed me to soar through the skies like a rocket, leaving the pursuing throngs far behind. I found a residential area and casually pried open a door, settling the girl within an empty house. Observing her attire, adorned in luxurious silks, it was evident she was no ordinary individual. "My lady, which noble family do you hail from, that you would venture to this desolate place for an experience?" I mused aloud while examining her injuries. After a thorough inspection, I found no external wounds, yet she appeared exceedingly frail, which seemed highly unusual. My mind raced with doubts. Could her injuries be concealed beneath her clothing? How improper it would be to pry. My intentions were purely to save her, a technical exchange of sorts. After reciting this mantra several times, I cautiously lowered her collar slightly. Indeed, just beneath her collarbone, in a most delicate area, I discovered a pulsating purple mark, and it was not merely a heartbeat. A sense of dread filled me. This could either be poisoning or some grotesque creature burrowing beneath her skin. I'm not a doctor, so how could I possibly know about this? I can only treat it as a last resort. Allow me to share that I made a decision that defied my ancestors, and I took out a treasured siendo. It pained me deeply. I ground the siendo into powder, mixed it with my own blood, added a bit of water, and directly administered it to her. This method from the Lin family, which I had previously tried on Douluo, proved to be exceptionally effective. As soon as the medicine entered her system, my toxic blood swiftly began to wreak havoc within her body. The purple mark pulsated increasingly rapidly, as if infused with a surge of vitality. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the skin split open, and a worm violently emerged. Before I could discern what it was, it disintegrated into a fine powder due to the toxins in my blood. Immediately afterward, the bizarre healing ability of the siendo began to take effect, and the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately becoming as smooth as jade. I was astonished. Her skin was almost comparable to Nana's. At that moment, the young girl awoke. Upon opening her eyes and seeing her clothing torn open, she exploded with rage. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and without hesitation, she slapped me across the face. "How dare you insult me? I will ensure my grandfather avenges me and tortures you." I was infuriated. Who among my family understands? I saved you, not to mention wasting a drop of blood, but I also sacrificed a Xiando, only to be met with a slap in return. Where's I to seek justice? I exclaimed, are you out of your mind? Look where you are. I saved you, for goodness sake. In retaliation, I swiftly delivered a hefty slap to her head, not her face. I had just consumed the Xiando, and my body felt as strong as an ox. I was not worried about damaging her. However, if I left her face bruised, that would not be a pleasant sight. That slap seemed to bring her back to her senses. She looked around, realized she was no longer in that dreadful place, and burst into tears, lamenting that had she known, she would not have recklessly ventured out to play. She wanted to go home. Hearing her cry made my head spin. Crying. What good does it do? You can simply go back. She wiped her tears while saying, I can't go back. The outside is filled with those disgusting soul masters. And they took my signaling firework. Signaling firework? I scratched my head. The term seemed familiar, and my photographic memory quickly pieced together the clues. You are from the Qibao Liuli sect. Goodness, the Qibao Liuli sect, running away from home, signaling fireworks, and being so willful. Her identity could not be more clear. The truth was singular. You're a Ning Rongrong? You recognize me? She was taken aback. I finally understood completely. This little sorceress, relying on her family's signaling fireworks, dared to roam recklessly across the continent, only to end up in such a perilous situation. No wonder I had vaguely heard the word Liuli before. Of course, I know you. You are the daughter of Ning Fengji, the sect leader of Qibao Liuli sect. I pondered for a moment. This was quite a prominent figure, and I needed to align myself closely with her. Although her father was Xueqing his mentor, beneath that shell lay Qianrenxue, so we could consider ourselves half-friends. Gaining favor with the Qibao Liuli sect would undoubtedly be a boon. With a dual Douluo lineage and Ning Fengji's exceptional support, their combat strength would be formidable. Additionally, my 7-kill sword manual was merely a fragmented version. Perhaps I could coax the subsequent techniques from the sword Douluo. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me. Hold on. Do not speak. Your body is still weak. I was earnest as I informed her that I would prepare another medicine for her, and she would be well again. Ning Rongrong complied and closed her mouth. She checked herself and instantly blushed like an apple upon realizing the gnawing sensation had dissipated, and she sighed in relief, obediently lying back down. After a while, I returned with a sprig of medicinal herb. Here, consider yourself lucky. I just happen to have the remedy for you. The Chihuahua tulip. Consuming it will not only heal your wounds, but also increase your soul power. I handed her the flower and specifically instructed her on how to absorb it. You cannot simply chew it. You must gently extract the essence from the flower's stamen and then circulate your energy to absorb it. Understood? I told you. I am casting a long line to catch big fish. I am well aware of the Chihuahua tulip's effects. No one in the spirit hall is suitable for it. So I might as well do her a favor. Moreover, having just saved her, she would certainly not suspect any foul play. An hour later, Ning Rongrong awoke. I recalled that when she joined Shrek Academy, she was at level 26. The earlier she consumed the herb, the better the effects. Breaking through level 30 would be a piece of cake. When she awoke, she stared at me intently, making me feel quite awkward. I asked little ancestor, are you feeling better? She mechanically nodded and then asked mysteriously, guess how old I am? 12, just like me, I replied without hesitation. Hey, how did you know? So boring. Then guess my soul power level. She inquired playfully. I pretended to ponder. 25? No. This lady is now a level 30 soul master. Once I obtain a soul ring, I will become a soul sovereign. I merely responded with a casual, oh, brother, I am already at level 39. So what is the big deal? Now it was her turn to look incredulous, her eyes wide with disbelief. Who believes that? Saying this, she summoned her martial spirit, 7 treasures, glazed tile. The next moment, she let out a piercing scream. My little ancestor, why are you screaming? Are you trying to attract those monsters again? I hurriedly rushed to the door to look around. I could hear her trembling voice counting. 1, 2, 3, 99 layers. She excitedly came over and grabbed my arm, saying, hey, do you still have that thing you gave me? What thing? I am Lenny. I shot her an incredulous glance. That thing is called the Xian Chao. There's probably only this one on the entire continent. Do you think it grows on trees? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's heart was filled with mixed emotions as she took my hand and pulled me outside. Where are we going? It's almost dark. The more reason to leave. At night, it is the realm of those monsters. Take me back to the Qibao Liuli sect. I thought it made sense. So taking advantage of the last bit of daylight, we hurriedly set off on our swords. Because we had an extra person, We flew a bit slower, yet we still managed to reach the neighboring province by nightfall. I was nearly drained of soul power and quickly sought a carriage. Inside the carriage, this little sorceress began to invite me. Hey, Lenny, do you have any plans? My father mentioned that there's a great academy called Shrek. Do you want to join me? I can have my grandfather take us there. Just thinking of Sword Ball and Bone Douluo, those two doting grandfathers, made me feel elated. If they came to act as muscle, those cultists would be dispatched in no time. I would even need to recruit anyone from the Spear Hall. Hey, I'm talking to you. Ning Rongrong pinched me when she saw me lost in thought. Ouch. I had to even caught what she said, responding absent-mindedly. After changing horses several times, we finally arrived at the territory of the Qibao Liuli sect. Ning Rongrong guided me through a winding path to the sect, and the guards immediately saluted upon seeing her. She ignored them and ran to the main hall of the sect. Taking a deep breath, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, help!" Goodness, what a performance, truly worthy of a little sorceress. No sooner had she called out than two figures descended from the sky, one with white hair and youthful features, and the other with a head full of black hair and an extraordinary presence. I felt a shiver down my spine. These must be Sword Douluo, Chenxian, and Bone Douluo Gurong. The pressure they exuded was significantly stronger than that of the Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo. Our little darling has returned. Chenxian, you have lost. As soon as Gu Rong's words fell, he vanished from air and appeared next to Ning Rongrong in the blink of an eye. I was utterly astonished. Was this not a perfect example of Kakashi's space-time ability? Such remarkable spatial skills. Ning Rongrong immediately launched into her performance, clinging to Gu Rong's arm and wailing, "Grandfather Gu." Woo! Chenxian also instantly teleported over, who bullied our Rongrong. Grandfather almost died outside. The two elders clearly found her antics amusing, their expressions filled with disbelief. Ning Rongrong, in a state of desperation, pointed at me and exclaimed, "It's true. I was captured, and if it weren't for Lenny, I would have perished." I hurried forward to explain, "Esteemed seniors, she is not deceiving you. We encountered a sinister cult in a Bailey province, where Rongrong was captured and subjected to the implantation of a mysterious fruit, nearly costing her life." The mention of a cult immediately furrowed the brows of the two esteemed figures. Ning Rongrong frantically shook Gu Rong's arm, declaring, "I'm fine now. Lin, he healed me. Grandpa Gu, please help me avenge this." A cult? Let me confront them. Gu Rong was poised to depart at once. In the next moment, I felt a blur before my eyes as I was drawn into an alternate space. "Do not worry, this is my alternate space." Gu Rong's voice resonated in my ears. When I emerged from this otherworldly realm, I was utterly stunned. We had returned to a Bailey province. Had we traveled at the speed of a rocket? Ning Rongrong explained with pride, "Grandpa Gu's technique is called spatial leap. It can traverse the entire Tiando Empire within a single day." Shoo! I suddenly gestured for silence, as the familiar stench wafted toward me. "Seniors, it's them. Those who harm Rongrong shall face death." Gu Rong snorted coldly, unleashing his ultimate move, 7th soul skill, Bone Dragon Transformation. An enormous bone dragon spiraled through the sky. An awe-inspiring spectacle. The bone dragon lifted us aloft, while below, a sea of cultists gathered ominously. 5th soul skill, Forest of Bones. Countless bone spikes erupted from the ground, instantly clearing the area. A figure in purple robes leapt from the crowd, but before he could utter a threat, he was identified by Ning Rongrong. Without hesitation, Gu Rong commanded the bone dragon to pierce through a spatial portal, and with a single claw, he seized the purple-robed figure into the air. 8th soul skill, Rain of Bones. Another wave of area of effect magic ensued, leaving no minion unscathed. They were all pinned to the ground. Who are you to dare capture a member of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School? The oppressive aura from Gu Rong frightened the purple-robed man to the brink of despair. Upon recognizing Gu Rong, he attempted to take his own life, only to be instantly restrained by Gu Rong's soul power. Realizing his imminent demise, he confessed that he was acting under the orders of the cult leader, prompting Gu Rong's expression to shift dramatically. "This is bad," he shouted, swiftly opening a spatial portal to shove both Ning Rongrong and me inside. When we re-emerged, the purple-robed man had self-destructed, leaving chaos in his wake. Goodness, what rapid response. Gu Rong's frown deepened. I had sealed that fellow's soul power, yet he still managed to self-destruct. The trail had gone cold. So we proceeded to investigate the captured cultists, only to discover an even more bizarre occurrence. "Seniors, They seemed to have returned to normal. I pried open the eyelids of one individual, and his pupils shifted from a dark yellow back to black, devoid of any markings. This situation was exceedingly strange. The next day, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji personally welcomed me, presenting a gold card worth 200,000 gold soul coins. However, Ning Rongrong interjected, "Father, 200,000 is not enough." Then, in front of everyone, she summoned her martial soul. Initially, the crowd was puzzled, wondering what was happening. After a brief pause, a guard trembled as he announced, "Sect Master, it's the 9-tiered pagoda." Ning Fengji rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Upon personally touching the 9-tiered pagoda, he became ecstatic, repeatedly murmuring about the Jiubao glazed pagoda. "Issue my command. From this day forth, the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School shall be renamed the 9-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Family, this immense fortune has finally come my way." Ning Fengji eagerly inquired about the evolution of the martial soul, with Ning Rongrong pointing directly at me. Instantly, all eyes were focused on me. I recounted how I had saved her with the Chua Yijingxiang, causing Ning Fengji, Chinexan, and Gu Rong to gaze at me with gleaming eyes, inquiring if the miraculous herb still existed. I informed them that I currently possessed only one. Although Ning Fengji appeared disappointed, he refrained from further comment. Subsequently, Ning Fengji began to scrutinize my background. He requested to see my martial soul, and I revealed the 7-kill sword. Chun Xian was taken aback and asked if I was a descendant of the 7-kill sect. I fabricated a story about a mutation in my martial soul. He promptly promised that if I joined the 9-Treasure Glazed Tile School, he would teach me the complete 7-kill sword technique, even the domain aspect. I chuckled inwardly, but replied, "Esteemed senior, I have perused the fragmented texts in the Martial Soul Hall-S library. I do not possess the key techniques." Wasn't he that just handing him leverage? However, while he sought to recruit me, I could not simply switch allegiances. "I apologize, Sect Master Ning, but I am already affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall Academy. I am currently out for training." "The Martial Soul Hall Academy?" Ning Fengji exclaimed in surprise. "How old are you? And what is your soul power level?" 12 years old. Level 39. Upon uttering this, the room fell silent. Ning Fengji immediately pulled the sword Dalu and bone Dalu behind a screen to whisper. I could easily guess they were plotting to keep me there by force. Sure enough, when they emerged, Ning Rongrong blushed and asked, "Lin Yi, do you have someone you like?" "Indeed, quite a few," I teased. "Am I one of them?" "Yes." The little demoness was left speechless. Her face flushed as she punched me playfully before running away. Ning Fengji cleared his throat and directly inquired about my parents' whereabouts. "Oh no, is he asking to meet my family?" I hastily replied that I was an orphan. Finally, Ning Fengji revealed his true intentions. "Lin Yi, if Rongrong were to follow you, would you be willing?" Gu Rong and Chun Exen exchanged glances, bewildered. Such a sale of one's daughter was unprecedented. "I would absolutely be willing. This is a sanctioned pursuit of romance. After all, certainly no problem." With the matter settled, I still had lingering concerns regarding the events in Abaili province. I sought an excuse, claiming I needed to handle some personal affairs, allowing Ning Rongrong to first acquire her soul rings while I would return to find her later. I returned to the site, only to discover that after the demise of the purple-robed man, the residents had indeed returned to normal. Though many young and strong individuals had been taken away, from several escapees, I pieced together the unsettling truth. The so-called miraculous fruit was a type of insect that could awaken an unpleasant insect martial soul in ordinary individuals, leading to their abduction and disappearance. Following the trail, I ultimately uncovered a new cult stronghold at the border of Tiando and Xinghua. I meticulously noted all information and hurried back to the Martial Soul Hall to rally support. Upon sharing the details with Bibi Dong, the Martial Soul Hall took the matter with utmost seriousness. Ghost Dalu deduced that it was a parasitic organism that fabricated martial souls to consume the soul power of soul masters, aligning perfectly with my suspicions. After addressing these matters, I finally returned to my own room. After such a prolonged journey, it was time to earnestly enhance my soul power. I must say, it all hinges on that unreliable artificial intelligence system of ours. I quickly retrieved the long-forgotten Simulator 10. Now, with a generous 200,000 gold card from Ning Fengji in hand, I could afford to indulge in the simulation without concern. The achievement cards were gone. I could simply purchase more. Without hesitation, I inserted 5 achievement cards and initiated the simulation. Goodness, my simulated life fast-forwarded dramatically. I was born in a fisherman's household at the age of 1. Awakened my martial soul, the gem starfish, at 6, and started with a soul power level of 5. Then it was an unbroken streak of good fortune. At 18, I set sail, and by 23, I had reached level 30. However, misfortune struck when I was captured by pirates during the soul ring acquisition. Can you believe it? I ended up assimilating into their ranks. At 29, I was forcibly inducted, and by 35, due to my personal charm, I transformed the entire pirate crew into law-abiding citizens. At 40, I became the vice captain, and at 50, I discovered a treasure map in a sunken ship. Family, who understands? My simulated life was extraordinarily absurd. After spending a decade searching for treasures, I became the captain at 70, and, astonishingly, I reached the rank of Soul Sage. At 73, I finally unearthed the treasure, which, in addition to gold and jewels, contained a soul bone. However, the most outrageous twist came when I, at 99, finally decided to absorb this soul bone, only to regret it profoundly afterward. It turned out to be the soul bone of a 60,000-year-old devil spirit white shark. Y&T, I'd done this earlier. Then, 120, I attained enlightenment, becoming a titled law. I had expected to live out my days peacefully. But at 140, I foolishly provoked the evil spirit Orca King, resulting in my demise at the hands of a horde of whales. What a bizarre way to meet my end. The simulation has concluded, and the rewards have arrived. A choice among the Wuhun, soul rings, soul bones, or a treasure map. I must say, this system is quite adept at playing with my psyche. A 6,000-year soul bone would significantly enhance my combat power. Acquiring it would certainly bolster my strength. Yet, the treasure map, glowing blue and tantalizing like a cat's paw, scratches at my heart. What if it leads to the sea god's treasure? Tentatively, I inquired of the system. Is this treasure map genuine? Can I utilize it in Douluo? The system responded, authentic and effective, but the treasure must be explored independently. What of her boast statement? After much deliberation, I gritted my teeth and chose the treasure map. Soul bones can be farmed again. I have the means. However, this treasure map, if missed, would be lost forever. Thus, I spent money to farm once more. As expected, spending money yields soul bones. Though this time I received something rather disappointing, a 5,000-year fox body bone. I exclaimed in frustration. Seriously, this broken system? It's clearly meant for Hulaina. Why is it given to me? Despite my complaints, I earnestly accepted it. Ah, how delightful it is to gather soul bone sets for Rong Rong and Hulaina. Although I wasted numerous achievement cards, my mindset remained positive. This endeavor is akin to drawing cards. One must succumb to despair for the system to bestow good fortune upon you. I assess my resources. I am currently at level 40, possessing a dual Wuhun, the 7 kills sword technique, a weakened version of the Sea God's 13 styles, and an unparalleled immobilization technique, the unpredictable wind wave, although it drains my energy upon use. To be frank, I felt a twinge of melancholy. Tang San possesses mental prowess and the Shantian treasure record's hidden weaponry, which leaves me uncertain of my odds against him. But then I thought, why fret? He is only at level 29 and has yet to acquire the celestial herb. I completely outclass him in levels. Surely, the future simulator will yield something to counter mental power. As for hidden weapons, forget it. While he plays with hidden weapons, I will bring out the cannon. That is what is meant by a dimensional strike. Having come to terms with this, my immediate priority is to break through level 40. I informed Bibi Dong, who promptly sent Zhu Dalu to escort me in hunting soul rings. Upon reaching the entrance of the Star Do Great Forest, to my surprise, Xiaoyu, Gulaina, and Ayan all joined us. Xiaoyu looked bewildered. Wait, weren't we just here to spectate? Why are we now laborers? Ayan was quite excited, having consumed the celestial herb, and was eager to practice against soul beasts. Gulaina, even more elated, clung to my arm, making it quite unbearable. I teased her, hey, they're watching. She boldly retorted, let them watch. Do they have a problem? This startled Xiaoyu and Ayan, who hastily denied any objections. It was amusing. Assault-type characters are utterly restrained by control-type characters. We four bantered merrily as we entered the forest. However, shortly thereafter, Xiaoyu spotted someone battling ahead. Should we go take a look? Ayan suggested. We stealthily approached, akin to thieves, hiding perfectly among the trees, ready to observe. Below, a group of individuals, lacking in skill, was besieging a 4,000-year iron armor dragon. This creature was particularly troublesome, capable of summoning all its minions for a frenzied charge. Just as we were engrossed in the spectacle, Suddenly, a volley of 4 flying daggers shot towards us from the forest. We easily dodged, but our enjoyment of the moment vanished. An elderly woman descended from the trees, revealing 6 soul rings. She was a soul emperor. Immediately, she inquired, "Are you here to steal this iron armor dragon?" I was speechless. We were merely passing through. How did it turn into a robbery? Ayan's short temper flared, and he activated his Wuhun, instantly incinerating the nearby trees. The opposing side, realizing the situation, grew anxious and displayed their soul rings, a multitude of yellow, purple, and black. Quite an impressive show. The elderly woman appeared startled, likely not anticipating that we had 2 soul kings and a soul sect among us. She intended to intimidate us, but instead found herself up against formidable opponents. I hurried to mediate, about to explain, when the elderly woman introduced herself. "I am Chao Tianxiang." My heart sank. This was the notorious snake woman, Chao Tianxiang. Those earlier daggers were thrown by her granddaughter, Meng Iran. This group belonged to the Exotic Beast Academy. The situation had turned against me. I hastily bowed. "Greetings, esteemed elder snake." I sought to ingratiate myself, mentioning my acquaintance with her husband, Meng Shu. Before I could finish, the iron armor dragon could no longer contain itself and unleashed a powerful move, sending all its minions into a frenzy. Hundreds of iron-armored beasts charged at everyone, and the scene spiraled into chaos. A student from the Exotic Beast Academy even blamed us. "It's all your fault for delaying the timing." I found this utterly laughable. Ayan, on our side, swiftly conjured a circle of magma, incinerating every iron-armored beast that approached. Meanwhile, the Exotic Beast Academy's side floundered, casting resentful glances in our direction. Some hot-headed individuals, while clearing the monsters, deliberately aimed their skills at us. Had I not intervened, Ayan would have already engaged in a brawl. After a hard-fought battle against the beast tide, I intended to defuse the situation and suggested we part ways. However, a man from the opposing side stepped forward, insisting we could not leave. This time, I could no longer contain myself and shouted, "You think you can dictate our actions? You're mistaken." I pointed at him. "You, the one who just spoke, come forth. Let us duel. If you win, you can do as you please. If you lose, you will bow and apologize." To my surprise, he actually stepped forward, activating his Wuhun, a 56th level battle soul king, wielding a serpent spear. Hulaina grew anxious, pulling me back, reminding me of my disadvantage at level 40 with only 3 rings. But why should I fear anyone? I boldly proclaimed my title, a 40-level battle master. Wuhun Lu Yuanjian. He perceived my lower level and feigned superiority. "Kid, given your youth, just admit defeat and bow your head." He glanced back at his students and Elder Snake, attempting to assert his dominance. Little did he know, I was merely 12 years old. To avoid accusations of bullying, he continued to act tough, stating I could only use 4 rings and offer me the first move. How could I refuse such an invitation? I strutted confidently towards him, not even drawing my sword, and delivered a fierce kick to his face. In the next moment, laughter erupted from the golden generation. Even the opposing students could hardly contain themselves. "You." His face turned ashen, and he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his serpent spear, targeting my lower regions. Was he attempting to ensure my demise? I quipped. Unleashing my full power, the 7-kill sword met his assault head-on. He was visibly shocked, not expecting my strength to be so overwhelming despite my lower soul power. As he grew increasingly alarmed, he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Spirit Snakebite. The spear's tip morphed into a living serpent head, sinking its fangs into my arm. "Ah, an interesting weapon transformation." I mused. "Kid, my spirit snake is poisonous," he boasted with a grin. As the venom coursed through my arm, turning it black, he believed victory was assured since his snake toxin could paralyze foes. Yet, he underestimated me. I remained unaffected. Just as he thought my arm was immobilized, I executed a powerful 7-kill sword strike. He attempted to block with his spear, but his hands trembled, causing him to sustain injury. "Impossible. How are you not poisoned?" He looked as if he had seen a ghost. In a panic, he unleashed his 4th soul skill, spewing a cloud of toxic mist towards me while his spear aimed insidiously at my lower body. Hulaina appeared ready to intervene. I retorted, planting seeds. "If you wish to render me impotent, today you shall taste the bitterness of castration." I charged through the toxic mist, unleashing my sword energy, shredding his clothes to tatters within moments. Seizing the opportunity, while he was still instinctively trying to block my sword energy, I delivered a powerful kick to his lower abdomen. Good heavens, he was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against a large tree before collapsing, clutching his stomach and losing consciousness. The students from the Exotic Beast Academy were left in shock, murmuring about illusions. Hulaina, on the other hand, was relieved and called out to me. Xiao Yitzi, you were magnificent. When we return, I shall reward you. Shopo Chitenshang realized that I was the teacher who was fated to oppose her, so she attempted to mediate, suggesting that if someone fainted, it should be overlooked. I refused. If someone faints, does that mean no apology is necessary? Those impudent students must apologize to me. At this moment, Snake Lady found herself in a predicament, for her granddaughter, Meng Iran, was one of the instigators. Meng Iran boldly declared, I will not. They're the ones causing trouble. Upon hearing this, Yin clenched his fists tightly, exclaiming, Oh, so the Xingdou Great Forest is your family property? Just then, I noticed Snake Lady's furrowed brow relax, and an ominous premonition washed over me. Indeed, a frail figure stealthily emerged behind Meng Iran. It was over. Long Gong Meng Shu had arrived. I sensed trouble brewing, for this elder was notoriously protective of his family and a formidable level 88 soul Dalu. Coupled with his martial soul fusion technique, even Yu Guan would find it challenging to contend with him. Meng Shu, after hearing his wife's whispers, recognized the conflict was initiated by his side, but his instinct to protect his granddaughter was paramount. With a solemn expression, he addressed everyone, esteemed guests. I am Long Gong Meng Shu. Kindly grant me a favor, and let this matter rest. I quickly restrained the eager to speak Xie and others. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Very well, let this matter end here. However, Senior Meng Shu, I possess an item of great relevance to you. Meng Shu paused, and I introduced myself. We hail from the Wuhan Temple Academy. I then produced the Dragon Head Herb, an extraordinary plant capable of aiding any dragon-type martial soul to evolve, assisting you in breaking through to the title Douluo rank. My condition was simple. The legendary couple, Long and Snake, must join the Wuhan Temple. Meng Shu initially intended to mock my audacity, but upon hearing the mention of poisoned Dagubo, he became intrigued. It was already common knowledge in the martial world that Dagubo's power had significantly increased. Without allowing him to hesitate, I levitated the herb before him with my soul power, stating, simply brew it in water to consume. With that, I turned to leave with Xie and the others. On our way, Yin expressed concern that he might take the item without acknowledging it, to which I replied succinctly, we shall see. Shortly thereafter, we encountered an 8,000-year-old wind spirit ape, and I successfully obtained my 4th soul ring. The new soul skill, Phantom Sword Dance, allowed me to create several phantoms, enabling me to switch positions with them at will, akin to a youthful version of Flying Thunder God, exuding charm. My soul power soared to level 42. Upon returning to the Wuhan Temple, I consulted Bai Dong regarding the divine cult but found limited information. Thus, I resolved to investigate further. Disguising myself, I returned to the border. To my surprise, during my few days of obtaining soul rings, the enclave had expanded yet again. I infiltrated the area and spent a few days observing, only to discover that the environment was becoming increasingly sinister. The cultists were leveling up at an alarming rate. Within mere days, a 2-ring soul master had transformed into a 4-ring soul zone. It was as if they had unlocked a blood cheat and received triple experience. The security here had also become exceedingly stringent, and I struggled to find an opportunity to act. Until one day, a military force from the Luo Empire arrived. This army, known as the Tianlang Brigade, boasted an average soul power exceeding level 40, led by a soul saint general. Upon discovering that these cultists were conducting malevolent rituals involving children, they wasted no time in launching an attack. I finally understood the cultists' martial souls were, without exception, various repulsive insects. After the battle, I revealed my identity as a member of the Wuhan Temple and engaged in conversation with the general. I realized that the might of the Luo Empire was no mere boast. Their Soul Master Academy welcomed anyone with strength, unlike the nobility-dominated Tiandou. And their reconnaissance system was even more meticulous than ours at the Wuhan Temple. As I conversed with him, an unsettling thought struck me. The Luo Empire was so formidable. No wonder they thrived during the Douluo era in the original story. The general informed me that these insect martial soul wielders were the 3rd wave of evil soul masters they had exterminated, akin to resilient cockroaches. Eliminate one group, and another would arise. I pondered the weight of this information and decided to share everything I had uncovered as an undercover agent. Once our information was consolidated, The Luo Empire was thrown into an uproar, promptly deciding to mobilize troops, raising the highest alert along all borderlines, dispatching soul masters in droves. Observing the situation, the Tiando Empire realized their neighbor was fortifying their defenses and, fearing an incursion, quickly followed suit. Though this method addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause, it at least stabilized the situation. After several days of turmoil, our three major powers, Wuhan Temple, Tiando, and Luo, finally reached a consensus and issued a continent-wide announcement, categorically denouncing the so-called divine cult as an evil organization, mandating immediate and ruthless eradication upon discovery. Yet, even with this resolution, I still felt a nagging unease, as if something crucial was slipping through the cracks. However, I decided to set those thoughts aside, with my master and His Holiness the Pope to rely upon. My primary focus now was to seize every moment to grow stronger, with Qian Renxue in the Tiando Empire, and devoid of Tang San's interference. Securing the royal family was merely a matter of time. When that day arrived, we would flank the Luo Empire, compelling them to comply. Glancing at the calendar, I realized in just 3 days, it would be the enrollment day for the Shrek Academy. My friends, it is time to take action and intercept my future teammates. I smacked my forehead and hurried back to the Jiao Bao Lili sect. After several days apart, Rong was elated to see me. Yet I was troubled. If I brought Rong along, what would happen if we encountered Hulaina? Would they not clash on the spot? A potential battlefield loomed ahead. Never mind. I decided to push those thoughts aside. I greeted Uncle Ning Fengji, expressing my intention to recruit several prodigies, and he waved his hand in agreement. Consequently, I took Rong and headed straight for the legendary Shrek Academy. Upon arrival, the scene felt eerily familiar. A throng of hopefuls queued up, paid their registration fees, only to be dismissed for various bizarre reasons, leaving them disheartened. I genuinely could not fathom why so many transmigrators, well aware of the original plot and armed with all the information about opportunities, insisted on joining Shrek Academy, trailing behind Tang San and the Master in the dust. Rong, let us go and see the spectacle. I tugged her toward the crowd. The prospect of excitement ignited her mischievous spirit, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Just as we approached, a lewd whistle pierced the air, accompanied by a greasy voice. Oh, where did this lovely girl come from? So beautiful. The gaze scrutinized Rong as if it were an X-ray. Rong could not tolerate such disrespect and retorted on the spot, "Pervert." Initially, I dismissed the ruckus in the crowd. However, the next moment, someone stepped forward, and upon seeing him, I couldn't help but smile. That distinctive mismatched pair of eyes could only belong to Dai Mubai. With Ning Rong's beauty, she was a striking contrast amidst the sea of applicants, making it impossible for Dai Mubai to ignore her. He approached, grinning widely, and said, "Hey, little lady, come sign up at our academy. I'll take good care of you." At the sight of his state, with dark circles under his eyes and unsteady footing, it was evident he had spent the previous night indulging with those twin sisters again. At 15, a 37-level rank, and yet he had devolved to such a state, it was truly deserved. Would I indulge him? I promptly mocked, "Oh, isn't this the frail little cat?" Only then did Dai Mubai notice me. After acquiring my 4th soul ring, I had grown to nearly 6 feet tall, and my demeanor had shifted significantly. He squinted at me for a while, and his face suddenly turned pale as he recognized me as the one who had previously bested him. The humiliation surged through him, and he roared, "You little brat, today I will make you understand the consequences." Ever since our last encounter, he had come to Shrek, and while his strength had increased somewhat, it was unfortunate for him that I had reached level 42. With a swift motion, he revealed 3 soul rings, intending to intimidate me. However, I responded by revealing my own 4 rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. At that awkward moment, the teacher Li Yusung called out, "Mubai, what are you doing?" There are parents causing a scene, wanting a refund. Please escort them out. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt as though he had stumbled upon a lifeline, his face darkening as he contemplated making a hasty retreat. Could I allow him to escape? Has he turned coward, lacking even the courage to fight back? It seems he is only fit to linger in the brothels. My word struck a nerve, especially since he had just emerged from that place with Ma Hongjun the previous night. Ma Hongjun was driven by a fiery passion, but Dai Mubai, he was simply pathetic. Provoked by my taunts, Dai Mubai finally erupted, unleashing all his techniques: the White Tiger Guardian Shield, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, and the White Tiger Radiant Wave, all aimed at me. Unfortunately, They were utterly ineffective against me. Before his light wave could reach me, I utilized a phantom shift, appearing directly behind him and delivered a powerful kick squarely to his backside. Damn you! The force was tremendous, sending him flying several meters, stumbling to regain his balance. He was aware he couldn't win, but with so many young ladies watching, if he backed down today, how could he continue to boast about being the protector of the Rose Hotel in the future? He howled and charged at me again, his claws aimed directly at me. I brandished my 7-killing sword, parrying his strike, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him in an instant. The next second, DivineWeapons was sent flying, blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression a mix of disbelief and existential doubt. Am I truly this useless? I retracted my martial soul and shook my head, finding all to be quite dull. Giving him a beating was merely a price he paid for his bravado towards my dear Rongrong. After waiting at the entrance for quite some time, I still hadn't spotted Tang, San, and the others. Could it be that my actions had disrupted the plot? As dusk approached, I resolved to find a place to stay and return the next day. I strolled through the night market with Rongrong, heading straight for the Rose Hotel. You know how it is, the classic trope of only one room remaining. Sure enough, the front desk clerk, upon seeing our charming pair, displayed a knowing expression. Sir, madam, unfortunately, we only have one luxurious suite left. What do you think? Being a man of integrity, I promptly produced the golden card that Ning Fengji had given me. Charge it. The money from my father-in-law was sanctioned for such purposes. How could it be deemed inappropriate? I tipped the front desk clerk generously and was just about to head upstairs when, lo and behold, DivineWeapons, accompanied by Ma Hongjun, each with a pair of twin sisters in tow, swaggered in. I heard Ma Hongjun, nearly drooling, exclaimed, we agreed on one each. DivineWeapons shoved the girl on his left towards Ma Hongjun. Get it, you fat fool. Haven't you had enough fun yesterday? I was left utterly speechless. The original text had been far too conservative. These two were practically beasts. Upon realizing there were no rooms left, DivineWeapons slammed his palm on the front desk. What? You rented out the last room? Are you disregarding my status? The front desk clerk, terrified, pointed towards me, who was lazily heading upstairs. Ma Hongjun, noticing, exclaimed, "Oh, someone's causing trouble." He quickly caught up to me, draping an arm around my shoulders. Hey, buddy, are you unfamiliar with the rules here? Let me teach you a lesson today. Rules? My words are the only rules that matter. I swiftly locked his arm, inflicting pain that made him grimace. He remained defiant, flames from his evil fire phoenix igniting up my arm, shouting, "Let go or I'll turn you to ash." I chuckled. With such a mediocre martial soul, my body had been nourished by 2 divine herbs. Ma Hongjun's expression shifted from arrogance to shock, and then to panic. DivineWeapons, not recognizing that I was the same person who had taught him a lesson earlier, also joined in with his claws. I swiftly disarmed him. Upon spotting my 7-killing sword, DivineWeapons' pupils widened in terror. I seized Ma Hongjun, swinging him like a wrecking ball towards DivineWeapons, and the two of them became entangled. At that moment, Rongrong emerged from a room, instantly grasping the situation, and with a wave of her hand, declared, 9 treasures. First is strength, second is speed. 2 beams of radiant light enveloped me. In an instant, I divided into 5 phantoms, surrounding the pair. You are now completely surrounded by me. Surrender. Rongrong burst into laughter. The fat one, upon seeing the beautiful girl, had his desires reignited and attempted to charge forward. I delivered a kick to his face, sending him tumbling backward. At last, DivineWeapons' mind began to clear. Upon seeing Rongrong's 9-story glazed tower, he was nearly paralyzed with fear, clinging tightly to Ma Hongjun. Fatty, we're leaving. We can't provoke them today. The 2 of them, dragging the twin sisters along, scurried away in a flurry. As they departed, I overheard Ma Hongjun suggest, what if we call Tang-san? DivineWeapons suddenly realized, yes, let's divert the trouble. The 2 lechers exchanged gleeful looks. The next day, I returned alone to Shrek to keep watch. As boredom set in, I opened the book Guan Hai Ting Chao Ju, and to my delight, I could finally read the 4th chapter. To my astonishment, taming beasts. I leaped into the air. This technique could actually control soul beasts. Although my level was currently low, the instructions indicated it was not limited to sea soul beasts. Just imagining capturing a dark golden terraclaw bear as a pet in the future was exhilarating. Finally, fortune was on my side. While I was rolling about in excitement atop a tree, suddenly a dart flew through the air, embedding itself in the trunk beside me. I shivered and leaped down from the tree, only to find Tang-san standing nearby, with Xiao Wu at his side. I took the initiative to greet him. Tang-san? He paused for a moment before recognizing me. However, Before we could exchange more than a few words, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun charged in. Pointing at me and reporting, "Little San, it's him." Tang San furrowed his brow, caught between his academy brothers and childhood friends. Ultimately, he chose to remain neutral, pulling Xiao Wu away. Seeing their support leave, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun felt emboldened. I had no desire to fight at the entrance of Shrek. What if that old man Tang Hao appeared and dealt me a blow? My strategy was to avoid danger. I turned and ran, luring them deep into a small grove. Once we were far enough away, I was no longer polite. I didn't even need to use my soul skills. I merely practiced my 7 killing sword techniques against them, treating them as mere training dummies. As we fought, a sudden shadow darted out from the side, startling me and causing my swordplay to falter, nearly leading to a surprise attack from them. I quickly accelerated to evade and turned to see Wow, a stunning woman with an alluring figure and a cold demeanor. With long black hair, who else could it be but Zhu Zhuqing? Dai Mubai was instantly awestruck, and Ma Hongjun, with his pig-like demeanor, was beyond words, nearly drooling. Upon seeing the look in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, which had followed her all the way here, she had witnessed Dai Mubai's pitiful display and was thoroughly disappointed. Conversely, her gaze towards me was filled with admiration and curiosity. My friends, was this not an opportunity? Finally, she had arrived, and I was glad I had not given up. My heart was singing. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing took a stand beside me. Observing the situation, I ceased any pretense. Unleashing all my soul skills, I executed the 5th style of the 7 killing sword, Frosty Cold for 100 miles. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent exploded forth, leaving them no chance to react. And I swiftly knocked the pair of tigers unconscious. Killing them would be too mundane. I was far more interested in witnessing their eventual downfall and the bitter end of their betrayal. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, I remarked, "You are from the star Luo Zhu family, correct? This wretched school does not deserve your presence. Come with me." She lowered her head, somewhat lost, for she too had escaped. I extended my hand, and after much hesitation, she ultimately placed her hand in mine. The plan to recruit her had been a resounding success. What followed was even more intriguing. The legendary couple I had casually pointed out previously actually broke through to Tidal Douluo with the aid of divine herbs and voluntarily joined our spirit hall, providing me with significant assistance. My greatest concern about infighting was unfounded. Rong Rong and Zhu Zhuqing hit it off immediately, becoming close friends and spending their days together, leaving me somewhat sidelined. Very well, with the backyard secure, I could focus on my ambitions. The Shrek 7 were nearly dismantled. My next target was the terrifying city of Slaughter, to explore the realm of the god of death. However, before embarking on my journey, I must first master this Sun Shouju. I hastened to the Luo Ri Sun Lin to give it a try, only to be met with utter disappointment. With my current mental strength, not to mention a millennium spirit beast, even a century-old spirit beast would merely glance at me disdainfully before spitting and walking away. After much effort, I could only communicate with a decade-old spirit beast, and even then, it required me to fulfill its demands first. Goodness, am I playing a real-life version of Pokemon? Furthermore, I could only control one at a time. The second would simply disconnect, indicating that my mental capacity was insufficient. This endeavor is essential. I've learned my lesson the hard way. If I were to face Tang San in the future, with his mental prowess seemingly augmented, I could easily find myself rendered a fool with a mere misstep. I pondered the methods of cultivating mental strength in Douluo, and it seemed that the Jiobao Liuli sect was famed for its ability to control distractions. However, that method sounded torturous. Why should I complicate my life when I could simply pay to resolve it? I promptly returned to the Bing Huoliang Yin and opened my precious simulator. Come forth, my golden finger, grant me something splendid. I rubbed my hands together, scouring the system until I finally stumbled upon a quest that piqued my interest. D-Class Story, Nightmare. A brief description read, experience the endless fluctuations of mental strength. The moment I entered, I was met with an overwhelming sensation. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered I was still in Dalu, but to my horror, I realized my limbs were missing. I screamed in alarm and hurried to the nearby pool, only to be rendered speechless. The reflection in the water revealed an enormous eyeball, adorned with slippery tentacles below, a veritable Cthulhu manifestation. To my astonishment, I had transformed into an evil eye tyrant, akin to the spirit beast associated with Huo Yuhao's 9th spirit ring, relying solely on mental prowess for battle. Very well, since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Upon checking the system, I found that becoming a spirit beast came with an ability card, Mental Devouring. The ability was straightforward and brutal: subdue weaker beings with my mental strength and consume them. Glancing at the task, it was even more outrageous, demanding that I evolve through consumption to reach the 10,000-year level. At that moment, I wanted to kneel before the system. Was I in a fantastical realm akin to the classic of mountains and seas, starting with a koan and evolving through consumption? Was that the plan? Considering my current diminutive form, I had no choice but to comply. For my survival, I first purchased a danger warning card from a shop. As it had saved me multiple times before, if I couldn't win, I would flee. There was no shame in that. Equipped with my new card, I set to work without hesitation. After all, it was merely a simulation, and I felt no psychological burden. Anything I encountered, I consumed. Even the smallest mosquito was meat. The scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Wherever I went, not a blade of grass remained. It mattered not whether they were running or growing, animal spirit beasts or plant spirit beasts. None could escape my evil eye. I even gave myself a moniker, Lin Sangwang, the one who devours, searches, and seizes everything in my path. As I continued my consumption, I realized that herbivorous spirit beasts were lacking. Their mental strength was as bland as plain water, devoid of flavor. It was the carnivorous ones that provided true sustenance for my spirit. Coupled with my hardworking nature ability, my growth rate skyrocketed. In just one afternoon, I went from a child-sized being to that of an adult, my age skyrocketing to a millennium. Huzzah! The big fish eating the small was far too simple. Just as I reveled in my triumph, I discovered that those decade-old and several decades-old minor creatures no longer satisfied me. Thus, I set my sights on century-old spirit beasts. Upon reaching the millennium mark, I acquired a new skill. I could now project my mental strength externally. I could even charge it into a beam of light to shoot forth. I dubbed this technique with a rather dramatic name, Death Laser Eye. With this skill, hunting became even more effortless. When encountering century-old spirit beasts, I no longer needed to engage in close combat. A distant shot from my death laser, I would secure my success. After a night had passed, I began to feel a tinge of boredom. Initially, I had anticipated a greater challenge, yet this was far too easy. Just as the thought crossed my mind, the danger warning suddenly blared. I swept my mental strength across the area and was met with the sight of a spear hurtling towards me. What the? Who dares to attack me? I instinctively shouted, only to forget that I was now a spirit beast, and my adversary could not comprehend my words. The spear struck the ground beside me and vanished. A man emerged from behind a tree, adorned with 3 spirit rings, clearly a spirit master. Huh, a spirit master dares to challenge me. Lin Sangwang? I scoffed internally, but upon closer inspection, I felt a flicker of familiarity. Though puzzled, I did not hesitate. I launched a shot from my laser eye. To my surprise, he dodged with remarkable speed. My heart sank. That spear, a swift attack type. Could he be the younger version of Shilong, the serpent spear Douluo? This was a future powerhouse of the spear hall. Intrigued, I thought, for the sake of colleague, I shall spare you. Let me observe your skills. After all, within the simulator, this was an invaluable opportunity to gauge the future titled Douluo's capabilities. I must say, it was no surprise that someone destined to become a titled Douluo would be formidable even in their youth. Without hesitation, Shilong unleashed his first soul skill. Sharp spear mistake. His second soul skill, charge. In an instant, he vanished from sight. My danger warning blared frantically. My heart sank. Surely he wasn't here to hunt spirit rings at level 40? I had just reached the millennium mark. I could not afford to perish here. With my mental strength, I narrowly evaded his attack, but his onslaught continued relentlessly, and he cunningly targeted my vulnerable eye. Realizing the imminent danger, I could no longer hide. I activated the Evil Eye Tyrant's innate skill, Revenge. Usable 3 times a day, it allowed me to convert incoming attacks into my own mental strength. Just as his spear was about to pierce my eye, I unleashed my skill, absorbing all his attacks, and condensed that energy into a highly concentrated laser, unleashing it at point-blank range directly into his eyes. In the next moment, the spear vanished, and Shilong collapsed to the ground. Just as I prepared to check on the esteemed individual, he astonishingly stood up as if nothing had happened. I immediately braced myself, fearing he was about to unleash a powerful attack. Instead, he began to mumble, "I want candy, mama, I want candy." And upon lifting his gaze to behold my terrifying form, he screamed, "Ah, mama, they're S.A. Ghost." At that moment, I was dumbfounded. Who would understand? With one strike, I had turned the future serpent spear Douluo into a fool. This mental assault was utterly terrifying. In light of our shared affiliation with the spirit hall, I refrained from devouring him and merely kept watch. As dusk fell and I returned from my stroll, I discovered he had vanished. Out of sight, out of mind. Besides, it wasn't my doing. With the psychological burden lifted, I began to grind through the night. In just one night, my age surged to 3,000 years. If others were to learn of this speed, their eyes would surely pop out. Of course, Shilong was no fool. After recovering, he promptly reported the encounter with the peculiar spirit beast to the spirit hall. Days later, my Lin Sangwang had reached the pinnacle of his essence. Be it creatures soaring through the skies or swimming through the waters, I felt compelled to devour even the bacteria I passed by. With each act of consumption, my age ascended to 20,000 years. I also acquired 2 new skills. One was mental suppression, puppet control, and the other was void chains, capable of binding an enemy for 3 seconds. Yet just then I encountered a formidable threat. A 30,000-year dark demon, evil god tiger had set its sights on me. I must emphasize that this creature is a super boss in the original story, possessing high intelligence and the ability to revert beings to their childhood in a life-and-death arena, subsequently dominating them. Tang Sin nearly met his demise at its hands. This individual has been stealthily following me. Although he has yet to take action and the danger alert has not sounded, my 2 millennia of spiritual awareness have already detected his presence. As the saying goes, the finest hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. I cannot help but smirk inwardly, thinking he still wishes to play the role of the yellow sparrow. Today, I shall reveal who the true hunter is. I feigned ignorance and continued to absorb. Thus, we remained in a stalemate for 3 days, during which I successfully ascended to 3 millennia. I sensed the moment was ripe and was preparing to strike when a danger alert rang once more. Scanning with my spiritual energy, I found the Mo Xie Shun, who's still motionless at its location. Where then did the danger originate? There was no time to ponder. As a long sword radiating golden light descended from above, aimed directly at me, I could not evade it, and was compelled to activate my revenge skill once more to absorb the attack. Looking up, I beheld a man clad in the robes of the Wuhan temple. 6 wings unfurled from his back, with a soul power reaching 60 levels. My heart sank. Could this be the unfortunate Pope, Qian Sunji, who had been crushed by Tang Hao? What was more alarming was that the energy I rebounded back was effortlessly absorbed by him. His spiritual force surpassed mine. In the next moment, his angel light sword descended again. Yet, my remarkable hidden ability rendered his attack ineffective. Just as the sword was about to strike, I unleashed a void chain to bind his hands. While I could only hold him for a brief moment, it was sufficient. I dashed towards the Mo Xie Shun Hu. I had already discerned that upon seeing Qian Sunji, this tiger became even more excited, perceiving us both as prey. Would I allow him to have his way? I took on the role of a disruptor, leading the formidable Qian Sunji towards the tiger, inciting a fierce dogfight. As the 3 factions confronted each other, an immediate stillness enveloped the scene. Clearly, Qian Sunji recognized the Mo Xie Shun, who is a great menace, and after careful consideration, decided to eliminate this threat first. The 2 of us, 1 human and 1 beast, bizarrely reached a consensus, directing our focus towards the Mo Xie Shun Hu. The battle was intense, while I stood by, biding my time, ready to slip away at any moment. Indeed, under the constraint of Qian Sunji's light power, the tiger soon began to falter. Observing the opportune moment, I feigned a retreat. The tiger, predictably, took the bait, believing its chance had arrived, and immediately activated its domain skill, the arena of life and death. In an instant, both Qian Sunji and the Mo Xie Shun were frozen in place, immobile. As I stealthily made my escape, I quietly returned. Upon assessing the situation, I realized they were engaged in a soul battle within the arena while their bodies remained punished outside. This rule could thwart physical attacks, but it could not withstand mine. My attacks directly targeted the soul. I unleashed a barrage of death rays upon the Mo Xie Shun, whose immobilized form. Inside the arena, Qian Sunji transformed into a 6-year-old child, prepared to execute a sliding tackle, only to witness the small tiger before him convulsing violently mid-pounce. Qian Sunji was momentarily stunned, but quickly deduced that it was the large eye outside that had returned. Remarkably, Qian Sunji was effortlessly achieving victory. I relentlessly bombarded the tiger's soul, nearly obliterating it. A minute later, the arena dissolved, and Qian Sunji emerged unscathed, while the Mo Sieshun, whose corpse collapsed with a resounding thud, its head shattered. Just as Qian Sunji stared blankly at the tiger's corpse, I stealthily gathered my greatest power, unleashing a laser directly into his brain. My dear Pope, do not hold it against me. After all, you wish to dissect me. As I gazed at the limp form of Qian Sunji, I reveled in the moment, reflecting on the age-old adage of the clam and the snipe, where the fisherman profits. This sensation was exquisite. I hurried to the tiger's corpse and located the most vital inner core. After refining the body, I gained a mere 10,000 years of spiritual power, yet it elevated me to 40,000 years. The system chimed, indicating the completion of the quest, and I successfully acquired the new ability, spiritual absorption. To my delight, the system notified me that the inner core was a hidden item, eligible for special rewards. I promptly accessed the hidden store, and to my astonishment, it was filled with treasures. My eyes were immediately drawn to the external soul bone. Time was of the essence. So I selected the 3,000-year-old wing bone of the Mo Sieshun Hu. Upon returning to reality, I harnessed the energy of the Bing Huoliang Yin and completed the absorption in half an hour. My soul power soared to level 45. Most importantly, a pair of wings sprouted from my back. Not the usual black bat wings, but dark red, demonic feathers. I couldn't help but exclaim, how does this aura contrast so starkly with my righteous path? However, after testing its capabilities, I was left drooling. These wings not only allowed me to fly, but when flapped, they could tear through space, akin to Kakashi's Kamui. No longer would anyone dare to shoot at me from afar. I would simply draw them into another dimension. As I lay on the ground, indulging in my fantasies, a voice suddenly interrupted. Oh, Linny, what are you doing here? Startled, I opened my eyes to see Du Guyen. This is bad. I had absorbed the soul bone in the nude to avoid damaging my clothes. We exchanged wide-eyed stares, the air thick with tension, for 3 seconds. In the next moment, I leaped into the waters of the Bing Huoliang Yin, surfacing only with my head exposed. Please don't come near. This is social suicide. Du Guyen blushed and turned away. Humph, who cares? Once she left, I donned my clothes and emerged, maintaining a calm demeanor as I inquired, what brings you here? Ah, that grandfather sent me to check on the herbs. Why the concern? That old monster declared that the herbs are of lesser importance than his granddaughter, and all shall belong to me once healed. No sooner had I spoken than I felt a sharp jab to the back of my head. Who hit me? I turned around to find the familiar face of Du Gu Bo hovering behind me. You old monster, you ambushed me. Enough of the banter. Du Gu Bo said he wishes to ask for your assistance in obtaining the 4th soul ring for Yin Yin. I was taken aback. Sizing up Du Gu Yin. Sister Yin has reached level 40? Du Gu Bo beamed. Thanks to your divine herb. Yu Qianheng can no longer be deemed worthy of my Yin Yin. I couldn't help but chuckle. This old man certainly has a knack for humor. After a moment's thought, I reasoned that pairing Du Guyan's by Lin Shi Huang Wuhan with an offensive soul skill would indeed be beneficial. All right, old monster, I'll work for you. But I'll need to borrow your Dan Zhu once more. Get lost. Hurry and roll out of here. Such a miser. Iskold, Fine. I'll help you for free this once. I followed Du Guyan to the outskirts of the Luo Ri forest, and, sure enough, spotted the group from the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon seeing me, Yu Qianheng and his companions appeared utterly bewildered. Yin Yin, didn't you say that Du Gu Bo was coming to help? Yu Qianheng inquired. Du Guyan pointed at me. The senior is no longer coming. Here, SA replacement worker. The crowd regarded me with skepticism. A soul master named AOC Luo approached and patted my shoulder. Kid, how old are you? 12. Aha, Woba, must be over level 20, right? Don't embarrass yourself here. At that moment, a man swaggered out from the back of the crowd, exuding arrogance. Can this little brat even speak? Didn't your parents teach you? You should call me Big Brother. I understood from the disdainful glances of those around me that he was yet another eccentric. I turned to Du Guyan, Sister Yin. Who is this foolish Big Brother? Du Guyan stifled a laugh. That S.U. Tianlei, level 40, also here to acquire a soul ring. Oh, I see now. At such an age, still only level 40? Perhaps you should take a seat and avoid breaking any bones. Yu Tianlei's face turned a deep shade of green. I ignored him and greeted each of Yu Tianheng's companions. Meanwhile, Yu Tianlei was acting like a hyperactive child, jumping around, snapping branches, and kicking 10-year-old soul beasts. As if he feared the soul beasts in the forest were unaware of our presence. I rolled my eyes, uninterested in his antics. Suddenly, I felt a surge of mental energy and spotted a target. To my left front, caution, something is there. I immediately alerted everyone. As a Min Gongxi, Min Gong Shi type. Aosala dashed out a scout, but found nothing. Danger, retreat. I shouted. Aosalu reacted swiftly and retreated immediately, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. Yu Tianlei, noticing the opportunity, took on a clownish demeanor and seized the moment. Hey kid, are you even competent? Just making a ruckus, huh? There's nothing here. With that, he swaggered toward the area that Aosalu had just scouted, even bouncing a few times, reveling in his apparent success. I watched him silently count down in my mind. 3, 2, 1. Just as I finished counting, countless vines erupted from the ground, seemingly with a mind of their own, ensnaring Yu Tianlei in a thorough embrace of nature's affection. Though not the brightest, he was quick to react. Sensing the threat, he summoned his martial spirit, and a phantom of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus appeared, narrowly escaping immediate demise. However, he was not spared entirely, as the next second he found himself wrapped up like a human dumpling, nearly eliciting laughter from me. I must say, this fellow had clearly never encountered such a situation before, still trying to muster a charge of electricity. I directly spoke into the mic. Tianheng, could you perhaps advise your brother? That S.A. Zunbai, a carnivorous plant, would conduct no electricity. What are you trying to do, give him a massage? Seeing the expressions of confusion on the faces of the talented youths, I took it upon myself to educate them. This creature is called Zunbai. Anyone who enters its territory will find themselves ensnared by its branches, constricting tighter and tighter. Soon, it will secrete digestive juices, a sticky substance that can dissolve you alive into its nourishment. At this point, Yu Tianlei was in utter panic, squeezing out the words, "Save me, Adi." Yu Qianheng looked flustered, frantically signaling to Duguyen, indicating, "Quick, have your Linny intervene. This is the second elder's grandson. If he dies here, we have no way to explain." Duguyen, understanding the urgency, pulled me aside and whispered, "Lin, help me out, get him down." I couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister, how many times has this been now? You can't just keep dragging me into this. I feel like you're draining me dry." Seeing her anxious expression, I waved my hand. All right, just watch. I approached the tree, retrieved a small dagger from my pocket, and made a cut on my palm. As blood flowed out, I flicked it toward the tangled branches, exclaiming theatrically, "Taste my heavenly rain of blossoms." To my astonishment, as my blood touched the vines, they reacted as if scalded, rapidly carbonizing and retracting. Just as Yu Tianlei caught his breath, he began to speak rapidly. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Hurry up and keep pouring it out." They're still wrapped around me. My blood pressure spiked. What kind of absurdity was this? I was trying to save him, and now he was complaining? Yu Tianheng, noticing my displeasure, turned around and yelled angrily, "Yu Tianlei, be quiet. If you keep whining, you might just end up as dried meat." Finally, he fell silent, though the resentment in his eyes was evident. Wishing to give Duguyen some face, I flung another handful of blood, causing the remaining branches to retreat completely. Yu Tianlei fell to the ground with a thud, covered in sticky sap, looking utterly disheveled. Yi Lingling, ever kind-hearted, healed my wounds in an instant. Just as things settled down, I looked up and chuckled. "Sister Yin, your luck is quite remarkable. Thanks to this fool's antics, your soul beast has fled." They followed my gaze, their expressions wide-eyed, seeing nothing. It was Yu Qianheng who first spotted it, bursting into laughter. "How could you not see it?" I ceased my teasing and pointed to the trunk of a tree. There, a 4,000-year-old mimic viper. I must say, that snake is a master of disguise. Resembling the tree trunk perfectly, were it not for my warning, they would have walked right into an ambush. While maybe a bit lazy, its offensive capabilities and toxicity are formidable, making it ideal for you, Sister Yin. Whatever the case, let us proceed. What followed was the performance of the Tiando battle team. The Shijiao brothers took the front line as tanks. Yu Feng and Aosla flanked for surprise attacks. Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yan led the charge. And Yi Lingling supported from the back like a spring, their coordination seamless. I felt I could sit back and relax, as the mimic viper would certainly succumb to their efforts. Indeed, it was not long before the serpent was defeated. Dugu Yin sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the soul ring. However, little did we know that Yu Tianlei was up to mischief again. After his fall, he had wanted Yi Lingling to heal him, but she had completely ignored him. Harboring resentment, he ventured into the forest alone while we were preoccupied with the snake. By the time we noticed, he had attracted a long string of soul beasts behind him, a veritable horde. I thought a beast tide was upon us. I leapt into a tree and shouted angrily, "What the hell? This is pure chaos. Are you trying to stir up trouble?" I should have let him dry out on the tree. Yu Qianheng was nearly exploding with fury, pointing at him and shouting, Yu Tianlei, do you even understand the consequences of your actions? And what do you think he replied? With a sense of righteousness, he said, consequences? Isn't it just that I won't be able to absorb the soul ring? You nearly killed me earlier. Have you considered the consequences? I was completely baffled by this absurd logic of the wrong party. Just as we prepared to confront the oncoming beasts, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. A surge of power lifting Douluo Yin and whisking her away. I looked on in amusement. Ah, the old monster. You said you'd let me do the hard work. Yet here you are, worried after all. It was none other than Douluo. He had safely escorted his granddaughter to the Binghua Liangyi Eye for soul ring absorption. Then with a flash, he returned to my side, delivering a playful thump on the back of my head. You little monster, just watching the show here? Try hitting me again. I dare you. Infuriated, I grabbed his arm and bit down. Are you a dog? If I can't beat you, can I at least bite you? Bah. As we exchanged banter, chaos reigned below. Yu Tianlei, ever the genius, activated his third soul skill, a wide-range lightning field, electrifying the surrounding soul beasts, which then chased after him, and he led them toward us. Douluo paid no attention to the battle. His focus was solely on the bloodied Yu Qianheng. Hey, old monster, what are you staring at? I inquired. Ah, are you selecting a son-in-law? This lad has decent potential, though he pales in comparison to you. Upon hearing this, I instinctively hugged myself. What are you trying to do? Let me warn you. Don't set your sights on me. No way. Union doesn't fancy a kid like you. That was more like it. I shrugged. Yu Qianheng was fine, though a bit lacking in strength. He wasn't unhelpful. Douluo's eyes lit up. What did you just say? I replied. I have a way to help him break through, but you must allow him to leave the sect for a while. I couldn't outright say that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan would face extermination in the future. Douluo frowned. This was indeed a tricky situation. I proposed an idea. Here's the deal. You tell him that if he can cultivate to soul sage without relying on the sect, you'll marry Douluo Yin to him. If he agrees, I'll lend him a hand. Deal. Douluo stroked his beard, calculating, feeling it was a worthwhile bargain. I also had a condition. I just knew you had ulterior motives. Speak. It's simple. You let me bring people to cultivate at the Binghua Liangyi Eye in the future. No problem. I'll even give you people if you want. The old monster was straightforward in his agreement. With that settled, I made my way back to the Binghua Liangyi Eye. Upon returning, I found Douluo Yin struggling with her absorption, breathing heavily, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Douluo turned pale with fright, about to rush over. But I stopped him. Now you're worried? Don't worry, she'll be fine. The mimetic viper's soul ring carries poison. Upon expelling this blood, the toxin is completely purged, allowing the process to proceed smoothly. Indeed, it was not long before Douluo Yin completed her absorption and opened her eyes. Grandfather, I have acquired the ability to become invisible. Upon uttering these words, she promptly activated her fourth soul skill, environmental mimicry, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. I could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Although she was invisible to the naked eye, my mental acuity allowed me to pinpoint her location instantly. In the next moment, she playfully reappeared behind Douluo, covering his eyes. The old man was thoroughly pleased with this soul skill, his mouth agape in satisfaction. Sister Yan's soul skill is incredibly valuable, I remarked, perfect for ambushing and retreating, though one must be wary of opponents with high mental strength. The old man immediately approached with a sycophantic smile, urging, quickly, teach Yin how to cultivate her mental strength. I shook my head. No, it depends on talent. Mine is innate. I boast without hesitation, but there are alternatives. Acquiring a mental-type soul bone will suffice. All right, leave this matter to me, Douluo declared, taking charge. Once Douluo Yin had finished conversing with her grandfather, we returned to our group. To my surprise, Yu Tianlei was sporting a swollen head, while Yu Qianheng's face had turned an alarming shade of green from anger. Everyone still had to muster their courage to assist this ancestor in finding a soul ring. Yu Tianlei, however, asserted himself, declaring, my soul skill is unique. I will choose for myself. As you say, I was delighted to shift the responsibility onto him, avoiding future troubles. He spent a considerable time searching ahead while we chatted behind him. Douluo Yin, ever the gossip, inquired, hey Linny, do you have a crush on anyone? What do you think of our Lingling? Older women are like golden bricks. I nearly rolled my eyes to the heavens. At that moment, the group of men ahead suddenly shouted in unison, what the hell? The Shijia brothers flanked me, exclaiming, Lin, introduce us to a few girls. Amused. I replied, sure, but if I get bullied in the future, You brothers must protect me. Absolutely. I chuckled inwardly. They had no idea who would end up bullying whom. Yu Tianlei, overhearing our banter, contorted his face in rage, his eyes brimming with resentment. Suddenly, he erupted in laughter as if he had struck gold. Ha! The heavens are on my side. A thunder beast. 4,000 years old. Yu Qianheng, capture it. His commanding tone could easily lead one to believe he fancied himself an emperor. I quickly intervened, sensing something was amiss. Do not engage. Something is wrong. A single glance revealed that this creature was not merely 4,000 years old. Its tail had bifurcated 5 times, indicating it was at least 5,000 years old. Additionally, its forelimbs crackled with electricity while flames erupted from its hind limbs, clearly indicating a mutation. I hastily warned them, yet Yu Tianlei, emboldened by sheer numbers, disregarded my caution and charged forward, unleashing electric attacks upon the thunder beast. The spectacle was nothing short of surreal. His lightning struck the creature with no effect, instead energizing it further, akin to charging a battery. This fellow, with his singular focus, continued to unleash his second soul skill, Sky Thunder, causing me to stare in disbelief. Was he not simply charging the boss? Yu Qianheng sensed the precariousness of the situation and hurriedly led the team into battle. Meanwhile, we had Yi Lingling desperately healing, while Yu Tianlei was futilely providing energy to the boss. I could no longer contain myself and shouted, "You truly are a colossal fool. Stand back. If you continue, you will drain your soul power and still fail to defeat it. You won't believe what happened next." This fool took my words as encouragement and became even more fervent. "Everyone, retreat from the lightning range, quickly," I bellowed with my soul power. Everyone hurriedly withdrew, leaving only Yu Tianlei still frantically attacking. In an instant, the Thunder Beast could no longer endure the onslaught of energy and retaliated with a massive bolt of lightning, sending Yu Tianlei crashing to the ground, charred and unconscious. I realized that if I did not intervene, this 5,000-year-old creature would indeed be transformed into a 10,000-year-old soul beast under his care. Without hesitation, I summoned my 4 soul rings, grasping the 7 killing sword firmly in my hand. In that moment, silence enveloped the battlefield. The Shijiao brothers exchanged incredulous glances, confirming they were not hallucinating. What is happening? 4 rings. Yu Qianheng, equally astonished, marveled at the 12-year-old soul master, a rarity unheard of. He quickly instructed his teammates. "Everyone, keep Lin Yi's soul power a secret. Do not let him see." His quick wit acknowledged that this revelation would not bode well for me. In those fleeting seconds of their astonishment, the Thunder Beast's lightning had already incinerated the surrounding area into scorched earth. I dared not enter its lightning domain, but instead attack from the periphery with my sword energy. Excellent. Lin Yi's attacks are effective. Yu Qianheng shouted, "Protect Lin Yi." The entire team formed a protective circle around me, crafting an impenetrable defense. However, none anticipated that Yu Tianlei was feigning unconsciousness. He had lain in wait. As soon as the Thunder Beast shifted its force field, he sprang up, eyes wide open, and unleashed a 3rd soul skill, Thunder Dragon's Might, directly striking the ailing Thunder Beast, instantly re-energizing it. Without missing a beat, he produced a black box from his soul guide, aiming it at my back. What the hell? The Zhuge Divine crossbow. Yu Qianheng reacted instantly, roaring, "Yu Tianlei, what do you think you're doing? Lin Yi, get out of the way." But it was too late. Accompanied by his manic roar, 16 crossbow bolts were loosed. I heard the sound, and my heart dropped, yet my reflexes were swift. The evil god wings unfurled behind me, enveloping me like an iron barrel. The bolts struck with a series of thuds, embedding themselves in my wings. Yi Lingling's healing light descended upon me instantly. Meanwhile, the electrified Thunder Beast descended into a frenzy, unleashing a catastrophic bolt of lightning and fire that struck Yu Qianheng squarely in the back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, grievously injured. "Ha! Yu Qianheng, you are finished. I shall be the next head of the family." Yu Tianlei had gone completely mad, laughing maniacally as he prepared a second volley for the Zhuge Divine crossbow, intent on annihilating us all. "Enough!" A languid voice broke through. "What kind of fool dares to prattle here?" I nonchalantly brushed off the arrows from my wings and stepped forward, unharmed. Even without an external soul bone, I was clad in soft armor. Upon seeing me, Yu Qianlei's face turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. "Why, you're unscathed." "Impossible. This Zhuge Divine crossbow can pierce stone." His hands did not falter. The mechanical springs whirred again, firing another 16 bolts directly at my face. What happened next was astonishing. Those 16 arrows aimed at my face vanished in a thin air just before reaching me. I merely flicked my wings lightly, and the space itself seemed to tear open a rift, absorbing the arrows without a sound. The fellow, Yu Tianlei, stood there dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, before he plopped down onto the ground in shock. I assure you, he would himself in terror. He attempted to launch a third attack, but I would not grant him the opportunity. Trembling, he pointed at me, stammering incoherently, "W, what did you do?" I sought to unnerve him. Killing him outright lacked intrigue. I wanted to shatter his psyche. Approaching with my 7-killing sword, I smiled and said, "Want to know?" Asked the king of ghosts. No sooner had I spoken than I swung my sword, and with 2 sharp cracks, I rendered his arms useless. The fellow howled in agony, his cries echoing throughout the entire forest. Clinging to his last breath, he still dared to threaten me. "Aren't you afraid of my family's vengeance?" I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, how frightened I was. In the next instant, I unleashed my mental siphon and directed it towards his mind. Let me tell you, with my current mental prowess, dealing with someone on the verge of collapse was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. I intended to render him an imbecile. Within mere seconds, his mental energy was entirely drained, and his intelligence regressed to that of a 2-year-old. I assure you, this fellow would never recover in this lifetime. Not even the divine could save him. Fearing he might escape, I kindly used a stick to stabilize his severed hand, spitting on his dazed face. "Go back and be a good grandson for your grandfather. With that brain of yours, dreaming of being a successor is laughable." After dealing with this petty nuisance, I turned around and was shocked to realize a grave situation was unfolding. Yu Qianheng was in dire peril, teetering on the edge of death. Yi Lingling was preoccupied with healing others and couldn't break free. I hastily retrieved my precious Xindo, from my pocket. Those in the know understand that this is a rare treasure, with only a few remaining. My heart ached at the thought. Time was of the essence. So I pried open Yu Tianheng's mouth and shoved it inside. In the blink of an eye, a miracle occurred. The gaping hole in his abdomen, scorched by lightning, began to heal at an astonishing rate, as if fast-forwarded like a film. Du Guyan was weeping profusely nearby. But Yu Tianheng spat out a mouthful of black blood and miraculously returned to normal. I patted Du Guyan on the shoulder. "Sister Yin, stop crying. Expelling the bruised blood is enough. We need to focus on the task at hand." The mutated Thunder Beast, having received a second lease on life from Yu Tianlei's lightning, was now fighting with all its might. At the sound of this, Du Guyan's anger surged. When a woman gets angry, it is truly terrifying. So I quickly distanced myself. With Yi Lingling present, it was merely a matter of time before they subdued that weakened soul beast. Meanwhile, I had more pressing matters to attend to. I swiftly made my way to the Eye of Ice and Fire, gazing at the dragon-headed fungus. Initially, I had hoped it would grow more, but it was clear that time was of the essence. I squeezed out some blood and scraped a small piece from the Shando, mixing it together to create a special fertilizer that I poured over it. I must say, this was a marvel of botanical science. The dragon-headed fungus grew vigorously as if possessed. I donned gloves and plucked the dragon-headed fungus before hastily returning to the battlefield. Just in time, they had just subdued the Thunder Beast. I shouted to Yu Tianheng, "Quickly, deliver the final blow." Without hesitation, he unleashed a thunderous dragon claw to finish off the creature. I handed him the dragon-headed fungus. "Here, the conditions are limited. Don't soak it in water, just utilize it." Du Guyan recognized the item, and just as Yu Tianheng was about to inquire further, she shot him a warning glance. Observing the situation, I realized he was quite submissive. Yu Tianheng swallowed the dragon-headed fungus in one gulp, immediately sensing something was amiss. His martial soul seemed poised to burst forth from his body, and his spirit ascended. He exclaimed in delight, "I've reached level 40. Those around him gathered in awe, with Yi Lingling grinning. "Boss, no wonder Lin insisted you personally slay this Thunder Beast. He had calculated the soul ring for you." Yu Tianheng finally understood, and his gaze toward me changed, filled with a newfound respect that made me uneasy. I urged quickly absorb the soul ring. He didn't need to say much, but I understood his intent. This brother was bound to me. As he absorbed the soul ring, Du Guyan pulled me aside, pointing at the drooling Yu Tianlei, and asked, "What should we do with him?" I chuckled. "He must not be well-liked within his family, right?" Du Guyan nodded. "Then it's simple." I began crafting a narrative. To say he got himself into trouble while hunting for a soul ring and got separated. When you found him on the way back, he had already been disarmed by the soul beast and was mentally broken. You were merely good Samaritans who exerted great effort to rescue him. Does that sound reasonable? Du Guyan was taken aback by my audacity, staring in disbelief before finally replying. That makes perfect sense. Once we confirm he can't recover, this matter is settled. After all, no one likes that second-generation heir. When Yu Qianheng regained consciousness after absorbing the soul ring, he radiated an aura that caused small arcs of electricity to dance around him. He immediately demonstrated his fourth soul skill, Blue Electric Divine Dragon Strike. I must say, his display left me awestruck. That was no mere Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. It was a colossal lightning fire dragon over 3 meters long, transforming from a single target assault to a devastating area attack. This skill resembled the Thunder Dragon from my previous gaming exploits, terrifying to behold. Yu Qianheng, brimming with excitement, leaped into my arms. From now on, we are brothers. Anyone who dares to harm you, I will risk my life to eliminate them. I gestured towards the dazed Yu Tianlei, saying, Gentlemen, let us keep the secret of this matter between us. Instantly, everyone understood, and Osro was the first to play along. Who is he? I don't recognize him. I immediately chimed in, yes, I don't recognize him either. What is the situation? Yes, just a passerby. Yufeng also began to tease. Just then, as we were cleaning up the battlefield, Osro suddenly exclaimed, discovering a grayish object from the Thunder Beast's corpse. Yu Qianheng picked it up and found it was a soul bone. He immediately wanted to give it to me, claiming it was all due to my effort. I couldn't help but chuckle. A 5,000-year-old soul bone? Even if gifted to me, I would consider it a burden. I outright refused. No way. It's meant for you. It suits you perfectly. Keep it for yourself. With the task completed, we parted ways. This venture was indeed a profitable exchange. A few Shansak, Xiansao, in return for a group of future powerhouses as friends. Upon returning to Wuhan City, my soul power had surged to level 46. My teacher, Bai Dong, sought me out, praising my rapid progress and mentioning a particularly challenging task ahead. I understood immediately. The dungeon of the City of Slaughter was about to open. As soon as I returned to my room, I was surrounded by Xiaoyu and others, each of them buzzing with excitement. Xiaoyu summoned his martial soul. Lin Yi watched closely, Thunder Moonblade. I was astonished to see that his 2 moon blades were etched with unique patterns, crackling with arcs of electricity. When we sparred, the moment our weapons clashed, my entire arm went numb. He had actually evolved to possess lightning attributes. As I exclaimed my admiration, Hulaina joined in. Little, watch this. She activated her martial soul, and 5 tails erupted behind her. Before I could process it, she had me immobilized, followed by a flurry of blows. It hurt terribly. Her martial soul had transformed into a 9-tailed fox. Overwhelmed, I cried out, I can't take it anymore. Enough of your showboating. Everyone clear the way. It's my turn to shine. No sooner had I spoken than my Xieshenyu Yi unfurled behind me, lifting me effortlessly into the air. The 3 below stared in shock. I couldn't help but gloat from above. Now you can't reach me, as I reveled in my triumph. 2 figures emerged from the crowd. We quickly bowed. Greetings, Qianjun Douluo and Jiaoma Douluo. These 2 were the twin super Douluos from the Hall of Offerings. And they had come here. One of them gazed at my wings and remarked, an external spirit bone? What great fortune for the Pope-S student. Then, without paying us any mind, the 2 great figures began sparring in the arena. I must say, the spectacle was nothing short of artistry. They didn't even use spirit skills, simply engaging in a contest of their dragon spiral staff, which left me entranced. Eventually, they escalated, raising protective barriers. The 4 of us outside watched with our mouths agape. After witnessing the display, Yan asked, who do you think is stronger, the 6th and 7th Hall Elders or the Ju Gue Elder? The 3 of us were startled and quickly glanced around. Xiaoyu pressed down on his head. Are you trying to dig a pit? Then we huddled together, whispering. Although Ju Gue possesses a martial soul fusion skill, I feel these 2 twins have the upper hand. After all, their mental connection is unparalleled. Once we confirmed no one was eavesdropping, we slipped away. The following day, our illustrious Golden Generation was summoned for an urgent meeting. Upon arrival, I observed the solemn expressions of Yu Guan and the Elder of Gueme. Indeed, in addition to us, a large group of students had gathered. The Elder of Gueme spoke with a composed demeanor, stating, ladies and gentlemen, you are the elite of the Wuhan Temple. The time has come for you to rise to the occasion. Yu Guan continued, the Shunting sect seeks to overthrow the continent and our Wuhan Temple. Your mission is to eradicate their stronghold. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of amusement. Was this not merely a case of workplace manipulation, painting grand visions? In essence, it was akin to a graduation examination. As anticipated, we were divided into teams of 5 to eliminate the strongholds. Our quartet, devoid of any additional members, swiftly dismantled one stronghold with ease. However, a peculiar issue arose. I discovered that the souls of these cultists were all identical, a type of insect never recorded in the soul catalog. Shue also sensed the anomaly, exclaiming, "Lin, this does not seem like a Wuhuan." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, this cannot be a legitimate sect. How could everyone's Wuhuan be the same? As we pondered this, an icy chill crept down my spine, prompting me to shout, "Run!" No sooner had the words left my mouth than the corpses of the cultists we had slain began to swell like balloons, followed by a series of explosive bursts. It was a corpse's explosion. The entire stronghold was reduced to rubble. Fortunately, we fled swiftly and emerged unscathed. Yet, upon returning to the Wuhuan temple, we found that of the 50 students dispatched, only 38 returned, suffering significant losses. Subsequently, Elder Yueguan publicly declared that we had graduated. A sense of unease gnawed at me. This cult incident was far from over, and I suspected we had infiltrators among us. Following this ordeal, I felt troubled and decided to return to my hometown, Shenghun Village. I intended to practice the distraction control techniques I had learned from the Qibao Liuli sect. Remarkably, within a month, I had advanced to the 5th level of Wu Qiao Sanji Xin. Now, I could deliver messages while simultaneously drawing circles with my left hand, squares with my right, and singing lively tunes. My mental detection range expanded to nearly 2,000 square meters, akin to having a map hack. While delivering messages, I stumbled upon a village on the map that I had never seen before. Nuger Village? Upon inquiring with my grandfather, I learned it was established over a year ago by outsiders fleeing from disaster, who later left, taking several villagers with them. Instantly, I sensed something amiss. Why would one abandon a good life to follow a band of refugees? That night, I flew to Nuger Village, 80 kilometers away. Instead of entering, I deployed my spirit beast, the Jifeng Ling, to scout the area. To my astonishment, the village was brightly lit, yet eerily silent. All the villagers were silently transporting boxes, as if performing a pantomime, with not a word spoken. I pondered the situation. Were they a band of tomb raiders? The following day, under the pretense of delivering messages, I ventured into the village for further investigation. Upon entering, the villagers greeted me with enthusiasm, yet it was peculiar that they communicated solely through written notes. A woman seemed eager to write something secretive, but when she had barely penned 2 words, the village chief entered from outside, causing her to hastily erase her writing and make an excuse to leave. The chief, a robust man with an impressive physique, surprisingly spoke normally. This only deepened the mystery. As we conversed, I noticed a purple bruise on his arm, which he claimed was from falling bed. Hardly believable. He invited me to dine, and I discreetly tested the food with a silver needle. It was free of poison. After the meal, the villagers warmly escorted me out of the village. Feigning departure, I circled back under the cover of night, determined to uncover the secrets behind their strange behavior. The village at night was ominously eerie, with the moon hanging in the sky like a ghostly flame. Dressed in dark clothing, I stealthily infiltrated the village. To my shock, the villagers donned bizarre shaman masks, moving silently like puppets as they transported large black boxes. Only the leader, brandishing a drum, beat a rhythm that sent chills down my spine. Why had I not noticed these boxes during the day? There was definitely something sinister at play. My mind raced. Could they truly be tomb raiders? Had the Douluo continent succumbed to the trend of grave robbing? Just then, one villager stumbled, causing a box to crash to the ground and crack open. My keen eyes caught a glimpse of the shimmering treasures within. It was irrefutable. I quickly deployed my Jifeng Ling to follow them. As they carried the boxes into a cellar, a sudden jolt severed my mental connection with the Jifeng Ling. I cursed. I had been exposed. Whether I was discovered or the drone was destroyed, I felt a chilling dread. Without a second thought, I vanished into the shadows and fled without looking back. This matter seemed trivial and had no connection to the Shenting sect. It was merely a group of ordinary people driven mad by greed. I promptly made my way to the Qibao Liuli sect to seek my beloved Ning Rongrong. Upon seeing me, she transformed from a mischievous sprite into a demanding diva, clinging to me and subjecting me to her whims. Seizing the opportunity, I subtly inquired about her father, Ning Fengji, asking, "Uncle Ning, in these times, is it conceivable that someone would disturb the graves of the deceased for money?" Ning Fengji responded, in the Douluo continent. Such acts are indeed grave offenses. Well then, that was that. When I turned around, I found Zhu Zhuqing was missing. Rongrong informed me that Zhuqing had undergone significant upgrades from Bone Grandpa and was currently honing her skills in the Great Soul Arena of Tiando City. My heart sank. Seeing the glint in Ning Rongrong's eyes, I knew she would stir up trouble once more. Sure enough, in the next moment, she clung to my arm, insisting, Lin Yi, let us go find Zhuqing. I want to play in the Great Soul Arena too. I was utterly reluctant. That place was filled with undesirable characters, and my presence would be a waste of time. Yet, the demands of my future fiancée must be met. I laid down the law. First, I would not enter the arena, as my strength would be overwhelmingly disproportionate. Second, she must team up with Zhuqing. Third, and most importantly, if they face defeat, they must flee. No heroics, understood? Rongrong, impatient with my deliberation, hurled a pillow at me, to which I retaliated with a playful slap on her behind. Her cheeks flushed as she scolded me for being naughty. Upon reaching the Great Soul Arena, I spotted Zhu Zhuqing. This little feline had become quite formidable, now at level 32, and that was without consuming any divine herbs. Observing her icy demeanor, she was overly warm towards Rongrong, but reverted to her cold facade upon noticing me. I must admit, I found this intriguing. In a matter of moments, the two of them had abandoned me, hand in hand, to frolic about, leaving me as nothing more than a mere tool. As I wandered aimlessly, I was unexpectedly bumped into by a towering muscle-bound man, who arrogantly shouted at me. With my fiery temper, I could hardly restrain myself. I aimed to kick at his vulnerable spot while muttering, consider this a lesson, so you understand why flowers bloom. Then, I dashed away, employing surprise as my strategy. After releasing my frustration, I resumed shopping, purchasing cosmetics and jewelry for Rongrong and Hulaina. However, a vendor, mistaking my eagerness for naivety, insisted on selling me his old wares. First, he presented a jade ring, which I thought would be rejected even by Ma Hongjun for being uncomfortable. Next, he offered a jade pendant depicting the Naiha Bridge, to which I retorted, such a treasure is ill-fated to wear, before turning to leave. Finally, he revealed a circular jade medallion. As my gaze fell upon it, my heart erupted with excitement. A true treasure. The jade pendant is adorned with a figure bearing wings. Not those avian beings from the Wuhuan temple, but rather the Swan Wuhuan of the Tiando royal family. As I grasped it, I sensed a tumultuous surge of soul power within, akin to a supercharged power bank. Without revealing my excitement, I inquired about its price. Sensing an opportunity, the seller audaciously demanded 80,000. I swiftly countered with a clever negotiation, ultimately securing it for 40,000. He was as elated as if he had stumbled upon a fortune, while I reveled in my remarkable gain. Upon returning to the hotel, I promptly summoned the system, eager for it to scan the jade pendant and perhaps exploit a glitch for a blueprint. Alas, the system coldly responded with a lack of such functionality. Undeterred, I decided to initiate a simulation. The system also prompted me to upgrade to version 10. In my first attempt, I found myself as a researcher, balding at 35 and meeting my demise in a laboratory explosion at 60, rewarded with a collection of worthless items. Just as I was about to express my frustration, the system elucidated a new feature. I could use achievement cards to replay previous scenarios for a better outcome. How quaint, I mused. This felt like a pay-to-win scheme. In the year 2025, such tactics were still in play, leading me to suspect the system was a product of a certain tech giant. Despite my verbal complaints, I conceded to the charm of the feature and wagered 10 achievement cards. Remarkably, the results were splendid. I lived to the age of 110, receiving state funeral honors and the posthumous title of Heavenly Creator, having developed a plethora of cutting-edge technologies, including exoskeleton armor and soul-guiding cannons, even regrowing my hair. The reward list overflowed, but I was allowed to select only one. After much deliberation with the system, I reluctantly chose the manual for the development of soul-guiding devices. After all, it is better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them fish. Once the knowledge settled in my mind, I promptly incinerated the physical book for safety's sake. Just as I was basking in my triumph, Rongrong knocked on my door, inviting me and Zhuqing to explore the night market. I gifted her the cosmetics I had purchased earlier, causing her to blush and peck my forehead affectionately. I teased her, suggesting she should lower her aim, to which she retorted, urging me to leave. Unexpectedly, we encountered an ill-mannered individual, a rotund man resembling a meatball, who began to harass Rongrong and Zhuqing. I stepped in to defuse the situation. admonishing him for his unattractiveness and suggesting he spare the world from his presence. Infuriated, the man attempted to retaliate, but I swiftly executed a shoulder throw, sending him sprawling several meters away. He muttered threats, limping off to summon reinforcements. Within mere minutes, reinforcements arrived, led by none other than the bulky figure I had previously kicked, the one who had defeated Zhu Qing in the Duhan arena, Huyin Xiao of the Xiangjia sect. A level 39 with the formidable diamond mammoth Wuhuan and exceptional defensive capabilities. The rotund man resumed his taunts, demanding I kneel and lick his shoes. I had no intention of engaging in banter. I unleashed a mental shockwave, momentarily stunning Huyin Xiao. As I prepared to take action, a powerful voice resonated. How dare the Xiangjia sect trouble my brother? To my delight, it was Yu Qianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. His formidable presence instantly elevated the situation. The rotund man shrank in terror, rolling away from the street, while Huyin Xiao retreated, chastened. After bidding farewell to Yu Qianheng and his companions, I was about to escort the two ladies back when I caught sight of Huyin Xiao lurking nearby. I quickly fabricated an excuse about stomach pains, sending Rongrong and Zhu Qing back to the hotel. I then approached the troublesome figure directly. To my surprise, he had summoned assistants, his brother, Huyin Chun, both resembling replicas of one another. Huyin Chun was even more formidable at level 45. These two fools believed they could settle the score with me now that Yu Qianheng had departed. I couldn't help but laugh. You think you can represent the Xiangjia sect with such pathetic attempts? Without further ado, I activated my 4 soul rings, revealing my soul sage status, startling both of them. Words were futile. It was time for combat. My 3rd soul skill, stunning talent, unleashed a surge of power, transforming me into a fleeting shadow racing forward. Speed was my ally, rendering their clumsy attempts at defense utterly ineffective. Suddenly, they exchanged glances, and Huyin Xiao shouted to his brother, "Don't look into his eyes." Their reaction was swift as they activated their Wuhuan, attempting to evade my gaze. The psychological impact of my earlier mental assault had left them shaken. My speed was on an entirely different plane compared to their lumbering forms, and I unleashed my sword energy with precision, forcing them into a state of disarray. In a moment of desperation, they exchanged signals and unleashed their 3rd soul skill. Heavenly Roar. The sound wave attack reverberated through the room, shaking the very walls and overwhelming me with its intensity. I quickly covered my ears. There was no escape from this assault. They advanced while continuing their cacophonous assault. Seizing the opportunity, they foolishly opened their eyes, unwittingly offering me a chance to strike. Without hesitation, I directed a mental ray towards Huyin Xiao, who had already been vulnerable from my previous encounter. As anticipated, the mental attack silenced him, causing him to crouch down, clutching his head, likely overwhelmed by auditory chaos. His brother, realizing his sibling was incapacitated, halted his own assault to assist him. I could hear Huyin Xiao stubbornly insisting, "Don't worry about me. Capture him. Bring him back to the sect for the sect master." I found myself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Even in such dire straits, they were still dreaming. Huyin Chun, however, was not deterred, activating his 4th soul skill, Titanic Crush. Instantly, I felt a tremendous pressure descend upon me, reminiscent of a mountain's weight. I recognized this as a locking soul skill, something I had never encountered before. It felt as though countless chains were binding me, rendering escape impossible. In response, I activated my 4th soul skill, Phantom Sword Dance, splitting myself into 4 phantoms racing in different directions. Yet, I could feel the locking mechanism firmly tethering my true self. This was an insurmountable challenge. How could I evade such a skill? Huyin Chun, smug in his confidence, boasted, "Fool, my locking skill ensures that not even 1,000 clones could escape." Nonetheless, I remained composed. After all, I was merely facing a level 49 Soul Master. I was determined to test my limits. I observed as the bulky figure awkwardly soared into the air, plummeting down like a meteor. Just as he was about to collide with me, I activated the hidden effect of my 4th soul skill, instant teleportation, swapping places with one of my phantoms. The ground shook with an explosive impact as he missed his target entirely. I emerged behind him, brushing off the dust. "Is that all you've got?" Though inwardly, I was still slightly anxious, narrowly avoiding disaster. He believed he had struck me and was reveling in his perceived triumph, only to be met with confusion when he turned around to find me gone. In his moment of bewilderment, I hurled my 7-killing sword like a javelin. Huyin Xiao, just recovering, shouted a warning to his brother. "Brother, watch out. But alas, it was too late. Just as Yin Chun raised his arm to block, the 7-killing sword vanished, only to reappear moments later, casting a colossal shadow as it descended from above. 7-killing sword technique, boundless horizons. The ground was cleaved open, and Yin Chun's clothing was shredded in the wake of the attack, leaving him in a pitiful state. My patience had worn thin. I observed the escalating tension. These two were prepared to fight to the death, rushing toward one another with reckless abandon, while ignoring the sword energy cascading around them, blood flowing freely. To my astonishment, they unleashed their Wuhun fusion skill, Demonic Mammoth. I was taken aback. These two possessed a fusion skill, a rarity indeed. The higher the fusion degree, the more devastating the power. Observing the two of them, it is as if they were carved from the same mold. Such formidable power is bound to propel them into the ranks of soul saints. A flash of brilliance revealed a colossal mammoth, clad in diamond armor, standing before me. This creature not only boasts a tough hide and substantial flesh, but also possesses the ability to unleash magical energy waves from a distance. I found myself embroiled in a fierce battle. Had it not been for my numerous hidden cards, I would have surely met my demise today. Well, it seems you have chosen to ramp up the intensity. I readied myself and soared into the air on my sword. The mammoth, enraged, bellowed in disbelief at my ability to fly. While I evaded its magical energy waves from above, it resorted to a cunning tactic, gravity suppression, a pressure akin to a mountain bore down upon me, leaving me utterly immobilized, as if crushed by the weight of Taishan. I watched helplessly as it raised its hoof, its tusks charging with energy, a single stomp followed by an explosive attack which surely turned me into mere pulp. However, considering their commendable talents, I decided to grant the Xiangjia Zone a modicum of grace today. I smiled at them, and they likely thought I had been rendered foolish by the pressure. In the next moment, I pricked my finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto my Qixia sword, and then I hurled the blade with force. The mammoth, relying on its thick skin, did not evade. Its massive hoof descended upon me. Fortunately, my evil god wings unfurled instantaneously to shield me, while the magical energy wave was absorbed into an alternate dimension. As they were astonished by my resilience against the attack, a tumultuous upheaval surged within me. The agonizing cries echoed through the sky. The martial soul fusion technique was abruptly undone, leaving the two brothers sprawled on the ground in grotesque positions. As the icy fire energy and lethal poison from my single drop of blood wreaked havoc within them. My dosage was not severe enough to claim their lives, but they would not escape unscathed. Who exactly are you? Yin Chun's eyes turned crimson. I could not be bothered to respond, leaving them with a parting admonition to conduct themselves properly and not disgrace the Xiangjia Zone before turning to depart. To be honest, I nearly faltered. These two simpletons had certainly taught me a lesson. Even when battling a rabbit, one must exert full strength, and I could not afford to be so reckless in the future. Upon returning to the hotel, I was surprised to find Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing already awake. How come you're up so early? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Today we will be competing. 2v2 soul duel. It then dawned on me that the little which had come here solely to participate in the competition, intent on becoming the main damage dealer. Here, take this. I retrieved a set of soft armor from my Chinquan bag and handed it to Ning Rongrong, crafted by Si Long, capable of withstanding the attacks of a level 40 soul master, perfect for the competition. The two girls' eyes widened in awe. This level of defense was no trivial matter. Arriving at the Grand Soul Arena, we found Tang San and his companions had also arrived. Dai Mubai boasted a record of 40 wins and 32 losses, earning him a round of ridicule from Ma Hongjun. Yu Xiaojing had returned to the sect for matters, and Tang San, concerned about the potential exposure of Xiao Wu's soul beast aura, opted to team up with Oscar. Soon, the matches commenced, and the Qing Ning sisters were the first to take the stage. Their opponents were a pair of level 36 assault-type brothers. The disparity in soul power was considerable, yet we remained unperturbed. The two brothers, rather arrogant, remarked, "Ladies, why not step down? Don't force us to take action." However, as the match began, Zhu Zhuqing, amplified by the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, moved with the speed of a ghost, and before the brothers could even react, they were swiftly eliminated. The audience was left in a state of astonishment, which soon erupted into a thunderous cheer. In the audience, Dai Mubai clenched his fists, veins protruding, as he fixated on Zhu Zhuqing on stage. In the afternoon, after the draw, we found ourselves facing the by-phone combination of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. This delighted Ma Hongjun, though he remained unaware of the formidable opponents he was about to face. As the match commenced, Dai Mubai stood motionless as if he had lost his soul. Ma Hongjun, growing anxious, urged, "Boss Dai, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Dai Mubai yelled at Zhu Zhuqing. "Why did you leave? Why betray me?" I was left speechless, thinking, what is this, a melodrama? Zhu Zhuqing, with a frosty glare, immediately initiated the attack. "Who is this wild dog? Take this." Ning Rongrong swiftly enhanced their power and speed. Dai Mubai continued his outcry. Why? Zhu Zhuqing, unfazed, had a clear target, charging straight at Ma Hongjun. The hefty fellow initially aimed to deal with Ning Rongrong, but alas, he was too slow. With a swift strike, Zhu Zhuqing delivered a phantom slash, forcing Ma Hongjun to barely block it, nearly dislocating his arm. Distracted, he called out to Dai Mubai, thereby exposing a fatal flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her phantom claw, and countless claw shadows tore through Ma Hongjun's defenses, sending him flying out of the arena. In a 1-on-2 scenario, we eliminated one opponent in an instant. The entire arena erupted in madness, chanting Qing Ning, King Ning, the best in the world. Now, only the deranged Dai Mubai remained on stage. Ning Rongrong could no longer stand by and unleashed a torrent of insults. "Are you out of your mind? What business do you have with Zhuqing? If you're feeling frisky, go find a tigress in the Stardow forest." The little witch's words were venomous. Dai Mubai, thoroughly rattled by the barrage, roared, I shall have my revenge." 4 soul rings flared to life, signaling the soul sect. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a dismissive glance at him, coolly retorting, as expected, still so weak. Dai Mubai naively believed that if he could defeat Ning Rongrong and force her from the arena, Zhu Zhuqing would hold him in higher regard. How wrong he was, gravely mistaken. To illustrate, at that moment, Dai Mubai attempted to showcase his prowess with a technique known as the White Tiger Meteor Shower. Golden fists rained down like stars. The visual effects were grand, yet Ning Rongrong simply cast 2 buffs upon herself and Zhu Zhuqing, one for speed and another for soul power. Her agility transformed her into a specter, darting across the arena, evading every strike. Dai Mubai, still unconvinced, attempted to lock onto his target, gathering all the meteors into a single beam, and shot it forth, muttering, "Humph, nothing special." What happened next? The attack struck Ning Rongrong, who remained unscathed, not even losing a sliver of skin. Ning Rongrong cheekily made a face at him. "He, you truly are pathetic." I nearly lost control of my laughter from the sidelines. Dai Mubai was utterly oblivious to the fact that Ning Rongrong was wearing the soft armor I had provided, an artifact capable of rendering her immune to all attacks from the soul sect and below. Undeterred, he unleashed skill after skill, White Tiger Shield, White Tiger Radiant Light Wave, each resulting in mere scratches. Panic set in as he readied to unleash his 3rd soul skill, only for Ning Rongrong to roll her eyes and chide. "That's enough? When will you learn?" As her words fell, a shadow flashed past, and Zhu Zhuqing's claws were suddenly poised at Dai Mubai's carotid artery. Those who witnessed could hardly comprehend the speed, as it appeared multiple Zhu Zhuqings had emerged simultaneously. Dai Mubai, paralyzed with fear, dared not move, knowing he was at her mercy. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air, as Zhu Zhuqing, harnessing her momentum, delivered a devastating kick right to Dai Mubai's weak point. The scene was astonishing. The entire arena fell silent, as no one could have anticipated such a turn of events. There was no rule against such a move. Dai Mubai's face drained of color as he crouched down, hands clasped over his groin, likely fearing for his very existence. Zhu Zhuqing, unsatisfied, added another phantom claw strike, declaring, "This is for harming young ladies." Thus, while Dai Mubai was not formally eliminated, the excruciating pain rendered him incapable of continuing. Oscar rushed to assist him, but Dai Mubai's lips had turned a deep shade of purple, his voice failing him. Tang San's expression darkened, his eyes radiating fury as he turned to Ma Hongjun, ordering, "Fatty, take Boss Dai for treatment. I will avenge him." His demeanor suggested that one might think Dai Mubai was his own father. He glared at Zhu Zhuqing, likely already sentencing her to death in his mind, while subtly reaching for the silent dart concealed in his sleeve, preparing for a sneak attack. As the next match approached, it was Tang San's turn, but Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing showed no interest in joining him. Finding the situation rather dull, I suggested to Rongrong that we head home. Rong initially harbored little interest in the competition. Had it not been for the soft armor I provided, she would have succumbed long ago. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she was thoroughly pleased with her kick, sporting a mysterious smile at the corners of her mouth, and nodded in agreement. Consequently, the two of them directly forfeited the match. This infuriated Tang San, who had been holding back his ultimate move for 12 years, only to find it land on cotton, nearly causing him internal injury from the frustration. Upon returning to the Jiu Bao Luli sect, I suggested to Rong that we should procure a divine herb for Zhuqing to enhance her martial soul. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor softened considerably. Soon after, Uncle Ning, also known as Ning Fengji, learned of our exploits in the Duhan arena and cheerfully presented us with a grand gift. When I opened it, I nearly burst into laughter. It was 3 pairs of silent sleeve arrows identical to those used by Tang San. Uncle Ning proudly proclaimed, "I spent a fortune acquiring these little gadgets. They catch opponents off guard and are particularly suitable for you, Rong, as a support soul master for self-defense." At that moment, I thought to myself, "Uncle, the times have changed. Sleeve arrows? When I reach level 50 and head to the city of slaughter, such tools will be of no use. The truth lies only within the range of artillery. How many masters does the king of slaughter truly have?" Nevertheless, I said nothing and accepted the gift, for before I could acquire silencer, these devices could still be useful for ambushes. This incident also served as a reminder that the development of soul-guided devices and firearms must be prioritized. After bidding farewell to Ning Rong, I returned to the Spear Hall. Before I knew it, the new year had arrived. I was 13 years old, at level 47 in soul power, yet I still felt I was being lazy every day, a grave sin indeed. However, upon my return to the Spirit Hall, Hulaina lunged at me with great enthusiasm, almost sending me flying. Just as I regained my balance, Xiaoyu and Yin, those 2 fellows, erupted into laughter and immediately attacked me. One unleashed a Thundermoon Blade, while the other delivered a Magma Fist, claiming they were testing my strength on behalf of our teacher. I was taken aback. They were serious. Fortunately, my wife, Hulaina, was dependable, using her charm to halt their advances. After the commotion subsided, Xiaoyu finally got to the point, mentioning that the leader of the Xiangjia sect, Hu Yanjun, had recently approached the Pope, stating that 2 soul masters from his sect, both over level 40 and skilled in martial soul fusion techniques, had been defeated by a young expert wielding a sword with wings. They exchanged glances and stifled laughter as they looked at me, with the Yin provocatively saying, "You managed to defeat a level 40 martial soul fusion technique. I wonder if you can evade the charm of my brother and me?" I was drenched in sweat, shouting back, "A mere charm? Just a quick slide, and I'll be off running. Don't come near me." That night, I found myself in the garden contemplating my future plans when unexpectedly, Teacher Bai Dawn arrived. She bore a heavy heart, mentioning that a troublesome new group known as the Divine Spirit sect had emerged. Upon hearing this, I thought, good grief, could it be that my butterfly flapping its wings has altered the entire narrative of the continent? Never mind, I decided to set it aside. The next day, I declared a period of seclusion, refusing to see anyone. I delved deeply into every piece of knowledge I possessed regarding soul-guided devices, meticulously analyzing theories. Despite never having put them into practice, I began with the simplest of all, the storage soul-guided device, taking a piece of mica to inscribe the core formation. To my dismay, this task proved exceedingly difficult. A slight tremor of my hand would ruin an entire material. I tell you, this craft is far more challenging than fighting. I would rather engage in a brawl. I took a deep breath, reminding myself to maintain composure. Finally, when my soul power flowed perfectly within the formation, the first storage soul-guided device was completed. I tested it out, and it worked. In that moment, I felt my aspiration to become the strongest soul master in Douluo Dalu was within reach. After a morning of labor, I was drenched in sweat. Having produced only a few finished products, I handed 3 of them, capable of recording audio, to Hulaina and the others. They expressed curiosity, inquiring about their origin, and I brushed off their questions before retreating to my room. I then retrieved the storage bracelet previously gifted to me by Bishop Salazar, intending to reverse engineer it for further learning. Upon dismantling the core formation, I was struck with enlightenment. The materials used for this formation were merely ordinary granite. Utilizing the most mundane materials paired with the most sophisticated formations had yielded results akin to those of high-quality materials. Incredible! There truly are geniuses in this world. I quickly committed the formation to memory. After an entire day of labor, my hands had formed blisters and amidst a pile of discarded items. I realized that without a solid foundation, everything could crumble. Progress must be made step by step. Shifting my focus, I then contemplated firearms. With a flurry of strokes, I sketched the blueprint for a double-barreled self-defense pistol, clearly marking all the dimensions and materials. Once I reach Gongxin City, those blacksmiths will surely kneel in reverence upon seeing the blueprint. Though it only holds 2 bullets and has moderate power as bait, it would be sufficient to catch a few big fish. After bidding farewell to my companions, I set off alone towards Gongxin City, which was not far from the Spirit City. Upon arrival, I was immediately greeted by an overwhelming industrial atmosphere, with the sounds of clanging metal ringing in the air. However, I soon realized that their research was misguided, focusing solely on armor or cold weapons. No one had thought to connect a kettle lid with a steam engine. I decided to keep the technology of gunpowder to myself to avoid any potential trouble. My pristine appearance stood in stark contrast to the locals. A farmer's tools vendor, upon seeing me, treated me as if I were the god of wealth, insisting I enter his shop, claiming he had something extraordinary. After rummaging through his wares, he presented me with a sword capable of slicing through iron, boasting immense power, along with a formidable wolf-tooth club. I suppressed my laughter and attempted to leave, but he grew anxious, pulling me to the back room and mysteriously opening a chest, revealing a suit of armor remarkably similar to the soft armor crafted by Master Silong. The vendor began to weave a tale, claiming that due to restrictions imposed by the 2 great empires on speculation, life was tough, and this was his treasured armor, capable of withstanding attacks from level 40 soul masters. I couldn't help but chuckle at this. It was merely a mass-produced item. I cut to the chase, boss. This armor was crafted by Master Silong, wasn't it? He stuttered in response. I smiled and said, how about this? If you introduce me to Master Silong, I will buy this armor for 800 gold soul coins. The vendor's eyes lit up at this. He had purchased it for 500, and now he would make a 300 coin profit, promptly agreeing and stating that Master Silong would be hosting a special auction the following day and could take me along. The next day, despite the raging storm outside, the auction hall was packed to the brim. The host announced a 2 discount for the entire venue, igniting the atmosphere. Even more impressively, they had invited the president of the Blacksmith Association, the renowned Master Lu Gao, to give a speech. I couldn't help but laugh. I initially sought to find Silong, but now I would even meet Lu Gao. A perfect plan formed in my mind. Today, expenditures would be covered by young Master Lin. So, it was a special session for Silong, was it? Very well, I would purchase every auction item. As the auction commenced, the first item up for bid was something called dynamic boots, which required no soul power but relied on the elasticity of the materials for acceleration. The starting price was set at 500, quickly escalating to 3,000. Once the bidding reached a peak, I raised my paddle, 8,000 gold soul coins. The entire hall fell silent, the spotlight immediately shifting to me. Whispers circulated around, with many suspecting I was a disruptive fraud. The host, however, remained composed. With a bang of the hammer, the first item was mine. The second item was a repeating crossbow capable of firing 10 bolts in succession. With a base price of 2,000, a man who appeared to be a noble raised the bid to 5,500, clearly pleased with himself. I unhurried, raised my paddle, 8,888. The spotlight shifted once more from the noble to me. The expression on his face turned ashen. In a bid to save face, he gritted his teeth and declared 1,000. I casually responded, 13,888. At this point, the nobleman, referred to as Baron Sabely, fell completely silent, discreetly instructing his subordinates to investigate my background. If I was here to cause trouble, they would throw me out immediately. I must say, the Baron was practically grinning from ear to ear, calculating his gains. He thought to himself, if this kid can't pay, the auction will become a laughingstock. Then these treasures will go unsold, and I can scoop up a great bargain. His mindset had shifted from bidder to spectator in the front row. At that moment, the host took the stage and announced the grand finale, the latest masterpiece crafted by Master Silong, a unique suit of armor. There exists only this singular piece in the entire world, and there are no plans for another. As his words echoed, the lights dimmed, and a colossal display platform rose dramatically, revealing a set of armor that was stunningly exquisite. The host began to enumerate its features: memory alloy, lined with the hide of the Bayou fox, and capable of automatically conforming to the wearer's physique. The most astonishing aspect was its ability to deflect a portion of attacks, while withstanding the ultimate moves of soul masters below level 60. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted with excitement. Even Baron Sabor, who had initially come to see me falter, was left wide-eyed, nearly drooling. As a noble, his greatest passion was blacksmithing, and this armor was the embodiment of his dreams. Seeing the atmosphere charged, the host promptly declared, "The starting bid is 50,000 gold soul coins." As the words lingered on his lips, I, numbered 66, raised my paddle. 100,000. With a resounding thud, silence fell over the room, akin to a library. Baron Sabor was rendered speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. 100,000 gold soul coins was not something he could produce on the spot. Consequently, the auction concluded without any doubt, and I single-handedly claimed the entire event. This was not merely a showcase of Master Silong's talents. It was undoubtedly my personal exhibition of grandeur. Interestingly, as the auction ended, no one left. Everyone craned their necks, eager to witness whether I would be dragged away for non-payment. What transpired? I strolled leisurely to the backstage, produced my gold card, and with a beep, the payment was successful. Those who had waited, anticipating a spectacle, remained outside for a full half hour, yet not a single wail was heard. Ultimately being ushered away by the staff, they were left in utter disbelief. Could it be that this young man was truly wealthy? What of Baron Sabor? Was he not well connected? Quick, ask him. But Baron Sabor had long slipped away, eager to uncover the truth of my background. Meanwhile, I found myself being invited into Master Silong's office. The master, ecstatic at having all his creations acquired by me, felt he had found a kindred spirit and insisted I remove my mask for a closer look. Very well. I swiftly pulled off the mask and tucked it into my pocket. Upon seeing my youth, Silong's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets. I got straight to the point. "Master, your creations are exquisite, but there is a minor issue." Upon hearing this, he became animated, relishing my critique. I pointed at the repeating crossbow and remarked, "This apparatus, known as the Zhuge repeating crossbow, is suitable for armies, yet its power is rather weak." He shook his head, claiming that the military would dismiss such iron contraptions. I thought to myself, your vision is limited. I reached into my pocket and placed a blueprint on the table. "Master, do not underestimate yourself. Take a look at this." He took the blueprint and was instantly stunned. As a master blacksmith, he could discern the remarkable intricacy of the components. Yet he was utterly perplexed as to what it was designed for, given that this world had no concept of bullets. "What is this?" he asked, bewildered. "It is a weapon. Can you forge it?" I inquired. His laughter erupted upon hearing this. The dimensions were clearly marked on the blueprint, and if he could not produce it, his title as a master would be in vain. "Of course, I can do it in just a day." "Excellent. I shall return tomorrow to collect it, at which point I will explain how it functions." Upon my departure, Master Silong was left in a frenzy, consumed by curiosity over how this item would transform into a weapon. Back at my residence, I was not idle. Merely possessing a gun is useless without ammunition. The formula for gunpowder is straightforward, and the raw materials are abundant. The challenge lies in crafting the bullet heads and casings, an intricate task. However, my hands are steady, and within a night, I managed to produce 2 bullets. The next day, I arrived punctually at the Blacksmith Association. Upon entering, I was greeted by a beaming Master Silong, standing beside a short, stout old man. A jolt of realization struck me. Wasn't he this the renowned craftsman Lu Gao? My word, I executed a perfect maneuver, drawing out all the healing spells from the opposing team. Silong hastily introduced, "Mr. Lin, this is my mentor, the esteemed craftsman Lu Gao. He is greatly intrigued by your blueprint." Lu Gao, however, paid me no mind, his gaze fixated on the item in my hand. He had studied it all night, yet was baffled as to how it could inflict harm, his mind in a whirlwind. Without further ado, I led them to an open area, placing a sand barrel and a piece of fine steel plate before us. I loaded the bullet, fired, and with 2 resounding shots, I executed a stylish spin with the gun. Those who understand will know that in that fleeting moment, I felt like a dashing cowboy, utterly magnificent. Both Lu Gao and Silong stood there, completely petrified. The sand barrel was perforated, yet they felt little. However, a hole had unmistakably appeared in the steel plate. They could ascertain with absolute certainty that I had not utilized a single ounce of soul power. At that moment, their entire worldview shattered. Unable to contain himself, Lu Gao approached me, inquiring how this was possible. I produced a bullet and demonstrated it before him. Now, he comprehended. The gun was merely a launcher. The true marvel lay within the small projectile. "Young brother Lin, I must acquire this pistol and the bullets. Lu Gao declared directly. I was overjoyed. The bait had been set, and the fish had taken the hook. Certainly, esteemed elder. I verbally agreed, while in my mind I began to strategize. Lu Gao, being a shrewd veteran, recognized my expression and understood there was more to come. Young brother, what are your conditions? Speak freely. I grinned, producing another blueprint. Esteemed elder, I have something even better. You have 5 minutes to memorize this blueprint. Lu Gao took it, only to be left dumbfounded. The blueprint depicted an ordinary canister. What sort of weapon was this? Little did he know, this was a flashbang, albeit I only provided him with the shell design. Lu Gao, not one to dawdle, accepted the terms, for he had secured the pistol. I secretly rejoiced. A gun without bullets is merely a stick. Of course, the cunning Lu Gao had retained a trick up his sleeve. With his keen perception, he had memorized the entire structure of the bullets in his mind. Each of us harbored our own intentions, agreeing to meet 3 days later for the exchange. After bidding farewell to the two masters, I felt immensely relieved. Just as I stepped out of the Blacksmith Association, I was suddenly seized by arms extending from either side, restraining me. I was momentarily stunned. To be kidnapped at the entrance of the Blacksmith Association? How audacious! Once taken to a certain location, I found Baron Sabor leisurely sipping tea. Indeed, it is you, number 66. He had dispatched his men to watch me for several days. As I assessed the situation, I found it amusing. Wasn't he this the coward from the auction who had tried to outbid me, but fell short? Oh, is he unable to accept defeat and resorting to robbery? His two lackeys were overly eager. Young man, do you not kneel before Baron Sabor? Hearing this only made me chuckle more. It was as if I were wielding a sword against the officials of my own dynasty. His name was nowhere to be found in the noble roster issued by the Wuhun Temple. Surely a baron of some remote little principality. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are anxious. The two lackeys were quite vocal. How daring! One guard stepped forward to grip my shoulder while the other raised his foot, preparing to kick my knee. You initiated this encounter. I scoffed and, in an instant, I struck, effortlessly bringing them both to the ground, howling in pain. Baron Sabor's eyes nearly popped out. How could these two soul masters over level 30 be taken down so easily? Yet, he himself was a level 55 soul master, simply unwilling to lose face by engaging directly. Are you also a soul master? He queried. I found a seat and chose to ignore him. Suddenly, I felt a chilling breeze sweep over me, as if a vacuum were forcefully extracting my soul. I turned to see a dark energy swiftly entering my eye. Did you not inquire who Baron Sabor is? Two overlapping voices echoed. By the heavens, these two guards possessed the Wuhun of ghosts, capable of executing a fusion technique designed specifically to attack the mind, aiming to reduce one to a state of idiocy. Sabor beamed with pride, declaring, Boy, having offended me, do you think you can escape? In the city of Gengshin, if you are a dragon, you must coil yourself. His calculations were astoundingly precise, leaving me utterly bewildered, and all the treasures I had captured were claimed by him. However, he could never have anticipated that, for me, this psychological assault was merely a gift of experience. Far from being intimidated, I felt a thrill of excitement. As that dark energy sought to wreak havoc in my mental sea, I swiftly turned the tide against it. In an instant, two of the guards were struck down, collapsing unconscious. Meanwhile, Sabor remained lost in his dreams, oblivious to my approach. Still dreaming are we? Right before his nose, I unleashed a powerful electric blast. Blood gushed from his nose, and he, disregarding his dignity, summoned his martial spirit. To my amusement, I discovered that his martial spirit was nothing more than a small hammer, mere child's play compared to the Haotian hammer. No wonder he took to blacksmithing. It was a fitting vocation for him. As a pampered noble, he possessed no real combat experience. His level 55 soul power was as fragile as paper, and it took me only a few moments to bring him to his knees. Pathetic. Is this all you've got? I stepped on him, and he trembled in fear, not daring to utter a single word. I then turned to the two unconscious guards beside me and initiated a mental siphon. What delight! The combined mental energy of these two surpassed that of Yu Tianlei by a considerable margin. As I watched my mental sea nearing its limit, my excitement grew palpable. Lastly, I used the now thoroughly frightened Sabol as my final stepping stone, draining him of his mental energy as well. I fell on the verge of a breakthrough in my mental power and quickly inquired of the system. What realm is my mental power at now? Post-mental power has reached the Lingti stage. Remarkable. The Lingti realm. Not only has my mental detection range and resistance increased significantly, but all sensory perceptions of my body have also been enhanced. Upon breaking through to the next stage, I will be able to see through illusions, akin to having X-ray vision. Looking down at these three useless individuals, I felt a twinge of compassion and kicked them into the corner of the wall. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Those without powerful abilities envy the lives of others. Having dealt with them, I prepared to return to the hotel. Upon arriving at the Blacksmith Association, I heard the high-ranking official declare, "As long as he is alive, do not provoke that young man." This old man was well aware, even chastising Sa Bol for being unable to handle a 3-on-1 situation. What a waste. That night, as the world fell silent, I contemplated logging in to tackle a new instance. The cooldown for the 20 simulator had long expired, and this time, I could directly select a sea-level instance. The system warned that sea-level instances were perilous and that death in simulation would incur severe penalties. However, it also provided a log-out escape function, a small safeguard. After much deliberation, I chose a storyline instance titled The Tiger of the Empire. With a flash of golden light, I was transported in. Upon opening my eyes, I was taken aback by the opulence of the palace and the luxurious bed. Had I become a member of royalty? "Your Highness, you are awake." A maid approached to assist me in rising. After a prolonged struggle to don the intricate ceremonial garb, I realized I was in the Douluo Empire. 5,000 years ago, having become the current crown Prince Dalu. To make matters worse, I was to lead an expedition against the Tiando Empire the very next day. During the afternoon ceremony, I was stunned to find my fiancée bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing. Good heavens, what is happening? Dai Rong paired with Zhu Zhuqing? Furthermore, the two of us were to march into battle side by side. This was no mere sea-level instance. It was a hellish challenge. I quickly opened a shop and rummaged for ability cards. I needed something to ensure my survival. I first selected a danger prediction card. Then, upon inspecting the achievement cards, I found I had limited options, so I opted for two inexpensive ones. The Encouragement Aura, which boosts the morale and attack of the entire army, and the Frenzied Aura, which reduces pain for all soldiers. Together, these two were akin to a frenzied assault formation, a powerful combination. That evening, I looked at my fiancée, Zhu Xiyu, who resembled Zhu Zhuqing, feeling an overwhelming awkwardness. Leaning against my shoulder, she expressed her worries, saying, "If only there were no war." At that moment, the face of a dual agent pangolin flashed through my mind, and I could only reply dryly, "Let us sleep. May there be no war in the world." The next day, the Grand Army set forth for the front lines. As the Crown Prince, I personally led the charge, and the morale of the troops soared. I had initially thought of myself as merely a mascot, shouting encouragement from the rear. However, I had forgotten that with such a grand expedition, the Tiando Empire would undoubtedly have received word. They were well prepared. This was no small skirmish, but the ultimate battle determining the fate of the two empires. My heart sank as I realized the army was mobilizing while the logistics lagged behind, with heavy rains turning the roads to sludge. Our supply lines stretched dangerously thin. This was nothing short of a live target. The more I pondered, the more uneasy I felt. I sought out the overall commander of the expedition, Dai Tianli. By seniority, I had to address him as uncle. Bursting into the command tent, I got straight to the point. "Commander, the supply transport is too slow. What if the Tiando sends someone to raid us? We would be doomed." You want to believe what happened next. This uncle, a seasoned veteran, merely smiled at me, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I would welcome their approach. The officers guarding the supplies are all at least Soul Sage level. This trap I've laid out is waiting for them to bite." What a revelation. It turned out the old master had long set the stage, intending to carry me to victory effortlessly. I was thrilled. Who would want to fight for points when they could lay back and let the game play out? Yet, I had never anticipated that while my uncle was plotting against the Tiando's supply convoy, the Tiando side was conspiring against my very life. They had swiftly devised a decapitation operation, targeting me and Zhu Zhuqing with deadly precision. Their plan was simple yet sinister. If I, the heir, were to fall, our morale would plummet, and the ambitious factions within the Douluo Empire would inevitably plunge into chaos. To compound matters, a traitor among us sold my coordinates, leading a team of assassins straight to my heart. While I was still foolishly amused, that evening, Zhu Zhuqing, noticing my fatigue, suggested a roam. "Let us sleep together tonight." She wanted me to rest early. As I lay in bed tossing and turning, an unsettling feeling gnawed at me, as if an unseen Lian king lurked nearby, ready to whisk me away. Just as I sensed danger, it arrived. The Tiendo dispatched an assassination squad, all starting from Soul Sage level, accompanied by 3 Soul Douluos. One support-type Soul Master activated a group invisibility skill, and these assassins infiltrated our heavily guarded camp with ease. They first staged a diversion, igniting a massive fire near the supplies, throwing the entire camp into chaos. Amidst the confusion, the assassins charged straight for my royal tent, unleashing a barrage of soul skills in a saturation attack, obliterating my tent. The leader, witnessing their success, immediately shouted, "It's done, retreat." I was in the command tent, watching the scene unfold, nearly bursting into laughter. I had anticipated this. I had sensed something was amiss, and hadn't even been sleeping in my tent. It was merely a decoy. The supplies they burned were fake, not a grain of rice to be found. Fools, did they not sense something was off? Standing beside my uncle, I observed the farce outside. His expression conveyed a sense of wisdom, as if to say I was still too young. How delightful. It seemed our thoughts had aligned. This was a perfect example of mutual deception. The old master, at level 85 as a Soul Daw, charged forth with the supply officers from their hiding spot, engaging the assassins. What more needed to be said? Zhu Zhuqing and I exchanged a glance, activating our martial spirit fusion technique, the Yinming White Tiger. Our combat prowess, comparable to a Soul Daw, surged onto the battlefield, effortlessly cutting through the chaos. By dawn, the battle concluded, and the Tiendo's assassination squad was annihilated. My uncle, being the ruthless strategist he was, ordered all the bodies to be packed up and delivered back to the Tiendo Empire in their entirety. The humiliation inflicted was resounding. The Tiendo royal family was utterly astounded by this unexpected gift. Yet their emperor, a man of resolute determination, boldly proclaimed, "Let us see the true metal on the battlefield." Very well, let the battle commence. However, as the conflict unfolded, they were left utterly dumbfounded. From my vantage point at the rear, I activated my dual domain abilities, bestowing a comprehensive array of enhancement buffs upon our soldiers. Each of them surged forward with the fervor of one invigorated, charging fearlessly ahead, causing the Tiendo army to crumble at the first contact. Ding! Congratulations, host, simulation scenario completed. Please select your reward. Without hesitation, I chose the ability of Danger Foresight. Such a skill is indeed a precious commodity, a veritable lifesaver. As for my affinity with Zhu Zhuqing, it stood at a mere 10 points. Nevertheless, that suffices, for I find her aloof demeanor quite appealing, embodying the essence of love unspoken. As the simulation concluded, I awoke from my slumber. Back in reality, I needed to hasten my preparations for my firearms. I first combined magnesium powder and gunpowder, successfully creating ammunition for flashbangs and grenades, before seeking out the master craftsman, Lu Gao. Upon arriving at the Blacksmith Association, I was met by his apprentice, Silong, who looked rather embarrassed as he informed me, "Master is still conducting research." I was well aware of the situation and directly inquired, "Is the issue with the bullets?" Silong appeared even more uncomfortable, eventually producing a bullet and handing it to me. Remarkably, Lu Gao had replicated the bullet's design perfectly based solely on my sketches, with the projectile and casing fitting together seamlessly. Alas, without gunpowder. It was merely a hunk of metal. I laughed heartily. "Go fetch Master Lu Gao and tell him I know how to make it fly." An hour later, Lu Gao rushed in, his urgency palpable, asking, "Young brother, how is the projectile fired?" I clarified that the gunpowder formula was a core secret I could not divulge, but I could supply him with finished gunpowder for loading. Thus, we reached an agreement. He would fabricate the weapon casings, and I would provide the bullets. Observing the freshly minted flashbang casings within the Soul Guide, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to the WuhunPalace, I immediately sought out Xiaoyu and Hulaina, eager to showcase my inventions. I gifted each of them a pair of black gemstone sunglasses, then pulled the pin and shouted, "Fire in the hole!" As I tossed out flashbang. Boom! A blinding flash erupted, and Yen was left temporarily blinded, clutching his eyes and exclaiming, "It's over, I can't see." I laughed until my sides hurt. The commotion inevitably drew the attention of the elders in the worship hall. Not long after, Dalu, the legendary 99th level limit Douluo, specifically requested to meet with me. My heart raced with trepidation, yet I steeled myself and proceeded. Upon entering the worship hall, I was drenched in sweat. There stood all 7 elders. Was this an interrogation of sorts? Dalu instructed me to demonstrate my strength. I did not dare to hold back. For Seoul, rings emerged, and the 7 killing sword was in hand. Noticing my youth and the 4 rings, he furrowed his brow, likely comparing me unfavorably to his granddaughter, Qian Renxia. He then began to weave elaborate tales, assigning me a task. If I could locate a rare item known as the Liang fruit within 3 years, I would be deemed worthy to inherit the mantle of the WuhunPalace. Could I refuse? Would I dare to refuse? I accepted the golden, ethereal image of the fruit with a multitude of internal complaints. What a mere orb of light it appeared to be. Upon returning, I consulted the system. System, please detect the Liang fruit. The system promptly replied, detection complete. Liang fruit, a non-native product of the Douluo continent. And then silence. How typical. This was nothing more than a classic bait and switch, a mere mirage of hope. Nonetheless, I resolved to take it step by step, prioritizing the enhancement of my own strength. I spent a day drafting the blueprint for the AK-47, intending to bring it to Gongxin City for Lu Gao to begin production. However, upon my arrival at Gongxin City, I was taken aback to find the presence of guards from the Xinglua Empire at the city gates. When I requested to see the master craftsman, the guards tensed, shouting, "Arrest him," and promptly shackled me. I found it amusing at first, but then I sensed something was amiss. Instead of being taken to the Blacksmith Association, I was marched straight into the dungeons of the city Lord S. Manor. Only then did I realize something was amiss in Gongxin City, likely related to the previous incident with Baron Sabor. Lu Gao must have received word and was in a flurry of panic. The following day, I was summoned for questioning. The city lord, a thin and sharp-featured man, immediately accused me of causing chaos and injury. They presented a few witnesses, but those residents trembled in fear, asserting I was not the culprit. Just when I thought I might be released, another similarly gaunt individual stepped forward, pointing at me and declaring, "My lord, it was him." It was evident that this was a setup. They could not find a true culprit and had chosen a convenient scapegoat instead. The city lord commanded, "Take him away. He shall be returned to the Empire for processing." I remained unperturbed, for my danger foresight had not been triggered. The next day, I was loaded onto a prisoner transport. As the carriage rolled out of the city, I glanced at the guards next to me, slumbering soundly. I easily freed myself from the shackles and incapacitated them all. I overheard sounds of moaning from a nearby, luxurious carriage. A wry smile crept across my face as I released a 10-year soul beast mosquito from my storage bag. Extracting a drop of concentrated, darkened ice-fire toxin, enveloped in soul power, and commanded the mosquito, "Go, sting him and inject this toxin." Inside the carriage, the gaunt nobleman continued his fervent endeavors, oblivious to the sting on his neck. He persisted until, suddenly, he began convulsing, eyes rolling back, collapsing onto the 2 beauties beside him. The 2 women, wrapped in blankets, froze in shock, completely still. One checked for a pulse and gasped, realizing he was lifeless. Chaos erupted as soldiers rushed in, witnessing the bizarre and scandalous scene. The 2 beauties trembling under their covers, while the nobleman lay exposed in the carriage, eyes wide open, clearly deceased. What a tragedy. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, well aware of the nobleman's frail demeanor. It seemed he had met his end in a most scandalous fashion. The military was thrown into disarray, and I seized the opportunity to make my escape. This toxin was of high quality, refined from ice-fire energy, leaving no trace, merely presenting as a sudden, fatal illness, a fate understood by those in the know. Upon fleeing the military, I made my way towards Gongxin City. It wouldn't be long before a new tale would circulate throughout the Xinglua Empire. A certain bureaucratic magnate, devoted to the empire, fell valiantly in battle, succumbing to the embrace of 2 women. Arriving at Gongxin City, I headed straight to the Blacksmith Association. Upon entering, I was once again intercepted by a group of people. Fortunately, this time they were Lu Gao's associates, who quickly ushered me to meet him. "You rascal, you nearly scared me to death. Why have you only just returned?" Lu Gao pretended to scold me, but in truth, he hurriedly instructed his subordinates to keep the news of my return under wraps. "Not to worry, senior. Have the bullets been completed?" Upon hearing this, Lu Gao's excitement was palpable. They were finished long ago. If it weren't for the disruptions caused by those rascals from the Xinglua Empire, we could have produced even more. "Splendid, let us proceed." I marveled at the bullets crafted by the Blacksmith Association. They were a testament to the artisan's unparalleled skill, each handcrafted bullet fit together with remarkable precision, truly a masterpiece. I presented the AK-47 blueprints, omitting the magazine for security reasons. Should an insider emerge, The designs would be much harder to replicate without it. Senior, within 3 days, I shall provide you with all the bullets. Can you manage the blueprints? Lu Gao bobbed his head enthusiastically. It's a promise. If I were your age, I would insist on becoming your sworn brother. Lin Yi quickly waved his hand, saying, forget it, esteemed one. Your stature is far too elevated for me to aspire to. To ease Lin Yi's concerns and facilitate his endeavors, Lu Gao personally arranged accommodation for him. That evening, Lin Yi commenced the assembly of ammunition. 500 rounds may sound substantial, but under Lin Yi's diligent efforts, they were completed within a day and night. The following day, Lin Yi began secluding himself to cultivate his spiritual power. At this stage, the cultivation of spiritual energy grew increasingly arduous. Even with the complete absorption of the medicinal properties from 2 rare Cheong Tongtian chrysanthemums and the enhancement provided by an external spirit bone, it still felt insufficient. Should I simulate another attempt? Lin Yi pondered, contemplating the creation of achievement cards using version 10, hoping to reap some rewards. Although he currently possessed enough gold soul coins, acquiring more achievement cards would certainly be advantageous. After much deliberation, Lin Yi chastised himself. Focus on cultivation. Stop daydreaming. No wonder I haven't made progress. Finally, Lin Yi settled his mind, becoming more devoted to the cultivation of his spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day deadline had arrived, leaving Lin Yi just a step away from reaching level 48. Senior, I prepared everything you requested. Lin Yi handed over all the ammunition for the pocket pistol to Lu Gao. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Gao gazed at the bullets, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Their group of seasoned blacksmiths finally had the hope of gaining recognition. Lin Yi shook his head, acknowledging that any breakthroughs in firearms depended on their own efforts. If they could develop even more formidable weapons, the Douluo continent would witness a significant transformation. Subsequently, Lin Yi received all the parts for the AK-47 from Lu Gao. Senior, I will return in the future with even more impressive blueprints. With that, Lin Yi bid farewell to Lu Gao. You little rascal, remember to come back. With time pressing, Lin Yi needed to make a breakthrough to attain the domain of the God of Death. While awaiting Lu Gao to craft the AK-47, Lin Yi busied himself preparing several magazines. With such firepower, not even the City of Slaughter could withstand it. Even a first-level deity would tremble. Having tested the weapon in the wilderness, Lin Yi was thoroughly satisfied. Lu Gao's craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. However, instead of heading directly back to the Spirit Hall, Lin Yi made his way to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Along the journey, he utilized gold soul coins to simulate numerous times, but regrettably, he retrieved nothing of significance, merely accumulating a handful of achievement cards, which left him slightly disheartened. Damn system, this version 10 is utterly useless. It yields nothing without achievement cards. How stingy. Upon hearing the cold, mechanical voice, Lin Yi could no longer contain his frustration. Don't let me find a bug, otherwise I will exploit it until you weep. Turning towards the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, he could not return empty-handed. With his taming technique, capturing small animals was a breeze. Passing through the forest, Lin Yi caught a multitude of rabbits to bring back. Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, I have returned. Look what I brought back. Stepping into the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Lin Yi felt elated. Although he had not acquired anything remarkable during his simulations, he unexpectedly obtained some spices from Blue Star. Having been in the Douluo continent for so long, the cuisine had been predominantly salty, sour, and spicy, utterly incomparable to the gourmet delights of Blue Star. So many bunnies. Ning Rong Rong exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the rabbits. Today, Chef Lin will prepare something delicious for you. Spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit. You can't eat such adorable creatures. Ning Rong Rong teased, add more chili. Zhu Zhuqing perked up at the mention of food. After Lin Yi's culinary skills were showcased, 2 plates of dishes were served. The aroma wafted through the air as Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Zhuqing savored the meal, their chopsticks moving with remarkable speed. Lin Yi shook his head, thinking that these were merely a few-year-old spirit beasts. If they were 10,000-year-old ones, the flavor would be truly authentic. Rong Rong, I have prepared something for you. He handed her a flashbang. As a support-type soul master, possessing a flashbang would significantly increase her chances of escaping danger. After finishing the meal, Lin Yi set forth on his journey once again. He still had many matters to attend to and needed to seize the time. Just as he was about to leave, the sword Douluo Qinshin called him over and imparted a mantra. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was left bewildered, unable to grasp its meaning. Nevertheless, he knew that Qinshin's teachings held value. and he committed it to memory. Upon exiting the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Lin Yi overheard various rumors, which became increasingly exaggerated. Tales of ordinary individuals transforming into soul masters through cultivation. Accounts of someone ascending from a useless martial soul to a soul king in just a few months. And even stories of a useless martial soul becoming a soul emperor in merely 3 days. Naturally, Linny did not believe such nonsense, for he hailed from Blue Star and possessed sufficient discernment. However, the existence of these rumors suggested that there might be some truth to them, albeit exaggerated. 3 days later, he found himself just a stone's throw away from the Spirit City. Along the way, he listened intently as the rumors grew more bizarre, spiraling out of control. Some villagers even began distributing flyers, proclaiming, as the new emerging soul master organization of the continent, the Guangming Society cordially invites all residents to join us. Whether you're a soul master or a civilian, everyone will receive equal treatment upon joining the Guangming Society. Even civilians can have the opportunity to cultivate martial souls. Upon reading this, Lin immediately recalled the previous Guangming Church. Had this organization begun to flourish again? Were the two great empires turning a blind eye? It was not that the empires did not wish to intervene, but rather, well, those in the know understood, chaos and corruption lurked everywhere, and the bureaucratic system had long been infiltrated. At Shrek Academy, Tang San wore a serious expression as he held the flyer. Teacher, what is the origin of this Guangming Society? As a transmigrator, Tang San was naturally unaware of such historical contexts. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, while the four-eyed cat Eagle Flender adjusted his glasses. 90 years ago, the last sect of the Guangming Society was annihilated by the Spirit Hall. The entire continent regarded the Guangming Society as a cult. How has it resurfaced? Zhao Wujin clenched his fists. During my time roaming the world, I encountered many on the path, but these cults were too sinister. Even the brothers in the underworld were reluctant to associate with them. I only heard that their leader possessed a peculiar cultivation method that could expedite soul master cultivation, but it was exceedingly malevolent, leading to the Guangming Society's eradication by the Spirit Hall. After listening to the words of his two teachers, Tang San nodded. In his previous life as a disciple of the Tang sect, he had some understanding of such matters in the martial world. The Guangming Society sounded akin to the Siamese witchcraft, utilizing dark techniques for cultivation, thus achieving disproportionate results. Teacher, why has the Spirit Hall not yet taken action? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, unwilling to elaborate. Flender similarly avoided the topic. Ma Hongjun, however, took Tang San's hand. Third brother, don't concern yourself with those from the Spirit Hall. We should focus on our own cultivation. Look, my evil fire is flaring up again. What shall we do? Although Tang San exhibited a bit of double standards, he was not one to shy away from responsibility, so he called Dai Mubai to join him in resolving the matter. Half a day later, Lin Yi finally returned to the Spirit City. At this moment, the city was under strict lockdown, the atmosphere palpably tense. Although Lin Yi was unaware of the specifics, he sensed that something significant had transpired. After a thorough search, Lin Yi finally returned to the Spirit Hall and hurried to inquire about the situation from his companions. When he found them, all three wore serious expressions. The elder brother, Xiu, spoke first. After our teacher's investigation, it was discovered that the Shunting sect was not completely eradicated, and it has intricate ties with the Guangming Society. Now that the Guangming Society is making a comeback, we must prepare for what lies ahead. The younger generation was naturally oblivious to the stories from decades past, and there were no records to reference, as the events were simply too extraordinary. 130 years prior, an organization known as the Sun God Sect rapidly rose to prominence. At that time, the Pope of the Spirit Hall was Dalu. The majesty of the angel god was not to be trifled with, and Dalu promptly resolved to deliver a fatal blow to the Sun God Sect. Under his full-scale offensive, the Sun God Sect vanished from the Douluo continent. Subsequently, Dalu became preoccupied with other matters and ceased to monitor this already defunct organization. 3 years later, the remnants of the Sun God Sect resurfaced, actively recruiting followers on a large scale. They proclaimed the ability to double the cultivation speed of soul masters. Such a terrifying speed was irresistible to those seeking shortcuts. Consequently, a multitude of individuals joined, rebranding themselves as the Guangming Jiao, which signifies the restoration of the Sun God Sect, aiming to illuminate every corner of the continent with the radiance of the Sun God. The Guangming Jiao rapidly grew in strength, catching both the two great empires and the Wuhuan temple off guard. Furthermore, due to the widespread distribution of their followers and their heightened counter-surveillance awareness, military efforts often returned empty-handed. The unwavering loyalty of the followers stemmed from their genuine experience of accelerated cultivation. However, many soul masters gradually vanished. These individuals, consumed by their own ambitions for rapid cultivation, remained oblivious to the surrounding anomalies. It was not until the Guangming Jiao extended its reach into the territory of the Wuhuan Temple that Dalu seized the opportunity to strike decisively. He, along with several companions, eliminated all high-ranking officials, including the sect leader. The sect leader possessed a remarkably unique auxiliary martial soul known as Yin Yang Ding. As an auxiliary soul master, his Ding lacked offensive capabilities, serving only one purpose: alchemy. The potions he concocted could enhance the cultivation speed of soul masters. However, the materials for these potions were disturbingly sinister. They required living sacrifices. Moreover, the higher the rank of the sacrificed soul masters, the longer the potion's effects endured and the more potent they became. As the mastermind, he utilized commoners for his alchemical practices, distributing the potions to his followers to attract more adherents. Once these followers reached a certain level, he would recruit them into the higher ranks, continuing to use them as ingredients for even more advanced potions. He himself skyrocketed from a mere 30th level to an astonishing 88th level. This rate of cultivation was akin to being propelled by a rocket. Such nefarious activities were intolerable to Dalu, who thus resolved to eradicate them all, to prevent the emergence of another unique martial soul and the resurgence of such malevolent cultivation techniques. Dalu agreed with the two great empires to obliterate all records of these events. Currently, only a handful of individuals are aware of this matter. Does the Shinding Jiao have any connection with the Guangming Jiao? Lin retorted. At this moment, Douluo and Douluo entered the room. Children, your mission has arrived. Douluo's expression was grave. After our investigation, we have located the stronghold of the Shinding Jiao, situated on the outskirts of Longxing City. Lin took the map presented by Douluo, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The Shinding Jiao's location was surprisingly close to the City of Slaughter. Be warned, the Shinding Jiao has been developing in secrecy for a considerable time and possesses many top-tier combatants. Exercise caution and do not engage in a frontal assault. After receiving the mission, the four began their preparations. Although numerous reconnaissance personnel had been dispatched, the information relayed back was scant. Since the Shinding Jiao had been suppressed by the Wuhuan Temple at the border, they had remained dormant for a long time, secretly amassing strength. They needed to circumvent the Xingdou Great Forest from the Tiandou Empire and head towards Longxing City. Longxing City is located in a subordinate kingdom in the northern region of the Xinglua Empire, bordering the Tiandou and Xinglua empires. While its area is modest, it thrives due to trade. Here resides one of the four clans that separated from Hao Yian's sect, the Yu clan. After departing from Longxing City, they would be approaching the direction of the City of Slaughter. Lin and his companions proceeded with utmost caution. Within Longxing City, they observed no anomalies. The inhabitants lived their lives in a routine manner, showing no signs of disturbance. Shortly thereafter, Lin sensed an unusual presence. Wait, let's hide. With his spiritual power, Lin detected a gathering of individuals in the distance. They concealed themselves in the woods, and after summoning an insect-type soul beast, Lin reassured his companions. This insect-type soul beast was also a 10-year soul beast, small in size, and Lin maintained perfect control over it. Yet even so, the soul beast could only relay what it observed to Lin and could not comprehend human language. Ahead were a total of 8 soul masters, their strengths unknown. It appeared to be a checkpoint blocking their path. I'll go take a look. We currently have no knowledge of their strength, so you all remain hidden. Lin, alerted by the danger, was unafraid of these individuals. He smudged dirt on his face and rubbed his clothes to appear disheveled before stepping out from the woods. Stop. What do you want? Indeed, this was a checkpoint. Lin pretended to have business in the City of Slaughter. Upon hearing this, the group burst into laughter. Oh, look at you, so young and fearless, daring to venture to the City of Slaughter? As he approached the group, Lin Yi's spiritual power locked onto them. After careful confirmation, he found no one with spiritual power surpassing his own, which greatly relieved him. Big brother, what do you mean? Are we not allowed to go to the City of Slaughter? You can go, but you also can't. The leader chuckled. Lin feigned ignorance, asking Big brother. I heard from others that experiencing the City of Slaughter can rapidly enhance one's strength. Why can't I go? You little brat, trying to play tricks on us. The leader thought to himself, but replied, once you enter the city of slaughter, you won't be able to come out again. Don't you know that? We are here to prevent misguided souls like you from straying too far. Another member chimed in, exactly. There are other ways to increase strength besides the city of slaughter. Come with us, and we can take you to a place that will quickly enhance your soul power. Lin Yi had already deduced that this group was composed of soul masters, though he was uncertain of their levels. He deliberately displayed a look of skepticism. You guys just want to swindle me, right? How can you prove it? Little brother, you don't believe us? We are all soul masters. How about we show you our strength? All right, if your strength is impressive, I'll go with you. The leader, noticing Lin Yi's youthful appearance, exchanged knowing glances with his companions, grinning maliciously. Brothers, show him what you're made of. With that, all 8 of them unleashed their martial souls. Lin Yi's pupils dilated in astonishment. The moment they transformed, the group felt a surge of confidence. So, little brother, what do you think? Not bad, right? It wasn't that Lin Yi had never seen such things before, but the familiarity of their martial souls struck a chord. Were they not the insect-type martial souls that had rescued Ning Rongrong? However, these individuals possessed considerable soul power, with at least 4 rings, and the leader had 5 rings. Brothers, I understand the rules. What are your terms? Upon hearing this, the leader's expression shifted. Initially, he thought this child was naive and considered how to exploit him. It's simple. According to the rules of our Shun village, doubling your cultivation speed costs 20,000 gold soul coins, and for a quadruple increase, it's 100,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nearly burst into laughter. With his face and clothes in disarray, did he look like someone with wealth? 20,000? 100,000? Did they not realize how much that was for an ordinary person's living expenses? Big brother, don't joke around. 20,000 gold soul coins? I couldn't gather that even in my next life. At that moment, one of the individuals behind prodded the leader, who then said, little brother, my older brother was just teasing you. Lin Yi smiled slightly in understanding. Now that there's help, my heart is at ease, said Xiaoyu. Lin Yi, share what you've gathered. Lin Yi then disclosed all the intelligence he had collected. Meng Shu, upon hearing it, expressed concern. Eliminating them is easy, but capturing any alive would be exceedingly difficult. The command from the Pope is to eradicate the Shunting Jiao at all costs and sever the arms of the Guangming Jiao. Lin Yi, if it comes to that, I can only resort to total annihilation. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. After a lengthy discussion, Lin Yi purchased a myriad of provisions in preparation for his return to the sentry post. Hulaina remarked disdainfully, allowing them to consume such food is a sheer waste. Indeed, they're the black sheep, the parasites of society, a yin concurred. Lin Yi, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, I still hope they will bring the protector back. Let us not act recklessly. Upon arriving at the sentry post, Lin Yi observed that he had acquired enough food for more than 10 individuals, comprising an array of delicacies. The group devoured the food ravenously, fearful that it would be snatched away from them. Good lad, quite generous. Brother will take care of you from now on. The leader mumbled while gnawing on a piece of meat. As the day swiftly passed, Lin Yi noticed that the sentry post had intercepted several individuals throughout the afternoon, all intending to venture to the city of slaughter, only to be ensnared by the teachings of the divine spirit sect. A cult is fiercer than a tiger. Lin Yi Musit. The following day, Lin Yi indeed awaited the return of the protector to the village, albeit through the detection of a soul beast. This protector donned a purple robe, identical to the abductor of Ning Rongrong at the plaza. Thanks to the dimwit who led Lin Yi along a shortcut, he and Meng Shu entered the village via this route. The protector resided far from the village chief's quarters, with only his dwelling nearby, devoid of any other inhabitants. The dimwit brother knocked on the door, intending to initiate a special ritual. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Protector. Today we have a new soul master with soul power who wishes to join the divine spirit sect. Very well, come in. The dimwit ushered Lin Yi inside. The room was modest, sufficient for a single occupant. The walls were lined with various shelves, each adorned with glass jars. Inside these jars floated countless insects, varying in size, some as small as the divine fruit fed to Ning Rongrong, while others were as large as a basketball. The sight of them sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. While they posed little harm, they were profoundly unsettling. Leave now, the protector commanded, prompting the dimwit to exit. Before departing, he patted Lin Yi on the arm, saying, do well. Now left alone, Lin Yi remained unperturbed. Since entering the village, his danger perception had not been triggered. leaving him with a peculiar feeling akin to a vanished ability or an expired subscription. How old are you? What level? What is your martial soul? He began to fabricate answers. 25, level 40, martial soul, iron sword. With that, Lin Yi unleashed his martial soul, suppressing his murderous aura to make the 7-killing sword appear as an ordinary longsword. Upon hearing this, the protector instantly raised his head. Lin Yi caught a glimpse of his eyes, murky and lacking the typical black and white of ordinary eyes, instead appearing a desolate yellow. Lin Yi felt uncomfortable under the protector's gaze, yet the absence of a danger signal compelled him to maintain his composure. Steady now. I have yet to ascertain his level. Lin Yi silently reminded himself. After a moment, the protector burst into laughter. Excellent. The Divine Spirit sect welcomes a powerful soul master like you. However, before joining, you must understand certain matters. I am eager to learn, Lin Yi replied. Joining the Divine Spirit sect requires you to relinquish your martial soul. Can you do that? What about my soul power? Lin Yi queried. Your soul power will not only remain intact, but will also enhance your cultivation speed. The Divine Spirit sect has not accepted someone of your caliber for a long time. Seize this opportunity, and you will surely become like me in the future. Then, 7 soul rings emerged from his body, showcasing his prowess. Lin Yi felt fortunate that he had not acted hastily and nodded. All right, what must I do next? Hearing this, the protector laughed heartily. Please wait a moment. He began retrieving various bottles and jars from behind him. As Lin Yi observed, a sense of nausea overcame him. The insects within those jars were not preserved specimens. They began to wriggle upon being extracted. Insufficient age, too small, the protector commented, placing one back and retrieving another. A small flying insect was released by Lin Yi, signaling Meng Shu's attack. Lin Yi quietly moved a couple of steps and opened the door. Where are you going? Just to relieve myself, Lin Yi replied, astonished by the protector's keen perception. In an instant, Meng Shu burst in. With his level 90 soul power, the protector had no chance of resistance and was completely subdued, even unable to speak. Upon seeing the myriad of items in the room, the well-informed Meng Shu felt a sense of oppression. What on earth are these? He inquired. However, the protector, bound by soul power, could not respond. Lin Yi stepped forward, crushing an insect underfoot, saying, It seems these insects are responsible for granting these individuals new martial souls, even capable of altering a soul master's original martial soul. The two promptly retreated and restored the room. In Longxing City, everyone gathered. Thanks to Senior Meng Shu's presence, this would have been challenging otherwise. That fellow is actually a soul sage, Lin Yi lamented with a shake of his head. After hearing this, the golden generation exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces. A Yin inquired, Is one protector already a soul sage? What about their leader? Perhaps a titled Douluo? Let him explain, Meng Shu replied, slightly lifting the soul power seal to allow the protector to speak without risking self-detonation. Who are you? The protector countered, realizing that only someone of titled Douluo caliber could have subdued him so swiftly. In his confidence, he believed even a soul Douluo would not suffice. Now is not the time for your questions. Answer mine. Where's your inner city? Lin Yi retorted. However, the protector fell silent. Lin Yi remained unfazed. After all, he had countless methods to extract information. Evil Moon looks at him with ill intent. Are you certain you won't speak? As he wiped his moonblade, he reiterated. Are you sure you want tea? Unfortunately, the protector continued to remain mute. Grandpa Meng, keep him sealed, don't let him talk. Otherwise, he might start wailing and attract others. Subsequently, the protector was confined in a small dark room where Lin Yi released several soul beasts. These soul beasts, having been around for several years, obeyed Lin Yi's commands without hesitation. Countless insect soul bees crawled over the protector, siphoning his blood while simultaneously injecting toxins. Almost instantly, large welts appeared all over his body. Bound and unable to scratch, he found himself in a state of helplessness, caught between the desire to live and the inability to die. Half an hour later, Lin Yi cast a glance at him, pricked his finger to extract a drop of blood, and concentrated it. Here, give this a try, it's potent. With that, he produced a small dagger and made a cut on the protector's arm, allowing a few drops of blood to enter. The protector's reaction was immediate and intense. His face fluctuated between red and green, clearly in agony. Bulaina stepped forward, stating, If you wish to speak, nod your head. If not, continue to hold your silence. Indeed, her words proved more effective, possibly due to the protector's inability to endure the pain. He began to nod furiously. Why waste my blood when you could have spoken earlier? Lin Yi remarked, watching the protector's head bob like a rattle drum, feeling an urge to slap him. Regrettably, this individual still possesses some utility. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have been able to dispatch him effortlessly. Grandpa Meng, I must trouble you once more to elucidate the matter. Meng Shu, finding it cumbersome, untied the restraints again. At last, the guardian comprehended the situation before him. Among the 5 individuals, the elder undoubtedly possessed the strength of a title Dalu, and the 4 others were not to be underestimated. Those with such prowess were certainly affiliated with the Wuhun Temple. I will inquire, and you shall respond. What is your connection to the Guangming Hui? We are vassals of the Guangming Hui. Who is your leader? We do not have a leader. Our leader is the leader of the Guangming Hui, and we directly heed their commands. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of frustration. Where is your inner city? At this moment, the individual hesitated, appearing reluctant to divulge the information. Be honest, or you shall suffer further torment. Hulaina brandished her dagger menacingly. Very well, I shall speak. The inner city lies directly opposite the entrance to the city of slaughter, situated underground. And what else? Reveal all that you know, including information regarding your Wuhun. This. Speak. Yen had already ignited a flame, causing the individual to squirm uncomfortably. The inner city houses high-ranking officials, including guardians and above, and contains numerous documents. As for the Wuhun, we are not Wuhun. Not Wuhun? Even Meng Shu sensed something amiss. The soul power fluctuations emanating from this individual were clearly authentic. Indeed, it is not Wuhun. The Guangming Hui regularly transports the Jidichong. No, periodically sends the parasitic insects to the inner city, which are then distributed to various outer villages. As the flames of Yen inched closer to his lower regions, the individual began to panic. Yen, cease. Let him speak. Yen flashed a wicked smile. If you continue to be disobedient, I shall set your lower half ablaze. The Jidichong are sent by the Guangming Hui. Different types of parasitic insects are administered based on the characteristics of a soul masteress body. Those with useless Wuhun can simply consume the most ordinary parasitic insect, which will occupy their bodies and simulate a new Wuhun's form. The soul rings are not actually attached to the soul masters, but rather to the parasitic insects. Hearing this, everyone was left aghast. It was utterly inconceivable. All present, including Meng Shu, were astonished. No wonder the cultivation speed of these soul masters appeared extraordinarily rapid. Are you implying that the Jidichong are the true entities, and the soul masters are merely vessels controlled by them? Lin Yi immediately grasped the implication and retorted. Hulaina also understood Lin Yi's meaning, suggesting that these soul masters had essentially become mere shells devoid of autonomy. The guardian could only affirm this assertion. But wait, insects are not human. How can they comprehend commands? See, you identified the critical point. After consuming the Jidichong, full control over the host requires time, and there are potions that prolong this period by inhibiting the development of the parasitic insects. During the larval stage, the individual retains self-awareness. But as they progress to the adult stage, they gradually begin to dominate the human consciousness until it is completely overridden. Furthermore, there are various types of Jidichong. Lin Yi recognized the importance of this information, hasten and deliver the crucial details. The Jidichong are categorized into basic, control, and royal types. Ordinary soul masters consume the basic type, ultimately reducing them to mere shells, while the control type, like myself, experiences rapid advancements in strength and can command the basic types entirely. The royal type is likely exclusive to the leader of the Guangming Hui, as all Jidichong are dispatched by them. Hearing this, Lin Yi slapped his forehead. This plot felt eerily familiar. Chapter 78, Thunderous Action, the Wuhun Temple's Encirclement. By the heavens, Grandpa Meng, quickly, you must venture outside to the Longxing City. This fellow is a control-type Jidichong and may summon nearby lower-level insects. Meng Shu grasped the severity of the situation. Very well, my wife is also present. We shall proceed with separate actions. Knowing that Chao Tianxiang was also behind him, Lin Yi felt considerably more at ease. Given the current Wuhun fusion technique of Long Gong and Shi Pe, even the title Dalu would struggle to contend with them, and even if a title Dalu were to arrive, he would not feel threatened. Meng Shu immediately exited to assess the situation. The remaining 4 continued their interrogation. Speak, what else do you know? How are these Jidichong produced? The guardian hesitated, struggling to articulate a coherent response. And as Yen's flames threatened to approach his lower regions once more, he finally succumbed. After a prolonged silence, he recalled, It is the Guangming Hui. The leader S. Wuhun is the mother of the GD Chong, and all his Wuhun skills are dedicated to producing these insects. After departing from the Wuhun owner, the GD Chong must be soaked in a potion for a month. Beyond that, I truly do not know. Enough of your nonsense. Speak. Where are the Guangming Hui's members? The Guardian's gaze darted, and his eyes betrayed his trepidation. Ultimately, under the combined pressure of the four, the individual divulged all pertinent information. The inner city near the city of slaughter is not the headquarters of the Shenting Jiao, but rather that of the Guangming Hui. All soul masters bearing soul power have been controlled by them via the GD Chong and sent to the Guangming Hui headquarters. The reason for this transfer is that the leader requires the soul power of these individuals. He consumes their soul power as sustenance, propelling himself from a mere level 40 to the realm of level 80. Upon reaching level 80, the consumption demands escalate, and ordinary soul masters no longer suffice. However, those like Lin Yi, who possess innate level 40 soul power, are prime candidates. Firstly, the GD Chong can only modify the bodies of soul masters below level 50. Beyond that threshold, they are rejected by the soul master's physical constitution and may even be killed by their immune system. Secondly, soul masters around level 40 are no match for these individuals. Once they enter the outer regions of the Shenting Jiao, they will either be captured or forcibly retained as offerings to the Guangming Hui. Upon hearing this, the four were incensed. Indeed, they were wicked soul masters who practiced cultivation through devouring others, committing unspeakable atrocities, exploiting the greed of soul masters to attract followers. They selected the strongest among them to willingly or unwillingly become sacrifices. Unable to endure any further, Lin Yi unleashed a torrent of punishment upon this individual. By the way, you mentioned that these insects cultivate so rapidly, they cannot possibly match the strength of true Wuhun owners, can they? Yes, in the best case scenario. They only possess 70% of the strength of a true Wuhun owner of the same level, and the weaker ones have merely 1/3 of that. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief. This was merely a facade, appearing as a soul saint but truly possessing only around level 50 strength, which was quite alarming. Wait, you spoke of the basic type. What about your control type GD Chong? The control type GD Chong assists the main soul master in cultivation, and their strength is 100% identical. Lin Yi suddenly understood. So that is the case. How many guardians like you does the Guangming Hui possess? As well as advanced personnel? 1 guardian per village. Currently, there are approximately 5 or 6 villages, along with 2 vice leaders. This revelation left Yin and Xiaoyu astounded. This clandestine organization is indeed terrifying. Each guardian is around level 70, and the vice leaders are at least level 80, while the leader could very well be a title Dalu. After extracting all necessary information, Lin Yi prepared to take the final step. He had no intention of letting this individual escape. He was unaware of the countless lives lost at his hands. When Meng Shu captured him, Lin Yi had already probed with his spiritual power, discovering that none of these insects possessed spiritual power surpassing his own. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to absorb his spiritual power directly. Having caused the suffering of so many, you are deserving of death. After Lin Yi's mental extraction was completed, he collapsed onto the ground, appearing utterly drained, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. It would be prudent to take him back to the Wuhun Hall, for he seemed quite deranged. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang had also returned, reporting no issues. Let us proceed home and inform the teacher, they decided. Time was of the essence, and the group swiftly embarked on their journey back to the Wuhun Hall, marching without delay. Upon their return, Lin Yi shared all pertinent information with Bibi Dong and the 2 elders. Meng Shu articulated his impressions from the confrontation with the protector. After thorough deliberation, Bibi Dong resolved to dispatch a unit to eradicate the remnants of the Guangming Jiao. For this covert operation, 4 title Dalu were chosen, excluding Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. Given their formidable strength, they could easily subdue not only the minor Guangming Hui, but even the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect. Lin Yi was acknowledged for his significant contributions, facilitating the group's endeavors. Thus, Lin Yi took the lead alongside Hulayina as they launched an assault on the inner city of the Guangming Hui, while Xiaoyu, Yin, and another title Duo remained stationed at the outskirts of the Shenting Jiao. The protector, evidently terrified from his ordeal, spoke the truth. Lin Yi utilized his spiritual powers to probe the inner city, effortlessly locating it with the assistance of controlled soul beasts through his beast taming technique. Regrettably, Lin Yi's strength was still insufficient for direct combat, The actual battle duties fell to the titled Dalu experts. The distinguished figures took turns assaulting the inner city, wreaking havoc and transforming the underground stronghold into ruins. Ultimately, with Lin Yi's reconnaissance, they located the leader of the Guangminghui, a level 92 titled Dalu who called himself the Insect Emperor Dalu. Lin Yi soon witnessed the extent of his powers, which stemmed from a mutated martial spirit, the parasitic motherbug. His lower-tier soul skills could spawn countless corporeal insects, both basic and control types. His offensive capabilities were frightful. He could command these insects for self-destructive attacks, and even compel high-ranking soul masters of the inner city to commit suicide via explosion. Numerous soul masters disguised themselves and charged forward, detonating themselves upon nearing the group, leaving behind fragmented remains that could also explode. Initially caught off guard, the group of titled Dalu, despite their resilience, found themselves momentarily overwhelmed. The insect Emperor Dalu, seemingly deranged, did not flee but rather raved. Today, I shall annihilate all of you and transform your corpses into parasites for my consumption, thus achieving divinity as the insect god. Ha ha ha. Since Lin Yi and Hulayina were together, they managed to evade the explosions, aided by Lin Yi's evil godwings which allowed them to soar into the air. Lin Yi assisted with his spiritual detection while Hulayina exercised control. Their combined efforts opened the battlefield for the titled Dalu under the full onslaught of the experts. The insect Emperor Dalu unexpectedly revealed his ultimate move. "Huh, you really think you can leave? A mere handful of titled Dalu shall accompany me to the grave. The entire inner city will explode." His eyes turned crimson, and a viscous yellow fluid trickled from them. "Do you wonder where the corpses of those I've absorbed are? Ha ha! Buried beneath this city. Do you think they won't explode?" Lin could only roll his eyes at the absurdity of it all. "You are quite the fool. Even after cremation, all that remains is a mouth." Chapter 79. The Sun Extinguishing Operation accomplished. "You little brat, once you perish, I shall refine you into medicinal residue." The insect Emperor Dalu gritted his teeth in frustration. However, with several titled Dalu in front of him, he had no means to reach Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained unfazed, confident that even if Tangshan were present, he would return missing limbs. The experts had yet to unleash their full potential. "Ha ha! Thanks to you all for chatting instead of attacking. You've given me an opportunity." Suddenly, the insect Emperor Dalu leaped into the air, his form transforming grotesquely into that of a parasitic mother bug, oozing a thick green liquid. "Children, explode. Annihilate them." The cacophony of explosions erupted from the outer circle of the inner city, moving towards the center. Lin Yi remained amused, thinking the insect Emperor Dalu was a mere fool, believing he could conjure anything exceptional. Two extremes, stillness domain. The strongest move of the Ju Gue Dalu. Within this domain, all enemies, including the Ju Gue Dalu himself, would be immobilized. The remaining experts then commenced their cleansing operations. The insect Emperor Dalu's explosive antics were thwarted before they even began. The one who benefited most from this operation was undoubtedly Lin Yi, who thoroughly siphoned the spiritual energy from all present. As the insect Emperor Dalu was besieged by the experts nearing his demise, Lin Yi devoured his spiritual power, successfully entering the barrier-breaking realm, and the sea of spiritual power expanded by a third due to the insect Emperor Dalu's essence. Lin Yi grasped the advantages of having powerful allies. Clinging to their coattails brought unparalleled joy. Had he confronted such a foe alone, he would have needed to reach the soul Dalu level first, and by then, the insect Emperor Dalu would have likely consumed countless souls, attaining the pinnacle of level 99. Fortunately, they had discovered him early and nipped the threat in the bud. After the insect Emperor Dalu was completely erased from Dalu, he exploded, revealing a soul bone. Lin Yi's spirits soared at the sight of the bone, which appeared ancient and was a head bone, indicating its substantial age. Following the extermination, the other Dalu continued to eradicate the Guangminghui, while Lin Yi claimed the soul bone, which ultimately would be presented to the Pope Bibi Dong for a decision, as it mattered little who possessed it. System. Scan the soul bone. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. 70,000-year illusion demon ape's spiritual wisdom skull. Ah, no wonder this fellow possessed such formidable spiritual power. It was due to this skull's enhancement. Lin Yi thought, it must rightfully belong to me. Although the simulator can produce soul bones, their quality and functionality vary. Why would one refuse a ready-made, 70,000-year-old bone? Having secured the soul bone, Lin Yi rejoined the main group to continue the sweep of the Guangminghui. Operation Code, Sun Extinguishing. The operation concluded flawlessly. The headquarters of the Guangming Hui was cleansed, and all cult members were brought to justice. Apart from external branches of the Guangming Hui's Shunting Jiao, all have been systematically eradicated by the Wuhuan Hall. Meanwhile, the royal families of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire were dispatching personnel to assist the Wuhuan Hall in the cleanup. In Tiando, the responsibility fell to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect. Lin Yi and Hu Laina, as special envoys of the Wuhuan Hall, went to Tiando for assistance, while Xieyu and Ayin proceeded to Xinglua to lend aid. At the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy, one of the students exclaimed, "Hey, Lin Yi, who is this girl?" As Osro draped an arm around Lin Yi's shoulders, casting glances at Hu Laina, he was swiftly swatted away by Duguyen. "You little brat, go find somewhere cool to loiter. You're everywhere. Lin Yi, grandfather wishes to see you." Upon hearing that the old poison master wanted to meet him, Lin Yi was curious about the reason. "Yinzi, what is the matter?" "I don't know, just hurry. Come, come. Beautiful, let us join together." With that, Duguyen wrapped her arm around Hu Laina's. Clearly, she did not recognize that this would be her future adversary, the leader of the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple. Hu Laina waved her hand, signaling Lin Yi to proceed first. "Lin Yi, you rascal, how is your training going?" "Let me see." From 800 meters away, Lin Yi could hear the voice of the old poison master. "I say, old monster, what are you up to? Why are you looking for me?" "I'm busy here." Upon hearing this, Dugubo immediately delivered a playful slap to Lin Yi's head, causing him to crouch down, cradling his head. "Old monster, are you looking for a fight? Come, let's have a spar." "You little brat, with you, I'll only need my hands and feet. I'll poison you." Lin Yi retorted, "Wow, you're quite bold, thinking you can fight me without using your hands or feet." After saying this, he felt something was amiss. "Wait, old monster, have you broken through? How could it be so soon?" The old monster smiled mysteriously. "You're not slow on the uptake, kid. I've broken through to level 93 in a short time." "How is that possible? Others take over a decade, sometimes even decades, to break through from title to law. How did you advance so quickly from 92 to 93? "This is absurd." Lin Yi was somewhat bewildered. "Hey, aren't you usually quite clever? What s with the foolishness? I spent all my time in the Binghua Liangyi, and ever since the toxins in my body vanished, my speed of cultivation has been terrifyingly enhanced there. You can't just be telling me this, right?" Lin Yi, well aware of the advantages of the Binghua Liangyi, thought to himself. It was a paradise formed during the time of the Ice Fire Dragon King, an absolute haven. But unfortunately, it could not be taken away, rendering it somewhat useless. "Look at this." Dugubo then produced 2 vials from his soul guide. Lin Yi observed the liquid swaying within the bottles. Is this a bit sweet like Farmer has 3 fists? We don't produce water. We are nature's transporters." Subsequently, Dugubo carefully infused his soul power into the vials, causing them to open with a click. Lin Yi immediately recognized what the liquid was. "How did you manage this?" "By chance, I discovered that the Binghua spring water cannot corrode this glazed soul guide, so I collected some. I didn't expect that, even after being stored, it would still enhance cultivation. Although the effect is somewhat diminished, it's still better than nothing." This discovery invigorated Lin Yi, yet he harbored some worries. "You haven't told anyone else, have you? You brat, what reputation do I have? If I say it's for you, then it's for you. It's yours now. I'm merely eating your food and staying with you." Hearing the old monster's words, Lin Yi felt somewhat reassured. If this were to leak out, it would be akin to the Spirit Hall, not only detrimental to Soul Master's cultivation, but could also provoke numerous calamities. After all, human desires are boundless. There will always be greedy individuals seeking to gain without labor. As long as there is a 50% profit, they could even sell their souls. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to keep this secret forever. "Old monster, do you have anything else? If not, come help us out. Let me see your strength. You little brat, consider it my help. No need to invite me for a meal." With the old monster's intervention, Lin Yi and his companions found themselves at a significant advantage. After all, the most fearsome title Daw, known for area damage across the continent, was indeed Dugubo. Chapter 8. The first meeting with my future bride. After completing their actions, Dugubo swiftly departed. Yu Tianheng wanted Lin Yi to visit the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect to extend hospitality, but Lin Yi flatly refused as he found himself in trouble. "Who are you, and why are you following Lin Yi? And who are you? You too. Who are you, and why are you following Lin Yi?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi felt as though his head might explode. He could not fathom how the former landlords of the Blue Star, with their myriad relatives and acquaintances, managed to live daily without losing their minds. Lin Yi. The voices of the two echoed into the heavens and into Lin Yi's ears. He could only think one thought. Who am I? Where am I? And I wish to find a fissure to hide in. Ning Rongrong and Hu Laina each grabbed one of Lin Yi's arms, while Zhu Zhuqing stood aside, smiling as she watched the spectacle. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's expression, Lin Yi made a face. What are you looking at? You will also be my wife in the future. Don't think you can escape. Though he thought this in his heart, he dared not voice it. Lin Yi, who is she? Lin Yi, who is she? Stop. Everyone halt. Lin Yi was completely exasperated. For heaven's sake, can you all quiet down for a moment? What good does arguing do? Can it solve anything? It can. The two resumed their quarrel once more. After a lengthy period, they finally ceased their antics. Now, tell me, who do you like? Ning Rongrong's expression was far from pleasant. Hu Laina and Ning Rongrong were evenly matched. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, observing from the side. You two come here, I have a question. Lin Yi gestured for them to sit down, one hand for each. Now, according to the laws of Douluo continent, is it not forbidden for a man to marry two wives? Evidently, Ning Rongrong was unaware of this. There is none. Hu Laina, however, was well versed in various laws. Exactly. First of all, since there is no explicit legal prohibition, is legal. Secondly, if a man is favored by many women, what does that signify? It signifies he is shameless. Ning Rongrong promptly pinched Lin Yi. Why are you pinching him? Woo, Laina is better. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Yi received another light slap from Hu Laina. Enough. It signifies that the man is capable. Coincidentally, I am that man. Lin Yi boasted, amusing all three girls. The atmosphere finally began to ease. The two girls then started to converse amicably, discussing everything from their births to their futures, from their personal lives to their sex, seemingly having become friends. However, suddenly, they began to argue once more. Ancestors, I say, my dear ancestors, what is it now? I want to be the biggest. I want to be the biggest. Where did you two learn such things? Lin Yi felt as if he had stumbled into the wrong scene. This was not Douluo continent, but rather a scene from the life of Wei Xiaobao. Stop it. You are both wives. After Lin Yi declared this, both girls fell silent, looking at him intently. You said it. No backing out. You said it. No backing out. At last, after a prolonged and friendly discussion, the topic finally came to a close. Clearly, they were still young and not suited for such discussions. It was merely for fun. Enough about that. I have some matters to attend to. I must return to the Wuhun temple. Just as Lin Yi intended to leave, he was blocked. Is this Mr. Lin Yi? A knock resounded at the door of the VIP room. Lin Yi felt somewhat embarrassed, relieved that his previous words had not been overheard. Yes, please enter. The door opened, and a soldier clad in armor presented a letter, placing it respectfully against his chest. Lin Yi recognized the swan emblem on his chest, indicating he was a soldier of the Tiando Empire, preparing himself mentally. Mr. Lin Yi, the Snow Knight Emperor requests your presence. Please hurry to the palace. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Why does the Snow Knight Emperor want to summon me? However, since he was still within the borders of the Tiando Empire, and not in Wuhun City, he could not afford to act recklessly. Lin Yi could only follow the soldier to the palace. As there were guards accompanying him, Lin Yi faced no obstacles along the way and easily entered the palace. Just before officially entering the main hall, he was requested to undergo a body check for weapons. Lin Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. He hesitated to admit that he was carrying weapons, for he was, in truth, a veritable arsenal. His sole guiding device contained Ning Fengji's silent wrist crossbow, an AK-47 crafted by Lu Gao, and an array of flashbangs. If he had just a few grenades and a submachine gun, he could easily transform into a special forces operative. After a brief inspection, Lin Yi was ushered directly into the royal palace. Ning. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar face, Ning Rongrong's father, his future father-in-law, Ning Fengji. Lin Yi, you've arrived, Ning Fengji said, stepping back and striking a pose with one hand. Lin Yi understood that someone was about to make an entrance. Soon after, he beheld two elegantly dressed individuals adorned with jewels emerging from the shadows. There was no need for Ning Fengji to introduce them. Lin Yi instantly recognized them. The two bore stark differences. One stood tall and proud, exuding vigor and confidence, while the other appeared lethargic, glancing about like a beggar. Lin Yi, allow me to introduce these two. They are the princes of the Snow Knight Empire. This is His Highness, Xue Qinghe, Ning Fengji announced, and Xue Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Yi bowed, fully aware that this was actually Qian Rinxue in disguise, yet he stifled a laugh to avoid revealing her identity. And this is His Highness, Shui Beng. After the introduction, Shui Beng disregarded formalities and rushed to the side of a pillar, drawing his sword and beginning to strike the column. Run around the pillar. If you don't run, I'll chop you. Linny couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and exasperation at this foolhardy display. It was a waste of talent for him to feign a playboy. Ignoring the antics, Lin Yi continued with his respectful bow. Just as he finished, the voice of the Snow Knight Emperor announcing his arrival echoed through the chamber. Consequently, all present, except for Shui Beng, began to tidy themselves. Junior Linny, I pay my respects to your majesty. Although the benevolent Snow Knight Emperor was known for his kindness, Lin Yi expressed his utmost respect. For accompanying royalty was akin to dancing with a tiger. Moreover, he was uncertain of the emperor's intentions. No need for formalities, please take a seat. Everyone was taken aback, unsure of the emperor's reasoning for granting a seat to a mere youth. Lin Yi, the matter concerning the Radiant Church poses a grave threat to the nation's security. If left unchecked, it will not only undermine the foundation of the empire, but could also disrupt the entire continent. Fortunately, you were here. I have received word from the Pope and understand that your contributions were pivotal. As fate would have it, you have been dispatched to Tiandou, and I wish to see what this young prodigy looks like. After speaking, the Snow Knight Emperor's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Lin Yi was bestowed with the title of Baron of the Tiandou Empire, along with a reward of 50,000 gold soul coins and land. Lin Yi bowed deeply. As a member of the Spirit Hall, he had faced numerous inconveniences within the Tiandou Empire, but this title would afford him slightly greater freedom of movement. Chapter 81. My disciple Lin Yi possesses the qualities of a deity. After navigating through a series of formalities, Lin Yi finally bid farewell to the Snow Knight Emperor, having gained invaluable insights from this visit. Xiao Yi, His Highness the Crown Prince wishes to see you. You should go, Ning Fengji informed Lin Yi, mentioning that Xue Qinghe had business with him. Lin Yi was intrigued, wondering what Qian Rinxue could possibly want from him. In the Crown Prince's quarters, Lin Yi, I pay my respects to your highness. Lin Yi refrained from exposing Qian Rinxue's true identity, curious to see her intentions unfold. Thanks to your assistance, the Tiandou Empire has effortlessly eradicated the remnants of the Radiant Church. Beyond the rewards bestowed by my father, I have an additional token of appreciation for you. With that, Xue Qinghe clapped his hands, and two attendants brought forth a chest. Take a look, he said, opening the chest to reveal a dazzling array of gold. Thank you, your highness, Lin Yi replied. It is merely a chest of gold soul coins, he thought, not particularly concerned. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's hand is bound to their will. Accepting the Crown Prince's gift in front of so many witnesses would mean he had to heed the Crown Prince's wishes. Lin Yi understood this sentiment. Your highness, should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Xue Qinghe laughed heartily. Very well, you are direct. However, at present, I do not require your help. We shall discuss it when the need arises. Lin Yi was left speechless, pondering the Crown Prince's intentions. Without further ado, he exited the Crown Prince's quarters with the gold soul coins in hand. Ning Fengji emerged to greet him. Your highness, this child is quite remarkable, is he not? Lin Yi was taken aback to find himself recommended by his future father-in-law. Leaving the palace, Lin Yi wasted no time, for he had much to attend to. After a brief farewell to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, he set off with Ulaina to return to the Spirit Hall to address matters concerning the Radiant Church. In the Hall of Offerings, Elder Brother, the Radiant Church is reviving. The Pope has dealt with the situation admirably, and that young man has certainly achieved great merit. What are your thoughts? Jin Yi looked to Qian Dalu for his opinion. It is too early to tell, he responded. But brother, could there truly be such a thing as the Sunfire Fruit? We have lived for so many years and have never heard of it. The twin brothers, Qian Jun and Qian Mo, expressed their views. Qian Dalu's memories drifted back several decades. At that time, he and Tang Chun were on Sea God Island, both harboring feelings for the sea god Douluo, Bo Saishi. Subsequently, Bo Saishi instructed them to strengthen their powers and return after attaining divinity. Regrettably, one became the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter, while the other served merely as the guide for the angel god. Long before their departure, they had heard tales of the Sunfire Fruit. It was said to emanate a potent essence of pure sunlight, significantly enhancing all but dark-type martial souls. Yet, despite a lifetime of searching, it remained elusive. His pretense of enlisting Lin Yi in the quest was merely a ruse to gauge his potential. Whether or not Lin Yi could find it was secondary. What mattered was his future potential and innate strength. This matter requires no inquiry. I am well aware, Dalu asserted, leaving little room for debate, and the other elders chose not to voice further opinions. Within the Pope's chamber, several elders were reporting their achievements. Xiaoyu and Yan had returned, and the formidable strength of the Xingluo Empire was now sufficient to obliterate the Radiant Church. Their arrival had lightened the atmosphere. Lin Yi and Hulaina also returned. "Teacher, we are back," they announced as they entered the Pope's chamber, instantly falling silent. The surrounding elders praised Lin Yi's abilities profusely. "Teacher, here, this is the skull of the 7,000-year illusion demon ape, which erupted after the old worm's demise." Lin Yi promptly presented as spoils of war. This item was undeniably a hot potato. The elders had witnessed its emergence, but had been too occupied to retrieve it. Bibi Dong's gaze swept over the soul bone, revealing a look of astonishment. Such a powerful soul bone was squandered in the hands of a cult leader, truly a waste of resources. Yuguang appeared furious, while Gue may remain silent. The other titled Douluos also chose to remain mute. Now, it was up to the Pope to decide how to handle this skull. Even if it were to be sealed away, no one would dare object. "Elders, from this day forth, I announce a matter of great importance. Lin Yi shall be the candidate for the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, and Hulaina shall be the candidate for the Holy Maiden. Do you have any objections?" Bibi Dong declared with a commanding tone that brooked no dissent. "No objections. No objections. Very well, as candidates, they must naturally undergo a rigorous selection process to prove their worth. Lin Yi, you must swiftly surpass level 50 to obtain a soul ring. Subsequently, you and Hulaina will be taken by your teacher to a certain location. If you manage to emerge alive, you will have achieved the union of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. What do you think?" The tone was undeniably assertive. "Listen attentively to the teacher's teachings. Excellent. With both of you as promising juniors in the Spirit Hall, our legacy will surely flourish. Elders, to facilitate Lin Yi's early breakthrough to level 50, I propose he be entrusted with this soul bone. Does anyone oppose?" Bai Dong's tone was once again indisputable. Lin Yi chaklit inyardi, realizing that his teacher was indeed protective, subtly presenting him with a soul bone. No objections were raised. Thus, Lin Yi joyfully received the 7,000-year-old spirit wisdom skull of the illusionary demon ape. Aside from the two elders, Zhu Gue, all other elders withdrew. "Lin Yi, you should absorb this soul bone upon your return. After reaching level 50, immediately acquire a soul ring. There is no time to waste." Lin Yi nodded and then exited the papal hall alongside Hulaina. "Your Majesty, are you somewhat perplexed by this child's ghostly demeanor? Typically, he speaks little, with Yuguang often taking the lead in conversation. Today he could no longer restrain himself. My disciple, Lin Yi, possesses the potential for divinity, and naturally, he deserves the finest resources." Yuguang smiled silently. Having consumed the wondrous Churong Tantianju, Lin Yi had long been regarded as a beloved grandson. Despite having explained the old ghost's concerns numerous times, they remained unresolved, leading him to forego further explanations. Today, the words of the Pope served as a profound revelation. In the city of slaughter, children, you must strive to survive. Bai Dong sat upon the throne, her expression as tranquil as water. Due to the resolute nature of her words, Hulaina did not dare to linger with Lin Yi, fearing she might disturb his focus, and thus returned to her training alone. Lin Yi, too, seized the rare moment of tranquility. 7,000 years. Who knows how many levels he could ascend? He diligently absorbed the soul bone. The absorption of a soul bone is unlike that of a soul ring. It requires no effort and poses no risk of losing control. Thus no guardian is needed. Alone in his chamber, Lin Yi digested the soul bone, although he would not lose control. The lengthy age of the soul bone meant that the absorption process was naturally time-consuming. It was not until the sun had completely set that Lin Yi awakened. My goodness, how remarkable. It's a good thing it's only 7,000 years. If it were 100,000, I might have been up all night. Lin Yi stood to stretch his limbs. The benefits he reaped from absorbing the soul bone were undeniably immense. Chapter 82, Narrow Paths of Enmity. His soul power had directly ascended to level 50, even surpassing it. Furthermore, this 7,000-year-old skull endowed him with a passive ability, the ability to disregard the effects and attacks of spiritual power. Initially, Lin Yi found it underwhelming to exchange 7,000 years for merely a passive ability. However, he soon realized the tremendous strength of this power. With his skull, He would be impervious to any influence from the spiritual power of others or soul beasts, regardless of the might of the adversary's spiritual strength. Whether through overt attacks or covert ambushes, they would prove ineffective. This meant that even if the peerless Tang Sect's evil eye tyrant were to come forth, their spiritual assaults would be rendered futile. Marvelous. He felt as though he was soaring. Yet, this was not a moment for celebration. Acquiring the 5th soul ring was of utmost urgency. Elevating himself beyond level 50 to enter the city of slaughter and obtain the domain of the god of slaughter was the true path. After absorbing the soul bone, Bai Dong once again instructed the 4 to independently acquire their soul rings, forbidding any assistance. Was the teacher plotting? Why not allow the 2 elders to lend a hand if the goal is to expedite their progress to level 50? Hulaina propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook his head. Perhaps the trial begins now. The destination for the 4 was the Star Do Great Forest. Upon reaching the forest, night had already fallen, and they dared not take risks. After all, the nocturnal forest is a realm where even deities fear to tread. During their rest, Lin Yi was not idle. He began running the simulator. Although the 10 system consumed gold soul coins without yielding substantial rewards, it would still grant some achievement cards. So why not take advantage of it? Beep. Simulation of Douluo life commencing. At 1 year old, you are born safely amidst vast oceans. Lin Yi sensed something was amiss. At 5,000 years, as the sovereign of the sea soul beasts, the deep-sea demon whale, you wreak havoc everywhere. Lin Yi was left speechless. At 10,000 years, with your strength, you easily capsized a massive ship. At 20,000 years, you had become a dominant force in the ocean. At 100,000 years, in your battle against the evil tiger whale group, you slayed the whale king, successfully absorbing the immense soul power contained within its brain, propelling your strength to new heights. At 300,000 years, you broke through several limits, evading heavenly tribulations. At 500,000 years, you could summon the ocean's power. At 600,000 years, a fellow named Eggle gave you a thorough beating, stating that if you were unconvinced, you should seek him out in Northern Europe. At 800,000 years, another individual wielding a trident delivered another beating, even blinding one of your eyes. He called himself Poseidon and awaited your revenge in Atlantis. After 999,999 years, you completed your transformation into a dragon, only one step away from breaking 1,000,000 years to become a beast god. Yet, amidst the thunderous tribulations, you ultimately could not evade this calamity. Simulation concluded. Please select one item to retain from the simulation. Evil Tiger Whale, King S-Brain. Achievement. Misfortune befell you, being beaten by various sea gods. Lin Yi refrained from offering further commentary on this simulation, given that he had gained gold soul coins without consequence. However, he was uncertain of the utility of the evil tiger whale, King S-Brain. His Chinquan bag already contained countless treasures, and he did not mind adding one more. Perhaps it might serve as the heart of the sea god, alleviating many burdens. The morning sun was brilliantly bright, and the fresh air within the forest was intoxicating. The 4-member team commenced their soul-hunting expedition. Yet, upon entering the forest, they encountered many fellow travelers. These individuals were all members of hired soul-hunting squads, working for pay. They were quite familiar with one another, and soul-hunting teams, with close ties, often operated in groups. Lin Yi and his companions encountered 2 such teams. A 7-member squad quickly transformed into a group of over 10. Boasting impressive numbers, strength in numbers led to increased ambition, and they chattered excitedly, oblivious to their surroundings. Although Bai Dong had clearly stated that no assistance was to be provided in acquiring martial souls, she did not prohibit anyone from taking the lead. Thus, the 4 trailed behind this large group. They were indifferent to the presence of the 4, as, in the event of encountering a soul beast, they would all fend for themselves. However, a few employers had different intentions. Noticing Hulaina's beauty, these unscrupulous old men harbored ulterior motives, but with 3 present, they refrained from speaking outright. Instead, they secretly plotted mischief. As something approached, Lin Yi activated his full spiritual power. Having entered the broken barrier state, his detection range had significantly increased, and with the enhancement from the skull, he could now sense any object within 100 meters. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the 4 immediately ascended a towering tree. The ancient trees of the forest were towering and lush, rendering them nearly invisible. Dalu, did you hit it? The hefty figure gasped as he inquired of Dai Mu Bai. With keen eyes, Lin Yi immediately recognized the newcomers. It was none other than the Shrek team. Or more accurately, the Shrek 5. Stop your nonsense. I definitely hit it, came Dai Mu Bai's emphatic retort. Silence. Dai Lauda indeed struck true. Tang San interjected, quelling their bickering. In the forest, a hunting team of over a dozen members had also spotted their target. Excellent. The target has appeared. One of the captains had already summoned his martial spirit and unleashed his soul skill towards the prey. He was a control-type soul master wielding the Yanxi whip, targeting the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi. To say that Oscar had mixed fortunes would be an understatement. He either encountered formidable beasts or hunting teams. Though the Yanxi whip was wielded with remarkable speed, it could not match the swiftness of the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi, which evaded its grasp in the blink of an eye. Watch this. Another captain joined the fray, the most powerful among them with nearly level 45 soul power. Utilizing his martial spirit, the Ba Tianhu, with his fourth soul skill, gravity deceleration, he managed to significantly reduce the speed of the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi. Well done, Lao Zhou. The team rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks from their third and fourth level soul skills. Several strikes grazed its body, causing blood to pour forth, nearly leading to its demise. When faced with the imminent threat to its life, the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi surged with adrenaline, breaking free from the grip of gravity deceleration and swiftly escaping the circle of hunters. Compared to the dozen or so pursuers, the 5 at the rear proved to be somewhat easier to handle. As the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi returned, Tang San promptly drew forth the Zhuge divine crossbow. Xiao Ao, pay attention. Today's soul ring is yours for the taking. Once the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi re-entered his control range, the parasitic skill activated, ensnaring it thoroughly. Xiao Wu launched a powerful kick, sending the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi crashing to the ground. The White Tiger Meteor Shower and Phoenix Fire Line bombarded the ensnared serpent relentlessly. Xiao Ao, quickly, finish off this Feng Wei Ji Guanxi, Tang San urged, handing over a dagger to signal Oscar to act, for it was on the brink of death. The moment Oscar lifted the dagger, a blade of sword energy sent it flying from his grasp. Chapter 83. The Path to Death Revealed. Who? Tang San immediately became alert. The sword energy that had eluded even his senses must have come from a formidable expert. The sword energy was indeed emitted by Lin Yi, who promptly concealed himself following the strike. The show was about to begin. Lin Yi had no intention of revealing himself just yet. The encounter between Tang San and the hunting team would inevitably lead to friction. The rustling sounds in the forest crescendoed as they pursued the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi. Hurry, keep up. Don't let this soul beast escape. I paid good money to hire you. The employer, evidently impatient, urged his members to remain close to the target. What's going on? As a few rushed forward, they found the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi in a critical state. My soul beast. The employer's face fell. Ma Hongjun, observing the group's arrival with curiosity, instantly understood their intent to snatch Xiao Ao's soul beast. Who are these ruffians daring to seize our possessions? He leaned against a tree, striking a pose of bravado. My friend, is there a misunderstanding? The captain of the hunting team was a serious businessman. Their reputation was paramount, or they risked losing future contracts. Dai Mu Bai, standing beside Ma Hongjun, patted him on the shoulder. Fatty, these people are clearly intent on stealing Xiao Ao's soul beast. Why bother negotiating with them? You. The captain furrowed his brow. We wish to discuss matters amicably. What do you mean by being so aggressive? Dai Mu Bai, accustomed to his domineering demeanor, replied defiantly, what of it? We discovered the soul beast first. Who do you think you are? Tang San observed the opposing group with a cold gaze, ready for any sudden confrontation despite their numerical superiority. If merely discovering a soul beast grants you ownership, does that mean this Stardow forest belongs to you? Are all the soul beasts you encounter yours? The captain attempted to reason further. Moreover, this Feng Wei Ji Guanxi was severely wounded by our team. If you don't believe it, I can show you its injuries. Clearly, he preferred to avoid conflict, knowing that any trouble in the Stardow forest could be fatal. Enough of this nonsense. Who do you think you are? Do you want to see? Dai Mu Bai's fury ignited, his demeanor ferocious. Finally, Tang San in dezet, zai lao za. Why? Even if you did injure the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi, why did you not seize it? Yet here it is, subdued by us and on the verge of death. The members of the hunting team, no fools, recognized the implicit intent to claim the beast without negotiation. Yet the employer remained reluctant to give up, for the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi aligned perfectly with his martial spirit. But if it weren't for our attack, it wouldn't be wounded, and you wouldn't have been able to control it. What if we simply refuse? The fatty continued to bounce around, agitated. The hunting team members grew increasingly incensed, assuming combat stances, readying their martial spirits. Utterly ridiculous. Do you truly wish to engage in battle? Tang San's expression darkened, though the opposing group appeared numerous. The fluctuations of their soul power did not intimidate him, indicating their strength was not formidable. The two captains of the hunting team immediately shielded their employer, unwilling to let their reputation be tarnished. Subsequently, the group assumed a combative posture. They were no mere pushovers but renowned soul hunting teams within the Stardow Forest. Diverse soul masters filled their ranks, spanning control, defense, agility, and support, even including a healing soul master. In contrast, the Shrek team felt considerably outmatched. With all 5 martial spirits unleashed, their aura remained formidable. Yet, despite the imposing presence, the number of soul rings on the hunting team could easily overpower the 5. Nonetheless, Tang San would not simply surrender. Having prepared an array of hidden weapons, he no longer harbored concerns for the opposing group. Rather, they had already sealed their fates by attempting to rob his brother's soul beast. The clash commenced immediately. The members of the hunting team were not dullards. They dared to venture into the forest, indicating they were no ordinary adversaries. They directed their defensive soul master to lead the charge. The iron armor shield martial spirit enveloped the rear soul masters, creating an impenetrable barrier. Unfortunately for them, Tang San had already initiated his blue-silver grass entanglement, not to ensnare the opponents, but to quietly disperse parasitic seeds. As the group entered the attack range under the protection of the iron armor shield, the captain commanded, "Do not use lethal force, just subdue them. We cannot tarnish the reputation of our Platinum Soul Hunting Team and the Yu Guang Soul Hunting Team." Despite the ongoing tension, the captain still hesitated to act with malice towards the 5. However, Tang San was resolute. When the control-type soul skills targeted Tang San and his team, the iron armor shield was hurled away by the defensive soul master, resembling a spinning city gate that obscured everyone's vision. With the cover of the iron armor shield, the control soul skills were unleashed. Third soul skill, Nebula Chains. A soul master from the Wuhan Xinglian initiated a soul skill. His ability could bind objects within a vast range towards the center, ultimately immobilizing them. These objects were not limited to mere inanimate things. Living beings were also subject to his control. Although the Xinglian had a wide area of influence, its speed was regrettably sluggish. Just as this was realized, Dai Mubai unleashed a white tiger light wave aimed directly at the chain. What was the intention here? 2 agile attack type soul masters charged toward Dai Mubai. The Xinglian was merely a feint, luring in the unwary, while the true assault was launched by the 2 flanking agile attackers. Caught off guard, Dai Mubai swiftly activated his white tiger protective barrier. At that moment, the 2 agile soul masters suddenly plummeted from the air, blood splattering everywhere. "Shall you heal them?" the captain cried, sensing the severity of the situation and urgently calling for the healing soul master to assist the 2 injured agile fighters. "You ruthless lad," he noted, having spotted the multitude of blood holes on the 2 agile soul masters. Just as they were about to strike Dai Mubai, Tang San immediately activated his parasitic technique. The poison from the ghostly vine slightly incapacitated the 2, allowing the Zhuge divine crossbow to pierce through them directly. The 2 captains were now exceedingly enraged. As the saying goes, one should leave some room for future encounters. However, the young man across seemed calm and collected, yet he was truly ruthless in his actions. Meanwhile, Tang San remained expressionless. In the nearby forest, the 4 spectators were thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama. "Hey, who do you think will win?" a yen exclaimed, eagerly wishing for some ale and peanuts and ready to pull up a small stool. Yet, Xiaoyu paid him no mind. That fellow's weapon was rather fearsome. Lin Yi understood that Xiaoyu had spotted Tang San's Zhuge divine crossbow. "I wonder if I can evade it," Lin Yi mused, patting his shoulder. "At this distance, evasion is impossible. One can only rely on their defense to withstand it. If we were farther away, it would be manageable." Chapter 84. Defeating Tang San while observing. Lin Yi was not just watching. He was continuously scanning with his mental energy, confirming that Tang San's mental strength did not surpass his own, thus alleviating concerns of being detected. Tang San's recent movements have been entirely perceived by Lin Yi's mental probing. "Is it really that exaggerated? Even you can't dodge?" Xiaoyu inquired curiously, knowing Lin Yi possessed considerable skills. Lin He shook his head. The prior distance was simply too close. Had he known Tang San's intentions in advance, he could have utilized the Xieshan wings to tear through space and defend himself. However, Tang San was exceedingly cunning, not revealing his true intentions until it was too late. "Sure, let's keep watching," Hulaina reminded. The battlefield had descended into utter chaos, with everyone entangled in fierce combat. Thanks to the support of auxiliary and healing soul masters, the hunting team seemed to hold the upper hand. Yet, Tang San appeared distracted, leaving Lin Yi uncertain of his thoughts. Just as the hunting team believed they could encircle the 5 opponents and capture them alive, they realized their mistake. Tang San had equipped not only himself but all 5 with Zhuge divine crossbows. As they attempted to close in, countless crossbow bolts rained down upon them. The bodies of the soul masters were not impervious. Given the proximity, barring the defensive soul masters, the others were pierced, blood pooling around them. The bolts even continued onward, embedding themselves in the trunks of trees. This group was now on the brink of collapse, barely clinging to life. Such a weapon was exceedingly perilous. Hulaina understood Xieyu's concerns. In close quarters, ordinary soul masters were rendered incapable of responding. Of the 14-member squad, aside from the healing and auxiliary soul masters, only 2 captains and a defensive soul master remained. "Xiao Ao, go absorb the soul ring. We'll handle things here." Tang San had already begun his assault and would show no mercy. Everyone present, apart from his comrades, was to perish. Even the healing soul master, a charming young lady, was not spared from his ruthless intentions, causing Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun great distress. Regrettably, the cold-hearted Tang San intended to leave no survivors. All enemies present were to fall beneath his hidden weapons. Oscar was alone in absorbing his soul ring, preparing to take action. As the Zhuge divine crossbow aimed at the exhausted and barely surviving hunting team, Tang San felt as if he had detached from this world. Lin intervened, unable to remain passive any longer. Watching the spectacle was not meant to be so grim. Tang San's methods made Lin Yi feel somewhat humane in comparison. Tang San could only be regarded as a heartless hypocrite. With his mental energy, Lin Yi directly interfered with Tang San's mind, overwhelming him with a force greater than his own, causing Tang San's mind to waver and feel detached. His body even swayed slightly. "Brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Wu immediately grasped Tang San, urging him to steady himself. Tang San quickly regained his composure, calling for everyone to retreat. There were still enemies. The 4 formed a protective circle around Oscar as he began to absorb his soul ring, determined to prevent any hidden assailants from disrupting his process. At this moment, Lin Yi could hardly contain his amusement. It seemed Tang San was now shooting himself in the foot. With Oscar as a distraction, their movements would be significantly hindered. Tang San was amplifying his soul power to sense the information relayed back by the blue-silver grass surrounding him. Unfortunately, Lin Yi would not allow him to succeed. The most basic blue-silver grass, under Lin Yi's mental interference, withered rapidly. Not only was it unable to transmit messages, but Lin Yi had effectively severed Tang San's communication lines. At this point, Tang San grasped the gravity of the situation. "Friends in the shadows, come forth. We have matters to discuss." He amplified his voice using his soul power. Lin Yi could not help but feel a wave of nausea at his words. In combat, if one can overpower, they take the path of death. If not, they become friends. As the 4 ventured into the forest, they had already donned veils to protect against insect bites, making it impossible for Tang San to discern their identities upon their exit. "Let us go." Once they emerged from the thicket, Lin Yi immediately instructed Hulaina to assess the hunting team's injuries. Fortunately, Lin Yi had intervened in a timely manner, and the healing soul master Xiao Yu had remained unscathed. Under her diligent care, everyone clung to life, not entirely devoid of vitality. "His friend? What path do you walk?" Ma Hongjun observed Tang San's expression and recognized that the 4 were no easy adversaries, thus becoming considerably more subdued. "I walk the path of the underworld," Lin Yi replied, his tone laced with amusement. While covertly observing, Lin Yi maximized his mental energy, expending 30% of his soul power to swiftly scan the surroundings of the vast forest. Through his scrutiny, he could detect even the slightest rustle in the grass. Even if he encountered someone with superior mental strength, it would matter little, as both parties would be made aware of each other's presence. After a thorough examination, Lin Yi confirmed that no one else was present. This indicated that the members of Shrek were alone today, without any guardians. In Lin Yi's view, regardless of whether it was Tang San's father or even a figure like Flander Zhao Wujia, the situation would be challenging to manage. Tang San was simply too treacherous. Yet, without guardians, this presented an opportune moment to deal with them decisively. Moreover, with Oscar still in the process of absorbing his soul ring, it was the perfect time for a complete takeover. Tang San sensed something amiss when Lin Yi emerged, and upon hearing his words, he became alert, knowing that the four clearly came prepared. Be cautious. Attack. Lin Yi's words were not merely a reminder to Tang San, but rather a caution to the trio to be wary of Tang San's hidden weaponry. Within the forest, he had already informed the three of Tang San's concealed armaments and had repeatedly emphasized the necessity for vigilance. Even as they prepared to engage, he reiterated his warning out of respect. Dai Laoda, protect Xiaowao. Xiaowu fatty, let's go. Since Oscar was still in the process of absorbing his spirit ring, someone had to safeguard him to prevent any interruptions, thereby reducing their combat strength to just 3. The four of Lin Yi were not inclined to launch a sneak attack, so they paid little heed to Oscar. What Lin Yi truly desired was to incapacitate Tang San, even if he did not intend to kill him. He would ensure that this brat was thoroughly humiliated. At this moment, the prowess of the Golden Generation was unmistakable. The trio found themselves at a distinct disadvantage in terms of spirit rings, spirit power, and martial soul configurations. Tang San revealed his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, to augment his combat abilities. Lin Yi was taken aback. Even with his presence, this young man had fortuitously acquired the 8 spider lances. Thus, it became imperative to eliminate him. A Yin faced off against Tang San, Hulaina battled Ma Hongjun, and Xiaoyu confronted Xiaowu. This was the optimal arrangement for their confrontation. At this moment, Tang San was devoid of ice and fire immunity, and a Yan's eternal flame was a natural nemesis to his blue silvergrass. Countless vines, parasitic seeds, and even webs were rendered inconsequential before the eternal flame. Under Lin Yi's guidance regarding Tang San's hidden weapons, a Yin was well prepared. The dual elemental abilities of the Fire Lord exhibited a clear restraining effect on these concealed armaments, colloquially known for their resilience. As a control-type spirit master, Hulaina held an inherent advantage against the assault-type Ma Hongjun, compounded by the suppression of spirit power and spirit rings. In Chapter 85, unable to overcome the Titan giant ape, Xiaoyu, with his martial soul evolved into the Thunder Moonblade, added a paralyzing effect of electricity, making him effortlessly capable of dealing with Xiaowu. The trio's spirit power far exceeded that of the Shrek trio, thereby maintaining a constant pressure on them. However, Lin Yi understood that Tang San had not yet unleashed his full potential. He was not anxious. It was an excellent opportunity for the three to hone their skills and gain practical experience. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already unleashed the Broken Soul Spear. Dai Mubai, observing Lin Yi's approach, felt a surge of urgency as Oscar remained unconscious behind him. Yet, the absence of a spirit ring behind Lin Yi provided him with some relief. Lin Yi, however, made no move to attack. He merely stood there, watching. Dai Mubai dared not act recklessly. As time passed, Tang San recognized the precariousness of the situation, compounded by the presence of a ticking time bomb, and was compelled to reveal his trump card. A concealed weapon quietly came to hand, the mother and son pursuing soul death darts. This device required a dual release, employing a shooting technique akin to a meteor chasing a moon. The term mother and son referred to the iron dart itself and the subsequent explosive attack upon detonation. The resulting purple mist was toxic, possessing a powerful anesthetic effect. Even a slight inhalation would render an ordinary person unconscious for 10 days. Even formidable spirit masters could be affected, causing their speed to falter if caught unaware. Upon the collision of the two darts, the inner projectile would erupt, releasing hundreds of bone-devouring needles, designed specifically to pierce protective barriers and deliver a uniquely potent toxin. Once struck by even a single needle, the poison would spread rapidly, causing bone to wither as if it were mere cotton. This mechanism combined the features of both mechanical and hand-thrown concealed weapons, ranking 5th among mechanical types. During his time in the Tang sect, Tang San was responsible for crafting the mother and son pursuing soul death darts, earning him a reputation among the outer disciples of the sect. Even a mountain wall struck by the bone-devouring needles would become riddled with countless small black holes, the horrific toxin eroding the mountain and emitting faint wisps of smoke. In the original text, even Douluo Bo expressed awe at the terror of this concealed weapon. Tang San had crafted these darts during his time at Shrek Academy and had stored 10 pairs for the current confrontation, which was more than sufficient for the 4 before him. Unfortunately, as he produced the darts, Lin Yi had already taken note of his actions. Lin Yi's reluctance to act stemmed from the presence of Xiao Wu. He was acutely aware that if he did not eliminate Tang San swiftly, Xiao Wu would likely sacrifice herself. Given his capabilities, there was no way he could interrupt such a sacrifice. Dealing with Tang San, who wielded a spirit ring of 100,000 years, would be exceedingly complicated. Thus, he had no immediate intention of attacking Tang San. However, the time for inaction had passed. Tang San's concealed weapon now posed a significant threat to his companions. Before Tang San could launch his assault, Lin Yi's mental attack had already targeted him. With his mental prowess, Tang San found himself unable to resist. He felt a wave of dizziness, while Huaina seized the moment to unleash her enchantment. Under normal circumstances, Tang San would not have fallen prey to the illusion. However, having been disoriented, he succumbed fully to Huaina's 3-second daze effect. At this juncture, Lin Yi thrust forth his broken soul spear. Dai Mubai, witnessing the scene, immediately unleashed his soul technique. White Tiger's light split wave, followed by White Tiger's meteor shower, the latter executed as a concentrated lock-on attack. Yet, the coordination of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall was on par with Shrek's. As Dai Mubai's assault was unleashed, a Yan's magma fist formed a barrage that completely shielded his attack. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu effortlessly held off both Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun. However, Dai Mubai's intervention caused a brief delay of 2 seconds. By the time Lin Yi thrust his spear before Tang San, he had already regained his senses, and the 8 spider lances quickly shielded his body, the blue silver grass wrapping around them for added protection. Yet, even with this defense, it proved futile. The destructive effect of the broken soul spear was not something that could be thwarted by mere defenses. One thrust effortlessly pierced through Tang San, who resembled a pile of blue silver grass. Suddenly, the blue silver grass erupted. Tang San knelt on the ground, surprisingly still alive. A closer inspection revealed that his 8 spider lances had shattered into fragments, some remaining only as half-formed remnants on his back, while others had completely broken. A gaping wound in his chest bled profusely. When Lin Yi's broken soul spear was aimed at his heart, the blue silver grass and 8 spider lances ultimately deflected its points slightly, preventing it from piercing his heart. Brother, Xiao Wu frantically broke free from Xiaoyu's grasp. I'm fine. Tang San immediately sealed his acupuncture points to staunch the bleeding. While the two exchanged words, Lin Yi had already thrown a flashbang, and his teammates, well aware of the situation, donned their black gemstone glasses. Under the influence of Lin Yi's mental power, Tang San's purple extreme magic eye was temporarily rendered ineffective. His objective was simple, to disrupt their line of sight momentarily. At this point, Tang San could no longer afford to hesitate. He hurled 4 mother and son pursuing soul death darts toward the positions he remembered of the 4. Fortunately, Lin Yi had warned the trio to change positions, and the 4 concealed weapons did not find their mark. No more games, I will end you. Lin Yi had already drawn his AK-47, preparing to load a magazine. 4 soul techniques, titled Douluo's or the King of Slaughter. They were all meaningless. Was an AK-47 not effective? If the AK-47 failed, he would resort to grenades. If those proved ineffective, he would turn to TNT. With a roar, the forest trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Lin, in his heightened state of alert to evade Tang San's darts, momentarily failed to scan his surroundings. The sudden oppressive force caused his heart to tighten. A tremendous roar echoed through the air, accompanied by tremors that shook the earth as if an earthquake had struck. Lin, he felt a sense of foreboding rise within him. Quick, run. Do not look back, just run. He urged Huaina, Xiaoyu, and Ayan. Although the 3 were unsure of what was transpiring, they immediately took off upon hearing Lin Yi's words. It was not cowardice. Rather, they held an unwavering trust in Lin Yi. If he insisted they flee, there was undoubtedly a compelling reason behind it. After spending so much time together, their bond was akin to that of brothers, even surpassing the ties of blood. Damn it. We're cursed. How could you all have such luck? It's bad enough that the ancient relics of Tang Dazui didn't come, but now the ancient relic of the soul beast has shown up, Lin Yi thought, having already glimpsed the terrifying entity lurking within the forest. His eyes shone like twin moons rising amidst the trees, and the heavy sounds of his breathing resembled the howling winds that caused the trees to sway violently. The Titan Great Ape, a 10,000-year-old soul beast, loomed before him. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for not taking action sooner against Tang San, realizing that now it was too late. In truth, Even before Tang San and his companions were surrounded, Xiao Wu had sensed that something was amiss. Although Lin Yi had blocked the presence of the blue silvergrass, she was, after all, a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit. The pheromones emitted by her kind traveled far, swiftly relaying information to Deming and Erming. Upon witnessing the Titan great ape, a shiver of fear coursed through everyone present. Only Xiao Wu and Lin Yi understood the gravity of the situation. Chapter 86. The vow to kill Xiao Wu. While Tang San was aware that Xiao Wu had transformed from a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, he was unfamiliar with Erming. The Titan great ape's roar reverberated through the entire forest. This is bad. Not only can we not kill Tang San, but it seems my escape is also in jeopardy. Lin Yi's mind raced for a strategy. A 10,000-year-old soul beast was an invincible entity, and the Titan great ape was among the most formidable of them all. As the king of the forest, the Titan great ape possessed exceptional innate abilities. According to the original text, even a century-old Titan great ape could contend with an ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beast. Moreover, its innate skill, gravity space, significantly reduced the combat effectiveness of enemies within its domain. If not for the fact that the Titan great ape had been ambushed by the fusion technique of the Zhuguei Law and had been poisoned by BB Dawn, it might not have needed to sacrifice itself to Tang San. Lin Yi's mind was no longer merely racing. It was operating at full capacity. He calculated countless scenarios, all resulting in his demise at the hands of the Titan great ape's foot. Faced with a 10,000-year-old soul beast, he was merely at level 50. Despair and helplessness surged within him. The vast disparity in strength was an insurmountable chasm, akin to humanity's eternal inability to reach the speed of light. Lin Yi even contemplated surrendering. Run. It was a simple command. He could only run. Lin Yi had abandoned all thought. Every second he could flee might grant him a chance at survival. He regretted not having created smoke bombs alongside flash bombs. If he had smoke bombs, he could have plowed the ground. Navigating through smoke with his mental prowess would be as easy as walking on solid ground. After a deafening roar, all but Lin Yi and Xiao Wu were rendered unconscious by the Titan great ape's overwhelming pressure. Xiao Wu, I arrived just in time, didn't I? The Titan great ape cradled Xiao Wu in its massive palm, the scene reminiscent of a cinematic depiction of King Kong. Ming, I'm glad you made it. I'll tend to brother first. You pursue that person. Do not kill him. I wish to avenge brother myself. Xiao Wu leaped from the Titan great ape's hand and began to heal Tang San. Understood, Xiao Wu. Although she was not a healing soul master, her 10,000-year existence was not without merit. She quickly found herbs to apply to Tang San. Meanwhile, Lin Yi faced dire circumstances. He stowed away the soul gun and activated the speed-enhancing soul skill of the 7 killing sword, reaching maximum velocity. With the wings of the evil god fully unfurled, he still felt insecure. The time he had gained seemed ample, yet the Titan great ape could close the distance with just a few mighty leaps. Taking a gamble, Lin Yi unleashed his soul skill, Phantom Sword Dance. Although he had not acquired the 5th soul ring, he had reached level 50, transforming his shadow into 5 distinct forms. The 5 Lin Yis dashed in different directions, while Lin Yi himself altered his approach. Instead of racing towards the forest's edge, he ascended straight up. With the wings of the evil god, his flying speed far surpassed the sword flight of the 7 killing sword, making the vertical ascent considerably easier. As expected, the Titan great ape swiftly pursued him, spotting the 5 fleeing shadows. It uprooted a massive tree, stripping it of branches and leaves, transforming it into a spear. With a single throw, it aimed at the shadow, sprinting the farthest. As the trunk struck the ground, it obliterated not only Lin Yi's shadow, but also vast swathes of forest and earth. The Titan great ape infused the thrown tree with compressed soul power upon impact. The explosion of soul power rivaled that of a mortar. Lin Yi was thoroughly startled. He had underestimated this group of soul beasts. He soared through the sky with renewed urgency, praying to the Jade Emperor, Buddha, and Nuwa to protect him from detection. The Titan great ape thumped its chest, unleashing gravitational pressure towards the 2 nearest shadows, which were instantly crushed into oblivion. Lin Yi paid no heed to anything but the imperative to flee. 2 shadows remained. The Titan great ape, having calmed slightly, recalled Xiao Wu's earlier warning. Fortunately, all 3 were mere illusions. It made 3 powerful leaps, landing beside one of the shadows, effortlessly pinching it between its fingers. What a chance! Lin Yi had no intention of courting death. He switched places with the illusion. As he released the illusion, He had strategically placed several flash bombs within it. With Lin Yi's control, the illusion in the Titan Great Ape's grasp vanished. The Titan Great Ape roared in fury, agitated by the persistent illusions, yet had no choice but to capture Lin Yi alive. The plot finally began to unfold in the direction Lin Yi had envisioned. The Titan Great Ape held the illusion before its eyes. The flash bomb detonated, momentarily blinding the Titan Great Ape. Lin Yi finally exhaled in relief, though he remained vigilant. The maneuver he had executed had occurred within mere minutes. The distance he had covered was still insufficient for security. The blinding effect of the flash bomb was significant for human soul masters, but it was trivial for the Titan Great Ape. After a few breaths, it regained its sight. With a resounding roar, the Titan Great Ape realized that Lin Yi was ascending into the sky, explaining the absence of his presence on the ground. Lin Yi's decision had proven correct. Compared to the Tianqing Neo Mongoose, the Titan Great Ape's intelligence was somewhat lacking. Once again, it hurled a tree trunk towards Lin Yi's true form. His heart raced. Fortunately, the distance was just slightly off, despite its low intelligence. The Titan Great Ape's strength was no idle boast. Lin Yi had flown far beyond its reach, yet it still possessed formidable domain skills, gravity control domain. Since the Titan Great Ape had not chosen to transform, it retained its domain capabilities. Within the realm of gravitational control, everything falls under its dominion, even those swimming in the skies, the earth, or the waters below. Fortunately, Lin Yi had prepared himself mentally, constantly monitoring the movements of the Titan Great Ape. Should the Titan Great Ape unleash its domain, he would undoubtedly meet his demise today. The Soul Spear was summoned, unleashing the uncertain windstorm. He wagered all his soul power in a desperate gamble. The uncertain windstorm, along with the 13 styles of the Sea God, was a divine technique. Although Lin Yi lacked the Sea God's trident and could not unleash its full potential, utilizing the Soul Spear to execute this technique would still immobilize his enemies for 3 seconds, regardless of their ranks. In the Douluo continent, unless one was a deity, even the likes of Qin Dalu, the king of slaughter, and others would be rendered immobile for 3 seconds. Additionally, while it was termed immobilization, these 3 seconds were nearly indistinguishable from dizziness. During immobilization, one could not unleash soul skills or utilize any items. In simpler terms, one was rendered utterly incapable. The only distinction from dizziness was the ability to perceive the movements of opponents. Fortunately, the evil god wings required no soul power to maintain, and Lin Yi hastily absorbed the soul power from the royal pendant soul guide he had previously acquired, enabling him to fly, albeit with great difficulty. After releasing the uncertain windstorm, Lin Yi discarded all his flash bombs. At this moment, he dared not hold back. Survival was paramount. If the mountains remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. Moreover, Lin Yi was 100% certain that the Titan Great Ape had been summoned by Xiao Wu using some method. Lin Yi, swear that I will definitely take vengeance on Xiao Wu in the future. Rabbit heads will become spicy rabbit heads. Rabbit meat will be prepared as cold rabbit, and rabbit skin will be fashioned into coats. In the future, even a mere rabbit hopping by will earn it a sound beating. Chapter 87. Escaping Death 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds. Lin Yi was uncertain whether the gravitational control domain of the Titan Great Ape would affect him at this altitude, yet he dared not gamble. Fortunately, Lin Yi possessed the royal pendant and, having absorbed all the stored soul power, was now capable of releasing soul skills. Next, he invoked his 4th soul skill, Phantom Sword Dance. 5 phantoms soared alongside him, and he had no intention of separating them again. That would be futile. In the air, with a broad field of vision, dispersing would be of no use if the domain could exert control. The final 2 seconds approached. Lin Yi aligned his phantoms in a linear formation. He could only attempt this maneuver. Just as he made his move, the Titan Great Ape unleashed its domain, the gravitational control field. Indeed, Lin Yi's instincts were correct. At this altitude, he had not escaped the reach of the domain. After all, it was a creature of 100,000 years. It seemed he would need to bring heavy artillery in the future. The Titan Great Ape began to aim at Lin Yi in the sky, its immense gravitational force starting to tug at Lin Yi's body, placing him at risk of falling. Yet, in the next instant, Lin Yi's true form vanished. He switched places with his phantom. Each of the 5 phantoms attacked the one above them, and with tremendous force, sent one phantom away before proceeding with the same tactic. Once the last phantom was propelled away by the accumulated force of the others, Lin Yi exchanged places with it, finding himself amidst the clouds. The overwhelming gravity vanished in an instant, allowing Lin Yi to finally catch his breath. Fortunately, the Tianqing Yolong mostly lingered in the central lake and did not venture out. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. Lin Yi forced himself to calm his racing heart. Were it not for the low intelligence of this monkey, were it not for his choice to take to the skies as the optimal escape route, were it not for his unwavering belief that speed was the ultimate form of combat. After all, the 7 Killsword's soul skills were all speed enhancements. Were it not for his external soul bone, the evil godwings, he would not have made it. Yet, he felt insufficient. He perceived his trump cards to be numerous, but in the face of overwhelming power, they amounted to naught. After exhausting the phantom sword dance, Lin Yi's soul power was nearly depleted. At that moment, he retrieved the royal pendant soul guide and examined it closely. Forget it. I shall return first and check on Na Na and the others. Fortunately, Lin Yi had instructed the 3 to flee first, and they had not questioned him further. In the spirit hall, fleeing was also a discipline to be learned. How to escape, whether to escape, and the routes to take were all subjects that required rigorous study. The 3 dispersed and quickly exited the Stardow forest. In the outer circle, they ultimately regrouped at the agreed-upon location. Brother, what about Lin Yi? Hulaina's face reflected her anxiety. Xiaoyu, drenched in sweat, understood the gravity of the situation but could not ascertain whether Lin Yi had the capability to cope. Na, do not fret. Let us wait and see, he replied, equally uncertain of Lin Yi's current state. The trio waited for a full half-hour before Lin Yi finally returned. Although he could fly with insufficient soul power, it was not as swift as when he was at full strength. Upon landing, Lin Yi immediately began to replenish his energy. Thankfully, due to his Tiandao Chochin ability, his body recovered rapidly, and his soul power was quickly replenished. The 3 dared not speak, and finally, once Lin Yi stood up of his own accord, they surrounded him. I know what you wish to inquire, Lin Yi initiated. The 3 gazed at him with wide eyes. That was 100,000-year soul beast. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that moment, the 3 companions gasped in astonishment. 100,000-year soul beast, a being that only existed within the pages of textbooks. How could it appear in the outer circle of the Stardow forest? Wasn't a top predator that resided solely within the inner circle? Before they could pose their questions, Lin Yi continued. As for why this 100,000-year Titan Great Ape appeared at the periphery of the forest, I cannot say. I can only advise you not to venture back into the forest to hunt for soul rings anytime soon. Lin Yi still felt a lingering dread from the recent events. Within the forest, everyone remained unconscious. Only Xiao Wu clung to Tang San. Brother, wake up. It's all your fault. Ming, why did you exert so much strength? Sister Xiao Wu, did we capture that person? No, that fellow was too cunning. He could fly, and his speed was incredibly swift, so even my gravitational control domain could not restrain him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the clouds. The Titan Great Ape grunted in frustration, expressing its dissatisfaction. Forget it. As long as my brother is safe, that is what matters. Ming, you should head back. By the way, take us to a safer location. With that, the Titan Great Ape gathered the 5 members of Shrek into its palm and relocated them. A flying soul master. Could it be a special avian martial soul? As a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, Xiao Wu had encountered countless flying soul beasts. During the battle, she inadvertently caught sight of the Pasol spear in Lin Yi's hand. The Pasol spear could extend and retract freely, so at that moment, it appeared in the form of a short spear. Xiao Wu initially mistook it for an ordinary weapon, especially since Lin Yi could fly. Soon, she contemplated a type of soul beast known as the Griffin. In the Douluo continent, those with the Griffin martial soul typically transformed into their true form only after reaching the soul sage rank. Prior to that, only their wings would manifest. Furthermore, the habits of Griffin martial soul users were strikingly similar to those of Griffin soul beasts, often standing on their hind legs, wielding crafted weapons made from ironwood trees with their forepaws to attack. Damn it, it's impossible to see clearly with that mask on. I'll have to ask Ming about it. Xiao Wu was aware that Ming was not the sharpest, so she planned to consult Ming. Ultimately, Tang San, the fortunate transmigrator, possessed physical attributes far beyond those of ordinary individuals and awakened before the others. Upon observing the surroundings, where everyone remained present, the absence of Xiao Wu felt like the sky had collapsed. Damn it, could it be that soul beast? Tang San was unaware of the bond between the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu. Nor did he believe that those four soul masters possessed the strength to confront the Titan giant ape and abduct Xiao Wu helplessly, with such a vast target in the great forest and his own wounds merely staunched. He found his comrades still unconscious and had no choice but to tend to a few of his partners. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had only been momentarily stunned, and thus, under his care, they swiftly regained consciousness. However, Oscar proved to be a much more complicated case, and Tang San found it rather vexing. At that moment, in the inner circle of the great forest, Deming inquired, "What does that soul master's martial soul resemble?" Xiao Wu recounted her observations, prompting Ming to do the same. Although this monkey possessed astounding power, it was undeniably rather dull-witted. During the skirmish, it had not noticed the martial soul of the diminutive human, only aware that he could fly and employ a duplication skill. The intellect of the Tianqing Niumeng evidently surpassed that of Ming. After analysis, its judgment paralleled that of Xiao Wu. However, it also suggested that the ability to fly might be attributed to the soul skill. Chapter 88. Tang San seeks revenge. All right, Deming, Ming, you must be cautious. I shall return now. Otherwise, my brother will worry. Xiao Wu waved her hand, indicating her intent to leave. Deming obstructed her path, saying, "Sister Xiao Wu, you must also be careful. With your current strength, encountering an 80th level soul Douluo could spell doom. It is best for you to cultivate further within the great forest before returning. With the physical constitution of soul beasts, the speed of cultivation is unprecedented. I understand my limits, Deming. You need not worry. I am off now." With a leap, Xiao Wu vaulted over Deming's form. "Brother, why is Sister Xiao Wu so fixated on human life? Is it not better to be a soul beast? Why abandon her own formidable power?" The Titan giant ape scratched its head, expressing its inner confusion. "Perhaps I do not know either. Ming, go and see Sister Xiao Wu off." Deming gradually submerged into the lake. Ming then sat by the rocky hill, drawing circles in the dirt, and upon hearing Deming's words, immediately chased after the departing Xiao Wu. Tang San was faced with a troublesome predicament. Oscar had been stunned while absorbing his soul ring and had not been aware if the absorption was completed. If he had been incapacitated during the process, what impact would it have on his body? Tang San could only treat it as a desperate measure, resorting to acupuncture. Remarkably, through this method, Oscar surprisingly regained consciousness. "Ah, Brother San," Oscar exclaimed, rushing towards Tang San, overwhelmed with joy. "Quick, quick, let go." Tang San felt his back become dampened. "Little Ao, how is your soul skill?" Dai Mubai approached as well. Oscar nodded and then shook his head, leaving everyone bewildered. With a swift motion, Dai Mubai struck him, urging, "Speak quickly." "I can confirm I absorbed the soul ring," Oscar stated, which brought a smile to Dai Mubai's face. However, he added, "But I have not fully absorbed it," causing a grimace to appear on Dai Mubai's visage. Tang San patted Oscar's shoulder, inquiring, "Little Ao, what is the situation?" "I was stunned while finalizing the absorption of the soul ring. Although my body retained the instinct to absorb the original third soul skill, it should be exceedingly powerful. Now, it has become a subpar soul skill." After stating this, Oscar recited his incantation. "I have a mushroom sausage." Subsequently, 3 flying mushroom sausages materialized in his hands. Indeed, without needing to question Tang San, Dai Mubai, or Ma Hongjun, the issue was evident from the sight of the flying mushroom sausages. What should have been a complete sausage was now only 2/3 remaining, one end sealed while the other was open. "Look, everyone." Oscar spread his arms. "Originally, the effect of my third soul skill, Mushroom Sausage, was to grant the user 1 minute of flight capability, and mind you, at the speed of the Fengwei Jigwatch." Upon hearing this, even Tang San gasped in astonishment, recalling the speed of the Fengwei Jigwatch. Regrettably, it could now only last for 40 seconds. Oscar appeared quite disheartened. Tang San lowered his head, deep in thought. Yet, Ma Hongjun wrapped an arm around Oscar's neck, saying, "Little Ao, that's enough. 40 seconds is quite good, more than sufficient." Then Oscar posed a critical question, "But the speed is only 2/3 that of the Fengwei Jigwatch." The group fell into a contemplative silence. Tang San forced himself to uplift Oscar's spirits, saying, "Little Ao, it is all right. It is already quite good." As one of the more rational members among the 7, Oscar discerned that Tang San's expression was decidedly off. After scanning the vicinity, he asked, "Brother San, where is Xiao Wu?" Upon hearing Oscar's inquiry, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun finally reacted, scanning their surroundings for any sign of Xiao Wu. Tang San shook his head and struck the nearby tree trunk with his fist, creating a small dent. I do not know. It must be that soul beast doing. Although the others were unaware of Xiao Wu's true identity, Tang San knew. As a transformed human of 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu was still in her juvenile stage. However, her body harbored immense soul power, potent enough that any soul master or soul beast could kill her and consume her to gain terrifying strength. Such power could provide a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. Brother San, what should we do? Oscar asked, despite his soul skill being impaired. The speed afforded by the flying mushroom sausage remained formidable. Perhaps we should consume the mushroom sausages and pursue her? Possessing the flight capabilities of the Fengwei Jigwanch would undoubtedly expedite their search in the great forest far beyond human capability. Yes, let us search together. Ma Hongjun raised his hand in agreement. However, Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. As the eldest member, he had to consider the Academy's welfare. Calm down, little Ao. Do you recall how long it has been since the incident occurred? Dai Mubai questioned Oscar. After a moment's reflection, Oscar, as a non-combatant, had the clearest memory, estimating it had been less than 5 hours. 5 hours. It will likely be challenging to locate her, Tang San acknowledged. Little Ao, how long can your flying mushroom sausages last? 12 hours. All right, prepare some for me. I shall search alone, and you all return to the academy. No. Dai Mubai firmly grasped Tang San's hand. We either search together or return together. Dai Mubai was certain that Tang San would not abandon the pursuit until he found that terrifying soul beast. The fact that it could stun him with mere pressure indicated that Tang San was unable to contend against it. Going would only lead to death. Surviving alone would hold no meaning. Even the master, the dean, and Zhao Wujin would not spare him. Tang San observed the unwavering determination in Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun's eyes. Fine, I shall return with you. Ultimately, he relinquished his resolve. He understood that if he ventured out to search, he would inevitably find that soul beast. If Xiao Wu were gone, he would be left with no choice but to fight to the death. His 3 brothers would undoubtedly follow suit. It was acceptable for him to perish, but he could not allow them to perish alongside him in vain. Little Ao, create some mushroom sausages. We shall fly back to the academy. With that, Oscar began crafting mushroom sausages. Then, Tang San swiftly incapacitated the 3 of them with a series of strikes. Brothers, I cannot permit you to face death. You shall return after this. After leaving a message on the tree trunk, Tang San consumed a mushroom sausage and raced towards the heart of the great forest. Meanwhile, Lin Yi found things considerably easier. He did not disclose the identity of Xiao Wu to them, as she was a 10,000-year-old soul beast in her juvenile form. Anyone with soul power could easily crush her, leading to the loss of her soul rings and bones. He had already vowed to eliminate this rabbit and would not allow anyone else to benefit from her. Let us return first and inform our teacher. All right, Xiu and Yin nodded in agreement. What about your soul ring? Hu Laina inquired of Lin Yi. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Do not worry, I have my own methods to handle it. Just follow me. Chapter 89. No deal without deceit. Dalu is not solely defined by the Stardew Forest. The Sunset Forest, while lacking top predators like the Titan giant ape, still harbors many formidable soul beasts. The group immediately set off towards their destination. In the Stardew Forest, Tang San, having consumed the flying mushroom sausage, experienced a surge in speed. Though his pace was only 2/3 that of the Fengwei Jitsao snake, he moved like a gust of wind. After some time had passed since the battle, Tang San, previously disturbed by Lin Yi's spiritual force, had now regained his composure. He began to explore using his spiritual power and expanded his detection range with the surrounding blue-silver grass. However, the vastness of the Stardew Forest was beyond the capability of a single individual to thoroughly search. Even the Fengwei Jitsao snake could not cover it all. Oscar rubbed his neck, feeling a bit dazed. Why do I feel dizzy again? He then noticed Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were similarly faint. He quickly helped both of them up, and after giving them some water, they regained consciousness. This is bad. Xiaosa must have gone off to find Xiao Wu on his own. Fearing that we would follow him, Dai Mubai sensed trouble. Dai Lao, look at this. Ma Hongjun called out to Dai Mubai. The 3 gathered around the tree trunk where Tang San had left his marks, unsure of what to say. Dai Lao, what should we do? Oscar was uncertain. Let us head back first. Ma Hongjun countered. Dai Lao, are we really going back like this? The master will surely have our heads. What should we do then? With our strength, going would just be courting death. Calling the teacher along for assistance would increase our chances. After considering Dai Mubai's reasoning, they had no choice but to set off back to Shrek. Within the inner circle of the forest, Xiao Wu, escorted by the Titan giant ape, encountered no troubles. Sister Xiao Wu, this is where I shall leave you. There are no serious threats here, Erming said as he bid her farewell. Xiao Wu nodded. Erming, be careful with the Ming, I'm leaving now. With that, she dashed into the woods. She could not recall the exact location of their previous battle, so she relied on her vague memories to run in a general direction. However, this led to a divergence, parting ways with Tang San and heading in two different directions. Time passed swiftly. After nightfall, Lin Yi and his companions reached the vicinity of Tiando City, with the Sunset Forest just within reach. Let us rest for the night and hunt soul beasts in the Sunset Forest tomorrow. Due to their recent battles and travel, the four felt fatigued. However, Lin Yi's physical resilience allowed him to disregard limits. After a brief respite following dinner, he was restored to his former self. Observing that everyone was resting, Lin Yi took a seat on the balcony. It was time for a review. Lin Yi began to meticulously reconstruct the details of the battle in the forest, reflecting on each encounter to identify his shortcomings and enhance his strength, as was his habit. After analyzing the battles, Lin Yi slapped himself on the face. Damn it. The combat was fundamentally sound, but I was the one courting disaster. It was precisely because he did not immediately eliminate Tang San and the others that the threat emerged. This opportunity was exceedingly rare. He had squandered it when Tang Dechue's father was absent. In the future, if faced with such a situation, he would draw out an AK-47 and take them down without hesitation. Having come to this realization, Lin Yi felt significantly lighter in spirit and less troubled. System, let me check the number of my achievement cards. Lin Yi's endeavors were not yet concluded. Host achievement card count, 260 cards. System, I have a question. Since there are versions 10 and 20, will future versions also be upgraded? New version information has not yet been released. Please experience it on your own. Well, artificial intelligence at its finest. By the way, can achievement cards be directly exchanged for abilities? Lin Yi pondered a crucial issue. Each time he had to simulate before being able to select an ability for free. If he could directly use achievement cards to exchange for abilities, it would be much more convenient. The host may choose to use achievement cards directly to exchange for ability cards. The number of achievement cards required varies based on the ability. Please refer to the ability store for details. Upon opening the ability store, Lin Yi was left dumbfounded as the prices were exorbitant. Even the most basic ability required 500 achievement cards. Subsequently, Lin Yi could only gaze at the array of abilities with a sense of helplessness. I am utterly out of words to express my frustration. Shaking his head, Lin Yi concluded that this system had truly mastered the art of exploitation. It seemed he would have to engage in some unconventional methods. With a few days left on his 20 simulation cooldown, he could not proceed with dungeon simulations and had to start with the original 10 version simulations. He had ample golden soul coins. With the gold card given by his future father-in-law, along with the jewels gifted by Qian Renxue, he had more than enough to squander. After a frenzied series of simulations, Lin Yi's achievement cards finally surpassed 300. That would suffice. After so many simulations, a little celestial herb or soul bone would not be too much to ask. With that thought, Lin Yi tumbled into slumber. Hey, rise and shine. Lin Yi's face was being vigorously rubbed. What is it? The sleep-dazed Lin Yi had just been lost in a dream where the Shura god and Sea god were vying to pass their titles to him. He had arrogantly claimed disinterest, asserting that he could create a new divine position and crush the previous divine laws, only to be abruptly shaken awake. Look at the sky outside. Hulaina pointed out the window, where dark clouds loomed and thunder rumbled. Are we still going to the Sunset Forest? After glancing at the weather outside, Lin Yi nodded. Young ones must have ambition. How can we give up due to a bit of inclement weather? If it were on the battlefield, would we not fight just because it rained? Having said his boastful words, he then collapsed back onto the bed. Wake me when the rain stops. We are not going to war anyway. Hulaina was taken aback by his audacity. Oh my, what a thick skin. She decided not to disturb Lin Yi further, as escaping from a 10,000-year-old beast was an unimaginable pressure, and a little rest was well-deserved. After Hulaina left, Lin Yi got up and gazed out at the torrential rain. With the rain falling, the scent should not be able to spread, and venturing out would only waste time. Approaching his desk, Lin Yi retrieved a heap of miscellaneous items from his Chinquan bag. Though referred to as miscellaneous, these were actually metal and stone materials. Despite not having continued his research on soul-guiding devices recently, His mind had continually been revisiting the development manual for soul-guiding devices from the Shinji camp, analyzing each knowledge point in detail. Now, only practical experience was lacking. Picking up a carving knife, Lin Yi etched a peculiar pattern onto the metal, infusing it with his soul power. The soul power began to flow slowly, increasing in speed as the amount infused grew. The choice of metal was deliberate, as Lin Yi wished to conserve materials. Compared to true crafting materials like stone, ordinary metal offered superior hardness and resilience, allowing for more gradual and effective development. As Lin Yi ceased infusing his soul power, the formation began to operate. However, after just a minute of halting the infusion, the entire formation came to a standstill. Chapter 90. Fishing Law Enforcement. Indeed, this metal's conductivity for soul power is inferior to that of gemstones, Lin Yi mused. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction, for the formation he had inscribed could now function. One step leads to another, and progress shall be gradual. Outside, the rain pattered softly, while Lin Yi's hands remained busy, continuously engraving the core formation of the soul guiding device. By the end of the morning, the materials for the formation cluttered the table. The rain ceased. Hulaina knocked on the door, signaling that Lin Yi could set forth. The air outside, fresh after the rain, drew forth numerous old beasts that emerged to forage. Upon entering the forest, a refreshing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Lin Yi to take a deep breath. It was the scent of Kaihonghua. Instantly, Lin Yi discerned the source of the fragrance. Following the guidance of his nose, he indeed discovered a cluster of Kaihonghua. This plant only flourished in the damp, muddy areas following heavy rainfall. Furthermore, Kaihonghua possessed a unique property. It could amplify scents, making it quite useful. With his Rui gloves, Lin Yi harvested all the Kaihonghua. Hey, what are you picking those for? Hulaina playfully tapped Lin Yi on the back. The affection girls have for flowers is akin to the admiration boys have for mechas. Naturally, there was some pang of sympathy in seeing the beautiful blossoms plucked. Ah, for hunting soul beasts later, he replied, placing the Kaihonghua into his Chinquan bag. Let us proceed. We are moving straight ahead. The four of them walked slowly, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The forest after the downpour was slick and muddy, making slips inevitable. Additionally, some venomous insects emerged at this time, and a fall could lead to troublesome bites. After an hour of walking, Lin Yi spoke up. The destination is just ahead. Do not stray too far from me to avoid getting lost. The Sunset Forest harbors the lethal poison formations left by Douluo. For Lin Yi himself, the toxins of Mangujuha and Binghua Xianchao were the nemesis of these poison formations, so he had no cause for concern. However, his three companions were not so fortunate. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Reaching into his Chinquan bag, Lin Yi produced a small vial and dispensed 6 pills. Here, take these. He distributed 2 pills to each of them. These are detoxification pills. One can ward off toxins for an hour, and 2 should suffice. Jie looked puzzled. Ward off toxins? Is there miasma in the Sunset Forest? He had some experience with miasma, having encountered it in certain low-lying areas of forests where decaying flora and fauna could not be washed away by rainwater. The humid, stagnant conditions would lead to fermentation, producing toxic gases. During a mission, he had once stumbled into such a place, but was fortunate to be rescued by an elder leading the team. Lin Yi shook his head. I don't know about miasma, but there are certainly many toxic gases. Do not wander aimlessly. He referred to Douluo's poison formations, which had an extensive reach and exuded potent toxins. After walking for several more minutes, Lin Yi reminded them to take their detoxification pills. Hey, aren't you going to take one? Hulaina noticed Lin Yi had not consumed a detoxification pill. It's crucial that I reiterate this. Do not stray too far from me. After ensuring they had taken their pills and double-checking, Lin Yi led the trio into Douluo's poison formation. Xie was taken aback by the scene, although nothing appeared amiss. Upon crossing a certain threshold guided by Lin Yi, the ecological environment on either side underwent a dramatic transformation. Outside, various soul beasts fled in search of food, while within, there was nothing but emptiness, save for the birds soaring high above. Now you understand why I advised against wandering, right? The toxins here are so powerful that even 10,000-year-old beasts dare not approach. Lin Yi gestured nonchalantly. With that, he commenced his work. The wings of the evil god unfurled, soaring to the skies to survey the terrain. Finding a suitably positioned area, Lin Yi gathered everyone around. He then produced a collection of items, including several grappling hooks, all crafted from high-quality steel, which had cost him a considerable sum of gold soul coins to procure. Here, take one each. Lin Yi then revealed the most crucial item. I must mention that my method may attract powerful soul beasts. While the Sunset Forest does not harbor the terrifying soul beasts of 100,000 years, caution is still warranted. A large flower, pale pink and leafless, stood tall at 3 feet, its blossoms vast, each measuring nearly a foot in diameter. Each petal shimmered like crystal, while its stamen bore a pale purple hue, resembling a cluster of purple diamonds embedded within. Such a beautiful flower, Hulaina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. The Yoxiang Chua was a peerless treasure, a nemesis to all poisons, possessing the ability to neutralize toxins. While it did not directly detoxify, it could indeed counteract toxins. There is a saying, rare flowers and exotic plants are invariably guarded by ferocious beasts. Lin Yi intended to use this method to attract suitable soul beasts, as their sense of smell far surpassed that of human soul masters, and they possessed an innate ability to distinguish plants like celestial herbs, akin to how the cattle in the Dian Kingdom can discern which mushrooms are edible and which are not. Lin Yi then retrieved the previously harvested Kaihonghua. With one hand, he crushed all the flower buds, releasing an extraordinary fragrance that even entranced him. As the juice flowed onto the Yoxiang Chua, the unique aroma dissipated. Lin Yi had inadvertently activated the fragrance of the Yoxiang Chua with the juice of the Kaihonghua. Initially, he had not intended to do so, but the coincidence was too tempting to resist. Once the aroma wafted away on the breeze, he called for vigilance. Be alert, Lin Yi urged his companions. Though they were shielded by Dugu Bo's poison formation, he dared not let his guard down. It would not be impossible for a reckless soul beast to charge into the poison formation, much like the earth spider in the original narrative. Lin Yi's heart raced with anticipation. His intention behind this ploy was purely to take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle, hoping to elevate it to a luxury SUV. The soul beasts in the Sunset Forest were of lower rank and age compared to those in the Stardew Forest, making it quite challenging to select a suitable one. This approach would allow powerful soul beasts to seek him out, facilitating his selection process while simultaneously filtering out weaker ones. After all, soul beasts of merely a few hundred years would not dare approach the enticing aroma. As the four prepared, a soul beast arrived at the edge of the poison formation. What is that? It looks revolting. Yin craned his neck, attempting to identify the first soul beast that had arrived. Lin Yi took a glance and remarked, the lumps on its back have turned black. It must be a newly minted 10,000-year lumpy hyena, colloquially known as the anal surgeon or the proctology beast. He had little interest in this soul beast. Although it possessed formidable attack power and an astonishing bite force, it paled in comparison to the previous dark golden terraclaw bear. He was determined to select something far more impressive. Suddenly, a blue wave of light surged forth, catching the lumpy hyena unawares, severing the fleshy protrusions on its back, causing it to collapse and convulse on the ground. What soul beast could so effortlessly slay a 10,000-year lumpy hyena? Chapter 91. The mutated six-armed elemental gorilla Lin, he did not observe any soul beasts revealing themselves. That wave of light appeared inexplicably. Thus, he immediately amplified his spiritual perception. Yet he felt increasingly perplexed as he failed to detect any soul beasts. Did you see any soul beasts? One that could eliminate a 10,000-year-old tumor hyena? Lin Yi inquired of Xiaoyu and the others. Both Xiaoyu and Hulaina shook their heads. However, Yin pointed in a certain direction, stating, over there, it seems there are fluctuations. Lin Yi suspected they might have encountered a soul beast with superior spiritual power, which could explain why his detection had failed. He promptly transformed his circular spiritual perception into a fan-shaped one, a method he had recently mastered. Although the circular detection had a broad range, its precision was lacking. By sacrificing range and concentrating his spiritual power into a specific area, the fan-shaped detection exhibited significantly greater accuracy. Lin Yi still did not sense any fluctuations. What is happening? Why can I still not perceive anything? Lin Yi pondered it. Hulaina also noticed the issue, asking Yin, can you sense the fluctuations of the soul beast? Yin waved his hand in the air. Indeed, I can feel an immensely vast energy of fire attribute. However, when Lin Yi attempted to track the direction indicated by Yin, he still failed to locate the target. Forget it. Let us not venture out. The poison formation is safe. Let us not worry about this soul beast for now. Lin Yi reassured the three of them. As the wind carried the scent of the fragrant chua, celestial herb further afield, numerous soul beasts began converging towards Lin Yi and his companions. Hey, Tang San's method really works well, fishing for souls. Observing the encirclement of various soul beasts, Lin Yi intentionally moved the fragrant chua, celestial herb back a bit. He did not wish to be ambushed like Tang San by the old six, the burrowing demon spider. Seeing the celestial herb being moved further away, the soul beasts emitted low growls. After surveying the surrounding soul beasts, Lin Yi noted they were all predatory species. Lin Yi, have you found anything suitable? We can bring it in, a yin suggested, now understanding the purpose of the steel chains Lin Yi had provided. The hooks at the front of the chains could ensnare soul beasts, and once captured within the poison formation, even a 10,000-year-old soul beast would be severely tortured by the poison, making it much easier to deal with. Xiaoyu also rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. Lin Yi scanned for a moment, but did not find a satisfactory target. The oldest soul beast among them was merely a striped tiger, less than 16,000 years old. As for how he could determine its age, the Soul Beast manual had long detailed that many characteristics of soul beasts change with age. The striped tiger's distinguishing feature was its pattern. Every 8,000 years, a white stripe would appear on its pure black tail. Other soul beasts had similar identifiable details. This won't do. Their ages are too low. Lin Yi felt a sense of shame for the fragrant chua, celestial herb. Roars echoed through the forest, startling various birds into flight. The striped tiger glanced in the direction of the roar and emitted a low growl before promptly turning to flee the area. The other soul beasts also scattered, leaving only a small number of assertive soul beasts, akin to the fierce honey badger, still watching intently. Brothers, we've got something. Just by observing the soul beasts around them, Lin Yi could ascertain the situation. They had caught something substantial. Indeed, his spiritual perception confirmed that this soul beast was a sizable one. Then, they were delighted to see a towering, bipedal soul beast. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary soul beast, consistent with the single attribute of the four clans, the Power Clan, an elemental gorilla. However, this particular elemental gorilla possessed 6 arms, evenly distributed along its sides. A figure from an animated series Lin Yi had seen on Blue Star suddenly flashed in his mind, resembling a small sprite with extraordinary strength. I wonder if the 4 of us can bring it in. The other 3, having studied at the Spirit Hall, naturally recognized this colossal creature. I have a premonition that we will be dragged out by it, A Yin said, somewhat sheepishly. A mutated soul beast, if judged by the original standards of the elemental gorilla, should be around 30,000 years old. Lin Yi concluded. For a soul beast, being born with a mutation is quite a troublesome matter. Unlike the mutation of a soul master's martial spirit, which might result in a useless martial spirit, like Yu Xiaojiang's, or even render one a mere ordinary human without soul power in the forest. The law of the jungle prevails. If a soul beast does not mutate toward strength, it faces certain death, surviving and reaching 30,000 years. Lin Yi could ascertain that this creature was extraordinarily formidable. Did the old monster not notice these soul beasts? Lin Yivan did it. In truth, the resources within the Sunset Forest were only partially occupied by Douluo. Most areas and soul beasts remained untouched. What should we do? A 30,000-year-old elemental gorilla-esque strength would be enough to give us a run for our money. This creature with 6 arms seems a bit unfair. A Yin began scratching his head, clearly not skilled in devising strategies. How about I attack it to draw it into the poison formation? My speed is quick. I should be safe, suggested Xiaoyu. Although he was a powerful attack-type soul master, wielding dual Thunder Moon blades, his speed was on par with agility-type soul masters. Let us give it a try and see if it will charge into the poison formation. We'll be ready. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Here, Lin Yi tossed a detoxification pill to Xiaoyu. After consuming the detoxification pill, Xiaoyu assumed a stance. With the activation of his speed-enhancing soul skill, the forest was filled with fleeting afterimages of his rapid movements. The Thunder Moon blade struck the back of the 6-armed gorilla before he swiftly retreated. The other soul beasts, wary of the 6-armed gorilla's power, dared not act recklessly. Then, the creature completely ignored Xiaoyu's provocation. Its gaze fixated intensely on the fragrant chua, celestial herb within the poison formation. Altogether now, Lin Yi brandished the 7-killing sword, unleashing a flurry of sword energy. A Yin's eternal flame surged forth alongside the sword energy towards the 6-armed gorilla. Roar! They witnessed an astonishing scene as the six-armed gorilla gathered different colored waves of light within its 6 arms. What the heck? Could it have been this creature that annihilated the tumor hyena? Lin Yi realized that it possessed elemental attacks, akin to the raging sun slash. He observed the various colored orbs in its hands, each hue distinct. Did it consume a rainbow candy? It has every color imaginable. The blue orb emitted crackling electrical sounds as the colored orb shot towards the sword energy and magma, targeting it. Lin Yi urgently warned Xieyu to withdraw. Good heavens, this thing is rather sinister. It's not merely a strength-type soul beast, but also possesses elemental attacks. The perceptive abilities of soul beasts far exceed those of humans, and Lin Yi finally understood why the striped tiger had retreated immediately. What now? The three found themselves at a loss. Lin Yi exhaled a breath of warm air, saying, I originally did not wish to waste ammunition, but you are forcing my hand. The AK-47 was retrieved, and Lin Yi loaded the magazine. Nah, keep a close watch. Ensure this fellow does not escape. Understood, Hulaina responded, filled with confidence in Lin Yi's judgment. Chapter 92. The mantis stalks the cicada. The yellow bird awaits with a magazine loaded. Lin Yi prepared to take action. The sound of gunfire erupted. The Golden Generation trio initially found themselves somewhat dazed. The gunfire was quite deafening, but covering their ears alleviated the discomfort somewhat. The six-armed gorilla found itself in dire straits. The velocity of the bullets was far beyond its capacity to react, resulting in an instant appearance of countless wounds across its body. Lin Yi, benefiting from the absence of such technology in the Dalu, found that no one knew what an AK-47 was. The soul beasts did not flee like the protected creatures of the grasslands at the sight of hunters wielding rifles. The injured six-armed gorilla became enraged, unleashing a torrent of elemental orbs into the poison formation. However, upon entering the poison array, these orbs were significantly weakened, leaving only faint remnants of light. My heavens, is this poison formation truly so formidable? A yin mused over the impressive power of the poison array set by Douluo. Lin Yi smiled. Could it not be powerful? After the evolution of the old monster's martial soul, its toxic abilities reached unprecedented heights. Once reinforced by him, the poison formation contained only his enhanced lethal toxin. Nevertheless, this six-armed gorilla had survived for 30,000 years, gaining intelligence. Upon sensing danger, it sought to escape immediately. Lin Yi retracted the AK-47, and the steel chains were already soaring through the air, perfectly ensnaring one of the gorilla's arms. The other three followed suit, binding the remaining limbs with iron chains. Having already been struck by several of Lin Yi's magazines, the gorilla was injured, with some bullets lodged in its bone joints, thus significantly weakening its strength. The four of them exerted all their might to pull the six-armed gorilla toward the poison formation. Hulaina seized the opportunity to unleash her control skills. In 3 seconds, with the full powers of the four, the six-armed gorilla was gradually dragged closer to the poison array. Still dazed, it could not resist. Lin Yi was confident that, based on its previous performance, once it was pulled into the poison formation, it would be devoid of any capacity to fight back. Just at the moment its toes were drawn into the poison array, the six-armed gorilla experienced intense pain and began to thrash about. Increase the force. Hurry up, Lin Yi urged. Yet, the overwhelming agony drove the six-armed gorilla into a frenzy, and its immense strength pulled the four backward. Just when they believed the six-armed gorilla was within their grasp, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Another wave of blue light surged forth, and due to Lin Yi's prior assault, the six-armed gorilla was cleaved in two by the blue light. Suddenly bereft of support, the four were thrown to the ground by inertia. Then Lin Yi beheld the sight of a severed gorilla with only its upper half and 4 arms remaining. What on earth is that? Lin Yi broke into a cold sweat. Soon, he witnessed a horrifying scene. A colossal centipede, adorned in hues of red and blue, emerged from the ground, swiftly rushing to the remains of the six-armed gorilla to begin its feast. The four stood in stunned silence. The size and strange coloration of this centipede were astonishing. They had inadvertently disturbed a nest of mutated soul beasts, a 30,000-year-old South giant centipede. Lin Yi recalled knowledge from the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, speaking slowly. The South giant centipede is exceedingly dangerous. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, it had used their bait of Yoxiang Chlaw to lure them in and then seize the opportunity to consume the slain soul beast. Lin Yi scanned the location of the South giant centipede with his spiritual power and immediately understood the reason. The soul beast had been burrowing underground, retreating immediately after attacking. And he had not considered that there might be life beneath the surface, thus failing to investigate thoroughly. This incident served as a reminder for Lin Yi. In the future, he must conduct meticulous checks, whether above ground, below ground, or in the air and water. What should we do? A creature of such ancient years must have consumed countless soul beasts, Hulaina lamented. The Soul Beast Encyclopedia documented this terrifying creature that grows stronger by devouring other soul beasts. Lin Yi felt indifferent. This was unlike evil soul masters who devoured other soul masters for cultivation. After all, this was merely a soul beast adhering to the law of the jungle. It should be dealt with. If other soul masters encounter it, it would pose a significant problem. Xiaoyu frowned. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi found it amusing. It was Douluo's territory, and who would dare to come? The scarcity of soul masters venturing into this land was precisely why the ecosystem of this newly flourishing forest thrived so rapidly. Let us eliminate it, Yin said, eager to take action. It was entirely reasonable to want to eliminate this south giant centipede that had intercepted their soul beast. Furthermore, to kill it, one merely needed to unleash their attacks without hesitation, as the protection of the poison array ensured their safety. Let live for now, this south giant centipede, with its age, could serve as a soul ring. 30,000 years exceeded the upper limit for a fifth soul ring by over 10,000 years. Yet Lin Yi had undergone various trials and was confident in his ability to absorb this soul ring. A Yin unleashed his magma fist, sending a fiery ball of magma toward the south giant centipede. To his surprise, the south giant centipede emitted a splash of water as it charged toward the magma. However, a Yin's magma was forged from everlasting flames and could not be extinguished by water. As the magma struck its body, the scent of burning protein filled the air. A piercing scream rang out. A blue orb surged toward the poison formation, startling Yin, who reflexively dodged aside. For this creature's attack had easily sliced through the 30,000-year-old six-armed gorilla. This instinctual evasion saved Yin from peril. At that moment, the poison formation could no longer protect them. The south giant centipede inherently possessed formidable toxicity. After absorbing the elemental energy from the six-armed gorilla's body, it not only acquired the gorilla's abilities, but also enhanced its toxins. The poison of the south giant centipede could even rival that of Douluo's Emerald Scale Serpent King, successfully penetrating the defenses of the poison formation. Upon realizing that its attack could threaten the soul masters within the formation, the south giant centipede appeared even more exhilarated. The energy provided by the food inside was infinitely greater than that of a mere half-gorilla. Another desperate screech erupted as it charged toward the poison formation. Goodness! Lin Yi observed the creature's advance into the formation and immediately stowed away the Yoxiang Chihuahua. A crisis was at hand. After devouring the six-armed gorilla, it seemed utterly unafraid of the poison formation, preparing for battle. The synergy of the four was immediately put to the test. A Yin activated his soul skill, surrounding them with a circle of everlasting flames. His strategy was undoubtedly the most astute, having been validated when they first encountered the 1,000-gene ant. Even a 10,000-year-old soul beast is still a carbon-based organism. As long as it is a carbon-based life form, high temperatures are its greatest nemesis. Lin Yi could not fathom that this strange soul beast would dare to enter, yet his thoughts were swiftly countered by the south giant centipede's actions. Once inside the poison formation, the centipede's exterior chitin merely suffered minor erosion, leaving its muscular structure unscathed, and it continued to charge toward the circle of flames. Lin Yi watched as the south giant centipede conjured another fiery orb in its mouth. No wonder a Yin could sense its fire attributes. Nana, lend a hand. Just as Lin Yi exclaimed, Hulaina's control skills were already in motion. Xiaoyu also brandished his Thunder Moon blade and rushed forward. Chapter 93, Dual Pearls. Since this red orb was fire attribute, it directly pierced through Yan's circle of flames, bearing down upon them. They were still preoccupied with the memories of the mutilated body of the hyena and the bisected six-armed gorilla when Xiaoyu's moon blade cleaved through the orb. The lightning patterns on the blade crackled, creating arcs that insulated Xiaoyu from harm. Excellent work. Lin Yi cheered for Xiaoyu. At this moment, Lin Yi felt he had been overly concerned. The three members of the Wuhun Temple's golden generation were all prodigies with extraordinary strength, and with Hulaina present, commanding them posed no issue. His own presence seemed to overshadow their brilliance, keeping them perpetually under his eaves. Subsequently, Lin Yi moderated his demeanor. encouraging his companions to excel while he took a more leisurely approach. Indeed, a mere centipede was nothing to fear. Xiaoyu, with unwavering determination, unleashed a torrent of attacks upon the body of the southern giant centipede, while Hulaina provided auxiliary control from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Ayin stood firm, commencing his incantation for his fifth spirit skill, which possessed extraordinarily formidable power. Upon completion, the fifth spirit skill, Zhuori, summoned a miniature sun, capable of melting anything with its solar energy. This ability originated from an 18,000-year-old burning sky sunbird, which had 3 heads. Only when all 3 were severed would it be lost, a feat accomplished with the direct assistance of the elders. Such a formidable skill came with significant limitations, particularly its lengthy incantation time. Initially, as a powerful assault-type spirit master, he was reluctant to engage in the activities of a mage. However, after experiencing the benefits during a return invitation to a competition at the academy, where Hulaina's control effectively bought him time, he began to take it more seriously. Lin Yi was aware of this skill and recognized that the miniature sun was, in fact, the essence of the burning sky sunbird, not a true sun. Nevertheless, the temperature of this faux sun reached a terrifying 5,000 degrees, which a yin could manipulate at will. With Xiaoyu and Hulaina restraining the adversary, Yin prepared with great composure. Almost there, prepare to retreat, he called out. As Hulaina withdrew, she released her control spirit skill, stunning the southern giant centipede for 3 seconds. Subsequently, a small fireball, radiating a yellow glow, soared towards the southern giant centipede. Its flight was not swift, but given that the creature was momentarily dazed, it could not evade. The sizzling sound of its chitinous armor being scorched reached the ears of the onlookers. In a bid to leave the final breath for Lin Yi to claim the kill, Yin controlled the temperature, ensuring it did not incinerate the creature instantly. Meanwhile, the southern giant centipede gathered various light waves in its mouth, bombarding the miniature sun. Regrettably, once Yin's incantation was complete, Zhuori would absorb all attacks directed at it, continuing unabated until it consumed the adversary unless the invocation could be interrupted. The acrid scent of burning proteins wafted through the air. Initially, the surrounding spirit beasts were sparse, but many had fled due to the southern giant centipede's presence. Yet, the flames and the aroma of protein attracted more spirit beasts, all fixated on the scorched southern giant centipede. Pray, Lin Yi struck a pose. He was not praying for the southern giant centipede, but rather hoping for a powerful spirit skill to be bestowed upon him. The sizzling sound grew increasingly pronounced. Lin Yi observed as the limbs of the southern giant centipede were drawn toward the center by Zhuori. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. No one anticipated that the creature would sever its own limb in a desperate bid for survival. A light wave struck its lower half, severing a third of its body. "This is bad," they exclaimed, watching in disbelief as the creature began voraciously gnawing at the remaining unconsumed portion. "Impressive. Just like the ancient tale of Xiahou Dun biting the arrow from his eye. You are indeed a formidable adversary." The Pahun gun appeared in Lin Yi's grasp as he prepared to strike, aiming for a decisive kill without any errors. However, he was halted by Xiaoyu, who insisted, "You rest. You've always provided us with advantages. Today, we shall confront it head-on." After a long absence from using this technique, Xiaoyu and Hulaina prepared to showcase their ultimate move, the Wuhuan fusion technique, Yaomi. What followed was a scene too horrific to bear. "Goodness, are you trying to increase the difficulty for me?" Lin Yi shook his head furiously at the sight of the southern giant centipede's torment. The greater the resentment of a spirit beast before its death, the more intense the disturbance during the absorption of the spirit ring would be. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Yi mused that it might have been more efficient to simply dispatch it himself. Nonetheless, he refrained from dampening the enthusiasm of his companions. "All right, it's time for the final blow. Come in for the finishing strike." As Yaomi dissipated, reverting back to the two of them, the Pahun gun was hurled forth, piercing the southern giant centipede's brain, bidding farewell to Dalu. Upon the creature's demise, 2 orbs appeared above its body, beginning to spin. Lin Yi, well-versed in various novels, immediately recognized these as valuable items, likely akin to the dark orbs of the Mo Xieshun Hu, and there were 2 of them. Swiftly donning the Rui gloves, he reached out to seize them. As Lin Yi grasped one orb, the remaining one began to spin more rapidly, seemingly on the verge of escaping. With quick reflexes, he stowed the Pahun gun, transferred the orb to his left hand, and successfully captured the second orb. After being touched by the Rui gloves, the orbs ceased their rotation, lying quietly in Lin Yi's hand. The three companions gathered around. "So beautiful," exclaimed Hulaina, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the colorful, translucent orbs. "What are these? I've never seen anything like them." Yin scratched his head in confusion. "Be cautious," Xiaoyu promptly warned the trio. The series of bizarre occurrences had dulled their senses, leading them to regard it merely as another remarkable spirit beast. Then, they witnessed a multitude of spirit beasts charging toward the poisonous array. "What in the world is happening?" Lin Yi exclaimed in bewilderment as he observed the spirit beasts falling one after another at the edge of the poisonous array. Hulaina appeared to have an epiphany. "Could it be that the orbs in your hand are the cause?" Lin Yi inspected the orbs, but sensed no energy fluctuations within them. Aside from their aesthetic appeal, they resembled two glass spheres. "Let's put them away for now," Lin Yi decided, placing the orbs into his Chincoin bag, which immediately halted the advance of the beast tide. "It really is," Hulaina exclaimed excitedly, giving Lin Yi a playful head tilt. All right, you all take a rest. I also need to absorb the spirit ring." Lin Yi patted Hulaina on the head, signaling for them to recuperate. "We will provide protection for you in a moment." After consuming a bit of food, the group began to protect Lin Yi, aiding him in absorbing the spirit ring. At this level of spirit beast, they possessed some innate abilities. Unfortunately, they faced a group of prodigies, rendering their skills merely a demonstration amidst the soul disturbance. Chapter 94. The Struggle for Supremacy. As Lin Yi attracted the black spirit ring into his body, he sensed a trace of malevolent energy. "Oh my, this feels a bit sinister. I hope this doesn't lead to trouble like summoning a Rakshasa god to come after me." The moment it entered his body, he felt a chill that coursed from his head to his toes. It was an aura entirely different from the killing intent of the 7-kill sword, one that was venomous, cruel, and cunning. Soul disturbance? Lin Yi felt as though his brain had been struck, and his body became weak, as if he were about to collapse. A familiar voice echoed, and then he lost consciousness. "Get out! How dare you cause trouble on my territory?" At this moment, Lin Yi was entirely unaware of the turmoil unfolding within his mind. Why should I be afraid to confront you? Who are you anyway? Someone whose divine position was usurped by his own brother, daring to compete with me? Ha ha! Ignorant fool. You, a deity, do not even realize that in our family, my brother is the weakest among us. A blue golden light illuminated Lin Yi's mind. How could it be? You are clearly not the sea god. So how could you possess his power? Fool, do you still not understand? Look at this. A sudden dark red light intertwined with a blue golden glow, followed by a streak of purple-black light, and another of emerald green. How do you possess the powers of other gods? Impressive indeed. The mountains remain unchanged, and the rivers flow eternally. I shall return. A violent tremor accompanied the anxious voice of Hulaina. "P.S. Awake. Brother, Yin, come quickly." The three immediately gathered around. "What has happened to me?" Lin Yi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Had he not been absorbing a soul ring just moments ago? Hulaina wiped her tears, saying, "You scared us to death. While regarding, we saw your nosebleed was uncontrollable, and then you suddenly collapsed, remaining unconscious for a full 5 hours." Upon hearing the duration, Lin Yi was taken aback. With his physique, it was expected to take longer to absorb a soul ring, but not to the extent of fainting for 5 hours. "Your soul ring might be rendered ineffective. I wonder if it will affect your martial spirit," Xiaoyu remarked with a helpless shake of his head. At that moment, Lin Yi recalled his 5th soul ring. The 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose in perfect order from his back. Brother you, am I hallucinating for not eating? Is this real?" Yin rubbed his eyes furiously in disbelief. Xiaoyu also rubbed his eyes again, as if to confirm the reality. Absorbing a soul ring and fainting after 30 minutes, could it truly be so? Lin Yi, check if the soul ring has been affected. If the negative absorption has rendered what looks like a 10,000-year soul ring equivalent to a 100-year or even 10-year soul ring's spirit power, that would be disastrous. It would be better to have not absorbed it at all, as at least that would mean needing only to spend time to recover before acquiring another soul ring. 5th soul skill, geographical advantage. After the skill was released, the three of them could no longer see Lin Yi. "Brother, are we seeing ghosts? I felt something amiss since earlier. Could it be that this has all been an illusion?" Yin felt anxious upon realizing Lin Yi had suddenly vanished. Although, as a soul master within the Spirit Hall, he should possess a certain faith, the existence of deities also implies the existence of spirits, and he felt a chill run down his spine. "What are you thinking?" Lin Yi grasped Yin's arm. "A ghost." Yin shivered in fright. Then, Lin Yi vanished once more. "Puffed." Hulaina burst into laughter. I'm not teasing you any longer. Lin Yi reappeared, saying this southern giant centipede is quite intriguing. While I am unaware of what transpired during my fainting, I can confidently assert that this fifth soul skill is remarkably practical. The fifth soul skill, geographical advantage, allows me to harness the power of the earth to conceal myself while enhancing my defense by 50% when my feet are grounded. Only those with superior mental strength can detect me, of course. Almost as if to say, wherever my feet touch the ground, that place is my dominion. After hearing the explanation, Hulaina raised her hand to ask, does the second floor of a house and the wooden floor count as ground? Stumped by this tricky question, Lin Yi found himself at a loss. Invalid question. Next. Will high heels affect the soul skill's effectiveness? Lin Yi felt a black line appear on his forehead. One in a hand, I in a pair of high heels. Enough joking. Let us head back. Although the events were bewildering, we successfully absorbed the soul ring. And our four-person team task is complete. It is time to return and report. Moreover, preparations for even more critical resources must commence, as the time to crush the city of slaughter is approaching. Excellent. You all performed exceptionally well. Bibi Dong praised the four without reservation. Finally, only Lin Yi and Hulaina remained. Your final mission has arrived. Initially, I intended for you to participate in the Continental Soul Master competition and secure the championship before proceeding with your tasks. However, your rapid progress has left me astounded. Bibi Dong's staff struck the ground. 2 attendants entered the grand hall, carrying 2 trays. This is for you. Take it and prepare well. In a month, I will personally escort you to the city of slaughter. The mere mention of a city of slaughter from Bibi Dong's lips made Lin Yi tremble. Not from fear, but from exhilaration. Domain of the god of slaughter. I am coming. In his mind, an unhurried figure observed everything. Yet Lin Yi remained oblivious. Having just passed his birthday, at 14 years old and at level 54, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. If I were on Blue Star, I would probably still be a sales worker, leading a mundane life of marriage and children, burdened by a mortgage. Lin Yi sighed. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yi opened the box Bibi Dong had given him, finding a book inside. Upon opening it, he sensed Bibi Dong's gradual affection for him and Hulaina. Part of it contained encouraging words from Bibi Dong, while the remainder detailed the city of slaughter and Bibi Dong's own experiences escaping from it. Every detail was meticulously recorded within the pages. Wow, truly a teacher, unlike Tang San's father. Lin Yi understood that had Tang San not traversed time, he would undoubtedly perish within the city of slaughter. Once his martial spirit skills were restricted, hidden weapons would become Tang San's greatest weapon. Yet, the father of the Big Hammer had failed to inform Tang San of anything. With all those unexpected circumstances regarding the 10-headed blazing sun snake, he had been mentally prepared. What he needed to do next was to arm himself. Lin Yi wished he could create Iron Man's armor right now to directly storm the city of slaughter. Chapter 95. When faced with uncertainty, RPG. When Lin Yi and his companions returned to the Spirit Hall in the Star Do Great Forest, Tang San had been desperately searching for a long time without any trace of Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu felt helpless as she saw Dai Mubai and the others return, knowing that only Tang San was missing and understanding that he must be searching for her. The master and Yu Xiaojiang stopped Xiao Wu, saying, Xiao Wu, do not go back. Tang San is exceptionally talented and will surely return. If you go back, you will only get lost again. Tears glistened in Xiao Wu's eyes as she struggled to suppress the urge to rush out. Brother, you must return safely. Alone in the great forest, Tang San searched, feeling weak and sustaining numerous injuries. Ultimately, he had no choice but to retreat and seek help from the teachers. Xiao Wu, wait for me. I will definitely save you. Finally, a day later, the two embraced at Shrek Academy, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Brother, you scared me. Why didn't you come back? Tang San gently stroked Xiao Wu's head, remaining silent. Tang San, hearing the news of Tang San's return, Yu Xiaojiang quickly followed. Teacher, I heard from Mubai and the fatty that you were attacked. Do you recall anything about those people? Yu Xiaojiang inquired. When he had asked Dai Mubai and the others, Tang San had been too tense, focused on protecting Oscar, and had not remembered their appearances. I only remember 3 men and 1 woman. One held a spear, another a sword, and there was one with a beast martial spirit, but I could not discern what it was. The woman, however, was a demon fox. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Fei Land and Zhao Wuji beside him. Do you have any impressions? Fei Land shook his head. Zhao Wuji, you've been around for so long. Have you heard of such individuals? If you cannot find it, do not even think about receiving your salary. Zhao Wuji has grown accustomed to the stinginess of this boss. According to Xiao San's description, there are indeed numerous individuals on the mainland who fit the profile. Are there any additional details? Tang Xin made an effort to recall the events of that time. It seemed that was all there was to it. They were all disguised, rendering their appearances unrecognizable. Well, that will suffice, Xiao San. Do take a good rest. After speaking, the master closed the door, leaving behind a few chattering children. As he exited, the master clasped his hands behind his back, his posture slightly hunched, remaining silent. Fei Lan seemed to discern his thoughts. Come, let us discuss this in my office. Upon entering the office, the three of them took their seats. Xiao Gang, please share your thoughts. Are you harboring any suspicions? After all, this was the once gilded triangle of the mainland. There was an undeniable camaraderie among the brothers. I suspect it might be the handiwork of the Wuhan Temple. Fei Lan stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. However, though Xiao San's father bore a grudge against the Wuhan Temple, he had not yet exposed himself. Why would the temple target him? Zhao Wuji immediately countered Xiao Gang's assertion. While Tang Hao had once given him a thrashing, he still held a profound respect for those associated with the Wuhan Temple. This is precisely the aspect I find perplexing. We have not encroached upon the interests of the Wuhan Temple at all, which is quite puzzling. Xiao Gang clutched his head in frustration. By the way, Xiao Gang, what is the situation regarding the 100,000-year-old beast that Xiao Wu mentioned? This question was even more bewildering. When they were ambushed by an unknown enemy, the 100,000-year-old beast appeared, yet it did not attack them. Rather, it assisted them in escaping. In the end, Xiao Wu merely fainted in the great forest and returned after regaining consciousness. Everything left them utterly baffled. Had Lenny witnessed this, he would surely have laughed, as it was entirely his doing, something Xiao Gang and the others could never fathom. So what shall we do next? If the problem cannot be resolved, then one must deal with the source of the problem. Fei Lan prepared to take an alternative approach. I will pay a visit to the Wuhan Temple. You all take care of the little ones. Xiao Gang's gaze was filled with determination. Fei Lan seemed to have anticipated this. Are you truly going? Yes. Very well, do take care. Inside the Wuhan Temple, Lin Yi lay in bed, tossing and turning as he contemplated what items to bring into the city of slaughter. Among modern weaponry, there are countless powerful arms, yet they all share a critical flaw. They are cumbersome to transport. Even artillery is not suitable for individual combat. Lin Yi slapped his forehead, exclaiming, how foolish. As the saying goes, when in doubt, resort to an RPG. If one RPG cannot solve the problem, then fire another. The rocket-propelled grenade, or RPG, with its conical warhead, can easily penetrate armored vehicles. This weapon is characterized by its affordability, durability, simplicity of operation, and tremendous firepower, colloquially known as the infantry cannon or mini-cannon. Fortunately, Lenny had previously reviewed these texts and diagrams during his simulations. The only thing lacking was the materials. In Dalu, materials are the least valuable. Thus, Lin Yi began crafting the grenade launcher. Initially, he focused solely on constructing the shell without loading it. After 3 days of experimentation, Lin Yi finally completed the first propulsion unit and the first warhead. After loading it, Lin Yi conducted a test explosion alone. Regrettably, as it was handcrafted, the scaled-down version lacked significant power. Damn it! The 7-killing sword struck against a boulder, successfully shattering it, confirming that being small was utterly inadequate. Its power was inferior to that of a martial spirit. Lin Yi abandoned this little contraption in pursuit of a more formidable creation. Although the proportional reduction had consumed 3 days, it had imparted invaluable experience, and Lin Yi had discovered the secret to crafting it. Soon, he produced a propulsion unit. Upon comparing it with the propulsion unit from his memories of Blue Star, it was almost identical. This simplicity is precisely why it is widely used across the globe. The amount of explosive material this time could be described as the aesthetic of brute force. If the power was lacking, increasing the explosive load would send bricks soaring. Thus, the phrase forceful bricks fly came to mind. A week passed, and Lin Yi's test explosion concluded perfectly. The boulder he had bombarded was no longer fragmented, but completely vanished, replaced by a massive crater. Wow, this is exhilarating. Lin Yi's face glowed with excitement. This contraption could rival the destructive power of a divine-level attack against city walls. Just one RPG. Imagine if he had several more. Lin Yi dared not even contemplate it. Oh, I should make a few more and send them to Rome. He suddenly recalled that the 9-treasure glazed tile school was sorely lacking in lethal weaponry, yet it possessed the capability to produce them. After some deliberation, Lin decided to allow only Ning Rongrong to use them for now. After all, having a traitor among them would pose complications. Chapter 96. When in doubt. Use RPG. Part 2. What is this? At the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked at the formidable weapon Lin Yi had brought with a sense of novelty. They reached out to touch the grenade. Lin Yi was taken aback. "Milady, please refrain from handling that." Ning Rongrong, noticing Lin Yi's reluctance, huffed, "Why not? I want to touch it." "Wait a moment. Uncle Ning will be here shortly." A few minutes later, Ning Fengji hurried back to the sect. "Where's Lin Yi?" The steward promptly led Ning Fengji to find Lin Yi. Initially, he had been attending to matters outside. But upon receiving the sect's message that Lin Yi had an important issue regarding the combat capabilities of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School Soul Masters, he rushed back. "Uncle Ning, you have arrived." Ning Fengji held high expectations for Lin Yi, his future son-in-law. "Lin Yi, I had some matters to attend to and arrived late." "No worries. Uncle, you were busy. It was my fault for delaying you." "Huh? Ha." Ning Fengji beckoned everyone to sit down and discuss in detail. At this moment, Sword Douluo Chan Xian and Bone Douluo Gu Rong also arrived. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you have come at the right time to see what Lin Yi has brought." Ning Rongrong then realized that the items Lin Yi had brought were not entirely for her. She leaned closer to Lin Yi and whispered, "You didn't bring me a gift? You will have to sleep on the floor tonight." Lin Yi feigned horror, saying, "Oh no, don't do that. We can discuss this tonight." He then turned back to continue conversing with Ning Fengji. "Uncle Ning, let's find an open area." The 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School was affluent. Thus there was no shortage of open spaces. After selecting a suitable site, Lin Yi chose a desolate riverbed strewn with rubble. "Lin Yi, what are you doing here?" Ning Feng Ti Inquiret, Somelhat Puflet. Chun Xian and Gu Rong remained silent, observing the unfolding events. Lin Yi had chosen this location to demonstrate the power of the RPG. The dry riverbed, strewn with jagged stones, bore witness to the formidable power of the weapon. With a firm grasp on the PRG, Lin Yi distanced himself from the crowd. Mindful of the danger posed by its tail flame, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air, leaving everyone, including the 2 esteemed Douluo, utterly astonished. Their extensive knowledge could not fathom the spectacle that had just transpired. The peculiar device merely rested on Lin Yi's shoulder, and with a simple press, it unleashed chaos, creating a colossal crater in the barren riverbed. Dust and debris filled the atmosphere, scattering rocks far and wide. Should anyone have been nearby, they would likely have suffered injuries from the flying shrapnel. A small wound from these stones could lead to severe infection if not treated promptly. After a brief moment, the group regained their composure. Despite the 2 Douluo's vast experience, they remained perplexed by the incident. "Lin Yi, what manner of weapon is this?" Chun Xian was the first to inquire. "It is an RPG or a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher," Lin Yi replied. Clearly, Chun Xian and the others were unable to comprehend its nature. "Is this weapon difficult to wield?" The senior figure discerned the crucial point. No matter how powerful a weapon, it must be operable by a user, lest even an atomic bomb remain inert in the hands of an untrained individual. Jian Xin, observing Lin Yi's simple handling and the absence of further action after the initial press, began to formulate a hypothesis, though he hesitated to confirm it. The operation is straightforward. Even an ordinary soul master could manage it. Fortunately, Lin Yi was quick to refrain from stating that an average person could use it, as such knowledge could alter the balance of power on the continent and must not be divulged lightly. Chun Xian furrowed his brow as Gu Rong made his entrance. "Simple to operate, yet immensely powerful," he noted. The combination of these 2 contradictory attributes indicated that acquiring this weapon was no easy feat after Gu Rong spoke. Everyone nodded in agreement, including Lin Yi, who seized the opportunity to align himself with the elder's insights. As Grandfather Gu indicated, the acquisition of this weapon was indeed arduous, and with the recent test, only 6 rounds remained. Lin Yi produced the remaining 5 projectiles for all to see. 5. Jen Xingsha Gudisiti Deepen Pe. Initially, he had assumed that the object Lin Yi bore on his shoulder constituted the weapon's core component, only to discover that the true essence was far larger than his martial soul. "These are the warheads. The launcher on my shoulder is merely the means of propulsion. The launcher is relatively easy to obtain, but the warheads are the real rarity." Subsequently, Lin Yi retrieved 2 launchers from his storage bag, distributing one to Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong, and entrusted them with the warheads, emphasizing their need for utmost care, for a detonation would spell doom for all. That night, Lin Yi and Ning Rongrong engaged in philosophical discourse. "Fengji, Uncle Gu, are you truly willing to test this?" Indeed, let us proceed. It poses no threat to me. In a secured chamber, Ning Fengji and the two esteemed Dalu ensured that their conversation remained imperceptible to the outside world, not even a hint of soul power escaping. Following Lin Yi's explosive demonstration of the PRG, both Chen Xian and Gu Rong were left astounded, recognizing the potential threat it posed. With Lin Yi present, they could discuss testing its might, leading to an evening filled with experimentation. Be cautious, Uncle Gu, Ning Fengji advised, having learned the launch techniques from Lin Yi. A tremblement explosion érupted. Uncle Gu, are you unharmed? Chen Xian continually channeled his soul power into the protective shield to absorb the sound of the blast. Emerging from the smoke, Gu Rong appeared, though his attire was tattered. I am unscathed. Hearing this, Chen Xian and Ning Fengji released their held breaths, astonished by the weapon's formidable power. Despite the absence of serious injury, Gu Rong was acutely aware that had it not been for Ning Fengji's pre-launch warning and his full defensive capabilities, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Lin Yi was correct. The knowledge of this weapon must remain concealed. Fengji, you and Rong should retain this weapon. It may serve as your safeguard in times of peril, Gu Rong advised gravely. Ning Fengji's enhancement of Gu Rong's soul abilities allowed the elder to recover swiftly. Uncle Gu, did you witness the extent of this weapon's power? Jian Xin Guidi, recognizing Gu Rong's authority as a defensive soul master in weapon appraisal. Chapter 97. The sword moves with the heart, a blade of snow across 19 provinces. During the recent experiment, the proximity of the two had rendered the RPG's power extraordinarily overwhelming, and even Douluo had barely withstood its force. He noted this observation. The previous distance had been perilously close, and he wondered where Lin Yi had procured such a device. The crucial aspect was that it did not require a direct hit to inflict damage. The explosion caused area damage, and any debris or fragments from the warhead could also be lethal. Douluo meticulously recalled the earlier details. At a distance of 500 meters, it posed no threat to a soul saint. At 200 meters, it could endanger a soul Dalu, and at point-blank range, even a title Douluo would struggle to withstand it without full defensive measures. He had deemed it necessary to highlight the RPG's terrifying capabilities. If Lin Yi had overheard this, he would have lamented the insufficient payload and resolved to load more next time, for he believed the RPG must possess the power to challenge the King of Slaughter. As the night drew to a close, Lin Yi conveyed his intentions to venture to the City of Slaughter, with the two esteemed Dalu present. The City of Slaughter? Chen Xian knew well, having heard of many disciples from the Seven Killing sect who had ventured there, none returning alive. Child, why do you wish to go there? Lin Yi's gaze was resolute. It is to grow stronger. Only by becoming powerful can I protect Rong and safeguard every member of the Jiubao Liuli sect. His words were impassioned, almost convincing even himself. At that moment, Gu Rong utilized a discreet method of communication to speak with Chen Xian. What are you waiting for to impart your teachings? His journey to the City of Slaughter is likely a mission from the Spirit Hall. Are you hoarding your treasures to take to the grave? It is time to equip him with a skill he can rely on. Child, do not depart today. Grandfather wishes to teach you something. Chen Xian's voice reached Lin Yi's ears. Lin Yi had not noticed the sword Dalu speaking, but upon perceiving Chen Xian's glance, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chen Xian's implication was clear, and Lin Yi chose not to reveal his awareness. After their meal, Lin Yi followed Chen Xian away from the Jiubao Liuli sect, heading 50 kilometers into a valley adorned with peculiar rock formations. Grandfather, why have you brought me here? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity, suspecting that Chen Xian intended to impart knowledge, but not expecting such a distant journey. Stand there and observe, Chen Xian instructed, pointing to a flat boulder that resembled a deliberately placed seat. As Lin Yi stood upon it, he witnessed Chen Xian soaring above the rock formations on his sword. Lightning seemed to strike his mind as his mental energy scanned the peculiar landscape. Upon completing his scan, Lin Yi was taken aback, for each massive stone resembled a long sword embedded in the earth, forming a unique array that Lin Yi could not decipher. In the skies above the Guaisher Lin, Chen Xian was evidently preparing to demonstrate something for Lin Yi. Lin Yi, pay attention. I shall only demonstrate once. Lin Yi's eyes widened, fearing he might miss some crucial detail. Was this the 7 kills sword technique? Lin Yi recognized Chen Xian's moves at a glance. It was indeed the family's ancestral skill, the 7 kills sword technique. However, Lin Yi was already familiar with it and could not discern anything particularly unique about Chen Xian's swordplay. Then, a peculiar event transpired. The Guaisha Lin echoed with a series of metallic clinks. Huh. During his mental scan, he was unable to detect any other entities nearby. Watch closely. In an instant, countless swords soared from the Guaisha Lin, heading straight for the sky in Chun Xian's direction. As Chun Xian's 7 kills sword pointed and shifted, these swords seemed to possess a life of their own, mirroring the movements of the 7 kills sword. The 7 kills sword technique, where the sword moves with the heart. One sword snowflakes across 19 provinces. Lin Yi then witnessed these swords converge into a colossal 7 kills sword, which, like liquid mercury cascading down, plunged into the adjacent mountainside. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Guaisha Lin. Lin Yi presumed this was the conclusion. Just as he was about to speak, he beheld the giant sword soaring back towards Chun Xian. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Lin Yi suddenly felt perplexed. Was not this technique associated with the sword Douluo's soul skill? How did it relate to the 7 kill sword? Then, Lin Yi comprehended. The unified giant sword instantaneously transformed back into numerous smaller swords, pouring down like a torrential rain or swirling snowflakes. Lin Yi was somewhat astonished. The Guaisha Lin had been utterly obliterated, completely destroyed by countless iron swords. After concluding his display, Chun Xian leisurely flew over on his sword, approaching Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained oblivious, still immersed in Chun Xian's profound meaning. No wonder this move was absent from the 7 kill sword manual. It was entirely reliant on oral tradition, with each disciple of the 7 kills sect interpreting it in their own way. Ha ha ha, child, did you understand? Chun Xian chuckled heartily while stroking his beard. Lin Yi shook his head, realizing that grasping such profundity was likely beyond comprehension for decades. Suddenly, he chastised himself for being foolish. Did he not possess a simulator? He would certainly check if a similar script existed later, allowing him to cultivate immortality rather than merely tread on the fantastical floor tiles. Hey, child, what are you doing? Chun Xian observed Lin Yi's dazed expression, growing somewhat anxious, fearing he had overwhelmed the boy with complexity. Ah, senior, it's nothing. You need not be disheartened. It is all right if I cannot learn it for now. Please tell me, what have I learned? Understanding that imparting the means to fish is superior to merely providing fish. Chun Xian recognized the wisdom in this, especially since Lin Yi's martial soul was the 7 kill sword, possibly a descendant of the 7 kill sect. Is this sword intent? Chun Xian expressed surprise. Oh, you can perceive it? He found it astonishing, having traversed the world and only barely grasped a hint of sword intent upon reaching the soul sage realm. How had this boy discerned it? Could it be that this world truly harbors a child of the divine? Grandfather sword, I cannot emulate your sword intent. Lin Yi displayed a profoundly dejected expression. Ha ha, I am well aware you cannot. That is precisely why I am here to teach you. Now look over there. Following Chun Xian's gesture, Lin Yi glanced in that direction. Forget it. I shall take you there. Hop on. Chun Xian's 7 kills sword lay horizontally before them. Hey, I can fly too. Lin Yi chose not to board Chun Xian's sword, but instead soared through the air on his own 7 kills sword. This left Chun Xian once again astonished. I only learned to fly on a sword in my 20s. You are a genius. No, calling you a genius is an insult. You must be a child of the divine. Chun Xian's heart swelled with excitement, realizing that the Jubao Liuli sect had found a promising ally, allowing this old bone to rest. Chapter 98. The Rakshasa God as the two soared on their swords. Lin Yi followed Chun Xian down into the Guaisha Lin. This is the Tsang Jiangu, Chun Xian introduced. Upon reaching the valley floor, Lin Yi discovered a myriad of weapons scattered about, not limited to long swords. Lin Yi, do you know why I brought you to the valley floor? Having encountered similar scenarios before, Lin Yi suspected that great secrets were often hidden deep within valleys. Grandfather sword, I do not know. In a short time, you will find it impossible to cultivate sword intent, and thus unable to enter the realm where the sword moves with the heart, which naturally means you cannot unleash the most formidable move of the 7 kill sword technique. Therefore, I can only guide you through a shortcut, bypassing the realm of sword intent. Huh? You can bypass sword intent? This ventured into Lin Yi's area of ignorance. Of course, but such techniques are heavily restricted and inherently less powerful than those acquired through genuine comprehension of sword intent. At this moment, as Lin Yi surveyed the diverse weapons at the valley's base, he began to grasp the implications. Grandfather sword, do you mean that what you just demonstrated was not the most powerful technique, but rather an attack exhibited by utilizing the myriad weapons from the valley? circumventing the realm of sword intent. Lin Yi's deduction held merit. Sword Douluo, Chen Xian laughed heartily. You grasped it instantly. What Chen Xian had showcased earlier. The sword that snowed across 19 provinces was entirely an attack formed by the combination of the weapons in the Tsang Jiangu, rather than an embodiment of his sword intent. Now, give it a try. Focus on sensing the weapons around you, and if you can feel them, then you will succeed. Chen Xian's words were somewhat vague, prompting Lin Yi to close his eyes and begin to attune himself to the surrounding weapons. However, upon closing his eyes, his mental energy automatically took over the function of his sight, rendering the experience akin to having his eyes wide open. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a hand pressing down on his shoulder. You little rascal, no more shortcuts. This is already a clever method. If you seek further shortcuts, it will not benefit your future cultivation. Following this, Lin Yi sensed a surge of warmth flowing into his shoulder, swiftly racing towards his brain and into the sea of his spirit. This warmth immediately engaged in a struggle with the mental energy within Lin Yi's sea of spirit. Yet, in an instant, this force vanished without a trace, akin to a mud cow sinking into the sea. Chen Xian's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he pressed down harder on Lin Yi. As Chen Xian intensified his input, Lin Yi's sea of spirit erupted like an underwater volcano, ultimately engulfing the energy Chen Xian had imparted. Goodness, you little rascal, your mental energy is remarkably strong. Jian Xin et Golim. I cannot contain your mental energy. You must learn to control it yourself. After exhaling a heavy breath, Lin Yi felt a weight lift off his shoulders. As a master of the sword, Chen Xian's realm of sword intent had augmented his mental energy. Lin Yi had nearly been confined within his sea of spirit, regaining control over his body and suppressing his mental energy's automatic probing. Lin Yi perceived a profound void surrounding him. It was not a pitch-black abyss, but rather akin to stepping into a previously unseen realm of purity, devoid of anything but himself, where even speech echoed. What? This feels rather off. It is not as described by Grandfather Sword. Lin Yi was greatly perplexed, uncertain if this was a positive or negative development. System, come forth. Yet, even the system had vanished. 7 kills sword, emerge. Still, there was nothing but emptiness. Observing the utter void before him, Lin Yi sensed that the situation was spiraling beyond his control. He struggled to open his eyes and return to reality, only to find himself utterly incapable of doing so. Do not resist. This is my domain, and you cannot escape. A strange voice echoed, causing Lin Yi to immediately become alert. However, he discerned no visible figure. I told you to stop struggling. You and I exist in entirely different realms. I wish to keep you oblivious. You will never find me. Look beneath your feet. Lin Yi, skeptical, glanced down. Is that me? The ground had transformed into a vast mirror, and the reflection was undeniably himself, albeit slightly altered. Clad in purple garments, adorned with a purple crown, and wielding a colossal scythe. Hades? Lin Yi's mind involuntarily conjured name. Ha, this is your future self. Do you not find it splendid? Lin Yi, perplexed, inquired, who exactly are you? I am the supreme deity, the Rakshasa god, and you are the one I have chosen as my successor. Lin Yi nearly spat blood in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Hey, how dare you insult me? Oh, so you can speak like a human too. I want no part of your divine status. Go away. Although the Rakshasa god and the Asura god both preside over death, their power and renown differ vastly. You have absorbed the wings of the evil god and taken the demon core, making you the ideal candidate as my successor. Furthermore, I can assist you in overcoming the trials. At this moment, Lin Yi's vigilance heightened. Are you fishing for me? You think you can help? You can trap me for eternity if you dare. Lin Yi understood that this was akin to the sea god. The residual consciousness of the Rakshasa god could not genuinely confine him. Ignorant youth, our conversation ends here, but I shall return. Lin Yi suddenly awoke. This startled Chen Xian. Child, are you all right? If anything were to happen to Lin Yi, the young lady Ning Rong would surely wreak havoc. I'm Fina. Just after reassuring, Lin Yi heard a voice resound in his mind. Rakshasa god trial. The first test begins. Survive the city of slaughter. Had it not been for Chen Xian's presence, Lin Yi would have cursed. He had expressly refused the foolish Rakshasa god position. Yet it clung to him like a fisherman casting a wide net for a big catch. Lin Yi wondered if Bai Bai Dong was also undergoing the divine trial. He secretly hoped the Rakshasa god trial would be left for her to grapple with. Grandpa Jian, how long have I been out? Just over 10 minutes, not long. All right. Then let us continue. Lin Yi resumed his previous actions, attuning himself to his surroundings. Then he slipped back into the void. Are you out of your mind? Do you believe I cannot succeed without you? Take a look at your own foolish face. You appear utterly ridiculous. A familiar voice emerged. Hey, you little brat. Whom are you insulting? Lin Yi stood frozen as a figure gradually materialized in the void. Before him stood not the Rakshasa god, but the Grand Master who had left him with the manuals. Master, why this charade? Oomph. That Rakshasa fellow dragged you into the void space. No wonder I couldn't find you. Void space? The Rakshas's innate skill. This fellow has had his eyes on you for a long time. Chapter 99. The generosity of Chun Xin had his eyes on me for a long time. Lin, he found it hard to believe. Of course. Do you recall the fifth spirit ring you absorbed? Reflecting on that moment, Lin, he remembered fainting while absorbing the spirit ring, only to inexplicably succeed in the process. Given the state of the southern giant centipede, a soul disturbance should have occurred. Yet nothing transpired. Are you saying I was under the control of the Rakshasa god when I absorbed the spirit ring? The figure before him, Poseidon, nodded. At that moment, the Rakshasa invaded your mind. I was within your consciousness. Although I managed to intercept him then, I never anticipated his return. Lin, he sensed something amiss. Senior, why did you attempt to obstruct the Rakshasa? Or rather, why do you all seek me? An unsettling premonition loomed over him. He felt as though he were being manipulated. Ha, if you believe I am using you, feel free to disregard me entirely. I can depart immediately. Poseidon evidently grasped Lin Yi's thoughts. Senior, could you enlighten me regarding your intentions? At this juncture, Lin Yi could comprehend the deity's motivations by having him assume the divine position. They could escape the constraints of the divine realm. Once you reach my realm, you will understand solitude at the pinnacle is a burden. Do you know? At that moment, Lin Yi recalled that Poseidon was also a transmigrant. Solitude at the pinnacle? Remaining at the summit for too long becomes exceedingly tedious. Lin Yi nodded. Ha. Understanding is all I require. Senior, according to your words, your realm should far surpass that of the Rakshasa. Why can his innate skill obscure you? Poseidon shook his head. Even a creator is not omnipotent. I am certainly no exception. Senior, have you come for any specific purpose? I am here to caution you. The Rakshasa god's trial is not entirely without merit. In certain circumstances, you may leverage his trial. However, for now, I can only assist you this much. I must depart for a time, and during this period, you'll have to rely on yourself. Subsequently, Lin, he found himself back in the Douluo world. What is happening? Chun Xin once again beheld the unconscious Lin Yi, his concern escalating. I am fine, Grandpa Jian. You are fine? You have fainted twice. Today, we shall not practice. We must return quickly, or Rong will surely be displeased with me. Chun Xin would not allow Lin Yi to practice any further. Lin Yi could only stifle a chuckle internally. Grandpa Jian, I assure you I am perfectly fine. No way. With that, Chun Xin hoisted Lin Yi and prepared to fly back to the Jiubao Glazed sect. Within the Jiubao Glazed sect, Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing were engrossed in culinary experimentation. Ever since tasting Lin Yi's cooking, they felt that the sect's chefs could not compare. Nothing was satisfactory. After a series of chef changes, Ning Fengji finally consented to let them cook for themselves. At present, Ning Rong was preparing seafood porridge. Delicacies airlifted from the distant Hanhai city. The flavors of the seafood were utterly captivating. However, upon hearing that Lin Yi had fainted twice, she dropped her spoon in shock. Are you all right? After confirming that Lin Yi was unscathed, Ning Rong felt relieved and then proceeded to tease her Grandpa Jian, leaving Lin Yi to silently pray for Chun Xin. A day passed. Lin Yi and Chun Xin returned once more to the Cangjin Valley, and they were accompanied by Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing. Through Lin Yi's diligent training, he could now sense the aura of the surrounding weapons, a resonance between man and weapon, entirely unrelated to martial souls. When this resonance reached its zenith, it represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the martial arts world, the sword god. A quintessential example would be the fully revitalized Ai Er-Hu, while the waning Wuming roamed freely. With Chun Xion's guidance, Lin Yi had already begun to control some of the smaller sword-type weapons in the Cangjin Valley. Well done. Jen Xin note that. Believing that Lin Yi had already entered the threshold, becoming a master of swordsmanship was merely a matter of time, and surpassing his father to defeat the one wielding the holy sword of angels was not out of reach. Meanwhile, Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing were not idle. While Lin Yi received instruction, Chun Xin guided the two women in their training. As the days swiftly passed, Lin Yi began to feel a semblance of mastery. Lin Yi, if you continue on this path, within a fortnight at most, you will be able to wield external weapons and execute the most formidable techniques of the 7-kill sword art. However, you must not rely solely on this method, for not every place is akin to Tsang Jiangu, where numerous weapons abound. Chun Xun, with heartfelt sincerity, imparted his final words of guidance to Lin Yi, not wishing for him to stray from the righteous path. Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. Grandfather Sword, rest assured, once I comprehend the essence of the sword, I will learn the true one-sword snow covers 19 prefectures from you. Good lad, you possess ambition. At that moment, Chun Xin led the 3 young companions to the highest peak at the edge of Tsang Jiangu. Wow, the 7-kill sword can actually carry so many people while flying. Upon reaching the summit, the 7-kill sword returned to Chun Xin's grasp. Lin Yi, my intention in teaching you the 7-kill sword art is not solely for you to grasp the sword's essence, but also for this. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. Standing atop the highest peak, the originally azure sky morphed into a dark crimson hue, which quickly deepened to black, reminiscent of a clear sky suddenly beset by ominous clouds. Domain, Lin Yi exclaimed with great exhilaration. This was precisely the domain skill he had yearned for. The god of slaughter's domain from the city of slaughter, Tang San's blue-silver domain, each represented formidable area of effect support skills. Indeed, the teachings from the Spirit Hall are profound and extensive. This is my 7-kill domain. Within my domain, my 7-kill sword can strike wherever I desire, unbound by distance, and my soul skill can enhance my attack power by 20. Lin Yi was not particularly concerned about the 20 attack power, for with Ning Fengji support, that amount seemed utterly trivial. Grandfather Sword, what do you mean by being able to attack wherever one wishes? Watch closely. Lin Yi then witnessed the 7-kill sword vanish from Chun Xin's hand, only to reappear instantaneously on the opposite peak. The sword danced as if animated by an unseen force, effortlessly severing a great tree with a single stroke. Lin Yi comprehended the intricacies of this domain. While it may not hold much utility in a brawl, in a one-on-one scenario, it was indeed a divine skill, comparable to Tang San's instant teleportation and invincible golden body. Although the close-range 7-kill sword could harm through sword energy, the range of that energy was ultimately limited. Yet with the assistance of the domain, one could instantly teleport to deliver a decisive blow. Do you wish to learn? Chun Xin gazed at Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded fervently. To learn, you must cultivate the sword's essence and reach the realm where the sword moves with the heart. Only upon achieving this state can you comprehend the 7-kill domain. Lin Yi felt as though enlightenment had dawned upon him. Devote yourself to training. I only grasped the rudiments of sword essence upon entering the Soul Sage realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yi's day of entering the city of slaughter drew nearer. His swordsmanship had yielded modest progress. He could now control weapons from the depths of Tsang Jiangu to release a simplified version of one-sword snow covers 19 prefectures. Time was fleeting, and Lin Yi dared not linger further. After bidding farewell to his companions from the Jiao Bao Liuli zone, he immediately set forth on the path to Gongxin City. His sole purpose for visiting Gongxin City was to seek out a suitable protective armor. Upon reaching level 50, the previous soft armor had become ineffectual, even inferior to his martial soul's defense. In the city of slaughter, where soul skills could not be utilized, the importance of protective armor became exceedingly pronounced. Approaching the outskirts of Gongxin City, Lin Yi observed that the once bustling city of blacksmiths had regained its former tranquility, appearing no different from before. It seemed the previous officials of Luo had fallen from grace, as the empire had not dispatched anyone to investigate the matter. No sooner had Lin Yi voiced his thoughts than he found himself surrounded by a group of brigands. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind the toll. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi could scarcely contain his laughter. Such vernacular from Blue Star was undeniably relatable, a phrase every bandit would utter. He scrutinized the leader, who was impeccably dressed, his face clean and devoid of even a speck of dust. In contrast, the lackeys were similarly adorned in finery, devoid of any semblance of desperation that would compel them to resort to robbery. If this were the case, it was merely a case of avarice without the willingness to labor, a trait Lin Yi despised deeply. Hey brat, are you speaking? I've been watching you for a while. Are you heading to Gongxin City? This is the price. The leader extended a finger. Just 1 copper soul coin? How generous. Brother, you truly live up to your title. Lin Yi tossed a copper soul coin, which landed at the leader's feet. The brigand was visibly taken aback, surprised by Lin Yi's audacity, especially as the coin fell at his feet. His underlings quickly caught on and began to fan the flames. Brother, this kid is brazen. With such an action, he is not merely mocking you. He is slapping your face. Brat, kneel and apologize. Fool. No sooner had the words left Lin Yi's mouth than he instantly teleported before the lackey. A dark object was then pointed at Lin Yi's head. Hey, there's someone unafraid of death. Today I'll show you who is the boss outside Gongxin City. What could that dark object be but a crudely fashioned handmade pistol? It appeared exceedingly rough, resembling a mere toy in Lin Yi's eyes. Yet, concern crept into his mind. Few on Douluo continent were familiar with firearms, and, coincidentally, the prominent figures in Gongxin City were among those who knew. Had there been a leak? However, Lin Yi quickly reconsidered. Having a gun was one thing, but it required ammunition to be effective. Even without bullets, black powder was necessary for the steel balls, and the brigand's toy clearly lacked such capabilities. Search him. Take everything valuable from him. Today the boss will treat you all to a good time. As a brigand in this suburb, he specifically targeted those who appeared affluent and solitary, a strategy that had proven successful time and again. Soul masters rarely ventured into Gongxin City, so he had no fear of encountering formidable opponents. Those individuals hardly deemed it worth their time to visit such a dismal place. Yet today, he had encountered a formidable opponent. Hey, can you even use that? Huh? What did you say? I asked. Can you even use that toy in your hand? What nonsense. Don't you know my reputation here? Who in the suburbs hasn't heard of me? CD. In the next moment, Lin Yi seized the brigand's wrist and effortlessly disarmed him of the pistol. You give that back. Lin Yi examined the firearm in the brigand's hand and felt a chill run down his spine. He had acted hastily. There was indeed a bullet lodged within, and it was one from the batch he had crafted for Lu Gao. Lin Yi's anger surged. He would need to have a word with that old man, for he had explicitly stated that the bullets must not be leaked. Scram! 5 soul rings ascended from his back. The brigands, largely comprised of commoners, possessed soul power of merely a few levels. The overwhelming aura of the 7-kill sword frightened them into submission. The self-proclaimed CD was instantly flabbergasted. Brother, don't make a move. We were merely scaring off solitary passers-by. He never harmed anyone. Enraged, Lin Yi paid no heed to the brigand's pleas and took off towards Gongxin City. At the Blacksmith Association, 2 guards stood vigilant at the entrance. Upon seeing a young man charging in like a reckless fool, they immediately blocked his path. Who dares to intrude upon the Blacksmith Association? The young man before them clearly bore no resemblance to a renowned blacksmith, and thus no one recognized him. Moreover, soul masters held no status in Gongxin City, resulting in the guard's unfriendly demeanor. Summon your vice president. Tell him Lin Yi seeks an audience. The guard's demeanor shifted to one of sternness upon hearing that a young man sought the vice president. Please present your Gongxin City blacksmith permit, he demanded. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed by this unexpected formality. Such bureaucratic nonsense had not existed during his previous visits to Gongxin City. Without it, you cannot enter. Is it not possible to call out? No. Entry is forbidden without the blacksmith's permit. Lin Yi, already irate, was unwilling to indulge their obstinacy. He summoned his 7-kill sword, but not with the intention of violence. Rather, he intended to fly using the sword. Just as he ascended into the air, he heard the guards below issue a warning. Immediately cease flying and crouch by the wall, or we will open fire. At that moment, Lin Yi felt akin to a bank robber encircled by law enforcement. Observing the bullets in the guard's firearm, he decided to descend. Upon landing, he noticed 2 guards, each wielding a pistol, clearly modified for human use, unlike the original given to Lu Gao. What are you doing? A figure approached from outside the Blacksmith Association. Lord Jiangtan. Someone attempted to illegally enter the Blacksmith Association, and we apprehended him, one guard reported. Lin Yi was perplexed. He thought, what is going on? I had no intention of bullying you. Otherwise, I would have easily subdued you both. After a few laps around him, he tentatively inquired, are you the divine blacksmith Lin Yi? Lin Yi, taken aback, thought, surely there must be some mistake. Is there another with the same name? However, he quickly realized the truth. There were only 3 divine blacksmiths in Douluo continent, and he was indeed the one referred to as a divine blacksmith. It truly is you, Lin Yi the divine blacksmith. Quick, please come in, Jiangtan exclaimed. pulling Lin Yi toward the Blacksmith Association. The guards immediately bowed, expressing their apologies for their earlier rudeness. Inside the Blacksmith Association, Lin Yi's confusion deepened. Am I really a divine blacksmith? He asked Jiang Tan, who appeared equally bewildered. Yes, Lord Lin Yi, did you not know? Lin Yi was indeed unaware, for he had never undergone the blacksmith trials. His title of divine blacksmith was not based on traditional merit, unlike those of Titan Lu Gao. Instead, it had been proposed by Lu Gao and subsequently approved through a vote within the Blacksmith Association, thus making him the fourth divine blacksmith on the continent. The rationale behind his selection was the firearms and ammunition he had brought, which exhibited a simple structure yet immense power, far surpassing the capabilities of Tang San's hidden weapons. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Tan rapped on the door of Si Long's office. Gumin. Si Long was engrossed in research when Jiang Tan entered. Ah, you're back today? Have you procured the items? Senior Si Long, look who this is. Jiang Tan pointed toward Lin Yi without answering Si Long's question. Si Long set down his book, glanced up, and immediately rose to shake Lin Yi's hand before returning to his desk to rummage through a drawer. Here, as Lin Yi accepted the item from Si Long, he noticed it bore the character for Lin. This is your blacksmith's permit. Shortly after you left, the master convened a meeting and proposed your exceptional promotion to the rank of divine blacksmith. After a vote, you were successfully elected. Si Long indicated the front of the permit, explaining different ranks of blacksmiths possess different permits. Should anyone obstruct you in Gongxin City in the future, simply show them this permit. While Lin Yi understood that this item was a symbol of identity, he felt it unnecessary, given the small size of Gongxin City and the prevailing dominance of spirit masters in the outside world. Thus, he voiced his doubts. Master Si Long, Gongxin City is quite small, and the number of blacksmiths is limited. Why create this blacksmith's permit? Everyone essentially knows each other. It seems entirely unnecessary. Si Long shook his head. Jiang Tan, would you step outside for a moment? Certainly. After Jiang Tan left, Si Long turned to Lin Yi, indicating the view from the window. Observe, the city gates now have guards posted. But I didn't see them when I entered, Lin Yi replied. Are these fellows slacking off during their shift? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi sensed the gravity of the situation. Master Si Long, what is truly occurring? While you have been promoted to divine blacksmith based on a vote, some individuals are not in agreement and believe you are undeserving. The master spoke of your situation, and unexpectedly, this information was leaked, which should have been kept confidential. Consequently, a batch of bullets was stolen. Fortunately, only bullets were taken, and the firearms remained untouched. Lin immediately grasped the situation. Hence, the guards outside possessed ammunition. It seemed there was a mole within the Blacksmith Association. What happened next? The master swiftly contacted our allies and sealed off Gongxin City to prevent the ammunition from leaking outside, initiating a retrieval operation. After thorough investigation, it was determined that 20 bullets were lost. Evidently, those bullets had been sold elsewhere. Thankfully, with the scarcity of alchemists in Douluo continent dabbling in gunpowder, Lin Yi doubted they could create black powder. So, in the interest of future safety, Gongxin City is enhancing security measures, correct? Indeed, the master wishes to prevent a recurrence. Hence, every individual entering or exiting the city will undergo rigorous inspection. Lin Yi nodded, feeling somewhat relieved as it spared him from an argument with the elder. However, what about the firearms wielded by the guards downstairs? Lin Yi recalled the pistols of the two guards. Those are modified by the master based on your invention. Previously, your firearm could only discharge a single bullet at a time, but after the Master S enhancements, it can now fire 3 or even more simultaneously. Si Long's expression reflected admiration, acknowledging Lu Gao's craftsmanship. Lin Yi marveled internally. It resembled a shotgun, albeit different from those in Blue Star. Yet its firing style indeed mirrored that of a shotgun, offering a wider range and greater lethality. As their conversation continued, the door to Si Long's office was suddenly kicked open. In all of Gongxin City, there were few who dared to barge into Si Long's office. And it was evident that it was Lu Gao. You little rascal, you finally decided to return. How long has it been since you last visited? Lu Gao approached Lin Yi, playfully delivering a few punches. Lin Yi observed the elder, noting his apparent weariness, likely due to the burdens of recent events and the invention of new firearms. Well, I have come, and I didn't come empty-handed. Lin Yi retrieved several flashbangs from his Chinkoan pouch, which he had crafted at the Jiobao Lili sect. These flashbangs emit brilliant light and ear-piercing sounds to disorient enemies. As for research, there's no point in thinking about it. They will explode upon disassembly. These are for you to fend off foes. Lu Gao and Si Long both accepted Lin Yi's offerings gratefully. Do you know CD? Despite the significant age difference between Lin Yi and the two men, he felt no hesitation in asserting himself as a divine blacksmith. Upon mentioning CD, he noticed Si Long's expression darken. Lin Yi sensed the unease. Is CD perhaps? He's my younger brother, Si Long replied, his face softening. When the bullets were lost, that rascal somehow got hold of two of them. I suspected him at the time. Due to his idle and lazy nature, this fellow squandered his time instead of learning the craft of blacksmithing, choosing instead to squander his days with a band of rascals. Consequently, I had a quarrel with him, after which he fled, rumored to be wandering outside Gongxin City. Lin Yi refrained from disclosing his brother's involvement in the underworld, as it would certainly tarnish his reputation. Lu Gao promptly intervened, saying, "You rascal. Having come all the way to Gongxin City, what brings you here?" After all these years, he understood Lin Yi's intentions well, especially since Lin Yi had brought gifts. In the spirit of reciprocity, he laughed heartily. "Senior, I would like you to craft 2 sets of armor for me. How long will that take?" Lu Gao was taken aback. "Armor? What do you need that for? High defensive capabilities hinder mobility, and those that allow for movement are as flimsy as paper." If such words had come from an ordinary blacksmith, Lin Yi might have believed them, but this was Lu Gao, who possessed a remarkable treasure. The 8 treasures as you wish soft armor. I need to make a trip to the city of slaughter, and my visit to Gongxin City is to see if I can acquire some armor. Lin Yi's true intention was to obtain superior armor, not necessarily the 8 treasures as you wish armor. Lu Gao pondered deeply. Lin Yi was in no rush, as he had planned to spend 3 days searching for good items. As the afternoon passed and dinner approached, the group gathered for a meal. After dining, Lu Gao took Lin Yi aside. "I have a treasure here, a set of armor I spent 10 years crafting, which I call the 8 treasures as you wish soft armor, my magnum opus. This armor, being a divine artifact among protective gear, could withstand the 6th soul skill of a powerful attack type, Soul Master. Its most impressive feature was its remarkable elasticity, a craftsmanship so exquisite that even the legendary artisan titan would be envious." In the original text, it was also Lu Gao's proudest creation aside from Tongmen's unparalleled hidden weapons. Lin Yi was astonished that Lu Gao was indeed willing to present this treasure. "Senior, this must be a prized possession. Offering it to me seems rather extravagant." Lin Yi expressed his reluctance. "Rascal, my 8 treasures as you wish armor is not a gift. Let me tell you, I have 2 sets, one for men and one for women. I'm not boasting, but its functionality and effects are truly exceptional. Despite being crafted from metal, it possesses a fiber-like elasticity that conforms closely to the skin, unlike typical battle armor that feels like a cumbersome shell." Lin Yi was well aware of this, valuing the snug fit, as wearing armor like Si Long's would severely restrict his movements, making it impossible to engage in combat. The auctioneer claimed this armor could defend against attacks below the 6th soul skill, yet that statement seemed overly exaggerated. While the armor did possess excellent defensive capabilities, not all attacks classified as below the 6th soul skill could be effectively countered. Some soul skills, despite their lower tier, could rival the ferocity of certain 9th soul skills. Against such exceptional techniques, this armor might falter. But that was not all. This armor could directly withstand attacks from soul masters. At this, Lu Gao's face radiated confidence. The armor can indeed withstand the 6th soul skill of a powerful attack type, Soul Master. Lin Yi feigned disbelief. "Really? I'm having a hard time believing that." "Hey, you little brat." Lu Gao's temper flared at Lin Yi's skepticism. Without hesitation, he insisted on showing Lin Yi the armor. "Come, let us see it." Lin Yi's wish was granted, and he beheld 2 exquisite suits of armor, far more intricate than those crafted by Si Long. Touching them, he sensed not the texture of metal, but something akin to silk. "This craftsmanship is astonishing," Lin Yi praised, knowing full well that flattery was his true intention. Lu Gao's spirits lifted upon hearing Lin Yi's compliments. "Rascal, you think you could just feel it for free? Senior, is this not for me? Am I expected to pay for merely touching it?" Lu Gao, however, adopted the demeanor of a mischievous old man, pushing Lin Yi away and securing the cabinet. "If you want it, you must offer something in exchange." Lin Yi recognized the glint in Lu Gao's eyes. He was clearly eyeing Lin Yi's weapon. "How about 200,000 gold soul coins?" 200,000? Who do you think you're dealing with? Lu Gao's beard bristled in indignation. "Not enough? Then how about 500,000? I believe that price is reasonable, and even at auction, it wouldn't fetch much more." Lin Yi extended 5 fingers, then casually sat on a nearby sofa, turning his back. Yet Lu Gao chuckled and seated himself beside Lin Yi. Don't mention 500,000. Not even 1 million would suffice. I, Lu Gao, am not short on money. Lin Yi mused internally while maintaining a facade of indifference. If you don't want money, then what do you desire? Surely there must be something more precious than gold soul coins on the continent. Then, Lu Gao drew the curtains and meticulously checked the surroundings for eavesdroppers. Lin Yi couldn't suppress a chuckle at his comical antics. About those bullets we discussed last time, could you procure me some more? Lu Gao's expression mirrored that of a lowly henchman in a black market deal. He continued, somewhat unsatisfied by the way, could you make the bullets larger? The current size is too small and lacks power. Lin Yi regarded him with disdain. The notion of requesting more bullets had crossed Lin Yi's mind, but he hadn't anticipated Lu Gao's desire to increase their caliber. That would not be simply a bullet. It would be akin to a cannonball, hardly distinguishable from an RPG. Lin Yi instantly recalled a wondrous weapon from Blue Star, the sniper grenade, with a caliber of 40 millimeters. It required a scope and was single-shot, designed for sniping. What's wrong? Lu Gao inquired, noticing Lin Yi's distraction. Nothing. What were you saying? Lin Yi was still lost in thought. I said, give me more bullets and let us increase their size. We agreed last time not to circulate information about the bullets. If you go around making requests, you'll land us both in trouble. Lin Yi retorted. At that moment, Lu Gao's face turned awkward. He assumed Lin Yi was unaware of the situation. But hasn't that been resolved? Resolved? There are still bandits outside the city armed with bullets and guns, and you call that resolved? Lin Yi retorted, producing the hand cannon he had obtained from CD and handing it back to Lu Gao. Upon seeing the firearm, Lu Gao's facade crumbled. In truth, Lin Yi did not genuinely blame him. After all, no one in Douluo knew how to manufacture gunpowder, and even if one acquired bullets, they would merely be empty shells. His intention was merely to negotiate a lower price. What now? Lu Gao asked, ready to gamble on a slim chance. Be clear, how many bullets do you want in exchange for those 2 sets of armor? Lin Yi cut to the chase. 10,000 rounds. Lin Yi was taken aback by Lu Gao's demand. 10,000 rounds was a staggering quantity. The ammunition box for the Bald Eagle held barely over 400 rounds, while the one for the Bear contained 500. Lu Gao was asking for 20 boxes. This was a grand scheme in the making. What do you plan to do with that many? Are you attempting something reckless? Lin Yi worried that Lu Gao might be planning something even more audacious than he was. The status of blacksmiths on the mainland is indeed lamentably low. Even though we can forge armor and various weapons, those soul masters still look down upon us. Although Gingxin City is a stronghold for blacksmiths, one cannot remain here forever. Lu Gao spoke with a heavy heart. Chapter 103. Journey to the City of Slaughter. Lin Yi expressed understanding of his sentiments. Who does not wish to be valued by others? Moreover, they are soul masters, albeit with inferior martial souls that prevent them from being offensive-type soul masters. Your demands are excessive. Do you consider me a mere slave? One cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with grass, can one? Lin Yi smirked as he regarded Lu Gao. Lu Gao's expression remained unchanged, seemingly comprehending Lin Yi's proposal. Let us reduce the quantity by half. Would that be acceptable? Furthermore, I do not require you to furnish me with ammunition immediately. You may produce it gradually. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi concluded that a comprehensive undertaking was not beyond his capabilities. He feigned deep thought, pacing the room for 5 minutes. At this point, Lu Gao appeared unhurried, sipping his tea leisurely. Very well, Lin Yi finally confirmed his response. A smile broke across Lu Gao's face. Fortunately, I had requested 10,000 rounds. I anticipated the need for negotiation. Decades of experience had indeed led Lin Yi into this situation. However, Lin Yi was not a miser. What the Ba Bao Ru Yi soft armor? Having secured the ammunition, Lu Gao no longer cared about the armor's significance. It was merely a product of 10 years of experimentation. With the blueprints in hand, crafting another set would pose no challenge. For a soul master of Lu Gao's current level, lifespan was no longer a concern. I will provide you with both sets. Regarding the bullets, I am aware that the manufacturing process is lengthy. I have prepared all the materials. Once you assemble them, just deliver them to me, or you may send them in installments, whichever you prefer. Lu Gao was exceedingly excited, for with these bullets, he could develop even more formidable firearms. The previous weapon that fired 3 rounds at once no longer sufficed for his needs. Upon hearing that Lu Gao had even prepared dummy rounds, Lin Yi felt somewhat duped. It seemed that Lu Gao had anticipated the quantity and had intentionally inflated the price. Nonetheless, Lin Yi had already agreed and would not renege. Agreed, but let me be clear, You must strictly oversee the bullet's management. Should any leakage occur, I shall not take responsibility. Lin Yi issued this most crucial warning. The deal was struck. Upon leaving Gongxin City, Lin Yi was immensely satisfied. Having secured the title of Master Craftsman and the coveted 2 sets of Ba Bao Ru Yi soft armor. Naturally, one set was for himself and the other for Hulaina. With the protection of this armor, their safety in the city of slaughter was somewhat assured. On the journey back to Wuhan City, Lin Yi pondered a question. System, come forth. What issue does the host have? Can you scan the Ba Bao Ru Yi soft armor for me? I wish to obtain the manufacturing blueprints. The item scanning and manufacturing system function has yet to be activated. The host must redeem the function independently. Another redemption? I wonder how many achievement cards it will require. After perusing the system interface, Lin Yi finally located the function redemption section. The achievement cards required for the redemption were not as numerous as those needed for the ability redemption, falling well within his reach. With a determined resolve, Lin Yi redeemed the scanning function, for this would provide him with a long-term solution. Function redemption complete. Scanning the Ba Bao Ru Yi soft armor, generating manufacturing blueprints. System commencing scan. Please hold for a moment. After a brief interval, Lin Yi received the complete set of manufacturing blueprints for the Ba Bao Ru Yi soft armor. Excellent, this is quite satisfying. Lin Yi glanced at the blueprints and committed all manufacturing details and materials to memory. Upon returning to the WuhunPalace, Lin Yi immediately sought out Hulaina. What is this? Hulaina inquired as she gazed at the Ba Bao Ru Yi soft armor he presented. The Ba Bao Ru Yi soft armor, designed specifically for women, boasts a full body fit and can withstand attacks from soul masters of level 60. Lin Yi's words astonished Hulaina. Although Hulaina had previously worn armor, it was a generic type suitable for both genders, capable only of defending against lower-level soul master techniques. The prospect of withstanding the power of level 60 soul energy was beyond her comprehension. With this, we shall have security as we venture into the city of slaughter. Do you possess only one? Hulaina asked with concern, not wishing to be the sole bearer of such armor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled knowingly. Of course, I have another. To allay her doubts, he produced the second set of armor. Such an impressive item. Where did you acquire it? Hulaina inquired with great curiosity. A secret. Give me a kiss, and I shall tell you. If you want to say, then forget it. As Lin Yi turned to leave, Hulaina lightly pecked his cheek. I invented it. Impressive. ISNT it? Lin Yi refrained from disclosing details about Gongxin City, fearing that Lu Gao would encounter significant troubles. Although the upper echelons of the WuhunPalace appeared normal, one could never be sure of the presence of corrupt elements below, much like the officials in Xinghua. Moreover, the dangers posed by rogue soul masters were beyond the capabilities of blacksmiths in Gongxin City. Hulaina was well aware of Lin Yi's capabilities. Upon hearing that he had invented it himself, she eagerly accepted the armor and ran off with it. Unbeknownst to her, the inability to unleash soul techniques in the city of slaughter was a grave reality. She only knew that what Lin Yi had given her was something extraordinary. Time flew by, and Lin Yi's extensive preparations were complete. The Chinquan bag was stocked with food and water, ensuring he was well equipped for any eventuality. Tang Sin had spent 2 full years in the city of slaughter. Lin Yi could not afford to waste such time. He hoped to emerge within a year, or even within 6 months. The time to head to the city of slaughter had arrived, and Lin Yi's Chinquan bag had transformed into a treasure trove, containing all he might need. His goal was to carve a path through the city of slaughter with unyielding resolve. This time, it was not the Ju Gue Douluo escorting them to the city of slaughter, but rather Bai Bai Dong herself. Throughout the journey, not a word was exchanged, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. In an effort to break the silence and prepare Hulaina mentally, Lin Yi directly inquired of Bai Bai Dong. Teacher, where are we headed now? Lin Yi's question resonated with Hulaina, who had always followed the teacher's directions without question. Bai Bai Dong's expression remained largely unchanged as she casually replied, to the city of slaughter. It was Hulaina who spoke first this time. Teacher, what kind of place is that? Bai Bai Dong shook her head, her demeanor turning serious. You need not know what kind of place it is. Simply understand that once you enter, you must survive to exit. Additionally, be mentally prepared. In the city of slaughter, soul techniques cannot be used. This statement struck like a thunderclap, leaving Hulaina utterly stunned. From the teacher's description, the city of slaughter appeared exceedingly perilous, without the ability to use soul techniques. Was that not tantamount to seeking death? Chapter 104. A soul bone revisited, although Lin Yi was already aware that soul energy could not be utilized in the city of slaughter. He still feigned shock upon receiving this news. Teacher, we cannot use soul techniques? Hulaina attempted to clarify with Bai Bai Dong, hoping it was a mistake. Bai Bai Dong's beautiful eyes took on a serious tone. To be precise, it is not that soul techniques cannot be used, but rather that soul energy cannot be utilized, including soul bone abilities. Her words struck like a bolt from the blue. It took Hulaina a while to regain her composure. In the original text, it is stated that Hulaina, who could become the saintess of the Wuhun Temple, possesses talents that even surpass those of Tang San. This viewpoint was shared by Tang Hao, who expressed that had it not been for Tang San's ZG demon eyes, which allow him to see through illusions and disregard them, it would have been uncertain whether Tang San could defeat Hulaina. The remarkable talent naturally brings about an all-encompassing strength. Hulaina achieved a remarkable 16 consecutive victories in the city of Slaughter solely with her dagger, a feat that was not merely a matter of luck. Today, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you. At this moment, Bibi Dong radiates a brilliant light, and 9 soul rings appear behind her. As her staff strikes the ground, a box slowly rises before her. Under Bibi Dong's control, the box emits not a single wave of energy. With a sweep of her right hand over the box, it opens. Inside the box lie 2 soul bones. Lin Yi and Hulaina step forward to examine the soul bones within. Is this for us? Lin Yi can hardly believe it. Bibi Dong's generosity is astonishing, and the Wuhun Temple is truly affluent. Here, Laina, this is yours. One of the soul bones floats gracefully toward Hulaina. Although a hint of displeasure flickers across Bibi Dong's face, it vanishes almost instantly. The Wisdom Skull, a product of the previous Pope Qian Xuanji's hunt of a soul beast over 60,000 years ago, was originally intended as a prize for the Continental Soul Master competition. But since it has come to this, it is better to present it to you early. Lin Yi feels elated for Hulaina as he gazes at the skull. Its value had already been established through Tang San, as it granted him the single target attack skill known as Ziji Xingguang. This skill is activated by spiritual power, and the more spiritual energy expended, the greater the attack power. Among all head soul bones, the skill of Tang San Skull is the most practical and belongs to the category of instant cast skills, while Hulaina also excels in spiritual power. Though not as formidable as Lin Yi's, she certainly holds her own. Furthermore, Lin Yi already possesses a head soul bone, so he has no need for this one. Even if Bibi Dong were to offer it to him, he would pass it on to Hulaina, for one must cherish their beloved. Although he is uncertain of the skill this soul bone possesses, Lin Yi is confident it is at least on par with Ziji Xingguang. Lin Yi, this is yours. The remaining soul bone flies toward Lin Yi, who reaches out to catch it. This soul bone is somewhat special. Whether to absorb it is entirely up to you. Bibi Dong offers Lin Yi a comforting pretext. He has heard this phrase twice now, likely indicating that the soul bone's age is somewhat low. He is indifferent. At worst, he can accompany his father-in-law to grind through dungeons with a golden card. However, Bibi Dong's next words leave him puzzled. The teacher initially intended to gift you a soul bone to aid your exploration of the city of slaughter, and thus, your soul bone has been prepared. However, the offering hall has sent news that this soul bone was also delivered by them. Even Bibi Dong finds something amiss. The old fellows in the offering hall have never been particularly satisfied with her. Though they outwardly address her as Pope, they often disagree with her. The right arm bone of the evil god tiger, personally hunted by Grand Offering Qian Dalu over 50,000 years ago. Douluo suddenly interjects. The two figures, Zhu Gui and the other, had been silent until now, as if they possessed something unique to share. Logically, the evil god tiger is an exceedingly malevolent creature, and its soul bone naturally carries an evil aura, hence no one from the offering hall has absorbed it. Douluo's words leave unspoken thoughts hanging in the air. But the implication is clear. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Lin Yi's mind races. The evil god tiger sounds akin to the dark demon evil god tiger, suggesting they are of the same species. The descendants of the offering hall, whose martial spirits are predominantly of a luminous nature, would naturally find it unsuitable to absorb such an evil attribute, soul bone. Yet this aligns perfectly with Lin Yi, regardless of whether Qian Dalu intended it. Seizing a chance is prudent. Thus, Lin Yi accepts the soul bone without hesitation. Make sure you think carefully. Bibi Dong's words carry a hint of suggestion. Accepting something from the offering hall incurs a significant debt, which could prove troublesome. However, Lin Yi does not share her concerns. After all, Dalu is the one who had him seek the Luyang Dan. This soul bone serves as travel expenses. It is unreasonable to expect a horse to run without feeding it grass, and such good fortune should not be squandered. Teacher, I've made my decision. I will accept it. Very well. Bibi Dong steadies herself. You are to absorb the soul bones immediately and prepare your weapons and other necessities. We depart in one day. Lin Yi, with foresight, has prepared everything, so now he merely needs to absorb the soul bones. Although soul skills and soul bone abilities cannot be utilized within the City of Slaughter, the enhancement to his physique from the increase in soul power will be tangible. As Lin Yi already possesses the wings of the evil god, absorbing this evil god tiger soul bone is remarkably smooth, as effortless as drinking water. Upon awakening from the absorption, Lin Yi continues with the final preparations. He procures ordinary healing medicines from the Wuhun Temple's healing soul masters, which, while less effective than soul skills, boast impressive shelf lives measured in years. Healing soul skill medicines, produced by food-type soul masters, greatly exceed the efficacy of ordinary medicines, though they only last 3 months. Even higher-level soul skills have a shelf life of merely 2 to 3 days. Once he has completed his preparations, Hulaina also awakens. Upon waking, she sits in silence. Laina, what is wrong? Lin Yi gently shakes her, and only then does she return to normalcy. I absorbed the skull and gained a soul skill. Lin Yi had anticipated this outcome, but must not appear indifferent. Really? That's wonderful. Quickly give it a try. This is a mental type skill. Ling Hujiguan. As Hulaina's gaze fixes upon the green radish on the table, the plant visibly withers at an observable pace. An instant cast skill? Lin Yi's excitement grows. Yes. Hulaina nods. Lin Yi, overjoyed, lifts Hulaina high and spins her around. That's fantastic. He then gently sets her down and continues. The teacher mentioned that soul power cannot be used in the City of Slaughter, but mental power should remain unaffected, which gives us an even greater advantage. Chapter 105, Different Gods of Slaughter, Same Massacre. He is well aware that mental skills can indeed be utilized within the City of Slaughter, but he aims to bolster Hulaina's confidence before they enter. Here, this is for you. Lin Yi produces a pair of daggers crafted from the claws of the dark gold terraclaw bear, which are far harder and sharper than ordinary metals. Hulaina gazes at Lin Yi with eyes full of tenderness. The man before her provides an endless sense of reliability, even in silence. Simply being by his side brings her comfort. Their lips meet in a kiss. The following day, Bibi Dong personally escorts them to the City of Slaughter. Although the small town is bathed in daylight, it feels desolate, with the streets appearing deserted. The tavern's decor is entirely black, creating a stark contrast with the bright exterior, rendering it cold and dark. Had Lin Yi not been mentally prepared, he would have felt quite repulsed by this place. Hulaina, clearly uncomfortable with the environment, feels Lin Yi's firm grip on her wrist as he draws her closer to him. Inside the tavern, a lively atmosphere prevails, filled with patrons, yet the air is thick with a blend of various odors. Despite the bustling crowd, an eerie silence pervades, echoing the desolation outside. Upon entering the tavern, Bibi Dong and her 2 disciples attract the attention of many, primarily due to the striking appearances of Bibi Dong and Hulaina. However, most patrons remain seated, offering no motion. A mere handful of individuals, their gazes rife with avarice, fixated on the trio. Whistles occasionally pierce the air. Beautiful lady. Why not join this esteemed gentleman for a drink? Once you finish with him, come over to me, and when I'm done, you can return to him. Make the most of the situation. 2 beauties are better than one. One particularly lewd individual, after finishing his crude proposition, audibly smacked his lips. Bibi Dong regarded the group with indifference, showing no inclination to acknowledge them. She felt no fear towards this crowd. Even if the townsfolk amassed around her, they would merely become insignificant ants beneath her feet. The 3 found a corner to sit, and a server clad in black approached. His expression utterly apathetic, devoid of any semblance of hospitality. What would you like to order? 3 Bloody Marys, please, Bibi Dong replied coldly, her resolute tone contrasting sharply with her demeanor. The server's expression shifted slightly. Are you certain? Under the chilling gaze of Bibi Dong, the server dared not utter another word and turned to leave. Lin Yi grasped Hulaina's hand, whispering something in her ear. Shortly after, 3 glasses of murky liquid were presented. The liquid, a dark crimson, exuded a strong, pungent odor reminiscent of blood. Goodness, human blood, and poisonous too. If we weren't in the City of Slaughter, even a dog wouldn't drink this, Lin mused internally. Drink it, BB Dong commanded, her expression softening slightly in the presence of her disciples, shedding the earlier frostiness. Hulaina furrowed her brow, the stench making her nauseous, as if she might regurgitate her breakfast. For a girl accustomed to violence, consuming such a concoction felt utterly grotesque. BB Dong raised a glass and downed its contents in one go, watching the two. They exchanged a knowing glance and, in perfect harmony, lifted their glasses to follow suit. The liquid was slightly salty, with a tinge of sourness, while the intense metallic taste exploded across their palates. Do not vomit, BB Dong instructed, her gaze fixed on them. The two remained silent. BB Dong continued, this is a glass of human blood. Only by drinking it do you earn the right to enter the city of slaughter. Hulaina could no longer contain herself, despite Lin Yi's prior warning to prepare mentally. The overwhelming discomfort forced her to expel the contents of her stomach. Even the sight of a beautiful girl vomiting was unseemly, and Hulaina's violent retching acted as a fuse, igniting chaos in the tavern, drawing the attention of everyone present. Even those who had been quietly seated. Laughter erupted. Two little brats dare to come here? Hurry back and study for a few more years. Drink some more milk. They can't even handle a Bloody Mary, yet they seek entry? Ha. Go home and find your mother. A chorus of filthy insults and vile taunts filled the air, as if they had spotted a ripe fruit, eager to crush it underfoot. After receiving water from Lin Yi, Hulaina rinsed her mouth furiously, managing to diminish the pungent taste. Fortunately, Lin Yi had forewarned her, or she would have surely retched bile. At that moment, the icy BB Dong transformed, casting a cold gaze around her. Indeed, every harbinger of death shares a similar beginning and an identical conclusion, entering the path of slaughter. Before BB Dong could speak, Lin Yi had already charged into the fray, 5 soul rings rising from his back. Yellow, purple, black. In such a place, revealing one's martial soul and soul rings unannounced spoke volumes. Kill the filthy bastards. A shout emerged from somewhere within the tavern, instantly igniting the crowd's fervor. Every eye gleamed with anticipation. It wasn't merely a matter of killing. Those two exquisite beauties were worth far more. Many secretly licked their lips, yet none were foolish enough to rush in blindly, waiting instead for others to charge forth and claim the spoils of victory. BB Dong observed Lin, then turned her gaze to Hulaina, who understood the unspoken message. A brief moment to catch her breath had allowed her to regain composure, and she too summoned her martial soul. Yellow, purple, black. 6 soul rings appeared behind her. Finally, BB Dong spoke, her voice laced with chilling authority. Slaughter. Clear the area. As her words fell, the expressions of those present shifted, no longer emboldened to linger in the shadows, waiting for opportunity. The woman before them appeared exceedingly perilous. If they did not act now, they might find themselves resting in graves by nightfall. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Each person in attendance bore the weight of sin, guilty of grievous misdeeds. They must be eradicated. None spared. As BB Dong spoke, Lin Yi had already plunged into the crowd, the might of the 7 killing sword far surpassing that of these rabble. Lin Yi refrained from using any soul techniques. With a mere glance, one individual had already succumbed to his blade. Despite Lin Yi's offensive drawing the majority of attention, many still targeted Hulaina. Before she could strike, a burly man lunged at her, exclaiming, "Little girl, come home with Uncle. Uncle will take good care of you." A dagger plunged towards Hulaina's shoulder, angled perfectly. This man, seasoned in combat, knew that striking the acromion would render her arms useless, leaving her vulnerable. This was no soul technique, but rather a practical skill honed through experience, designed for a swift and lethal blow. However, he had encountered a master of daggers. The dagger gifted to Hulaina by Lin Yi, crafted from the claws of a dark golden terror bear, was exceptionally sharp. With a single swipe, Hulaina severed the man's dagger, leaving him with naught but a guard. In the next instant, another dark golden terror bear dagger flew through the air. Hulaina utilized it as a throwing knife. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly embedded itself in the man's forehead, ending his life in an instant. Clearly, those waiting to act had not anticipated that this seemingly enchanting young girl would strike with such lethal precision. They exchanged glances, urging one another to be the first to charge. At this moment, Hulaina found herself encircled by 8 individuals. What are you all waiting for? Charge together. I refuse to believe she has so many daggers. One among them took the lead, attempting to rally the others, only to be met with Hulaina's dagger flying toward his throat. The knife sliced through the air, piercing his windpipe effortlessly, claiming yet another victim. Another one down. The indifferent server remained unfazed, still coldly observing the surrounding chaos, accustomed to such scenes. At this juncture, 7 adversaries remained around Hulaina. Coincidentally, none of them were soul masters. All had drawn their personal weapons from their waists. In a realm of blades and swords, Hulaina would not show mercy. Even without her martial soul, the fox spirit was not something these individuals could contend with. Lin Yi's situation was far simpler. Although he was besieged by over 20 attackers, only a handful were soul masters. The white and yellow soul rings shimmered in his presence, yet they hardly posed a threat. The 7-killing sword effortlessly claimed several non-soul masters' lives. Yet, amidst this bizarre spectacle of swift executions, not a single person felt fear or trepidation. Instead, they were consumed by excitement and frenzy. Kill them! Kill them! This trial in the city of slaughter demands it. If we slay them, we shall gain the right to enter. A single phrase reignited the crowd's fervor, transforming every pair of eyes into a crimson hue, as if they were poised to devour Lin Yi and Hulaina whole. The atmosphere had escalated to such heights that Lin Yi's absence would be tantamount to an affront to this grand spectacle. With his 4th soul skill, Phantom Sword Dance, Lin Yi conjured 6 illusory duplicates of himself, encircling the 20 or so adversaries. You are now surrounded by me alone. Lay down your weapons and surrender at once, and I shall spare your lives. The soul masters among them braced to unleash their skills. How dare you defy me? In a swift motion, Lin Yi used his phantom to incapacitate one of them. What? You refuse to surrender? Come on, brother. I was wrong, I surrender. One of the men, trembling, knelt and began to inch toward Lin Yi. Amusement flickered across Lin Yi's face. The so-called desperado was nothing extraordinary. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Came the jeers from the surrounding crowd. A coward like you dares to venture into the city of slaughter? Yet Lin Yi remained unmoved as the assailant's weapon, a scythe, slashed across his neck, only for the man to collapse lifelessly. I struck him. My enchanted scythe, empowered by my 3rd soul skill, claimed his life in a single stroke. Who was it that just called me a coward? Step forward. Hulaina, observing the scene, showed no fear and remarked, Lin Yi, stop fooling around. The side strike had not been aimed at Lin Yi's true form, but merely an illusion, even that failed to deliver a fatal blow. Having played with you long enough, prepare to meet the king of hell. 7-kill sword technique, frost cold 100 miles. Countless sword energies, akin to snowflakes, cascaded outward. Yet these flakes were not white, but a deep crimson. Each one found its mark, severing the throats and arteries of the foes surrounding them. The tavern was engulfed in the scent of blood, plunging it into an eerie silence. At that moment, a server, oblivious to the carnage, emerged, dragging away the fallen bodies, their carotid arteries still gushing blood toward the kitchen. Such precious materials cannot go to waste. What a pity. The server moved with astonishing speed to clean up the tavern. Those near Hulaina were momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's overwhelming presence. Yet after 3 seconds, each bore a gaping wound on their throats. They clutched their necks, struggling to speak, but words failed them as they gradually succumbed to the ground. At this instant, Bai Dong stood and turned to exit. Come back alive. Rest assured, master. However, the remaining servers fixated on the 2. Do you wish to enter the city of slaughter? After clearing the bodies, a server inquired. The 2 nodded. While Lin Yi knew the entrance lay beneath the bar, he was reluctant to destroy this tavern. It was akin to a realm of divine retribution, a haven for the most ruthless, allowing them to engage in mutual slaughter. You may enter, but she may not. The server pointed at Hulaina, the reasoning being her earlier spillage of Bloody Mary. Hulaina furrowed her brow, glancing at Lin Yi, feeling somewhat at a loss without her master. Lin Yi's 7-kill sword spun in his hand, gradually approaching the server. Were it not for your usefulness, you would become the next ingredient for Bloody Mary in the kitchen. Lin Yi shot him a cold glance before retracting the sword. The server never anticipated that someone would dare to threaten him. Let them in. The bar suddenly opened, revealing a hollow beneath, cold winds emanating from the abyss. Lin Yi grasped Hulaina's hand, looking her in the eye. Prepare yourself. We are descending. Soul skills cannot be used below. Be cautious. Hulaina nodded, and they leaped down together. The bar mysteriously closed, perfectly sealing the gaping hole. Boss, this doesn't seem to comply with the rules, does it? Rules? Shall I make you the next ingredient for Bloody Mary? The young server dared not utter another word. As Lin Yi and Hulaina descended, Darkness enveloped them. After falling a mere few meters, they landed on solid ground. Lin Yi amplified his mental energy to scan their surroundings, thanks to her wisdom skull. Hulai Na also enhanced her mental capacity, allowing her to perceive the dark elements around them. A long corridor slanted downward, an eerie chill brushing against their skin. Lin Yi, this seems to lead deep underground, Hulai Na observed keenly. Correct, the essence of the city of slaughter lies within the underworld. They strode forward without the need for light. Soon, a chilling voice echoed from all directions. Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the hellish capital, a world steeped in carnage. Here, you may acquire anything you desire at the cost of your life. The sense of danger did not trigger. Lin Yi calmly shifted his mental scan to a fan-shaped detection. Although he understood the corridor absorbed mental energy, this dual-layered safety net provided greater security. There seems to be no immediate danger. Let us proceed. After rounding a corner, they discovered a glimmer of light ahead. Before them lay the true entrance to the city of slaughter. Passing through there would mark their official entry into this realm. Chapter 107, Hulai Na's Instant Kill. As they emerged from the corridor, they were greeted by a palpable light. Just as Lin Yi had anticipated, every entrant to the city of slaughter must face this trial, and before them stood 101 figures. Clad entirely in black armor, their faces concealed by helmets. 100 of them wielded heavy swords, while one sat atop a grand warhorse, draped in thick black armor. They were the enforcers of the king of slaughter. You have violated the rules. One of the heavy sword wielders raised his weapon with a single hand, pointing it at Hulai Na. His deep voice resonated with an icy chill, reminiscent of a soulless cadaver speaking. And what if I have broken the rules? With Lin Yi beside her, Hulai Na remained unperturbed, quickly retorting. The knight's voice remained cold, devoid of any human warmth. Then you must accept the punishment. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the city of slaughter. Otherwise, you shall perish. Lin Yi regarded the Black Knight before him with interest. His strength was inferior even to Tang San's, let alone capable of overcoming the duo now standing before him. So what is it to be? A duel or a brawl? Lin Yi's tone was cocky, as if he felt no trepidation in front of this group. The Black Knight slowly lifted his long lance, and the black-armored warriors stepped back, clearing a space for combat. You have passed the City of Slaughter's examination, but she has not. I am the terrifying Knight Scott. Prepare yourself. With that, his warhorse surged forward, charging at Hulai Na. Na, do you have confidence? Lin Yi inquired of Hulai Na. Don't worry, just watch me. While Lin Yi knew Hulai Na was formidable, he still cautioned her that soul skills were ineffective here, save for her mental energy skill from the wisdom skull. The warhorse galloped towards Hulai Na in an instant, the aura of the terrifying Knight Scott enveloping her in a chilling embrace. A formidable aura of murderous intent surged towards Hulai Na, who had never before encountered such overwhelming hostility. Even her teacher had not displayed such intensity. The City of Slaughter, governed by the presence of the King of Slaughter, abides by unique rules, or rather, restrictions. Here, no soul skills are effective. Even soul masters can only rely on their most fundamental powers and the basic forms of their martial souls. After Hulai Na unleashed her martial soul, she discovered, as anticipated, that all her soul skills had become ineffective. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed. Her prior training had not been in vain. Without utilizing her martial soul and relying solely on her weapon, she could contend evenly with her elder brother, Xiaoyu. As she charged forward, Scott had already sheathed his heavy sword, opting instead for a 4-meter-long heavy knight's lance. The sheer weight of the lance, combined with the momentum of the galloping steed, could render any adversary utterly obliterated. However, Hulai Na held tightly to her 2 dark golden terror claw daggers. In a flash, she unleashed the Spirit Fox Aurora, directing a beam of mental energy straight into the horse's eyes. Although Hulai Na possessed this mental skill, she had never tested it before, so she aimed to experiment on this steed. She had prepared herself for the possibility of no effect. To her astonishment, upon being struck by the Spirit Fox Aurora, the horse let out a piercing whinny, rearing up on its front legs before collapsing to the ground in convulsions. What distinguished a warhorse from ordinary horses was its resilience. It would not be frightened by any sounds or auras present on the battlefield. The sudden turn of events caught Scott off guard, and he was unprepared. He was flung from his mount, along with his knight's lance. In the next instant, Hulai Na swiftly positioned herself beside him, her dark golden daggers poised at his throat. Do not move. The daggers of the dark golden terror claw will strike without hesitation. Her words compelled Scott to abandon any thoughts of resistance, and the battle concluded abruptly, without any complications. Gradually, Hulaina lowered her daggers and stepped back, swiftly returning to Lin Yi's side. The fearsome knight, Scott, slowly rose from the ground, retrieving his heavy knight's lance that had fallen some distance away. While Hulaina engaged in combat with Scott, Lin Yi had been observing the distant city. That was the true essence of the City of Slaughter. It was a dark metropolis, with imposing black walls and an enormous purple moon hanging low in the sky, seemingly less than 500 meters above the ground. Above that, everything was shrouded in darkness, resembling an eternal night. Let us proceed into the heart of the City of Slaughter, Lin Yi urged, taking Hulaina's hand as they prepared to enter the main city. Stop! Halt! Scott shouted, his voice trembling. In an instant, a pitch-black lance flew before him, embedding itself at his feet. Although he did not recognize the weapon, the ominous aura emanating from it, combined with its proximity to his forehead, rendered him breathless. Who are these two? Scott pondered anxiously. They seem intent on barring our entry. I would not mind stepping over your corpse to gain access, Lin Yi proclaimed boldly, yet his smile conveyed an unsettling eeriness. No, it is not a blockade. You have both passed my test and are qualified to enter the City of Slaughter. The rules of the City of Slaughter rendered Scott, who was formidable at the city gates, ineffective. Every soul master who entered would be astonished to find their soul skills rendered useless, often causing them to falter. Yet the two before him remained unflustered, possessing enough power to swiftly eliminate him. Subsequently, Scott relinquished his heavy sword and lance to signal that he posed no threat and approached the two. Lin Yi's instincts and mental acuity immediately focused on Scott, prepared for any unforeseen developments, for in the City of Slaughter, caution was paramount. Scott presented two black tokens, each adorned with a skull motif, and numbered 8888 and 8889. These are your credentials for the City of Slaughter. Please enter. Someone will be there to guide you. The imposing black gates exuded an oppressive atmosphere, inscribed with the 4 characters denoting the City of Slaughter. In front of the gates stood 2 rows of armored warriors, silently vigilant. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. A woman veiled in black lace emerged from within, gesturing for them to enter. Perhaps due to the identity tokens held by Lin Yi and Hulaina, they faced no obstructions along the way. I shall be your guide. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Within 12 hours, I will answer all your inquiries. After 12 hours, this will become your residence, and you will officially be a member of the City of Slaughter. Here lies a paradise, a haven for the fallen. Curiosity sparked within Hulaina as she inquired why soul skills could not be utilized in this place. It seems there are restrictions against using soul skills. Lin Yi, not in a hurry to clarify for Hulaina, allowed the veiled girl to continue her explanation, as it was prudent to maintain an appearance of ignorance. Attracting the attention of genuine powerhouses could lead to overwhelming consequences. The City of Slaughter had existed for a millennium, birthed from the legacy of a legendary soul master who, upon surpassing the 100th rank, established a domain that gradually shaped its current form. Within the city, all soul master skills were rendered ineffective. Survival relied solely on instinct and personal strength, with soul power serving merely as a source of energy, the girl explained. What are the rules here? Hulaina pressed, aware that the novice period lasted 12 hours or 24 hours total, after which they would lose their novice protection. She sought crucial details within that time frame. The veiled girl maintained her calm demeanor, showing no signs of alteration. The City of Slaughter has no rules, nor does it require them. As a member, you may pursue any endeavor you desire. Even titled Douluos from the outside world will find their soul skills ineffective, their power significantly diminished. Under the reign of my leader, the King of Slaughter, we have nothing to fear from them. However, I must caution you. The girl's expression turned serious. Due to the absence of rules, you may encounter lethal dangers at any moment, especially someone like you. Additionally, if you possess sufficient ability, you are free to pursue any ambition. Here, ability surpasses all. Hulaina murmured the girl's final words. Ability surpasses all. Is that not the very purpose for which our teacher brought us here? To cultivate our abilities, for ability reigns supreme. By the way, how does one exit this place? Hulaina posed a more pressing question. In such a locale, entry was typically straightforward, but surviving the exit was critical. Otherwise, no amount of effort would matter. You cannot leave, the girl replied. What? Hulaina expressed her astonishment. Lin Yi, perplexed, interjected. That cannot be right. There must be a way out. My teacher managed to escape from here. The veiled girl furrowed her brow slightly. To exit the city of slaughter, one must become a god of slaughter. Only then can one utilize soul skills within the city. I see. My earlier assumptions were narrow. I apologize, she said, slightly bowing. Within the city of slaughter, there exists a law enforcement team under the authority of the King of Slaughter. Lord Scott, the fearsome knight at the city gates, is merely one of its members. The true champions of the enforcement team have been bestowed with the ability to wield soul techniques by the formidable King of Slaughter. They are composed of the soul, Douluo, with their captain being a powerful title Douluo. Many have attempted to escape, yet all have met with failure. Upon hearing this, Hulaina remained unperturbed, pondering if there were no alternatives. Certainly, there were. The girl in the black veil spoke with a hint of reverence. If what you say is true, then your teacher is one among the 8 gods of slaughter. The only way to leave the city of slaughter is to become the champion of the Hell Slaughter Field, thereby gaining the qualification to challenge the Hell Road and escape the city of slaughter. Such formidable beings will be granted the title of God of Slaughter. The city of slaughter has existed for over a millennium, witnessing the rise of only 8 gods of slaughter throughout its history. The occurrence of 8 gods in a millennium renders such odds exceedingly slim. Nana, our teacher, is indeed one of the 8 gods of slaughter. She was able to leave and brought us here, indicating her belief that we too can escape. We certainly cannot let her down. By the way, what happens to those who fail to challenge the Hell Road? Can they return to the Hell Slaughter Field to continue battling? Hulaina pressed further. The girl in the black veil smiled and replied, in the city of slaughter, there are only 2 choices, success or death, and nothing else. Furthermore, there is no currency in the city of slaughter. All food and drink are provided free of charge, though poisoning cannot be ruled out. Here, the dead are the most valuable. Each individual symbolizes their strength by the number of skulls they possess. The blood and skulls of foes slain by one's own hand can be exchanged for other goods. Lin Yi had been prepared and showed no reaction, while Hulaina frowned, realizing the implications of the girl's words. Life here would revolve solely around killing, which was indeed malevolent. Each year, one must fight at least once in the Hell Slaughter Field, and it is a matter of life and death. Of course, if one does not wish to be slaughtered in the city of slaughter, there exists another means of survival. Many come to the city of slaughter to escape calamity, as the mortality rate in the Hell Slaughter Field is exceedingly high. As long as one contributes 2 cups of Bloody Mary each month, they will receive protection. Hulaina seemed to spot a flaw in her reasoning. Did you not say that death could occur at any moment here? How can those who contribute Bloody Mary be from the lower strata? Wouldn't that create a closed loop? The girl in the black veil smiled and responded, no. You two are currently in the outer city of the city of slaughter, where random killings are prohibited. Otherwise, punishment from the enforcement team will ensue. Thus, those who contribute 2 cups of Bloody Mary are able to survive, albeit only within this outer city. The inner city is the true central area of the city of slaughter. Only the brave who survive the Hell Slaughter Field may enter the inner city to indulge in its riches, yet the rewards are complemented by the risks. In the inner city, death lurks at every corner. What benefits come from enduring the Hell Slaughter Field? Hulaina posed the ultimate question. Each person is required to enter the Hell Slaughter Field once a year, if one can survive a single battle. They may continue to live for another year in the city of slaughter. Linny, let us go. Hulaina grasped Lin Yi's hand, indicating her intention to head directly into the Hell Slaughter Field. The girl in the black veil appeared unprepared for their resolve. Fewer than 1 in 10 survive the Hell Slaughter Field. Are you certain? Absolutely. Throughout the discourse, Lin Yi had remained mostly silent as he understood the rules and conditions of this place. His primary focus was on reconnaissance of the environment. Along the roadside lay a group of emaciated individuals, as if a gust of wind could scatter their frail bodies. Nana, the Bloody Mary contains a slight toxin. Lin Yi quietly informed Hulaina. Why did you not mention this sooner? You drank a cup. I'm fine. If I wish to enter, I must avoid unnecessary trouble. So I had to drink one. Of course, a single cup is not a grave matter. The toxin accumulates. Those skeletal figures by the roadside are a testament to that. The King of Slaughter indeed manipulates this realm through the toxins in the Bloody Mary. Dear patrons, I have been exceedingly busy with work recently, resulting in fewer updates. I will resume regular updates shortly. My sincerest apologies. Chapter 109. The City of Slaughter. 2 Dear Sirs. Since you have just arrived in the City of Slaughter and are yet to acclimate, I would advise you to reside in the outer city for some time before venturing into the inner city. No need, we are prepared. Thank you. Very well. The inner city has no guards, and anyone may enter. though those lacking strength will merely become cold corpses. Once we enter the inner city, please do not stray more than 5 meters from my side. It is imperative. All right, but why? Within the 12 hours of entering this world, all individuals are under a novice protection period. As the emissary of the King of Slaughter, no one dares to offend the authority of the king in the city of Slaughter. While I am by your side, no one will dare to attack you. Once this period expires, each must face their own fate. Although both individuals were immensely powerful, it would be foolish not to utilize the protective charm. Thus, they closely followed the girl's lead. After traversing for a short while, they found themselves on the streets of the outer city of the city of Slaughter, dotted with rudimentary stone houses. Here and there, designated eating spots appeared, where many awaited assistance in long queues. Without capability, one is but an ant wherever they go, Lin Yi remarked, shaking his head, showing no pity for these people. Upon passing through the residential area, they soon arrived at a towering city wall. This is the inner city. Please stick close to me. As soon as they stepped into the inner city, they were met with a distinctly different atmosphere. If the outer city was cold and silent, the inner city was chaotic, terrifying, and oppressive. The air was filled with screams, wails, and some exultant shouts. Suddenly, Lin Yi's mental perception detected someone watching them intently. He grasped Hulaina's hand, pulling her closer, and indeed, his perception revealed that the individual immediately changed positions, yet continued to glare at them. You seek death. How dare you covet my wife? Say, what happens if I initiate an attack during the novice protection period? Lin Yi, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke up, his voice resonating loudly. The surrounding individuals stared at him, as if he were a fool. If you initiate an attack, you will no longer be under protection. Understood. However, in the brief exchange, they attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Hulaina's beauty was exceptionally striking in this place of scarcity. Even a female creature was an exceedingly rare sight here. Only those with remarkable achievements in the Hell Slaughter field were deemed worthy of such beauties. As for the girl in the black veil, standing before them, she had already been the subject of many forced fantasies in the minds of numerous onlookers. Had she not been the emissary of the King of Slaughter, her fate would likely be dire. In a corner, someone had already drawn a dagger, prepared to act upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry about attacking during the novice period. The allure of a beautiful woman was too enticing in a place where such treasures were scarce. Then, the girl in the black veil cast a piercing gaze, sweeping her surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. She is the emissary of the King of Slaughter. Do not act recklessly. Echoed in the minds of all. Hulaina, witnessing the scene in the alley, instinctively drew closer to Lin Yi. In the alley, 4 robust men encircled a plump woman, who was bare-skinned and engaged in a rhythmic motion with her body, hands, and mouth. Perhaps due to the formidable strength of the 4, none dared to intervene, and a crowd nearby cheered enthusiastically. Just after passing the alley, Hulaina encountered a more shocking scene. A rotund man adorned with a string of skulls around his neck was voraciously devouring a severed thigh, with a massive butcher's knife resting beside him, next to a dismembered human body. Even though Hulaina had undergone training, she had never witnessed such horrors and felt on the verge of vomiting. You will grow accustomed to it, Lin Yi reassured her. The outside world may not be less savage than this cannibalistic realm. A frail old man shuffled past the rotund figure, uttering these words, only to see the man offer a few severed fingers. One must not judge by appearances. The gentle-looking old man is surprisingly allied with the terrifying figure. Relishing the hand parts, a paradise for the wicked? They are not human. They are demons, Lin Yi remarked. Let us proceed to the hellish slaughterhouse. Ahead loomed a round structure reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, with an ominous black architectural style that starkly contrasted the brightness of the original arena. This was the very heart of the city of Slaughter, where its existence hinged upon the hellish slaughterhouse. How does one register? It is quite simple. Register with your identity badge and await the commencement of the contest. During the waiting period, no violence is permitted. Otherwise, the enforcement team will intervene. Each group entering the slaughterhouse consists of 10 individuals, and only those who survive will exit. Is there only one victor among 10? No, there are no victors. Only by winning 100 matches can one become a champion, earning the right to challenge the path to hell. The girl in black mused, currently. The top contender of the hellish slaughterhouse has only fought 53 battles. Surviving each battle grants an additional year of life in the city of Slaughter. Can we enter now? Of course. Witnessing the battles requires a Bloody Mary. Are there any specific requirements to obtain it? None at all, as long as you can provide it. With this assurance, Lin Yi felt at ease. With his current mental prowess, he would be a formidable presence in the city of slaughter. Will there be any killings during the observation? Once you present the Bloody Mary, you will receive the protection of the Slaughter King. Any aggressive actions during the observation period will result in immediate eradication by the enforcement team. The girl in black pointed to several individuals within the hellish slaughterhouse. These figures did not occupy the spectators' seats. They were clad in black armor with fully enclosed helmets, rendering their faces invisible. They were enforcement officers permitted by the Slaughter King to unleash their soul techniques, wielding absolute authority in this domain. With this knowledge, Lin Yi felt considerably reassured. The Bloody Mary may be a rarity in the outer city, but within the inner city, it was quite commonplace. It was not unusual to see individuals wielding massive blades in one hand and a drink in the other, swaggering through the streets. Nana, wait here for a moment. I will return shortly. The girl in black appeared solemn. Mr. 8888, if you stray too far from my side, you may face an attack. No problem. Lin Yi confidently stepped forward. If you provoke or attack first, you will lose the protection of the novice period, the girl cautioned. Lin Yi waved dismissively, signaling that he was untroubled. Outside the hellish slaughterhouse, a bustling crowd was filled with various individuals, each clutching a Bloody Mary, sipping as they entered the slaughterhouse. Hey, buddy. Lin Yi approached a man with a prominent scar running from his right eyebrow to the corner of his mouth. His appearance was unsettling, suggesting a history of terrifying battles. Unlike others who held a single Bloody Mary, he cradled a large stack of sealed cups, boldly flaunting them. Yet, remarkably, no one dared to approach him for a taste, indicating his significant prowess. Are you calling me? The scarred man asked with surprise. In this city of slaughter, few had dared to address him, as those who did had perished. At this moment, the girl in black had also approached Lin Yi. Upon noticing the scarred man, she felt a wave of apprehension. Mr. 8889, are you certain your companion is safe? The scarred man ranks 11th and has fought 39 consecutive matches. What? Hulaina's expression shifted to one of concern upon hearing the girl's words. As the saying goes, the weak receive no mercy. The scarred man, however, lowered his murderous intent upon hearing Lin Yi's voice. A newcomer? You don't know me? Where's your novice guide? Lin Yi smiled, saying newbie, no novice guidance. The scarred man's smile vanished, replaced by an eerie expression as his mouth scar seemed to split, revealing a row of jagged teeth. Interesting. A novice without guidance dares to enter the inner city. You have guts, kid. I am exceedingly brave, my friend. May I borrow a Bloody Mary? Lin Yi remained calm, and the scarred man showed no inclination to attack. Thus Lin Yi's sense of danger remained dormant. Interesting. Do you know who I am? Asking to borrow a Bloody Mary from me? I do not, and what of it? Ha. The scarred man's demeanor shifted, displaying a hint of courage. You wish to watch the battles, huh? I'm the 11th ranked Scarface. You may borrow, but it will cost you tenfold. Before he could finish, Lin Yi unleashed a subtle psychic pulse. Instantly, the scarred man froze, the Bloody Mary poised at his lips, yet unconsumed. Lin Yi seized 2 cups from him and turned to leave. It was not his intention to engage in conversation. Rather, he had been scanning the scarred man with his mental energy throughout their exchange. Caution is the mother of safety. Lin Yi had discerned that this man possessed no mental power, prompting his decisive action. A person without mental energy struck by Lin Yi's formidable psychic force would become a simpleton in an instant. This place is remarkable. It appears very few possess mental prowess, which alleviates many concerns. However, extracting mental energy through absorption would remain unattainable. After Lin Yi departed, the scarred man remained stationary. The girl in black watched Lin Yi's approach, utterly astonished. The scarred man, a rising star, had the potential to breach the top 10, typically ruthless and bloodstained. Why was he so accommodating today, even standing still? What is it? Lin Yi inquired, noticing her dazed expression. Nothing. Let us proceed to the hellish slaughterhouse. Very well. Many individuals have set their sights on the item in the possession of Scar, noticing that he has maintained a particular posture for an extended period. Suddenly, a figure darted from the shadows, snatching the remaining Bloody Mary from Scar's grasp before quickly vanishing into the dark. It startled me to my core. What extraordinary luck! Has Scar met his demise? With the first brave soul taking the plunge, others soon followed suit. Those with prior grievances against Scar remained observant, while the less formidable fighters disregarded such concerns, eager to seize the free feast before them. Whether it was Scar's Bloody Mary or the fresh blood coursing through his throat, both were the finest delicacies in the city of slaughter. In mere moments, Scar was devoured as if he had fallen into the Amazon rainforest, consumed by a frenzy of piranhas. No one cared why he stood immobile. Their sole focus was on their own survival, living in the present. Hulaina's mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. Although not as powerful as Lin Yi, she was still able to perceive Lin Yi's impending assault. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Did you unleash a psychic shock that rendered him an imbecile?" Correctly surmising, there were very few individuals with psychic abilities present. Upon entering the arena of slaughter, Lin Yi had initiated a broad scan. Aside from the enforcement team guarding the arena, only a handful among the rest possessed psychic prowess. Thus, could it be that our psychic attacks would serve as our trump card? Quite possibly. If necessary, firearms could also be employed. Lin Yi had long prepared a weapon for Hulaina. While firearms wield immense power, they remain an external force. Excessive reliance on them could lead to disastrous consequences should ammunition run out or weapons malfunction at a critical moment. Finding a suitable spot, the trio settled down. The girl in black continued her duties, relaying every detail of the match. Standing near her were 4 enforcement team members, and no one dared voice discontent. The arena comprised 10 participants in a free-for-all mode. No one was your ally, or rather, any potential ally could just as swiftly betray you. This match was merely a preliminary contest, with participants having competed no more than 4 or 5 times. Do not underestimate them. 4 or 5 matches constitute a normal standard. The girl in black seemed to sense Lin Yi and Hulaina's thoughts. Why is that? Surviving the hellish arena was not the issue. The true challenge lay in whether one could continue to live afterward. Lin Yi and Hulaina grasped the implication immediately. In this fantastical realm, matches hinged entirely on skill and weaponry, demanding immense stamina while facing the threats posed by 9 other competitors. Consequently, the aftermath of a match often left one in a weakened state, making it the most perilous time for an attack. Have you ever calculated the survival rate of those who emerge after a match? The survival rate of those who leave the arena alive stands at 50%. Indeed, as Lin Yi and Hulaina suspected, the vulnerable period following a match is the most treacherous. Chapter 111. The first killing match. Let us continue observing the match. At this moment, the arena of 10 had descended into chaos. However, they soon dispersed, refraining from reckless actions. Discontent arose from the spectators. "Go on, kill them all. If you don't, refund my ticket." Unfortunately, just as the demand for refunds echoed, that individual inexplicably vanished. Remarkably, the enforcement team had such capabilities. Lin Yi had witnessed 2 agile soul masters whisking the individual away in the blink of an eye. Amidst the audience's clamor, the arena began to stir once more. Yet, it still did not revert to a complete melee. The 10 seemed to have become organized. They swiftly formed 3 groups of 3, leaving the solitary individual to serve as the prime ingredient for Bloody Mary. Nevertheless, the trio still refrained from entangling with one another. Hulaina remarked to Lin Yi, "They are relying on collective strength to eliminate the strongest contender first." Lin Yi discerned the same. Indeed, leaving the strongest alive only seals their own fate. Thus, they must unite to eliminate the strongest to enhance their survival odds. It was evident that those with combat experience possessed thoughts vastly different from novices. The previous match had been one entirely composed of newcomers, resulting in chaotic skirmishes where flesh and blood flew. Although the audience was exhilarated, such disorganized contests ultimately led to a singular strong individual claiming victory. Lin Yi could only admire the seasoned fighters, as the strongest trio soon found themselves besieged by 6, leaving only one survivor. In a desperate struggle, he ultimately succumbed to defeat. The match transformed into a 3 versus 3 scenario. Then, resembling a replication, the 2 strongest were beset by 4. Former allies swiftly turned against one another, plunging daggers into backs. Human hearts are treacherous. Hulaina tightly grasped Lin Yi's hand. "I have an important question," Lin inquired of the girl in black. "If someone continuously prevails, will their final match be arranged individually? Or will it proceed once 10 participants are gathered?" This question held significant implications for Lin Yi and Hulaina's simultaneous exit. If matches were assigned by registration, it could pose a considerable challenge. Encountering each other would be perilous. The matches in the City of Slaughter merely required registration. Once 10 individuals signed up, the match commenced. Valid throughout the day. With this understanding, Lin Yi felt relieved. The structure of a 10-person survival match effectively curtailed the strongest individual's potential. Once a notable or highly ranked contestant was identified, The remaining 9 would unite to eliminate them, directly addressing the issue of formidable competitors. After all, in this realm devoid of soul skills, 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. Chaotic punches could easily fell an instructor. The match ultimately concluded, and unexpectedly, all 10 participants perished. Just when the final survivor believed they had evaded death, an unmerciful former teammate delivered a fatal blow, leading both to their demise. Was this a mutual destruction? A chorus of cheers erupted, as this was the outcome they most relished, a complete annihilation. Having witnessed the match, the 2 experienced a day that shattered their previous perceptions, successfully stepping into the formal life of the City of Slaughter. Lin, he had initially planned to expedite his departure from the City of Slaughter, eager to partake in as many matches as possible, wishing for multiple contests in a single day. However, the toll of the matches was immense. Should a dazzling performance draw the attention of others, the moment of exhaustion would become the most dangerous period. Nevertheless, Lin Yi and Hulaina possessed an advantage that others lacked. Each individual in the City of Slaughter fought for themselves, with everyone around them as foes, devoid of allies. Yet, during their moments of rest, Lin Yi had Hulaina by his side, and vice versa, allowing them to alternate in guarding one another. The following day, Lin Yi participated in his first match. His fortune was remarkable. He faced a formidable opponent right from the start, ranked 23, Shan Ji. This individual wielded dual willow leaf blades and had once competed in 3 consecutive matches in a single day. Despite being covered in wounds afterward, he was the only one to emerge standing after such high-intensity contests. During his resting periods, countless challengers sought to slay him, yet all fell victim to his blades. When the audience beheld Shan Ji's match, they erupted in fervor, for it signified yet another opportunity to witness his art of dismembering human bodies. The spectators of the City of Slaughter reveled in such bloody spectacles. Upon entering the match, including Lin Yi, none dared to act rashly. Without the protection of soul skills, Lin Yi did not wish to draw attention to himself. Aside from Lin Yi and Shan Ji, the remaining participants had already fought in 1 or 2 matches. No longer considered novices. Brother, what do you think? In our current predicament of mutual destruction, we are certainly destined to be defeated by Shan Ji. Let us unite our efforts to vanquish Shan Ji first, and thereafter, we shall rely on our individual abilities. This sentiment resonated well, and a unified front quickly emerged among the group. Having encircled Shan Ji, they commenced a series of assaults. Yet, Shan Ji, with unwavering determination, deftly blocked and evaded their strikes, remaining calm as he sought an opportune moment. Only Lin Yi stood apart, making no attempt to join the encirclement. All eyes were fixated on Shan Ji, oblivious to Lin Yi, who appeared as nothing more than an inconspicuous novice. Indeed, Lin Yi's fair complexion and unassuming demeanor marked him as a clear amateur, in stark contrast to the other 9, each bearing the scars of previous battles. The combined force of 8 was formidable. Although Shan Ji maintained a defensive posture, successfully dodging many lethal blows, he nonetheless sustained considerable injuries. Ultimately, amidst the coordinated efforts of the 8, Shan Ji's dual blades found their mark, slicing through the artery of one assailant. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, igniting the atmosphere of the arena. The competition had reached a critical juncture, and the crowd erupted in fervent chants of Shan Ji's name. The pressure from the audience's roars weighed heavily on the combatants. Brothers, cease your hesitations. Unleash your ultimate skills, or we shall all fall before Shan Ji. He is wounded now. Let us strike together. One voice proposed, and the others readily concurred. Yet, as the group advanced, the proposer revealed a barely perceptible smile. Choosing not to join the fray, through his observations, he had discerned that Shan Ji had been holding back, never committing fully, instead opting for passive defense while searching for openings. He had no desire to end up like the one who bled out. The battle raged on, with each warrior revealing their signature techniques. Among them, several were soul masters, their inherent soul power enabling them to surpass ordinary humans. Though injured, their hopes for survival fueled their ferocity. At last, in a moment of coordinated assault, a meteor hammer struck Shan Ji's back with precision, sending him flying and causing him to spew blood. Yet, as Shan Ji teetered on the brink of death, the assailants chose not to deliver the final blow, but instead turned their blades toward one another. 2 of them, in their eagerness to close the distance, found themselves impaled by a hidden dagger before they even realized it. Lin Yi, observing from the sidelines, was puzzled that no one had sought him out despite his presence throughout the conflict. Chapter 112. The fisherman benefits. Their abrupt and unforeseen attacks resulted in the quick demise of several participants. What are you doing? Shanji is not dead yet. Whether Shanji lives or dies is irrelevant. You must perish now. The intricacies of human nature were laid bare in this arena. He found himself captivated by the unfolding drama. The battlefield was swiftly divided, leaving Lin Yi and 5 others standing. All were somewhat injured, save for Lin Yi, who remained unscathed. At last, one individual set their sights on Lin Yi. He appeared energetic and devoid of combat experience, despite his seemingly frail appearance. If Lin Yi possessed the ability to read minds, he would likely find amusement in the assessment of this individual, who considered him weak. This adversary, skilled with a hidden blade concealed within his sleeve, rushed towards Lin Yi with remarkable speed, prompting cheers from the crowd. They relished the sight of new recruits being mercilessly slaughtered, relishing the thrill of watching them beg for mercy before meeting their demise. Just a novice. Too scared to move. The assailant raised his arm, poised to unleash his concealed dagger to sever Lin Yi's throat. Suddenly, the arena fell silent. As he stood before Lin Yi, he froze in place, as if time itself had halted. What are you doing? Finish him, jeered the crowd. Lin Yi staggered back, half sitting on the ground. Hulaina, watching from the stands, couldn't help but laugh at Lin Yi's display. The attacker, underestimating Lin Yi, sought an effortless kill, only to find himself mentally incapacitated by Lin Yi's psychic assault. The audience, witnessing Lin Yi in a half-sitting position, assumed he had succumbed, shifting their attention to the remaining combatants, who were now embroiled in a tense standoff. Before long, only 3 remained standing. 2 faced off nervously, while the assailant who had targeted Lin Yi maintained his distance. How can we engage him from so far away? We must take him down first. In an instant, they charged towards the attacker. One blade lunged for the heart of Lin Yi's aggressor, while the other aimed for the chest of the opposing fighter. You, they exclaimed, only to be interrupted by the sudden thrust of a slender blade into his mouth. The battlefield was ever-changing. The unrelenting pressure had grown tiresome, and this unexpected turn of events was precisely what they desired. A bunch of foolish children, overestimating their capabilities. The owner of the flying dagger was none other than Shanji, who had been mercilessly beaten back. In a life-or-death struggle, neglecting to finish off an opponent was a grave error. Countless examples in various narratives illustrate the folly of such a reckless act. Lin Yi had long anticipated Shanji's survival. His psychic detection was not merely for show, and he had been disinclined to intervene earlier. Just as Shanji prepared to exit the arena, a meteor hammer soared through the air, aimed directly at his temple. Die with me. One fallen combatant, though barely alive, summoned the last of his strength to hurl the meteor hammer, ensnaring Shanji's lower limbs. This strike, while insufficient to claim Shanji's life, was enough to severely injure him. Exiting the fray in a weakened state was hardly a favorable outcome. Shanji swiftly dispatched the foe clinging to him before attempting to evade the meteor hammer. An unseen psychic shockwave surged forth, targeting Shanji's eyes. In an instant, he was rendered immobile, and the hammer veered away from his temple, heading straight for the most vulnerable area of his brain. A blow to that region would be fatal. How unfortunate. I had thought my psychic power could be used indefinitely. This place is truly a hindrance. While Lin Yi's psychic assaults were far from his limits, one could never be certain when faced with a multitude of adversaries. As Shanji's cerebellum shattered, Lin Yi rose and moved towards the center of the arena. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd, the match taking an unexpected twist. This lad has not perished. What serendipity. Indeed, I did not anticipate his fortune. Shanji has fallen alongside the others. Curse it, if only I could be so lucky. Little did they realize that Shanji could have avoided the meteor hammer entirely, sustaining at most a grievous injury. It was Lin Yi's psychic strike that rendered him incapacitated. With the conclusion of the match, Lin Yi emerged victorious from the arena. The first contest had ended with Lin Yi benefiting from the conflict between Shanji and the others. None perceived Lin Yi's true strength, attributing his success solely to good fortune. This was precisely the outcome Lin Yi had hoped for, as he intended to face 2 matches in a single day. In the subsequent competition, Lin Yi once again emerged as the final contender. During the match, he feigned a fall, creating the illusion that others would meet their demise simultaneously. In the climactic moments, as 2 opponents exchanged blows, the stronger one succumbed to his psychological impact, resulting in both blades piercing through each other's hearts. Who is this fellow? Twice he has managed to reach the end, Could he be a relative of some esteemed member of the enforcement team? Many spectators began to believe that this method was indeed the most effective means of securing victory. The audience buzzed with discussions, all resolving to try such tactics should the opportunity arise. Unfortunately, lacking Lin Yi's prowess, they would likely find themselves meeting their end prematurely. When Lin Yi entered the arena, no one dared to confront him. All chose to disregard his presence. For a person relying solely on luck might perish in the next match or within the inner city at any moment. Even without Lin Yi, the competition continued unabated. Hu Laiina and Lin Yi had agreed to register for their matches separately, ensuring that one could only sign up after the other had completed their bout, thus minimizing the chances of their paths crossing. During the contest, Hu Laiina donned a mask to avoid unnecessary complications. However, her striking presence could not be concealed by a mere disguise. Her alluring figure and captivating features left the audience in awe. Yet, in this already fantastical city, such beauty was hardly out of the ordinary. The audience was equally captivated by the actions of these competitors. In Chapter 113, titled A Small Trial by Fire, Hu Laiina's presence brought a remarkable shift to the competition. No one dared to attack her. Instead, they immediately turned their aggression upon one another, leading to a swift conclusion as the remaining 9 engaged in mutual slaughter. With only one opponent left standing, he approached Hu Laiina with a lecherous grin. "My dear, why not entertain me? I promise you a painless demise after my pleasure." Just then, a dagger, imbued with dark golden energy, found its way into his throat, blood erupting forth. Cheers erupted from the crowd, celebrating the fate of a stunning beauty who had survived to the end. Who would not wish to witness such a spectacle? It was not merely the excitement of the match that enthralled them, but the prospect of associating with a breathtaking beauty once the contest concluded. In the second match, the audience was entranced as Hu Laiina took the initiative, her attacks flowing with an elegance akin to art, swiftly resolving the conflict. Although she sustained multiple hits, the protective armor was far from flimsy. Unless struck in a critical area, lower-tier assaults dissipated like whispers in the wind. Her dazzling performance drew the attention of many, including a figure seated in a corner of the audience. This individual, slender and frail, resembled a mere reed, yet stood as the 5th-ranked expert. He masked his identity during competitions, altering his appearance with each entry, leaving only his code name to reveal his identity. Known as Poison Man, he began as an ordinary individual with a seemingly useless martial spirit. However, his blood naturally contained neurotoxins, while contact with the skin posed no threat. Once introduced through a wound, it could result in death within minutes. Yet his toxin bore a fatal flaw. Prolonged exposure to air rendered it ineffective. Despite his frail appearance, adversaries often underestimated him, mistaking him for a mere scholar, only to meet their demise through his lethal blood. The arena, soaked in various forms of blood and injury, provided the perfect opportunity for him to strike. In time, he mastered a deadly technique, carrying steel nails coated in his venomous blood, which became his instruments of death, ensuring that he often outlasted his competitors. After the match, the Poison Man smiled subtly. Few women caught his discerning eye. He planned to observe Hu Laiina's future matches further. Should she prove formidable, he would pursue her, envisioning a partnership that could flourish in the city of slaughter. Fortunately for Hu Laiina, her mask concealed her identity. Otherwise, many with similar intentions would likely have approached her. Once the competition concluded, Hu Laiina promptly returned to the stands, sitting beside Lin Yi. "I watched the recent match. There are individuals with significant psychic energy fluctuations among the audience," Lin Yi remarked amidst the ongoing noise of the crowd, free from the need for discretion. "Where?" Lin Yi gestured in a direction, and Hu Laiina followed his gaze. In the corner sat an individual isolated from the rest, exuding an air of solitude. This individual was no simple foe. While his psychic abilities might not rival theirs, he was formidable enough to surpass the majority. Hu Laiina recognized Lin Yi's warning. Indeed, their partnership, aside from the enforcement team, would be unassailable. Lin Yi nodded, refocusing on the ongoing matches. He had pointed out the Poison Man, albeit misjudging his psychic capabilities, as he utilized them not for direct assault, but for strategic advantage. Due to his physical condition, he lacked strength and skill compared to others. Yet he could use his psychic energy to target those without defenses, assisting his deadly strikes. After a long afternoon of matches, Lin Yi took Hu Laiina's hand as they exited the arena, only to be intercepted midway. "Oh, isn't this the lucky fellow who survived by chance? How is it that he has won the heart of a beauty?" Before he could continue his taunts, Lin Yi's 7-kill sword had already pierced his mouth, silencing him. The two continued to distance themselves from the commotion. As they reached the outskirts, Lin Yi's instincts flared, alerting him to potential danger. Though the warning was not overwhelmingly strong, it was sufficient to heighten his awareness. His psychic scan enveloped the surroundings, but the buildings absorbed his energy, and the enemy lurked behind the walls. Be cautious. Someone is watching us, waiting for the right moment to strike, Lin Yi cautioned Hulayina, with the dark golden dagger poised at her wrist. Hulayina was prepared to react. Just as they exited the cluster of buildings, a figure emerged from behind a wall, a rotund man wielding a chain knife. Goodness, it's Li Yuanfang with his chain knife, Lin Yi remarked. I am in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows, making it difficult to respond. Yet now is his end. You killed my brother. How dare you emerge from the arena of slaughter? The hefty man charged at them, brandishing his weapon. Who is your brother? Lin Yi queried, but the man offered no reply, focusing solely on his assault. The rotund man displayed cunning within the buildings. His chain knife was limited in its reach, but in the open, it became much more advantageous. A crowd gathered nearby, eager to witness the spectacle and perhaps take advantage of the chaos. For anyone surviving in the inner city was accustomed to living on the edge. Lin Yi halted Hulayina, saying, Stay back, I will handle this. He refused to let his woman protect him, summoning the 7-kill sword. A flurry of snowflakes surged toward the hefty man. This fellow wields soul techniques. How infuriating. How has he survived in the inner city? Lin Yi pondered it, realizing that aside from specialized enforcement personnel, no one else would possess such abilities. It was undoubtedly this man's unique method of attack. The ignorance of bystanders became the last sound heard by the corpulent man before his untimely demise. As he was mercilessly reduced to a honeycomb by the 7-kill sword chi. What a pitiful creature with such feeble strength. How could he expect to receive any warning of danger? Lin Yi was filled with perplexity. In the distance, an individual observed the unfolding scene before gracefully departing. Let's go, Lin Yi said, pulling Hulayina away from this sordid place. After their departure, the corpse of the corpulent man was not left to waste. A swarm of individuals swiftly arrived, beginning to dismember the unfortunate soul. Ah, the freshest Bloody Mary, one exclaimed as he bit down on the man's wrist, relishing the taste. In mere minutes, the hefty figure, weighing over 200 pounds, was entirely dismantled, leaving no trace of bones behind. Chapter 114. The Pig Emperor. In just 3 days, the duo had each participated in 6 matches. Initially, they attracted little attention, but as time progressed, their notoriety grew exponentially. Lin Yi decided to abandon pretense, revealing his true capabilities, transforming from a meek little rabbit into a formidable wolf. The 7 kills swords surged forward, dispatching all the minor opponents in their subsequent matches, while Hulayina's dagger proved equally lethal. Though they boasted a 6-match winning streak, their achievements were not the most dazzling. Even within the inner city, a hierarchy existed, and the lower-tier individuals clearly held reservations about the pair, while those atop the leaderboard remained indifferent. In a spacious and opulent chamber, a behemoth sat at the center of the hall, sipping on a Bloody Mary while indulging in the charms of a nearby beauty. This individual was none other than the Pig Emperor, ranked second on the leaderboard. Having competed in a staggering 51 matches, just 2 fewer than the first-ranked, nicknamed the Black Plague. Unlike the Black Plague, who operated independently in the ruthless city, the Pig Emperor had gathered a band of followers. Under his protection, those who submitted 3 cups of Bloody Mary each month would receive his safeguarding. Initially, several cunning individuals attempted to test the Pig Emperor's strength, but alas, he was true to his name. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. He was indeed a veritable wild boar, a voracious omnivore. Those who dared challenge him became his sustenance, filling his ravenous belly. Boss, a few formidable individuals have recently emerged. Should we recruit them? Asked one of his subordinates, who had risen from a nearby chair where many others lay sprawled. How formidable? The Pig Emperor inquired. I hope they are not like those last ones who thought themselves invincible after winning a few matches, unaware of their own insignificance. The subordinate quivered slightly, but quickly steadied himself. Brother, we could send someone to test them. There are 2 of them, a man and a woman. Upon hearing the mention of a woman, the Pig Emperor's eyes gleamed with interest. What does she look like? The subordinate hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward. Oh well, less chatter, the Pig Emperor commanded. That woman wore a mask during her match. She has character. I like that, he declared, his expression turning lecherous as his already plump face squished his eyes nearly shut. Go, ascertain their strength. If suitable, recruit them as subordinates, especially the woman. If she is beautiful, no one is allowed to touch her. With that, his demeanor shifted abruptly to one of severity. It became evident that not everyone in the inner city operated alone. After all, solitary existence often led to the highest mortality rates. One could never be certain which path was laid by others or which trees were planted by them. Passing through without offering something in return often cost one their life. Consequently, numerous organizations formed around elite figures, like the Pig Emperor. As the saying goes, a calamity lasts for 1,000 years. Individuals like the Pig Emperor thrived in the city of slaughter, unwilling to venture beyond its confines. Additionally, there existed myriad small groups formed by those with some degree of strength. They too congregated for mutual benefit, bound by a singular rule. If one member participated in a match, the others were prohibited from entering simultaneously to avoid internecine conflict. Should a member perish in combat, the surviving group would lie in wait after the match, pouncing on the victor and tearing them to shreds. Thus, these small factions surprisingly flourished. After mingling for several days, Lin Yi had gained a fair understanding of the circumstances in the city of slaughter. The inner city was primarily divided into 3 sections, ruled by the Pig Emperor. Ranked 2nd, the Blood Dog ranked 3rd, and the Butcher ranked 5th. The remaining areas were occupied by various small factions, within the territories governed by these leaders. Any attack on their members will be met with swift and merciless retribution. Moreover, there existed a particularly unique group known as the Enforcement Team. Comprised of individuals of immense strength personally bestowed with power by the King of Slaughter, they often became the envy of others. However, with great power came significant drawbacks. While enforcement team members wielded formidable abilities, they simultaneously forfeited their freedom. This was why those ranking highly were often reluctant to join the enforcement team, who would wish to bind themselves when they could reign supreme. After completing 6 matches, Lin Yi and Hu Laina decided to pause their participation, focusing instead on digesting and absorbing the experiences gleaned from their battles. Though they had not revealed their utmost prowess, defeating a multitude of lesser adversaries sufficed, allowing them to identify their shortcomings amidst the carnage. A week passed, and the pair's match count reached 10. Many had begun to recognize their alias. Upon exiting the arena after their latest contest, Lin Yi found himself surrounded by a throng of individuals. Typically, one would display signs of distress when encircled, yet those confronting him failed to detect any hint of unease on Lin Yi's countenance. Unfazed, Lin Yi discerned that these individuals lacked spiritual strength, and their danger perception had not activated, indicating a temporary absence of threat. "Kid, come with us," one of them said, stepping forward to grasp Hu Laina's hand. With quick reflexes, Hu Laina evaded his reach. Dare to evade? You will soon learn that deep ditches cannot shield you from mistakes. The individual thought, maintaining a facade of calm as he remarked, "What? I am extending an invitation, and you refuse?" Lin Yi scrutinized the man before him, then glanced at the others surrounding them, noting the wild boar tattooed on their arms, instantly grasping the situation. "People of the Pig Emperor? How dare you utter our boss's name?" One subordinate exclaimed, lunging to strike Lin Yi. These underlings, having survived multiple matches in the inner city, possessed some degree of strength. However, having long thrived under the Pig Emperor's protection, indulging in revelry, their abilities had stagnated rather than improved. With a single kick to the face, Lin Yi sent the attacker flying. The leader remained unfazed, retorting, "Humph, insolent fool. I had yet to speak, and you dare to interrupt. I extend a sincere invitation. Will you accept or decline?" Lin Yi's strength far surpassed that of the group, placing him in an entirely different tier. "Let us discuss matters here. I'm quite busy." "Very well. Show me your strength, and let us see if you deserve such bravado." The subordinates quickly dispersed, forming a large circular area. The onlookers, recognizing the insignia of the Pig Emperor's followers, hastily retreated from the vicinity. More excitement was anticipated. Bystanders paused to observe, as this free spectacle promised to be quite entertaining. From today onwards, I will begin revising the earlier chapters. If you notice any questions or bugs, feel free to comment, and I will make the necessary adjustments. However, principles or established issues will remain unchanged. Chapter 115. The third harm of castration, perhaps they could still reap some benefits. Under the command of the Zhuhuang, his subordinates were known to keep half and discard half. This tender flesh, with its blood and meat, was indeed precious. Some perverts had even begun to drool. "I am the third harm, the third enforcer under Zhuhuang. Go ahead, Make your move. The third harm remained standing, waiting for Lin Yi to act first. Lin Yi had never encountered someone so shameless. Was this man actively inviting him to strike? With that thought, Lin Yi launched his attack. The 7-kill sword was not limited to long-range sword energy. Under the guidance of sword duelist Chun Xen, Lin Yi's close combat skills were commendable as well. As the third harm, a prominent enforcer of Zhu Huang, he was indeed formidable and also a soul master. His martial soul was the Fumo staff, but unfortunately, despite his soul power exceeding 70 levels, he could not employ soul skills in the City of Slaughter. Swords and staffs clashed amidst the onlookers, who were eagerly engaged in the spectacle. Lin Yi noted that this opponent was not using his full strength, as his danger perception did not trigger. "Hey, show me your true skills. If you don't, I shall not hold back," Lin Yi taunted. His 7-kill swordplay was unaffected by the rules of the City of Slaughter, with the protective sword energy swirling around him. Augmented by the precious armor of the high tower, Lin Yi did not evade, but met the Fumo staff head-on. Among the spectators, opinions varied. Some were impressed, while others thought Lin Yi was doomed. The third harm's reputation was not unfounded. He had once single-handedly battled 16 opponents, ultimately defeating them all, which earned him a place in Zhu Huang's ranks. This man was ruthless and had benefited significantly from Zhu Huang since joining his faction. After hearing Lin Yi's provocation, the third harm was consumed by rage. Initially, he had merely intended to test Lin Yi's strength, but now he felt insulted. Gripping the Fumo staff tighter, he prepared to retaliate. Though unable to utilize soul skills, the power of his 70-plus level soul still provided a significant boost to his physical capabilities. However, when the Fumo staff struck Lin Yi, the third harm was taken aback. That blow should have been capable of shattering bones, yet his opponent seemed utterly unharmed. Lin Yi did feel the impact. Although he sustained no injury, the protective sword energy had been disrupted. "Not bad. You managed to break through my protective sword energy." He contemplated, but his hands did not cease their movement. In the moment of the third harm's distraction, Lin Yi executed a swift strike aimed at his groin. If it landed, it would surely spell disaster. "How dare you?" The third harm was thoroughly incensed. That was a direct attack on his manhood. Yet, he was a moment too slow. Although he avoided the blade, his pants were torn. This was a profound humiliation, eliciting laughter from the crowd. At that moment, the third harm's subordinates successfully maintained control of the scene. The surrounding onlookers, sensing the tension, quickly fell silent, stifling their laughter. No longer holding back, the Fumo staff swung with intent to injure Lin Yi. It was then that Lin Yi's danger perception truly kicked in. He understood that the third harm was now serious. Without hesitation, Lin Yi continued his assault with the same technique. "Are you brave enough to come for a second time?" The third harm aimed the Fumo staff at Lin Yi's wrist, perfectly timing his strike to intercept Lin Yi's attack. Suddenly, the third harm felt a sharp pain shoot through his mind and stood frozen in place. Lin Yi's 7-kill sword had found its mark. A cry of agony erupted from the third harm as he transformed into a mere shell of himself, now a fool. The Fumo staff fell away as he collapsed onto the ground, clutching his groin and rolling in agony, blood gushing forth. His subordinates, having never witnessed such a scene, entirely forgot about Lin Yi and rushed to their leader's aid. In his dazed state, the third harm could only scream in pain. In the City of Slaughter, there were no healers. With his manhood severed and his mind clouded, the third harm's fate was sealed. Lin Yi pulled Hulaina aside, preparing to make an exit. He was in no rush to deliver a finishing blow. After all, this man was now a fool, no longer posing any threat. The sheer number of bystanders made it impossible to silence the chaos, unless he were to eliminate everyone present. Once they had distanced themselves, Hulaina asked Lin Yi, "Who is this person? Will this lead to any trouble?" A wicked smile crept across Lin Yi's face. "He is ranked second, an enforcer of Zhu Huang. As for his intentions, they are certainly not benevolent. In the entire City of Slaughter, aside from us, no one can be trusted. What if they seek revenge against us?" Hulaina inquired, her concern evident. Lin Yi's expression hardened. This is the City of Slaughter, inherently rife with peril. Surviving through 100 matches will inevitably conflict with their interests, making it essential to eliminate them sooner rather than later. It is better to strike early than late. Doing so will also establish our reputation. With that, he reverted to his previous amiable demeanor. "We have firearms as our trump card, and even RPGs. Not only them, but even the enforcement teams can be challenged." Hulaina grasped Lin Yi's intentions and felt a sense of relief. Not to mention using firearms against them. Even their martial souls may not match their prowess. As for the third harm, He had lost too much blood and slipped into unconsciousness. This moment presented an opportune chance to strike at Zhu Huang's power. The blood dogs and the butchers had long feared Zhu Huang's strength. Their subordinates had been watching closely and, witnessing the third harm's downfall, they prepared to deliver a fatal blow, swiftly eliminating all in their path. When Zhu Huang learned of this news, he crushed the beautiful maiden beside him in a fit of fury, tearing flesh and stuffing it into his mouth. All his subordinates recognized this as a sign of Zhu Huang's impending rage. Whenever he consumed a maiden alive, it heralded his explosive wrath. It had been years since his last outburst. At that time, the Black Plague had been on par with Zhu Huang's strength, and he had been seeking a way to break through his own limitations. Zhu Huang approached him then, hoping to collaborate. Such a powerful opponent had never crossed paths with Zhu Huang in the arena, whether by design or coincidence. At this moment, the Black Plague could no longer suppress his urge for combat and engaged Zhu Huang in a fierce duel. It was this confrontation that led to Zhu Huang sustaining injuries, leaving him ranked second. Meanwhile, the Black Plague, aside from his matches, had not been seen, and his whereabouts remained a mystery. Unexpectedly, the enraged Zhu Huang displayed an unusual calm. Whoever had managed to wound his third enforcer must possess exceptional skills. Otherwise, it would be impossible to best him. Go find him for me. Be straightforward. Either he joins us or he dies. Chapter 116. An unspoken day upon returning to their lodgings. Only the two of them remained in the room. At the prime age of youth, the atmosphere became subtly charged. With the tension mounting, Lin Yi felt compelled to take action, lest he seem disrespectful. Hulaina's face flushed a rosy hue as Lin Yi leaned in to kiss her soft lips. Initially, Hulaina resisted, but gradually, under Lin Yi's sincere advances, she began to relax and reciprocate. "Wait a moment," she said. "What is it? Do you need assistance?" Lin Yi inquired, cupping her delicate face. I need to change my clothes." "Why the sudden need to change?" "Oh, look, my clothes are all wet. I'm going to take a shower first." Lin Yi glanced down and immediately understood, causing his heart to race. "Wait for me. Let us go together." The construction materials of the City of Slaughter are entirely composed of sound-absorbing substances, a deliberate consideration during its establishment. Otherwise, the inner city would be engulfed in a cacophony of screams and cries, creating a dissonant atmosphere. Consequently, the voices of the two individuals remain unheard by those outside. This time, Hulaina experienced a heart-wrenching pain, leaving her in a state of shock and numbness. Upon regaining her senses, she acutely felt a surge of warmth piercing through her organs and soul. The following morning, despite the sky above the City of Slaughter remaining shrouded in an eerie, deathly blackness, Lin Yi's spirit soared with unparalleled elation. Everything was left unsaid. Lying languidly on the bed, Hulaina suggested, "Lin Yi, let's take a day of rest. We shall not compete today." Last night, she witnessed the true prowess of the little overlord. "Very well," Lin Yi replied, and with that, he leapt on a bed. At some indeterminate moment, it began to rain within the City of Slaughter, but the rain was not transparent. It was a deep crimson. The world transformed into something bizarre, with an atmosphere that felt overwhelmingly oppressive. "Are you not worried?" Hulaina seemed to perceive Lin Yi's anxiety and grasped his arm. Based on their strengths, there was little to fear. However, the longer they lingered in this cursed place, the more perilous it became. Lin Yi's grave demeanor instilled a sense of danger in Hulaina. Nevertheless, it was not overly exaggerated. This territory belonged to the butcher, and even the pig emperor would need to pass through the butcher's scrutiny if he sought to stir trouble. Ultimately, it would lead to a bloody conflict among them. Lin Yi's eyes darted about, lost in thought, as the day of rest passed amid the relentless downpour of blood rain. The two spent their time within the confines of their room, sheltered from the chaos outside. A fortnight slipped by, and the pig emperor's subordinates, hindered by the butcher's interference, had yet to capture Lin Yi, inciting the pig emperor's wrath. If I do not emerge from my lair, do they truly believe they are the rulers? Today, I shall show them who the true sovereign is. A group wielding a massive blade approached the pig emperor. Upon rising, he could no longer be described merely as a lump of flesh. He now resembled a true mountain of meat. The 4-meter-long blade in his grasp felt utterly manageable. After a prolonged period of inactivity, he was ready to stretch his muscles. The sound of cracking joints filled the air. In the butcher's domain, he sat regally upon his throne. He had no interest in beauty, wealth, or food. He appeared to be an ordinary man. Yet, his eccentric personality made it hard to believe he was among the elite of the City of Slaughter. He possessed two personas when calm. He bore no resemblance to the city's notorious figure, merely an average commoner. However, when provoked, his second persona emerged, dismembering all he deemed foes. Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe it as slow slicing. Butcher, come out. The Pig Emperor, resembling a small mountain, had arrived at the butcher's territory. Clearly, he held some trepidation toward this lower-ranked individual. At that moment, the butcher maintained his normal persona. Pig Emperor. What brings you here? He appeared somewhat tense in the presence of the Pig Emperor. However, the Pig Emperor was not swayed. I cannot even send my men into your territory without a hassle. Do you think you can act like a big shot here? A subordinate whispered something in his ear, and as soon as the words left his lips, the Pig Emperor's demeanor shifted. Oh, is that not the Great Pig? What sinister wind has blown you here? A chilling laughter sent shivers down the spines of his subordinates. Enough with the pleasantries. I speak plainly. After such a long period of inactivity, let's see if you, the Twisted One, have made any progress. Early in the day, Lin Yi and Hulaina had ventured into the streets. Among the three zones, the butcher's territory was the safest, acquired at great expense through numerous Bloody Marys, though these Bloody Marys were pilfered, and thus the territory was as well. Nana, there is a spectacle to behold. Lini pointed at the tense crowd. The 7-kill sword carried Hulaina to the rooftop of a building to observe the unfolding battle. The two great forces of the city of Slaughter clashed, providing a perfect opportunity to witness their prowess. The clash of the massive blade against the butcher's bone knife sent the latter flying. However, all present understood this exchange was merely a test. Had it been a serious confrontation, neither would have survived within the inner city. After several minutes of combat, Lin Yi gained insight into the Pig Emperor's fighting style. Much like the generals of ancient Blue Star, not a single commanding officer was devoid of a prominent belly. Fat served as the ideal cushion, perfectly safeguarding internal muscle tissue. The Pig Emperor embodied this principle. His colossal physique, laden with blubber, essentially functioned as natural armor. Although the butcher's bone knife was incredibly sharp, it could only graze the Pig Emperor's skin, failing to penetrate even the subcutaneous fat. The Pig Emperor's attacks were grand and sweeping. Despite his bulk, his joints could twist at inhuman angles, enabling him to maneuver the massive blade in all directions to assault his adversaries. The butcher found himself steadily retreating under relentless pressure. Meanwhile, the butcher's subordinates displayed a complete lack of concern. Though the butcher dodged continuously, he remained unscathed. Is this all you can do, old pig? I must get serious now. With that, he sheathed his bone knife and drew 2 daggers. Ah, he possesses the dark gold claw dagger. Hulaina immediately recognized the weapon in the butcher's hands, identical to the one Lin Yi had given her. No wonder he appeared so unperturbed. The bone knife was merely a facade, while the dark gold claw dagger could slice through the Pig Emperor's fat and delve deep into muscle. The butcher's demeanor shifted dramatically the moment he brandished the dark gold claw dagger. His already swift speed surged, and he swiftly cut through layers of the Pig Emperor's fat. You wretched cur! The Pig Emperor, incensed, drew an object from his waistband, swinging it with abandon. Lini's face paled as he recognized the weapon. Holy cow. A road bully. He was wielding a hook. The butcher had anticipated the Pig Emperor's hook, for this was the Pig Emperor's true signature technique. Once, it had even bested the Black Plague, although he ultimately faced defeat. However, the observers were not solely from Lini's side. Pedestrians in the distance were also watching. Come on, take him down, Master Butcher. That's not how you fight. Try slicing him down the middle. One individual shouted, gesturing animatedly while sporting a sly grin. This was one of the Blood Dogs, a faction known for its formidable individual strength, surpassing even the Butcher. True to his name, he was the largest provider and consumer of Bloody Marys in the city of Slaughter. In his territory, 3 fingers equated to 1 Bloody Mary, and an arm corresponded to 3. Tasks could be issued or accepted for Bloody Marys, with the Blood Dog merely taking a small cut. For heaven's sake, Butcher, show us your true skills. Ultimately, the Pig Emperor, having been inactive for far too long, or perhaps the Butcher's strength had indeed grown, found himself increasingly beleaguered. Stop. Old pig, spare us the chatter. The Butcher mockingly licked the blood of a pig from his dagger. He could distinctly sense that the strength of the Pig Emperor was waning. In the territory of the city of Slaughter, such a decline was utterly intolerable, as it signified the harbinger of death. Damn it, we are risking our lives here, only to benefit a dead dog. The Butcher narrowed his eyes, contemplating the words of the Pig Emperor. His second persona indeed interfered with his sanity. In the distance, Blood Dog noticed that the two had halted their skirmish and were engaged in conversation. quickly realizing that these two fools had come to their senses. Consequently, he rushed over with his lackeys. Upon reaching them, Blood Dog feigned breathlessness, saying, "Esteemed leaders, what are you two up to? Let's not harm our cordiality. Our three major factions ought to unite against external foes. If you engage in battle, are you not merely providing an opportunity for those lesser kings?" The Pig Emperor squinted at the dog before him, irritated by his insincere prattle. "Where were you when the fighting was fierce? I would have chopped you down along with them." At that moment, the butcher's body finally regained control under his primary persona. "You two may confer among yourselves. We shall take our leave. After all, this was the butcher's territory, and no one could impede their exit." The chaotic battlefield was left with only Blood Dog and the Pig Emperor's factions. "Pig brother, shall we go for a drink?" Dead Dog, cease your crooked schemes, lest I cleave you in two. No offense, Pig brother, but I genuinely have matters to discuss with you." He gestured towards the distance where the butcher had departed. The Pig Emperor's brow furrowed, his features contorting together like a meat pie. After careful consideration, he acquiesced to Blood Dog's request. In the God of Slaughter Tower, the most prominent hotel in the city of Slaughter, the Pig Emperor and Blood Dog conferred. "Pig brother, look, the butcher only grows stronger by shifting personas. Why not join forces to strike while he remains unchanged?" Blood Dog licked his lips, revealing a blissful expression, for he adored the Bloody Mary made from the blood of the strong. A cunning glint sparkled in the Pig Emperor's small eyes. "Old dog, that's a splendid idea. If we can subdue the butcher, we shall divide his territory and resources evenly." "Oh, Pig brother, how could I accept such generosity? Let us do this. I shall take a slight loss, and the butcher's territory shall be yours, while the resources belong to me. How's that sound?" Blood Dog's smile was more of a grimace. The Pig Emperor had long coveted the butcher's land and had harbored murderous intentions more than once. This collaboration with Blood Dog perfectly aligned with his desires. All right, the Pig Emperor replied, clearly satisfied. In the distance, Lin Yi and Hu Laina had been monitoring the two, and though they could not discern the specifics of the conversation, their expressions indicated that something nefarious was indeed afoot. "Pig brother, here, this is the finest wine from my collection, a gift for you." Blood Dog presented a crystal-clear bottle of Bloody Mary. "For now, let it be so. Pig brother, once you've recuperated, I shall have someone reach out to you." Good. The Pig Emperor uncorked the bottle and poured the specially crafted Bloody Mary into a glass, savoring it sip by sip. "This is a fine wine. I relish the flavor of this Bloody Mary." After Blood Dog departed, the Pig Emperor lingered for a while before leaving. Though he had suffered injuries in his contest with the butcher, his formidable healing abilities had already begun to mend his wounds significantly. Shortly after exiting the God of Slaughter Tower, Blood Dog returned, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "Dare to drink my wine?" Just then, a throng of individuals surrounded the Pig Emperor, their numbers thrice that of his own, a wholly unprecedented occurrence. After a fierce skirmish, all of the Pig Emperor's subordinates fell, leaving him alone. Although he had eliminated many of his foes, over a dozen remained. Under normal circumstances, the Pig Emperor would have dismissed them entirely. However, having been injured, he was taken aback when they poured a peculiar liquid over him. Upon contact with his wounds, the liquid aggravated the injuries, causing them to bleed anew and itch intolerably. Ultimately, as the Pig Emperor seized one and snapped his neck, he tore off the arm, which bore the symbol of slaughter, indicating their allegiance. "Butcher, how dare you plot against me? I shall surely kill you and make broth of your bones." He retrieved a pill from his pocket and bit into the neck of the recently deceased, allowing the blood to flow into the pill and successfully enter his stomach. Lin Yi and Hu Laina continued to observe everything from the shadows. "Hey, Laina, who do you think these people belong to?" Lin Yi asked with a grin. They had both noticed the tattoo of slaughter on the arms of the assailants, confirming them as the butcher's subordinates. Hu Laina chuckled in response. "They are certainly not the butcher's men. It is highly likely that this was orchestrated by the one who just encountered the Pig Emperor, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Yi nodded vigorously. Indeed, a husband and wife in sync. It must be Blood Dog's doing. He feigned an alliance with the Pig Emperor to eliminate the butcher, and then framed the butcher for ambushing the Pig Emperor. Once the Pig Emperor is dead, his forces will be thrown into disarray, and installing a puppet will be a simple task. In the end, the two factions can unite to eradicate the butcher. Blood Dog is quite the schemer. Chapter 118. The layout in an instant. The demeanor of the Pig Emperor transformed dramatically. "What guy? Is that a stimulant or a power pill?" Lin Yi exclaimed, immediately criticizing as he witnessed the Pig Emperor swallow the pill. At that moment, Those surrounding the Pig Emperor felt immense pressure. They wished to subdue him immediately, but it was too late. The harpoon seemed to possess a soul of its own, accurately striking those who besieged him, pulling them close, and swiftly severing them in two. The Pig Emperor's momentum surged, and the enemy ranks dwindled. Quick, all together. We cannot allow him to pick us off one by one, someone in the encirclement urged. As they attacked simultaneously, the Pig Emperor began to spin the harpoon like a helicopter. The massive weapon created a barrier around him, preventing any foes from approaching. It seems the Pig Emperor is about to be worn down, Lin Yi remarked. Hulaina shared his sentiment, knowing that if the Pig Emperor fell, the greatest beneficiary would be Blood Dog, and the city of Slaughter would undoubtedly undergo a shift in power. In this cursed place, such upheavals were common. Due to the unique matchmaking mechanism, no one could maintain long-term dominion here. Lin Yi rubbed his temples and said, "The Pig Emperor cannot die. It is preferable for him to escape severely wounded." What do you mean? Hulaina's quick mind grasped Lin Yi's intent immediately. Only by plunging the city of Slaughter into chaos could they complete their competition swiftly without interference from the various factions. If chaos did not ensue, their match would inevitably encounter obstructions or assaults once they surpassed the throngs of people. Whether the city of Slaughter descends into chaos is entirely at my discretion. The battle continued on the Pig Emperor's front. Though the enemy numbers dwindled, reinforcements still arrived. Damn it, Butcher, you treacherous fiend. You send so many to confront me. Yet you do not come yourself. The Pig Emperor spat, cleaving another attacker in two with his blade. However, what he failed to notice was that the enemy had begun to alter their tactics. In an instant, a thick, viscous liquid was poured over the Pig Emperor, and initially, he felt no concern. However, as the foes raised torches, he sensed impending doom. The city of Slaughter lacked rivers. The torches ignited the liquid on his body, causing flames to blaze even more fiercely due to the grease that had been poured over him. The scorching flames were far beyond the human body's capacity to endure, and the Pig Emperor feared that he might meet his end today. Yet he resolved to take down as many of those around him as he could. The pill he swallowed was not merely a means to unleash his wrath. It significantly diminished the sensation of pain within his body, crafted through specialized methods. At this moment, Zhu Huang resembled a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage, charging fearlessly into battle, his 4-meter-long blade cleaving through those around him, severing them in twain. Anyone attempting to flee was pulled back by his iron hook. With every enemy he dispatched, he smeared their blood across his body to stifle the flames of his own vitality. Ultimately, all adversaries fell beneath the might of his colossal blade and iron hook, leaving him utterly exhausted. Damn it, why is my body so feeble? This cannot be right. Zhu Huang was incredulous, wondering if his limits had truly been reached. Unbeknownst to him, the Blood Dog had drugged his drink, and given Zhu Huang's careless gulping, he would never discern the issue within the liquor. The Blood Dog was well aware of Zhu Huang's explosive pills and had prepared a substance to obstruct his vital energy. Zhu Huang sat by the roadside, utterly fatigued, gasping for breath as if he might expire at any moment. He hasn't died, Hulaina remarked. Lin Yi was genuinely astonished, marveling at the resilience of this individual, who truly resembled a mountain of flesh. Let's wait a bit longer. It shouldn't end like this. Indeed, within a minute, an individual approached the recently ravaged battlefield. Clad in white, her striking features revealed her to be a woman, holding a fan that clashed starkly with the surrounding atmosphere. Lin Yi regarded her with surprise. Do you recognize her? It appears to be the 6th-ranked Baigu fan. These individuals likely devised this scheme long before our arrival, even without us. They would have acted soon enough. We merely acted as the catalyst. Baigu fan, the 6th-ranked master, one of the few female experts in the city of Slaughter. Her iron fan was wielded with unparalleled finesse, concealing blades within its frame, laced with poison. Those who underestimated her beauty often met their demise beneath her fan. Rumors once suggested that Baigu Fan and the Black Plague were solitary masters, yet she found herself entwined with the Blood Dog. What now? Zhu Huang cannot possibly survive in this state. Hulaina expressed concern that Lin Yi's plans might be thwarted, gazing at him with uncertainty. Although the two of them could rush forth to capture Baigu Fan, it would expose them to Zhu Huang, thus jeopardizing their strategy. Without hesitation, Lin Yi retrieved a formidable weapon from his Chinquan bag. Watch this. He hoisted the RPG onto his shoulder, aware that one should not initiate a game with the most powerful cards, yet he deemed this the optimal means of escape. With Lin Yi's aim and subsequent launch, the projectile detonated beside Baigu Fan at a speed beyond human reaction. Even the mightiest could not shield themselves with soul techniques, nor did they possess protective armor. The immense explosion obliterated by Gu Fan into mere fragments. Ha ha, splendid. Who are you? Why did you save me? Lin Yi altered his voice, replying. Do you truly believe they are the ones who slay humans? We are. With that, he fell silent, concealing his presence. Zhu Huang fell into contemplation. The dynamics altered entirely by Lin Yi's emergence. Let us depart. It is time to observe the unfolding events. The city of slaughter is poised for transformation. Zhu Huang had not perished, and the blood dog would not anticipate that the lethal by Gu Fan had been reduced to a feast for Zhu Huang by Lin Yi's RPG. Upon returning, Zhu Huang immediately began to assess the situation. Surviving in the city of slaughter required a degree of intelligence, and he quickly grasped the underlying intricacies. Only one party could instigate discord and reap benefits, the third faction, the blood dog. A week passed without any significant developments, only a flurry of rumors. Zhu Huang was dead. Zhu Huang was alive, each conflicting tale overwhelming the populace. During this week, Zhu Huang concealed news of his survival while recuperating. Fortunately, his imposing physique allowed for a rapid recovery with the aid of medicines. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Hulaina enjoyed their days, engaging in matches with effortless grace. However, others could no longer remain idle. Whether Zhu Huang was alive or dead, the blood dog was on edge, while the human butcher, with his dual personalities, remained relatively composed. Various minor factions began to stir, eager to profit from the turmoil. Chapter 119. Frenzied ascendancy. The pretense of peace finally unraveled as Zhu Huang's subordinates, citing the mysterious disappearance of brothers within the blood dog's territory, invaded the blood dog's domain. Initially, the blood dog had been plotting to support a puppet. Though Zhu Huang's faction consisted of his former confidants, without him, they were but a disorganized mob. Harassment escalated from mere friction between the two factions into outright skirmishes. Esteemed King of Slaughter, should we intervene in the matters arising within the inner city? A figure clad in full armor knelt, one hand pressed against his chest. Let them fight. Without conflict, how can the city of slaughter renew its lifeblood? The King of Slaughter's tongue flicked around, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. Indeed, esteemed King of Slaughter. The head of the enforcement team slowly retreated. Subsequently, all enforcement officers at the captain's behest were instructed to refrain from intervening in the impending events. As anticipated, with Lin Yi's interference, Zhu Huang regained his strength and began to orchestrate a significant upheaval. The previously two opposing factions, fueled by their subordinates' relentless provocation, transformed into the Battle of Northwest Jin, with countless minor factions joining the fray. Under normal circumstances, they might not have dared to confront the three major factions. But times had changed. Whoever seized the opportunity would become the next ruler among the three powers. Lin Yi observed the conflagration outside with great satisfaction, as the reality of the situation starkly contrasted his initial perceptions of the city of slaughter. Just as a butterfly flapping its wings could incite a storm 100 kilometers away, the butterfly effect had wrought a profound transformation in the city of slaughter. Various factions clashed fiercely, presenting Lin Yi with an opportune moment to amass points. At this moment, the Hell Slaughter arena was still teeming with life. Yet no masters participated in the fray, as the elite were predominantly affiliated with the three major factions. And a few solitary individuals of greater prowess were no match for Lin Yi and Hulaina. The battles persisted for half a month, showing no signs of conclusion. Even the King of Slaughter personally monitored the conflict, deeming it insufficient and calling for more bloodshed. Under the control of the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King, Tang Chun had completely lost his senses. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Hulaina took advantage of this interval to rapidly accumulate points, amassing a staggering 30 matches. Reports of the Hell Slaughter arena situation reached various factions, yet they were too embroiled in their own struggles to pay heed. After half a month, the side effects of Zhu Huang's explosive pills had vanished, and the true conflict was on the verge of ignition. Let us change locations today. For days, Lin Yi had been observing the external circumstances, realizing that the factions were merely waiting for a leader to emerge. Their decision was astute. For just 3 days after their departure, a decisive battle erupted. No one anticipated that Zhu Huang was still alive. Under his leadership, he swiftly seized portions of the blood dog's territory before turning toward the human butcher's domain, having completely sealed off information, even amidst rampant rumors. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. The sudden assault caught the blood dog off guard, leaving him entirely unprepared. Upon reaching the human butcher's territory, he employed the same tactics to capture segments of their domain before promptly retreating. He is utterly oblivious to the concept of gratitude. Even if the hand of a genuine killer were to rescue him, he would feel not a flicker of appreciation. His mind is consumed solely by territory, resources, women, and the pursuit of strength. Lin Yi, possessing the ability to fly, frequently observes all that transpires. What an absurdity. Does this pig emperor have a problem with his intellect? He has squandered a good hand of cards, unable to restrain his frustration with the pig emperor's reckless maneuvers. He erupted in a torrent of curses. Could you not have eradicated the bloodthirsty hounds first? Have you indulged too much in Bloody Marys, rendering your mind clouded? Nevertheless, the pig emperor's blunders inadvertently benefited Lin Yi. He had no desire for the advantages these individuals could offer. His sole aim was to transform the chaotic brawl into a muddled melee, allowing him to complete the competition swiftly and escape this wretched place. Having been here for over a month, although he had not consumed a single drop of Bloody Mary since, he could distinctly sense the profound impact on his psyche. Were it not for Hulayina's companionship, he feared that remaining here much longer might lead him to succumb to a murderous nature. Nana, this place is perilously dangerous. We must find a way out soon. Indeed, I will heed your words. Strangely enough, nearly all the individuals on the leaderboard hail from the three major factions, with the exceptions of Bai Gushan and He Sibing. Yet Bai Gushan is deceased, while He Sibing has never made an appearance. Lin Yi harbored a desire to confront this individual. After days of toying with weaker opponents, his interest had waned. It was an insult to even consider using the broken soul gun against such foes. For so long, no one had compelled him to reveal his true power. The flames of battle continued to rage on, with smaller factions unable to withstand internal strife, having sought assistance from the enforcement team, only to face near destruction. 2 months had passed since arriving in the City of Slaughter, during which Lin Yi and Hulayina had unlocked numerous combat techniques. Despite their adversaries being rather inept, they managed to glean valuable lessons from these encounters, refining their skills through the elimination of the unworthy. They also discovered new stances. For instance, Lin Yi had developed a particular fondness for trained bento, which was exceptionally delicious, a delightful, unspoken truth. Their number of matches finally surpassed 50, and their ranks had long exceeded 1,000. 50 matches hold a unique significance within the City of Slaughter. According to the rules of the Hell-Killing Arena, any fallen who achieves over 50 victories will not face each other in the same match, thus sparing Lin Yi and Hulayina from numerous inconveniences. Even if they registered simultaneously, they would not be pitted against one another in battle. Moreover, as the conflicts among the major factions escalated, the Hell-Killing Arena increased its rewards. Survivors of each match would receive a 3-year residency in the City of Slaughter, during which they would not be required to participate in additional matches, not even the annual competition. This incentive attracted countless participants to the matches, ensuring a steady influx of competitors. Even individuals from the outer city had become aware of this, often being those who stood out among the lesser ranks. Possessing a modicum of strength, yet not being overly formidable, they coveted the resources of the inner city and sought to exploit the chaos during the power struggles among the major factions, with the Hell-Killing Arena serving as their optimal venue. In just a few months, Lin Yi and Hulayina exuded far more killing intent than when they first arrived. Although they typically presented themselves with smiles, they exhibited no mercy in battle, their forms emanating a faint aura of bloodlust. The transformation of the entire City of Slaughter had far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. While many smaller factions had perished, the leaders of the 3 major factions remained alive. Initially appearing dominant, they ultimately became the puppeteers, offering generous rewards to ensure their subordinates would fight on their behalf. However, the two of them racked up impressive scores in high-stakes matches, and after their 75th contest, they were simultaneously bestowed the title of Smiling Demons. In previous matches, some believe that the duo's intense battles had diminished their strength. Alas, they remained inseparable, with one of them consistently maintaining an undefeated record. Every challenger was transformed into mere fodder. Another victory. These two possessed the prowess of the Slaughter Kings. Should we consider bringing them into our ranks? The enforcement captain knelt, acknowledging that their accomplishments were unparalleled in history. In a mere few months, and under the duress of high-intensity competitions, the Slaughter King remained unperturbed. This is not your concern. Your duty is to uphold order in the City of Slaughter. Chapter 120. A special match, 75 matches completed, still as a pair. A cold feminine voice echoed from the shadows. The Slaughter King glanced back without speaking, turning to take his seat upon the monumental throne. Great King, the city of Slaughter has not seen true power join its ranks in quite some time. Suddenly, we have two formidable fallen. Do you know their backgrounds? He inquired. The woman was momentarily taken aback by the question. How powerful are they, do you know? The Slaughter King pressed. I have observed their matches. Nearly all of them ended in a single strike, seeking to dispatch their foes with minimal exertion. Oftentimes, their enemies were slain before they could even react. Moreover, both are nearly equally formidable. The Slaughter King scoffed. Do you believe they can complete 100 matches? The woman smiled. Perhaps in the past that would have posed a challenge, but now, nothing can impede them. With the three major factions engaged in conflict, even He Si Bing has not shown his face in ages. Given their current match intensity, they will likely achieve 100 matches soon. But what? The completion of 100 matches is merely a matter of time. However, the road to hell, I fear they may not traverse. The Slaughter King replied coldly. You only perceive the surface. You know nothing of the depths. Their purpose in the city of Slaughter is to escape the road to hell. What? The Slaughter King retorted coldly. Recruit them? They were sent here by a guest not long ago. A guest who is one of the last two gods of slaughter. The woman gasped in astonishment. She was aware of the god of slaughter's fearsome reputation. These two are the disciples sent by that god of slaughter. Do you truly believe that, given their background, they would join our ranks? The great king, what if we prevent them from traversing the road to hell? Oh, what do you mean? The Slaughter King appeared intrigued. The existence of two gods of slaughter poses the greatest threat to the city of slaughter. Once they step beyond the road to hell, they would wield the ability to unleash soul skills within the city of slaughter. That is a threat of a super Douluo. Now, they aspire to exit the city of slaughter and gain dominion over the realm of the gods of slaughter. How can the Slaughter King remain at ease? The god of slaughter's arrival signifies catastrophe. In previous instances, every appearance of a god of slaughter wrought severe devastation upon the city of slaughter. He is most unwilling to witness the emergence of yet another god of slaughter, especially not two. The woman fell silent for a moment, seemingly resolving herself. Before slowly speaking, Great King, we must not allow both of them to enter the road to hell simultaneously. Instead, let us arrange for them to face each other in their next match. The Slaughter King's lips twitched in irritation. Fool, I thought you had a worthwhile idea. Do not presume that my favor allows you to speak recklessly. The woman found herself ensnared by an unseen force, lifted before the Slaughter King, who glared at her with cold malice. Should they pass through the road to hell, the god of slaughter could return to the city of slaughter at any moment. According to the rules of the city of slaughter, within the domain of their god of slaughter, any soul master could regain the use of their soul skills. Furthermore, they possess ties to the Spirit Hall. Should they collaborate with the god of slaughter, the invasion of the city of slaughter by the Spirit Hall would yield catastrophic consequences. Otherwise, why do you think I would compromise with them? An invisible force cast the woman aside, eliciting a muffled grunt from her. No more misguided intentions. The rules of the hellish slaughter arena dictate that fallen ones with over 50 victories shall not encounter one another in the same match. It would be far better for them to traverse the infernal path than to face the wrath of the slaughter god. The Slaughter King ceased his speech, focusing intently on the Bloody Mary in his cup. The woman gradually withdrew, while the Slaughter King's gaze drifted through the air. He murmured to himself, wishing for their demise in a fair match within the hellish slaughter arena or on the path to hell. Should two slaughter gods emerge at once, the slaughter city would tremble. With that, a pair of colossal wings sprouted from his back, lifting him into the sky. 9 blood pillars surged from the surrounding blood pool, ascending towards his body. Subsequently, he opened his mouth, drawing in the 9 blood pillars into his abdomen. Power. I sense an inexhaustible surge of strength, and I crave more. The fierce struggle among the 3 major factions has claimed countless lives, and the blood has successfully transformed into nourishment for the Slaughter City. Despite the reprimand from the Slaughter King, the woman did not abandon her schemes. In secret, she meddled in the match's affairs. Though the 2 smiling demons would not encounter each other, they would face opponents with a similar number of matches nearing 50 in future contests. After all, it is entirely reasonable for fallen ones with fewer than 50 victories to confront one another in the slaughter arena. Even if they perish there, it would be their own lack of skill that leads to their demise. Indeed, under her orchestration, Lin Yi faced a formidable challenge in his 76th match. Initially, Lin Yi thought it would be another easy victory. However, the competitors today were far from the usual misfits he had encountered. Where did these individuals come from? Lin Yi was certain that in his months spent in the Slaughter City, He had never seen these people before. Of course, he cannot have. They were all henchmen secretly placed by the woman, capable of evading the enforcement squad's constraints under certain circumstances. Although these individuals had not appeared previously, he felt a surge of excitement after a brief moment of surprise. Finally, he would not have to bully weak opponents. Otherwise, he would be ridiculed by his teacher for having gained no skills after such a long time in the Slaughter City. The match officially commenced. Once again, the scene unfolded as a 1v9 confrontation, which the audience had grown accustomed to. This male, smiling demon, initially perceived as a slacker, transformed into a merciless killer right before their eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Kill them. Go, smiling demon. Drink their blood. Even in the outer city, bets were being placed. As soon as Lin Yi's match was announced, messages began circulating. Today's match was extraordinary. Whispers indicated that the competitors had a minimum of 30 matches under their belts. The male, smiling demon, 1v9, with odds of 3-1 for a victory and 1-1 for a loss, with a minimum bet of a Bloody Mary. What? 30 matches? Could it be those on the leaderboard? The outer city dwellers clearly had less accurate information. No, the whispers suggested it was the female Charm's guard squad. What? The audience seemed incredulous. The female Charm was the favored woman of the Slaughter King, a unique presence in the Slaughter City. I bet on the smiling demon to win and take a chance. Oh, old Sue, these Bloody Marys might just be your last lifeline. With your frail physique, losing all these Bloody Marys would mean you have to compete. Chapter 121. A sword of snowy cold across 19 states. I've seen storms greater than this. Dying there is no great matter. Clearly, in the outer city, apart from old Sue, no one believed Lin Yi would triumph. After all, they were the female Charms Guard squad, all-season experts with over 30 matches. As Lin Yi stood in the arena, exhilaration surged within him, his hands trembling with anticipation. This thrilling match was unlike any he had experienced before. Even if he were to face the leaders of the 3 major factions alone, he would not feel such a rush. The 9 adversaries exchanged glances and swiftly moved into action, forming a wall. With 9 long knives in hand, they created a deadly net of blades. The sharp edges sliced through Lin Yi's vicinity, compelling him to evade continuously. The increasingly aggressive 9 pressed their advantage, forcing Lin Yi to retreat until he found himself cornered. As the saying goes, tragic events often occur in corners. Lin Yi was in peril, yet he refrained from hasty actions, searching for a flaw, a vulnerability to exploit for a decisive blow. As he continued to retreat, Lin Yi realized the extraordinary coordination among the 9, instantly recognizing that this match was tainted. How intriguing! Could the hellish slaughter arena offer backdoor deals? Then, something unexpected occurred. Lin Yi, who had been backed against the wall, suddenly soared into the air. The audience was baffled, and even the 9 adversaries were taken aback. According to the intelligence provided by the female Charm, this male, smiling demon was not capable of flight. Wasn't his martial spirit the sword he held? Damn it, this guy can actually fly using his sword. However, in those brief seconds of astonishment, Lin Yi seized the opportunity. Today, I shall show you something new. After landing on a clear patch of ground, Lin Yi steadied himself. He closed his eyes, positioning the Qisha sword horizontally across his chest. Whether anyone still remembered this stance, it mirrored that which he learned from his mentor, the sword Douluo Qinshin. In the arena, the iron long knives wielded by the 9 began to tremble as if summoned by Lin Yi. Though they were unaware of what was transpiring, they gripped their knives tightly. What are you waiting for? Attack! However, as they charged within 20 steps of Lin Yi, their long knives slipped from their grasp. The sword moved with intent, guiding itself. The 9 long knives, obedient as well-behaved children, stood before Lin Yi. In that instant, Lin Yi opened his eyes, his glare fierce. Go! The Qisha sword floated in the air, surrounded by the 9 long knives that spun around him like protective sentinels. Danger! One man shouted. Yet before he could finish, the Qisha sword, along with the 9 long knives, pierced through him. The entire audience rose to their feet. The smiling demon is incredible. Is this his soul skill? The smiling demon can actually utilize a soul skill. Spread the word. The smiling demon possesses a soul skill. The audience erupted in excitement. Only the cold gaze of the enforcement squad captain observed everything. As a true soul master capable of utilizing soul skills, he could accurately discern Lin Yi's recent attack. Although it bore a striking resemblance to a soul skill, it was an entirely different kind of power. Oh, esteemed king, I wonder whether your decision was right or wrong. The enforcement captain muttered to himself before promptly returning to his post, swiftly quelling the frenzied crowd. Witnessing one man pierced through, the remaining 8 understood they must settle matters quickly. Otherwise, they would all perish beneath Lin Yi's onslaught. If they could kill him, with the protection of the female charm, they might have a chance to disrupt the match for special reasons and ultimately survive. Yet, they miscalculated the situation. Coincidentally, all 9 bore iron weapons rather than martial spirits, inadvertently allowing Lin Yi to unleash the ultimate technique of the Qisha sword technique. Lacking main weapons, the group was left to draw their daggers. However, when compared to the long knives, the daggers were not only inferior in power, but also lacked the necessary imposing presence. The Qisha sword technique unleashed its most formidable strike, a sword of snowy cold across 19 states. Lin Yi's ultimate move obliterated the alliance of 8, leaving them utterly defenseless. Under the guidance of the Qisha Jian, the long blade swept through every enemy like snowflakes piercing flesh, eroding each morsel of their being. Then, silence enveloped the Hell's killing arena. 8 individuals, under Lin Yi's relentless assault, became riddled with wounds, suffering more than those who had perished before them. Perhaps, in the final seconds of their lives, they wished for a swifter demise. The competition concluded, 76 matches, yet it was achieved effortlessly. The female enchantress also watched the contest, her heart consumed by a singular thought: to hasten the departure of the 2 WeChat demons down the path of hell, far from the city of slaughter. Esteemed king, you are correct. They're truly terrifying. After the match, while the inner city remained indifferent due to the struggle among the 3 major powers, the outer city was in uproar. Damn, a payout of 3-1. Old Su has struck gold. He wants he have to offer Bloody Mary for 2 or 3 years. Damn it. 9 useless fools. They couldn't win. I lost 6 cups of Bloody Mary because of them. Thus, before the eyes of the gathered crowd, Old Su surrendered all his winnings of Bloody Mary to the city of slaughter to secure his right to survive there. Damn, I envy this. I should have bet on the smiling demon. Curse me my meager wager. I should have bet more. The avarice of humanity was laid bare. As Lin Yi exited, Hu Liana commenced her match. Due to Lin Yi's astonishing performance, the enchantress ultimately decided to abandon her plans. She discerned that the 2 WeChat demons had yet to unleash their full potential. Watching the contest, the enchantress murmured to herself, "How powerful you must be. How wonderful it would be if I possessed such strength, so I would not be bound by these constraints." She then shook her head. Never mind. Even if I win 100 matches, the path through hell still lies ahead, guarded by terrifying entities. Let those prepared withdraw. With these words, hidden enforcers swiftly vanished into the shadows. The ensuing matches became exceedingly simple. Hu Liana, protected by her towering armor, often employed a life-for-life strategy after assessing her opponent's strength. Enemies were frequently intimidated by her reckless valor, wherein she would stab them in the abdomen only to receive the same in return. Such courage was evidently not possessed by everyone. Consequently, Hu Liana's matches were exceedingly effortless. Alas, such fortune was short-lived. For 3 consecutive days, neither Hu Liana nor Lin Yi participated in a single match. Nah, let us head to the Hell's Killing Arena today. No one seems willing to match against us. As Lin Yi had predicted, whenever the 2 registered, a wave of information would ripple through the inner city. The smiling demons are competing. Everyone, do not go to your doom. This led to an astonishing 3-day void without a single match in the Killing Arena. Ultimately, with the aid of the Hell's Killing Arena, their registration information was successfully concealed. I wonder which unfortunate souls will encounter us. Hu Liana felt elated watching the Hell's Killing Arena capitulate. Lin Yi glanced at the time. Nearly 3 months had elapsed, and 100 matches were within reach. Whether the city of slaughter descends into chaos or not, we shall decide. Yes, primarily, my interference has been quite effective. Without the 3 major powers watching closely, they found themselves considerably more at ease. Chapter 122, 100 matches achieved. The 100th match concluded successfully. Both smiling demons had reached their 100-match milestone, and 3 months had passed. Their bodies had undergone certain changes. Despite their best efforts to avoid it, the malevolence of the city of slaughter had nonetheless impacted them. All participants and spectators released the weight from their hearts, relieved that they would no longer face these 2 terrifying figures. Their matches had consistently ended with the swiftest kills, followed by a final strike to prevent any unforeseen retaliation. None who feigned death in an attempt to counterattack escaped unscathed. Congratulations to you both, smiling demons. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated through the Hell's Killing Arena, and silence fell over the crowd. The malevolence emanating from Lin Yi and Hu Liana was repressed within them. Such formidable power. It must be the king of slaughter. Lin Yi remarked, grasping Hu Liana's hand. She nodded in agreement, feeling the strain as the oppressive aura surged within them. The Hell's killing arena erupted with fervor. It was the highest existence within the city of slaughter, even surpassing its very essence. A blood-red figure descended from above, inciting a frenzy among the crowd, who chanted the name of the King of Slaughter with fervent zeal. King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! The fallen one screamed hoarsely. With a pallid visage and blood-red eyes that instilled dread, he exuded an unsettling aura. Damn, is this what vampires look like? Anemic, perhaps, Lin Yi cursed inwardly. Today, two formidable beings had emerged from the city of slaughter, a rarity since the last 100 victory champion had appeared decades ago. The King of Slaughter regarded Lin Yi and Hu Liana. You too are unique. Unlike other fallen ones, you did not enter the city of slaughter alone, but have remained together throughout. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter, granting you the right to enter and exit the city of slaughter freely. You will not need to risk traversing the perilous path of 10 deaths. His voice echoed throughout the Hell's killing arena, declaring that achieving 100 matches would earn the title of God of Slaughter without traversing the hellish path. It was understood that none would wish to forego such an accolade. Gaining the King of Slaughter's acknowledgement would allow them to traverse the city of slaughter at will. After engaging in some disreputable acts outside, they could easily retreat to the city of slaughter to evade the storm before re-emerging. The previously subdued Hell's killing arena erupted once more. King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! Lin Yi understood the King of Slaughter's intentions. He merely sought to prevent them from obtaining the domain of the God of Slaughter. If they were to acquire such power, the Wuhun Temple would possess 3 gods of slaughter, and the city of slaughter would inevitably become a subordinate entity of the Wuhun Temple. One god of slaughter might still have a chance to intervene, but 3 would render any hope futile. Do not heed his words, Hu Liana interjected. Speaking to Lin Yi gazed at her with a subtle smile, his expression conveying everything. Noticing their prolonged silence, the King of Slaughter spoke again. The terror of the Hell Path is far beyond that of the Hell's killing arena. To date, only 8 gods of slaughter have emerged from there. Despite the city of slaughter's millennium-long history, Lin Yi maintained a smile, addressing the King of Slaughter. Esteemed King of Slaughter, I beg your pardon, but while surviving in the city of slaughter may lack stringent rules, we must still abide by its inherent regulations, such as refraining from unleashing soul skills. Therefore, we do not wish to disrupt the established order of the city of slaughter, nor do we aspire to be the first to break new ground. We are willing to endure the trials of the Hell Path to earn your rewards. The King of Slaughter regarded Hu Liana beside him. If either of them consented to his proposal, he would accept it. However, Hu Liana firmly grasped Lin Yi's hand, her gaze conveying everything. The King of Slaughter's expression hardened, followed by a cold chuckle. Life is singular. You have one final choice. Accept my reward. Hu Liana retorted, esteemed King of Slaughter. There is no need for your concern regarding our affairs. Please proceed through the standard process. We are pressed for time and have important matters to attend to. The originally pale visage now turned a striking shade of red, revealing the extreme agitation of the King of Slaughter. Were it not for the presence of Bai Bai Dong, he might have already extinguished the lives of the 2 before him. The King of Slaughter's voice softened. Since both of you are so resolute, I can only wish you success in overcoming the trials of the road to hell and becoming true gods of slaughter. At that time, please convey my regards to your elders. The road to hell, if it were truly so easy, would not yield only 8 gods of slaughter in a millennium. Even if the 2 joined forces, passing through would not be a trivial feat. The guardian beasts that were far beyond their current capabilities. Clearly, Lin Yi and Hu Liana had withheld their skills, which was also the reason they sought to disrupt the 3 major factions. They had kept their trump cards close to their chests for a reason. A crimson mist began to envelop the hellish killing field. This aura, however, was not merely a manifestation of murderous intent. It radiated an extreme malevolence. Yet, Lin Yi appeared to possess some resistance to this aura. He felt as though his evil god wings were on the verge of breaking through their limits, yearning to be unleashed. Alarmed, he realized it was the malevolent energy emitted by the Luocha god. He quickly distanced himself from the thick fog, though it was somewhat too late. Once again, that eerie voice echoed in his mind. I told you, I will return. At that moment, Lin Yi was far from fainting. He was utterly alert. Are you out of your mind? I know you are the divine consciousness left by the Luocha god. Haven't you already chosen the King of Slaughter as your candidate? Why seek me out as well? The Luocha god's consciousness seemed momentarily taken aback by Lin Yi's words. How do you know the King of Slaughter bears my aura? How do you know I am the Luocha god? Could it be that other deities have their eyes on you? Damn it. No wonder you can't keep up with other gods, Lin Yi thought, shaking his head in silent mockery. Hey, that guy's aura is so obvious, if it's not yours. Whose could it be? The Luocha god's consciousness appeared to be entangled in confusion at that moment. The King of Slaughter was one, and so was Lin Yi. Who, after all, was it? For so many years, the King of Slaughter had shown no signs of passing the divine trial. The last female god of slaughter who succeeded in the trials of the Slaughter City was now progressing at a painfully slow rate. The potential of the person before him surpassed that of the female god, yet he seemed entirely dismissive of him. Why does no one wish to inherit my divine position? Suddenly, the divine consciousness vanished, and Lin Yi paid no mind to the neurotic behavior of that entity, turning his attention back to the unfolding events. He grasped Hulaina's hand and cautioned, "Be careful, the ritual has commenced." The audience in attendance was abuzz with excitement, eager to witness the opening of the road to hell, oblivious to the fact that they might all become sacrifices to its initiation. Apart from the god of slaughter and the king of slaughter, everyone who had witnessed the opening of the road to hell had perished. A crimson light illuminated the entire hellish killing field, isolating it from the inner city. The fallen were now in a frenzy, seemingly clawing at their own bodies, their skin tightening as they reveled in the sensation of their own torment. Amidst the chilling screams, there was an underlying thrill of exhilaration. The hellish killing field had truly transformed into a purgatory on earth, saturated with blood and entrails. Gradually, the fallen, illuminated by the red light, succumbed, leaving the scene so grotesque that even Lin Yi and Hulaina felt a wave of nausea wash over them. It's revolting, akin to a slaughterhouse. No wonder it said in ghost tales that ghosts fear butchers, for the butcher's aura is overpowering. Lin Yi could not help but think of the slaughterhouses of Blue Star, where pigs met their brutal fate. The blood from the hellish killing field did not soak into the ground. Instead, it flowed along imperceptible patterns towards the center of the field. As sacrifices to the opening of hell, you should feel honored, declared the King of Slaughter and Lin Yi, while the rest were devoid of life. A massive bat emblem appeared on the ground. The nine-headed Bat King, the road to hell has been opened. I bestow my blessings upon you. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The two unexpectedly awakened from their stupor, quickly checking their bodies for any abnormalities, relieved to find none. Ahead lay the most perilous trial, far more daunting than the hellish killing field. Lin Yi signaled to Hulaina to remain vigilant, for they could not afford to slacken their guard. "Let us give it our all," she replied. Lin Yi was well aware of the majority of the circumstances surrounding hell and had mentally prepared himself. Yet, arriving here still bore down on him like a mountain of pressure. The surroundings revealed that only the circular platform beneath their feet was solid ground, while everything else was an abyss of unfathomable depth, with a winding path leading to the unknown. She had just used her mental power to scan the area and found no other routes beneath them, indicating that the only way out was through the precarious path ahead. Lin Yi grasped Hulaina's hand. "Rest assured, I just scouted ahead, and there's a stretch without danger. However, what? Speaking to me while gasping for breath? You're killing me. Guardians of the path lie ahead," Lin Yi replied with a grin. The term exotic beast was new to Hulaina. Lin Yi chose to refer to them as such, implying that the creatures ahead were extraordinary. Exotic beast? I can discern its outline with my mental energy. It appears to be a three-headed bat. Lin Yi's mental powers could not reach such distances. He was merely recalling what he had read in the original text, preparing Hulaina for what lay ahead. Should they panic, a misstep could lead to dire consequences. What now? With newfound reliance on Lin Yi, Hulaina placed all her trust in him, typically assertive but now entirely compliant with his guidance. Lin Yi retrieved a steel cable he had prepared in advance from his storage bag. Customized products from Gongxin City. This high-strength chain can withstand temperatures of up to 1,500 degrees Celsius. Even if we were to melt it, it would remain intact. Additionally, I have 2 straps made from the skin of the dark gold terraclaw bear. You're well prepared, huh? She remarked. Of course. Do you even know who your man is? The chain secured the two together, preventing either from falling off the narrow path, ensuring that if one fell, the other could provide timely assistance. All right, now it's time to bring out the real deal. With that, Lin Yi began loading his AK-47 with ammunition, a total of 20 rifles, each with a specially designed magazine containing 60 rounds, alongside Hu Na's arsenal, was sufficient to arm 4 squads. Simultaneously, he loaded the RPG with its warheads, ensuring they were within easy reach in his storage bag. "Let us go. I'll lead the way." Lin Yi stepped onto the precarious path first, his instinct for danger alerting him to impending threats, allowing him to quickly notify Hu Na. Watching Lin Yi take on this sense of responsibility made Hu Na's heart swell with admiration. They both stepped onto the narrow path, which barely accommodated a single pair of feet, instilling a sense of terror. Below lay the abyss and a pool of blood. A slight misstep would result in a fatal plunge. "Don't look down. Focus ahead," Lin Yi instructed Hu Na. Thankfully, neither suffered from acrophobia. Otherwise, they would be doomed to ascend to the heavens. Their footsteps remained in sync, with Lin Yi stepping forward as Hu Na mirrored his movements, the cable maintaining a relaxed tension without even a hint of curvature. Lin Yi's mental prowess expanded, enveloping the surroundings in a vast aura. Although the distant shadows absorbed his mental energy, hindering his exploration, the dual insurance of danger foresight was more than sufficient. Indeed, as depicted in the original text, Lin Yi halted his steps, having detected the first guardian creature he would soon confront. Before Lin Yi could utter a word, Hu Na, sensing the impending danger, mirrored his actions and stopped in her tracks. The cacophony around them grew increasingly chaotic, the sound of flapping wings resonating in the air. "Is there more than one?" Hu Na inquired. Lin Yi replied with a wry smile. "That is the elder brother. He won't appear until the critical moment. What we have now are merely the younger ones." Thousands of crimson bats approached rapidly. Even with his mental preparation, Lin Yi was taken aback. The dense swarm of bats would surely overwhelm anyone suffering from a phobia of clusters. Each blood bat boasted a wingspan exceeding 1 meter, blotting out the light as they gathered in droves. In an instant, Hu Na understood Lin Yi's earlier preparations with firearms, and both drew out AK-47 simultaneously. Planting their feet firmly, they ensured stability, channeling their strength into their legs. Dual-wielding AK-47s was a privilege reserved for those with alloy bullets. Flames erupted as they unleashed a barrage upon the airborne bloodbats. As long as they were carbon-based organisms, they were no match for the might of firearms. Beyond 7 paces, the gun was swift. Within 7 paces, it was both accurate and rapid. Countless bloodbats plummeted into a crimson pool, becoming part of it. In Chapter 124, the dark golden, 3-headed bat emerged. The AK-47 utilized rounds approximately 75 millimeters in caliber, achieving an initial velocity of 850 meters per second when fired. What does this imply? Even though the bloodbat's ultrasonic detection surpassed the speed of bullets, their physical reflexes could not evade them. The scene transformed into a veritable downpour of bats. Yet, the sheer volume of the swarm remained formidable. These bloodbats exhibited a degree of intelligence. Upon witnessing numerous companions fall, they swiftly scattered in all directions, encircling Lin Yi and Hu Na in a 360-degree formation, complicating their attacks. Lin Yi shouted, "Laina, aim for what I throw," as he retrieved a lethal weapon, a fragmentation grenade. From his storage bag, he hurled it into the air. With Lin Yi's strength, casting the grenade 100 meters was effortless. Hu Na, understanding his intent, aimed and fired. Boom! The fragmentation grenade, enhanced with numerous steel balls by Lin Yi, obliterated a large portion of the bloodbats upon detonation. The second and third grenades followed suit, clearly demonstrating their superior effectiveness compared to RPGs, which explained Lin Yi's choice of weaponry. The pair advanced, clearing their path and quickly creating a small distance. Firearms were not to be trifled with against the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Soon, only a handful of bloodbats remained. "Laina, be cautious. The big one is approaching." Lin Yi's sense of danger heightened, and his mental probing revealed a massive entity ahead. Just before them, a colossal creature hung upside down, enveloped in a faint red glow, with hints of dark golden luminescence emanating from its form. The dark golden, 3-headed bat, measuring over 4 meters in length, had enormous claws firmly embedded in the path, each claw exceeding 1 meter in diameter. All the bloodbats converged upon the emergence of the dark golden, 3-headed bat, circling it in flight. With a piercing shriek, the 4-meter figure effortlessly ascended into the air, its massive wings unfurling to reveal an astonishing span. The AK-47 continued to spit fire, targeting the circling bloodbats. The most troublesome aspect of battling a boss is not the boss itself, but rather the minions. often during a combo attack on the boss. The minions would seize the opportunity to interrupt. As yet another wave of minions fell, the dark golden, three-headed bat unleashed a gust from its wings. The bullets were deflected off course by the powerful wind, causing the blood bats to scurry behind their leader for shelter. Remarkably clever, Lenny thought, feeling undaunted. After all, he could fly. Once he vanquished the dark golden three-headed bat, he could carry Hulaina over the rugged terrain. Laina, prepare yourself. I'm about to take you flying. Lin, he spread his wings, albeit somewhat inferior to the grand bat. Sensing Lin he ascend into the air, the dark golden three-headed bat summoned another fierce wind. Lin he immediately felt the shift and hastily descended. Damn it, he was grateful he had not taken off directly. Had the creature appeared unexpectedly, calamity could have ensued. Forced back to the ground, Lin he had no choice but to rely on firepower. The AK-47 was evidently insufficient against this behemoth, compelling him to resort to heavy artillery. The RPG was readied, the projectile soaring towards the dark golden, three-headed bat. Lin E, be careful, Hulaina warned immediately. Some smaller bloodbats had taken advantage of Lin Yi's brief ascent to sneak beneath the path, lying in wait for an ambush. However, Lin Yi's sense of danger had already detected them. Soul-piercing spear, emerge. The previously 1-meter-long gun transformed into a 4-meter-long spear under Lin Yi's command. The spear's demonic attributes allowed it to effortlessly penetrate the bodies of the bloodbats. In the blink of an eye, those lurking minions were dispatched. At that moment, the RPG projectile reached the dark golden three-headed bat, and shockingly, the central head devoured the missile hole. The ensuing explosion obliterated its center head, scattering fragments and damaging parts of its wings. Nevertheless, Lin E knew this creature possessed infinite regenerative capabilities. All three heads must be destroyed simultaneously for it to perish. Indeed, after consuming some of the blood bats hidden behind it, the shattered head began to regenerate. Hulaina gazed at the dark golden, three-headed bat in terror. Lin E, its head has regrown. What should we do? It appeared to possess regenerative abilities. We must find a way to destroy all three heads at once. Each of us with an RPG could only guarantee the destruction of 2 heads, leaving 1 remaining. Moreover, with repeated use, it might no longer consume the RPG missiles. Ligne rapide contemplatet strategies. However, the dark golden three-headed bat would not wait for Lin E to attack leisurely. With a swift pounce, Lin E felt the sharpness of its claws. Fortunately, the soul-piercing spear deflected its assault, infusing its body with a trace of destructive energy. Although not fatal, the energy caused considerable discomfort. Another shriek erupted as the creature decisively began to dismantle the path. Lin E retreated to Hulaina's side, struggling against the constraints of the peculiar terrain and the suppression of his abilities. After a moment, the steel lock was unfastened by Lin E, and Hulaina secured it firmly to a spike embedded in the path. Once again soaring into the air, Lin E was promptly assaulted by the dark golden three-headed bat. Yet, now that Lin E was flying solo, he was unconcerned about balance or weight. No matter how fiercely the creature blew, Lin E steadily approached it. As he drew nearer, the dark golden three-headed bat's surprise grew exponentially. If it could speak, it would undoubtedly proclaim that well-known phrase. Fei Chu de Lin E maintained a safe distance from the Jin Bien Fu Wang, and as a sumptuous meal lay before him, this creature swiftly darted towards Lin E. Without hesitation, Lin E took flight, luring the beast in the process. However, after a brief chase, the creature unexpectedly ceased its pursuit. Curse it, quite clever indeed. Lin Yi's plan had yet to come to fruition, leaving him somewhat vexed. The Pahan Chong attached beneath his feet was propelled by his right foot, soaring like a cannonball towards the Jin Santa Bien Fu, successfully piercing its wings. A shrill scream echoed as it devoured several minions, its wings regenerating as before. Such provocation deterred the Jin Santa Bien Fu from approaching. Suddenly, the battlefield shifted. The creature turned abruptly to attack Hulaina, who was traversing the uneven path. Chapter 125, a simple instance, the City of Carnage, merely trivial. Lin E felt speechless at this moment. Damn it, if you had done this earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much time luring you. His plan was to entice the Jin Santa Bien Fu into the range of their attacks. Both Lin E and Hulaina simultaneously unleashed their mental assaults on the same head, while the other two targeted each remaining head with RPGs. The execution of the plan unfolded precisely as Lin E had envisioned. As the Jin Santa Bien Fu entered their psychic range, Each unleashed an RPG, which was devoured by the left and right heads, reduced to mere powder. Meanwhile, as the central head prepared to consume a bloodbat minion to restore itself and grow 2 additional heads, both directed their psychic beams towards its left and right eyes. Feeling the need for extra assurance, Lin Yi followed suit by launching the Pahunchong and Shisha Jian into the central head, finally feeling at ease. Their exquisite cooperation transpired in less than 2 seconds. Nice, la remarked. Ah, what's wrong? Nothing, just praising your splendid performance. With the demise of the Engine San Toa Bien Fu Wong, the remaining bloodbats were left leaderless, retreating beneath the uneven path. Lin Yi was astonished to see that this group had begun to gnaw at the rocks, and within moments, the rocky path was severed. Numerous bloodbats surged forward, and the path disappeared at an alarming rate. However, Lin Yi and Hu Lai Na observed these simple-minded creatures until the uneven path was no longer a cover, clearing away the remaining bloodbats one by one. With the interference of the bloodbats eliminated, they were free to soar as they pleased. The Qisha Jian and Xie Xinyu allowed for flight. Had it not been for his concern over Hu Lai Na's safety, Lin Yi would have taken off long ago. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hu Lai Na beamed sweetly at him. Upon seeing her smile, Lin Yi felt that everything was worthwhile. There may still be trouble ahead. We must tread carefully. Indeed, with Lin Yi's skills and their collaboration, the once terrifying Hell Road became much less daunting. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi gently set Hu Lai Na down. Hey, something's coming up ahead, Lin Yi said with a wry smile, referring to the mythical creature from the original text, the Shi Shou Lai Yang Shi. Sure enough, a rustling sound echoed from the front. Upon landing, they encountered the same narrow path, but this time within the darkness ahead. A pair of fiery red eyes seemed to scrutinize them. A massive, dark red body lay coiled on the path, obstructing their passage. Though its full size was not entirely discernible, it was evident that they could not fly past it. Hu Lai Na glanced at Lin Yi, retrieving a pill from her waist. Here, take this. Lin Yi curiously examined it, unsure of what she was offering. What is this? It's an insect repellent given to me by Douluo. Within its range, snakes, insects, and rodents will steer clear. The effective radius is about 20 to 30 meters, personally prepared by Douluo. Hearing this, Lin Yi chuckled. It was normal for a girl to fear snakes and insects. However, he doubted it would have any effect on the formidable creature before them. You should keep it. This beast likely won't be deterred by it. Lin Yi handed the insect repellent back to Hu Lai Na. All right then. Hu Lai Na trusted Lin Yi unconditionally, believing there must be a reason behind his words. As they cautiously approached, they finally beheld the true form of the Shi Shou Lai Yang Shi. At the head and back of this serpent, there were 9 protrusions, each resembling a bright red mushroom, seemingly pulsating with blood. The serpent's abdomen was particularly massive, bulging on the narrow path, and its length exceeded 10 meters. In other words, the Engine San Ta Bien Fu, not counting its wingspan, was merely half its size. As they drew closer from a distance of 100 meters, the creature emitted a croaking sound akin to a baby's cry. The 9 fleshy lumps on its back began to emit a golden red glow. Lin Yi's strategy for handling this creature was straightforward. The Shi Shou Lai Yang Shi would not regenerate, so an overwhelming firepower barrage would suffice. He unleashed the full might of the modern firearms from his Chinkoan bag. Showing no mercy, if the RPG could be dual-wielded, he would have preferred to carry 2 at once. Their saturated assault, if witnessed by outsiders, would undoubtedly lead them to believe these 2 were harbingers of death, for only such beings could unleash soul techniques in the City of Carnage, creating such devastation. Smoke billowed around them. Without any suspense, the creature succumbed to the relentless assault of modern weaponry, unable to even retaliate. From the mangled remains of the creature, a golden red orb emerged. Lin Yi spread his Xie Xinyu and swiftly captured it. This orb was the inner core formed from the 9 fleshy lumps of the Shi Shou Lai Yang Shi. Be careful, snakes often possess venom, Hu Lai Na cautioned. Her concern evident, momentarily forgetting that Lin Yi was completely immune to toxins. No worries, toxins have no effect on me. Only then did Hu Lai Na recall that Lin Yi's blood was the most toxic substance. Do you recognize it? The inner core of the Shi Shou Lai Yang Shi, an extraordinary beast, a creature from the primordial wilderness. It can exceed 10 meters in length, possessing the strongest fire poison of all snakes. Its cultivation over millennia can yield an inner core hidden among its 9 heads. When the inner core emerges, the world pales. Obtaining its inner core makes one the supreme among snakes. All right, should we rest for a while or continue onward? Lin Yi understood that ahead lay no further dangers. They merely needed to fly straight out. Let us go. It seems there is nothing left to investigate. Without any peril, Lin Yi guided Hu Lai-na as they soared forward. Fortunately, their stay in this realm was brief, and they dealt with dangers at remarkable speed. Thus, they were not overly affected by the Hell Road. The simmering bloodlust within them remained manageable. Finally, after half an hour, they spotted the exit. It must be said that Lin Yi's ability to fly afforded them immense convenience. Tang San had employed various means, such as the Fei Tian Shunjua and Baju Mao, to escape at the final exit, whereas Lin Yi simply needed to flap his wings. Outside lay a bright expanse. Nana, how long have we been in the City of Carnage? The relentless competitions had made Lin Yi lose track of time. About 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 months? Lin Yi felt that everything seemed somewhat unreal. Was it that he had grown too powerful? Or were the modern weapons simply too formidable? Was the trial of the City of Slaughter too feeble? Lin Yi look. Hu Lai-na's body began to undergo a gradual transformation, her aura turning formidable, a vast aura of killing intent enveloping the surroundings. Lin Yi instantly recognized it as the effect of her domain. Chapter 126. Suppressing Presence. Lin Yi promptly unleashed his own domain, and upon comparison, the two domains were evenly matched. After all, they had emerged together. Lin Yi felt immense satisfaction. In a mere short time, he had exited the City of Slaughter. In possessing the domain of the God of Slaughter, he had far surpassed Tang San. Moreover, the stumbling path in the Hell Road of the City of Slaughter had been completely destroyed by the Bloodbats, rendering Tang San's re-entry into the City of Slaughter a perilous endeavor. Even if Tang Hao were to enter and pave the way for him, the restoration of the Hell Road would take considerable time. However, the matters concerning the two were far from over. Despite the brevity of their stay, the killing intent they had absorbed from the City of Slaughter still clashed with the essence of this world. If they had not learned to conceal their presence like Tang San did with his aunt, their aura would be evident to others, rendering them unable to hide. In fact, when exposed to powerful beings, they would be the first to suffer devastating blows. Their immediate priority was to return to the Wuhuan Temple. Within the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong's heart was in disarray. During the time Lin Yi and Hu Lai-na had ventured to the City of Slaughter, Yu Xiaojiang had come to discuss matters concerning Tang San with her. Lin Yi's affairs were confidential, and she certainly would not divulge anything to Yu Xiaojiang. Given that she already had Lin Yi as an exceptionally gifted disciple, Tang San was of little consequence. After Bibi Dong expressed her disdain, Yu Xiaojiang became furious, outraged by his disciple's treatment, resulting in an unhappy departure. She pondered about Lin Yi and Nana, facing the direction of the City of Slaughter. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of worry. Although she had previously visited the City of Slaughter as the God of Slaughter and had engaged in cordial communication with the King of Slaughter, the existence of the God of Slaughter could influence the very foundation of the city. Now, with the emergence of two gods of slaughter, she was uncertain of the King of Slaughter's potential schemes. Master, Lin Yi's call made Bibi Dong feel somewhat unreal, as if she were in a dream. Had she been influenced by Xiaojiang again? Her mind began to wander. Bibi Dong closed her eyes, her hands brushing over her eyelids, attempting to massage them to relax. Nana, what is wrong with the master? I don't know. Why is it the master speaking? Upon hearing the dialogue again, Bibi Dong instantly opened her eyes. It seemed even more surreal. In just a few months, her two disciples had emerged from the City of Slaughter, or had the King of Slaughter acted against them? A teacher often relaxes their vigilance around their own disciples. If they were enemies, they would likely have been recognized as real long ago. Your Holiness. Yuan's voice reached Bibi Dong's ears. Elder Ju, what is the matter? Lin Yi and Hu Lai-na have returned. Bibi Dong's mind was electrified. What? Upon opening her eyes again and seeing the two before her, Bibi Dong still felt it was surreal. The terrifying City of Slaughter, from which she had taken years to emerge, how could they have possibly returned? Yet, the events unfolding before her were undeniable. Two overwhelming energies radiated from them, causing even Douluo want to step back. Children, you have returned. Bibi Dong immediately embraced her two disciples. A gentle aura flowed from her hands into their backs. Lin Yi and Hu Lai-na felt the chaotic energies within them align somewhat. Good. Truly worthy of being the strongest children of the Wuhuan Temple. You are the future of the Wuhuan Temple. Having emerged from the City of Slaughter, they were now the true embodiment of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. deserving of the title of successors. Your Holiness, should we take them? Before Yu Guan could finish speaking, Bibi Dong gestured for him to refrain. They must learn to control and release their killing intent. Having emerged from a city of slaughter in such a short time, the killing intent they carry must be minimal. Soon, we will send them to the extreme north for training. Upon hearing extreme north, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Master, the extreme north? What shall we do there? Hulaina also seemed puzzled, and even Lin Yi couldn't fathom the reason. The extreme north possesses the harshest climate on the continent, which serves as a trial for your journey through the city of slaughter. Additionally, the frigid environment will aid you in controlling the killing intent within you, Bibi Dong explained. Of course, you must first follow the academy's teachers for lessons. Only after your studies can you proceed. The mere thought of studying made Lin Yi's head throb. Not because he possessed an exceptional memory, but rather from sheer dread. As he stepped back through the gates of the Wuhun Temple Academy, everything felt both familiar and surreal. Having graduated early due to his exceptional memory, he now returned, uncertain of how the academy had fared. Given their prominent status as part of the Golden Generation, everyone should have recognized them. However, their experiences in the city of slaughter had altered their demeanor. With each new cohort of students, some no longer recognized these two prominent figures. Following the teacher's instructions, they entered the public classroom, feeling a strange mix of familiarity and strangeness. Wow, what a cool and handsome guy. Lower-year female students cast captivated glances. Hulaina, following closely behind, attracted a horde of starry-eyed junior students. However, upon realizing the two were seated together, their spirits plummeted. So handsome, so beautiful. Who are they? Why haven't we seen them before? Do you think they resemble those on the celebrity list? Someone seemed to recall something. Nonsense, those people graduated ages ago. Why would they return to attend classes? Perhaps to teach, another replied. Besides, the aura of these two is as cold as ice, completely different from those on the celebrity list. The classroom buzzed with whispers until the arrival of the teaching instructor brought silence. This class was a public lesson at the Wuhun Temple Academy, teaching social etiquette. Lin, he was already well-versed in such matters. Not to mention social etiquette, he was equally knowledgeable about royal protocols. Classmates, for today's lesson, please follow me to learn about music, and your assignment will be to master an instrument. As Lin, he had anticipated, the methods for suppressing presence on Douluo continent were merely repackaged. After several days of brief study, the two had become adept, obtaining their course completion certificates ahead of time amidst the gaze of their peers. In their interactions with those around them, the cold hostility that had clung to them dissipated significantly, returning to normalcy. This was precisely the outcome Bibi Dong wished to see. She did not want her disciples to appear as though they were unapproachable. Following Bibi Dong's directive, once they acquired their course certificates, they could proceed to the extreme north for training. Chapter 127. A different charm, the extreme north lies at the northernmost point of the continent. Heading northwest from Tiando City leads one to this region. It is a place of extreme cold, where crops struggle to survive, with only a few grains able to be cultivated near the borders of Tiando City. Consequently, the population here is sparse, and human presence is nearly non-existent. In such desolate areas, the land becomes a paradise for soul beasts, and indeed, the quality of soul beasts here surpasses those found in the Sunset Forest. As the two donned their fur coats and arrived in this snowy realm, they were left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer whiteness. With nothing but snow as far as the eye could see, save for the occasional tracks left by passing animals. Visiting during the autumn and winter seasons was undoubtedly an unwise choice. Lin Yi surveyed the environment around him, expressing some concern. Although he possessed the Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao to enhance his physical constitution and had some resistance to the bitter cold, Hulaina did not share the same advantage. The frigid atmosphere compelled her to stifle a few sneezes, despite her attempts to layer on additional clothing. Lin Yi grasped Hulaina's hand, exhaled warm breath upon it, and rubbed it gently. In this place, if their murderous intent had been evident, they would have succumbed to the cold long ago. It was clear that Hulaina was ill-suited to the harsh conditions. The two, wrapped up like Zhongzi, trudged for half a day before finally arriving at their destination, the only post in the extreme northern region. This outpost, while referred to as a station, resembled a small village, with the snow having been cleared away, creating a stark contrast with the outside world. The two guards at the entrance, robust and burly, wore hats crafted from reindeer fur to shield against the biting cold, yet the marks of frost still etched upon their skin were evident. "Excuse me, is this Kabater post?" Lin Yi inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. "Thank you, sir," Lin Yi said, pulling a flask of liquor from his pocket and offering it to the hefty man. In such icy weather, alcohol can often serve as a bridge for social interaction. The man sniffed the flask, his eyes lighting up, and he took a hearty swig, releasing a plume of warm breath. Good liquor, much appreciated. But tell me, young lad, what brings you two tender-skinned souls to this extreme north? With a few sips of liquor, the man's complexion brightened and his demeanor became more affable. We are here at the behest of our family to hone our skills. Could you assist us in securing accommodations? Hulaina replied playfully, producing a pouch of horse milk wine. Here. The man took the pouch and tossed it to his companion. Liku, keep watch. I'll escort these two inside. Upon reaching the so-called registration area of the post, Lin Yi and Hulaina paid their lodging fees and found a place to sit. Having made a favorable impression on the guards, they were even granted a discount by the staff. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Lin, the guard and captain of the patrol at Bakar Post. We seldom see visitors here. The post primarily caters to the select few soul masters who venture to hunt soul beasts. After gulping down a mouthful of milk tea and stuffing a piece of bread into his mouth, Li Lin exhaled warmly. You two are quite young. Are you here to hunt soul beasts? On Dalu, there are many ice attribute martial souls and beast martial souls capable of surviving in extreme cold. Hunting soul beasts in this frigid land aligns better with your attributes than in places like the Stardow Forest. Lenny nodded. Uncle Lee, I wonder if there are any hunting teams around. We intend to hunt soul beasts. Of course, Lin Yi's true intentions were far from this, but he had other plans. Sensing a business opportunity, Li Lin's spirits lifted. Normally, he would connect hunting teams with jobs, which provided him with some extra income for his household. What a coincidence! All hunting teams recently received work and have ventured into the snowfields. However, one team should return tomorrow. They are the strongest hunting team here. Li Lin's words were straightforward. If they wished to enter the snowfields, they would have to wait for the team returning the following day. There were no other options. Neither Lin Yi nor Hulaina felt rushed. Uncle, we would appreciate your assistance in keeping an eye on things, Lenny said, producing a gold soul coin and offering it to Li Lin. In this remote northern land, where prices were exorbitantly high, a gold soul coin was not an excessive amount. Of course, the icy landscape was blanketed in snow, with scarcely a hint of green vegetation, thus limiting recreational activities. Inside the post, some travelers engaged in playing border chess, while others stared blankly at the falling snow, lost in thought. Lin Yi and Hulaina, however, were not idle. The accommodations, though not luxurious, were well lit, clean, and hygienic, a rare find amidst the frigid wilderness. Hulaina stood by the window, gazing at the heavy snowfall, while Lin Yi watched her from behind. One could not deny that upon entering the extreme cold, the murderous aura emanating from them had dissipated entirely. Freshly graduated from the academy, Hulaina appeared irresistibly charming. Lin Yi approached her from behind, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Isn't the snow scenery beautiful?" Unbeknownst to her, a hungry wolf had already marked her as prey. "It's so beautiful. How wonderful it will be to stay here forever." Just as she finished speaking, Lin Yi exhaled warm breath against her earlobe. The strange, tingling sensation caused Hulaina to shudder and stumble backward, landing directly in Lin Yi's embrace. "No scenery can compare to your beauty," Lin Yi remarked with a mischievous smile. With a bear hug, he lifted Hulaina and tossed her onto the bed covered in reindeer fur. In the adjacent lobby, a bald man overheard the commotion and couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Goodness, these young folks today are so full of energy. 10 years ago, I could have taken on 10 of them. Laughter erupted from those nearby. "Come on, bald man, you. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. You might not survive the night, let alone take on 10. As the day passed, Lin Yi's breakfast was quite simple. 10 eggs and 3 large bottles of milk. Don't ask why. He was simply famished. Goodness gracious, is he really that impressive? The bald man observed the young man's breakfast and felt the weight of age pressing upon him. Soon, noon arrived, and the only hunting team returned. Li Lin promptly introduced the guests to the weary but eager team members. "Oldly, we had some guests yesterday. They mentioned a hunting team with a deposit of 300 gold soul coins, and the total payment upon completion is 2,000. You all can sort it out. But don't forget to tip me a little." Although the hunting team was exhausted from their journey, their eyes widened at the mention of a bounty of 2,000 gold soul coins. For them, this was no small sum. In such a harsh environment with exorbitant living costs, it would cover their expenses for quite some time. 4,000. The captain's assertion was jarring. "We just returned from a long trek. 4,000 is non-negotiable. The deposit must be 500, not a single coin less." Li Lin felt his dignity waver. As the patrol leader, he expected some respect from the hunting teams, yet here he was being challenged in front of so many people. Old Li, isn't this a bit excessive? The market here has never seen such a price. If you keep this up, how can we conduct business in the future? Li Lin prepared to reason with him. To his surprise, the hunting team members began to murmur among themselves, seemingly reluctant to comply. Having been around long enough, Li Lin sensed the brewing trouble and pulled Old Li aside. Old Li, we are the same family. Please, let me in on the situation. I secured your deposit for you, and suddenly raising the price is not in line with our past agreements. We need to come to an understanding, or else this will lead to a breach of contract, which would not reflect well on either of us. Yet Old Li remained unyielding. Who told you to take the job? I never said you should. The words caused Li Lin to frown. The hunting teams relied on Bakhaker posts to secure jobs, and this lack of respect felt somewhat insulting. Realizing he had spoken too harshly, Lao Li's expression softened somewhat. Lingo, it's not that we intentionally want to raise the price. It's just that this far northern land is about to become quite unstable. Such words, once spoken, could undermine the very foundation of Bakha Air Station. Li Lin sensed that Lao Li seemed to possess some genuine insight and immediately inquired, "What is the situation? I have aided your hunting team on numerous occasions. Why are you being so evasive with me?" Lao Li shook his head. Many hunting teams that entered the snowy plains have gone missing. Numerous bodies have been found exposed on the ice, and the sight is utterly horrifying. What? This has never happened in our far northern region. Was it the soul beasts or the soul masters? Li Lin was no fool. The hunting teams comprised soul masters, and for so many to go missing or die, it could not have been the work of ordinary individuals. I don't know. Their missions have already been canceled. They should have returned in the past couple of days. However, from the fatal wounds observed on those corpses, it resembles the work of soul beasts like the snow wolves. Yet the bodies were neither dragged away nor consumed, and the sheer number of deaths is exceedingly strange. Li Lin stroked his chin, contemplating Lao Li's words. If that were indeed the case, a higher asking price could be justified. All right, I will discuss this with the clients. Li Lin found Lin Yi to negotiate the price, which Lin Yi readily accepted, as he was not short on money and prioritized completing the trial under pressure. The task assigned by Bai Bai Dong was to slay the extreme Ice Demon King of the far northern land. This large monkey-like soul beast was not particularly remarkable in the forests, but the extreme ice demon of this region was extraordinarily powerful due to its environmental adaptations. The ability to suppress killing intent while also defeating the extreme Ice Demon King indicated that their strength had already been validated by Bai Bai Dong. The team soon set off, everyone still immersed in thoughts of the generous rewards awaiting them. However, Captain Lao Li was deeply troubled. While money was enticing, preserving one's life was paramount. Their team was the strongest in the far northern land, with an average member level around 60, thus highly regarded. He himself was a formidable soul sage, wielding the powerful attack-type martial soul, the Snow Domain Demon Bear. Yet despite this, he felt an unsettling anxiety. When speaking with Li Lin, he had been somewhat conservative. Those who perished were not simply killed, but had their internal organs entirely missing. This extreme waste of food, consuming only the internal organs, could only be attributed to a specific type of soul beast in the resource-scarce far northern land. The Ice Demon Scorpion, with its uniquely terrifying hunting methods and formidable strength, became a nightmare for many. Upon capturing its prey, it injects toxins into the creature, subsequently freezing it and gradually consuming only its internal organs, leaving behind merely a shell. After much contemplation, Lao Li resolved to speak frankly. "Little brother, there are some matters I need to discuss with you. Be mentally prepared." Lin Yi, unaware of the gravity of the situation, had only limited knowledge of the far northern land, knowing merely of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor from Do Air and little else. The Ice Demon Scorpion had not been seen in this region for decades. It was a soul beast he had only heard of from elder relatives in his youth. The reason I need to raise the remuneration is due to the threat posed by the Ice Demon Scorpion. Many hunting teams have already perished in these snowy plains. We must complete our task and leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi became curious. Ice Demon Scorpion? What is that? The Soul Beast Manual from the Spirit Hall does not record such a creature, hence he did not feel any fear. Just know that it is an exceedingly terrifying soul beast. We will soon truly enter the snowy plains, and once we arrive, we must hastily complete the task and retreat. Lao Li appeared reluctant to elaborate further, displaying signs of impatience. Lin Yi found this elder's demeanor rather perplexing, thinking, is this uncle too hasty? Why is he being so vague? He did not take it too seriously, simply assuming it was a powerful soul beast beyond the hunting team's capabilities. His decision to enlist a hunting team was not due to a lack of strength, but rather the absence of a guide in the vast, snow-covered terrain, which could easily lead one to be swallowed by nature. As for other concerns, he had not dwelled on them. Upon stepping into the snowy plains, he truly felt the correctness of his decision. Here, as far as the eye could see, there is nothing but the white of the snow and the blue of the sky, devoid of any other colors. The absence of landmarks meant one could not discern direction. Only the most experienced hunting teams knew how to navigate through this vast expanse of snow. Uncle, our target is the extreme Ice Demon King. Can you find it? Chapter 129. Ice Demon Scorpion. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Captain Lao Li felt a pang of anxiety. Why bring up such matters? Under normal circumstances, hunting the extreme ice demon would not pose much of a problem, as although this old beast was powerful and resilient, it would at most take some time to subdue. However, given the current situation, no one could predict whether they would encounter that terrifying ice demon scorpion. After half a day's journey, the group had encountered no troubles, yet not a single soul beast had been sighted. Uncle Lao Li, is the snowy plain truly this barren? Not a soul beast in sight. Lin Yi sat by the fire, sharing food and conversation with Ulaina. A teammate chimed in, no, usually there are quite a few, like snow foxes and snow wolves, but under normal circumstances, they do not provoke us soul masters. Today feels a bit strange. Lao Li shot a glance to silence his teammate. Don't speak nonsense. It's perfectly normal not to encounter anything after half a day. Though he spoke reassuringly, his inner thoughts conveyed a different sentiment. Once the tent was erected, everyone quickly entered, for the biting cold wind was not something anyone could withstand. At night, the temperature plummeted to minus 30 degrees. Lin Yi admired these individuals who made a living in such harsh conditions. They might have found life much easier in the Stardew forest. The sound of fabric rustling reached Lin Yi's ears. In such a ghostly environment, was there someone outside at this late hour? The cold could freeze one solid. Were they not afraid of frostbite? Using his mental power to scan the surroundings, Lin Yi detected no anomalies and found no human targets outside. Still awake? Ulaina rubbed her sleepy eyes. The strange sounds persisted, disrupting Lin Yi's desire to sleep. Who is it? Why are you not sleeping at this late hour? What are you doing? Yet, no one responded. Instantly on high alert, he sensed something was amiss. The unknown is the most terrifying. Without warning, his precognitive abilities failed to activate, and his mental scan yielded no results. As the sounds grew louder, Lin Yi discerned their source, beneath the ice. Nana, wake up, there's a problem. Ulaina quickly became vigilant. Indeed, upon adjusting his mental scan to probe beneath the ice, Lin Yi identified the issue. There were numerous tunnels beneath the ice, resembling those dug by earthworms. After further investigation, Lin Yi discovered that the entire camp was riddled with such tunnels. Their commotion abruptly awoke the hunting team. Captain Lao Li's face turned pale upon seeing the situation. Had they delayed any longer, the camp would have been buried in ice caverns. The ice worms bore tunnels. They could sense heat and preferred to tunnel in areas where warmth gathered, drawing the heat toward themselves. Fortunately, the creature they encountered that night was not a powerful soul beast. Otherwise, it would have been unmanageable. The next day, the group remained silent. Only the hunting team was aware of the events that transpired last night. Although the Bingling Chong, ice crystal insect, is attracted to heat sources, it would never appear in the presence of a soul master. The frequent occurrences of various monsters in the extreme north left them feeling uneasy. After a considerable journey, the team finally arrived at the habitat of the extreme ice demon Xiao Xiao. Despite the numerous hazards along the way, they had safely reached their destination. Captain Lao Li felt a sense of relief, knowing that as long as they could eliminate their target and return safely, all would be well. Uncle Lao Li, you all stay here. We can handle the rest ourselves. Just wait for us to return, Lin Yi announced. The team was intrigued by Lin Yi's confidence, as it was rare to see someone willing to pay for an expedition without assistance. Upon encountering the extreme ice demon Xiao Xiao, Lin Yi and Ulaina felt that this trial was well within their grasp. They successfully defeated the 30,000-year-old extreme ice demon Xiao Xiao, showcasing their flawless teamwork without invoking the domain of the god of kill. The hunting team was astounded by their prowess. Soon, they embarked on their return journey, but the way out proved to be more challenging than expected. They encountered an unforeseen and dreadful situation. While they had taken the tailbone of the demon Xiao Xiao as proof of their successful hunt, as requested by Douluo, it inadvertently attracted a formidable creature. A bizarre soul beast, towering 4 to 5 meters in height, loomed before the team. Lin Yi would never associate it with a scorpion, for it bore no stinger but instead possessed a single eye. The Bingmo Xie, Ice Demon Scorpion, had finally appeared before the anxious Captain Lao Li. The members of the team were united in their desire to flee. However, escaping alone in such a frigid landscape would surely lead to a grim fate. They steeled themselves, each attempting to maintain composure. Hulaina scrutinized the peculiar scorpion soul beast before them, exclaiming, "I don't sense much strength from this creature." Lin Yi shared her sentiment, perplexed by the team's fear. After encountering so many delicacies, the large eye atop the Bingmo Xie's tail hovered ominously above, observing them intently. "Unso Lao Li, do not be afraid. We are here," Lin Yi encouraged. What was the background of this scorpion? Captain Lao Li, a soul sage, felt a surge of indignation at being comforted by a mere child. The Bingpa Xie possesses venomous needles on its pincers, and the eye on its tail can observe enemies in a 360-degree radius. Furthermore, it wields a unique domain. Upon hearing the term unique domain, Lin Yi's eyes widened in alarm. This creature was surely no less formidable than the 30,000-year-old extreme ice demon Xiao Xiao, whose strength was rather mediocre. Indeed, the unique domain. I have heard elders speak of it. They say that when the Bingmo Xie appears, it releases countless ice demons through its domain, but the specifics remain unclear. Uncle, one last question. How many years has this creature existed? Captain Lao Li's brow furrowed. According to the elders, it is estimated to be around 70,000 years old. Boy, you must run. There may still be a chance if you hurry. The hunting team valued their reputation greatly, and he pondered how to ensure the safe escape of the two children. However, to his astonishment, Lin Yi and Hulaina charged forth as if they intended to slay the Bingmo Xie. These two children on the snow-covered ice field. The single Bingmo Xie transformed into multiple forms, dozens of them. This display might intimidate others, but it did not daunt Lin Yi and Hulaina. The two shared a telepathic connection, launching simultaneous mental attacks toward the eye on the scorpion's tail. The so-called unique domain was merely an illusion cast by the eye of the Bingmo Xie. Lin Yi and Hulaina were the bane of illusions. The assaulted Bingmo Xie retaliated fiercely against the duo. Its pincers glowed with a pale blue aura, intensifying in hue. It appeared to be charging a powerful skill. Nana, be cautious. Maintaining a safe distance, Lin Yi unleashed his 7-kill sword chi toward the Bingmo Xie. Remarkably, the sword energy proved ineffective against the soul beast, and Hulaina's charm skill also failed. The situation grew dire. The hunting team quickly realized that the two children had joined the fray, emboldening them. What was there to fear from a mere 70,000-year-old soul beast? Chapter Osuta Trezich, Go Kinzi Xie. The pincers of the Bingmo Xie turned a deep blue, and as it raised them toward the sky, countless droplets of deep blue liquid were shot into the air. These droplets were peculiar. In this extreme cold, they did not immediately freeze. As the liquid fell under gravity, its area was sufficient to engulf Lin Yi and Hulaina. The two were unaware of the nature of this liquid, but it was evident that it was no benign substance. Activating their soul skills and maximizing their speed, they embraced one another and swiftly escaped the liquid's reach. Upon their departure, the liquid fell onto the ice surface, causing the contacted ice layer to vanish entirely. Such overwhelming power, it seemed to have sublimated the ice. Sublimation refers to the transition of a substance from a solid to a gaseous state without passing through a liquid phase, highlighting the terrifying nature of the liquid from the Bingmo Xie's pincers. Lin Yi had no intention of coming into contact with such a substance. He activated his 4th soul skill, Phantom Sword Dance, surrounding the creature with multiple illusions of himself, followed by a relentless assault. Yet, the Bingmo Xie, given its extensive age, was not a foe Lin Yi could easily subdue. Inspired by his resolve, the hunting team also felt compelled to engage in the battle. United in their efforts, the Bingmo Xie finally succumbed to their onslaught, its eye on the scorpion's tail soaring into the sky as it neared death. Before they could celebrate their victory, an unanticipated event unfolded. To everyone's shock, the creature did not drop a soul ring. What was happening? Each member of the team was left bewildered. Lin Yi too felt a sense of confusion. At that moment, Hulaina, standing beside Lin, suddenly pointed behind him, her eyes wide with terror. Lin Yi, noticing her expression, felt a chill run down his spine. What could have startled Hulaina, who had shown no fear even in the city of slaughter? Turning to investigate, Lin Yi gasped in disbelief. No wonder the Bingmo Xie appeared formidable. It was merely a juvenile. Not far away, a massive Bingmo Xie, standing 8 to 9 meters tall and entirely purple, approached, clutching the eye of the recently deceased creature in one of its pincers. Lin Yi froze momentarily before urgently calling upon the system. System, scan this Bingmo Xie. Having not used the system in a while, he nearly forgot the source of his own powers. Scanning, scan results. A typical beast goat chun, data unavailable, details unavailable. The coal notification abruptly ceased, leaving Lin Yi with only one term, a typical beast goat chun. As the colossal scorpion arrived before the hunting team, all members collapsed in dread, and had there not been so many of them, some might have wet themselves in fear. Get up quickly. Don't be cowards, Captain Lao Li urged as he pulled a nearby teammate to his feet. With his martial soul already manifested, he was one of the few, alongside Lin Yi and Hu Laina, still standing. The Bingmo Xie is the true Bingmo Xie. Run. Clearly, the Go-Chun that loomed before them exceeded 10 meters in height, making it incomparable to the previous juvenile. Faced with such a colossal creature, their psychological defenses ultimately crumbled. Observing the fleeing team members, Uncle Li's face was etched with remorse. Young brother, this fellow must surely be the culprit behind the incident in the ice plains. My brothers all have wives and children to care for. If they choose to leave, so be it. As for me, Li, a solitary man, today I shall stand firm and fight alongside you till the end. He would not abandon his post after receiving payment. That was not in his nature. Being a soul saint-level fighter, he intended to at least engage this 10-meter giant in battle. Fortunately, they were in the ice plains and not in the snow-capped mountains. Otherwise, Lin Yi truly feared that a confrontation might trigger an avalanche. The saying goes, strike first to gain the advantage, strike later to suffer the consequences. Lin Yi was not foolish enough to wait for Go-chan to make the first move. Hu Laina understood immediately, since her charm control was ineffective against these creatures. It was time to employ the newly acquired domain as her first prey. The once pristine ice plains dimmed under the shadow of their killing domain, as the terrifying aura enveloped a vast area, ensnaring Go-chan within. Under Lin Yi's precise manipulation, the 7-killing sword left a series of wounds on Go-chan's body. But alas, these wounds merely penetrated the outer layer, perhaps merely uncovering some ancient dust. Even Lin Yi could not breach its defenses, so Hu Laina would fare no better. Uncle Li had now become an auxiliary to the duo, tirelessly using his control abilities to help them evade the ice shards sent flying by Go-chan. To say Lin Yi's attacks were weak would be a grave understatement. The soul-piercing gun was unleashed, and with a single shot, Lin Yi pierced through Go-chan's outer shell. The originally deep purple hue of Go-chan was marred, turning blue at the breach, with a trickle of blue blood seeping out. However, Lin Yi's attack range was still somewhat limited for a 10-meter-tall beast. It was akin to a human being pricked by a toothpick, painful but not lethal. Go-chan swung its claws wildly, attempting to throw Lin Yi off. After all, it was merely a beast, not a soul beast, and thus lacked cunning. Lin Yi perceived this creature to be rather unimpressive, merely larger in size and thicker of blood. Like a stubborn piece of toffee, he clung to Go-chan's body, with each thrash embedding the soul-piercing gun deeper. Eventually, the gun penetrated completely, driving through one of Go-chan's claws. The immense pain caused Go-chan to lash out with its pincers, akin to Li Yuanba wielding dual hammers, striking at Lin Yi with deadly intent. Now's the opportunity, Hu Laina thought, seizing the moment to hurl her dark golden-clawed dagger towards the pierced claw. It hurts. It hurts. Oh, how it hurts. Go-chan went completely berserk, furious that these intruders had not only slain its beloved but had also wounded it. Its long pincers released a torrent of liquid, spraying the surroundings. Such a wasteful use of venom was not something a creature of its caliber should be capable of. Lin Yi immediately distanced himself, rejoining Hu Laina. The venom, upon entering the air, gradually dissipated into nothingness. Following this, a purplish glow emanated from Go-chan's body. The purple light flickered and transformed into a violet ring, rapidly expanding outward, enveloping everything in its vicinity in a frozen state. Instantaneously, the ice plains fell silent. Everything within the purple ring transformed into ice sculptures. After scanning the surroundings, Go-chan ceased its movements and began to attend to its injured claw. However, Lin Yi quickly broke free from the ice confinement. Once he had freed Hu Laina and Uncle Li, he gestured for them to retreat or maintain a safe distance. Go-chan had evidently mastered ice abilities, capable of freezing everything in its vicinity with the venom it expelled. Had it not been for Lin Yi's prior absorption of the Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao, he would have been trapped without recourse. Hu Laina recognized that her control skills were ineffective against this beast, and remaining in danger of freezing only served to complicate matters for Lin Yi. Uncle Li, demonstrating wisdom, decided to heed the advice to prioritize his own safety over monetary gain. With a firm understanding of the young man's profound strength, he moved away from the scene. Hu Laina, however, did not stray too far, closely observing Lin Yi from a safe distance. It was evident that this beast, Go Chun, was encountering someone who could escape its icy grasp for the first time. Its 6 eyes frantically scanned Lin Yi, pondering its next move. Not a native of this continent, Go Chun had long resided in desolate regions devoid of human presence, having only encountered its beloved before this moment. Employing the same tactic, it attempted to freeze Lin Yi once more, and the speed of its venomous discharge had markedly increased. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi found himself encased in ice once again. I'm out again. Come at me. Lin Yi exclaimed as he broke free once more, confirming that this creature was nothing more than a paper tiger. Its abilities were effectively countered, similar to the ice demon scorpion he had previously faced. Realizing that its attempts to freeze him were futile, Go Chun opted for a more direct approach, close combat. After all, its 10-meter bulk posed a significant threat. A single stomp could inflict grievous injury upon Lin Yi. Yet, Lin Yi was not inclined to linger. He retrieved his prized possession from his chinquan bag. As he had mentioned before, had they been in the snow-capped mountains, he would never have resorted to such measures. However, this was not that place, and an RPG explosion would not trigger an avalanche. The projectile whistled through the air. Having spent too long in isolation, Go Chun was inexperienced in battling humans. Often, it had simply frozen and eliminated hunting teams, offering their remains to its beloved ice scorpion, thus remaining oblivious to the harsh realities of combat. Boom, boom, boom. Compared to the monsters of the City of Slaughter, this creature was far easier to handle. Its straightforward attack patterns yielded equally primitive results. The blast struck Go Chun's claws, swiftly severing or breaking all 6. Deprived of mobility, Go Chun posed no further threat. Lin Yi spread his sinister wings, soaring above Go Chun, RPG aimed at its eyes, preparing for a decisive blow. To his astonishment, Go Chun's massive scorpion tail suddenly elongated, darting towards Lin Yi. A strong sense of danger prompted Lin Yi to narrowly evade. Based on his recent sensory experience, he had no doubt that a direct hit would pierce him through. The RPG struck Go Chun's eye, and with the ensuing explosion, his tail finally drooped. The habits acquired in the City of Slaughter served Lin Yi well. He did not forget to deliver a finishing blow, driving the soul-piercing gun into Go Chun's brain. Hu Laina approached, high-fiving Lin Yi as the battle concluded. My friend, the times have changed. An exotic beast? Do you think my RPG is not formidable? Lin Yi, do you recognize this monster? Upon hearing the term exotic beast again, Hu Laina seemed to understand why this creature, like the previous scorpion, had not released any soul rings. Go Chun, beyond that, I have no other information, Lin Yi replied. As they conversed, Go Chun's purple form gradually faded, shifting to blue, with its color coalescing towards its tail. Ultimately, as its body turned transparent, a gem shot forth from the scorpion pincers at the tail. Lin Yi, quick-witted, seized the gem in an instant. Once again in possession of a gem, Hu Laina refrained from questioning further. It was surely another internal core, likely toxic, but Lin Yi was unperturbed by poison. Holding the gem, Lin Yi felt an icy chill. Even having consumed the Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao, he felt a tinge of coldness. Just how terrifying was this creature's internal core? Taking out the internal core of the 10-headed fierce yang snake he had obtained from the City of Slaughter, Lin Yi examined both cores closely. In the original tale, the internal core was crucial for reviving Xiao Wu, and now he possessed 2. He wondered how Tang San would react upon seeing this. As Lin Yi drew his hands nearer, an invisible force tugged at them, emanating from the 2 internal cores. Lin Yi deemed that the presence of the 2 inner pills was of little significance. Thus he placed both of them into his right hand. Upon their initial contact, the 2 inner pills repelled each other like magnets of the same polarity, and yet, maintaining a delicate distance, they began to rotate in unison. Observing this wondrous spectacle, both Lin Yi and Hu Laina expressed their astonishment. Lin Yi initially contemplated inquiring about the system's occurrences, but upon recalling that it had merely scanned the name of Go Chun, he relinquished the thought. The rapidly spinning inner pills gradually drew closer, and suddenly, Lin Yi remembered that he possessed 2 demon pills acquired from the southern giant centipede. These 4 seemingly chaotic pills intriguingly began to intertwine, as if they were meant to coexist, slowly rotating until they ultimately fused together. However, the swift rotation obscured Lin Yi's understanding of their true state. After more than 10 minutes, the whirling inner pills finally came to a halt. Suspended in the air was a golden orb, radiating a myriad of energy attributes that Lin Yi could vaguely perceive. Overcome with exhilaration, he triumphantly tucked the fusion orb into his Chinquan bag, and he and Hulaina promptly began their return journey. Their expedition had been remarkably smooth, even leading to the unexpected acquisition of this extraordinary golden orb, as well as assisting the northernmost lands in dispelling hidden calamities, culminating in a sense of fulfillment. Upon returning to the Bakel station, the onlookers gaped at the duo as if they had seen a ghost. Had it not been for Captain Lao Li's explanation, they might have resorted to talismans and crosses. According to their agreement, Lin Yi settled the payment before departing from the Bakel station. This maneuver left the hunting party feeling somewhat ashamed. Although they were somewhat tempted by wealth, they had never encountered a situation like this, and holding the money felt like a scorching burden. Ultimately, under Li Lin's persuasion, they accepted the payment. Do not harbor any psychological burdens. They have privately assured me that you may take it without worry. These 2 are distinguished individuals sent by the Wuhun Temple, and they have eradicated the threats in the icy plains. But they're only at the 5th and 6th rings. That ice demon scorpion stands nearly 10 meters tall and likely possesses close to 100,000 years of age. How could, if they were not exceptionally talented, how could they have joined the Wuhun Temple? Do not overthink it. Lin Yi would never have imagined that this unintentional journey would evoke immense gratitude. In the center of the Bakel station's small square stood a plaque expressing the gratitude of the northernmost people towards the 2 esteemed individuals from the Wuhun Temple for assisting them in eliminating their threats and alleviating their suffering, accompanied by 2 small sculptures. Upon returning to the Wuhun Temple, 4 months had elapsed since their entry into the City of Slaughter. After presenting the bones of the extreme Ice Demon King, they successfully gained the recognition of Bibi Dong. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly, you are the most outstanding children of the Wuhun Temple. Your strength has far surpassed that of your peers, even to the extent that you can defeat enemies of higher ranks. Chapter 132. The blacksmith's turnaround despite receiving praise from Bibi Dong. Lin Yi maintained a demeanor devoid of excessive pride, which greatly pleased Bibi Dong and the 2 elders. Informed by His Holiness the Pope, the grand offering summons you to the offering hall. After the attendant delivered the message, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, pondering the old man's intentions. Although she was filled with doubt, she maintained her composure. Lin Yi, you may go. Understood. Lin Yi followed the attendant to the offering hall. Within the hall, several prominent figures had gathered. As the pinnacle of the Wuhun Temple's combat prowess, they were well aware of the circumstances surrounding the City of Slaughter. Upon hearing that Lin Yi and Hulaina had emerged from the City of Slaughter in merely 3 months, they were taken aback. Soon, speculations arose that perhaps the City of Slaughter had received Bibi Dong's directive, intentionally allowing the 2 to escape with ease. Dalu, however, remained silent. He had originally intended to summon Lin Yi to assess the situation, but the young man had been dispatched by Bibi Dong to undergo training in the northernmost lands. Thwarting his plans, upon learning of Lin Yi's return, he promptly arranged for his presence. Having visited the offering hall once more, Lin Yi had grown accustomed to the atmosphere, remaining composed and unperturbed. After all, he was still a member of the Wuhun Temple, and despite Bibi Dong's discord with Dalu, she would not impose undue hardship upon a young boy. Lin Yi, congratulations on successfully exiting the City of Slaughter, spoke the second offering, Golden Crocodile Daw, extending his congratulations. Dalu remained with his eyes closed, motionless. I thank the second offering and the other esteemed offerings for your concern. Lin Yi replied with a bow. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, especially when addressing a child. The previously daunting remarks from the offerings were suddenly silenced. Only then did Dalu open his eyes, stating, Lin Yi, let me see your domain. His words were simple and direct, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Lin Yi understood that the elder wished to ascertain whether he had genuinely emerged from the City of Slaughter through his own merit, rather than through clandestine means. Do not worry. We, the elders, will protect you here. It will not affect others. Lin Yi promptly unleashed his Killing God domain. Enveloped in the dark crimson domain, Lin Yi perceived that the offerings before him appeared entirely unaffected, rendering his killing god domain akin to a counterfeit product. Not bad, not bad. Though it falls short of the angelic domain, Dalu remarked, his eyes gleaming with interest as Lin Yi's killing god domain was immediately suppressed by his angelic domain. Damn it, that old man is at rank 99, yet he dares to criticize my domain. Lin Yi inwardly cursed Dalu. Linny, do you recall what you said? Huh? Lin Yi fine ignorante. Dalu, unperturbed, recognized that Lin Yi was merely a child. Even if the boy spoke nonsensically, he could not truly confront him. Oh, that what it called the sunfire fruit? Lin Yi abruptly changed his tune, feeling around for something. He had been pondering this matter since his first return to the Wuhun temple. The sunfire fruit was something he had never heard of, almost as if it were fictional. However, the 10 heads of the sunfire serpent inner pills he had obtained in the city of Slaughter bore some resemblance to the name, leaving him unsure if there was a connection. He had forgotten about it after encountering certain events in the icy plains. After retrieving the golden pill, Lin Yi held it aloft, presenting it to the gathered offerings. Despite their advanced age, the elders were not blind and immediately sensed the unique energy fluctuations emanating from the golden pill. Little one, where did you acquire this? In the city of Slaughter. Lin Yi could only divulge part of the truth to these individuals. The sunfire fruit, as mentioned by Dalu, was a mere fabrication of his imagination. Yet he hadn't anticipated that the child would actually produce something. The myriad of attributes swirling around the pill was unprecedented, even in his extensive experience. Very well. You may return. Surprisingly, Lin Yi managed to navigate through the conversation with humor and even resolve the matter regarding the sunfire fruit. Notably, the elders did not seize the golden pill, which left Lin Yi utterly astonished. After Lin Yi departed, Golden Crocodile Douluo inquired of Dalu. What do you think of this child? Based on his potential, he is undoubtedly on par with Xiao Shui. Douluo expressed his admiration for Lin Yi. Dalu remained silent, yet his eyes sparkled with hope. Rinxue, having endured hardship as an undercover agent in the Tiando imperial family, awaited the opportunity to seize the throne and subsequently ascend to the angelic god position. He, as the guide for the angelic god, would inevitably need to make sacrifices. With this young boy by her side, if they were aligned with Rinxue, the Wuhun temple would ultimately reign over the angelic clan. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Yi indulged in a comfortable slumber. Upon awakening, the first task was to deliver the prepared goods to Lu Gao. It had been over 4 months, and he wondered how the development of Gongxin City was progressing. The armor crafted by Lu Gao, which he and Hu Lien adorned, had significantly aided them in withstanding enemy assaults. With the goods ready, Lin Yi promptly set off for Gongxin City. In just 4 short months, the transformation here was remarkable. The Blacksmith Association's original hammer emblem had evolved into a strikingly formidable shotgun. Astonishingly, this appeared to be a 12-barreled shotgun, indeed, quite extravagant. Entering the Blacksmith Association as a divine craftsman, no one dared to obstruct him, and even from 800 meters away, Lu Gao had already received word of Lin Yi's arrival. At this moment, the divine craftsman was in possession of a spring, working on the development of a more intelligent, fully automatic reloading firearm. Lin Yi, you're back. Yes, here, take a look at what I brought for you all. I prepared everything in one go. Upon inspecting the goods, Lu Gao was elated, dragging Ly towards his laboratory. Look at my newly developed weapon, the revolver. It can fire 20 rounds in one rotation per second, ha ha ha. Lu Gao proudly introduced his innovative weapon to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by the weapon. True to his title of divine craftsman, Lu Gao's research capabilities were indeed formidable, even producing the most rudimentary form of a Gatling gun. What do you intend to do with this? Are you preparing for war? Lin Yi inwarded, puzzled. Lu Gao laughed heartily. Let me tell you, Gongxin City's current strength is on par with some smaller principalities, all thanks to these formidable weapons. We don't even need to use them. Just possessing them has deterred anyone from provoking us. Of course, the most crucial factor remains the ammunition you provide. Since Lin Yi's emergence, the status of blacksmiths had undergone a complete transformation. Previously, even a divine craftsman like Lu Gao was merely viewed as a blacksmith in the eyes of Battle Soul masters. However, the situation had changed. 2 months ago, following a minor conflict instigated by bureaucrats from a small principality, the blacksmiths of Gongxin City successfully mounted a robust defense using these firearms, altering the course of events. Moreover, due to Lin Yi's irreplaceability, Chapter 133, the tumultuous situation, Lu Gao and Si Long had completely sealed off information. The world only knew that Gongxin City possessed special combat power, but remained oblivious to how these weapons were produced. Even if they managed to acquire firearms through special means, without ammunition, they would merely possess scrap metal. Nonetheless, Lin did not perceive this as a favorable circumstance. Should their strength become excessively formidable, they would inevitably attract the Empire's suppression. If a massive army were to invade, it would spell trouble. Lu Gao, you must restrain your weapon development. Otherwise, it could incite unrest. Having lived for so long, Lu Gao had grown accustomed to the disdain battle soul masters held for the blacksmith profession. Yet he had also come to understand the underlying stakes. A blacksmith was a good craftsman and a citizen of the Empire as long as they did not pose a threat to imperial security. However, once they wielded power that jeopardized the Empire's safety, they would be deemed traitors. Rest assured, the firearms outside are merely basic manual loading types. While they possess sufficient power, their firing rate is slow and cannot compare to my precious creation. As he spoke, Lu Gao wiped down his manufactured Gatling gun. These are classified secrets. Outsiders cannot access them, so you need not worry about our power affecting the stability of Douluo continent. Seeing that Lu Gao was already contemplating the situation, Lin felt reassured. At the very least, without his ammunition, they would find the firearms useless. Gazing at the Gatling gun before him, Lin shook his head. Lu Gao, noticing his gesture, brightened, realizing the young man had likely discovered an area for improvement. He immediately leaned in. Lin, do you think there's an issue with my machine gun? Ordinarily, Lu Gao should have identified problems himself when sufficient ammunition was available, but due to the lack thereof, he hesitated to conduct large-scale experiments. This led to the issue of reduced barrel lifespan after prolonged firing. After Lin pointed out this problem, Lu Gao appeared as if he had glimpsed divinity. Good lad, you pinpointed the problem at a glance. No wonder I kept experiencing barrel explosions during initial experiments, leading to a waste of ammunition. Subsequently, Lu Gao sat down, lost in thought. Lin wrote 2 characters on a piece of paper, placed it before him, and then exited the Blacksmith Association's doors. Lu Gao had already formed an idea, and upon seeing the words water cooling that Lin left behind, he became ecstatic, realizing the Blacksmith Association was on the right path. Henceforth, no one would dare to bully the citizens of Gongxin City. Exiting Gongxin City, Lin had pressing matters to attend to. It had been quite a while since he visited Jiubao Liuli's sect, and he needed to see Ning Rongrong as soon as possible. However, it seemed inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Lin remained unperturbed, knowing he possessed a plethora of treasures, any one of which would be invaluable. Upon entering Jiubao Liuli's sect, Ning Rongrong embraced him like an octopus. Lin, you finally returned. Did you encounter any dangers? Tears glistened in her eyes, shimmering like crystal antimony. Lin gently patted the head of the little witch. No worries, let us go meet Uncle Ning first. Time passed swiftly, and when Ning Fengji returned, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. After yawning throughout the afternoon, Lin finally came face to face with his potential future father-in-law. Uncle Ning, here's a gift for you. Lin produced 2 blueprints to present to Ning Fengji. Although well-versed and knowledgeable, Ning Fengji felt overwhelmed upon seeing the blueprints. They depicted Lu Gao's designs for the 8 treasures happy armor. Ning. There are 2 sets of armor in total. Do not underestimate them, as they can withstand attacks from level 60 soul masters. One set is for men, the other for women. The capability to withstand attacks from level 60 soul masters was indeed formidable, given that Ning Fengji himself was merely a rank 79 soul sage. The disciples of Jiubao Liuli's sect, primarily support soul masters, possessed almost no defensive capabilities. Previously, with the weapons Lin provided, they had slightly resolved their offensive issues. Now, this armor would address their defensive shortcomings, allowing Jiubao Liuli's sect to maintain a stable position atop Douluo continent. However, the materials needed for crafting the armor struck him like a blow to the head. Even though Jiubao Liuli's sect was immensely wealthy, some materials were simply priceless and unattainable. Deep Sea Chun In Mother and Han Xn Iron Jin led Ning Fengji to ultimately abandon the idea of crafting a suit of armor for each disciple of Jiubao Liuli's sect. Uncle, if you can find the materials for this armor, you may have someone produce it according to the blueprints. Of course, it's best to select a master blacksmith of Lu Gao's caliber or higher. Otherwise, any mistakes could waste all the materials. After hearing this, Ning Fengji carefully stored the blueprints. Regardless of how difficult the materials were to procure, he was determined to at least secure a set for his precious daughter. After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji, Lin Yi had scarcely settled when Chen Xian sought him out. This esteemed figure, who had taught Lin Yi the 7 kills sword technique, was akin to a mentor. The martial soul, being a manifestation of the human body, was a relatively safe and stable factor. However, firearms stored within a Qinquan bag were ultimately external forces, which carried inherent instability. Thus, Lin Yi found the 7 kills sword technique imparted by Chen Xian to be exceptionally beneficial. Following a round of pleasantries, Chen Xian observed Lin Yi's killing god domain. After comparing it with the 7 kills domain, Chen Xian couldn't help but exclaim that the younger generation was like the waves of the sea, with the new continually surpassing the old. The quality of the killing god domain surpassed that of the 7 kills domain. You rascal. Spend more time with Rong in the coming days. I may not have much to offer, but here is a gift for you. A delicate small sword was placed into Lin Yi's hand. It was a miniature sword necklace, which upon closer inspection was a model of the 7 kills sword. Jian Yi, what is this? It is the token of the Qi Sha man. Ever since my father lost to the angel Douluo in combat, the Qi Sha man has fallen into decline. My father bears no hatred towards him, only resentment towards his own shortcomings. As for me, my progress has also stagnated. I am uncertain when I will step into the pinnacle realm of level 99. It may be a lifelong endeavor without fruition. Taking a moment to collect himself, Chen Xian continued, revitalizing the Qi Shaman is now your responsibility. Keep this necklace safe. With a sigh of relief, Chen Xian felt unburdened. The child before him, in terms of talent, intellect, and character, far surpassed the ordinary. Despite such remarkable potential, he remained diligent, his strength progressing at an astonishing pace, indicating an unlimited future. Entrusting the Qi Shaman to him is not an affront to the legacy of our predecessors, for his martial soul is indeed the authentic Qi Sha sword. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating Chen Xian's words. Rest assured, Jian Yi, the Qi Shaman will not wither away. Although Lin Yi is a transmigrator, he had never contemplated establishing a sect, as he is affiliated with the Wuhan Temple and is a holy son. Founding a sect seemed inappropriate. Nevertheless, he pondered that the future is unpredictable, akin to the uncertainty of whether tomorrow might bring earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. With that thought, he felt at ease. As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a road. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will be straight. It is better to focus on how to defeat Tang San, that scoundrel. The most challenging aspect is the covert protection from Tang Hao. In a certain part of the continent, a plump man let out a cry of despair. Ma Hongjun lamented as he looked at his body, infested with toxic blue silver seeds. There was no doubt that he had lost again in his match against Tang San. Third brother. The control system has too great an advantage over the attack system. Tang San shook his head, while Ma Hongjun's martial soul is indeed the phoenix. The side effects are glaringly apparent. Although flames are highly effective against the blue silver grass, under Tang San's exquisite control, he still managed to outmaneuver the plump boy. No more. No more. Third brother. You should compete against Dai Lauda instead. Ma Hongjun plopped down onto the ground. This was a task arranged by the master. Whether in group battles or duels, they were required to compete against one another. Of course, duels excluded Oscar. According to Yu Xiaozhang's predictions, Tang San indeed had a firm grasp over everyone, while Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu ended in a tie, with the plump boy finishing last despite possessing a top-tier martial soul. Children, the Soul Master competition is about to enter the preliminary rounds. Based on your current strength, you are far from meeting the requirements. Yu Xiaozhang's words were undoubtedly a wake-up call. The four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, chimed in, Hey, little ones, if you don't secure the championship in the Soul Master competition, don't expect to graduate from the academy. Tang San looked at the miserly dean with resignation. The academy is so impoverished, lacking even a decent environment, yet the expectations are so high. Xiao Wu complained a few times. Tang San took her hand, signaling her to refrain from speaking further. Xiao Wu reluctantly fell silent. Children, let me first introduce the Soul Master competition to you. Yu Xiaozhang's expression turned serious. Listen carefully, study diligently, and contemplate my words. The number of participants in the Soul Master competition is limited to one representative from each Advanced Soul Master Academy within the territories of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. However, there are exceptions. The royal academies of the two empires each have 2 slots, and the main team from these academies will be directly guaranteed a place in the finals, along with the Wuhan Temple. This means that Lin, Yi, and his group do not need to progress through the preliminary rounds to participate in the final showdown. The Soul Master competition of Douluo continent has a long-standing history. Some may question the fairness of this guaranteed entry system. However, this is not the case. The 3 guaranteed teams possess formidable strength, and even if they were to compete directly from the preliminary rounds, they would still reach the finals. In a land where strength is esteemed, the Wuhun Temple and the 2 great empires undoubtedly enjoy certain privileges. Conversely, if these seed teams were to falter and fail to reach the finals, it would be a significant embarrassment for many. Moreover, regarding the single round-robin format of the preliminary rounds, failing to directly include the seed teams would considerably compress the number of qualifying spots from the Tiendo City bracket. It would be a great loss if elite academies were eliminated by their royal academies. Overall, the rules of the competition are quite fair. Furthermore, aside from the preliminary rounds, the advancement rounds and finals also have their unique characteristics. The advancement rounds adopt a single elimination format, but do not eliminate teams. The ostensible purpose of the advancement rounds is to establish order for the finals, but in essence, it serves to scout talent for the 2 great empires and the Wuhun Temple. This individual combat format reveals a person's overall quality most effectively. Only in the final round will an elimination system be employed. Compared to the previous 2 sections, the finals are even more brutal. At this stage, no mistakes can be afforded. Any error could spell the end of the competition journey. Hence, in the finals, tactical arrangements and decisions regarding whether to conceal one's true strength must be made with utmost caution. Although the competition consists of 3 distinct segments, there are some unified regulations. Firstly, the age of participants from each academy must be under 25. Secondly, deaths are prohibited during the competition. Yu Xiaojiang expounded extensively, leaving the children in a haze. With only Tang San grasping the essence of his words. Teacher, does this mean that before the true finals begin, we must continuously conceal our strength and reserve our trump cards? Yu Xiaojing nodded. Not only that, but you must also devise your own strategies for the competitors. I will not provide any ready-made plans. Of course, if you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance and guidance. Yu Xiaojiang's message was clear. The competition relies entirely on your own efforts. Do not expect me to provide you with ideas. This is undoubtedly more challenging than winning a single match. It involves various schemes and intellectual contests, where even minor environmental changes, such as a sudden rain, could yield unpredictable consequences. At such times, teammates would need to adapt their strategies accordingly. Children, you're still far from the mark. The preliminary rounds may seem simple, but if you aspire to seize the championship, you must exert yourselves. The golden generation of the Wuhun Temple is precisely within the legal age range for participation, and their soul power likely exceeds level 50. Yu Xiaojiang's words doused the group with cold water once more. Level 50 or more, what does that imply? Dai Mu Bai is only in his 40s. What a significant gap, requiring how many hidden cards to bridge. The group found themselves questioning their own capabilities. After Yu Xiaojiang departed, the Shrek 5 monsters immediately engaged in discussion. Xiaojiang, are you being a bit too harsh? Flinder adjusted his small eyes, revealing a cunning glint. Spare me the faux compassion. If you had said it, it would have been far worse. Yu Xiaojiang sat down, his mind replaying the words spoken by Bibi Dong when he first encountered her. The goal of the Wuhun Temple Academy is to reach for the stars and the sea. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. Flinder, I must say, you are miserly. Whereas all the money you've saved over the years gone, the Academy's environment is too backward. It's time to provide the children with a better learning and training environment. This statement struck directly at Flinder's sore spot. Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much it costs to run a high-level Soul Master Academy? Everything requires funding, food, accommodation, and a myriad of other expenses. Zhao Wuji stormed out of the dean's office, clutching his head in frustration, exclaiming, "What a miser! Zhao Wuji, your salary for this month has been halved." "No, please, boss." Yu Xiaojiang shook his head helplessly, saying, "Let me handle this." If not for dire necessity, Yu Xiaojiang truly wished to refrain from resorting to such extreme measures, yet there was no alternative. The environment of the academy was woefully inadequate to facilitate the growth of the young talents. On the day he returned to the sect, he encountered the second woman in his life who left an indelible impression on him, yet also stirred a great deal of inner conflict, Huolong Lu Erlong. She had also returned home to visit Yu Tianheng, and, unexpectedly, they crossed paths. Chapter 135. The merger. Upon their meeting, Yu Xiaojiang, tormented by inner strife, chose to immediately distance himself from his home. In his flustered state, as he exited the city gates, he noticed a crowd gathered near the entrance. The towering gates stood at 10 meters high and wide enough for 6 riders to pass side by side, with 2 smaller gates adjacent, each 5 meters tall and wide, allowing pedestrians to enter only through the side entrances, as the main gate remained shut. Beside the city gate was a bulletin board displaying a large notice, which drew a considerable crowd. Yu Xiaojiang read the announcement. Now hiring. Lanba Advanced Soul Master Academy is currently seeking the following personnel due to expansion: 10 Soul Masters of level 40 and above. Preference will be given to those with higher soul power. Exceptional treatment will be provided upon employment. This was his last resort. The teachers from Shrek Academy would join Lanba Academy, thereby alleviating the students' poor training conditions. With the soul power of Flinder and the others far exceeding the employment requirements, he was not concerned about the selection process. Although many gathered around the announcement, not many genuinely sought employment there. When Yu Xiaojiang shared this news with Flinder and Zhao Wuji, they fell into a solemn silence. Should the students of Shrek Academy join Lanba Academy, it would signify the dissolution of Shrek Academy. Yet, persisting in their current situation would offer no benefit to the children's development. Ultimately, after a vote among the teaching staff, they had no choice but to accept this decision. In Tiando City, anyone with exceptional strength would surely be astonished by the array of teachers present. The powers ranging from Soul Sage to Soul King were not typically found in ordinary academies, where many teachers barely reached level 40. Wow, this academy is incredibly wealthy. Their advertisements reach the city gates. They must be rolling in riches, Flinder mused, caressing the advertisement paper with wide eyes, eager to join Lanba Academy immediately. Flinder, look at them. Then look at you, pinching pennies while your academy sign is handwritten. Zhao Wuji teased Flinder. Flinder, unperturbed, replied, "What do you know? I'm saving for myself. Isn't it for the little ones?" "Shoo, enough of this," Yu Xiaojing interjected, signaling them to quiet down as they prepared to visit the affluent Lanba Academy. Flinder grew serious and asked, "What is the scale of this Lanba Academy? Have you inquired?" Yu Xiaojing nodded. "I previously consulted Qiming about it. This academy is no ordinary institution. In the last Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, during the preliminaries in Tiando City, this academy eliminated one of the seed teams from the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy, indicating its considerable strength. The qualifications of its teachers should also be commendable. However, the current batch of students is graduating, so opportunities may be limited." Zhao Wuji, uninterested in the details, bluntly asked, "Master, how grand is this academy?" The advertisements reached the city gates. "It can't be as shabby as Flinder's, right?" "Certainly not," Yu Xiaojing assured. "I inquired about it. Lanba Academy is approximately 1/3 the size of the Tiando Royal Academy. It is sufficiently large compared to the Royal Academy, though it lacks royal backing." Yu Xiaojing's remarks only served to please Flinder further. Moreover, this academy maintained a rigorous academic standard and exclusively accepted commoner students, rejecting all nobles. Flinder's eyes sparkled with interest. "How intriguing. I appreciate the style of this academy's principal. Commoners will cherish the opportunity to learn, indeed." Then, Flinder patted Yu Xiaojiang on the shoulder, saying, "Xiaogang, who says Lanba Academy lacks the qualification to participate in the Soul Master competition? Now it does, mark my words." Yu Xiaojiang shook his head in resignation, recalling how Flinder nearly raised both hands in support during the vote. Flinder sighed. "I was reluctant to abandon the school I founded. It was unavoidable. I have given this much thought while on the road. Our Shrek Academy does not possess the true qualifications of a high-level Soul Master Academy, and even participating in competitions is problematic." Observing the teachers under me, Flinder continued, "There are far too many issues to address at the academy. I'm growing old. My dear brothers, you have followed me for so long. I cannot let you suffer any longer. Since Lanba Academy appears promising, let us check it out, not only for the little ones, but also for ourselves. What do you all think?" Zhao Wuji chuckled and replied, "You are the boss. It's your decision. Why even ask us?" Following the address posted on the bulletin board, they inquired along the way and navigated through the streets until they reached their destination. Tiando City was exceptionally prosperous, with all streets paved in blue bricks, each as wide as the main thoroughfares of Soto City. The scale of the entire city could only be described as magnificent. The entrance of Lanba Academy appeared almost as grand as the city gates, albeit less robust. Yet the entrance itself, indeed, stood 10 meters tall. The entrance, crafted from white marble, though not ostentatious, exuded an impressive aura, with 8 gilded characters inscribed above, stating Lanba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lanba Academy, the recruitment registration room was empty, and the sudden influx of applicants left the attending teacher somewhat astonished. Are you all here to apply for teaching positions? The welcoming teacher, a middle-aged soul master appearing to be in his 40s, asked. Yes, Flender directly stated their purpose. The receiving teacher replied, in that case, you will first need to undergo our assessment. Only after that can we determine your suitability as instructors. All right, no problem, Flender responded. The receiving teacher had been waiting for several days, as the number of applicants had been sparse. After all, teaching at a Soul Master Academy could not compare to the benefits of serving prominent families, which represented the best path for high-level Soul Masters. Given that at least 7 prospective teachers had come to apply all at once, he couldn't help but take it seriously, promptly saying, I will take you to the assessment. Entering Lanba Academy, one could sense a significant distinction from the Tiando Royal Academy, while it lacked the picturesque mountain scenery of the Royal Academy. Everything here conveyed an atmosphere of grandeur. The spacious pathways led directly to the interior, flanked by dense groves. At the end of the path lay a large training field, over 200 meters in diameter, surrounded by 3-story buildings. The receiving teacher introduced the various buildings to everyone, which included simulated training environments, student dormitories, and lecture halls, facilities that Shrek Academy could not hope to provide. Lanba Academy was established in the heart of a forest. The remaining area surrounding the teaching buildings was entirely forested. It was said to be the largest botanical area within Tiando City. To have such a forest within the capital indicated that the Academy's background was certainly not lacking. P.S. The author is a programmer, often working overtime, hence the delay of a couple of days for updates. Chapter 136. The merger of Lanba and Shrek. Who among you will take the test first? The testing teacher inquired as they were led to the designated assessment location. Lao Zhao, you may go first, Flandra gently urged Zhao Wujia with a nudge on his shoulder. Shouldn't the dean take the lead in such matters? Why are you still feeling shy? Zhao Wujia, with a boisterous demeanor, stepped forward and declared, I shall go first. At that moment, the testing soul master spoke. Please release your martial spirit. If you exceed level 40, you will spar with one of us for 10 minutes to qualify. Very well. The Great Strength Diamond Bear instantly manifested his martial spirit, revealing a formidable 76th level Great Strength Diamond Bear Battle Soul, Zhao Wujia, an assault type. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, Zhao Wujia's already muscular physique surged even further, 7 soul rings appearing behind him, leaving the teachers from Lanba Academy in utter astonishment. Great Strength Diamond Bear, Zhao Wujia, the testing soul master suddenly exclaimed, Are you the immovable king? Zhao Wujia chuckled, nodding and waving his hand nonchalantly. Merely a title from the martial world. Upon confirming the 7 soul rings behind Zhao Wujia, the testing teacher quickly gestured dismissively, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Teacher Zhao, you need not undergo the practical assessment. The Academy has regulations that exempt soul masters above level 60 from additional tests. Long time no see, teacher. You arrive, and immediately we have a soul sage among us, the recruiters remarked, clearly elated. The testing teacher then surveyed the remaining candidates, signaling for them to continue. At that moment, Li Yusong, a 33rd level Dragon Pattern Staff Soul Emperor of the Assault type, stepped forward, followed by Lu Qibin, a 66th level Star Chest Staff Soul Emperor of the Control type, and Xiao Xian, a 71st level Jelly Bean Staff Soul Sage of the Food type. Finally, Flandra, a 78th level Cat Eagle Soul Sage of the Agility type, rounded out the impressive assembly. Such a grand display of talent raised questions about how many prestigious Soul Master Academies could afford to attract such high-level practitioners. The 3 teachers responsible for the assessment were utterly dumbfounded. After a moment, the leading teacher regained his composure and stepped forward, introducing himself. Esteemed seniors, I am Yin Shu, a 54th level Assault type Battle Soul Master. A 54th level prowess already distinguished him among the faculty of the Academy, yet in the presence of these seniors, he felt like a mere novice. I cannot assess your levels, but how about this? I shall take you to meet our dean, who will determine your ranks and benefits. Very well, lead the way. The assessment? What further assessment is needed? The situation had shifted. It was no longer the Academy selecting teachers, but the teachers choosing the Academy. He must find a way to retain these esteemed seniors. With such powerful individuals, the Academy's future development would surely flourish. Understanding this, He promptly exhibited Lamba Academy's sincerity to the formidable soul masters before him. Following Inshu, they exited the spire building and took a small path toward the rear of the academy. Soon, they entered the forest surrounding the main campus area. "Is your dean not inside the academy?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired. Inshu replied, "The dean prefers solitude and typically resides in the forest. Daily affairs of the academy are managed by the teachers. Only significant matters require her input." When mentioning the dean, a genuine respect shone in Inshu's eyes, emanating from the depths of his heart. "The dean, many esteemed seniors have come today. Their powers are beyond my ability to gauge. I can only ask for your judgment." "Very well. Let the guests wait while I prepare tea." A feminine voice resonated from within. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow. Moments later, when Lu Erlong emerged from the building, everything was understood without words. Lamba Academy successfully merged with Shrek and was officially renamed Shrek Academy, thereby gaining the qualification to participate in the Soul Master Grand Competition across the continent. The name change was a significant matter, requiring notification to the Empire and the Martial Soul Hall before it could be formally recognized. Lin Yi was well aware of Tang San and his companions relocating to the city of Tiando and residing at Lamba Academy. "How interesting. I must lend a helping hand to my Unit 358, he mused. He would not allow Tang San to have it easy. He now possessed the strength to completely dominate Tang San. As long as those old nuisances were absent, he could easily defeat Tang San and swagger out through the main entrance. During this time, Lin Yi had not remained idle, having acquired numerous valuable items from the simulator. Although the divine herbs he procured were not on par with those found in the ice and fire yin yang eye, they were certainly beneficial for enhancing cultivation. After presenting the divine herb to Ning Fengji and Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Yi departed from the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School, heading towards Tiando City. The divine herb for Ning Fengji was a 10-year-old Chiluok tulip, and while he could not guarantee it would enable Ning Fengji to break through to level 79, he left the possibility open. However, Ning Fengji himself was quite indifferent about it, feeling that a breakthrough would be great, but if not, it was not a concern. After all, his daughter had already become the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower, and as long as the school did not decline under his stewardship, that was sufficient. Zhu Zhuqing was more fortunate. Lin Yi had provided her with various divine herbs suitable for her, all of which were over 10 years old, offering a slight boost to her spirit power cultivation. It must be noted that Lin Yi's growth was extraordinarily rapid. He had reached a height of 1.80 meters, his appearance leaning towards maturity, and his stubble was meticulously groomed, making it hard to believe he was merely a 14-year-old boy. Upon entering Tiando City, he went unrecognized. "Hey, young man, come check out our goods," a shop assistant exclaimed, seizing Lin Yi's hand to promote their wares. Initially, Lin Yi, seeking to pass the time on a rainy day, allowed the assistant to pitch their products. "Young man, take a look at this. A newly developed soul guide from the Tiangong Tower, incredibly powerful. This one is priced at..." The assistant held up 5 fingers. Lin Yi chuckled at his expression. 5 golden soul coins? "Hey, young man, are you joking? A soul guide costs 500. Lin Yi shrugged off his clothes and pants. "Do I look like someone who possesses 500 golden soul coins?" The assistant scrutinized Lin Yi once more and realized he had a point. "If 500 is out of your budget, then consider this." The assistant led Lin Yi to a different display. "What is this?" Lin Yi inquired as the assistant revealed a square jade disc. "This is the latest soul guide from Tiangong Tower, a soul power storage jade disc, priced at 300 golden soul coins." With Lin Yi's keen eye, he could discern that the previous soul guides were deceptive. These vendors were notorious for their 3-year hiatus, only to profit substantially once they resumed business, leaving many customers stranded without recourse. At that moment, Lin Yi's gaze caught a glimpse of a box in the center of the counter, encased in glass, with a gem radiating red light within. Noticing Lin Yi's interest, the assistant quickly added, "Young man, if you can't afford 500, don't even think about this one. It's our store's treasure." 5,000? Lin Yi retorted incredulously. "That's absurd. It should be 500,000. Instantly, Lin Yi regarded the assistant with a look of disbelief. The shop's decor, while not opulent, possessed a certain elegance. Yet he found himself encountering these charlatans. The assistant, sensing Lin Yi's skepticism, insisted, "You shouldn't doubt it. This piece is a royal relic. How could the price be ordinary?" With a wave of his hand, the assistant continued, "Come on, take a look at these. Surely you can afford something around 100 golden soul coins." Anyone living in Tiando City or visiting for business was typically of noble descent or a sect disciple, all possessing ample wealth. He had seen many individuals pretending to be impoverished, only to pull out wads of cash when it came time to spend. I won't look at anything else. I want to see your store's treasure. Young man, I was hoping you'd help us out. This service is a bit awkward now. Fine, go ahead and look. It is uncertain whether a good mood after browsing might lead to a purchase, which would also yield some commission for oneself. Very well, let us proceed. The waiter led Lin E to the glass display, yet the boxes within obscured a part of the items. Hey, I say, why are you hiding things away? Are you playing coy? Lin E remarked, eyeing the partially revealed item as he conversed with the waiter. Indeed, what a clever play on words. A bald, middle-aged man entered the hall. Lin E glanced at him before continuing his discussion with the waiter. However, the waiter remained evasive. That is just how it is. It is our store's policy. Hey, I'm determined to see it. After I do, I might just buy it. Lin E insisted. Who will believe that? Xiao Lu, open it up and let this young man take a look. Just that phrase about being coy is enough to convince me. Once the boss had spoken, the waiter reluctantly opened the glass case. Lin E then recognized that the bald man was indeed the store owner. Young man, your temperament reminds me of my youth. He remarked, this is my store's treasure, but regrettably, no one has recognized its value except for me. Please forgive my pride. At that moment, Lin E beheld the object in its entirety, an ancient jade pendant. Although the red tassel was evidently a new addition, the jade's quality and craftsmanship were exquisite. Alas, in a world of Dalu, no matter how remarkable, it was merely a decorative piece. Lin E shook his head in resignation. The store owner, initially hopeful that Lin E could discern its worth, soon realized it was a futile endeavor. Young man, do you perceive anything? The owner's demeanor suggested that something was amiss. Could the jade pendant possess a deeper significance than it appeared? Upon closer inspection, Lin E finally noticed a faint aura of soul power coursing through the pendant. It was nearly undetectable while it rested in the case, but Lin Yi's keen observation revealed the truth. Is it a soul guide? Lin E inquired tentatively. The store owner's eyes gleamed with excitement. Finally, someone with discernment had arrived. Come, please step inside. This was the first time the owner had invited someone into the inner hall, leaving the waiter astonished. Upon entering, Lin E observed an array of jade stones, many of which were mass-produced items displayed at the front counter. Young man, do not focus on those. Examine this jade pendant instead. How did you discern that it is a soul guide? Well, your store specializes in soul guides. It would be nonsensical for a treasured item not to be one. The owner was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected insight. In the past, competitors had belittled him, labeling his treasure as worthless, and he had almost grown accustomed to it. To be honest, this has been passed down through my family, a reward bestowed upon my ancestors while serving in the empire. Unfortunately, it has deteriorated, and our current techniques cannot restore it. Soul guides had already dwindled in Dalu, with genuine ones fetching astronomical prices. The trinkets selling for several hundred or thousand gold soul coins were merely fakes. It was no wonder that he had become the subject of ridicule for possessing a so-called treasured item that could not be repaired. What function did this jade pendant possess? Surely, a royal gift could not be a mere trinket. It allowed the wearer to ignore any attack 3 times. Regrettably, those 3 uses have already been exhausted, and it cannot be repaired, the owner lamented. Lin E, however, was not one to be swayed by the owner's words alone. He continued to observe the pendant and the owner's reactions. His mental probing revealed no emotional fluctuations in the owner's speech, leaving Lin E uncertain whether this was a ruse or genuine. Owner, if it is broken, calling for me is futile. I cannot purchase something that is beyond repair. Lin E replied, revealing a look of helplessness. Perhaps it is fate that has brought us together today. Why not take it? You seem quite interested. The owner suggested with a wry smile. Lin E inwardly chuckled, realizing he had been anticipated. Truly, one cannot be too cautious in commerce. However, he maintained a stoic expression. Owner, I am merely an ordinary soul master, relying on supplies from the Wuhun temple. I cannot afford your treasured item. My earlier remarks were mere banter. Excuse me. I shall take my leave. He rose and departed with fluid grace. Upon reaching the entrance, the owner rushed out to block Lin Yi's path. Young man, allow me to offer you a discount. Keeping it here will do no good. It is better to let someone knowledgeable take it. 5,000 gold soul coins. A firm price. 5,000? You might as well sell me into slavery. Lin Yi retorted, taking a few steps away. 3,000, a firm price. I simply wish for my family's heirloom to find a worthy home. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi produced a card, not the gold card given by Ning Fengxi, but his own, which had accumulated sufficient funds for this purchase. After a flawless transaction, Lin Yi left with the jade pendant. Oh, what a relief. After 3 years of stagnation, I can finally feast. The store owner chuckled, striding back into the shop. Bravo, owner. In no time, you sold it off. 3,000 gold soul coins. What a commission that will yield. The owner rubbed his bald head. Take heed, and do not spend all day napping. Upon returning to the shop, the owner entered the inner hall and retrieved an identical jade pendant from his pocket, handing it to the waiter. Go, place this in the display case, and be sure to label it as a coyly hidden treasure. What a delightful day. Lin Yi smiled knowingly at the pendant in his hand. Upon entering the inner hall, he had scanned the surroundings with his mental energy and discovered many identical jade pendants. The owner's words bore a semblance of truth. The item was genuine. But his deceptive methods could not elude Lin Yi's scrutiny. Owner, wait a moment. The base does not match. Huh? What's happening? The bald owner, upon examining the jade pendant closely, was left dumbfounded, his mind swirling in confusion. Where's my ancestral jade pendant? The owner nearly collapsed in shock. The waiter, witnessing the owner's ghastly expression, stood frozen in fear, unable to utter a word. In the tumultuous realm of Tiando City, few could boast a prominent lineage. Without family connections, how could a non-soul master like him navigate the treacherous waters beneath the emperor's feet? The owner clenched his jaw, his face twisted in fury as he grappled with uncertainty. Was Yin Jiefeng a friend or foe? Or perhaps Yin Jiefeng merely sought to protect his own. Invited to a banquet with the leaders, Su Damao once again demonstrated his talent for pleasing those in power by pouring drink after drink into himself as a show of loyalty. And Abu was pleased that he had not misjudged this ambitious man, who was neither a loyal dog of the communing family nor a paragon of the empire. This man had never intended to take a subordinate role. Ning Jiqian's face was streaked with tears as she bit her lip, refusing to acknowledge him, while Lu Yenshin, unfazed, wore a faint smile. If I were to enter my demonic form, I could engage in combat with Hizai or Vic, but I lack any confidence in achieving victory. Perhaps if I were to catch them off guard and wield the demon sword, I might inflict significant harm. The flow of water even held its own particular intimacy. Tu Jiqiang's fate was grim, having been used as a pawn and losing his life. The student, incensed by his words, attempted once more to cast a spell, his weapon still embedded in the body of the echo. However, in the end, he still managed to slap his own face with his strength. Now, he wishes to let Qin Fei experience this sensation, to challenge Zhang Chaoyang and temper his arrogance. Amir roared, fatigue and taut nerves rendering him almost inhuman, irritable and frenzied. Utilizing full-spectrum jamming technology, Su Chan forcefully tapped on the star map, subsequently explaining that even if she desired to find a multitude of handsome youths, he would assist her by incapacitating them and carrying them away. Surrounding Lu Feiyang, a colossal beam of light manifested, intertwining with the anguished cries of fiery dragons. Zhong Tianyu, inherently composed and meticulous in thought, contemplated the possibility of balancing the troublesome duo of Yu Wushuang and Ouyang Shao. She squinted slightly, her vision hazy, discernible only by the silhouette gradually approaching her. The accompanying malevolence instilled a sense of threat more profound than the loss of life itself. Wei Yin initially intended to probe the two humanoid puppets within the Grand Formation, but perhaps due to the obstruction of the formation, he found himself unable to manipulate them. Whether it was Chao Yu or Lan Si Te, they invariably maximized their output of primordial energy during combat. Suge's objective was to engage them personally, allowing them to effortlessly grasp the nuances of primordial energy output. Yet, before heading to Gangsheng, she resolved to satiate her hunger, feeling an intense pang in her stomach, possibly due to excessive blood loss. But in any case, she was simply famished. At this moment, Wang Biao launched another attack, his killing wolf sword striking fiercely against the arrow. This time, the brilliance upon the arrow flickered before shattering, transforming into pure destiny energy. Zhao Hongda was taken aback, not expecting Liang Dong to provide such comprehensive service, even managing to assist in enhancing cultivation. Sishi contemplated Changyi. For Chun Yi was a symbol master of both water and fire, and should these two attributes combine, an unprecedented element might emerge in Valoran. However, the likelihood was slim, and the difficulty immense. Even Chun Yi might find it insurmountable. Chapter 139. The body is cold, yet the fat man continues to work at such close range. The power of a handgun is formidable. Even a first-level deity, caught unprepared, would meet their demise. Moreover, Lin Yi aimed for a decisive strike, leaving no opportunity for Tang San, thus targeting the forehead rather than the heart. Heaven knows whether Tang San's heart might have shifted to the right. At the very least, the brain would remain unchanged. Brother, you know me. I dislike interference during a brawl. The smoke of battle confirmed our suspicions. We circled around without discovering any changes on the screen's vibrant lines. Furthermore, the costs incurred in producing each Overlord mecha, along with the investments before and after, amounted to a staggering sum. No need for beating around the bush. I will not acquiesce. Before Lelouch could articulate his thoughts, Reynaud had already declined. Yang Yi's gaze brimmed with disdain. He was now able to contend with beings of the 7th tier of creation and possessed powerful artifacts such as the Glorious Kingdom. Even if these individuals were the creme de la creme of the 6th tier, it would not deter Yang Yi from capturing them all. Subsequently, Sita Minkong, not lingering to admire the scene, accompanied Lin Yuru into the hall under the guidance of a maid. As soon as the words left his mouth, a man in black raised his hand towards Wang Hongyu's nape. The coarse, heavy palm struck Wang Hongyu forcefully, causing him to lose consciousness. The man in black hoisted Wang Hongyu and swiftly exited. Upon reaching level 75, the attributes of the Holy Spirit and Sumi artifacts were further enhanced, meaning that the 36 primordial artifacts would automatically increase in attributes with every 5 levels gained by the player, though the upper limit remained uncertain. In less than 5 minutes, Chun Yifan arrived at the cave entrance. The vast opening rendered it less dark, and without hesitation, he plunged inside. Upon witnessing this, we exchanged glances, silent yet aware. I was unsure how many more peculiar creatures lurked in this eerie place. I raised my gaze towards the desolate arrow tower ahead, shuddering. All of this was the result of Yang Yi's avatar left within the Fan family, which continuously sought out unclaimed worlds, inscribing them with a mark of eternal true spirit, thereby allowing Yang Yi to gain control over tens of thousands of worlds. Lin Shirshir exhaled softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her gaze subtly concealing an unusual glimmer. Given her temperament, it was likely that after gaining the Demon Emperor's trust, she would choose to perish alongside him. However, the fact that it was merely an avatar perplexed him. The surface of the water was saturated with his lightning attribute chakra, and Li Yun's presence would be easily sensed. Yet, he had also explored underwater and only encountered one Li Yun at that time. If you can sense the aura of the military order, allow me to proceed first. Before Mo Chong could finish his sentence, he vanished. Take, for instance, the last time in the old residence. When Xu Feng prepared to investigate the wolf demon spirit in the ancient well, Zhou Yi and Zhang Mengzi both pledged their loyalty, yet this individual remained unmoved. Even retreating further back, Shui Yang remarked, the current competition is exceedingly intense, testing the will and character of both athletes. Scenes flashed through Han Yun's mind. Amidst the void, a graceful figure appeared in his thoughts. Mo Chong also discovered that no matter how he rolled, he remained stationary. If those points of light were stars, he was stuck on a stellar track. The celestial bodies in space operated in a rhythmic manner. Even in rotation, it was still in orbit. I glanced around and nodded, opening the deceased's desk drawers for inspection, yet found nothing of note. When the other groups returned, most appeared disheveled, and upon hearing of Mo Li's ease, they all expressed envy. Chapter 140. All-out assault you all, secure the scene, and prevent anyone from entering. The proprietor of the brothel skillfully arranged personnel to safeguard the crime scene. Such occurrences were not infrequent. He had orchestrated them all with utmost precision. Not to mention dignitaries. Even royal relatives would be obliged to give him face today. In a word, I have influential backing. Ma Hongjun dashed forward, daring not to linger. By the time he returned to the academy, night had fallen. Perhaps he fled in haste, accompanied only by Wendy and a few ineffectual bodyguards. Tang Wana mourned for the unfortunate manager one for 3 seconds, though her feet did not cease their flight. Escaping was no trivial matter. I intend to place the rescued senior sister spirits within. It has been inconvenient carrying them around, Su Li reminded. Kill. Eliminate those unsightly beings. Kai Zhao wiped the blood from his face, roaring vehemently. Serving in Yifang Tower was not a recent affair. Chunyang's usual words and actions were well known to them. Thus, when they observed the wound on Chunyang's face, they understood its significance. My lord, although Zhuge Yu lacks talent, he would not betray his own father-in-law. Zhuge Yu said with a wry smile. A slope with an angle of 145 degrees could not be leaped down without pause. Especially after Tang Dinghua had once earnestly advised him, opportunities are for those who are prepared. He is clearly a person whose face flushes at the slightest provocation. Yet he stubbornly feigns an expression of ethereal detachment. Were she not acquainted with him, his words might have deceived her. Throughout their long acquaintance, has he ever treated her kindly? The sound of blades clashing, the sharp resonance of metal against metal, echoed painfully as the combatants struggled against the demise of the members of the Mi Jianxian Zone, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. I desire your inner Dan. Should you choose to relinquish it and begin anew, I shall escort you to a place of safety, ensuring your passage through the next tribulation. If you refuse, I must wait until your last breath to claim your inner Dan, Lin Zixin declared, 2 miles north of Sushan, amidst 2,000-strong cavalry units. A contingent of approximately 200 horsemen stood resolutely in the snow, led by a stout figure, an uncommon sight in this era of Liaodong. None other than the well-fed Huang Taiji, accompanied by several banner lords of the later Jin. Nevertheless, someone secretly recorded a video and uploaded it online. Although these clips merely capture the tip of the iceberg, they vividly portray the madness and brutality of the current epidemic zone. However, listening to the elders' tone, no one had the heart to plead for mercy. As entreaties had become futile, the accuracy of the short firearms was inferior to that of long spears, resulting in only 2 individuals being struck while the others continued to charge forward. Li Tao cursed his misfortune, realizing he had encountered the elite troops of Dongjiang. In the distance, the sound of signal arrows echoed, relaying messages to the other rebel forces. The media has ceased to mention the incident of the pre-deployed forces being plundered by pirates, as if it had never occurred. Everything occurring in the new universe is within Qin Yu's perception. As soon as Jianglan emerges, Qin Yu is naturally informed. A divine artifact, one imbued with spatial properties, capable of granting entry. Qin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Iron Soldier knelt once more, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Wang Fan. Realizing that the anxieties that had plagued him were resolved by the latter unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yi refrained from taking the obviously inflated statements seriously, merely smiling as he raised his teacup once more. Chapter 141, Investigating the Case. Upon entering the room, Flanders remarked, "Do not be deceived by the departure of the knights. They have left a contingent behind, indicating the establishment is not to be underestimated." Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang emerged from his sorrowful reverie. "Let us return home with the third party." The group was unaware of Yu Xiaojiang's intentions, and they had yet to confront the shopkeeper for an explanation. "Teacher, are we leaving just like this?" Ma Hongjun looked utterly bewildered. He could hardly believe that the master would, if given the chance. She indeed wished to witness it personally and lend her assistance. Her junior sister had never been in a romantic relationship, despite her fierce exterior. She possessed a remarkably innocent heart. As for healing, I am merely a magical auxiliary branch. The healer must have just finished their meal and happened to overhear. Rabbit weakly replied from behind the forge. It seems this blood demon tree has been stimulated by blood. Nangong Jints, still shaken, patted her chest and suddenly spoke. Upon entering the fortress, Hanwei exhaled a long sigh of relief. The days spent outside had been fraught with tension, despair, and uncertainty. Suddenly entering the fortress made those days feel distant, leaving him somewhat disoriented, as the abrupt relaxation almost caused him to fall from his horse. Qin Yi had only 1 year. Previously, Wei Jing had spent several months unraveling his seal and refining his primordial spirit. Now, it was already March in the solar calendar, the end of January in the lunar calendar, and with the meeting at Tianshan on the 9th day of the 9th month approaching, he had merely 8 months remaining. In his previous readings, every time Tang Seng was captured, he felt anxious about son Wukong arriving too late to save him from being devoured, and each instance of him being taken by monsters filled him with tension. He is merely a child relying on the sacrifice of beauty to prevail. To think he would dare to play tricks with me. He is simply courting death. Luo Piaoxiang turned her gaze to the rainbow arch at the village government entrance, unable to suppress a cold laugh. Before the illustrious Heavenly God Guild, renowned masters were vanquished with a single punch, leaving everyone, including Taylor, utterly dumbfounded. Before her hand could touch the stone door, she felt a powerful force preventing her approach. While within the city, the two had realized they were being followed. Unable to act within the city, they had let it be, but now, in the wilderness, it was time to stretch their limbs. These ruffians, ever alert to the winds, dare to come to my doorstep to intimidate me, Jiang Pampan declared angrily. Fang Qinggu glanced from afar. the heavy pendant and delicate red string instilling a sense of dread that the pendant might choke the clown to death. The Vortex clan, being closely related to the Thousand Hands, had no reason to falter. As for the others, do not question, merely observe the mutations. With full force, the bone staff spun and attacked, yet was easily absorbed and rebounded by the barrier, ultimately floating back into the hands of the old man Zheng. Su Fengqing was not as easily vanquished as one might imagine. Tianju's face was shadowed with impatience as he spoke. Director Feng, having seen much of the world, discreetly stepped back, taking a photograph while concealing it from others. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling powerless. Regarding the impending crisis, their thoughts were largely similar. And since the four had already articulated their views, there was little left to add, especially the opinions of the top two scholars, which encompassed what everyone could conceive. A nearby man with the surname Han scoffed, only to be silenced by a glare from the lead elder, quickly lowering his head. Within the carriage, Laming noticed through the window a cart ensnared in the mire, and, with a heart full of compassion, inquired. The 200-pound Chen Duxiu, having been extricated from the banana swamp, lay flat on his back, gasping for breath, his previously rotund form now utterly lethargic, unwilling to lift even a finger. Appearing as a coward who had narrowly escaped calamity, it was certainly not this coward who would take action. Chapter 142. Seeking assistance from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. The young man before him, the second elder Yulumien, did not even deign to look at him, considering it a waste to glance his way. As the offspring of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan's leader, he was regarded as the most inept among his kin. In the past, even when someone's martial soul underwent mutation, it typically manifested positively. After all, the genetics of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus dictated a top-tier martial soul. A prime example was Lu Erlong, whose Fire Dragon martial soul remained exceptionally formidable, whereas Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul resembled that of a dog. Wang Zhongxian resided here, as the world's wealthiest individual. He spent most of his time occupied, yet he still carved out moments of leisure, even if it meant squeezing them from his schedule. When handling seafood and chopping vegetables, he displayed remarkable focus and dexterity, proceeding with an admirable sense of order. Ning Jin opened the lunchbox, and a rich aroma of braised pork ribs wafted forth, enticing even the most reticent of appetites. Xiao Zixiao recognized her deceit, but chose not to expose it, lowering his hand and tightly embracing her as they approached the boy. So she is this formidable. No wonder she inquired about my education and work experience, Yin thought, reflecting on Chun Anchi's questioning without further contemplation. After being sealed, Su Xian surveyed her surroundings. Thankfully, the internet cafe was not busy that day, with only a handful of patrons present. Perhaps she could live stream playing restricted games, though her sense of shame might reach its breaking point. Dean appeared burdened with worries, oblivious to the three who had already approached him. After a while, Lin Yi was the first to shatter the silence. Meanwhile, diverting the gaze that was fixed upon Su Jie, the profound eyes turned towards the vast starry sea, and slowly opened to speak. One sentence drew the attention of the crowd. As if Yuhua could hardly believe that anyone besides Su Jie would dare to publicly contradict her, her eyes wide in astonishment as she looked towards Yang Songjun. This was the first time he encountered such a person. He could hardly recall what Lu Miao's character was like. Fortunately, during this period, they were not required to remain on the island at all times and could spare some time to investigate the various estates in Shanghai. While others were curious about what punishment awaited the one who had broken down the door, the current situation with President Geng having fainted meant they would likely have to wait until tomorrow for answers, given the shamelessness of the Shun Tu family. If her parents had been captured, they would have threatened her long ago, wouldn't they? Sake-san took a few deep breaths, having no time to digest this shocking news. He tightly closed his eyes, then opened his dim yellow irises, squinting slightly. If anything were to happen to Yin Wansheng at this moment, the once tranquil southern frontier would undoubtedly descend into chaos once more. He pushed the ruffian forward, kicking him in the rear, causing the man to stumble and fall onto the steps beside the door. Listening to Sui Er's words, Li Yinshu seemed to see Jiang Yinqing speaking with coldness and ruthlessness. In June, Li Jiayu found employment at Shuangda Capital, a prominent company renowned for its innovation and boldness. Unlike old Master Duan, who favored supporting traditional enterprises, Shuangda focused on innovative technologies, healthcare, and consumer goods, especially encouraging new concepts and business models. Early this morning, Yi Zhenqi visited Feng Shihua's home, and the two remained in the room together. She watched helplessly as they left alone, unable to do anything but wait in the living room, speculating about their conversation. Launching the capture net, Lu Hua aimed to resolve the situation with the werewolves using previous methods. Yang Jian was also prepared, ready to rush out and cripple their legs. Standing at the precipice, Shui Wuchang anxiously scanned the surroundings. Within the mountain gorge, there was only the fierce wind, no path, and certainly no bridge. He could only continue walking helplessly, catching sight of a golden pattern. He wished to grasp it, but the distance was simply too great. How could he reach it across the dark abyss? At the stage of titled law, age no longer dictated status. Yu Yuanjin held great respect for this young titled Douluo, as he was one of the most formidable individuals on the continent. Might I request assistance from the esteemed Yu Zhongzhu? At this moment, Yu Yuanjin finally understood the purpose of Yu Xiaojiang's return. Although he was already aware that Yu Xiaojiang had taken a personal disciple, he was not fully informed of the specifics. The Douluo of Hao Ian has personally come to visit. As for my blue electric tyrant dragon, you need not entertain such thoughts. I shall not release her. The long-haired creature spoke in a tone that dripped with sarcasm. Feng Haoran gazed at her intently, seeming unable to fathom her completely, or perhaps he had never truly seen through her. At their first meeting, he found her beautiful, charming, and genuine, and as time passed, he increasingly perceived her as capable, sincere, kind-hearted, and lively, subtly drawing him in until he was ensnared without realizing it. No need to search. We know the location of the passage. The speaker was none other than the ancestor of Zhong Kuei, the old rascal. This morning at dawn, she had returned by car and rushed to Xiao Tong's home to knock on the door. She and Xiao Tong had become so close that they no longer distinguished between one another, and she felt no hesitation in knocking at such an early hour. Liang Luo excitedly poked her head out of the carriage, shrieking as if she wished to leap entirely out of the window. You must be Hanya, right? Haha, I won't call you Principal Han. That would seem distant. Yang Xueling extended her hand to shake with Hanya. Before the battle had even commenced, 1,000 men had begun to flee. Once a rout was established, it would be too late to do anything. Even if they discovered that the enemy was merely bluffing and lacked such numbers, it would not halt the collapse, for once the retreat began, morale would dwindle, and no one would turn back to confront the foe. Within the teleportation array of Tanbang City, Dongfang Zijiang, who knew the coordinates, sent 2 waves of Liuha Hall disciples into the array. Since the teleportation array could only transport 300 people at a time, it was necessary to split the transfer into 2 phases. You cannot do this. Yunli, you are simply despicable. Qing Ming exclaimed in shock and anger, shaking her awake. The fuzzy ball butler muttered to himself, seeing everything within the realm of magic, at least everything pertaining to Ruali, with clarity. Furthermore, sensing that the situation had spiraled beyond their control, they promptly reported to the relevant superior departments. Lu Zheng chose not to expose the truth, pretending to be ensnared by the 3,000 weak waters, emitting a mournful sound. Had it been in the past, she would have questioned why she uttered such words. But now, the emotionless Chang simply wished to voice her innermost thoughts. With a scale of 50 to 60 people, it was nearly impossible to fit them all into a single private room. Even the city's largest VIP suite could not accommodate such a crowd. Yi Tian understood that. With the technology of the island nation, they could indeed design a close combat killing machine, namely a submachine gun. Heng Ji's tone was flat, as if discussing a matter unrelated to himself, but Qi Baoming understood that anyone capable of eliciting the term master from his teacher was likely formidable. Thus, Hong Tian, wielding the power of chaos, might just be able to contend with it, perhaps even slaying myriad beasts and progressing to the second stage. Although Ji was determined to order the complete withdrawal of all traitors, they could never engage in a desperate struggle with the enemy. In the brief span of several hundred years that followed, the fearless Lion clan vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind, replaced by the more docile Golden Lions. During this time, Dan Feng, Yin Shi, and Gue Chun were often absent, having ventured into the endless forest in search of evidence. Only in places where spiritual veins exist can one truly claim to have found a paradise. The revival of Panga continent was, in essence, the resurgence of these spiritual veins. She wished to resist, but see Moyin's dagger pressed down, and after the sting, Long Shuo felt blood trickling down. Until Gu Qingsheng arrived with his fiancée. Yun Liuli remained in the kitchen, preparing a cake with the 2 children. I don't know. I'm so scared. Lin feigned a frightened expression, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Old 5, don't scare him. Young man, my brother is rather rough. If you agree to my terms for his redemption, I shall maintain the same conditions I just proposed. What do you say? The bald boss remained as he was before, refraining from violence, leaving room for negotiation, so that others would not claim that his establishment lacked integrity. Selling counterfeit goods would leave others unable to seek him out. Once outside the door, the vast and boundless territory was covered by ice and snow for half the year, while the other half experienced a thaw. Thus, this place was seldom visited, primarily inhabited by other races, such as the Kwafu clan, which was said to have been exterminated during ancient times. The disciples of the fire god temple observed in silence as the eldest sister prepared to speak, daring not to breathe a word. If they were truly ensnared by such a master, with over 1,000 people from Nailin Mountain Manor taking turns to battle, they could merely exhaust him to death. Mu Manny's words struck deep into Su Yoqing's heart like sharp blades, causing her immense pain. With a bitter heart, she lamented the longing that had persisted for so long. Why, upon arriving, was she not permitted to see even a glimpse? He Ching Fan felt a moment of despondency, realizing that even the strongest could not endure such a painful longing for familial ties. However, when Zhang Mengshi finally located Jiang Cheng's vehicle in the parking lot, she was astonished to discover that he had neither driven under the influence nor left without her. Instead, he was obediently seated in the passenger seat, his expression radiating a sense of having her completely under his control, which caused Zhang Mengshi to feel a pang of regret for worrying about him. The elderly man known as Yi Qing smiled, but did not speak further, his gaze drifting into the ether, lost in thought. With a thud, it felt as if he had plunged into a mass of cotton. And Tak effortlessly grasped the core of the monstrous entity, and, with an overwhelming force, tore it apart. Massive clouds of gray energy erupted, and the once tightly bound colossal form rapidly disintegrated into countless tormented souls, consumed by the flames of destruction. The barrage of energy projectiles continued unabated, and sensing danger, the remaining 3 grotesque, dark golden creatures intensified their assault, collaborating with other disfigured beings to strike at the towering silhouette of the goat-headed demon that flickered through the smoke. Thus, Yuzisha remarked that, in truth, he had done nothing wrong. It was that porcine adversary who had provoked the situation, allowing Dalu to escape unscathed. In August, Chang'an, her body trembled slightly, yet she slowly turned her head. The morning sunlight bathed her, as if draping her in a veil of sanctity, particularly highlighting her serene purity that seemed to transcend the mundane, making it almost uncomfortable to gaze upon her. The palace had finally sunk entirely into the earth, leaving behind only a vast pit where it once stood. The surrounding soil and trees cascaded into the void, filling it up, and soon there remained only a great concave depression. How could this fellow be so formidable? Bei Ming was rendered speechless in shock, spitting blood once more. Alas, I have yet to reveal my name to her. Chi Meiran, having run a considerable distance, suddenly realized she had left no message for Manyu. Is there a path for escape here? Jean Tianyi was most concerned with this question. It was foolish to pose such inquiries to those intending to kill him. Yet in this context, it was not foolish at all. In August, Kaifeng, the heat persisted, yet within the elegant chambers of Hui Xian Lu, the lotus bloomed in the early summer, offering a refreshingly pleasant atmosphere. Shangguan Shi turned to glance at the entrance, where a throng of people surged in, led by Tian Shi, and he immediately understood the situation. It was abundantly clear that these individuals were akin to those he had previously summoned, merely here to witness the spectacle of his humiliation. With a thud, the body of the underground king lay sprawled in the desert, as 2 flesh-eating demons in the sky emitted shrill cries, diving from above, relentlessly lamenting as they tore the king's body into shreds, devouring each piece until nothing remained but a clean set of bones. In his heart, he was convinced that a powerful ally was assisting him. Otherwise, this brash fellow would not have dared to act so audaciously. If there was indeed a powerful ally, then his skills could be justified. However, no one emerged from the outside. Brothers outside, show yourselves. He found his foolish demeanor quite amusing. At that moment, the scarred man was somewhat uncertain about the circumstances beyond, as the chilling, murderous aura made him feel rather uncomfortable. Yifei bore the burden of his own troubles. His actual condition was far more dire than what Lin Mo perceived. The injuries caused by the leaves were trivial, but the sword energy attached to them wreaked havoc within him, assaulting his internal organs. Lin Mo shouted desperately, his voice filled with urgency. Chu Yunyu's heart was in turmoil, yet she clutched the blade buried in her chest, unwilling to allow it to harm Linimo, thereby mitigating some of his injuries. Indeed, they sensed that the entity enveloped by the red stones was, in fact, absorbing power. The four celestial beasts of the Tiangang realm began to behave increasingly erratically, restlessly darting about the vicinity, even descending into madness. Their gazes shifted from wariness to raw desire, with two of the beasts licking their lips with a distinct aggressiveness. As a hybrid, drawing ever closer to the divine, this elucidates how, in the absence of scientific understanding during the protracted ages, hybrids managed to combat the Dragon King, relying on the power gained through the sacrifice of their souls. Does the emperor not seek the favor of the imperial concubine? Or has public opinion compelled him to open the city gates? After all, it has never been customary to close the gates for a single concubine. Observing him intently, Yu Guan grasped the situation, realizing that Bai Ming must have encountered some unfortunate events when previously captured in the Xing Do Great Forest. He was about to inquire further when he noticed Huang Hongtu subtly pressing down with his left hand. A wise individual knows when to remain silent, and he promptly ceased to speak. Earlier that afternoon, Wu Zhongyi, driving a tractor to deliver cotton to Zhao Hongling, caught the attention of many, with some even inquiring at Zhao Hongling's residence. How do you know? Chun Dong felt a chill run down his spine, his body hair standing on end. I say it is so, therefore it is. I am hungry now. Shall we prepare a meal? Ignoring Ouyang Ingqi's protests, Nangong Lini pulled her towards the kitchen. Bai Jie felt a jolt in her heart at this declaration. Then, after some deliberation, crafted a response. What would you do if I were to support you? Li Yinyang also nodded in quiet agreement, realizing that Qin Mian only appeared flustered in his presence. The mayor's demeanor at this moment was truly impressive. Yang Hao sensed the fluctuations in Feng Gu, feeling an overwhelming urgency. Shang had already returned to his body, and it seemed as if this realm had finally unveiled its true ferocity, with colossal black thunder columns mercilessly obliterating the foreign beings within the valley. Very well. From now on, let's sit down together each day. Here, we shall sit quietly, cradling cappuccinos, and I shall speak while you listen. She spoke incessantly, fearing that if she delayed her words, it might be too late. Indeed, what this venerable hero stated was quite reasonable. Wei Wang seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, quickly echoing the sentiment. Let's renegotiate. My game controller is faulty. Lend me yours. Nangong Lini stubbornly refused to admit her defeat. I have heard you are a commendable district chief, reputed for your dedication to the people. I have been skeptical and wish to test this. Lu Lin remarked. This Yushi was indeed a general under Yuan Shu. Upon Yuan Shao becoming the alliance leader, Yuan Shu was naturally displeased and dispatched Yushi, who had recently allied with him, hoping to achieve some merit. Little did he expect such foolishness. Haynes looked on with satisfaction at the panting imperial generals before him, suddenly breaking into a mysterious smile. Do not approach. Please do not come closer. The bald boss felt his legs grow numb, beginning to tremble, bereft of the will to continue walking. After witnessing Lin Yi's indiscriminate slaughter, his trousers were even slightly damp, releasing an unpleasant odor. Speak. What other secrets does the jade pendant hold? I am a person of understanding. Reveal it, and I may consider granting you your freedom. Lin Yi's face twisted into a sinister expression, blood splattering onto his visage, rendering him even more terrifying. The members of the Tianqi team were in a state of disarray, lacking any means to recover health, ultimately succumbing to their injuries. In truth, it was Tao Yaling who had failed to rise. The morning had been slightly dense, and she decided to sleep in until noon. This was the final confrontation of the day, an unremarkable conclusion, with Xu Zhendong securing victory through his slight advantage. Yin Xing, seeing a rider approaching from downstream, realized that Pangda's crossing had been discovered and immediately raised his spear, calling out. As the horned soldier heard this, he sounded the charge, and 1,000 Shiliang cavalrymen shouted in unison, urging their steeds to accelerate towards Zhangfei. From the opening until now, only a mere minute or so has passed, yet it feels as though a considerable amount of time has elapsed. Even Hua Yuye, who had previously been somewhat indifferent, now watches with rapt attention. The ambience and atmosphere indeed provide a distinctly different sensory experience. At this moment, Hua Yuye and Yi Hongzhu find themselves in close proximity. Thus they decide to convene before assessing the situation regarding Guoga. Just then, the barber Luo enters, cradling a large bouquet of flowers, elegantly leaning against the entrance of the cashier's counter, maintaining an appropriate distance, wishing them a pleasant mood with a smile before departing, oblivious to Su Feiqing. who is engrossed in her tasks. Look at their hands. They seem to possess webbing akin to that of a duck's foot, Su Qi remarks, pointing at the hands of those individuals. After we pass through unobstructed, we arrive at my courtyard, where I instruct Qing'er and Biu to tidy up the guest room next door for 0. Is everything all right? Zhao Xia, peering through the carriage curtain, can discern the situation outside, her expression tinged with worry as she softly inquires, her voice laced with impatience. Do not speak. Allow me a moment to rest, lest you find me lacking in spirit when we enter the palace to tend to your imperial aunt. Observing his weary demeanor, Lu Yu's heart swells with concern. Yet she reassures herself that as long as Xuen Yin is present, all will ultimately be well, and she refrains from further questioning him. Later, what transpired remains unclear to me. I lost consciousness, completely succumbing to the void, hoping fervently never to awaken again. Wu and I casually greeted me, to which I responded with a smile, prompting her to chase after Yi Jin, who had already distanced himself, until Zhao Zhuyin delivered a punch that shattered the long-standing silence, boldly declaring, "Do nobles and lords possess any true strength?" As he spoke, the 15 robots simultaneously pressed a button on their chests, and moments later, an enormous image of a spaceship materialized in midair. Our protagonist, Qian Fancheng, lazily drifted over from afar, yawning, and was taken aback by the multitude of disciples gathered. He had not anticipated that his simple experiment would garner such a crowd, leading him to reassess his standing within the Yin-Yang sect. Clearly, those Candalos practitioners would pose an obstacle for Douluo Shi, yet the time for their removal has not yet arrived. The bright silver gun muzzle dripped with dark brown blood, glimmering under the sunlight with a dazzling sheen, exquisite and vibrant, while the withered organs, exuding a foul stench and noxious odor, lay scattered, mingling with the blood. Captain, will Olivia Veard not come to the rescue? Witnessing Wang Xian's departure, Maria's tears burst forth like a dam breaking, cascading down her cheeks. As for the Huashan sword sect, although it has suffered significant losses, its residual might remains formidable. After all, many years ago, Huashan had also ranked among the sacred grounds, possessing profound depth, making it no easy adversary. The final defense of the Hell Hall consists of toxic gas, derived from the blood of the soul beast, Lan Du Shou, which, when distilled and purified, produces a powdery toxin that mingles with the air. Just a gram of this slightly purified toxin is sufficient to claim a life. However, its blood serves as the nemesis of the toxin powder, employing a poison to counteract poison strategy. The bald man discreetly retrieved a small vial from his pocket containing the usually pragmatic lord of the underworld, Xie Si Ming, uncharacteristically indulged in unrealistic fantasies. Miao Xishua, it is not that I prevent your sister from speaking. Rather, some matters should not be prematurely disclosed. I am merely considering the well-being of uncle and aunt. I said earnestly. Unfortunately, Master Yuan Ming and Lin Pingsheng could not allow them to succeed and hurried to the side of Yi Xiong to provide protection. Do not jest. If he dares to offend the demon abyss, why would he fear a mere general from the Kanglan Empire? The three of them surrounded the thunder beast from different directions, while Tian Jiangyi wielded a divine sword, exuding an imposing presence. Those disciples who entered the path of heaven were indeed exceptional talents, and after a period of cultivation, their abilities would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Thus, what they perceived as strengths and advantages were, in fact, latent weaknesses, given their unwillingness to listen. I resolved to take action in the coming days, positioning myself outside Halen's residence. The moment Kuwen arrived to visit her, I would rush in, seize Halen's hand, and declare that there was something urgent requiring her attention. Poor by many remarked that she lived too ethereally, lacking in reality. Even her emotions seemed as fleeting as floating duckweed. The children, upon facing Sure Hao, dared not continue their assault, shooting a disgruntled glance at the beggar before scattering like birds and beasts. Suddenly, Ojizi became momentarily dazed, then stared blankly at Liao Shi, exclaiming, "Is Lupin here with you?" Liao Shi nodded, and Ojizi fell silent, his expression perplexed as if contemplating something. Yi Jinmu ascended to the upper floor, only to find that the door to their bedroom was wide open. Chu Jiangchen was already napping, while Xiao Ryue was practicing yoga on the floor of the room. Finally, having completed the integration of the ultimate water element, eliminating a significant source of anxiety, Luo, she felt an immediate sense of relief. My own prowess is attributed to the influence of my leader and the zodiac deity. But what about Qin Jiqiang? Wait, brother. Did you just say those two were masked? Dressed in white robes? Xiang Jin tilted his head, his eyes brimming with confusion. Mistaken? You think a mere mistake can restore nearly a year of my freedom? Peng Wei's tone was icy as he delivered another harsh blow. When she entered the Mo family, she discovered a barrier, seemingly a mixture of demonic king power, which perhaps even the holy light could not perceive. Zheng Xiaoyu stepped forward to take a look. Startled and retreating a significant distance, he had anticipated a corpse inside, and while he expected some variation from his assumption, he never expected to find a dragon's skeleton instead. Earlier, Ling Chun hesitated, contemplating whether to remind Ling Shi about purchasing 2 opaque nightgowns, considering the presence of 2 adult men in the house. However, with the noble scions behind Yi Jinmu, he had long since cast aside any thoughts of old Master Jiang. Upon Lu Fei's return to the rear courtyard of the Kaiyun City trading post, he immediately noticed a stark difference in Ziyuer, as her aura felt hollow, devoid of any trace of true essence, which startled him. What? Only 1%? His expression shifted drastically. Lu Ming had already exhausted his family's resources. Yet Wanmu Lingjing deemed it insufficient. For a moment, he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Hey, what are you up to now? Ning Rongrong followed the sound of an explosion to Lin Yi's experimental site. Here, take this, he said, handing her a jade pendant that had lost its luster and turned quite dull, accompanied by a mischievous grin. What an ugly jade pendant. The pendant had indeed lost its sheen, causing the jade to appear darkened, and combined with the explosion's residue, it felt grimy to the touch. Nevertheless, it remained a high-grade, soul-guiding artifact. Hey, I'm your older brother. Show some respect. Chai Hua was slightly annoyed as Chai Jing elbowed him aside. The leader of the Borming sect, witnessing this, mistakenly believed Lin Ming's sincere smile was due to having gained his understanding, unaware that Lin Ming's smile was primarily a mockery of his foolishness and a sign that his plans were progressing smoothly, having nothing to do with any form of reconciliation. Measure? Truly, a mouthful of nonsense. The large piece of fruit flesh on the apple, which was bitten into by Yu Zhe, began to turn yellow. This person not only spoke animatedly, but also insisted on shaking the apple in hand, and seeing his pretentious demeanor, Yu Qianlong could hardly swallow his indignation. By all accounts, this ancient flying vessel soared at an altitude of 3,000 meters, a feat that modern technology could not achieve with airships. Not to mention the height. Even in terms of speed, there were few flying machines capable of keeping pace with this ancient craft. Well then, Song Mu Yang reluctantly set down the toy he had not touched for several days and went to wash his hands. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 golden crows, he unexpectedly tossed it directly into the divine cauldron, which left Jin Ming perplexed, while the other 2 golden crows gazed at the Chinquan bag, instantaneously engulfed by flames within the cauldron. Shortly after he departed, Bai Hui, who had been sound asleep, surprisingly opened one eye and quietly glanced at the doorway before hurriedly sitting up to inspect the pills on the bed, taking a whiff. In the afternoon, Qi Yin awoke, seemingly having regained some strength, and by evening, he mustered his spirits to join Yu Qianlong and the others outside. Now, seated in the car, with no outsiders present, are you still unwilling to speak the truth? Yi Xuefu cast an exasperated glance at Chen Yue. What a foolish girl. Su Ju chuckled, albeit somewhat reluctantly. Yet it did ease Yu Qianlong's mind. Had that accident not occurred, Jiang Yu would undoubtedly have become an outstanding designer by now. After their departure, Yi Lingjun used her spiritual sense to locate Gu Li's soul in that guest room, and also checked on Gu Xin's soul, only to find that hers had not entered. Why was that? Only her soul had been drawn in. Ning Xiangdong regretted deeply. Had it not been for that day when he first entered Hanzhong Street, captivated by the bustling trade scene and lured by the vast profit margins of Wuhan and Hengyuan, he would not have acted so recklessly. Even Fang Shiro could not help but be lost in thought, her gaze flickering, murmuring continuously, as if she were endlessly chanting about her idol. Now tell me what that object truly is. Is that treasure something I possess? Yi Lingjun probed further. This was the expression of Monkey D. Luffy when he proclaimed himself to be the man destined to become the Pirate King. The moment Ji Yun laid eyes on Sister Nana, he ignored Ling Er. Zhou Ling Er, standing nearby, fumed in frustration. With a moment of recollection, she suddenly remembered that this was the girl in the group photo of old Lu's colleagues during a working meal in Beijing. The one squatting in front with a smile. Observing Guo Luchu sitting cross-legged on the cloud, Utterly motionless, the surrounding voices of doubt reignited. The elder could hardly fail to grasp the implications of Min Dayan's words. He intended to use himself as a shield against the tempest from the center. With the evolution of the eternal immortal kingdom and the emergence of the 33 Heavens Imperial Palace, everything related to the primordial world within the Emperor's Scroll was transformed from mere paintings into tangible scenes, evolving into an authentic world. As for Tai Long, snatching his true identity was known only to Lin Yi and a few in the Spirit Hall. With Tang Sen deceased and Qian Renshue assuming control of the Tiando royal family, it was only a matter of time before the Snow Knight Emperor succumbed to his poison. The city was under martial law, and naturally, Lin Yi would not linger within its confines. In his absence, the investigators could not compile their reports, as a great fire had consumed everything, leaving behind only a few remnants that were unfortunately tainted by that accursed subordinate, bearing his fingerprints, severing all leads. Terror loomed from all directions, and several soldiers, on the brink of mental collapse, instantly went mad, fleeing in multiple directions. The entire church was conjured through alchemy, serving as a vast container absorbing the malevolent forces of the cemetery, where accumulated energies of evil and resentment merged to summon a unique life form within the church. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the Extreme Sports Club. We shall investigate this Ouyang Juanxiong. He Jiahui proposed. One Qing Wan Douluo was already troublesome enough. If another Guangling Douluo were added, could they possibly prevail? Granny Wang stepped forward, indignantly reporting her grievances. Her face bore slap marks, and her head was riddled with wounds inflicted by an ostrich's peck. Had her alchemy room been destroyed? As a master and disciple, they were, after all, siblings in the craft. Jin Yun suddenly appeared above it, striking the fox's back with one palm, intentionally sparing its life. In the initial confrontation, both retreated a few steps, the robust internal energy resonating outward, causing Feng Zhio's expression to shift as she clutched her left shoulder, accompanied by a wave of coolness in the brain. A plethora of information surged into Li Nuo's mind, and a panel materialized before the three of them. She donned a flowing white dress, its hem trailing behind, moving with grace, leaving nearly no trace. This question had often been posed by her grandparents, but upon Su Qing's firm declaration that she would not consider having children in the coming years, they ceased. Over time, the reputation of the corpse-keeping inn spread among various sects, with everyone knowing of its existence outside Rinjia village, a place established specifically for the corpse transporters. As he spoke, he lifted Yin Qixia from Ning Caichen's back and ascended the stairs in a few swift steps. The myth bar fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter, while Fan Kursen's expression darkened. Li Lang truly found himself lost, experiencing the bewilderment of the so-called kaleidoscope of flowers, surrounded by a sea of pink, where everything seemed vaguely familiar, reminiscent of the Peach Blossom Island in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Perhaps there was no need for formations at all, for such a vast expanse of peach forest would be enough to lead one astray. Very well, but do ensure that none of your world's peculiar customs make their way here, Xiaolong pondered, finding no objection. Meanwhile, over here, Yi Xian dispatched the 9 Deaths Yin God, leading to Gao Yuqi collapsing to the ground, bereft of the Yin God's sustaining consciousness. Boss, please prepare a tofu dish, along with 2 skewers of char siu and 2 skewers of that baby bok choy. Ji Xiaolan had set her sights on skewered delicacies once more. However, this time she could not escape, as they were freshly prepared on the spot, leaving her to wait, while Li Lang seized a moment to catch his breath, squatting nearby, panting like a dog. Han Yun was quite astonished, surveying her surroundings, pondering why such a scene had unfolded. After all, weren't elves typically found in dense, expansive forests? Or in those exceedingly grand, giant woodlands? Why is the old lady sighing again? It must be unworthy of such fine weather. Zhou Anji smiled as he spoke to the old woman. Conversely, after the depletion of ether, they, much like the old city hall, succumbed to the forces of nature, enduring the ravages of time, decaying together, only to be repaired by ordinary people with mundane materials from the three-dimensional world. Thus, from this perspective, the 3 monumental structures could indeed be considered of similar age. Upon hearing this, Titan's temper flared. If it had been a high-ranking male soul master, it would have been somewhat expected if he could not defeat them. Yet at Blue Tyrant Academy, there was not a single high-ranking female soul master, which meant that Tai Long had actually been bullied by a low-ranking female soul master, a blow to his pride. Who dares bully my grandson? Tai Long stammered, unable to articulate the situation, his face reddening, even leaning slightly towards that person. Observing him like this, old Titan Bo He, Jiang Bi Jia, and the others readied themselves. Lu Fu, are you all prepared? Lu Fu inquired calmly, her tone devoid of any hint of panic or anxiety. Lu Hua, what are you contemplating? Zhao Jingquan noticed in Lu Hua's silence, which was quite rare for her character. This time, whose name would be inscribed on the god list. Upon gaining insight from Shi Wangmu and others, I meticulously deduced countless profound mysteries. Xu Yunxi shook her head, perplexed by the situation. The strength exhibited by Gu Yangyu was merely at the late stage of Yuan Ying. Yet he managed to nonchalantly withstand a sonic attack from a 6th-tier perfected variant Shui Hao Beast, which left her astonished. It was the presence of Guisher, with ghostly cultivators surveilling the ghost city. Luo Tianxia, having once been a Huashan cultivator, had traversed numerous lands and encountered countless races and customs. Thus, she possessed some knowledge regarding ghost cultivators. The two ascetic monks exchanged a glance, their brows twitching slightly, before simultaneously reciting a Buddhist mantra and falling silent. However, their spirits began to coalesce with newfound focus. Amidst the chaos of the world, with antique prices plummeting, many merchants sought to accumulate genuine treasures, anticipating that once peace returned, they could demand exorbitant prices. Thus the trade of antiques and artifacts persisted unbroken. No, Jinsi quickly shook her head. She dared not voice her doubts regarding his words, for his every utterance seemed to exclude himself from the company of the crown prince. Wife, I love you. Wife. Lu Qiushi glanced down to discover Lin Shui had already fallen into a deep slumber. What troubles you? Why are you so lost in thought? Jessica inquired, pushing Lin Xia gently, seeking to understand his distraction. I could consider your proposal. However, I wonder how many of our blacksmiths you require? Saki observed the reveling Roy and Grosso, still influenced by Matarazzi, and smiled at Lin Xia, seemingly persuaded by Lin Xia's words to restore the dwarven clan's former glory. When he was cast into the spatial rift by Dai Yuechan, though grievously injured, he remained conscious, retaining a flicker of self-awareness. At the moment of entering the rift, he lacked the strength to resist, relying solely on that remaining awareness to don the Yunlin armor. What transpired after you pursued that spirit? Is that scoundrel's elder brother the source of your injury? Lin Yi's voice resonated with boundless animosity. At that moment, the aura within Jiang Hai surged violently, fluctuating between formidable and feeble, at times rivaling a 6th-tier hero, yet at others scarcely reaching the 4th-tier threshold. Sweat drenched his hair and soaked his clothing, leaving a uniform trail upon the anti-slip-tiled floor. Yet Shun Yi showed no signs of relenting, controlling thousands of metallic components and an even greater multitude of metal fragments that transformed incessantly. When Lin Honglian mentioned this name, Huayangzi instantly comprehended the implications of Lin Honglian's dejected expression. How could I possibly accept such gifts from your tribe? Though Lin Xia yearned for that batch of armor and weapons, he feigned humility and politely declined with a smile to the chieftain of the dwarven tribe. Director Titan, ensuring no one was around, Titan inquired, Master, please speak. I shall surely carry out your commands. Tang Hao's soul power expanded, enveloping a vast area, and only after confirming their solitude did he broach a significant matter with Titan. This revelation astonished Titan and left him somewhat dazed. Chieftain Titan, Xiao Wu is not truly human. She is akin to Xiao San's mother, a soul master transformed after 100,000 years. As Lin Mu reached this point, he glanced at Hao Rong, who smiled and gestured for him to continue. As the lights dimmed and the melody began, the initial strains were vigorous, gradually settling into a gentle cadence. The cacophony of bullets struck the super bulletproof glass, yet the windows remained unscathed. Xiao Yunfei, with a calm demeanor, gazed with mild surprise at Li Shi, unaware that the Maserati she had purchased was indeed bulletproof. Yi Yao Yao, hindered by her bound hands, tumbled into the room but landed softly upon the plush carpet. No, my surname is not Zhang, nor is it Dong Hai. I go by Bai, the Japanese exclaimed loudly. His voice, somewhat hoarse and coarse, bore a unique timbre, rich with a sense of age and unmistakable distinction. When Xiao Yunfei awoke the next day, he tidied his attire, left a note on the pillow, and cast a lingering glance at Zhang Jing's home, departing with a heavy heart. Mo fans speculated that the Qiming Ju could enhance one's perception of enlightenment, but not the probability of attaining it. In a state of enlightenment, operating the Qiming Ju could deepen one's understanding. I can go out. You must resolve this medicinal issue tonight. I do not mind you seeking Lu Tingting. Both of us would gladly serve you, allowing you to once again enjoy the delights of last night. The thousand-faced beauty uttered softly, her voice laden with allure. Yi Yao Yao stood upon the stage, yet one shoe fell to the ground, prompting a deputy director to unhesitatingly leap down to retrieve it, even bending to assist her in putting it back on. At that moment, Zhao Xiaochun remained blissfully intoxicated, oblivious to the situation of Bai Wuchang, while Zheng Shuai and Su Mo, having leaned over the table for an extended period, simultaneously rose to their feet. The merging corpse beasts would not wait for me to gradually acclimate to the headache. Each fist bore countless sharp blades aimed at me. Where are you? Gu Ming cast a sorrowful glance at Ao Shui, as if to convey, do not pretend that you are doing well. Just after Lin reminded, 2C shot an arrow that struck one of the living corpses in the head. With a resounding thud, the head merely tilted back. Yet the corpse continued its relentless advance. The old landlord, suddenly enlightened, promptly instructed Jing Xian to revise the document, downplaying the significant points while avoiding the weighty issues. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the landlord's son narrowly evaded disaster. I inquired of Wang Kai whether he had delivered gifts to his future father-in-law before the new year. Wang Kai replied, Am I foolish? Who would Tino to send gifts? I sent meat, wine, and fruit. Following the completion of the task, Dawn received a warm welcome from the European populace, and a legend of Nantian began to spread across Europe. However, he had been preoccupied recently, with numerous matters to attend to in both gaming and academia. Hence Lin did not immediately investigate. Days passed before Kwa and Gu Ming succumbed to slumber, while Su Huinan remained awake, attending to matters on his computer. Ultimately, Zhao Xiaochun reached her physical limit, drenched in perspiration, her legs growing weak and unresponsive. Su Zhu remained oblivious to the gazes upon him, his eyes fixated on the direction of Gu Qingyin's room. The choice of the Rakshasa deity was not one to be taken lightly. The bandits were not fools. Tang Hao's strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Once he donned the robe, they assumed he was merely concealing his true power. Upon shedding it, his aura instilled fear, preventing them from advancing. After a prolonged period of fruitless wandering, Tang Hao decided to temporarily depart from the vicinity of Gongxin City and proceeded towards his next destination. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's research on soul-guiding devices had begun to yield modest results. The baby bottle was no longer sufficient to meet his ambitions, and Xing Xian furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity of the concern. Initially, Aishin had unleashed wind-based spells upon the mountains, naturally negating such doubts. Had he anticipated this, he might have chosen a different magic stone altogether. Do you truly believe no one is aware of your actions, Jiaya? Although I initially did not comprehend the reason behind your gathering of so many individuals, my observations led me to decide to follow you. The unfolding events have proven that my decision was not misguided. Huang Puming smiled faintly, evidently pleased with himself. Many dream of being embraced by the president one day. Yet Tong Guai Guai finds herself apprehensive at the thought of being held by the cunning gentleman, not because his embrace lacks warmth, but because it feels rather peculiar. Shuer, why not take this opportunity to visit Yusu Gong and meet with Zi Shua Shenjun, so you can inquire about your true identity directly? Dong Han suggested once more. What on earth is happening? Yun Zhe glowered at Tong Guai Guai, though his eyes betrayed a hint of amusement. This situation has persisted until today. Many can now combine martial arts and incantations, yet there are even more who lack such talent and can only specialize in one discipline. In Xn swiftly dodged, her left hand flicking out as a vine unexpectedly emerged, ensnaring Shan Tao's wooden stick. These were the plants she had meticulously gathered prior to her arrival, selecting a few to carry with her as a precaution, and today they have indeed proven useful. Upon awakening, the daylight had already fully brightened. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting slanted rays that danced among the lush branches, creating a patchwork of light on the ground. Zhou Wanxin had already been taken by Lung Xing to WuhunPalace. After undergoing the refining process of the medicinal pills, her innate talent truly began to manifest. When cultivating, she was particularly earnest, and according to Lung Xing, she is destined for greatness. Gu Fan's left fist was blocked, but he stepped forward with his right foot and unleashed another punch, which was unmistakably the fifth stance, Lie Shichuanyan. Second generation, Tu Ing. Do not think you can remain unscathed by not showing yourself, Uchiha Tong muttered to himself while gazing outside the tent. This implies that Lin Yifeng must secure victories in all 5 upcoming matches. A slight misstep in any of them would render a loss quite normal. As long as he purchases these fish fry and keeps them for a month or two, the larger fish in his fishery will not lack for sustenance. Yet, upon reflection, the shrine has lain in the basement for so many years. Opening it is not out of the question, and even if it contains wine, I could merely dispose of it without fear. Yes, Yuhai received the command. Without hesitation, he promptly stepped out of the private room. Huang Xianling raised her head to see shadows moving within the Duan family mansion. Some were engaged in fierce battles, others were rushing about, while others still were shouting loudly. After hearing this, I felt quite helpless and silently prayed that the Nine Tails must survive. Otherwise, the fate of those monsters who managed to live would be too daunting to contemplate, for the more I pondered, the greater the potential negative impact on myself, leading to an uncontrollable situation. What I had not considered instead became a situation thrust upon me, which rendered me somewhat embarrassed. When you confess your feelings to the girl you adore and hear her respond with such words, congratulations, you need not listen further. You will soon find yourself akin to a coffee table, laden with broken cups. The decline of societal morals is evident. The bumpy ride had no effect on Lin Yi. It was merely the delay in departure that ultimately wasted his time. Upon disembarking, he noticed the coachman in a state of distress, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. As they drew closer, the eyes of the group of young subordinates sparkled with excitement. While Lin Yi's attire could not be described as extravagant, it was certainly not lacking. The Jiubao Luli sect was abundant in wealth. Thus his waist adornments were embellished with numerous gemstones for decoration. The male gunman was struck by an irresistible force, the blind monk's probing eyes flickering, only to be swiftly retaliated against. And then, under Qian's explosive power, he was defeated in an instant. He greeted a few individuals with playful banter before instructing a servant to tidy his attire and proceeded to enter the wedding hall. During this time, Dong subtly signaled to Chun Hu, seemingly assessing Tian Ma's character favorably. Chun Hu sighed inwardly, rising from his chair to approach Dong and her companions. Amidst the calamity, the end of days was declared through messages. Just as he finished sending one and prepared to leave, he heard the sound of the private room door opening behind him. In addition, there were approximately 500 militia whose combat capabilities were commendable. More importantly, their sheer numbers constituted the primary force defending William's territory at this stage. Yan Ying indeed exhibited remarkable skill, adeptly handling encirclement with composure and grace. Her every gesture radiated an effortless elegance that irked Shenron, who despised men who refused to appear flustered in dire situations. Though the purification chamber was tidy, it was exceedingly cramped. The entrance was filled as soon as two maidservants stepped inside. Bai Yi did not linger overly long with the overwhelming seal of the mountain, allowing it to fall hastily. When merely 3,000 zhang apart, Bai Yi simply extended his second sword towards the peak. However, this alliance revered Ji Tianxing, who possessed absolute authority, rendering principles and rules irrelevant. The end of days contemplated the situation and recognized that this wave of minions could not be pushed through. If V remained in the upper lane, it would become quite uncomfortable. Forcing the wave could lead to being ambushed, while failing to push would mean V would be unable to collect gold for at least 3 to 4 minutes. A sense of relief washed over her eyes. Or perhaps it was the joy of having her vengeance fulfilled. In that moment, she truly felt understood. Su Pan struggled to lift the child, awkwardly retracting her hand, discreetly tugging at Su Tian's sleeve, desperately signaling for her to explain, yet Su Tian remained unmoved. Upon awakening, Lung Qianma could not shake off the memory of that dream. Despite believing it might be a mere fabrication, he remained uneasy and thus investigated the circus troupe, discovering that 2 members bore an uncanny resemblance to the assassins from his dream. I feel as though we have entered another world, one that starkly contrasts our own, Luodman murmured. After deliberating for quite some time without reaching a conclusion, Xiao Minglan, concerned for her health, was about to suggest she return to rest when she heard a commotion erupt among 3 diners at a table in the northwest corner. Lei Xiaojun was taken aback to learn that his cousin was living under such circumstances. He was ready to confront the elder lady, but his sister held him back, fearing he would complicate matters further, ultimately causing distress for Lin Xiaoyan. All right, once you grow a little older, you will understand how significant the words your mother spoke today are. We shall not speak of it any further. Let me tell you about the family that took you away when you were born. I have uncovered some leads. The person who took you is a villager, and after 2 years of inquiries, we have located her hometown. Naturally, Li Huan and her family only mentioned their trip to the Arctic without daring to breathe a word about Shang Wanqing. Zhou Chen remarked. Su Tian glanced at Gu Changqing, who appeared reluctant to share a table with them, yet found it difficult to refuse. Not good. The true form of the Jiao Mo Huang has descended. Qin Yang Zun Zhu exclaimed, his gaze filled with alarm. If such a figure were to cross realms, no one here could withstand it. After all, the Baizong Emperor had perished thousands of years ago, and with only the remnants of his image. It would be futile to contend with the true form of the Demon Emperor. The power of wealth is undeniable. The mental energy rays shot directly toward the opponent's eyes. When struck by the mental energy rays, the red-faced individual instantly lost all color, shifting to shades of pink, light red, and white. Who are you? Where's my mother? Mom? Mom? Lin regarded the fellow with satisfaction. Sparing him was the greatest act of mercy. For his transformation into a fool rendered him a diminished threat to others, thereby preventing any further road tolls for being collected. The unpredictability of life stirred emotions within me, causing my throat to tighten. Turning to see Xianzhe, I beckoned him to come forward amidst the blossoms. At this very moment, Longji Ainan's hand unexpectedly moved, sending a faint electric current that gently propelled Chisa towards the Shur. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Ran Luoxue had yet to establish her own domain. What she possessed was merely a semblance of a fallen wind sky burial, a mere facade of a domain. However, having something is certainly better than nothing, as not every practitioner of the celestial realm possesses a true domain. As a thunderous shout echoed, torches flared to life, awakening the entire caravan. Gazing at her beautiful reflection in the bronze mirror, Chun Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. She reached out to touch her face and murmured, "How has it changed so much? This beauty, at my age and my past life, was utterly unattainable." The team, with Hu Li and Ing Yin forming a right flank blockade and tanks on the left, prepared to cleanse the zombie cats alongside the grave. The Duke's battle plan was straightforward and clear. Chun Rong smiled and eagerly recounted the events of the previous day, from beginning to end. Indeed, her confident oration in front of the ministers, which had quelled many of the court's heavyweights, was a source of pride for her. Thus, she narrated her tale with spirited fervor. "Get lost," she exclaimed, as Nuoyang continued to kick the door in frustration. The guard sighed, shaking his head as he turned to leave. The informant returned with news that F had been somewhat dazed, leading a familiar servant to escort her back to the manor. Faced with these two contrasting voices, the ultimate dilemma fell upon the shoulders of the clan leader Fei Liang, who held the final decision. Even Chu Ling had serendipitously advanced due to a stroke of luck. Otherwise, he might still be struggling at the bottleneck between the second and third tiers. Those esteemed families, evidently more powerful, dared not show any signs of relaxation, striving to secure top placements in the final preliminaries. Su Lin clenched his fists, internally attributing the death of Yuan Tianji to himself, feeling that he had failed to protect those around him. The thought of a friend dying before his eyes was unbearable. It was truly hard to fathom that in Lu City, where he commanded both wind and rain, the stern and iron-willed patriarch of the Nan family would display such an expression. Ing Han felt a surge of joy upon seeing Mo Feng approach her and Yun Shun. The elders, who were on good terms with Yun Shun, were equally relieved to see him safe and sound. Nan Li Yu, without ceremony, picked up chopsticks and sampled the dish, unexpectedly finding it quite delightful. Moreover, there was a deeper layer to consider. After all, he was still a passionate youth, unavoidably harboring a hint of vanity. Xiao Mu slowly lowered his head to behold the demon-slaying sword piercing through his chest. The immense and pure celestial energy surged through his body uncontrollably, clashing with the demonic energy until it shattered all his meridians. With a bitter smile, she sipped her milkshake, resignedly thinking that this was likely a case of reaping what one sows. The Shurtian beast, Guji Ba, and Lang Xilun nodded in agreement. Having already contemplated this aspect, which was part of their rationale for revealing their murderous intent towards Huang Pu, the ambushed soul masters could hardly believe that these soulless imbeciles would attack them over money. Clearly, ordinary individuals without military discipline, equipment, or numerical superiority stood no chance against soul masters. The non-soul masters present were swiftly slaughtered, regardless of whether they had fought back, with all eliminated. Compared to ordinary people, these soul masters exhibited far greater unity. At this moment, Lin Yi finally made his appearance, declaring nothing more than this. Lin Chuan approached the tribunal, and the first thing that caught his eye was the enormous national and party flags hanging behind the presiding judge, with a large national emblem suspended above. symbolizing the judge's responsibility to uphold justice for the nation and its people. Could be a good omen? Ning Qiu wondered in shock. Not out of fear of a double-touch zombie, but because he had immediately spotted an evolved zombie, which he found astonishing. Li Ziqing not only breathed in the scorching air, but also endeavored to hold it in his internal organs longer, thereby enhancing his training efficacy. Is my cigarette enjoyable? Luo Guoqing whispered as he passed by the security guard. Laughter erupted once more in the dining hall. Zhou Kai felt helpless. The words had been spoken, and like spilled water, they could not be taken back. Heavens, what is this? Lu Chenlong, the legendary god-tier assassin, had vanished in an instant. Indeed, the crowd nodded, each fixating their gaze on the entrance of the fishing grounds not far away. Today's mission was to target the individuals within the fishing grounds. Li Juanhao possessed a military unit called Spies, comprising exceptional talents from various fields. Many were outstanding politicians, making their role as spies a considerable waste of their capabilities. Thus, a plethora of remarkable politicians could be selected from these spies. After finally enjoying a brief period of peace, he was disrupted by a suddenly intruding disciple, which soured his mood. Some languid voices drifted in, accompanied by a silhouette blocking the light from the entrance, obscuring its features, the shadow stretching long. Suddenly, a flash appeared, and those attempting to stealthily depart were engulfed by a massive explosion as Huang Yuan, clad in a naval coat, abruptly appeared beside Zhang Taowan. Farsaka Tokiomi, while speaking, generously transformed a gemstone filled with his years of magical energy into a liquid, pouring it into the magic circle. He then cautiously retrieved a box from his bosom, unsealing it and placing the sacred relic, obtained at great cost to the Farsaka family, upon the altar. She was aware that this plan had been executed by the school for 5 consecutive years, aimed at enhancing communication and learning among various institutions. Each exchange lasted a month, involving either revered scholars or prominent representatives from specific departments, ensuring that each participant was notable and commendable, even amidst the death of comrades and the ceaseless halting of others. The heroic spirits let out unwavering cries, undeterred in their advance. Aside from clothing and tools, the next essential was sustenance. Having been driven out with no home left, there would certainly be little food available. First came a cast-iron pot, followed by a kitchen knife and cleaver. The kitchen knife for preparing meals and the cleaver for self-defense, proving to be a multifaceted acquisition. It's not sister, it's sister-in-law. Gu Xiaoyan cheerfully corrected, surprised by the suddenness of happiness, yet feeling immensely content despite its abrupt arrival. Now, this grand tree had lost 5 thick branches, appearing somewhat bare, yet its essence remained intact and had not been vanquished. To slay the tree demon, it was imperative to strike at its core. It was evident that the Raksha god's consciousness had controlled the waiter for some time. Otherwise, how could one remain so composed in such a scenario? Lin Yi, however, did not dwell on these matters, as his thoughts were still occupied with the 5 treasures. System, please inquire about the 5 treasures. Since the original text contained no information on the 5 treasures, Lin Yi had no choice but to seek assistance from a system. Unfortunately, the system could only provide the names of the 5 treasures, identical to what had been previously conveyed, with no additional details. While he had previously been merely curious, upon discovering Zhang Ruoxuan's connection to him, he felt compelled to seek clarity. His sister had been injured. This was unacceptable. Ji Wanrong, with a tremor in her hand holding the sesame cake, wondered how this person knew the poetry from the Qianlong era. The next day at the film set, Jiang Fei clearly began to express her dissatisfaction with Tian Qianqian, even becoming confrontational, uttering some harsh and explicit remarks. Upon entering the lobby, he noticed many vendors seizing the opportunity to sell horror-themed props. Within Tian and Mo Luo, a surge of deathly energy emanated, forming a pair of ghostly wings behind him. Hanging in the sky, it basked in the sunlight, radiating its brilliance without restraint. Suddenly, he caught sight of a shadow. A hand grasped his head while another brandished a knife. Yet the primary concern remained that those who entered could not ascertain their return, or rather, whether they could return at all. Thus, at that moment, everyone resumed their activities, and the Tower District had reverted to its usual state. The previous brilliance now vanished. However, she felt fortunate to have discovered such a peculiar family. The stranger they were, the more secrets they likely concealed, perhaps she could unearth something of value from it. Therefore, even if you were to sever ties with me now, I shall still ponder the feasibility of this matter. And Gu instinctively raised her gaze to the opposite side. where apart from Xiao Munyan's exceedingly unattractive handsome face, no one else was present. Consequently, any endeavor driven by decisive intent and purpose in war is inevitably fraught with smoke and devastation. She blinked away the tears in her apricot eyes, lowering her head in a daze, staring blankly at the now cooling tea, a vague sense of melancholy and sorrow spreading within her gentle gaze. The Shen siblings had relayed many matters, largely aligning with Qi Mu's prior expectations, yet they adamantly denied the disappearance of Tan, who speculated that this incident was orchestrated by Yi Huan. Shangguan Qinyu suppressed her shock, gently turning away, her expression calm, the cold light in her apricot eyes dimming, while a faint smile on her floral lips bore a hint of sharp irony. Xiaonian, you should return home first. It's cold outside. Lu Jin, Nan did not want by Xiaonian to accompany him in anger. A slight detail error could lead to her being at others' mercy again. Yet everything was just so perfectly aligned. Your thoughts are eternally so transparent. Although Fu Huayan did not look at Lin Wan, his eyes brimmed with affection. Master Li, your mastery of formation is unparalleled, far beyond my humble self. Please have mercy and take me as your disciple. Nan Xin's delicate body trembled slightly as she prepared to kneel before Li Senator. Moreover, the sky, shrouded in dark clouds, crackled with thunder and lightning. Brilliant flashes occasionally roaring down, and vast clouds of yellow sand erupted like a barrage. Initially, Li Sun did not feel a strong need for a spiritual weapon. However, as he observed two new cracks appearing on the sword's blade, realizing he could not continue using the Dark Thunder Sword without repairs, a sense of urgency suddenly washed over him. Considering this, Sheng Tian could not help but inquire, "May I ask Fairy Ouyang Zhenghua, what is your relationship with Ouyang Zhengnan?" Ouyang Zhenghua, taken aback by his question, replied, "I have no relationship with Ouyang Zhengnan whatsoever." "None at all?" Sheng Tian pressed again. The shadow of the lightning Law King flickered away, swiftly taking cover behind a barrier, the light from the burning magnesium not reaching it. However, Lin Yi had recorded the surrounding environment. At that moment, as he documented the scene, Lin Yi swiftly rolled away, 3 fissures appearing beneath his feet. Not only had the enemy been exposed, but Lin Yi himself had also revealed his position. Utilizing the geographical advantage once more, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to pursue. The magnesium burned rapidly, its brilliance fading swiftly. Ling Er smiled, her joy evident, as long as she received his words, even without further promises. Even if she were to lose him, she deemed it worth it. The clash between the blood-colored energy blade and the grenade sword aura did not produce the expected sound of explosion. Mother, Jean Eyre did not mean it that way. Please take a look at the situation in our yard before making any judgments. If they truly were devoted, why would I dismiss them for no reason? Bai Mu Jin was unwilling to yield. I have a handkerchief, very light in texture. Let us see who can throw it farther. What do you think, cousin? Bai Mu Jin asked. The royal city of the Mo Xing Empire, Moji, is renowned as the largest metropolis on the Moji continent. Also the residence of the Mo Xing Empire's king. Unlike the sacred capital, which has 3 main regions for commoners, commerce, and nobility, Moji features an additional hunting area. At this moment, the Qin Palace was engulfed in complete darkness, with only one person, the Moon Empress, imprisoned within a barrier, while the chief steward had yet to appear. Bai Mu Chun contemplated that although he could not assist directly, he should be able to take down a few guards, as his skills were adequate enough for that task. The minions sent by the moon god had Bamboo sit on a cloud, lifting him off the ground and soaring into the vast sky. Lei Tian slowly raised the ancient Xianyuan sword in his hand, his expression cold, a glimmer of deadly intent flashing in his eyes, as the new ultimate skill unexpectedly altered his very temperament. What then? One cannot allow this wind demon to wreak havoc in the cultivation world indefinitely. Zhang Sanfeng inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing Lu Huayang's words, everyone understood and scattered to escape, knowing that Du Jingben and Jia Jingyi would certainly join forces to pursue Lu Huayong, who was willing to sacrifice his life for their chance at survival. What shall we do now? Shall we sit idly by? Yin Hexing continued to voice his discontent. Just then, Jia Jingyi's other 3 disciples from the Yuqing realm, Zhao Feibai, Chenong, and Zhou Huaqin, entered the hall, supporting Zhou Dunin, who appeared weak and injured from 2 recent blows. His legs moved slightly, a fiery pain radiating from his lower body, reminding him that he had given her his first, which brought him joy, as he had bestowed his purest gift upon his beloved. Wu Qian fell silent, feeling a mix of emotions. Su Jingyang had mentioned that he was a descendant of the demon clan, and all events that transpired 5,000 years ago were aimed at combating his ancestors. The warm sunlight's smile revealed an infinite adoration for Jiayu, wishing to instantly teleport to her side. Then let us eliminate him. What purpose does this wild seed serve? Ini Tai exclaimed in exasperation. Compared to the unbearable pain on their wedding night, this time she felt an unprecedented discomfort throughout her body, as though a truck had ruthlessly crushed her, every bone feeling shattered and alien, with inexplicable pain radiating from below her navel. He dared not meet Mo Ekong's gaze for long, uncertain of his thoughts, and hesitated to speak up, given the need for space. He worried about Bai's safety and the exposure of that space. Currently, the H-City base had not encountered any spatial ability users, and should it attract the attention of certain forces, it would lead to considerable trouble. Lin Yi's fortune could not be understated. Originally, the creation of a soul-guiding armor involved two approaches. One was to install numerous soul power storage devices on the armor, relying on sheer quantity to supply its consumption. However, such a situation easily gives rise to numerous issues. For instance, an excess of milk bottles will occupy more storage space, rendering the container cumbersome. Moreover, the bottles themselves possess weight, which exacerbates the predicament. This is, in fact, a method conceived by Luo Chun, known as the provocation tactic. It seems that the dragon sacrifices are quite concerned about their image. The production team was equally bewildered, receiving an unexpected influx of inquiry calls late at night, as if the entire world were in search of Zhao Qian. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, as long as Xuanhua Luye remains alive, his reputation will undoubtedly echo throughout the entire shinobi world at that time. Such a place should merely be referred to as a remote rural area. Dalian reminded while savoring the last piece of bread. Naza and Zhao Liying maintained relatively composed expressions, yet their eyebrows raised several times, indicating their enjoyment of the food. It was only after Shoto engaged with the formidable Kyubi no Yoko that he unleashed a punch, transferring the force directly to the black nine-tailed fox. The leader's culinary skills are astonishing. Sun Ijo gaped, his mouth agape enough to fit a goose egg, as the large leaves he held fell to the ground. The battle in the hushy corridor erupted almost simultaneously. After several rounds of probing, everyone understood that the opposing side was not to be trifled with. Luo Jun might be splitting his forces, with divine soldiers descending upon Hushi. The Shonu possibly deployed a well-trained contingent of prairie wolves. Xiahou Yuan sat up, immediately gripping his sword beside him. Several messengers awakened, gazing at him in confusion. Two guards entered the main tent, holding sabers to prevent any intruders from assassinating the commander. Achieving the Qi refinement stage merely 5 months in a training already surpasses the vast majority of prodigies. Cold and merciless, with boundless spiritual power. This is the state of being resurrected by the Baibing Soul Hall for assassination. For him, who has long struggled with insufficient spiritual energy, this undoubtedly represents his strongest condition. Falling from the same height, the opponent's footprints were slightly deeper than his own, indicating a heavier weight. Estimating from the depth, it should be around 80 kilograms. Their shoes were also a size larger, suggesting they were taller than him. With no movement from the opponent, likening the situation to a robbery seems inappropriate. Currently, on the pitch-black road, one person was following closely behind. Now, the finals of the family competition are about to commence. Please draw lots to determine your opponents. Elder Ji Hai stepped forward. This task could easily be entrusted to a computer. Why must humans learn it? After 10 years of study, they still cannot match a computer's performance in a second. We could adopt a donation method in place of taxation, and it should have a resounding and grandiose name. Proposed Lu Hanxiang once more. He possesses considerable authority on this matter, with few in the entire first tier understanding it more deeply than he does. Very well. You shall serve as a steed for Jinshanzi, escorting him to the west to obtain scriptures and achieve enlightenment. Are you willing? Guanyin Bodhisattva inquired. The remaining 100 or so demonic creatures, witnessing Qingshu Jinren about to entirely seal off their route home, emitted a collective sorrowful roar and charged forward recklessly. Look at her. She must be feeling smug. She will surely falter in the next exam. Progress means she can't be scolded anymore, right? Lu Yani refrained from chastising her, tightening her grip on the reins, only to find it futile, realizing she could not restrain this wild horse. She simply observed calmly, waiting for the next exam. The palace struggle is overwhelming. This is excessive, playing ghost games with me. Lin Yi turned towards the beast herd, yet the creatures remained unmoved, staring blankly at Lin Yi. This passive observation led Lin Yi to temporarily believe that these beings were not soul beasts, but rather high-intelligence dwarf race. As Lin Yi approached the herd, a bolt of lightning struck at his feet. Fortunately, it was still at a distance and did not hit him. Mu Shi stared in astonishment at his master's actions. Master, do you realize? Your glorious image in my heart has once again diminished. Under the moonlight, Mu Shi's cheeks flushed slightly. The scene shifted to another side, where Gu Weichen's face had turned completely crimson. He weakly raised his head to glance at Mu Shi nearby, with visible tear stains at the corners of his eyes. Those accustomed to the previous warm night winds, such as Hu Biao and his companions, found this unexpected chill quite disconcerting. A mother seal gazed longingly at the underwater hunting grounds, enviously eyeing the food before her, yet she dared not stray far from her pup in such chaotic scenes. A moment's inattention could lead to her pup's demise. On the other hand, during a night raid, if a helmet were to fall off, it would often result in premature exposure. Despite the resistance of seawater, each swing of Chun Hongjin Jiaoshuang and Aowan left trails of silver-blue blood froth in the arc traced by the blade. The men kissed their partners while venturing into the valley shrouded in white mist, stirring the thin layer of fog, caressing the black or white veils draped around the mountainside, their eyes gleaming as they sought to ascend the towering peaks. Just like this instance, if Matsumoto Dairo and if you targeted Wei Yichen's family, it would indeed be challenging to guard against. Feeling the scrutiny and accusations of onlookers, Shi Yao felt utterly helpless, as though she had fallen into the Yellow River and could not clear her name. She never anticipated the people here would be so gossipy and unreasonable. The middle-aged man turned away, having not confirmed whether Yuan Ling had perished, exuding the demeanor of a victor as he strode towards the bubble. Through the bubble, he noticed the increasing derision on Jin Shen's face, seemingly indifferent to Jin Shen, the Realm King. Yes, he was correct. She was indeed inconsistent. Her words did not align with her heart, and while she offered him understanding, support, and trust, she simultaneously harbored grievances, feelings of injustice, and doubt. With the nurturing and restoration from Hong Yi, Shi Yao, once on the brink of death, gradually regained vitality and color in her complexion. Now, merely over 3 years since he last spoke, he had forgotten his words. Back then, he felt heartache for her homesickness and timidity. Yet today, he questioned why she could remain in BAS while choosing to return home as an assistant teacher. The Crown Prince was in Lin Long's chamber, watching her dance, having received a personal message from Li Zhongguei without further consideration. Counting the days, it seemed the people from the Jingchuan division had returned. He assumed his father wanted to summon him to the palace to discuss the handling of the third prince. Ling Xiaocheng had been dissatisfied with me for quite some time. However, my good brother Qianfeng had entered his service, leaving me with little room to comment. Qinya asked, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Song Ryu glanced in the mirror, noticing nothing unusual, only realizing how well the lake blue suited her. She then adjusted the soft fox fur at her collar, admiring herself. Now that I think about it, it is indeed quite strange. Could it be that the toxicity of the pill concocted by Lan Mufeng has surpassed the cold poison in her body, causing her blood to transform from that eerie pink to black? Above, chains intertwined, producing loud clanking sounds. As the sounds echoed, rows upon rows of dark figures alternated past one another, resembling a large factory production line. Soul beasts are, after all, merely soul beasts. Their intelligence cannot be compared to that of humans. Lin Yi merely employed a slight tactic to incite the beast herd into conflict. Among the herd, a family with greater age and robust bodies engaged in a fierce struggle. The competition between clans does not rely on special abilities. Each member is a vital force within the clan. However, the priests faced no challengers, which was an ominous sign. Lin Yi immediately directed his mental energy to the controlled little goblin beast. Yet, acknowledging that he had at least achieved his objective, he chose not to dwell on it further. After feigning tears for a few moments, he gradually ceased, no longer insisting on moving out, thanks to the comforting words from his mother and Qing Shui. Observing his newfound determination, Junli made no attempt to hinder him, personally escorting him to the courtyard gate before returning inside for a brief respite. Feng Yang awaited the arrival of Wei Nina, Princess Shilida, age 36. A half-elf of breathtaking beauty, soon to become Feng Yang's wife. Although they were separated by a distance of over 10 feet, their steeds galloped forth, wielding long weapons. Despite the initial distance of 3 zhang when they struck, both acted simultaneously. With a loud clang, Their weapons collided fiercely as they passed each other. Lu and Fong families were preoccupied with strategizing, while the Lan family busied themselves with arrangements. The ancestral home featured expansive courtyards, distinctly separated, where the various households maintained their own boundaries. Finally, the clock struck midnight. After a long yawn from Linglan, she received a text message from Shang Xia, which contained only a brief note. Everything is proceeding as planned. Within the town hall, aside from the 3 mayors, no one else was present. They bore no names, only the title of XX Town Mayor. The 3 mayors were brutish figures, embodying the fierce nature of bandit leaders, possessing an undeniable presence. She changed into a lake green outer garment, her hair loosened and slightly curled, with stray locks fixed in place by a golden comb, revealing her fair forehead. She understood that once she appeared in this place, under the scrutinizing gaze of others, she would be shadowed by the dark door, tarnishing the previously pristine reputation of the flower shadow swordsman. Yang Chen's figure flickered, appearing behind Long Gui Hai, who sensed his presence but made no move, trusting Yang Chen. The next moment, Yang Chen pointed a finger at Long Gui Hai's back. It seemed that the Lu family was resolute in their intent to elevate the status of the second household. Turning his gaze, he noticed a crowd gathered outside Yun Fu's door. The long sword emitted a faint hum, and with a loud shout, it cleaved through the boulder once more, striking the side of the stone that had already borne a poem. In her dream, she was attacked by a massive ice beast, wielding a blood-red long knife to strike it down repeatedly, ultimately slaying the beast. Another ice beast attacked her, its strength surpassing her own, forcing her to leap into the meandering river, its waters red as if steeped in blood. To be honest, she had not yet accepted Yang Jiahua. She merely sensed he was a good person worth a try. Deep down, the shadow of Lu Shi lingered as she reminisced about those times, cherishing the memory of that clean, gentle boy who had captivated her youth. Long Xian turned, and her gaze solidified with determination. As long as she inherited the legacy of the Ice Saint ancestor, she would regain her memories. If they truly shared a past, she would undoubtedly remember him. The person obstructing her was the guardian of the teleportation array, frequently used by countless individuals daily. If everyone were like Qing Yu, the teleportation array would have long since become obsolete. The proposal gesture was quite ordinary, a common sight in nearly all primetime dramas. Yet, on Tai Yan'an, it appeared remarkably handsome. Tang Shui Fei wept heart-wrenchingly. Had she not known her true nature, witnessing her in such distress would surely evoke sympathy. System, please scan this soul bone and reveal its uses. Scanning in progress. Goblin Beast Soul Bone, 18,000 years old. Average quality, spatial ability. What about the soul skill? Spatial ability, soul skill. Specific soul skill, unknown. Forlin E. Spatial ability was an immensely powerful skill. The spatial ability of Bone Duo Gurong exemplified this. Shrouded in mystery and capable of spatial jumps, he decided to check the time on his wrist communicator. With that thought, Yin Yi raised his wrist, his gaze falling on the screen of the wrist communicator where he saw a line of text. Just as he turned to leave, Ma Xiao Dan began to cry loudly again, her wails awakening the slumbering Yang Yang. Upon seeing me, and then the weeping Ma Xiao Dan, he assumed I had bullied her and rushed towards me, only to be halted by Ma Xiao Dan, who reassured him that she was fine. Reflecting on my unfamiliarity with this place and the absence of anyone to relay messages, I realized I needed to find someone who could contact the station chief. Only then could I rescue Ma Qingyu, as waiting around here would be futile. Lin Guiqing smiled helplessly. Did he really need to bring clothes? In front of his brothers, who were all disheveled homebodies, it was unnecessary. Back in the dormitory, he had only washed socks after accumulating a whole basin full. By the way, could you all move things? I don't want to see you again. Otherwise, with your smoking and bringing that wretched dog, the consequences will be severe, Han Kuan said tersely. Having traveled westward for about 6 or 7 li from the river mouth, the bright moon illuminated the riverbank in a ghostly pale light, where many figures could be seen trudging through the muddy embankment. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, staining the dark walls. Numerous similar stains already adorned the wall, impervious to even water. In the past, he would never have been so courteous to Su Shuang and Zhang Yu. Yet now, he recognized the merchant's subtle utility. Moreover, no one dared to invest in the Qingyu project. Even Shin Guoqiang had been offended. Were the investors all blind? Stop! Yin Yu exclaimed loudly. Recently, he had frequently participated in military training. Although he had yet to cultivate a soldier's demeanor, he had become quite adept at following orders. No problem, sir, please follow me. Bai Yiting nodded and gestured for Wang Rong to join him. Upon seeing Wang Rong rise and walk beside him, he led the way. Do you have money? Hong Tao Lu asked sharply. They had no choice but to compare wealth, as Hong Tao Lu knew that the Tai family was not wealthy. Originally, she had intended to hide it well, but due to Zhao Tieju's fierce attacks, Li Ling'er had nearly lost the energy for any other tasks, leaving her with no choice but to clutch the red bed sheet in her hand. Returning to her room, Wang Rong surveyed his belongings, seemingly with little to tidy up. He had hardly anything, so there was nothing to organize. After some thought, he decided to charge his phone. A Nokia was still quite practical, as a full charge could last several days. As Wang Rong practiced, his ears perked up, and with a slight shudder, he retracted the protective shield, surrounding him back into his body. Thus, Li Luo began to search for valuable information on her, brushing against the weapon concealed in her bosom. Soft and supple, it was impressively sizable. He had not anticipated that he would suddenly cease all contact with her, prompting her to reminisce about the regrettable events of junior high, causing her to feel inferior before him once more, and ultimately, she had not reached out again. What a coincidence. Jiechi invited me for drinks. I was having a great time inside, stepped out for a moment, and now I can't find anyone. What a mess. I maintained a smile, glancing at Luo Zigu. From the severed scorpion tail dripped some green liquid, viscous and corrosive, causing the ground to emit wisps of green smoke. Good heavens, is this scorpion so toxic that it can corrode the earth? Even without its tail, this creature's attacks remained sharp. A pair of scorpion pincers danced like twin axes, each strike creating a small crater upon impact with the ground. Even when the scorpion's tail was struck, it seemed to grow even more exhilarated. In a moment of reflective nostalgia, Xiao Ao suddenly snapped back to reality, turning sharply to face Xiao Yan, a broad smile illuminating his face. Bai Li Ziqian understood that Shi Yao could not let go of Hong Yi, nor could she disregard Xue Shi. So before Shi Yao could speak, he decided to take the initiative, at least to deceive himself into believing he had some control over the situation. Sin Pang was confused but grasped the general idea, feeling an invigorated motivation to lose weight. Although Song Ning maintained a facade of friendliness in the classroom, she was aware of his cold demeanor towards strangers. Thus, it was no surprise that she was exhilarated when Qingguo and called to clarify his intentions. What did he just say? Did he say his name was Zhuang? The individual who had claimed to be unwell and unable to accompany her and San Pang to shop for groceries. Shouldn't he be resting in his room instead of appearing here? Upon learning of the army's movements, Zhang Jiao sensed an opportunity. Among the 4 city gates of Chuyang City, save for the East Gate, the remaining gatekeepers were all Zhang Jiao's loyal confidants. The rebels would find it impossible to escape the city unless they attacked 3 gates. Everyone understood that the individual they sought on this mountain was Sister Wan Er. The Chong people have always been nomadic, following water and grass for sustenance, living without a permanent abode for countless generations, with tents serving as their portable homes. Perhaps, after death, one could enter another wondrous world, akin to the extraordinary and beautiful realm he brushed against during his fleeting encounter with the life fruit. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiao Yan, Su Yan's defiance faded into impotence, collapsing into the crevice of the cliff, a bitter sensation flooding his heart. The thought of Mu Jijun and the child tightened her grip on the steering wheel. She sat up straight, inhaled deeply, and adjusted her emotions to navigate the off-road vehicle smoothly through the traffic. In room 228, you will meet the one you long to see most. The voice on the other end was a distorted male tone, somewhat grating, and after uttering those words, the call was abruptly terminated. Meanwhile, Su Chen's actions grew increasingly audacious, compelling Su Peiguang to openly declare at the board meeting that whoever secured the wastewater project would gain the right to inherit his 20 equity stake. Xingyu, can it comprehend human speech? That ox is quite persistent. He Huan Shan, witnessing my repeated attempts to converse with it, weakly replied. It was said that in the western open pit mine, there was a brothel frequented by a minor captain who, as the story goes, once held the rank of centurion in the Yunnan governor's office and had become involved with a somewhat older woman in the establishment. In her pursuit of this innocence, she paid a heavy price, one that few could bear. She had presumed they had already dined, only to discover that a meal had just been laid out in the main room. God knows how many times she had to grit her teeth and remind herself not to soften, for even the sturdiest of walls could not withstand his enduring affection. Lin Jiajia followed the waiter through a long corridor, arriving at the inner courtyard, then ascending an elegantly antiquated staircase. These two individuals, so brazenly jesting and mocking before us, seemed to regard us as mere fish in a barrel. Although their words were laced with insults towards me, I cannot help but sigh inwardly. Those who underestimate she typically do not meet favorable ends. Of course, he had already gathered a considerable amount of herbs through the recent complimentary novice experience. Upon entry, he was immediately attacked by a scorpion, a level 3 exotic beast, which was quite formidable. Many exotic beasts were of level 1, including some plants, which were the lowest tier. However, there were indeed higher-level beasts drawn by the ensuing skirmishes. A level 5 insect, covered in bristles, deterred all other exotic creatures from approaching it. He experienced a complete loss of sanity upon encountering it. This creature was akin to a fiery chili pepper. Gazing at the seemingly endless road ahead, she discarded her high heels and resolutely pressed forward, embracing the notion of if it breaks, it breaks. Look, there's another bowl of filling. San Nai revealed another bowl of dumpling filling hidden beneath a cloth. No one anticipated that Su Zishan, in such a hurry to depart this world, could not even wait until the 26th, her sight impaired. She could not endure the solitude and presented herself at the Lantern Festival alongside Han Xinghui in Linnan Prefecture. In every world, there exist those who seek to take advantage. People flock to consume the complimentary offerings, and soon after, the free watermelons and tomatoes vanished. No matter how foolish Su Huaishan may be, he remains the head of the Su family, and when his aura is unleashed, he undeniably exudes the commanding presence of a domineering leader. Liang Shuang scoffed, doubting Wen Qi-xian, the Wen family possessed various electronic products, including multiple phones and computers. Yet she had never observed Wen Qi-xian diligently studying. She had considered the possibility of an argument or even a cold war between them, but never imagined that Yi Xiaoyan would take the initiative to withdraw from the engagement. Lu Yongwan's face, which had just beamed with pride, abruptly darkened, her teeth clenched, and her eyes glimmering with fury. "Father, you are the Minister of Finance. Surely you can procure supplies from our territory using the kingdom's funds, allowing us to drive the purchase price to 1,000 lodi, with the surplus becoming ours." Gu Mao naturally harbored some grievances towards those in the voting office for their inaction, yet he dared not voice them, as those individuals were officials, and dealing with the well-connectedly Long was a challenge. Handling him would be much simpler. In contrast, Jiang Shijin remained remarkably composed, even sporting a smile as she assured her mother confidently. Ku Xian knelt before Prince Run, while Shang Ting Li took his place on the right side, kneeling on the mat before the prince's consort. Jin Shujie is Baojin's cousin, and they often play together. Ku Yishang briefly introduced their relationship. Upon seeing her agreement, Pei Zizu's expression relaxed slightly, and he assisted her down from the carriage. "In Chu, I have received my salary." Sheng Xia spoke, and her mother's phone call plunged her already troubled spirits into despair. Sheng Xia remains unaware that her loss of rationality stemmed not from alcohol, but from having consumed water laced with additives, courtesy of her grandmother. Chinda and Lao Jiao exchanged glances, both seemingly recalling something distasteful, and simultaneously turned their heads away. Meanwhile, Chiao Su-ing, undeterred by her 2 unsuccessful attacks, felt no disappointment. Instead, she reoriented herself and continued her assault. "There is no need for such formality," Nangong Yin remarked with a smile as he gradually took his seat. Despite the calmness in his eyes, he exuded an air of self-satisfaction. According to certain individuals, if wormholes could facilitate instant travel, then the entire old continent would have long been overwhelmed by the weight of 5 pairs of wheels, crying out in agony, leaving no room for agricultural endeavors. However, there were only 300 of them, and many were mere homebodies. Following the shock came a profound sense of defeat. As a genius, such individuals are inherently proud. Yet, since encountering Hao Tian, he realized he could hardly be considered a genius. Upon receiving the news, Li Dingguo was immediately incensed, reprimanding the soldiers. But upon learning the specifics of the incident, he could only sigh. A few years prior, I indeed witnessed several remnants of human skulls turned to black bones, yet I had never seen one that could move. The 3 great lords clashed in a battle of slaughtering gods. The leader of the enforcement team felt a tumult of emotions. Does God truly exist? In their eyes, the king of slaughter is the deity of the city of slaughter. Yet, they still harbor trepidation before the god of death before them. What then? Does a true god resemble? Speak plainly, were the 3 things. Do not attempt to play tricks or engage in wordplay. Tang Hao's Haotian hammer remained unsheathed. as if he would truly unleash chaos upon this place if his queries went unanswered, leaving no peace in its wake. Of course, the first matter is to vanquish Xiao. It is evident that Principal Chi's words reflect his unease with his own identity as a physician. He wishes to confirm his status through Director Huang, unable to articulate his concerns directly. Should true peril arise, it may well be too late for any retreat. In any case, Chu Ruiyun showed no inclination to relent. Her delicate form trembled violently, causing her hairpin to clatter to the ground, and instantly, her long hair cascaded wildly around her. She intended to flee, yet her garments were ensnared, and in her fluster, she lost her footing and fell abruptly. Taixian, crowned by the celestial and earthly elements, radiated a splendid pagoda that repelled all evils. Wherever it passed, the ominous energies of the world dissipated, transforming the malevolent atmosphere into one of tranquility. The Taiji diagram shimmered with black and white brilliance, its five-colored light illuminating the vast universe and suppressing the past and future. As the two conversed, the voices of Li Huanshuan and Yi Xian outside the ward began to rise, resembling an argument. After calling out a couple of times without receiving a response from Chen Jin, Caladier hastily stood up, preparing to check on Chen Jin in his room. Uncle Zhong's expression darkened as he listed all the flaws in MT's statements. Upon finishing, the white-clad man suddenly lifted his head, his pallid face betraying no emotion as he coldly gazed at the two. Black Tiger's hands flailed vigorously, attempting to strike down an opponent. He moved as if he were a diamond, driving back those who threatened him. Facing the menace of ferocious beasts, whether venturing out to fell trees by day or resting in the wooden cabin by night, Wang Hao remained ever vigilant against the threat posed by wild animals. When Zhang Quanqing, filled with pride, brought the doctor and Wan Qingqing before Lu Chenyang, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had taken the first step toward a countdown in his life. Absurd. Li Fansudan Li Greusteun, Mizban, was your official title. The emperor has decreed that I carry out my duties. How can one harbor such a reckless mindset? Is that not a violation of the law? Please take your leave. Li Han issued an eviction order. After upgrading the wooden cabin to level 20, his timber reserves reached an unprecedented low. During their conversation, the two displayed undeniable excitement, as if the entire affair stemmed from their own actions. The other three contestants also observed intently, for those who could procure 2 treasures in the darkened room were of similar strength. However, I have completely forgotten the location of that island. Li Chang'e scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I believe you're the most suited for this task. After all, you have frequented such places before. What's the harm in assisting someone with a change of medicine? Lu Zhuan remarked, propping his chin on his hand while addressing Zhuge Xuanquan. Monkey King's companion nodded in agreement. While Wan Ying toiled daily for her livelihood, Wan Qingqing found herself devoid of any adversaries to challenge, leaving her with nothing to do. Come, let our entire class take a photo to commemorate today's competition. Teacher Hua Hua smiled. You're talking nonsense, shouted Gongzi, pinned down by the white tiger, upon hearing He Lanyao's arrogant proclamation. The prolonged sound of a bullhorn echoed across the battlefield. Behind a slope, 200 skeletal giants, upon hearing the horn, began to charge wildly. Observing the unfolding situation in the city of heaven, Field Nan, accompanied by his undead army, galloped out of the city on skeletal steeds. Once the martial soul was awakened, the aura of the human butcher transformed instantaneously, morphing into a delusional persona, embodying a sinister state that lunged at Tang Hao like a malevolent specter. The Pig King also surged forward, for the King of Slaughter was still watching. To hold back would lead to dire consequences. The trio finally formed a pincer movement, besieging Tang Hao. Rather than displaying anger, Tang Hao laughed, for this was precisely in line with his intent. A chaotic scurry akin to that of a monkey would be the last thing he wished to witness. Fortunately, even during her earlier ordeal in Cambodia, Jinwan had never sustained such injuries. At that time, she had merely been kicked by Dali, resulting in burns to her hands, and had been threatened with a firearm, leading her to retaliate with lethal force against Dali at the last moment. However, seeing her father's foolishly intense gaze, akin to a simple-minded dog, left her contemplating withdrawal. The arriving guards were about to rush forward to intervene, but Feng Junyao suddenly raised a hand to halt them. He rolled up the sleeves of his shirt to his elbows. In contrast to the composed posture of Long Tianci, his demeanor appeared carefree and unrestrained. In the distance, a vehicle began to maneuver into another lane. AK remained inside, confronting several individuals. While other off-road vehicles poised to strike upon witnessing Mo Jingshan safely escorting Jin Wan away from that car. Bored, Wu Yin once again checked her supplies of medicine, unhesitatingly rejecting Shi Tian's proposal. Nearby, a doctor diligently tended to Mo's injuries, staunching the bleeding, while a nurse continuously injected various colored, peculiar potions into Mo's body. In the past, Qin Su would have seized such opportunities to justify early departures to meet her. Hence Liang Jing showed no significant reaction upon hearing his words. Why are we still lingering here? Hurry and search. After coldly admonishing, Xia Junyao stepped out of the corridor. His gentle gaze and well-tailored attire conveyed the impression of a composed and mature man. It could be said that Feng He possessed a formidable and terrifying presence. Determining who was stronger and who was weaker was indeed a challenging task. The enemy general charged forward wielding a weapon, and Ranmin roared, his halberd swirling as he launched a dual-bladed spear toward his foe. The enemy general, taken entirely off guard, was instantly shredded by Ranmin's halberd, utterly obliterated without a trace of resistance. With no turning back, at that moment, Shi Huang resembled a frenzied tiger. His eyes gleamed red, his speed undiminished as he advanced fearlessly, harboring an unending hatred for the Yuming sect deep within his gaze. Did Qilong know someone who, perhaps long ago, had once been a contracted beast of a world-conquering overlord? Bang! Bang! 2 bullets pierced through the gaps in a mud wall, striking Sun Wukong. Reina, her body aglow with golden light, brandished the dawn blade and charged forth. Upon meeting the stern gaze of old Master Jiang, Yi Jinmu merely regarded him with profound confusion, seemingly unaware of why he directed such ire toward her. Master Lu Dan, are you certain you wish to venture to the Wulong's secret realm? Zimu stared at Lu Tianming with astonishment. The night festival encountered no further trials on the second floor, and was able to easily survey the overall situation. Fortunately, the earlier guest from the south who had called for the tune had returned to summon the elder, allowing Xiang Qiu to set aside this matter. Regarding this, Zhang Zhong resolutely declined, merely stating that he was a solitary cultivator and did not wish to draw attention. Yet this could not be expressed outright. They were all classmates, and she could not be entirely certain that none among them genuinely desired to be her friend. The princesses enjoyed their lunch in the Empress' Zhongsue Palace, while the princes and dukes dined in the Qingjin Hall alongside several ministers. Originally, he had intended for Tang Weiya to succeed Tang Zishuan in her current position, but after meeting Tang Zishuan, he changed his mind. Now, assigning a job to Tang Weiya merely served to placate her. The 3 individuals, initially believing their demise was imminent, bore expressions of despondency akin to that of young chicks awaiting slaughter. To be rescued by the king of slaughter himself instilled a profound sense of dread and reverence within them. The illustrious king of slaughter, for whom we would willingly sacrifice our very lives, is an entity deserving of unwavering loyalty. In the arena of hellish carnage, only the resonant voice of the king of slaughter remained, echoing through the chaos. Tomorrow marks your second trial, and it shall not be so facile. In the preceding days, he had traversed the black market of Fengzheng Street numerous times, yet he failed to locate the specific herbal remedy that Su Zishan had entrusted to Meng Zhejia. In a fleeting moment, all the mold perished, leaving a layer of grayish dust upon the wood. Subsequently, the blood vessels within him awakened, instinctively absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to fortify his own bloodline. Deep within Xuan Mu's subconscious, he felt the sacred water pool continuously bestowing energy upon him. After extracting the demon core, they hastened towards the commotion created by Jinshi Lai Peng. Observing the now dull stone before him, Huang Zhu meticulously inspected it. Perplexed by its lack of brilliance, the ghostly entity extended its arm into its own mouth, rummaging within while emitting furious roars, followed by the expulsion of foul liquid and skeletal remains tumbling from its maw. Yi Sheng, witnessing Huang Zhu's evident disbelief, spoke up. Meanwhile, each meal was a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, ensuring a balanced diet, much to Chun Xiang's delight, who could not help but extol Han Yunshang as a maternal figure. With benevolence in their hearts, they dined while chanting praises of goodwill for the host, wishing for longevity and prosperity. Upon their entrance, the surrounding waters sensed their arrival and swiftly mobilized to encircle them. A relentless torrent surged forth like a roaring river, forming a colossal vortex intent on engulfing the 4, coupled with the prolonged battle and the formidable strength and numbers of their foes. It was no trivial task to vanquish them. Presently, Taizhan and the sword cultivators of the Shanqing Palace established a formidable five-mountain sword formation to repel the demonic invasion. Refusing assistance, Hai Dong took his luggage and ascended the stairs alone, freshening up before descending. Beiming Qiuxue's face displayed a glimmer of despair, for it was evident that the giant bear's prowess equated to that of a Daluo Jinxian. Bing He fell silent, exhaling softly, her clear voice resonating with a unique conviction. The dance persisted, with Fuya oblivious to her surroundings, fully immersed in the state of a performer. Feng Lin felt an object collapse into his embrace, nearly toppling over, as he braced himself to avoid an unsavory encounter. At some point, a hand grasped his own, placing it against his chest, and the person leaned forward into his arms. He reminisced about the Yuan-Yin method, a technique imparted to him by Wang Ying, pondering what effect it might yield in Wang Ying's capable hands. Gazing at the still dormant Zemojian at the pit's bottom, disappointment surged within the hearts of the onlookers. "I understand," Qifeng replied softly, his words barely discernible, leaving one to question their authenticity. Fortunately, there remained but 3 episodes of the program, and the absence of Xia Cheng and Lin Fei Bai was merely a minor setback. "Mother, how is it? Did you humiliate Xuannan?" Zhu Shu hastily inquired as she rushed to her room. The Death Warriors recalled vividly that this slayer possessed the ability to wield soul techniques. Now, without employing such skills, he had obliterated Zhu Gu's head with a single blow, a testament to his immense power. Onward. Death is inevitable. We fight for glory. One took the lead, inspiring the others. Their fates were irrevocably intertwined, destined to perish for their lord, despite lacking his explicit consent. However, willingness alone was insufficient. Lai Fei casually twirled an empty fan, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips, subtly imbued with confidence. It was merely a misconception that other families' offspring were mediocre due to the prominence of a few. Naturally, Aili would not allow him to share a room with Yichu, yet without that arrangement, who could room with Luo Tianwei? Who else? Guan Yu remained composed, having exerted little energy in his battle with Guan Hai. Is the king going to name us? What shall it be? Demon General Kaleidoscope or Demon General Fruit? Demon General Pan, Feng queried. Zhong Denyan regarded Guchu Yin as if he were a madman, aware that if this individual hailed from the Zhong family, he would be considered an unparalleled talent. Just as Bai Rufan was about to seize victory, the sword suddenly began to thrash violently. Currently, Yu Yu maintained an amiable rapport with his companions. However, Mo Xian and the others understood that it was improbable for someone of such low cultivation to have arrived at this place. In truth, he had already healed himself through the application of laws, a form of self-restoration devoid of rationale. The sheer terror and might of his aura threatened to shatter the heavens, embodying an unfathomable horror. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Lu Quan entered, prompting Sumi to awkwardly withdraw her hand as the vehicle was handed over to Qi Hao. Initially, they believed that under the leadership of the 3 great emperors and dozens of prehistoric monarchs, the mere 8 realms of the myriad worlds would be effortlessly swept aside. As the tranquil sea lay still, Long Fei suddenly surged upward, causing the waves to erupt only after his leap. Chu Xian inhaled deeply, calming his emotions, and once his mind settled, he formed a seal and entered a meditative state. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xian's heart raced, his eyes reflecting astonishment, for he had previously recognized the terrifying nature of the 9th prince, yet had not anticipated such a staggering level of power as he unleashed a truly formidable assault. "Chen Banshan, you are truly insidious." Tua Ba Fei Ying roared as the supreme heavenly wheel spun furiously, waves of immense force colliding with Chen Banshan. Despite the overwhelming impact, Chen Banshan clung to his grasp, persistently devouring Tua Ba Fei Ying while simultaneously commanding the 5 elements divine flame to incinerate him from within. Yi Huang, having foreseen that Qin Jiangfeng would obstruct him, swiftly altered his course, but Qin Jiangfeng would not be easily outmaneuvered. In an almost absolute position of authority, even beings as extraordinary as Yin Shun and Gu Lu were unworthy of occupying the throne. Nevertheless, Long Fei could not proceed in such a manner, as he was determined to ensure the absolute safety of himself and his companions. Shimei chuckled softly, tears streaming down her cheeks, startling Aunt Gue and the village head. She turned her face toward them, her gaze flickering, her demeanor strikingly calm, a stark contrast to her former haughty self. After some time had passed, Ji Wanru felt a profound fatigue envelop her body and mind, causing her pace to slow significantly. As a mother, Gu Yuran was consumed by the desire to venture out, neglecting the safety of her children's lives, a reason compelling Gu Shishing to stand firm in his resolve. "Do you believe that I am the reason for your demise?" Tanju asked helplessly. He understood that he was addressing nothing but air. Before him, Lu Yin, despite appearing vividly real, was merely a figment of his imagination. In the second trial, Tang Hao faced his opponent, the leader of the law enforcement team, a titled Douluo with an astounding soul power of 93. Initially, he had entered the city of slaughter at only level 85, but upon participating in the competition, he quickly caught the eye of the king of slaughter, who immediately took him under his wing. He began as an ordinary law enforcement officer and ascended to the highest position, second only to the king of slaughter. Notably, when he broke through the 90th level, the king even assisted him in obtaining a soul ring. One could say he epitomized the paradox of our society. Industrious entrepreneurs face bankruptcy, real estate speculators reap windfalls, university professors struggle in poverty, while celebrated actors amass fortunes. Can diligence lead to wealth? Can knowledge be the path to prosperity? What has happened to our society? Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Cheng swiftly slipped through the ominous dark gate within a laboratory. No good deed goes unpunished, Lin Yu muttered under his breath, his eyelids finally succumbing to fatigue and gently closing. The room remained eerily silent until, after a brief moment, Su Ruo Gu's body trembled slightly as his bones, organs, and muscles adjusted almost imperceptibly, transforming into an optimal state, rendering this flesh more harmonious and perfect. He then soared down from the peak, dashing towards the main summit, employing his hands as blades in a series of strikes. The fiery red energy surged forth, slicing through the air, and where it passed, mountains crumbled like sand, erupting into dust amid a chorus of anguished cries from the disciples of the Qing Tian sect, creating a harrowing and awe-inspiring scene. At that moment, a man issued a merciless command that interrupted Lu Shiba's seemingly deranged laughter. For instance, if a stranger claims to be a billionaire, it might be acceptable to believe him. However, when it comes to collaboration, one must ascertain the truth. On the other end of the line, Wang Yang was nearly in tears of laughter. "Grandson, have you finally made a mistake after deceiving me so many times?" Everyone believed her combat prowess had surpassed Tian Luo's, especially after she successfully defeated Tian Luo in their last encounter, leading her to conclude that Tian Luo was nothing extraordinary. Perhaps the unique environment of hell had also influenced this perception, as Helicai's senses were somewhat restricted. He gazed down to find his chest in a state of bloody fissures, akin to shattered stones, warm and sticky as they adhered together, bleeding while gradually healing. Yet if it grew too cold, it would shatter. A fortunate circumstance attributed to his seemingly indestructible heart. Lu Yao, bewildered and unsure of what transpired, scrutinized the pallid old Mose, feeling a sudden, ungraspable chill in her heart. A peculiar event unfolded as Zhao Zeng dialed several numbers, only to be met with busy signals. He was compelled to leave the room and descend personally, unbeknownst to Zhao Dicai and Wu Changxi, while they plotted to deal with Li Yinian. Li Yinian had already encountered Feng Qian in the haunted house of the Yang family. Shenzhou, at a loss, resorted to desperate measures, forcibly embracing her. This was also the reason she rarely ventured outside. Compared to a life of luxury, she preferred accumulating gold coins. This was the most devastating form of long-range attack the militia had suffered during their migration, second only to the flying axes of the beastmen and the hunting spears of the troll scouts. Yinlan transformed into human form, cradling the dazed Lu Yao to the bedside, the toxic stimulus making Lu Yao feel nauseous. As Si Ryue finished speaking, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from the end of the stone path, followed by a group of over 10 individuals emerging at the corridor's entrance. "You see, is it not your name? Is that not your report?" Song Ran remarked with a glance. After several individuals vanished, Zhu Tian's figure appeared where they had stood, glancing coldly toward the direction of the 3,000 worlds before letting out a disdainful snort and choosing not to pursue, instead returning close to Xiao Zifei. He was rather displeased, curling his lips in irritation, refusing to look up as he continued to scribble vocabulary words. "Conspiracy? Damn it." A massive hammer appeared in the eyes of the law enforcement leader. How large? Sufficient to cover a third of the hellish slaughter arena. The locking power within his body not only remained unchanged, but grew even more formidable, no matter how he attempted to isolate it with mental strength. He could not block this force. As the enormous Haotian hammer descended upon him, he had no choice but to reveal his hidden card. Mental flash. However, the circumstances on the side of the Holy Roman Empire differed. Despite being the emperor, he wielded little actual power, as most authority resided with the princes and nobles of various regions, often elected by them. Han Tian was like porcelain. He Yichun was merely a clay pot. How could Han Tian possibly be willing to risk a life-and-death struggle with him? Every encounter between the underworld flames and the two magicors was akin to remnants of snow meeting lava, melting rapidly. Yet the relentless assault continued, wave after wave. Sensing Zhang Boheng's intense gaze upon her, Wang Luo, realizing something, turned and exited the private room. Boss Su of the Jiangnan fragrant rice shop had been eagerly watching Qian Yukai. Upon seeing him approach his shop, he hurried to greet him. Zhang Qingzheng was utterly terrified. After the Zhang family lost 4 top-tier powerhouses, even his younger brother, the family's prodigy, perished here, and he no longer dared to test the might of the unparalleled protector of Chunjiu, beginning to roar orders for a retreat. Perhaps because they were both cousins of the unwed princess, Lu Siwei struck up a conversation with her on the first day of Encheng's enrollment. Zi licked the blood at the corner of his lips, roughly pinning her wrists above her head, initially intending to force her to plead for mercy. But his gaze inadvertently drifted to her alabaster form. After her struggles caused the blanket to fall to the ground, the sight before him was a breathtaking spectacle. Disdained by Xiao Tian, his eyes darted, and he hurriedly scurried to Li Erniu's side, seeking to curry favor. The clock shop was thriving, having already advertised in the Ming Dynasty Daily, detailing several products. Chun Xiang continued to employ a life-for-a-life strategy, under the illusion of the ghost immortal ring. The originally eerie blood blade appeared even more elusive and flickering, causing Yu Songhai to feel a bit dizzy. However, as he slowly turned his head back to see the figure behind him, he could not help but frown. At last, a black shadow loomed over Zhou Jian's head. The entire water mother monster now fully appearing directly above him. I did not call out, Andrew shrugged, as if addressing Mu, but also explaining to Eva. 4. Shelley and Yin Shi had finally resolved to diligently cultivate a formidable technique for releasing energy. Ultimately, after a round of pushing and shoving, chasing wind and others, nearly perishing beneath the scorpion monster's massive pincers, merged with this sealed divine realm. If you, a purely commercial family, can uncover any valuable information, the Lin family would have already fallen, Zhong Yi remarked. After the meal, Mia had to leave for another performance elsewhere, while Mary personally saw her off. Who is he? Could he be like Bald Chong, a high-ranking member of the Ironhead Club? Zhong Feng narrowed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. After finishing her bun, Chen Xiang took out 2 bottles of holy spring water from her inventory and drank them eagerly. This was, in fact, her true meal. The Jianning Emperor harbored deep affection for the Crown Prince, and it was inconceivable that he was unaware of the immense grievances the prince had suffered. Nor could he simply turn a blind eye to them. Observing her radiant smile, so welcoming, so warm, one could not fathom why Yi Zhichuan felt an involuntary revulsion. The 9th soul technique, Suling. The Hao Tian hammer passed through the ethereal body, failing to eliminate the head of the enforcement team. At that moment, the enforcement captain began to regain composure. In a duel between masters, the rhythm of combat is paramount. If one allows the opponent to dictate the pace, they remain perpetually in a state of passivity. Throughout the recent skirmish, aside from a brief flurry in the dust, all actions were under Tang Hao's command. Thus, to defeat Tang Hao, one must draw him into their own rhythm. The dishes were already served, and naturally, they could not be withdrawn. However, Yin Su resolutely refused to allow her fans to incur such expenses. Yet, when Li Yan's fingers made contact with the silvery cube, a transformation ensued. This, however, seemed to inflict little harm upon Gui Tusha, who merely trembled lightly, coalescing once more into a solid form, appearing utterly unscathed. That individual was the 3rd prince, Bai Li Zihuan, the emperor's most cherished prince. The phantoms responded from behind. Tianxi inquired, her straightforwardness evident. However, had she not met the criteria, the flower master would have politely declined, and if she did meet the criteria, the flower master would likely nod in affirmation without hesitation. Luo Bai, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of anger. She wished to contribute, yet could not locate a suitable mind source. Feeling powerless, she considered offering the scattered by Fey stones she had discovered to the First Legion. It was on the day Yin Mo returned to the city that Gazing at the resplendent war god, Luo Ling resolved to seek her own freedom. She no longer wished to reside in the royal mansion. For her heart belonged to Yin Mo, and she yearned to be with him. This was the proverbial sweet rain after a long drought, simply too considerate to be overlooked. For the sake of this thoughtfulness, Junqing Luo would not allow it to be destroyed. Hence, the Jun family's legacy, enduring for millennia, was no mere coincidence. The cultivation of heirs and the preservation of family heritage were of utmost importance. Laughter erupted among the others, for it was well known that she held little fondness for promotional activities. Throughout the realm, strategists and advisors abound, and while Jia Su was no more intelligent than others, he was decidedly more pragmatic. As his expression turned stern, his right hand again reached for his storage bag. Yet at that moment, a faint disturbance arose from behind him. Before Yin and Lien could mount a defense, a white claw pierced through his body, instantly shattering his dantian. Was it oppression? Indeed, it was, for throughout the duel, Dai Mubai had made 3 attempts, never once gaining the upper hand. Even more astonishing to Lu Hong was that such words could emerge from many mouths. However, they were now uttered by the most unlikely of sources, to see. Did you recall this matter? Zhang Hao, upon hearing this, was not surprised. Though he did not voice it explicitly, he had no intention of deceiving them. Considering his circumstances, it was implausible for them to guess. Before he could listen further, the commotion beside him compelled him to refocus. There was no need for speculation on these matters. It bore little significance, as the truth would eventually reveal itself. Presently, the crucial concern lay in how to respond, remarked Yue Rue casually. Zhang Hao, in a whimsical manner, noted the watchful and curious gazes of the mermaids ahead and beckoned with a finger. Instantly, several mermaids near the surface of the sea recoiled in shock, as if something beneath the water had ensnared them. On the 3rd layer, Xiao Yang encountered the illusionary Qin Shou, whose martial prowess was comparable to his own. Yet Xiao Yang found himself severely beaten. Ultimately, it was only through a desperate outburst that he unleashed a secret technique to defeat Qin Shou. However, his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of battle cries, and only those nearby heard it, witnessing Lu Jinping being supported by 2 internal guards, confirming that it was indeed the Empress. Yi Hao Ran nodded. Since Su Yun had made a decision, he could no longer conceal the truth, and thus divulged all he knew about Su Yun to her. The burial soul formation. Tang Hao discerned this crucial detail and swiftly seized upon his weakness. The once formidable enforcement captain, now rendered momentarily stupefied, while the remaining self was significantly weakened, leading Tang how to understand the underlying cause. He disregarded whether the enforcement captain had long stood atop the pinnacle of strength with a lack of combat awareness and neglect of training, or if the nature of the skill itself was flawed. He simply needed to defeat him. A mere strike was sufficient to incapacitate the enforcement captain. His expression remained unchanged, yet his body bore the marks of countless injuries, prompting Chi Fu Wei, who had intended to personally escort him on his journey, to instinctively clench her fist in response to the sight. At that moment, an eerie cloud materialized around the expanse of withered flora, shifting in myriad colors. As the sky echoed with a haunting resonance, and an ominous aura permeated the air, leading to the depths where moonlight and nightfall intertwined. Jin Songling, having not elaborated on Yin Shi at that time, felt no twinge of guilt upon her reiteration of the topic. The room now lay empty, leaving only the Chun Gaoyu family. In the significantly quieter chamber, Shun Lang Zhong let out a long sigh of relief. Gu Zhenxian furrowed his brow slightly. Gu Bao Air remained obstinate, refusing to heed any counsel. However, some matters could not be dictated by Gu Bao Air's desires. Given the current situation, he had no choice but to proceed as he did. Indeed, she was well acquainted with him, but as a figure of authority, such understanding was perilous. Very well, let us return to the city to rest today. Uncle Ning, shall we return together? It will not delay matters, proposed Qin Ku, making a decision on behalf of everyone. Behind the city lord's residence lay a dense forest, once a place of melodic birdsong and fragrant blossoms, where many young gentlemen would indulge in shooting birds and leisurely pursuits. While traversing Mount Romi, a torrential rain struck, causing General Zheng, leading the troops, to halt and camp on the mountainside, fearing a landslide. As Yuchu recalled the fierce demeanor with which she had snatched osmanthus cakes from Luo Zizhou in previous encounters, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuxiang, engrossed in work at HK, was puzzled upon receiving a call from Jitong. Realizing it might concern Xiao Shirhan, he abruptly terminated the meeting to answer her call. "Dear, please cease your antics. Marrying Lin Xianxia would yield the same outcome. At least we would be family with the Mo family. Lin Zhihai reassured, acknowledging the years he had been wholly subservient to Lu Yiyun, effectively a henpecked husband. In truth, she had already anticipated this outcome. From the moment she recognized who he was, her astonishment was palpable. For the individual before her was not only an actor familiar to both her and Luo Jinshi, but now he was a film emperor. His family would not directly visit Goziwan, but would first reside in Jiangnan for 2 months before making their way to Goziwan. This notion instilled a profound fear in Kangxi. If the world ceased to fear him, what purpose would remain for him as emperor? Without waiting for Jiang Hongyu to utter a word, Jiang Lei swiftly dialed a number, only to discover that it had become a disconnection. Very well, I agree. What preparations do you have for meeting him? It would be wise to cultivate a rapport, remarked Lin Zhihai, the cunning old fox. For he was negotiating a marriage alliance with the Mo family. Once Lin Xianxia was wed, would financial concerns remain? Qiu remained silent, her mood somewhat somber. She genuinely wished to give it a try, yet feared what might happen should Long Yin disagree. Limping back home, I caught sight of a bamboo mat spread beneath the large huai tree, where Wan Mao lay sprawled, while Lu Tian gently combed his fur with a wooden comb. The reason the 5 gates formed such a tight-knit alliance, aside from the deliberate machinations of the 4 Symbols sect, was the collective desire of the other 4 gates to stand resolutely against the 4 great sacred lands, unwilling to be subservient to their whims. The words spoken were laced with both threat and provocation. Upon hearing the words of the King of Slaughter, the audience became even more exhilarated. The very thought of witnessing the King of Slaughter in battle sent a thrill through their veins, a privilege not afforded to ordinary individuals. However, they overestimated their position. As fallen beings, merely witnessing the match of the law enforcement commander was already a generous concession. Could the King of Slaughter's battle be within their grasp? When Tang Hao exited the arena, there was not a single fallen soul present. He had never seen such an expression on Changning's face, stunned and lifeless, like a marionette devoid of spirit. Fifth brother, please just agree. I absolutely refuse to become this emperor. Cold Yihan's unusually calm and resolute voice suddenly pierced the air. Li Yunhe was a martial arts enthusiast, and despite being merely 8 years old, he had often hunted and showed no fear of these windwolves. Moreover, he had just grasped the essence of sword intent days prior. It was the perfect opportunity to test his skills. Ao Emong recognized the futility of persuading him. Getting him this far was already quite an achievement. After all, recklessly slaying Lei Yun would undoubtedly erode his support, jeopardizing his grand plans. Meanwhile, Lei Yun's guardianship of the Dragon Tomb could also rally some hearts. Let us give it a try. Tuo Li thus embraced the character of the leader's sister and agreed. However, Yi Weian arrived at the Yuan residence first, only to be respectfully informed by Yuan Inquan that Jin Qing had not yet returned. At the Jin Wangfu, he found a letter left for Gu Ruiren, stating that she would be away for a while and requesting her cousin to continue caring for Jinji. A stunning maid sat panic-stricken on the ground, a faint trace of crimson lingering at the corners of her mouth. After that, I will secure you in one place and give you a thorough scolding, for there are certain things that can be done and certain things that cannot. Ba Wuxi Xian seized the moment to interject. Did you just learn that? As the two entered the concluding phase, Zhang Guangqi finally stammered a question. Considering this, Guan Yushuan felt a stir within. Her hands, originally gathering the fire of separation, began to form seals continuously. Her right palm, infused with power, met the palms of Shi Fa as the spatial rift targeted the wide-open back door where Huiqiji stood. The young man paled further upon hearing this. He abruptly shoved aside several onlookers, looking for an opportunity to flee. Pang Dihai's aura indeed fluctuated with the armor he donned. The accumulation of murderous intent and fury only intensified the armor's augmentation. One must admit, this set of armor was exceptionally suited for the battlefield. Mu Yuli and Hai Sa observed quietly, while Mu Rong Jin Yun's handsome face, concealed beneath a mask, could hardly hide his excitement. What could be more thrilling than witnessing one's enemy suffer right before one's eyes? Dense, dark clouds loomed ominously over the sea. As if ready to engulf the world in darkness, the sky was black, and the waters mirrored that desolation. Presently, she remained in a comatose state. If she were to awaken and realize she had lost her legs, Chu Mo Han truly questioned how much Zhong Yishui could endure. Despite her innocent fondness for frivolity and her penchant for being the center of attention, she despised those who clung to her. The myriad of lights in the homes illustrated the cycle of life and death. Some were born, while others uttered their last words. All beings equal before the 6 paths of reincarnation. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Not only did Hua Konglang and others express their astonishment, but even the victim, Rang Siyu, was unprepared. There was no concealment between Feng Hongyi and Yo Jiangwo as he recounted the events to Feng Hongyi. No need. The life symbol was unearthed just yesterday by the Shield Bureau and should currently be in transit, Bulei stated matter-of-factly. Hong Xian assessed her own abilities at this moment. She was undoubtedly lacking, far from sufficient. The abyss of ghosts and monsters expanded daily, and she wondered if time would still be on her side. This soul bone possesses exceptional quality, Tang Hao mused, extracting the blood-red skull from the corpse with a sense of awe. An exquisite soul bone of 8,000 years. A rarity across the Douluo continent. With his current strength at level 95, this soul bone, a serendipitous gift, was an opportunity he could not afford to squander. Once assured there were no additional dangers, Tang Hao decided to absorb the soul bone. During the skirmish, under the intense glare of Bai Li Shi, the coldly handsome man before her suddenly brightened his eyes, resembling a proud pup finally noticing her presence. Seeing this, Li Qi was initially reluctant to agree. After all, Chen Yuan was on a spy mission, and bringing along such a large man was hardly convenient. Furthermore, he was somewhat simple-minded, and should he inadvertently let something slip in the future, it could prove fatal. The regular army was deployed, elite forces tasked with ambushing and exterminating the agricultural soldiers and corvée workers transporting grain for the Zhao kingdom. Only the armies of Wei could accomplish such feats. Her kiss, though seemingly lacking in tenderness compared to his, was nonetheless cherished by him. Eyes closed, he reciprocated her affection. By the time Peng Tan and the others arrived, the 6th round had concluded, resulting in a tie, making the final round of utmost importance. Yi Yunqi's coaching had proven satisfactory, instilling in him a sense of assurance that he would not be at a disadvantage. Yet, as he lay on the bed for an extended period, Gong Changfa found sleep elusive. The more he tried to rest, the more awake he became. After a commotion, they reached the local military airport, and as soon as the helicopter landed, the adventurer was taken directly to the military hospital for psychological guidance. However, the necessary doors would still be barred, and the hardships that Su Xin needed to endure would remain unchanged. Humanity is indeed peculiar. Lan Exine shook her head. For some reason, upon hearing Ming Exine's words, she no longer felt like laughing. The second match was fiercely contested, and the atmosphere in the arena intensified, with the fighters giving their all, captivating the audience, and igniting the entire venue. Duo Lian seemed to recall something distasteful, clutching her chest as if about to retch. Grabbing Li Jun, she shoved him against the wall, her right hand brushing against an object before striking him on the head without a glance. Song Xian sneered coldly, and in an instant, crimson true energy surged throughout his body, enveloping him tightly. Yet, Yu Feilin understood that such a notion was utterly implausible. As disciples of Tianyu sect, they were perpetually beset by endless troubles. Xiang Yang poured 2 more glasses of wine, guiding the newlyweds to drink from the cup together. This time, the proceedings unfolded smoothly. Shun Chang'an and Gu Xiu leaned in closely, so near that he could discern her long, thick eyelashes and her expressive eyes. He was oblivious to the flavor of the wine in his mouth. The clan elder had told me that humans are the most terrifying and cruel beings in this world. We of the Flower Clan must wield swords against humans. Yet, my brother does not resemble what the elder described. Huarong's delicate brows furrowed in confusion as she scrutinized Zhou Tianlong. We ought to avoid discussing this sensitive topic in such a mysterious place, lest we attract unnecessary trouble. Mo Li cautioned them, as this location was indeed peculiar, and such discussions might incite discomfort among numerous cultivators. Alas, the fate of resource-rich cities remains ever the same. After the colossal Iron Mountain was depleted, the city began to decline. Over the course of several centuries, Qiqiaqing transformed from a prosperous city into the notorious capital of sin in the realm of Renai Dalu. The former glory now exists only in the legends told by the people. Reflecting on the scenes witnessed in the Grand Hall, Wu Jie felt that his acting skills were rather commendable. The realm of the god of slaughter was unleashed, aligning almost perfectly with Tong Hao's predictions. The suffocating pressure, akin to the thinness of oxygen, dissipated, yet the realm of the god of slaughter had inexplicably contracted by nearly a quarter. This was undoubtedly the ability of the king of slaughter, now powerful enough to compress his own domain, revealing a depth of strength that was truly unfathomable. It was not impossible to glean some useful information about Ascension. In the arena, a sharp metallic sound pierced the air, accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. Despite the ground being damaged, everyone cast puzzled glances at Jiayu, then exchanged looks with those beside them before lowering their heads to sip their drinks, executing the entire process as if they were mere automatons fulfilling a task. I don't care who they are, who allowed them to disturb my barbecue, Ye Zifeng remarked, regaining his previous calm demeanor, having acted in concert with Luo Qingxue in that theatrical performance. I, the son of heaven of the Daming, Zhuyo Jiao, hereby declare that I will be the principal of the Daming Civil Service Academy. In the future, when you see me outside the Taiji Hall, simply refer to me as principal and bow, so we may converse without constraint. Yang Guozhong, dressed in tattered clothing, appeared like a lost soul wandering the streets. Staggering towards Yang Yuan. What warm eyes, he thought. I feel as though I've heard this name before, yet I can't recall it at all. The U.S. government's intervention in the market is governed by stringent procedural requirements. The decision to inject liquidity is beyond even the president's purview, necessitating congressional hearings and approval from both houses of Congress before liquidity can be allocated to a company. Vehicles sped along the scenic highway, a continuous flow of traffic. On this rainy day, with no light in the sky, a middle-aged man donned in a tailored suit, weary and soaked, emerged from his car with an umbrella and hurriedly approached Jiayu, kneeling beside her. Yet, I willingly deceive myself, pretending that nothing has transpired, though the girl's analysis was astutely accurate. As Zhou Xuan contemplated this, he reclined on his chair, shielding his eyes with his hand. Indeed, it was time to return and seek out the legendary Mr. Ye. The first incident could be attributed to her having never encountered man in her life. A momentary lapse of reason could be excused, but should a second mishap occur, it would surely indicate a serious lapse in judgment. Jian Feiyu appeared as if possessed by a war god, unleashing a flurry of gunfire, effortlessly achieving a rhythm of unmatched prowess. As the cultists rushing forward were gunned down, even those terrified enough to flee were shot from behind. A group arrived at an expansive area filled with various private jets. We should have been aware of the Liu Dingshenhua, yet remained oblivious to the realms of the Xian and Tianting. Setting aside this multitude of concerns, the current situation was perilous. As the words of the elder echoed, all present fell into contemplation. It must be said, while this may not be equitable, it is certainly generous. Yue Yin had long been wary of Yu Weiling, having meticulously plotted a route to save the nation. Yet, just as she was poised to enact her plan, she found the onlooker, Gong Yuchen, effortlessly grasping Yu Weiling's hand. How annoying, why speak of such things? Ye Xiaomei lowered her head, retreating into his embrace, reluctant to leave. In that fleeting moment, the gaze of Nian Chu Xia transported him back to a time when they shared beautiful memories. At that moment, Yang Ina and Chalizi had also entered, clinging to Li Moran and refusing to let go. You are not me, Sita. Rosu's pupils constricted to a mere pinprick. At that moment, his enormous form, Hao Qian, exceeded the height of the hellish slaughter arena, and even the surrounding fallen could see this terrifying giant and his fearsome hammer. In an instant, it became unclear who the true king of slaughter was. Perhaps the enlarged Tong, how resembled the king of Slaughtermore. The surrounding fallen shared this sentiment. Typically arrogant and domineering, they thrived on intimidation with firearms, and from the distant giant, they felt a flicker of disdain in his gaze, imbued with contempt, as if all present were mere refuse in his eyes. However, Wu Ming was merely the head of the county committee, while Tang Xiaowei was responsible for the leadership of various regional party committees, with no intersection between the two. After walking for approximately 15 minutes, Huang Fuxiu Jian reached a dead end, disappointed to find no exit. Shi Er blinked her large eyes, gazing around with a lingering curiosity about Tiandao Xuan. Even if Qin Xiucheng was magnanimous, his subordinates would not share this sentiment. They would do everything within their power to create trouble for him, seeking to restore their own standing. The checkpoint was hastily constructed, and the living conditions were naturally inferior to those in Yuan Wangshan. Yet, the dark elves bore no resentment. This environment was already a significant improvement from their previous living conditions. To Yeqing Tu's surprise, Zhang Kexin enumerated numerous nightclubs and bars within Kai Yuan Shi, studied diligently and strive for progress. Are you heading to the overnight study hall? Tiefeng inquired as Huang Youwei stood up. In reality, Chen Hong did not believe that Zhao Zhongqi needed to remain in Baisha for an entire week. As Qin Feng was about to depart, and the competition for the deputy chief of the publicity department was at a critical juncture. Leaving Wuxi County for a week would merely hand an opportunity to Zheng Xueming. One may take a myriad of risks, yet all must be predicated on one fundamental premise: thorough preparation. The entire process of throwing and catching was executed solely by him. No one else had touched that copper coin. The imperial palace in the capital no longer bore the majesty it once possessed. It now resembled a precarious structure on the verge of collapse, swaying uncertainly, poised to fall at any moment. Upon witnessing this, Qianlong could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. Indeed, Wang Dao was quite audacious, his brazen demeanor rivaling his own. It seemed appropriate for them to engage in a friendly sparring session. The purpose of constructing this intricate mechanism was evident from its name: the Yin-Yang Yishan Nua Ling Jin Longjin. Today he sought assistance from Xiang Bai Ma, only to be met with a slew of chaotic matters. In a daze, he could almost perceive a massive, grotesque, verdant plant suddenly spewing forth a burst of fireflies towards the opposite arena, just as the dancer resigned to her fate under Bai Li Shi's whims. An icy voice resonated from the void. "Second senior brother is cunning," he queried. "This marriage was decreed by Wan. If Zhao Yu will not marry you, who else could she marry?" Moreover, whether it was his imagination or not, it seemed that Jin Kai-Shin possessed a newfound combination of her usual optimism and a hint of endearing charm, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Perhaps he had some recollection of her, for she instinctively tightened her embrace around Jiang Yutong, as though claiming him as her own. "Do not fear, for dreams and reality are opposites." Lian Xinran gently brushed aside the strands of hair clinging to her face. Suddenly, a cacophony approached from the distance, and as he turned to look, he was taken aback to see thousands of people charging towards them, shouting fervently, some wielding weapons. Though they had experienced passionate moments before, it was their first time standing face to face in such a manner, apart from their time spent in bed. Strangely, the King of Slaughter made no move upon witnessing Tang Hao's actions, seemingly acquiescing to them. The moment Tang Hao's right hand made contact with the Shura divine sword, he felt a chilling aura of death surge into his body, followed by an overwhelming sense of pull in his right hand. Alarmed, he realized that while the Shura divine sword appeared to weigh similarly to his Haotian hammer, it felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds in his grasp. Meanwhile, more than 10 masters from the Mingyuan tribe sprang into action, their blades clashing with one another, creating a vast web of light that met the strike of two true immortals. However, outside the blood banner, the soldiers of the Western Sea spiritual beasts were too preoccupied to notice the unusual changes in the heavens and earth, focusing their attention solely on the blood banner. After all, the supernatural abilities previously displayed by Yu had been peculiar enough. A slight alteration in the natural order was hardly surprising. Yuan Dong? What treasures could Yuan Dong possibly possess? He has been concocting novel ideas to amuse me daily, whether through surprise or fright. I have long been left in a state of nervousness. You need not worry about this. I will send people to establish 2 teleportation gates there, allowing for direct travel to the Qin Shuang Imperial Palace. If the battle with the celestial beasts erupts prematurely, we can return at any moment, Chu Linfeng assured. As night enveloped the land, the biting cold winds continued to blow, dropping the temperature below -10 degrees. The thin ice on the ground thickened, making it slippery for anyone who walked upon it. This was a plan that Gu Yuran and Old Li had discreetly agreed upon from the start, no matter the circumstances. Old Li must always speak optimistically. When Chu Linfeng embraced Sima Jingyi, her face turned crimson, and though she wished for him to release her, a part of her was reluctant. This feeling had manifested countless times in her dreams, and now it had come to fruition. In response to Tung Yu's inquiry, Duncan awkwardly shook his head. They simply harbor a disdain for outsiders, especially the Chinese. There is no need to fear, as he himself was somewhat uncertain. Sun Fengxiao had only recently been immortal. After becoming a cultivator, he understood the insignificance of mortals in the eyes of those who cultivated. This notion made him feel a discomfort that resided deep within, but he lacked the power to alter such a perception. "Ah, a child worthy of teaching." The elder laughed heartily, his expression joyful, resembling a jovial immortal. I raised an eyebrow and requested his assistance in watching over the bricks, indicating their location. Before I departed, I instructed him to ensure that the bricks would not see him, merely to keep watch from a distance. "I will definitely visit that crevice," I softly declared, my voice filled with determination, as I had been deeply troubled by the fate of the plump fellow. That was merely one aspect. If I claimed it was for you, would you believe me? Liu Bingyi's words bore an ambiguous truth, yet Hua Chengjun nodded earnestly, a bright smile illuminating his face. I would appreciate it if you could clarify for me, fair maiden. Until now, Wang Yin only suspected she was affiliated with the Bai Yin sect, yet he had not confirmed it. Mere signs do not equate to certainty, and it is possible they were merely performing a play for their own amusement. The flames of war engulfed the land, with armies stationed everywhere. How could one possibly contact Philogis 6? Cao Cao inquired. Once Huang Qingyin finished singing, he took another swig of wine, his body swaying slightly, prompting the station soldiers to rush over to support the elderly man and escort him home. How you had already retracted her hand, her complexion slightly flushed and drenched, a sign of impending illness. Wang Yin retrieved his dried clothing from the rack. Though riddled with holes and appearing filthy, it was better than having nothing at all. Seeing the extraordinary power of the individual atop, Cheng Yuanjin exclaimed in alarm. Someone! There's an assassin. Just as he spoke, a figure floated down through the broken roof. The king of slaughter, now airborne, emanated an aura of malevolence that had transformed into a chilling essence, evoking astonishment even from Tang Hao, a rank 97 limit Dalu. Such pure evil was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. With wings unfurled, the king of slaughter dove towards Tang Hao, and although surprised, he instinctively reacted in defense. The two Hao-Ian hammers clashed, releasing a resonant sound. Ling Chan exhaled slowly, his body relaxing as he slumped into his seat. The tension that had gripped him dissipated, replaced by a profound weariness. Who could those individuals outside be? Lei Zhenhu had just awoken and was still having breakfast when he heard gunfire from outside, causing him to furrow his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Fan Shou and Tu Yu continued their march towards the eastern city, yet before they could reach their destination, news arrived that the previously encountered enemies had inexplicably vanished. Noisy, Xiao Etian detested the Japanese, summoning the Tong Tian sword and swiftly beheading one of them. Fourth brother, what are you saying? Our father would be proud of us. We are heroes of the Ming dynasty. Shen Shouyao laughed. At that moment, in the skies above Mingyang City, a figure was cleaved in two, blood spilling forth as they plummeted from the heights. Senior, this fellow was so intimidated by Xiao Etien's pressure that he knelt, trembling uncontrollably. Not only that, but with 6 bursts of true energy, he became increasingly adept, effortlessly slicing through his foes as if they were mere vegetables. However, they did not ponder too deeply. Perhaps the NPC's character was simply designed that way. A source of pure resentment? What could that possibly be? Dodging the furious punch of Yu Jiaolong, Zhang Yin smirked coldly. In this room, it is only you and I, so you had best speak the truth. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Gong Yi's expression remained indifferent, starkly contrasting with the father that Luo Huishue remembered. Talents and geniuses, though differing by a mere character. The chasm between them is anything but trivial. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a vast gulf. When you sought to rise in rank and wealth, why did you not allow me to maintain my dignity? Now, you expect me to uphold it. Jean Fei felt a sudden tightness in her chest, as years of grievances surged forth all at once. Yet, when it came time to articulate her thoughts, she found herself at a loss for words. Observing Gu Lanxin's ethereal visage, a wicked smile gradually emerged on Zhang Yan's lips. Young master, are you all right? Wei Ningxue asked, her concern evident as she gazed at Yichun. Healy, seeing Bai Gu standing there like a statue, shouted hoarsely. Zhou Ruodong gritted her teeth and resolutely positioned herself in front of Zhang Yan. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaodong's words, Zhang Yan was momentarily taken aback, then cast a glance of genuine fondness towards Zhou Ruodong. Even if she did possess any, his sister Yumizi would hide it well, ensuring no one discovered it, as she did not wish for others to worry for her. Manjun felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, for the scene was eerily reminiscent of 3 years ago in Rongqing when she had gone for a hospital checkup, and, while having lunch with Jihua, he had shielded her as they crossed the street. At this moment, the Flame Mouse King found himself ensnared within the soul domain, experiencing considerable distress. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly insignificant human possessed such formidable abilities. Regrettably, Lin Yunfei had already shifted his body, and the onlookers instinctively retreated several hundred meters. In an instant, the two fists collided. The youth had presumed that even if his punch could not send Lin Yunfei tumbling off the stage, it would at least inflict severe injury upon him. curbing his arrogance. With a flourish, Tang Chun elegantly swung the Azura divine sword, from which a crimson blade of murderous intent erupted. The king of slaughter had believed that only the god of slaughter, Tang Hao, could wield the Azura divine sword, and would suffer its backlash. He did not anticipate that Tang Hao could truly command the sword. Even Tang Hao was taken aback. He had intended to unleash the massive sword against the king of slaughter, but found himself emitting a blade of energy from the sword's edge, quickly grasping the divine sword to prevent it from slipping from his grasp. Inside the airport, Yu Baifeng gently patted Du Xiaoyu on the shoulder, reluctant to see him depart so abruptly. Subsequently, Guanzi Ling expelled a mouthful of blood, initiating the blood oath to recognize the Qing Wu Jian as his own. At the moment of recognition, the sword emitted a tremor accompanied by a dragon's roar, nearly escaping Guanzi Ling's grasp. He discreetly massaged his shoulder, keeping his thoughts to himself, gritting his teeth as he followed behind Zhong Bo. With a sigh, Yu Fei chose not to comment. After all, this was merely an endeavor of his own volition, as the personnel at the headquarters would not entertain any negotiations, treating it as a straightforward transaction. Under the cover of darkness, two extended Lincoln cars gradually vanished into the misty, rain-drenched night, akin to phantoms that had never existed. Upon entering, 2 or 3 individuals clad in the robes of alchemists approached, each one at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Observing Lu Su, they trembled slightly, seemingly sensing his cultivation that surpassed that of immortals, and immediately displayed a more respectful demeanor. With 100,000 elite warriors assaulting a fortress guarded by merely 10,000 soldiers, devoid even of a high-ranking sorcerer, it was akin to Mount Tai pressing down on an egg, leaving no room for suspense. This time, the NPC captain did not ramble, but succinctly voiced all of Lu Tao's concerns. The sound of bullets whizzing past filled the air, each shot landing perilously close to his heels, creating an utterly maddening atmosphere. A cool sensation enveloped Ning Xia's wrist as the bracelet was fastened, gliding against her skin. This type of long shur, while classified as cold jade, possesses an icy aura. However, it differs from other jades, being exceptionally warm to the touch, akin to warm jade, providing comfort in winter and coolness in summer. The previous 3 steps were intended to summon divine presence, conveying that this was a suitable place to dwell, hoping that the deities might descend and safeguard this land. Gu Jiaqi remained calm, channeling energy through his fingertips, causing the sheep-fat jade cup to shatter, the fragments not yet touching the ground but coalescing into a cluster. Upon learning that his ghost general, Di Xiong, had been captured, the lord of the Ghost King Palace, Yun Xiao was filled with ire. Yuyer, inform me, has anyone secretly incited you to harm me? The favored concubine inquired of Yuyer, supported by Gu Mama, as she stepped forward. The steward searched for an empty room in the courtyard, settled the individual inside, and instructed that they should not wander outside the garden, lest the guards be harmed. Qing Feng, a handmaiden from the queen's family, had no need to veil her words in front of her. Very well, since you have stated it thus, I shall arrange for someone to select an auspicious date tomorrow. Upon hearing Long Xiang's response, Zhang Fu's smile grew ever broader. At that moment, Xie Cheng, having awakened from his stupor, no longer dared to refer to himself as Xie Yi. He approached Xiao Zijun with a smile, awkwardly inching toward the palace gates. The 2 servants who failed to protect their master were immediately sentenced to death by the queen. Yuyer interjected, taking the opportunity to speak. Thus, when Su Yuxiang fled from the Tu gate and finally mustered the courage to glance back, she was met with a sight that left her utterly dumbfounded. The powerful figures here were already filled with astonishment, their hearts racing with trepidation, relieved that they had acquiesced to Li Feng's demands and had not confronted the Demon King directly. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Yada wore a grim expression, but just as he intended to speak, a sound of the door creaking open resonated. An exquisite golden hammer was placed into Tang Hao's hands. What is this? The Hao Ian token? Tang Hao could only recall hazy memories of the object he held. The golden hammer, the Hao Ian token, was the emblem of the Hao Ian sect's leader, which had vanished alongside the previous sect master, Tang Chun, and since then, no token had been passed to any subsequent leader. Grandfather, what is this? Tang Hao understood the immense significance of the item. Whoever possessed the Hao Ian token was the true leader. Under the sect leader's persuasion, everyone departed, heading to a nearby city where they secretly established a new base for the Tianqing sect. Naturally, the higher-ups could not accompany them, as they would undoubtedly be recognized. Fei Wu nodded in agreement, having witnessed the leader's condition, which appeared quite severe. Thus, it was likely that the others had already seized the opportunity to escape. Lin Ro had been overly careless, believing that the arena merely required a simple defensive formation, not realizing the complexity of the array, which even the formidable Lin Ro could not breach. Shang Zizai, having battled Zhang Liao to a standstill, was still immersed in confusion over why this madman had not yet mobilized his troops. Completely oblivious to the lurking wolf in the distance that had set its sights on Kai. What is she contemplating? Li Wei could not help but recall that beautiful profile, gradually becoming lost in thought. Old Lady Xie speculated that the matron might have come to offer comfort or perhaps to expedite the engagement arrangements between Xieku and the eldest son of the Qi family. Qi Huan. However, Old Lady Xie had not anticipated that the matron had actually come to apologize. The imperial physician prepared a prescription and left several healing medicines for Zhao Yunze. Subsequently, Li Shimin instructed a guard to escort the imperial physician back to the imperial medical office. This is different. You should attempt to throw a punch without utilizing any other abilities, the ethereal youth suggested. Yi Feng complied, and indeed, with a single punch, it erupted like a burst of flame, astonishing him. The three pills possessed such remarkable origins. Just as Mo Yang turned, a black butterfly suddenly emerged from Li Shang's mouth. The butterfly was as thin as a piece of paper, colorless and tasteless, devoid of any aura. Even Mo Yang failed to detect its peculiarities. The three fiends exchanged glances, uncertain of who was to depart, but from each other's expressions, they understood that this figure in black did not belong to any faction among them. The sudden voice startled the 3,000 members of the Crimson Refinement Army, causing them to instinctively pivot their bodies and direct their gazes toward the source of the sound. Heavens, is it true? You're a living star? Wu Shi exclaimed in astonishment. This question had already been addressed by Kong Yulin at a prior press conference. However, the bearded man persisted in his inquiries, evidently seeking to provoke. What reclining chair could possibly compare to the comfort of a sofa at home? If you desire verdant grass, your doorstep should be lined with lush greenery, and when the heat rises, you can plunge into the pool and swim right back home. Moreover, this was merely one of the guards stationed on the entire battleship landing platform. Yves Buffon and his companions could clearly observe that there were numerous such guards in the distance, even exceeding 10 in number. I promise to keep you by my side, to accomplish great deeds together and witness the grand path. The bloodthirsty demon lord's eyes gleamed with a captivating allure, his voice dripping with temptation. The million demonic spirits killing formation was indeed formidable. However, with the assistance of the Hongmeng Hanqi, it could be effortlessly dismantled. For the Hongmeng Hanqi is one of the most fundamental energies within the heavens and the earth, an essence that virtually all powers in this era cannot resist. Reflecting upon past events stirred within her a complex array of emotions, tinged with both disappointment and solitude, leaving her uncertain of their nature. The path of cultivation seemed endless. Yet she firmly believed that her fate was intertwined with Nong Yan. As long as life persisted, opportunities for reunion would surely arise. In the city of slaughter, Tang Hao had only spent a few days, yet fortune smiled upon him, granting him the 10,000-year soul bone bequeathed by his grandfather, along with the Shura divine sword. Marking him as a pinnacle figure, Lin Yi, too, was not idle during this time. His soul power had ascended to the 63rd level. Presently, Lin Yi stood at the zenith among his peers. Nevertheless, his mind was burdened with multifarious thoughts and an extensive to-do list, compelling him to tackle each task individually. His foremost priority was to procure the remaining resources. Shan Yu had conferred with Dr. Xiao regarding Jin Yin's condition. Although she had ingested medication to suppress the spread of toxicity within her, it was merely a temporary measure. Contemplating this, a wave of inexplicable anger surged within me, leading to resentment and suspicion towards the so-called omnipotent deity, often reviled by countless purportedly insincere believers. Yet, upon approaching them, I refrained from acting, for I noticed Lu Wusher's young body casting a peculiar smile in my direction as I soared past. The Pope's devastating strike against Yi Lingfeng reverberated through the mountain, resulting in a profound tremor. As I departed from Sanshin Pharmaceutical in the evening, my spirits were unusually elevated for the first time in months. Lin Fei's belly had become somewhat pronounced. He patted it thoughtfully, contemplating how to inform his parents about his resignation. Yet the memory of being cast out by his mother earlier that day deterred him from doing so. Regarding this calamity, I grasped certain profound truths. Yet the most challenging to reconcile was his sudden departure. However, Lu Qingxian, who had taken me into a police car, merely shared lofty principles, neglecting to address the matters between us. Although he himself did not appear, the cohort of black-clad individuals and the golden-eyed figure, who only took orders from him, represented his will. How is it that young Master Zhao's words hold no weight? Did you not claim your word was your bond? Let us see your integrity. Bai Mu teased from the side. Gazing upon the mountain of corpses as rivers of blood flowed, Su Yang laughed unabashedly, a wild and joyous expression on his face. He persistently pieced together fragments of clues in his mind, sensing he was on the verge of a revelation. Yet upon reflection, he felt he had discovered nothing at all. In the sprawling metropolis of Huaxia, masters who had attained the pinnacle of Danjing were terrifying entities. The vehicle gradually vanished along the rural road, raising clouds of dust, ultimately disappearing from view. Leonai and Xiashi were not ones to be courteous. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, both were exceedingly famished. According to Lu Qing's previous methods, the dragon-headed staff was utilized to preserve corpses from decay. Thus, the instantaneous reduction of one corpse to ashes upon its removal could be explained, but the emergence of life from another corpse was perplexing. This revelation stirred immense excitement within Liang Xuewei, though her lips were sealed, rendering her voiceless. Tang Shi dared not utter such words. Neglecting the Wang family would yield no favorable outcome, yet the grudge would certainly be remembered. His physical strength had significantly increased. Where he once could lift 100 jin, his power had likely multiplied manifold. The two agreed to meet in the private room where they had last convened. And Tang, he recounted the events leading up to the present. Regrettably, Fu Zhixing remained expressionless, fixated on the plush toy in Fu Zhifeng's embrace, his eyes betraying a menacing hostility. Once a formidable family, the Sheng family had dwindled in stature. Following the untimely demise of the business prodigy Sheng Yaning, their prominence diminished, relegating them from the ranks of the elite families. The Jiang residence was expansive, with the entire banquet taking place on both the first and second floors of the main hall. However, as guests traversed the premises, certain areas inevitably fell outside the reach of the air conditioning. In terms of physical prowess, when confronted with the various poisoned puppets, as long as they did not grant the Uchiha clan the opportunity to engage closely, they could be worn down. Lin Yi temporarily set aside his intention to rescue the group, letting his raised hand fall. Observing that the young man had ceased his movements, the individuals within grew increasingly restless. I told you to unlock the shackles. What are you doing? Hurry up, bellowed a robust man, reaching through the wooden bars to grasp Lin Yi. Hey, old one, speak up. Aren't you the village chief? Say something to dissuade this lad. A diminutive figure trembled, his legs quaking. This is my private tea room. Rest assured, few know it belongs to me, Guan Lily remarked, noticing Zhang Jie inspecting the surroundings. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Jie surmised that to facilitate the government's work, he refrained from overly meddling with the roles of the government officials, suspecting that the conflict had arisen during the division of responsibilities. Had such a situation occurred within the military district's office, anyone daring to oppose him would surely provoke Yun Mo Cheng's wrath. Even in his own home, he felt his pride was somewhat affronted, for no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner for years. She had not anticipated that in such circumstances, aside from Chun Ying and Zhang Miaoyu, others would also escort Zhao Qing, who would not adore our Miao Miao. She is the most obedient. I see you are merely being dishonest, with your parents present. You still dare to lie? Elder Yi instigated. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiaofeng felt her anxious heart settle, for their patient explanation indicated that she was not suspected. What'd you say? Do you realize this could mean your death? Sending others would yield the same result. Luo Tianhuan had no desire for Lin Shun to sacrifice himself. If they needed to thwart Basil's fleet, dispatching any fleet would suffice. Yi Miao lowered her head. She wished to observe Lu Xiyu, but could find no adequate rationale. Clenching her fists, she pounded her chest, then struck the ground fiercely, baring her teeth and flaring her nostrils, glaring ahead. A colossal fortress, spanning dozens of miles and towering 50 meters high, appeared before them. Zhu Polu shook his head at the sight, abandoning the thought of leading the group into the gathering site, opting instead to settle them first while escorting Jiang Han and the others to the Yangpu District Assembly Point. Generally, keen eyesight goes unnoticed, yet Li Hulin's gaze had transcended human limits, making it difficult for him not to be aware of his own perception. Sukinyan Pandiv. I have it. Returning to her room, she emerged with a basin of pale blue hydrangeas in hand. Although their battle had persisted for some time, Zhao Ai ultimately triumphed, vanquishing the seductive foe, who shed her armor and wept for an extended period. Indeed, a commander of the royal guard from the kingdom of Mythos led 100 warriors forward to execute Zhang Qinsheng on the spot. Huayu narrowed her eyes slightly, contemplating whether to press this repugnant face into the ground for a thorough scouring. Zhu Palu swiftly yanked Yang Tianyu behind him, his gaze fixed on the two figures rushing towards them. The duo froze mid-attack, their countenances grotesque, with crimson eyes glowing menacingly and fingers resembling sharpened blades, their nails extending several centimeters. Su Juya gazed at the peculiar functions and geometric figures, feeling slightly dizzy. After separating the papers, she turned and handed them to Zhang Lingxian, who sat behind her. Had he not been caught, he would have fled without hesitation. However, now that he was apprehended, he did not hold back. With a creak, he pushed open the bamboo door and beheld a disheveled old Taoist squatting before a large black pot, intermittently adding ingredients. Upon hearing this, Bingru finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, and her heart ached. In comparison to her so-called love, her significance in his heart was negligible. "Help me. For heaven's sake, save me." A captive suddenly broke down, hurling furious curses at Lin Yi. Disillusioned with this group, Lin Yi began to question whether they were indeed villagers, given their vicious words. Yet, the wolf bandit leader would not grant him time for contemplation, as his frenzied subordinates attacked the bound and helpless villagers. The cries of anguish resounded, and despite Lin Yi's swiftness, he was hindered by the enmity between the two factions. There was no room for idle chatter. Thus it was certain that a grand spectacle would unfold that day, and many onlookers eagerly awaited the drama in the hall. Gu Wanyin restrained her laughter and gracefully made her way outside. While it was acceptable to be lively at home, one must still present themselves with the poise befitting a lady when venturing out. Otherwise, they would become the subject of ridicule. "I seem to have no desire to discuss this matter with you. This is your final opportunity. Will you release them or not?" With that, Xiao Feng's blade again rested against the bloodied neck of Na Wei. After dinner, when Zhang Qingtian habitually reached for the teapot, he found it chillingly empty, prompting a sudden realization that the scholar was indeed not home. He smiled faintly, brewing tea himself, yet felt a twinge of melancholy. A man of about 60, clad in tattered clothing with a grimy face, appeared unkempt. Meanwhile, Kelly arrived at the ex-military regiment's camp in her sports car, screeching to a halt before leaping out. Chun Suichi did not accompany them this time, perhaps due to the failed engagement between Baozhu and Jide, causing the anticipated union to dissolve into siblinghood. Thus their interactions were not as frequent as in previous years. Baozhu understood her feelings. With the engagement thwarted, her aunt bore no blame. Yet the two families would inevitably drift apart. Gu Wanyin nearly jumped in surprise. She clearly saw a dark mass pressing against the window, resembling a colossal creature. Nevertheless, this was not an issue. As long as there were B-grade magic crystals, Bai could still return to the realm of B-grade magical beasts, and with A-grade crystals, there was potential to ascend to A-grade. His mental prowess remained formidable. Even submerged, he could still sense the outside world. Fang Jisher never anticipated that Ji Pingzi would send his son Fang Zhong to accompany Confucius to Dongzhou Luoyi, and furthermore, that Nangong Jingshu would join them as well. Lao Qin abruptly halted at the front, and neither he nor the girl behind him heard anything amiss. After returning that day, he disclosed everything he knew to the Empress Dowager, who, in a fit of rage, dispatched someone to locate the scholar. In response, the scholar, fearing punishment, took his own life, leading to dire consequences for the young Prince Jimeng. "Master, what are you doing?" Su Yurong joyfully bounded over and sat on Momo's lap. Huan Nongying's eyes darkened as she examined the peony in her hand, then gently lifted it to place it in Li Jianyang's hair. The stone box, over half a meter tall and more than a meter long, was crafted with exquisite precision, adorned with numerous stone carvings, the purpose of which remained unknown. Hua Kitchen instructed his men to search, and, true to Lu Zhu's words, everyone held their breath. "What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our departure." Guan Ning suddenly interjected, having eavesdropped for quite some time. Despite having anticipated this situation and being mentally prepared, Ma Xian was still astonished by Zheng Qinggong's unwavering resolve, feeling genuine admiration for his loyalty. The wolf bandit leader, initially brimming with confidence, was unprepared for the unexpected turn of events. The individual before him, undoubtedly a weapon spirit master, wielding both a long sword and a spear, suddenly unleashed a ferocious blaze. At that moment, Lin Yi felt invigorated. Under the transformation of the fiery phoenix, he had long ceased to fear flames, now resembling a fiery giant laying siege to Asgard, looking down upon the world. A dazzling star, celebrated globally, contrasted sharply with the tranquil simplicity of rural life. As Han Shi pondered what to write to alleviate his discomfort, a phrase inexplicably surfaced in his mind, either solitude or mediocrity. Although Zhong Nin did not wish to antagonize Zhang Jing, he deemed it unnecessary to lower his status in the presence of a eunuch of He Gongong's caliber. He exchanged greetings with the other party before taking his leave with Qiu Xiang and a contingent of personal guards. However, her demeanor did not lend itself to the idle musings of the trainees. Liu Yin gathered the scattered trainees, sternly instructing the staff to play music and commence their dance practice. In such a setting, it was easy to lose sight of one's target amidst the heavens. Most of the time spent climbing mountains and navigating through woods. Gazing at his wife's charming visage, Wang Pingyan swallowed hard, unable to resist caressing her thigh. Over there, Ding Yilin cast furtive glances this way, encouraging her manager to hint to Kong Xian, hoping he would extend an opportunity. Zhang Yuling felt a sense of urgency, yet regrettably, she was oblivious to the full scope of events and could not intervene without hesitation. In the afternoon, Wang Pingyan prepared to return and pack his belongings, getting ready for the place where he and the children would reside. Ku Yuan sensed her unease, but the more he inquired, the less Su Fu would divulge. We are all on the same side. Sincerity matters most. There is no need for the superficialities they display. Zhong Nin raised his cup, clinking it with his counterpart. In that instant, the delayed arrival of the Beta Miation unleashed a torrent of fists, ensnaring the angel of death, Samuel, twisting his form grotesquely, while the force shattering the heavens severed his wings, causing his flesh to swell and burst. After returning from the Tang meeting, the agonizing ordeal of captivity fortified Tang's resolve to eradicate Xia. Following discussions with the ministers, he decided to temporarily conceal his strength to avoid arousing suspicion from Liu. While their fame may not rival that of Qin and Chu, it is worth mentioning that we, including the scholar and your second uncle, are descendants of the ancient Yong state, as the land beneath our feet is indeed the old soil of the ancient Yong state, with many tombs left behind by them. The elder snake commented, Guang Yuan was granted permission to resign due to the incident with the walls of Zhuanyangfang. Right Minister Li Qing nominated Guang Lu to succeed as Jingzhao Yin, which Liu approved. Furthermore, the monopoly on iron, liquor, and tea was abolished, allowing private enterprise, a matter beneficial to the populace, which Liu, who has always cherished the common people, naturally endorsed. However, Chun Luo believed there was no need to pursue a free model. In a free model, players could modify the system's prescribed actions, simplifying movements and language through their understanding of skills and exploration of skill codes. Like Achilles, who was bathed in the waters of the Styx, even under the supply of magic, the projection of Gilgamesh's noble phantasm could not pierce through. And even with all its might, it could only leave behind minute and nearly imperceptible wounds. In the vast, dark hall, only Zhong Shihe remained, appearing as though he had aged several decades in an instant, his steps somewhat unsteady. Approximately 1 million years ago, pioneers departed from Africa, spreading across the northern Eurasian continent, adapting to local environments and evolving into various late-stage, upright beings. Moreover, he was unwilling to involve others, although the fierce tiger of Jiangdong had become a captive. His pride in facing the consequences alone remained intact. Technological advancements were indeed fortuitous. In his haste to rescue the villagers, he had not taken the time to examine the corpse of the wolf bandit, merely giving it a cursory glance. It was only when he returned to the battlefield that he discovered a soul bone lying beneath the corpse of the wolf bandit leader. It is said that soul bones are treasures of the Blood River. In my case, it seems the protagonist's halo has activated, greatly increasing the drop rate. He seized the soul bone and inspected its quality. To his surprise, it was a torso bone. At the same moment that Beta sensed something amiss and urged his horse forward, nearly 100 cavalry who had entered the city realized that the iron gate had fallen behind them, severing their escape route. Suddenly, someone spoke up, prompting the group to fall silent and listen. Before they could discern the source of the sound, a colossal creature leaped from the nearby thicket, opening its gaping maw towards them. The elder made the call, and Yu Chun, as a subordinate official who owed a life-saving debt, naturally had no reason to refuse. Mo Qinxue was so frightened that she was at a loss. Had it not been for Jian Shao providing her with courage, she might have fled. Lin Xian's love was indeed somewhat pathological, truly terrifying. Su Peijin felt a sense of relief through revenge. My dear, Mother has ensured that those who harmed you have received their due punishment. In the lower lane, Lulu's Jinx successfully secured a kill on Janna with a well-timed missile, leading to a significant economic advantage. Throughout, Yi Jiushang remained silent, having never regarded those prominent families and factions with any significance. Nor did he intend to allow Xiner to join such clans. At this thought, Sun Chongming recalled that he was uncertain whether Chen Yuchen had been promoted. Generally, someone in his position, with a background, would have had ample time to advance in 2 years. We walked inside together, where I invited her to sit on the sofa in the living room before going to fetch water. I hesitated, as I had never before found myself mingling among friends of the opposite gender. Previously, I would only accompany Huan Yu to a company gathering when absolutely necessary, and would leave early. You say she is noble and pure, yet she is merely after my money. However, she is gravely mistaken. Yet, at the moment the greedy wolf's great sword met the golden staff, Asho felt a golden line flash before his eyes, and the towering figure of Ling Ji had already charged forward, a golden hand slicing through the air with ferocity towards Asho's face. But I have a fondness for the pumpkin carriage, Xiaobai thought quietly to herself. How tragic it is. Heaven, in its mercy, granted her a prince. Yet she fell in love with a pumpkin carriage on her way to meet him. This is a unique signal from Wuyo Valley. In truth, they need not signal any further. The signal from the Mo clan was loud enough, and a nearby group of Wuyo Valley individuals had already heard it. As they were also tracking a few members of the Mo clan, I could only weakly descend and follow them home. Ouyang Jin and Shun Yin were conversing when Shun Yin suddenly burst into laughter. Why are men always so full of energy? However, when Long Tianyu's hand made contact, nothing happened as Tang Qing Wu had imagined. Rather, it created a current of wind. Hello, wind brother. Under Xuan's gaze, Xiaobai had no choice but to awkwardly extend her hand. To her surprise, someone had dared to intercept her favor yesterday, leaving her filled with indignation and sleeplessness. Yinan felt as if an old monk were tapping her head with a wooden fish. Yi Tai was the first to be marked for extermination. His gaze held no kindness. If he remembered correctly, he should have undergone several blood draws, the most recent being after awakening his domineering abilities, during which he had not yet fully recovered from severe injuries. The values then should serve as a reference point. Prior to that, in an even weaker state, the values would have been even poorer. Gears? Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. It is not that the Douluo continent lacks gears. Rather, he has never encountered them. It is akin to the city gate of Wuhan City, weighing thousands of pounds, which cannot be moved by human strength. Even with a multitude of people, it would be futile in battle. The true power to rotate the city gate comes from 2 enormous water wheels within the inner city, which drive the transmission shaft through gears. 1 water wheel controls 1 city gate. With the command from the leader, the robust wolf beast began to sprint towards the wyvern beast. Very well. Let us proceed along this path. There is still time. We will prepare and strike at precisely 10 o'clock, then withdraw according to plan, the leader stated solemnly. Upon hearing that Anna was an elf and her husband a vampire, Julius was nearly frightened into fleeing. Of course, these were not matters for Mingyuan to ponder at present. He should focus on cultivation, for only by enhancing his abilities could he secure absolute authority upon returning to his clan. With this thought, his fervor for the legacy of the holy Ming ancestor intensified. Enough, I have no time to discuss history with you. Now, tell me how to retrieve it. Zhua Nen anxiously inquired. Recalling the scene he witnessed during their fusion, Huang Fuxian felt a vague suspicion brewing within him, yet it remained unverified. Long Kuan chuckled, Brother Nan. It's fake, just a shell. There's nothing inside, as he handed the gun to Zhuanan. Just as Master Ma finished speaking, Zhuanan promptly blurted out a clean and crisp 3, without any hesitation. Duan Zhong firmly restrained the irate Xiao Beiping, still using his cold voice to say, get out. This time, the sword was in Duan Zhong's hand, while the folding fan held by the scholar had already scattered across the ground in disarray. Behind the Liao army, dust rose dramatically as the sound of galloping hooves echoed, led by 2 formidable generals of the Sui army. 100,000 armored soldiers, fierce and menacing, charged forth. Although the Sui dynasty's existence was brief, it could not overshadow its own brilliance. Zhang Shutao and Yu Zhuliuo stood as exemplary figures among the valiant warriors of the Sui. Meanwhile, the cup that Guan Yao used to serve him tea was rather shabby, not only chipped but also marred by numerous dents. This was a platform directly facing the mine, situated about 700 meters away, The temporary cover ahead was sufficient to withstand any retaliation. Subsequently, Chu Fan was compelled to remain in Yunnan for 3 days. There was no other choice. He was ostensibly a specially appointed instructor in the Yunnan military district, and how could Yu Jinxiu let him leave after his hard-earned visit? In a corner of the hall, young members of various families sat silently, observing the grim faces of their elders, afraid to interject, as the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. Here, due to the peculiar terrain, it had almost become the most chaotic region on the continent, where countless fleeing powerhouses from various nations had converged, establishing the most barbaric of rules. Certainly, it is not without merit. You may seek compensation from him or bring forth a lawsuit for intentional harm, Fan Jian hastily remarked. The numerous maids within the manor were rendered silent upon hearing a cacophony of furious curses and the sound of shattering vessels, each one too fearful to approach. In light of Fong Wan's current military prowess, winning Ru Yi's perspective does indeed elevate Fong Wan's stature. Yet it is understandable that winning Ru Yi would reach such a conclusion, given Fong Wan's exceptional military acumen. Yin Xiao Xiao bellowed in anger, and once more. The arena resonated with the thunderous echoes of her martial training, her speed and sharpness surpassing her previous performance. When a cellar is excavated deeper, it will undoubtedly allow for prolonged storage. With the impending cold weather, preserving provisions throughout the winter will certainly pose no issue. Xing Shen nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed upon Feng Qi-wan, who donned a wedding dress, and he couldn't help but feel that Feng Qi-wan's beauty today was unparalleled, eclipsing even the allure of the concubines in the harem. The soul bone, accumulated over 100,000 years, was directly evolved from Tang Chen's soul bone reward, having long since shed the malevolence retained by the soul beasts, thus allowing for an exceedingly smooth absorption. Merely a few hours had passed when Tang Hao awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he noticed that Tang Chun had yet to depart, standing vigil by his side. "How do you feel, Hao heir?" Dan Jian Yin Guit. If a 100,000-year soul bone were to be absorbed by a low-level soul master, it would undoubtedly enable them to leap across multiple stages. Are you aware of this mistake? Wei Jiu Xiao, devoid of a cloak, still emanated an imposing aura, akin to an invisible tempest, making it difficult for others to breathe. Although the household had never witnessed such a display of loss of composure from their matriarch, as she invariably maintained poise and calmness in any circumstance. The four priests, initially at a loss, smiled and nodded in delight upon receiving Princess Hui Ying's subtle cue. After all, on the day at the airport, the elderly lady was dressed in a simple and casual outfit, complete with a hat, and Yuan Qin was notoriously absent-minded about trivial matters. Having completely forgotten the events at the airport, just as Song Jin Yu felt utterly heartbroken and despondent, a chilling voice suddenly reached her ears. Qin Yang did not insist, calling out to the room for Dai Tao to bring the bowl of mung bean soup for when Wan Rong to drink. When she turned back, Jian Feng Ho had changed his attire and taken his seat, causing Yuan Qin's smile to nearly overflow. This scene, marked by complete disregard, was undoubtedly awkward, yet immersed in the dual impact of memories and shock. Yuan Qin was oblivious to it all. Du Rong was about to lose her temper when Lei Chong Hao snatched the 3 million check from her hands. This only fueled Lu Yan's aggression further. He pinned her legs down with his own, restraining her wrist with one hand as though he intended to break it. Nan Guang Dai Long wielded also, either deflecting or piercing the approaching Chapu, or striking him away with the shaft of the spear. To outsiders, she appeared fierce and formidable. Jiang Jiu Sheng felt troubled, questioning whether he was being too eager for success. If placed in modern society, the discovery of Sutherlandia bacteria might well rank among the 10 most significant findings in microbiology. 5 minutes later, under Rachel's gentle urging, Karen awkwardly approached Todd's table. Indeed, she spoke sweet nothings with remarkable ease. Muyan expressed her fondness for Xiao Xinghan's words. At this moment, Wang Tianjun scolded, "You two reckless fools, do you wish to dismantle my drunken immortal pavilion?" Thankfully, the old handsome gentleman intervened to safeguard the tables and chairs. Otherwise, you would not escape unscathed this time. Following the address they provided, even with the guidance of a local Tim from the Northern District, the carriage meandered for quite some time through the spiderweb-like streets before finally arriving at their destination. The slanted sunlight bathed the earth, and upon the verdant fields, the only evidence of the recent battle was a scattering of bloodstains. There were no objections from anyone. Even Wang Tianjun's wet nurse remarked, "This is for the best. Tianjun, once you finalize your matters, hurry to Song He Lu. Do not keep everyone waiting too long. The Emperor has permitted us entry. please follow me. Upon seeing your gold medal and recognizing your identity, the emperor will surely be overjoyed, Haidafu respectfully noted as he observed in contemplation. Do not enter. Do not enter. The Hamburg players and supporters prayed, all eyes fixed upon the entrance of Kichstein. As the assaulted Eriksson reflected on his life experiences, recalling 3 instances of being attacked, he realized he could not blame Joey Barton. Yet that butler Bai, who had previously donned an air of superiority, was quite uncomfortable to behold. By the way, I am curious, Sister Chio, how have you been faring these days? Xian Ling inquired with curiosity. Regrettably, reality is not as splendid as imagined. The shattered skeletons, having been broken, relentlessly rose once more, charging at Tang Hao with unending ferocity. Although Tang Hao did not require much soul power, prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to fatigue in his hands. The skeletons seemed inexhaustible, and Tang Hao's heart was filled with trepidation. Ultimately, the Haotian Douluo had no choice but to retreat from the fray. Nonetheless, the relentless skeletons pursued Tang Hao as if they were impervious to death. As his voice resonated, Zhou Dong Tian clenched his fist and stepped forward, kneeling before Guyin. Their minds were blank, the sudden terrifying scene leaving them unresponsive. Their general had perished. The more dangerous the place, the more exhilarating it became. Brothers, who dares to join me on the ship to investigate what is truly happening? Ouyang Ju expressed his excitement. Disregarding the elder's advice, observe the cave in the cliff's midsection. The fragrance of herbs emanates from within, suggesting the presence of Qi-Yang grass. The fire sparrow also emerged from the yin-yang dragon phoenix diagram, pointing towards the cliff with its wings like fingers. Shuang Er, the Tuzhong monk, was bewildered and hung his head in confusion, while Huayu offered some pine candy to comfort her softly. Although Wang Mu had mentally prepared himself, he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end as the thunder filled the air, signaling a relentless torment ahead. In the segment where one must surge forward, Xiao Yin was already well aware of this, and if others were to find out, they would undoubtedly envy him greatly. General Luo pondered, how much additional manpower do we require? Today's discussion primarily centers around troop strength. After exiting the commercial area, Mu Yi and Tang Xin bid farewell. Tang Xin was heading back to her residence, while Mu Yi returned to his new student dormitory. At that moment, he forcibly suppressed his inner fury, directing a fierce gaze toward Wan Jiansheng, who was far ahead of Fu Tianshan. Consequently, Ryan and Wang and I each possessed 95 cards. Yet Ryan had no inkling regarding the remaining 5 cards. On the opposite shore, Sun Ba remained unhurried. He had just received the command from Shi Qing to instruct the Tianqi camp to engage and retreat, delaying the enemy's progress, ensuring that Mu Rongping could not reach Wuhang before nightfall. Wuhang was 60 miles from Qinglianghe. If the Tianqi camp could hold up for just a moment longer, there would not be enough time for the Yan army to arrive at Wuhang. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo suddenly felt an ominous premonition, with Lushuan in a state of emptiness and the navy on an expedition. If Huang Taiji were to feign an attack elsewhere and launch a surprise assault on Lushuan, how long could the 4,000 soldiers of Huang long hold out? The final bullet had, in fact, pierced through the neck of Gungmu Jianba. Gungmu Jianba's eyes widened in disbelief, and within a heartbeat, torrents of crimson blood began to spurt violently from the 2 gaping wounds on his neck. The peril of Tianqian Shugu does not stem from monstrous beasts, but rather from the naturally occurring spatial compression field. Due to the existence of this field, space becomes exceedingly unstable, riddled with countless overlapping spatial strings, aptly referred to as spatial strings. Any entity struck by these strings is subject to distortion, morphing into grotesque forms. The night breeze whispered, flickering lights danced, and the hall was enveloped in an eerie tranquility, broken only by Sun Wei's deep voice resonating through the air. As he recounted the tale, a tumultuous and bloody battle unfolded vividly before the assembled audience. In Handan, General Zhang commanded 5,000 guards, having previously instructed them to heed the orders of General Shi Qing. Ning Jingzhe found himself in a state of inner turmoil, ultimately yielding to Xiao Cheng's decisions. Kunti gracefully swung the 7 treasures marvelous tree in her hand, unleashing 7 ethereal waves of spiritual energy that surged towards Kong Wuming. Drawn by these 7 distinct emotional currents, Kong Wuming was swiftly ensnared. In the Valley of the Insect King, an enormous spider web was instantaneously released, enveloping its surroundings, ensnaring numerous branches and twigs, which were then drawn towards the center. Subsequently, something even more peculiar transpired. The colossal spider vanished without a trace. Tang Hao, clearly unfamiliar with such an extraordinary phenomenon, remained rational enough to caution himself against approaching. Though the mother spider appeared exceedingly dangerous, it showed no inclination to draw near Tang Hao. Among all the auction items, the one fervently contested was the invaluable crown donated by Princess Anya. What practical value does the governor of Pingliang possess? He has no troops. His presence or absence makes little difference to the Pingliang prefecture. What could the king of Meiji possibly want from him? Indeed, I have discussed this matter with the emperor, and today I shall share it with you all, as I am quite uneasy about entrusting it to others for resolution. And you will each be responsible for this matter over a distance. Li Shun spoke with a hint of detachment. I apologize. It is all my master's fault. I should never have agreed to bring you to Chang'an City. Otherwise, you would not have encountered such calamity. Luo Shui lamented with a face full of regret. Contemplating various possibilities, Zhongling soon felt emboldened, no longer as blindly uncertain as before. Early in the morning, they went to Qingping to fetch the bride. And upon arriving at Jianghe, Yu Fei and Luo Qi hurried to the hotel to ensure everything was in order, fearing any unforeseen incidents. The two brides could not remain idle either. Thus, Yu Fei decided to host a luncheon on the second floor, inviting friends who had assisted in the morning. What? The Grand Commander of the Jin Yadao Army, Pei Xinjian, has died in the army? Now Lu Jin is leading the troops? How could heaven be so benevolent to Tubo, granting them such a rare opportunity? In this case, how could the Tang army possibly contend with the Tubo people? Song Lian found it curious that Feng Xiao seemed unusually downcast today, frequently lost in thought, despite having conveyed everything clearly on the way. The two prominent families in the capital joined forces to execute a thorough purge of the 12 Zodiac, effectively erasing them from the dark underworld overnight. Lin Xiaofeng's exaggerated comparison was indeed overblown, prompting Yu to ponder briefly. Yuan Hao sniffed, refraining from further inquiries, secretly thinking, I genuinely wish to save her. Yet I must frame it as merely a side rescue. However, judging by her tone, has she forgotten me once more? Of course, they had yet to meet, so she would not know. What? Are you here uninvited? Preemptively striking, Lin Wan directly declared this, offering no opportunity for her to retreat. Who are you calling a woman? Yi Li released her foot, leading Liao Chan to believe he was liberated, only to have her seize his hair, dragging him naked into the bathroom and pinning him against the cold tiles. Jia Shui suggested observing Chao Wei's movements, as they currently had their sights set on the northern border but were taking no substantial actions. While differing in approach from Lu Chun, he also recommended a watchful stance. The couple, akin to ordinary spouses, despite their brief time together, shared mutual respect and thus lived harmoniously. The Zihua Martial Hall had a mere 5-year curriculum, free from sectarian constraints, which allowed Shen Peng to express such sentiments. I was concerned about causing injury, thus I used less than 10% of my strength. Lin Yuan also realized that ordinary individuals could hardly withstand the force of his punches. What about Kiguni? Gao Jilin's veins bulged as he shouted at Fang Jingqi. Above them, a platform spanning over 10 feet hovered in midair, connected to a massive crimson pillar of light, resembling a passageway to the heavens. Who? Yang Jining's voice pierced the air, akin to nails scraping glass, unbearable in its sharpness. In a room filled with a sense of modernity, a robotic vacuum diligently moved about while a youth clad in a black baseball jacket nonchalantly sucked on a lollipop, his fingers gliding over the virtual screen before him. After walking for a while, Tang Hao indeed spotted a colossal banyan tree, adorned with numerous sharp iron spikes. Beneath the banyan, a slender vine ladder dangled. Once I step outside, I will lower the vine ladder, and when I ascend, I will retract it. Are there others residing here? No, it is just me. The rest are insects. The diminutive figure adeptly scaled the vine ladder, gesturing for Tang Hao to follow. Tang Hao hesitated to climb. A deluge of friend requests flooded in, leaving the snowfield cheetah in a daze, sensing something persistently piercing its mind. The lion clan boasts lions. Why then did I not encounter bears in the Great Bear clan? Xing Qiao muttered as he ran, glancing back occasionally, with those pursuers relentlessly on his heels. He Jinxian swiftly detected the commotion and immediately knocked on Uncle Chun and Aunt Chen's door, urging them to follow him to the master bedroom. In the next moment, the individuals who had confidently sought trouble with Yi Zihan dispersed in a panic. Thus, he instructed the Black Dragon to ensure that once he finished here, he would drive to the village commune to fetch him before departing the city by ox cart. You wish to save her? The long-haired man slightly turned his face. his gaze laced with murderous intent, causing all present to tremble. At this moment, even with equal forces, the Inhan adventurers had no chance of reversal. However, the Minotaur was a level 10 creature, not only tough-skinned and fleshy, but also possessing high attack and judgment levels, triggered only in a secondary village-type sanctuary. Young man, resorting to cunning and deceit will tarnish your reputation. Captain Xing crossed his arms, adopting a superior demeanor. When Jiu had previously stated that until the aristocracy is dismantled and class rigidity persists, children from humble backgrounds will find it impossible to rise. Inevitably, someone will reach their breaking point. Now, Aiken gained a new understanding. Every child is born crying, loudly and insistently. What do you think? Aren't we undertaking a high-level mission? Moreover, it is a task to eliminate demons. Did the mission not indicate that demons were attacking the villages? Thomas inquired in confusion. He sleeps with the dual purpose of resting and enticing dream demons to assail him. Mai Luan repaired the damaged puppet while providing explanations to the two, while dispatching numerous teams to procure grain. Qin Mou also toured the lands of others. Even if victory eludes him, he must strive valiantly within the army. This spirit is termed the spirit of the sword, embodying the resolve to advance undeterred, even when outnumbered or encircled. The gaze swept around, calm and composed, as it passed over the imposing figures of the men who had surrounded him. With just a single glance, those robust men found themselves instinctively retreating. Tang Long and his companions stared in astonishment at Wang Yuan's departure, still unable to grasp the situation. They lay on the ground, having witnessed the entire scene unfold before them. Confusion enveloped them. In this unfamiliar place, who could possibly be knocking at this late hour? Huang Xiaotian, seated in place, felt bewildered and muttered to himself, pondering the difficulty of the third technique. You lot dare to boast about killing me? He scoffed, dismissing them with a wave. The black-clad assassin fled, fearing he might pose a threat to you, so I went to Bei Qiao Go to investigate your identity. I intended to protect you from a distance and eliminate that loose end, but it seems I arrived too late. I apologize for the trouble caused to you and your friends, said Lung Yishuan. Zhang Jing remained silent, while Li Ying was overjoyed. Xiao Yu glanced at Pei Hong, who expressed his helplessness. Is it acceptable for you to speak to me in this manner? Yu Sheng approached. The aura of the young master intimidated the others into silence. However, Guanli did not relent. He understood that the other party might still harbor resentment over the past, having abandoned her to be with an exile. Tang Hao cautiously surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of relief. Although the outer perimeter had become a trap, it was still manageable. He turned to exit the area he had just been in and soon discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The pink mist was not a constant presence, but rather appeared and faded in a rhythmic pattern, akin to breathing. Holding his breath and focusing, he carefully re-entered the realm of Chong Wang Gu after donning a genuine wet cloth. At 9:30, she approached from afar, carrying a basket of vegetables, her ponytail gently swaying. The sound of silver bells echoed in my ears, but upon closer inspection, I realized she carried nothing but the basket. Gu Lei and his subordinates failed to detect any flaws, genuinely believing that Igor and his companions were merely passing adventurers and clients. Moments later, witnessing a comrade knocked unconscious from resisting, the bandit from Heiji Shan surprisingly stumbled over his words. Gao Yu exhaled in relief, while Yi Ziluo beside him chuckled mischievously. Gao Yu shot him a glare, wiping his face, and instantly transformed into the appearance he had when Yi Ziluo first met him. Though her injuries were not severe, merely a result of exhaustion. After resting for a considerable time and receiving a massage from Huang Fu Yi with high-quality ointment, she was now supported by Lan Hai and moved freely without any issues. 1 million. Is that not excessive? Male colleagues in the same department rallied around Han Daqing, advocating for him. The man, surnamed Cheng, after bowing, stood up and nodded at Lin Cheng, taking his place behind Zhao Ji. Lin Cheng recognized him as the one who had knocked down the bodyguard, leading him to give chase. I gazed at my reflection in the mirror, my pale back evoking both sympathy and anxiety. I had long declared my endurance to be the ultimate truth. Upon hearing this, Wu Song breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Yangzi initially intended to remark that such a situation was indeed unfortunate, but refrained, fearing reprimand from his senior and Wu Song. He could not bear the thought of Zhang Yulan encountering any mishap at the Beidi Temple. Observing the situation, was it time to be discharged from the hospital? How perplexing. Why did this happen now? What was to be done? Just as Chun Mo prepared to comfort the agitated Yuan Lusha, He suddenly noticed that the sharp teeth that had clamped down on him were now considerably relaxed. Initially, Zhao Yi had suggested that all his soldiers mount their horses. But Zhu Jun and Sun Jian had declined, fearing that their steeds would become Zhao Yi's after just 2 days of riding. This was the very reason behind the horses of Dong Zhuo's army. Another reason was the fear of Zhao Yi usurping their achievements. Fortunately, Shan Mingxiu seemed to have come to a realization and no longer spoke solely of Liang Fuxing. He lifted his gaze to observe Shi Yao. Behind Shi Yao stood a statue of the Buddha, benevolent and serene, gazing forward, while the one before him, looking back, was none other than Hong Yi. Just as Liu Bei found himself at a loss, an unexpectedly chilling voice pierced the air from behind him. The Xiongnu soldiers, perceiving the commotion surrounding Guan Yu and his companion, concentrated their forces to launch a fierce assault in this direction. Under the command of Chang Chu, the archers at the city gate unleashed a volley of arrows, most of which fell here. From a distance, Shan Minglang spotted Su Jin and immediately rushed towards her, bypassing Shan Mingxiu. At that moment, within the room, and I was peering through the peephole, scrutinizing everything in the corridor. As the man at the door drew near, a grotesquely large head appeared in view, causing the eye within to widen in terror. I was acutely aware that this signified the end of my desire to spark a flame, blurring the lines between friendship and romance. I could only impose stricter standards upon myself, perceiving even the slightest deviation from propriety as a transgression. Upon witnessing the demise of a significant portion of the little spiders, the mother spider let out a piercing shriek. These little spiders were her direct offspring. She immediately recalled the remaining ones, preparing for continued assault. With another scream, the centipede responded in kind. The two insect kings engaged in a fierce battle that lasted several minutes, leaving the surrounding forest in ruins. No other insects dared approach except for Tang Hao, who seized the opportunity. From the words of the youth, he discerned that the other party was not a member of the Duanmu family. The warning they issued stemmed solely from Liao Qingyin's comments regarding Nangong City. Those who had mocked the elderly grass seller trembled in fear, wary that this individual, referred to as a senior by the master of the Shao clan, could easily extinguish their lives with a mere finger. Since he had resolved to cast aside shame in the pursuit of survival, what need was there for pretense? This was Li Daoxin's mindset. Jun Nuo, however, gently and resolutely lifted her, retrieving the clothing that Xiang Yi had just delivered, patiently assisting her in getting dressed. At this moment, Geng Shu held a positive view of Li Tianxiao, though he was unwilling to admit it. He had long been troubled by the belief that Geng Shu was exploiting him, but it now seemed that the reality was not as he had imagined. Despite Wang Zongbuo's remarkable prowess, he was but one man. Amidst numerous challenges, it was inevitable that he would falter. As he approached the army lines, only 20 paces away, he felt a surge of joy, but suddenly a jolt of pain shot through his right leg. Startled, Wang Zongbuo faltered, and in an instant, his legs were struck by several arrows. Caught off guard, he fell backward, unable to defend himself. Her heart was a tranquil void. "Sir, you know the child is innocent. Why involve him? Now, all those participating in the selection process must enter this venue," Xuanbo proclaimed loudly. "In the mountains, as long as He Li was with you, there is no need to fear the great beasts. They could scare off even a pack of wolves when provoked." Afterward, the Xiaoyu Sanxing sword indeed aligned with Bo Yi's predictions, flying for nearly an hour before gradually slowing down. The sword dance was truly exquisite. As it swooshed through the air, a gentle breeze stirred, causing petals to cascade from the lilac trees. Yet, she remained unaware that Ning Chuan's intention was to prevent Lin Qiandu from becoming embroiled in this conflict, believing instead in his own ability to weather any storm. Lin Qiandu merely needed to fulfill his role as a perfect CEO without concern for anything else. Yi Shaoqian took out the elixir, which Muanin had handed to him earlier on their journey, as she preferred to keep her identity as an alchemist concealed for the time being. Guiyi was puzzled, yet sensing Ning Chuan's silence, he refrained from making any rash moves. At that moment, the sound of Wu Haiyan's sobs echoed from the hospital room, causing Guiyi to pause, subsequently falling into silence himself. Shen had been by Han's side for several years, and Gulan regarded him as her own nephew, speaking to him in a tone reserved for family. I hold a different view. Ilan Wani's betrayal of the Shifan Wang was due to the absence of blood ties. Yet this is his biological sister. Yishui still believed he could leverage his sister as a strategic pawn. Over the past 6 months, Gao Kangma and her boyfriend traveled extensively, exploring scenic sites, embarking on journeys, and seeking inspiration in various locales, both familiar and unfamiliar, seizing opportunities to venture forth whenever an interesting place caught their eye. "Ms. Judy, did you receive the message I sent?" Matsuda inquired after deleting the content of the message. After Su Xiang's broadcast concluded, Li Qiu promptly contacted his instructor, academician Jiang Wutao, the head of the Zhongzhou Institute of Physics. On their return, Su Ruo escorted Ning Jing back to school. The city remained bustling, the sky dark, yet this world was not devoid of light. Li Tianxin's eyes brightened. Currently, the Human Alliance and the Demon God forces were embroiled in a fierce conflict, causing numerous foreign realms to collapse and perish. Although the Human Alliance's strength was surging, the likelihood of overcoming the Demon God forces was still low. The trials of Tang Hao, the god of killing, continued, and Lin Yi was also making progress. Most news on the continent passed through the intelligence organization of the Wuhun Temple. Ever since the last incident involving the elimination of Tang San, there had been no further developments following an investigation. Lin Yi could only quietly enhance his own strength. After various improvements, the model for the soul-guided device engine had nearly reached perfection. Now, Lin Yi's task was to amplify this small contraption. Mei Luofu halted, preparing to grasp Aima's hand, pondering the question posed by Aima. Suddenly, she recalled Aima's status as a commoner. Providing an incorrect answer might provoke Aima's disdain. Following Lin Zhong's orders, 4 lifelike figures materialized in the conference room, indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Arthur Ling had not yet recovered from his pain when he experienced a sharp agony in his abdomen, leading him to lose consciousness. If Hung Hung were present, it could have protected the Han sisters, but with Hung Hung's departure, they needed to find someone else for their protection. Was that a drone? A flying object flashing red light approached, prompting Long Ci to instinctively evade. At that moment, those he had sent to track Lu Yinxue returned to Jingjiabao, bringing him another piece of advantageous news. It appeared that the gentleman was correct. A transformation was soon to occur in this world. Ji could not help but recall Lin Yu's words. But with the families of the submissive and the intruders locked away in the dungeon, where was the place for us? The dungeon was situated at the lowest level of the Shunfeng base, occupying around 50 square meters, comprising a cell and an emergency equipment room. They were certainly aware of the circumstances within. Despite it being daytime, Lu Xinghao was overwhelmed by a fear of being consumed by darkness. A feeling he had never experienced before, yet felt particularly desolate to be alone and unprotected. Merely possessing a map could empower the Daihan clan to annihilate the Qilin clan, and it was unimaginable what treasures the Qilin ancient tower might hold. Treasures so potent that the first emperor of 2 millennia ago deemed them invaluable. Just as Xia Feng was taken aback by this moment, the slaughtering technique of Gu Huang collided with Xia Feng's own. To become a true star spirit mage, one must first obtain the key to summon star spirits and establish communication with them, detailing a contract before officially summoning them for battle. Observing the dazed Yuan, Bai Yi shouted, inadvertently pulling at his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. Upon waking the next morning, Zhu Yanju felt invigorated, releasing a long sigh that startled the person nestled in his arms. The twilight was pale, and Ji Lingxing's complexion mirrored that pallor. His eyelids drooped as he seized the wine jug and took a hearty swig, the warmth igniting his spirit, prompting him to sit upright. After several seconds, the call finally connected, yet the other party seemed disinclined to speak, ending the conversation following a few shouted words. Facing Ziming's expectant gaze, Ji Lingxing seized the moment, regardless of her belief, and solemnly stated that no matter the years, he would treat the princess with the same regard. Ji Lingxing looked slightly astonished at the smiling Lu Ruoxi, who, today without her veil, revealed a breathtaking beauty that captivated the heart under the light. However, the enhancement of abilities also signified change. Whether this trial proved beneficial or detrimental would ultimately be for her future self to determine. Suddenly, a corpse-she patient lunged forward, colliding with Do Bing, causing him to topple sideways and roll into the water. Fortunately, the creature lacked substantial strength, no matter how it struggled. It was merely a target for punishment. Nevertheless, the Duke of the Principality was not without heirs, leading to a fierce contest among several successors for governance, as possessing this authority would effectively designate the next duke. Curiously, despite the duke's prolonged illness, news of his passing had not surfaced, resulting in a triad of princes alternating in governance. However, the consequences of such a rotation were evident in Lin Yi's current observations. often leading to a single prince assuming control. I genuinely apologize. I am not an ability user, Qi Feng stated, twisting his neck and beginning to stretch his wrists and ankles, cracking his knuckles in the process. At this moment, Qi Tian was enveloped by a lethal strike. His eyes closed, maintaining a serene expression, radiating a pure white light that deterred any approach. Regardless, the necessary messages had been dispatched and the requisite words exchanged. Qin Yu's commission had been successfully fulfilled. As for Xie Bao's choice of residence, that was his prerogative, and I had no right to intervene. When I sent him off, I specifically prepared a bundle of valuables for him, roughly 10 guan, sufficient for indulgences. Qi Feng scratched his head, contemplating that should the golden-toed demon mother be judged by the lives she had poisoned, a 5-minute execution would hardly seem excessive. Yet, as she had yet to master her toxic arts, her actual crimes amounted to an attempted murder of a young beast, which might warrant a mere community service sentence of 10 days at most. Chun Yin refrained from making definitive statements, merely informing him that should new conflicts arise after this briefing, he would certainly appeal to His Majesty the Emperor for personnel, allowing Alex to await further developments in peace. This indirectly acknowledged Alex's fealty, eliciting excitement from both brothers. There, apart from a scarred, bare-chested madman, only the still-bound Lux remained, shaped like a zongzi, with no trace of anyone else in sight. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions were maneuvering beneath the sea, thanks to the ancient techniques of the dragonfish. Their presence was concealed from the Haotian mirror scrutiny. Bobo was wise enough to refrain from wielding her war hammer, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with Sabo instead. Had she chosen to strike with her hammer, the battle would have been futile, as Sabo would have swiftly returned to the embrace of the bear spirit ancestors. Employing one's most adept skills in the art of prayer beads undoubtedly serves as the most secure approach. Should the circumstances become too dire, one may effortlessly cease their practice. Yuan did not respond, and her previously solemn demeanor suddenly relaxed, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused as she observed Feng Chun with a hint of concern. To her surprise, she beheld Xie Pingwu pressing a bloodied sword against Xie Longzhong's neck, mercilessly shattering his dantian. Naturally, Xie Pingwu could not decipher his expression, but sensing his discomfort, he instinctively grasped Shi Shi's wrist to investigate further. However, Jiang Qingfeng felt a sense of elation at the prospect of receiving a system reward for enhancing his singing abilities. As Song Yun became increasingly moved, immersed in Jiang Qingfeng's melodious voice, she was puzzled by the sudden change. When she lifted her gaze, she found Jiang Qingfeng had closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber, even snoring softly. Ballet air intended to involve Song Qiong, Jina Fei, Lain, and Ba Ba La in the discussions, as she sought to leverage the presence of demons in the royal capital as a bargaining chip. Under these circumstances, these individuals served as vital witnesses. After relaying the matters at hand, Feng Chun coldly remarked, and then swiftly passed by the masked figure, heading directly toward the inn. Even in the vicinity of the Xingji Lu Grand Forest, sightings of goblins or ogres were exceedingly rare. This particular location, being deep within the forest and merely a few miles from the World Tree, made the existence of demons almost unimaginable. Yu Fei's early superiors, Zhong Zhe and Zhang Se, held him in high regard, relying on him as a cornerstone. The high-ranking officials Li Gang and Zhao Ding also esteemed him greatly. As for the other military generals of the revival, they not only refrained from belittling one another, but also cultivated amicable relations with Yu Fei. Lin, having not encountered such matters, could not hastily draw conclusions. Who could discern the true backing of this seemingly grassroots organization? Look over there. Lin, he pointed toward the shop ahead. He refrained from directly entering this Douluo-style detective agency, as the crowd was dense and vigilance was prudent. After all, this territory did not fall under the control of any faction, with the Tiando Empire and the Martial Soul Hall wielding little influence, akin to Haihun City, which existed almost independently. As they walked, a torrential downpour commenced, raindrops cascading onto the makeshift river, creating ripples upon its surface. An imperceptible anomaly began to manifest within the waters. In a flash, the aura of a silver hero erupted, heralding the arrival of Song Ming. Kill Li Chonglin? Tang Zhongtian faltered slightly, unaware of the enmity between Cheng Hui and Li Chonglin. In an instant, the warship roared, and anomalies unfolded, causing the entire space to tremble, with the nodes of reality shifting unpredictably. Moreover, this wondrous locale had likely existed since the dawn of the chaotic city, and after countless years. Even if only one semi-saint arose every century, the sheer number was undeniably formidable. Uncle Dog King, you need not say more, apart from me. You're the sole powerhouse here. Your mission may be even more significant than mine, so I implore you to remain and protect them in my stead. Song Ming resolutely rejected the Dog King's request. With the Tian Jia Gong Bao as a contingency, Tian Mo felt unperturbed, boldly advancing the palace 10 miles forward. Initially, the intent was to remain uninvolved, but since escape was no longer an option, a more aggressive stance was warranted. Day 4, Day 5, and even until the 10th day, there were still no signs of a decisive battle between the two teams. Wei Jia slightly shook his head, offering no further elaboration. Could it be that he confided in Lu Muji, expressing a desire to become emperor solely out of a desire for revenge against Xian? Wei Jia's body stiffened, and he helplessly smiled and shook his head, realizing that this was truly an ill-timed return. After all, on this perilous island, one could never predict when a formidable foe might emerge. In such a scenario, keeping Mia by his side could place her in grave danger. Furthermore, Lance himself found it challenging to exert his full strength. Meanwhile, Lu Qing's soul began to stir as well. Her eyes, clouded with longing, gazed at Jiang Wei as he descended from the night sky like an angel, flooding her heart with indescribable emotions. Xiao Mei and Mo Qi were taken aback by his abrupt rejection, particularly Mo Qi, who, unable to conceal his feelings, wore a troubled expression. Fang Qi suddenly comprehended that it was precisely because she appeared to be a refined lady that her worth was so exorbitant. Song Jin had intended to offer words of comfort, but realizing the vast disparity between the two and the slim chances of victory, he found himself at a loss for words. Ahem, esteemed leaders and fellow villagers, greetings. He pulled out a pre-prepared speech from his pocket. But just as he was about to unfold it, a gust of wind whisked the paper away into the sky. I have never claimed he is His Highness Alma, who weighs over 400 pounds, Mi Tuo interjected immediately. The rear end dictates the head is a truth that resonates universally. The Chinese naturally aspire for their nation to ascend above all humanity, with every stratum desiring to elevate itself above others. Whichever position one occupies, they will articulate sentiments befitting their status, which is hardly surprising. Lan Yu's expression suddenly shifted, staring blankly at Nangong Xiaogong, and then at Xian Yuan Hong. Momentarily at a loss, the cars sped down the road, their starting point being less than a kilometer from Jiangcheng Sports Stadium, a distance ample enough to hear the sounds emanating from the venue. As for the final participant, they had sufficient time to arrive. 80,000, the stout proprietor declared with conviction, saliva flying. The nearby elder was immediately startled into shivers. Upon hearing this, Lenny exclaimed, "Blacklist this brand." What? Is this a black market? Let me see. How could it possibly be 80,000? Blood Lotus? Just acknowledge its master? Ah, you hit the nail on the head. What you hold is called Ji Yuan Hao. Do you know why I didn't let you infuse your soul power earlier? To acknowledge its master. Once you infuse your soul power, Ji Yuan Hao will only be affected by. Dalu gazed at him as cold, icy eyes warming unexpectedly with a surge of camaraderie. Just as I was enjoying the ride, the bicycle chain fell off, truly at a critical moment. I pushed the bike to the roadside and reattached the chain before continuing my journey. Although Director Ji Gang longed for advanced weaponry and fervently advocated arming the TPC, he was unwilling to gamble with the lives of everyone. Thus, Di Jia understood that this battle could not be prolonged. It was imperative to conclude swiftly, lest danger loom. Of course, despite this, he did not exhibit any dissatisfaction on his face, maintaining a calm demeanor as he responded to Emperor Chongjin's inquiries. Han Bingyuan, what do you mean? The black-bearded elder Ning Biluo, irritated by Han Bingyuan's taunt, frowned at him, expressing his discontent in a low voice. Dalu intended to approach, only to feel as if she had drifted to an immeasurable distance. Her face gradually became blurred until she was nearly invisible. Behind him, a dozen high-ranking members of the Lu family appeared as indifferent as white-clad nobles, their expressions cold and dismissive, entirely disregarding these individuals. Yet, due to Lu Changjuan's presence, they dared not show disrespect and were quite restrained. Air Force One took off, with reconnaissance drones dispersing in the vicinity, heading straight for the abandoned market. Jiang Chun felt a surge of exhilaration, ready to indulge without a care for consumption. Was this not the very essence of revelry? Throughout the journey, Yin Feng offered heartfelt companionship and solace, only returning along the original path as evening approached. Upon parting, Li Wan expressed her desire for him to linger a few more days, as the grand annual exchange meeting of the 4 major first-class families was imminent. Tang Feng paused, hesitating momentarily, It would not bode well for us to become entangled in their serious affairs. With reluctance, he tossed the car keys to Kendong and ascended the steps. May I ask what prompted your inquiries about him? Bosnia had not forgotten the words overheard at the entrance. It was Zhang Chun and Tan Shuzhen who intervened, reassuring the creditors who had come knocking. Zhang Chun even produced cash to relieve Lu Ligong of his guarantee, thus averting the greatest threat to their company. Although he had some friction with Li Wan, it stemmed from her prideful nature and was not considered a grave offense. Had they been able to contest, coupled with Han's recent gift, they might have had to reconsider their plans. Zhang Chun was taken aback. Was it Lu Yun? Had he rekindled ties with her? Yet, if he truly pursued a relationship with Lu Yun, it would indeed be a cause for celebration, for she was a commendable individual, and they seemed to share a common language. Shun Ling remained non-committal, lost in her own thoughts, while Yen Ryu quietly sat beside her, resembling an inconspicuous statue. Conversely, Qi Sheng struggled when he finally spoke. To address his master as the head of Baiyangguan would inevitably alter the perceptions of many disciples. Those who had not experienced the might of a nine-dragon talisman would naturally assume Qi Sheng was under duress. Players within the city suddenly felt the ground tremble, reminiscent of rain battering banana leaves, an incessant vibration that resonated within them like a war drum, heavy and oppressive. As Lin Yi stepped out, he headed straight for the first shop in the market, named All-Knowing. If you go there, I cannot accompany you, a young man remarked. Why not? Lin Yi inweited, puzzled. Oh, we have a history. It's best I refrain to avoid unnecessary discomfort. Nodding and understanding, Lin Yi entered the shop. However, the uncle had not ventured far before being intercepted by several individuals, a dagger pressed against his throat. Zhao Xi's associates had been waiting in the town. Now prepare to act upon my signal to apprehend him. There are chickens, rabbits, and wine, but alas, no fish. It feels rather imperfect, Luo Gang lamented, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shizhu realized that this self-proclaimed A-San was indeed a broker. While pondering this, the Emperor of Fengdu was suddenly engulfed by a wave of confusion, unsure whether to feel relieved or regretful. The forest was enveloped in a profound silence. Even the cheerful chirping of birds was stifled by the heavy atmosphere. What June? Before the contract concludes, he must produce another single and an album. How is the progress? Sakai Izumi redirected the conversation back to himself, as he placed the self-proclaimed Safe Project album behind him. Bolstered by favorable word of mouth, the second week sales remained steady at approximately 290,000 copies without significant decline. What do you think? Chung Pan sighed, feeling drowsy from lack of a midday nap. Though these competitions were quite simple, he was not one for the limelight. As long as the first military academy triumphed, the identity of the victor mattered not. With that, he peered deeper into the abyss. The gently descending stone steps were flanked by smooth stone walls, each inch adorned with the marks of meticulous craftsmanship. Hualin, upon receiving Lin Zhao's command, eagerly joined the fray. He had long wished to enter Tianhui City, but Lin Zhao believed that should he do so, the Fire Crocodile King would undoubtedly sense his presence, leaving them in search of the king without a clue. She struggled to breathe, gasping for air as she spoke Li Yuanhao, the mere mention of his name piercing her heart. She gestured to her chest, a place once marred by a blade, the scars still fresh. Yet, Boss Wang Shuesong remained ever enthusiastic, interrogating him with relentless inquiries, leading Liang Raifai to assume that Wang Shuesong merely viewed him as a guest. Fearing he might become irate from the wait, Mo Li observed her son's serious demeanor, leisurely reclining on the sofa, then turned her gaze toward him. And then? Of course, she was his father's wife. Otherwise, how could he exist? This was a foregone conclusion. Although her acquaintance with Dr. Wang was brief, an inexplicable trust had blossomed, compelling her to believe in him unconditionally. Dodo, reclining on Chushi's lap, recounted, Grandpa has, Grandma and Grandpa both have, Dad has, Brother has, and I have too. Haha, it's just Grandma and Mom who don't, but Tong Tong Jie and you go also have. This truly exemplified a military family, nearly everyone included. Sure Jie chuckled shyly, then led the three individuals, each with their own hidden motives, to a restaurant. Several orbs of light appeared out of nowhere, striking the giant and triggering a violent explosion. What do you think will happen to them? Logically, she should have been able to hear their conversation, yet silence prevailed, indicating that neither had uttered a word. Committee Chair, you are a great leader of the Huai generation, not a perfect one, for perfection does not exist in this world. Broaden your horizons and trust that you can lead our people to triumph over the Japanese invaders and elevate the Huai nation to an industrial powerhouse. Ding Xiaoyi replied earnestly. Despite their words, he knew full well the consequences of crossing this group. Retaliation from the Huangsha gang was inevitable. Yet, it was evident that Lin Yi's objective was to confront them, while they were solely focused on finding Lin Yi, creating a perfect cycle. After an internal struggle, the uncle finally revealed the earlier incident. Initially, he believed Lin Yi would be furious, perhaps even enraged at him. However, such a reaction did not materialize. Given Lin Yi's prowess, dealing with a group of small fry was hardly a challenge. At last, a successful attempt was made. It bypassed the grasp of the fiend and mercilessly penetrated its very being. With a dark expression, Luo Rant's eyes fell into a void. This was a true abyss. Though he continued to breathe and his hands remained active, his eyes lacked vitality, his robotic caretaker not far behind. His gaze was vacant, devoid of focus. During this time, Duan Shuidan consistently shared details about the feng shui master, revealing that this renowned figure, Tian Lei, had facilitated the ghost marriage of the sun at the village's eastern edge. Little did she know, after applying rose nitrate, rather than alleviating the itch, her face swelled increasingly, prompting her to anxiously seek help in the main room. Speaking of silver fingers, Guaer found herself reminiscing about the tranquil days in Mo Yin Forest, regretting that she could never return. As they reached the doorway, the guards of the Yu Pu family arrived, blocking their exit. Song Jiang and his entourage proceeded directly to Chai Jin's manor, presenting their letter of greeting. The steward, having received prior instructions, instructed them to await news outside, saying no more before turning to report within. Following his gaze, I finally noticed that he was bare from the waist up, save for a jade pendant resting on his chest, his trousers barely covering his legs. As events reached this juncture, Sun Liang finally confirmed that this individual was certainly not instigated by Luan Fei. Although Luan Fei was unreliable, he had always placed great importance on loyalty. How could he permit Yang San to unleash such lethal attacks that threatened his very life? Even after the Scorpion Man's head was blown off, his body still soared several meters before collapsing to the ground. Regardless, the matter had already been reported to the higher-ups. And with Li Zongyong returning to assist Hua Hong, this situation should have been easily manageable. The elderly woman, who was the Grand Elder, raised her hand and let a gentle beam of light cascade onto Qi Haoyun, instantly enveloping him in a warm sensation, banishing all pain without a trace. Outside Fengho Gorge, Xuan'e was injured by a fireball launched by Zhang Xing. A large portion of his back was seared away and falling into the gorge. It was indeed remarkable that his clothing remained intact amidst the wind that sliced like a knife. Whether it was the valiant act of stepping forth or the emotional embrace filled with tears, both were worthy of admiration for the greatness of love and humanity. Accompanied by the sharp cries of a tree, dozens of vines erupted from its body, striking towards Xuan'e, who was still attempting to retaliate. Believing that if he could slay Xuan'e, the flames enveloping him would be extinguished. Yicheng fell into silence momentarily due to such thoughts, while Louise, likely aware of her misstep, chose to remain silent. Caitlin attempted to lighten the mood, but found herself at a loss for words. Wu Yuan, momentarily stunned, suppressed the question that was about to escape her lips. Dr. Yin, what toothpaste do you use to have such white teeth? And silently withdrew it. Well, Dr. Yin was simply born with exquisite beauty. Perhaps it would be wiser to cultivate a closer relationship with Dr. Li from the dental department. This is my senior, my Dao companion, sharing the same teachings, surnamed Qin, with the Dao title Shou Jing, Mo Tinga, stated calmly. Unexpectedly, Xiaozhan felt her face flush upon hearing this, and chose not to look at Chen Xuanyu, fearing he would continue speaking. Lin Yi departed, leaving behind a group of quivering ruffians in a daze. With a resounding slap, the ruffian leader struck one of his subordinates across the face, exclaiming in fury, "You really ought to be damned. Fortunately, we did not attack him. Otherwise, we would all be lying here." The leader was seething with rage, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. The young man's strength was undeniably beyond what this ragtag group could contend with. On the 13th day of the 12th lunar month, Zhou arrived at the Eastern Bureau in the morning and, after staying for an hour, hurried back to the inner court. Princess Yunjing, who had not yet set down the teapot, immediately approached to listen to what Zhou was saying. Zhou, unfazed, continued, as it mattered little. Deng Yu, a seasoned eunuch from within the palace, was well aware of the distinction between master and servant. Therefore, We kindly ask for your cooperation and request that you accompany us, Chi Tong stated, with several members of the night raid team silently agreeing with her words and actions. At that moment, a middle-aged Taoist dressed in an apricot-colored robe, wearing a Taoist crown and carrying a wooden sword, approached the notice, casually glancing at its contents. He boldly tore it down before the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Nan Boy turned his face, revealing a gaunt visage devoid of color, as if he might wither away at any moment. Meow meow. Grut's voice rang out. Upon seeing Ju Tian, he jumped into her embrace, shaking his head and meowing incessantly. As if to say, hey caretaker, what have you been up to lately? Why haven't you come to visit me? Is there another cat around? In the room, Bai Zai, kneeling on the floor, felt his left hand move uncontrollably, inscribing the character good on the tatami, turning his attention away from the distance. Wang Linfu focused on a flat expanse of ground before him, where exactly 10,000 cultivators sat cross-legged with closed eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that most of these cultivators appeared pale, with cracked lips, resembling figures on the brink of collapse. It seemed as if they had been forsaken by a heartless lover, yet she no longer believed that pursuing love at any cost was a mistake. Given Lin Han's temperament and circumstances, even if he were given ample resources, he would likely still choose alchemy and prioritize profit over all else. Emperor Yun Zhao clenched his fists and slowly turned to face his trusted confidant, furrowing his brow, his resolute face etched with anxiety and disappointment. Despite cherishing the tender moments shared with Si Lang, she could not allow herself to remain idle. She had consumed the Ning Yuan Dan, and her body was currently absorbing its effects, restoring her vitality and strength. The matter of the 50 scattered individuals now lay with Jiang Chongjing, providing an opportunity to bring him down. De Fu stated. After merging his 3 avatars, Yi Haochen collected all the beast corpses from his storage spirit tool, accumulating a total of 400,000 points. He promptly purchased 2 low-grade, Earth-level invisibility talismans, one for himself and one for Hong. Emperor Tian nodded. The great master of the Yi was an otherworldly being, and his dedication to cultivation was a testament to the possibility of such existence. The 108 hatchlings that had emerged in the morning had now grown to 1.5 inches long, their bodies more than twice as thick as they were initially. Since she intended to be the catalyst for the change in imperial power, she naturally aimed for everything to be executed flawlessly. It was not for Baizhua. She simply wished to safeguard the reputation of the Rue Wang house. As long as the Rue Wang house remained secure, it mattered not who occupied the throne. However, the reputation of the Rue Wang house and the Rue family army could not be tarnished. Opening a brocade box, a blood-red gemstone emanated a luminous glow even in the dim candlelight of the night. The coachman, noticing Lin Yi's nonchalant demeanor, spoke up, "Young man, this Shuangfeng demon camel is one I have rented. The gold spirit coin you provided has already gone towards the rental fee. Now, about the travel expenses." Lin Yi temporarily ignored him, instead approaching the Shuangfeng demon camel to scrutinize the tamed soul beast. Its aura unmistakably indicated that it was indeed a soul beast, and its age had exceeded a century, undoubtedly cultivated through several generations of careful nurturing. Get lost. I have no interest in such matters. Even if your beauty is exquisite, I would not be swayed. Observing the glasses-wearing man's seriousness, even Zhang Chun couldn't help but chuckle, as the villainous image he had cultivated crumbled in that moment. Yin Zheng and the other second-tier high-ranking members, though displeased, followed Li Rue to clear the surrounding demon beasts, making their way towards the 17 members led by Shangguan Luo Hua. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were renowned warriors, and with them guarding Liu Bei, he could travel without fear. Coupled with the strategic brilliance of Zhuge Liang and the bravery of Zhao Zilong, they were a formidable force. Yet, while the 4th stage was manageable with some effort, the most challenging aspect remained the 5th stage of the Stone Man. On the road, Li Xiao Yuan listened to Xia Fei recount the events that transpired upon receiving a phone call. At that moment, he was at home when a friend called, reporting that he had seen his sister with a man by Daming Lake. The man had slapped his sister, and knowing her temperament, Xia Fei felt compelled to check on her. In a previous conversation with Xu Yong over the phone, it was mentioned that Wei Technology was spending money in Shu Province to produce a philanthropic educational program for broadcast on Wei Video. Lu Jinyuan was assisted up by Zhang Chun. Initially, he had no intention of rising, but having witnessed the routine of kneeling without standing, Zhang Chun infused him with a surge of spiritual energy, making it impossible for Lu Jinyuan to remain seated. It is entirely understandable for the leader to express dissatisfaction with the predicament of being a test subject within the experimental grounds. However, it is perplexing that he only exhibits this attitude now, when an opportunity for escape has finally presented itself. Having previously shown no signs of distress during times when hope for liberation seemed non-existent. Distortion, fracture, dispersion. These actions were executed instantaneously by Anchir, but the shell had already arrived, exploding upon impact. Over the past months, she has lost considerable weight, appearing haggard and in a state of utter mental decline, resembling a patient in dire condition. Should she call her father, according to his usual conduct, he would certainly instruct the driver to drop her at school, for her father is far less approachable than CC's mother. Junling paused for a moment, then swiftly realized that he was referring to the word mother. The two, enveloped in silence, arrived at Tunghua Tai, both seemingly contemplating their words, unsure of how to commence. What astonished me further was that reporters managed to chase us down to our company's entrance, providing me with no time to react as they surged forward. Jingning knelt in the ancestral hall for an entire night, her knees swollen and painful, her body stiff, yet she remained resolute in her posture. Bai Yijun's profound black eyes were inscrutable, though this was an explanation one might expect from a practitioner of the Tao. I surveyed the room, noting the absence of others, save for Jiang Feng and Tao Jia, lost in confusion regarding the time, year, and place, gazing blankly at my surroundings. I once loved you, and that was genuine. Now, my feelings have changed, and that is equally true. The most unstable of human emotions is affection. No one is obligated to treat you well for a lifetime. Once this opportunity passes, it is gone. It is time to let go. After uttering this, I urged him to release me. It appears her predictions were accurate. Lin Chi had attempted an ambush midway, though to no avail, leaving one to wonder what other tactics he might employ in the future. Perhaps he is still apprehensive about offending me and losing everything he currently possesses. After all, he has gained too much from me, and should he overstep his bounds in my presence, it would not serve him well. Thus, he must submit at the appropriate moment. What does it mean to eat? Lin Yi inquired in confusion. On one hand, the scorching sun causes significant perspiration, necessitating the replenishment of fluids and salts. On the other hand, the Jiejia grass can prevent you from falling into a deep slumber. The northeastern desert is not as tranquil as it appears during the day. You will understand this at night. I am the most foolish of men, unable to adequately describe the scene. As he spoke, the driver scattered a circle of black powder around the two. Do not underestimate these seemingly trivial matters. Neglecting them could lead to dire consequences. Yet simultaneously, Yi Feng pondered why, despite having reached the pinnacle of martial prowess and possessing exceptionally keen senses, along with the immunity granted by the Zhuha's cleansing, he had failed to detect the poison, and what kind of potent toxin could overwhelm his constitution. A tremendous sound echoed as Feng Lin felt his bones shatter, his body crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Although submerged in the riverbed, Yi Feng felt as if he were on solid ground, experiencing no discomfort. It seems this revelation has granted him an advantage. Perhaps he will no longer fear rivers and lakes, and in the future, swimming in the ocean may not be beyond his reach. Mussolini, the dictator of Italy, merely skimmed the surface of Reinhardt's armor tactics without grasping its essence. The Isle of Man was not the only spoils of war obtained by France. The generous Reinhardt also allocated portions of British India, elevating his senses to their utmost. Feng Lin discovered that the fallen individuals bore an aura identical to that of Long Bei. What is he akin to? Yi Kai Chang casually placed a hand in his pocket, descending the stairs at a leisurely pace. In the end, I have been defeated. Zhou Sikong laughed uproariously, a blend of sorrow and joy evident in his expression, resembling a man driven to madness by overwhelming blows. The newcomer was tall and handsome, clad in a pure white samurai outfit trimmed with gold, impeccably tailored, reminiscent of a nobleman stepping forth from the pages of a comic. Yet, amidst his striking features, there lingered a hint of wicked charm. I am sorry, but the lady does not consent. This gentleman has lost. The victor is the highest bidder. Please raise your hand. The host declared. He had initially intended to leave, but Ouyang Ning called out to him without hesitation. Before I could finish speaking, a chorus of gasps erupted around me. Zhu Ling, He Hoi, and Wang Ningmei were all aware of the mysterious figure's existence and had interacted with him directly or indirectly. The reason they had previously referred to him in unison as the mysterious person was that none could discern his true identity. Brother, You didn't watch the match last night, nor did you catch the news, did you? You've been left behind. Another with panda eyes approached, eagerly engaging in animated discussion. Especially striking were the slender legs beneath the black miniskirt, exuding an intoxicating allure. Upon returning to the guest house, Zhang Yang suggested conducting a thorough examination of Lu Jingyi's health. Lu Jingyi, in turn, wished to discuss the miraculous effects of the herbal remedies from Yulin village with Zhang Yang. Thus he agreed. The third elder casually waved his sleeve, and under the force of his domineering presence, the flying needles seemed to be halted by an invisible barrier, shattering instantaneously. The feed bag was secured around the warhorse's neck, easily extended for the horse to reach. My discord with Chu Shaosheng left me in a dismal state, confronting the grim reality of mistrust among my own kind, which was truly disheartening. However, after a brief pause, I declared, "Your Highness, I am resolute in my intentions. I implore you to grant me your support." All eyes in the vicinity turned toward the source of the voice, landing squarely upon Tang Shui. Chen Zue shot him 2 exaggerated eye rolls. The castle-like structure was only suitable for tourism and photography. Residing within would be dreadful, dark, and devoid of sunlight. An unthinkable notion. Such scenes, Lin he had witnessed many times, instilling no fear within him. Do not panic, do not panic. Yet he was not a native of the northeastern desert, and had yet to locate the Wolf King after a considerable time. The wolf pack was now visibly surrounding them, leaving Lin he astounded. It was evident that all members of this pack were over 1,000 years old, with none being lesser than that. Uncle, what does the Wolf King look like? Such a terrifying scene. However, the savior before them had evidently mastered a method that did not require the sacrifice of numerous lives to fill the Holy Grail and unlock the primordial power. Just a little longer, it should not go awry. Since we have come this far, my bones should now be capable of withstanding the flames burn. There is no need for concern. Yang's mind was tranquil. What he required now was patience. At this moment, the sun began to rise over the lake, casting a splendid glow that transformed the emerald waters into a luxurious satin. As the boat glided across the lake, the surroundings shimmered, with gulls and herons calling out, spreading their wings and splashing water everywhere. Even these waterfowl could hardly contain their excitement, hastily diving into the water in search of fish and shrimp. My life goal, it proudly lifted its head, is to create a story as legendary as that of Qian Gu, thus earning countless apples through that tale. It drooled without any semblance of decorum, seemingly envisioning mountains of apples piled behind it. Without any movement, its anger simmered, feeling the lack of respect from its opponent as a formidable being. The story concluded. Li Shan gazed intently at the direction of Tai Yi Lake, as if he could see through thousands of mountains and rivers to his longed-for hometown, tears streaming down his face unbidden. Observing the imposing figures of the two beasts, it was evident that they had already reached adulthood. Cheng Tian was immediately drenched in a cold sweat, relieved that he had refrained from rushing out, for otherwise he would have surely faced dire consequences. Each of these creatures possessed strength surpassing the foundational level. She felt a greater joy from the praise of her drinking capacity than from compliments on her beauty. However, as Wang Zhiran approached the front line, a peculiar scent wafted into his nostrils, and an instinctive discomfort washed over him, causing him to frown. This was an ordinary student dormitory, with stairs leading up on the left side near the entrance, while the right side revealed a 20-meter corridor lined with dorm rooms. The far left housed the restroom, opposite which was another staircase leading upwards. Xiao Wuxie, enveloped in warm, fragrant embrace, was utterly entranced by the fresh scent emanating from Ling Yunxi. In a swift motion, he had seated himself on the stone bench within the pavilion, just as Ling Yun, she lay comfortably in his arms. In contrast, the army of the Man-Yo tribe had split into 2 factions, one encircling Gue Zhongling, unwilling to relinquish their advantageous position, while the other sought reinforcements from the Yi clan for a decisive battle, inadvertently placing themselves in a precarious situation of being besieged. Why are these people rushing over at this moment? Luo Yin exclaimed, still seething with anger. Sun Dao Heng's tone was somewhat peculiar as he glanced at the struggling Fen Shui Hua Shun Dao in his grasp, shaking his head slightly. Humans are perpetually discontent. He had once wished for Xiao Wuxie to avoid trouble. Yet when Xiao Wuxie finally ceased causing disturbances, he was criticized for merely sleeping all day. Ha! Ouyang Wei has been waiting here for quite some time. Qing Tai Jinren, how have you been? Upon seeing Cun Wei and others, Ouyang Wei's eyes lit up. Li Yubai sighed, remaining silent as he proceeded alongside Liang's Wu towards Bai Xianting. Wu Zibo, who had once been merely a portly figure in Yi Bai's memory, appeared somewhat foolish. Huh, Lin, he has not yet regained his composure? He failed to grasp the meaning behind the driver's words. What do you mean? Hurry and run. The leader of Huangsha Bang is rumored to possess the strength of a soul Douluo. Young man, you are merely a soul emperor. Is this not a death sentence? The driver could not allow a young man to perish needlessly, especially one as kind and wealthy as he. Fear not, uncle, just wait for my return. You need not worry about anything else. Shingu pouted, subconsciously sensing that this was not the true reason, yet refraining from further inquiry. Lin Na Lu's eyes glimmered with urgency, but she did not press. Think carefully, but time is short. I must inform Dad and Xiang Yu about this matter within a week at the latest. Zhao Yu, however, remained unfazed, stating coolly, those shares in Han Chuan's hands are his. I respect his choice. Today, Rong Mulin did not engage with the Crown Prince, as one would expect. Yet, what of the future? If the Crown Prince continues in this manner, will he even survive? Upon hearing the word family, Xiang Wan felt a complex mixture of emotions, both bittersweet and tender. It was still morning in the main courtyard, yet here it was deep into the night. Their sudden appearance went unnoticed by anyone on the quiet street. Meng Shi, despite having weathered many storms alongside her family, felt her heart wrench at the sight of her once healthy eldest son lying weakly before her. Nie Yusha appeared haggard, disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes, a scruffy beard adorning half of his face, resembling a vagabond. However, the moment a familiar, heart-wrenching scream echoed from afar. It shattered the exquisite scenery. Diana expressed no dissent and responded joyfully. Since her birthday celebration, her smile had multiplied, and her reliance on Meng Qi had grown. The bewildered supernatural beings, after hearing Lei Bao's words, found the previously one-sided discussions becoming increasingly convoluted. Lu Yu was taken aback, although grateful for the third prince's generosity. He knew this matter was utterly unacceptable. Li Zhong's malevolent gaze did not escape the notice of the other three, with Gao Qing suppressing his fury by drinking heavily. Even when facing death, one dares to contemplate revenge. Yet, the glint in Luo Jin's eyes did not elude the young man's attention. Lu Qiuqing observed the luxurious branded items on the bed, growing increasingly uneasy as she watched her mother savor them with delight. Xiao Tao's resting area was adjacent to a communal makeup room, and as she passed by, the noise within caught her attention. Sangyang Xiang frowned slightly, intrigued by Shanjia's pills and curious about Lu Dong's mental limits. Meng Qi's expression shifted as he urgently roused Na Mei, struggling to communicate something to her. But before he could finish, his consciousness was drawn towards the abyss by tendrils. Wei Zheng shrugged his sleeves but remained silent, pondering whether those cultivators remained loyal to the emperor or to Su Ziyu in such circumstances. Naturally, Wei Zheng understood that such words were not to be uttered in the current context. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Liu Yun sat cross-legged, consuming a healing elixir from her spatial ring, then began to channel her energy to aid her recovery. Al Dao, his speed is remarkably uncanny. Had I not needed to contemplate the plot's progression, I could have written around 100,000 words in a single day. Thus, as the days passed, the scores of Liu Yun and her companions increased, while the number of disciples within the secret realm dwindled. As Lin Yi crouched beneath the humped belly, he had already sensed something amiss. Even with a blindfold and earplugs, he felt the granules akin to living insects desperately attempting to burrow into his orifices. Truly, the forces of nature, at any time, remain insurmountable by humanity. What is this? After the black sandstorm, everything around had changed, and the driver picked up a patterned stone from the ground, utterly perplexed. This was not your typical romantic manga. Depicting Arthur through the lens of love would undoubtedly evoke a sense of incongruity. A fully leveled character, regardless of profession, could easily conquer a team dungeon like the Frozen Throne, designed for mere level 80 players. Listening to the rotund Tanzhong passionately recount the war history of this parallel world, one could not shake the absurdity of it all. Reminiscent of the Qin and Han dynasties, it is also possible that her personality has conflicted with her feelings for you. If her affection for you has not reached the 80-point threshold, revenge is inevitable. However, due to her profound and loyal love, her psychological shifts become unpredictable, making the likelihood of her exacting revenge uncertain at 50%. Yet, the damaged roads have temporarily dampened people's enthusiasm. Less than a mile from the Dujianjian urban area, approximately 20 kilometers from Wenchuan City, The highway lay completely obstructed by the collapsed cliffs and the roaring Wu River, with traffic personnel working tirelessly to repair the damaged sections. Kill. Let us engage in a life-or-death struggle, a battle that shrouds the heavens and earth in chaos. Blood, rise up. Li Air felt a tremor within his body, as countless memories from the Vietnam battlefield surfaced. He licked his lips hungrily, parched, yearning for a drink. Lu Bu was in no rush to expand his territory. The current territory remains unfinished. What capital does he possess to expand? He has devoted all his energy to construction and combating the residual forces of various lords. The sound of the peeper reverberates, plucking the strings of the summer mountain forest, akin to a crystalline spring gently seeping into the boundless night sky. As the birds return to their nests, silence envelopes the surroundings, worries dissipate, and it feels as if spring's brilliance has returned. Easy Luo, feeling guilty, instantaneously teleported back to the realm of Huanhai, coughed twice to compose himself, and then entered the room. Walking amidst the mountains, Selen intentionally tugged at Gaia's sleeve, slowing her pace to fall behind the group. Gaia, aware that Selen had something to convey, also reduced his speed. In response to Li Shintong's apology, Li Shimin remained silent. Even disregarding Shi Wanbao, who lay on the ground, his gaze fixed towards the city wall. Lu Shirley had long vanished from the city rampart. Yet Li Shimin continued to stare intently in that direction, remaining mute. The nobleman cast a cold glance at Li Rue, secretly admiring his restraint. A thought crossed his mind. If such a person were to return to Chaoxian, would it pose a threat to the Ming? Perhaps it would be wiser to eliminate the remaining hundreds of Chaoxian soldiers to avoid future troubles. Qi Fei felt as if all his bones had shattered. Darkness engulfing his vision, leaving his mind blank. What the hell? Xiao Yu silently cursed, wondering what the princess looked like. If she weren't so extraordinarily beautiful, would there be such a selection process for her suitors? Amidst the gazes of the crowd, a figure emerged from the inferno, unmistakably Yiling. Gu Qinghui was lost in thought when she suddenly noticed the room had fallen silent. Upon looking up, she saw Shan Yinan frowning deeply, seemingly troubled by a challenging matter. His furrowed brow rendered the world around him silent. The purple thunder dragon opened its massive jaws and exhaled a torrent of dragon breath, crashing like waves against the Zhazhan shrine, causing the visibly fragile statues to collapse into countless particles dancing in the air. The earlier series of maneuvers was executed in an instant, leaving the opponent completely unprepared and unaware of Lin Yi's actions. Where's my axe? Where are my flying daggers? Amidst the astonished exclamations, Lin Yi shouted again, Huang Sha Gang Lord, quite bold, daring to toy with me? The Huang Sha Gang Lord, seated at the head of the hall, looked disdainfully at the young man who dared to infiltrate the Huang Sha Gang's territory. On the water's surface, a single lotus seed pod floated, containing an astonishing number of seeds, easily numbering in the hundreds from a distance. Li Hua had full confidence in the 8 trigrams formation practiced by his brothers, and had not even considered the possibility of encountering adversaries far superior to them, or those capable of breaking their formation. The shadowless sword was enveloped in a silvery radiance, exuding unmatched sharpness, soaring skyward from Lu Yong. He had never ceased worrying about Kali, his heart filled with anxiety. Otherwise, he would not have persistently called for assistance in the investigation. Suddenly, on the screen, Jean Tian gradually approached, drawing nearer and nearer. Xiao Yimei initially wanted to scold him for his shamelessness, but the words caught in her throat. She had never imagined that events would unfold to such an extent, leaving her powerless to alter the situation. Murong Shi sneered, a massive circle of black and white appearing in his hand, instantly suppressing hundreds of energies. Perhaps wearied from a long day, Su Jin finally succumbed to sleep, her head tilted, and when she next awoke, Chu Lin Yu had vanished. Taking a deep breath, Su Jin shouted loudly below, signaling readiness with an OK gesture. Suddenly, Su Feng's expression changed, for a figure appeared atop the Ming Tower, not far away. Instantly, Yan Xin collapsed to the ground, her face reflecting disbelief. Observing this, Dong Fengyu impatiently ordered, "Bring the Chilua princess back. She must not leave even a step." Yan Xin was escorted out, her eyes lingering on the man she had followed for so many years. Zhu Yin further produced the ancient formation disc, establishing a defensive array to prevent damage to the courtyard's arrangement during their conflict. Xia, when do you plan to return to the Blood Clan? Bing Rueya. Seated opposite Ningmo, inquired softly. The circle suddenly emitted a burst of light, and then flickered, causing the power emanating from it to vanish without a trace. At that moment, the chill of the floor penetrated her skin, After coughing a few times, she was abruptly seized by someone beside her and pushed away, uncertain of their destination. Xiao Yin smiled, his grin illuminated by the sun, embodying the youthful vigor of a man in his 20s. Above Lutian, it seemed as if he bore a canopy of vibrant clouds, powerful energy waves surging within. The forces of nature wildly converged into it. All right, I have been awaiting your words. The matter should also remain in your thoughts. Once resolved, provide me with an answer. Zhu Diao, before leaving, still could not forget his plan. Watching Luo Misi's health improve, AI Lin Air sighed from a distance, feeling somewhat relieved that the plan had faltered. Indeed, only Ning Mo could persuade Luo Misi. No, my lord, I have been dutifully fulfilling my responsibilities, yet they... Lu Binsheng attempted to speak, but was cut off. Chen Sudong drove Chen Zue to the headquarters of Yichang Group. As Chen Zue stepped out of the car, he was greeted by the sight of the group's old chairman braving the bitter cold, anxiously waiting for him. This illustrated just how worried Feng Ji was about his son. The giant's arena was seemingly ignored by the giant, who grasped 2 metal rings and secured them to his waist. Haha, not bad, kid. The giant's eyes suddenly turned red. In the distance, the younger brothers began to cheer, their voices rising in unison. Do you know what these rings are? You dare to strike them down? An elder in the distance gazed at Lin, as if he were examining a corpse. Third master, this fool has removed old Seven's restraining ring. It seems to be a private operation, Tang Ming thought, wishing to meet 12-2, which could not possibly be a mere fan meeting an idol. Why does she stand out in every way? Yet he finds her smile endearing. I believe we require a tranquil environment. Yi Zheng smiled, shrugging, causing the others to pause in surprise. Her heart skipped a beat as his hand brushed past her side, pressing a button on the seat, reclining her backrest. Xiao Hanji adjusted her seating width and retrieved a thin wool blanket from the drawer to drape over her. However, whether Yu Tian would steal was not determined by price, but rather by practicality. Now this student, whom the teacher despised, not only showed no remorse, but also resorted to cheating by purchasing exam papers, denying it afterward, and causing her embarrassment before the school's leaders. Even worse, they openly threatened her. Go on, old steward, he waved dismissively. Long Yinxian had anticipated this departure, but did not expect him to take Nian Lang along. That's enough, Qiu Luo struck with a slap, nearly knocking the second one unconscious, causing a mouth injury that bled. The opponent cried out and fell against the wall, their lamenting voice fading away. The issues you raise are merely hypothetical. They do not exist. Regarding the issue of the player byman, that falls under system confidentiality, and thus I cannot provide an answer. The intelligent system machine responded without any sign of fluctuation. Feng Shu? It turns out to be you. I cannot believe you are still alive, Qi Qinny remarked with a hint of derision, articulating each word deliberately. Lu Yuding's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, momentarily at a loss for words, casting a piercing glance at Chu He. Bai Wu, eliminate her. At this moment, Murong Yunchuan's complexion improved significantly as he coldly instructed Bai Wu. Song Zi arrived at the meeting place with Mo Linlin, filled with curiosity, only to be surprised to see Jinya approaching as well. Lu Lianqin gazed at the person in white across from him, feeling an unexpected reaction within himself. He rubbed his head, puzzled as to why he was somewhat out of sorts today. However, this time, Yiming was not merely toying with her, but his demeanor bore a trace of tenderness, causing Qin Yaoshi to become entranced. Ling Shaoxian muttered to himself as he advanced toward Song Zi. And just as they were close, Song Zi suddenly spoke. Yi Qingqing had given Iris the tear of the angel she held, not expecting it to be effective. And it was evident that Iris could indeed utilize it, clearly indicating he was the king of the merfolk. Yin City had already entered late autumn. The streets were strewn with withered yellow leaves, fluttering down only to be lifted by the wind, mingling with dust as they were swept away. Dong Qiano vacantly glanced at the youth who was mocking her, ultimately freeing herself from Yingqing Shui's tight grasp and returning indoors. Yet, the jade-faced man would undoubtedly seek to claim the whereabouts of the Yellow River map, leaving him with little time. At that moment, a startled cry echoed near the seaside as Yu Yin Zun fell to the ground, spitting blood. Hyder's words prompted Barry Weiss to ponder deeply, while Max Martin remained silent with a smirk. Sister Fairy, please cease your jesting at my expense. Wei Chen's gaze avoided meeting that of the Bihua Fairy, darting away anxiously. In a moment of panic, he retreated 2 steps to escape the peril. Old 4, Old 5, you must prepare quickly. Yes. The meeting among the multitude continued uninterrupted, oblivious to the changes occurring outside. In their eyes, Old Seven crushing a Soul Emperor was akin to squashing an ant. Outside, Lin Yi watched with satisfaction as the rampaging Old Seven wielded a wolf-toothed club, causing bloodshed and dismemberment wherever he went, unstoppable in his path. The 5 fried eggs were ready, and Su Huai inquired where to place them. Bai Ichi brought over a plate, indicating she should place them inside. Gao Yi, being impatient, felt as though he had released a tiger back to the mountains. If he delayed for another day or two, he might never have the opportunity to act again. A man sat behind a large desk, of modest height, slightly balding, with eyes that betrayed excessive indulgence. His shirt's collar was loosened, perhaps due to intoxication, and his gaze appeared somewhat unfocused, lacking its usual coldness. Li Jiak contemplated for a moment, realizing there was indeed nothing pressing to attend to. He was not a reckless fugitive with nothing to do but fight. Reflecting on it, returning home seemed quite agreeable, as long as he wasn't discarded after being used. Jorson followed Gao Yi into the living room, removed his leather shoes, and half reclined on the carpet in black socks. Moreover, her asthma was not severe. As long as she avoided allergens, she generally faced no issues. However, since Ma Xinyan dared to speak thus, it was evident she maintained strict quality control over the products, aligning perfectly with his own philosophy. This was not merely Su Jin's overthinking. Rather, Feng Qinan had left a profound impression on him. Each time he sought her expertise to resolve factory issues, she exhibited considerable resistance, even a raise in salary failing to sway her. Ming Xia spoke while skillfully unwrapping the medicine box. As she looked up, she met Hui Yunjua's sharp, calm black gaze. This time, it was she who held his hand, and the depths of his eyes reflected a flicker of surprise and joy as he gazed intently at her radiant smile. Thus, Akato had perished, while Ice Demon Zack was compelled to confront the formidable Dragon Knight Corps and Angel Legion alone. Are you unaware of the current situation in the capital? Do you not realize that bringing back 20,000 cavalry would attract a multitude of gazes? In their minds, it seemed only natural to expect such an outcome. If the true Yin Mo Emperor and Blood Yao Mo Emperor could not even break a formation, they would indeed be living up to their hollow reputations. Once again releasing 2 breaths of dragon fire, dispersing the formation of the demonic forces, Kishala directly pounced upon that devilish hero. Soon, Ganzhou would experience a bountiful harvest, as the station troops had already been led by Qin Fu and Qin Tong, taking 15,000 men to Qinzhou. You may go and speak with him, the principal remarked, altering his demeanor, as the matter concerning Wang Chongyang was beyond his purview to decide, until Chen Xingyu transformed into a shadow, blocking her path and shattering the sword energy aimed at her. Gu Xinyue hurried forward, producing bandages to dress his wound while turning to examine the statue. Old Four, what nonsense are you uttering? This child is still here, he exclaimed, glaring at him. Old Four immediately realized his blunder, casting a glance at me before sulkily pounding the edge of the Kong in silence. However, Xia Luiying had already spent 2 years in the capital and could not be driven away, just as it was now. Upon hearing the commotion from that direction, Yizhan immediately raised an eyebrow, delivering information to Wen Liang in broad daylight indicated that Han Che deemed this matter of great significance. The Demon Clan was launching a fierce assault against the 3 major sects, who were tasked not only with countering the Demon Clan, but also with protecting the mortals. The Ramayana Divine Stone possesses a mysterious ability inherited from the Mo Yi dynasty. Simply put, a person with the Ramayana Stone martial soul would merely be an ordinary individual of no worth. However, possessing the Ramayana Divine Stone is akin to wielding the White Tiger martial soul of the Star Luo Empire's royal family, or the Swan martial soul of the Tiando Empire's royal family, symbolizing status. With my soul power, you should comprehend that you stand no chance. Why do you choose to seek death? The leader of the Huang Sha gang appeared in no rush to eliminate Lin Yi, turning to confront Nan Gong Xiaoyan's enigmatic crimson eyes. While Su Jingjie wore a perplexed expression, it dawned on her that the words she had just spoken might have been too bewildering for the people of this era. Subsequently, the second and third groups also announced their victors. Su Deng lost to Hong Yang due to insufficient age, while Yuan Yunfeng narrowly triumphed due to the opponent's prolonged refining time. This individual was an aide to Qin Rong's 6th uncle, and they had at least crossed paths before. She hesitated, contemplating whether to greet him when she noticed in the window's reflection the complexity of his gaze. Not long after, Su Xiuxiu, walking along the road, heard a shriek and revealed a satisfied smile. Subsequently, Su Xiuxiu felt enveloped in a white glow, light as a feather, as if floating among the clouds. exceptionally comfortable. The ethereal figure of Yao Wang did not speak, merely smiling at her, while the oversized grass leaves around them rustled, communicating in the secret language of the demon clan. After delivering these words, Yin Ling dismissed the others, inherently believing he did not belong with them. Yet he still had to maintain the appearance of a Changshu to fulfill his own responsibilities. She tugged at her hair, and with a gentle call, Ming Huai awakened, promptly rising to clear her hair away, fumbling for the firestone on the low table to light the oil lamp. How did she manage to get herself so intoxicated, surrounded by so many men? It truly makes me wish to teach her a lesson. The golden dragon is none other than the dragon prince Ao Chun, awakened by Lin Yi in the Eastern Sea, while the giant tortoise beside him represents the turtle prime minister. Of course, this does not imply that the alchemy shop does not sell items priced below 100 gold coins. It is merely that such items are not displayed. Ultimately, 100,000 drops of fresh blood merged into a single blood mass. Wu Fan wielded the Tianwu divine blade, conjuring myriad blade shadows. And that single drop of blood was entirely absorbed into the Tianwu divine blade, enveloping Fan Jun and the 10,000 others in its radiance. Compared to these seasoned veterans, Gao Yuan and Huang Bo appeared decidedly calmer, engaging in conversation with a composed demeanor, a level of ease that these two could hardly match. Aside from expressing gratitude with a simple thank you, Nancy found herself at a loss for words. Setting aside the unverified matters, she genuinely felt thankful to him. The purpose of a performance is manifold, yet every role fundamentally seeks authenticity and realism. Only the genuine can evoke belief. The performer's objective is to persuade the audience to believe, and any character capable of moving the audience must first gain their trust in the portrayal. Wu Fan received a supply of 200,000 purple spirit stones, in addition to the 20,000 he had previously, bringing his total to over 400,000. This made Wu Fan feel financially robust once more. Using purple spirit stones now felt no different from when he had 1 million. Upon hearing this, Di Jing raised his eyebrows, about to refute her nonsensical claims. At least in his ears, he had only ever heard Mu Yunqing call him that. Could it be that this title had already spread within the Mu residence? Lu Hua's voice trembled with anger, while the passing boys fixated on the forged diamond scar on Lu Hua's foot. Subsequently, the celestial god retrieved a dark spirit pearl and gently placed it upon the disc. Noticing that Bo He's complexion was turning pale, Su Xing reluctantly abandoned the notion of leaving, resembling a coward as he gathered his belongings and returned to his rightful place. A scream pierced the air. Even the soul Douluo, the leader of the Huangsha gang, lacked the formidable mental strength of Lin Yi and was immediately dealt a heavy blow. Not only was his lock-on ability interrupted, but his 8th soul skill was also thrown into chaos. His 8th soul skill did not differentiate between friend and foe. Anyone entering the range of the sand burial would be ensnared. In a matter of seconds, Lin Yi moved swiftly behind the leader of the Huangsha gang, delivering a powerful kick. Everyone says that the heart of an emperor is harder and colder than iron. Luo Feng also possesses a heart that is as cold and hard as ice, which is why he could tread upon the blood of his brothers without remorse, step by step ascending to the pinnacle of the empire. In the past, no matter how busy the emperor was, he would always find time to accompany him, never using busyness as an excuse to brush him off. What did you say? Yin Zhengxi seemed not to hear clearly and requested him to repeat himself. If he had not misheard, he claimed just now to be her fiancé. What on earth was going on? When one begins to enumerate his flaws, even to the point of unbearable annoyance, the once endearing traits transform into reasons for criticism. In this world, there exists someone capable of disguising themselves as Xiao Ran, employing such exquisite skills that even Nangong Ningxuang failed to detect it. During this time, Chun Ling visited several times to inquire about Yi Jing's condition. Zhou Xian was at a loss for how to respond, merely chuckling to deflect the question. Chun Ling likely sensed his predicament and kindly refrained from pressing further. The distance from the Maple Grove to the Hongfeng residence was considerable, and by the time Ning Yuanlan reached the vehicle, she was already ravenous. She must protect Qian Qian, for she could no longer bear such a blow. It was truly too cruel for her. Why could Yin Zhengxi be so heartless towards her? He naturally knew Qin Yu and was well aware of Qin Yu's profound affection and yearning for his sister. However, after experiencing the events with Luo Feng and the near loss of his sister, he would no longer entrust his precious one to others. The intensity of her gaze diminished, and she stared blankly at his face. That fleeting moment of emotion made her feel as though she had found redemption, prompting her to weep. The bond between them was obstructed by too many barriers. Even the 8 consciousnesses within Qian Mo posed an unavoidable issue. Morong Qian was momentarily taken aback. And so was the eldest lady. The two exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to say. Li Zongxiong discerned the situation. He glanced at Gu Xingyue beside him, who sat with her head bowed, resembling a silent flower. Very well, you may return. The bandage on your forehead is rather bothersome. Hong Li turned his head away, no longer gazing at Nalan. After retrieving the exquisite item, she was about to stroll around the streets when she inadvertently overheard a low discussion coming from the main chamber. Fujin. Nalan, amused by this, had no choice but to nod. To be honest, she was a servant. Wherever her master wished to go, she would naturally comply. However, this Fujin bore no heirs, and with Sister Lianer accompanying her, it was only natural that they reached an understanding. As Yu Haoyang issued further commands, the batch of robots took flight, their eyes emitting electric sparks that cleared all obstacles in their path. A white light ascended as the robots arrived at the flying saucer's secret chamber. Looking down at Su Qingying, her face was already adorned with a smile, gentle and radiant. Her beauty reminiscent of a delicate flower. It seemed that the coldness he had previously perceived was merely an illusion. Thank you, Your Majesty, the Queen Mother. Rueyer shall take her leave first. After bowing to the Queen Mother, Rueyer also bowed to the cold-faced king, standing beside her before turning to return to the Yangxin Palace. The blazing bow proved utterly ineffective. Ming Xian had not anticipated this, feeling as though he had lost his last bastion of hope, becoming somewhat at a loss. The pressure had visibly lessened. She gazed blankly at his face, that fleeting moment of emotion making her feel as though she had received salvation, causing her to weep. Do not say that Chun Haiqing had not anticipated that the Municipal Bureau would suddenly shift the blame. Anyone who has been following this matter would be astonished by the surreal actions of the Donghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. The adventurer remarked that these forces remain largely unknown, as the number of individuals involved is exceedingly scarce. Upon regaining her senses, Lu Man witnessed the commotion caused by Qinghu Junju and suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for Yuan Baiji. The Tsiu family, including his grandfather and father, collectively holds 30% of shares. Such words should be spoken sparingly. If grandmother discovers them, I cannot guarantee your safety. Although grandmother is no longer involved in affairs, no one can assure that our courtyard is devoid of her spies. After speaking, Lu Yongxing departed directly. Li Xinran, having completed only middle school, found that much of her historical knowledge had faded over time. As Zhao Hao's voice trailed off, the surrounding individuals expressed sympathy for Chu He, understanding that even if Chu He were to triumph over Wang Xian today, his future would remain bleak unless he left the sect. Han Feng sat behind, bewildered and at a loss, instinctively preparing to harness the true energy of the earth for an escape. The temperature inside Lingfeng's snow cave remained stable throughout the year. Upon a 3-foot-high stone platform lay a thick bamboo mat, where Han Feng lay silently and peacefully. Observing all of this, Chu He maintained a calm demeanor, choosing not to act hastily and allowing the others to continue their shouting for a while, granting himself a moment of respite. This uproar prompted those shopping for clothes to emerge, and once the commotion subsided, there were not many who continued browsing, causing the lively scene at Li's shop to diminish to a fraction of its earlier fervor. Princess, I have something to say, Lady Shurdai said gravely from her original position, gazing intently at Duo Meizi, as if about to unveil a shocking revelation. Ning Etienne followed his usual approach, swiftly dispatching his opponent with the divine general sword and annihilating their soul. Meanwhile, the Oscar cinema had arrived, with Luo Yu reserving an entire screening room for himself and Tang Royale to enter. The revival plan was underway. Third Master mused that this individual undoubtedly possessed more than just the strength of a soul emperor. He sensed that the person was concealing their true capabilities, perhaps even their soul rings, and suspected that their appearance might be a facade designed to lower their guard, thereby sabotaging their plans. If only I had agreed to the demands of the Guangming sect sooner, lamented the leader of the Huangsha gang. Third Master had a sudden epiphany. Guangming sect, Wuhuan Hall. Yes, it must be Wuhuan Hall. As the sound resembling a dragon's roar echoed, a surge of formidable energy erupted, creating a terrifying gust that made everyone feel as though a hurricane was imminent. The prince, astute and eager to learn, under the guidance of Meng Zizong, recited a passage from the Analects with perfect enunciation in just half an hour. A warm sensation began to accumulate around his ankles, becoming increasingly pronounced, and upon inspection, Qin Tian noticed that his plastic sandals were already damp with sweat. A slight misstep exposed his vulnerable side, akin to an animal revealing its soft underbelly during a struggle. Naturally, Li Chong, wielding a machine gun, was not inclined to show mercy, leaving a trail of bullet holes along the vehicle's surface. One might ponder, had they attacked the unparalleled demon during that time, without considering their own losses, what chance would they have had to slay such a formidable foe? After successfully annihilating the main heir, Sui Yu began searching for the desolate realm, much like how desolation had sought her for thousands of years. Once old Fu truly departed, Li Chong sat on the sofa, muttering to himself for quite some time before realizing it. He Man Ting slowly opened her beautiful eyes, feeling dizzy, and was confronted by the very person she had quarreled with over the restroom, simultaneously feeling a pair of hands encircling her waist, prompting her to angrily slap the rogue in front of her. It is said that family disgrace should not be aired publicly. As an outsider, his probing was unwelcome. Setting aside whether the others could enjoy their quarrel, the presence of his eyes and ears could potentially create further complications. Concerned that there might be other entities in the room, old Fu refrained from engaging in extensive conversation with Li Chong. After signaling him to remain calm, he gestured to the chair where Smith had sat, indicating that Li Chong should sit down and await the outcome. Chen Weibin calculated in his mind that a suitcase contained $240 million, with 320 suitcases totaling approximately $770 million. Converting 50 billion RMB into dollars yields this figure. After equipping themselves with items capable of shielding against divine perception, two avatars swiftly headed toward Xingguang Island. Glancing back at the inner city, by Sha Zhou was peculiar, and one could only wonder how Tai Kong would handle the situation. The sight that met their eyes was Jiang Baiji's exuberant face. In the video, she sat on the carpet with a vegetarian meal laid out before her. The vast universe had allowed them to traverse through time, proving the existence of countless dimensions within this cosmos, even without encountering a second-tier demon beast. Facing a third-tier demon beast in the Fusang Plains posed grave dangers for her, a being of the divine concealment realm. According to her mother, she had suffered severe injuries while dealing with the mysterious individual who had stolen the Tian Dao Jade from her in the Great Way realm. Sui smiled, understanding that his senior brother was merely teasing him in good faith. However, after such remarks, he felt somewhat restless, as they had been in contact daily and occasionally video chatting. Yet now he found himself yearning for more. With a sigh, Sui realized how busy he was. After meeting Zhao Wanning, he had intended to measure Jiang Baiji's finger circumference that evening, but Jiang Baiji believed his injury had not yet healed. Waiting until he fell asleep before resting herself, leaving his plans thwarted, the longsword on Chun Yao's back shifted, revealing a sharp silver arrow that appeared in his hand. The group formed pairs, each keeping to themselves. After walking for an entire morning, they were both exhausted and hungry. Around noon, a wooden sign along the road rekindled everyone's spirits. Huangsha Gang's leader and third master exchanged glances before sighing. Very well, we shall join the Wuhuan Hall, as long as they can ensure our safety. By the way, will the Wuhuan Hall accept all of our MO Dynasty's bloodline? Lin Yu remarked it. As long as one is a soul master, it is acceptable. Report to Wuhuan City. Given that you have not colluded with the Guangming sect, I shall not cause you any trouble. After joining the Wuhuan Hall, seek a cardinal in red to help you lift the mental restrictions. Let us go. Understood. I know what to do. Gao Fei felt a surge of anger. Tang Fan was indeed despicable for threatening him. Alas, he had unwittingly given him leverage. It is not your fault. You have endured so much injustice. I am the one who owes you an apology. Lu Qinglu struggled to express his remorse to Jiang Shuiying. I came to find you today to inquire about Gu Chen's condition. Can you tell me what exactly is wrong with him? Xia Shiguang refrained from mentioning Liang Yinchuan, fearing that it could jeopardize her plans and deepen misunderstandings between them. Li Mo instructed the others to wait here before taking the ancient giant python to Bai Lingner's courtyard. Big brother, I purchased this house, and my second uncle and his wife are attempting to seize it to control me. They are courting disaster. I would never stoop so low as to forge documents for them. Nan Gonghao felt that such deep-seated hatred meant that those individuals were fortunate to have avoided the wrath of the camel spirit and lived to see another day. Mu Lingfeng's eyes twitched as he glanced at the muscular chest of the demon ape, then shyly touched his own, feeling a pang of insecurity. The boldness of Xia Shiguang surged as thoughts of his father resurfaced. If his father were present, how would he handle the situation? Miao Sha felt no anger, but rather curiosity. Her invitation to Qin Yang was genuinely well-meaning, yet his unhesitating rejection stirred her stubborn temper. The decision to abolish this particular provincial examination was decreed by Emperor Chongkong, who, despite his foolishness, would not take responsibility for the candidates. She remained outside the cave, watching everything unfold, convinced that in her former self, she would have deemed herself mad for assisting a lunatic in the world's most insane endeavor with no chance of success. It was utterly absurd. Qingwen hurried to tidy up her belongings, deftly finishing the task in no time, neatly rolling them up and setting them aside before slipping into her embroidered shoes and adding a few pieces of silver frost charcoal to the incense burner. Hundreds, even thousands of gold bars flew over the heads of the audience, merely the vanguard, with countless more following closely behind. Upon entering through the door, the vast interior space was starkly different from the outside, resembling a cavern. Dalu responded with the words of my father in the Eastern Manor, implying that the Eastern Manor was indeed her home. Draco lay flat, seeking punishment. Perhaps a kind-hearted senior from Kunlun Academy would spare him. One must not act rashly. For most of the audience below the stage were die-hard fans of Wang Yang and Li Fan. The practitioner was also pleased to witness this. Having become familiar with the other party, knowing he could offer more benefits during the price negotiations later. After exchanging pleasantries, Jia Zheng, with a smile, introduced Jia Song to Fu Shi, as Bao Yu had already met him previously. This individual had once been a contender and was quite adept at making bans, having guessed several of the opposing heroes and strategies, subsequently choosing heroes and strategies to counter them without hesitation. The participating nations included Tian Chao, Wagua, Nanbang, Yuho, Really Wan Jigua, and the Euro-America Alliance. Realizing she could no longer watch the performance, Bai Yao quickly shattered the illusion and emerged, feigning surprise at Lu Er and Lu Bo. Just as Zhao Su approached his vehicle, Lei Xiaotian raised a hand to halt Zhao Su's action of opening the door, intentionally casting his gaze toward the shadowy corner not far away. I have already informed him to choose whether to join the Wuhan Temple. Whether he joins or chooses another path is his own decision. If he joins the Wuhan Temple, I can guarantee his safety. The all-knowing owner paused for a moment, retrieving an envelope from his pocket and handing it to Lin Yi. Inside was all the intelligence I had gathered regarding the Church of Light. They are still within the public domain, but given your strength, it is insufficient to completely eradicate them. Upon seeing Xing Chu, Xia Lu greeted him with a smile. Yet Xing Chu keenly sensed the fleeting surprise in Xia Lu's eyes. I have never met my sister-in-law. What is inappropriate about wanting to see her? Is she of such noble lineage that I cannot even look? Mo shamelessly remarked. It is not such a serious matter. No need to be so troubled. I am off to play games, Chen Feng said, turning and leaving the office. Just moments ago, Lin Su had stormed out in anger, and it was evident to any observer that he was involved. Thus, it was not suitable to linger in Susan's office under such circumstances. However, I recall that upon returning to the sect last time, your illusion techniques had clearly surpassed mine. Ming Xue frowned slightly at Fu Yunwan, suddenly feeling that Fu Yunwan seemed somewhat strange, as if their power had notably declined. Perhaps they merely fell asleep by the roadside. Fu Yunwan utilized magic, making the matter inherently simple. Where? Li Jian followed his gaze and was instantly captivated. Just from the silhouette, it was undeniably striking. Li Jian gazed at Zhang Shixin's figure with a glint of mischievous desire in his eyes. In practice, this would indeed be significantly reduced. Perhaps only 120 swords, yet regardless of the number, it marked considerable progress. It would be best to establish contact with the Fox tribe. If they too are besieged by the Beast Tide, we could defend together. If the Beast Tide does not reach them, they would serve as the finest living force. Thus he awkwardly looked at Li Shihan, saying, Captain Li, but before he could finish, Yi Tian interjected, Let us go. I will accompany you to the police station, and promptly exited the royal club. Having just unleashed the fused elemental energy, he had nearly exhausted his wind and fire elemental forces, making it impossible for Li Yi to capture Yunhai Tian under the watch of 3 senior dam practitioners. His previous statement appeared to be a warning to Uchiha Chong, but in reality, it served as a caution to the other team members not to oppose Uchiha Chong. Of course I want to, however, our family lacks the connections of Wang Lu, and we cannot compete. Lu Ziqi's expression dimmed. The supermarket also has clothing. Lin Luo decided against going upstairs, prioritizing comfort and convenience over fashion. Hearing the call of Dugu and I, Yi Chong Kong coldly snorted, releasing his grip and allowing him to fall to the ground. Turning to leave the arena. Why? Aside from being a bit stubborn, he has no other unlikable traits. How could he possibly have no friends? The physician had lived in this village for a long time and immediately discerned that Gong Rushi had been poisoned by love. Zhao Dan, with a heart that had been hanging in suspense, was about to relax when he suddenly remembered the 10-minute countdown and hurriedly inquired. I initially intended to assist that child, but due to the events of the morning, I had to restrain myself. Jiang exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that his stamina was indeed poor and he needed to exercise diligently in the future. For those who cultivate, the duel of Dao techniques hinges on wisdom. The offensive and defensive battle of casting and dispelling spells is a contest of intellect. If all methods of dispelling spells fail, creativity is required. Use your imagination to defeat him. Qin Rue and his companions collectively called out a name, yet their expressions were starkly different. Qin Rue and his companions displayed joy, while Yifei's face grew increasingly grim, taken aback by Wu Tong's unexpected assistance to Qin Rue and the others. The unforeseen voice that followed from Tang Chun suddenly enlightened Tang Hao. Hao Ia, I have heard from the fallen in the city of slaughter that you once defeated the previous Pope Qian Sunji. Is this true? Tang Chin smiled, though there was a hint of cunning in his demeanor. Tang Hao, witnessing his grandfather's expression, felt a surge of trepidation. Grandfather, it is indeed true. Back then, Qian Sunji led countless experts to besiege us in pursuit of my wife, Yin, who had transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast. Zhang Jiyue had no intention of imparting profound knowledge. In fact, she herself was not well-versed, her knowledge of mining and metallurgy acquired during the construction of the base. Even the design blueprint memorized through rote. The four major sects of Qingzhou naturally did not compromise, thus the battle horn was sounded. Upon witnessing Qin Dai's sudden demise at the hands of the enemy, and the immobilization of Niu Gue and Gue Lian's evil hound, Shi Wuxing no longer hesitated and charged directly at Du Yinfeng. Inside, Lin Yuruan reclined on a soft couch, Ai Yi serving her water, when suddenly the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Startling both, standing in the doorway was none other than Zhao Su. Yi Qingjian halted, instinctively turning to cleave the magical artifact, yet the demon cultivator within the formation suddenly broke through, striking towards his chest. Although it did not connect, it had swiftly seized something. Chun Xiao, unafraid of trouble, flashed a triumphant smile at Zui Chenhao. Yet, before her smile could fully bloom, it was obstructed by the approaching Chu Xian. Lin Fuer nodded, a smile gracing her lips, encouragingly, which only deepened the joy on Morongju's face. That night, as Su Xiao drifted into slumber, she dreamt once more of her past life where, after her demise, Xiao Zhan stood before her grave, marked as that of his beloved. Su Xiao. She then witnessed his body gradually cracking open at her tomb. Upon settling into the Suzhou government, she realized there was indeed a Wei Wang, young yet thriving, possessing remarkable capabilities for a regime change. Uncertain, she thought it best to sleep, for it was late. Yin Yang closed her eyes, utterly exhausted. Yi Dongsheng glared at Yi Zhixing, irritated that this foolish child was squandering a splendid opportunity. Although the Dog Star planet lacked the oppressive nature of the Yalu planet, it bore no visual allure, remaining equally dreary. The sky erupted like a million fireworks, a splendid sight that obscured by Li Tsai and the Straw Hat King, affecting the battles in two other locations, forcing them to retreat far before resuming their combat. Initially, it was indeed perplexing, for not only Mei Qing had tampered with that cup of tea, but Junyu and Yi Zhixing had also added healing herbs, intertwining to create a complex mixture, making evidence elusive. The lawyer elucidated the convictions and sentencing for theft, robbery, and rape. Should the thief recant and claim rape, the maximum sentence for attempted rape would be 3 years, as the crime of rape was unrelated to breaking and entering. As she spoke, Xiaoyu sensed the unexpected guest nearing her, their presence overwhelmingly fragrant, reminiscent of intoxicating floral nectar. She felt a gentle hand at the nape of her neck, deftly untying the ribbon that obscured her vision. Heisha Wuluan maintained an impassive expression, his eyes reflecting the wrath of the Earth Demon Emperor, almost bursting forth, yearning to savor Zhu Minglang's blood as a means of venting his fury. Upon hearing those two words, they rejoiced tremendously, promptly lifting Captain Amu and making their swift exit. If true, would it not resemble the recurrent zombies from American science fiction horror films? While Miao Jiao was unafraid of consequences, she recognized that disturbing sacred realms could lead to dire repercussions, as fate would ultimately manifest retribution upon oneself. With the nourishment of the overlord Ginseng Emperor, Tang Chun regained control over the city of slaughter, successfully manifesting an arm from his killing intent to replace the functionality of his lost limb. Grandfather, I shall commence my cultivation now. Within the city of slaughter, Tang Hao remained, devoted to his training within the fortress of the Slaughter King, a mere step away from the ultimate rank of 99, a half-year's distance. At the Spirit Hall, Lin Yi duly reported that although the secret research base was constructed deep within the Gunpowder Mountains, Amy was not its head but rather its protector, guarding against the leakage of its secrets. On the surface, Xianming treated Jean, say, much as he always did, even better than before. Yet, for reasons unknown, seeing Jean, say, reminded him of that night when he had rescued her, the words spoken by the first prince to persuade him to keep her. Observing the desolate surroundings, Shun Yashi leisurely sat upon a boulder, rhythmically striking a stick against the ground. Most of the Imperial Guard in the capital were but dog-walkers and chicken fighters, each more adept at hunting than the last. When it came to combat prowess, they resembled mere ornamental trees by the roadside, appealing yet ineffective. The early morning sun was predominantly devoted to military training, causing their hunting skills to languish considerably, resulting in diminished effectiveness in group hunts. The sky darkened, and soon there were flashes of lightning and thunder, with streaks of golden lightning descending, seemingly incited by Bardock. In the following days, all remained tranquil, with the trading caravan setting out at dawn and resting at sunset, repeating the same motions, while Wang Jia silently followed behind. Suddenly, a hand emerged from behind him, its fingers like withered twigs gripping his neck, exerting formidable strength as it dragged him backward. Zhong Lishuo reached out desperately to pry the hand from his throat, but to no avail. Fortunately, his target, Xian Lei, remained within the team, preventing Ma Chao from erupting in fury. This time, the war gate truly experienced an economic resurgence, with the addition of 2 outer towers alongside Cassidon's rise, making victory difficult for the invincible team. Biao remarked, "It is not fear of the Celestial Palace, but concern that the ensuing commotion may complicate matters for you," said Ying candidly. If the Celestial Palace were to indeed attack, appropriate preparations would be necessary, and it would not be a matter of cold weapons. Mu Bai's expression hardened, nodding slightly as he stated, "Indeed, it is rumored that certain ancient alchemical texts can cultivate divine powers, transforming them into other forms. It appears this is a shape-shifting elixir." The bone fragment was on the verge of destruction, radiating its final rays of brilliance, both enchanting and terrifying. "Qingdi, we have arrived too late," the gray-clad youth remarked, gazing at the Dao platform atop the mountain, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Mu Lian likewise disembarked, listening to her repeated retches, his brow furrowing in concern. Today's discourse will be led by Feng Jiuqiu, the top-ranking disciple from Kunlun, engaging in a dialogue with Lu Qianfan, the highest-ranked disciple from the Baibao sect visiting for exchange. Admittedly, I recognized this issue halfway through my run, but what could I say? Having already boasted, would I falter mid-sentence? Liang Yin laughed, noting that Shiuran, though typically a stern and seemingly ascetic doctor, commanded considerable respect when donning his white coat. Yet, before Liang Yin, he appeared perpetually aggrieved, having once felt wronged for not being acknowledged by her, and later, after their relationship became public. He was the first to step forward in acceptance. "I do not comprehend your meaning," Yin Jifan replied, his expression flickering. He was fully aware that Mu Bai referred to his previous scheming against the drunken youth, yet he had executed it so subtly that no incriminating evidence remained. As Lin Yi grasped the gravity of his situation, regret washed over him for not discreetly inquiring about the system and the nature of these subplots. Though the information for A-level plots was entirely concealed, an inquiry would have proven more prudent than blindly forging ahead. A grave piece of news arrived. Lin Yi discovered that his soul power had vanished, or rather, within this apocalypse survival simulation, he was no longer a soul master. This revelation struck him as a severe wake-up call, compounding his already deep-seated worries. Many of these individuals were notable A-level masters, some renowned for their long-standing legacies, rendering others seemingly unqualified. Thus, Zhang Ao personally awaited their arrival at the foot of the mountain. Observing Cheng Fifin's cold demeanor, she felt a sense of familiarity, though this time it did not pertain to Lung Haoshuan. Not long ago, she had seen a similar expression on Cheng Fifin's face, which made her think that the person who called earlier must have been Yuna. So, have you witnessed my prowess? Sun Ming regarded the burly men. Yet, she had been quite occupied lately, lacking even time to stroll through the garden, rendering her concerns entirely unfounded. Lin Sixian lowered her head, letting out a gentle sigh. I understand the chaos outside. However, it is only by leaving that one can distance themselves from all this strife. As he observed Tang Ningen quietly seated beside him with a cup of water, Lung Haoshuan felt a pleasant shift in his mood, gradually dissipating the irritation that had initially stirred within him. However, from the moment Bai Chou-fei had bravely borne the brunt of the assault on his behalf, she experienced for the first time a genuine desire to survive. Naturally, Lin Sixian had not witnessed the event. It was Mo Kai who had gone to identify the body. Fortunate enough to have caught a glimpse of Qing Ge that very evening, he took it upon himself to confirm her identity on behalf of his master. The times have indeed changed since the era of Song Huizhou. Back then, he wielded absolute power, able to mobilize the entire nation at a mere command to forge the 9 tripods. Finding a needle in a haystack, we could not swiftly locate our target. We could only rely on inquiries, yet remained an arduous task to uncover the individual. The essence of heaven and earth suddenly surged, and a more formidable aura erupted from Qinya, as purple and white energies coalesced into an icy blue mist encircling him, which gradually transformed into flames. Out of the crowd, my eyes caught sight of another person striving to reach my side, their lips twitching slightly, leaving me uncertain whether to rejoice or mock them. Yang Ren cast a glance at the driver, whose expression was stern and silent, reluctantly steering the vehicle towards the entrance of the villa area, clearly believing himself to be the subject of Yang Ren's jest. Zhang Xiaohu stood anxiously at the village entrance, his stomach growling in hunger, occasionally feeling dizzy. He understood that if food could not be found soon, many would lose their resolve, and the consequences of chaos would be dire. But where could food be found? The vehicle drove into the People's Hospital, whereupon entering, a pungent scent of medicinal solutions filled the air. I forced a smile, touching my nose, for I genuinely despise such aromas. If I could safely land, I would vow never to board such a plane to Africa again. I sighed in my seat. The incoming individual possessed strength far beyond that of a mere half-respectable being. Their divine radiance had reached its zenith, surpassing Yin Xiao by several folds. Old Du, clutching his chest, was brought in by the authorities, observing Gao Haoyu's noticeable discomfort, since he had once dealt with Gao Haoyu, and now found himself under the latter's authority, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Seeing this, Jin Yuan knew better than to defy the king, bowing respectfully before straightening up. In the ensuing time, the world outside erupted in chaos. As the Ming Shan Jiao fervently recruited followers, their influence expanding wildly. Upon entering a supermarket, Lin Yi noticed the electronic clock in the lobby had transformed into a countdown timer, indicating 90 hours remaining, with every visible timepiece synchronously ticking down. Quick-witted, Lin Yi deduced that this might signify the duration of the current apocalyptic survival quest. Based on his previous experience, the entire quest might last just a week, and with 3 days already elapsed, he felt no pressure. After discussing the requirements of the pilgrimage site with the shamans and recent events in Shuangshu City, Todd indicated that these individuals could commence construction. He sat up from the ground, instinctively touching his face, only to discover that both cheeks had swollen significantly, as if he had endured numerous slaps. As soon as he finished speaking, the speed of Yuan Tianfeng surged once more. If before he resembled a cheetah, now his velocity could be likened to that of a racing car. Due to several injuries, the village elders gathered for a brief discussion and decided to roast the wild boars that had met their demise in a traffic accident, aiming to quell the anger of the crowd while providing a lively diversion, thus achieving multiple objectives. Consequently, the chances of infiltrating through the front gate diminished. Wu Yang led Zhua Song in a semicircle, stealthily slipping into the backyard at a corner, using 2 short blades inserted into the brick crevices as makeshift toeholds to vault over the courtyard wall. Karen desperately racked her brain, seeking to unearth the source of the familiarity she had felt moments ago within her memories. This will surely become yet another amusing tale on Judicial Island. Gabora laughed heartily, reveling in the irony of having been rejected by waitress Catherine, knowing that this incident would overshadow his own troubles. If not now, when would he find cause to laugh? The areas you currently cannot access will gradually unlock upon your joining the club. Please explore further only after joining. The system responded to Victor's inquiry with standard precision, yet Victor, dissatisfied with the response, rubbed his nose in frustration. A crimson, circular magic array, adorned with intricate geometric patterns, materialized in his left hand, moving unhesitatingly to his 8 o'clock position. Yu Xiao Tian shook his head, remarking, "This foolish fellow, despite his antics, has somehow won the hearts of his disciples, truly becoming the junior master." He gazed up at the portrait of Yu Huang Tian hanging in the great hall, tears streaming down his face. The first charitable brand displayed a prominent question mark, with a background subtly featuring egg-sized hawthorn. In reality, Takeda Shinjin rarely constructed castles within his domain, as he adhered to the path of aggression. The old Taoist, while on the run, was continuously contemplating how to unravel this matter and provide an account to Wei Ge. Setting aside these thoughts, Short Flute, is that you? Tell me how you managed to enhance your abilities to this extent in such a short time. And what about that creature we encountered? Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring at the fallen Short Flute. By now, everyone had grown accustomed to seizing public opinion. As long as they held sway over it, victory was virtually assured. As the prelude began, the eyes of the 4 judges sparkled with surprise. They both silently pondered, unable to fathom who besides Qin Shaoyun and the 5 esteemed elders could possess such cultivation within the Qing Tianzhou. Among the 6 were 3 ordinary guards wielding firearms, alongside the elderly Wang Dabiao, Fat Wang, and Li Yuanfang. Emperor Qingyang, having read the urgent report, contemplated for a moment before tossing it to the bald man, pacing back and forth within the hall. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Yi found himself still in the manager's office, with no alterations in sight. Even the clock remained unchanged. Yet time had resumed its forward march. "Damn it, are you messing with me?" Lin Yi cursed vehemently, initially believing the countdown indicated the quest's conclusion, only to realize that the adventure had merely begun. His outburst echoed through the walls, reaching the street outside. A group of rustling shadows ominously declared, "Your parents brought about their own demise, and today, so shall you," as Yin Zheng scoffed, aiming a gun at Fuya. Meng Xianyang paused, offering a dismissive reply. "Forget it. You can invite me again next time. Enough of this troublesome interstellar business. I have a question. I've been assigned to intern at the Black Star by the Federal University, but just as I arrived, the boss passed away. Now the entire northern district of the trading market is under my control. Who will handle my internship credits?" Shan Yu inquired. It is essential to recognize that no matter how powerful a being may be, if their opponent can strike between their thoughts and actions, they are destined only to await their demise. This individual had reached the realm of unity between spirit and body, achieving fluidity in motion, embodying the absolute terror of the realm of slaughter. Gong Mo's lips twitched slightly, while Nanyu wore an expression of profound bitterness. Yuning's laughter grew more joyous, prompting Gong Mo to cast an irritable glare her way. Despite knowing Yuning's innocence, Gong Mo still harbored a lasting dislike for her. How does one escape? Wan Ji pressed her back against the wall, speaking with irritation. Zhou Su Ming understood and Chu Jian's temperament. This tone indicated his displeasure. Just as Lu Taimai was about to say something, Ding Chonglin's phone rang, prompting him to swiftly inform Lu Taimai, "Sister, there's a call. It must be the bureau notifying us of a meeting. I will return tomorrow, and you should discuss the bidding matters with Mayor Rongchuan. We must expedite the process. I fear prolonged delays could bring complications." She was unaware of what made Wenli so admirable. In terms of beauty, she paled in comparison to Tang Su, and her strong-willed nature left much to be desired, as she never bowed her head in front of men. It was no wonder Li Dongsheng was curious. This group of external guards was undoubtedly skilled, and with Zhao Lihua, a 5th-grade cultivator, leading them, how could they be injured, especially with Zhao Lihua falling into unconsciousness? Is the person upstairs living in a feudal era? How can you ascertain someone's actions based solely on photograph? Can't they have a boyfriend? At that time, only the individual named Wan Peng knew what transpired at the scene of the accident. But what was even more perplexing was that after Wang Zheng's accident, Wan Peng vanished from their village, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. However, Lin Yi would certainly not expose her, even though she could endure the hardships of military training. There was no need to endure this particular suffering. Meng Fan was indifferent to the rewards, as regardless of what they were. He could never venture to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The entire county had turned into a vast ocean, with numerous corpses floating, yet no one was retrieving them. I was wrong. I shall remain silent. Xiao raised his hand, mimicking a zipper motion at his lips, closing them. The deceased have passed. To insult them is to embody the demeanor of a high monk, Meng Fan stated expressionlessly to Yuan Hong. Yet Lin Gi's gaze gradually shifted to Li Mengyao, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. They were originally seasoned veterans of the battlefield, and now that an opportunity to achieve glory had arisen, how could they let it slip away? Although the words were grand and noble, the underlying implication was to observe the spectacle, no matter how well he concealed it. The brilliance in his eyes revealed his true thoughts at that moment. The arriving transport aircraft, judging by its capacity, seemed sufficient with just one. However, since two were present, Natai did not wish to waste the opportunity. "What are you thinking?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired of Lin Yi, observing his reaction. "Is it possible that the external anomalies, those zombies, are the result of human experimentation?" Lin Yi retorted. "I don't know. More than that, I am concerned about how to survive below," Zhu Zhuqing said, stuffing a small amount of food into her mouth. Lin Yi paused, realizing he may have overthought the situation. This was merely a simulation of an instance. At that very moment, in the distant darkness of the cosmos, an immense gravitational force surged forth like a storm, swiftly engulfing thousands of miles, causing space to rapidly collapse inward. Thus, he resolved to return to seek Brad, hoping to successfully deliver someone with his assistance. Zhang Lai was not concerned that the Paisher Wang would turn against him after delivering the person, for if he could prove his capabilities, the unwilling Paisher Wang, who stubbornly guarded the Yu Mountain, would likely be eager to support an agent. Many favorable tidings from the Disaster Legion appeared in the gaming forum, and the exceptionally powerful Dong Shui, Wan Qing, unexpectedly became a prominent figure in the game, not merely for her strength but also for her beauty. Although this expert's identity was unrecognizable from her attire, when she struck, a cascade of blood illuminated the scene, with her spells, evasion techniques, and magical artifacts all drenched in crimson, even using her own blood as a sacrifice for potent attacks, showcasing the methods of the Blood Demon sect among the three major sects of the demonic path. In recent days, Zhang Chun had been dining on the Tang Foam, or Haishan vessels. Upon seeing the lavish meals prepared by Old Yang, he suddenly recalled something, lowered his head to slightly calculate the salvage schedule, and called Old Yang over. He was still far from wielding power and influence, so he hurriedly decided to earn money in the game first before contemplating anything else. Each wine glass in this set bore intricate engravings on its slender stem. Without a powerful magnifying glass, one might mistakenly believe they were merely frosted engravings. There was nothing particularly strange about it, nor would anyone associate it with the wedding of the Emperor of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. A deafening roar resonated, harmonizing with the wails of the undead dragon in room 18 of the East Hall, as countless spectral black crows followed the level 30 purple crystal undead dragon. This left phone Sam momentarily stunned. "Give me some face. You still have to call me Fat Master. If you don't, who knows what will happen?" Clearly, this person held an extraordinary status. AI Zhongyong parked the car at his father's doorstep, and AI Kang Zhan, hearing the sound of the vehicle, emerged from the courtyard. He was a lean, yet spirited elderly man, dressed in a faded military uniform from the 65th series, which had once been a vibrant green but now bore a slightly washed-out hue. The rain had caused the sky to darken earlier than usual, just after work hours. I hurriedly made my way to the residence of Jiang Jingkuan at Iliju. Zhuge Liuxing's words had an immediate effect on Zhang Mingwei, and all of it was observed by Zhuge Liuxing, who continued to speak leisurely. The practitioner from Chu bowed slightly to Yi Xinhe in greeting before turning to depart. Su Rong's subordinate was startled, but regaining composure, he fearlessly charged towards the Xuanjiao army. "I have not asked you, among these individuals, do you believe any are suitable to join our team?" Previously, she had not inquired as she temporarily did not require many hands, but now the need had arisen. Knowing I had rejected him, Jiang Jingkuan's eyes reflected deep scars of hurt as he gazed at me, rendered speechless. I couldn't sleep because I knew the princess might not sleep tonight. Sima Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, allowing 2 strands of hair to fall from his ears. The halberd weighed over 20 pounds, and Lu Chong could not discern its material, though it was certainly not ordinary steel. Weapons produced by the system guaranteed quality, so Lu Chong had no concerns. He was entirely unconcerned about damaging the gilded halberd, having spent over 10 days mastering its use. Borrowing knife to kill someone, he scoffed, "If you say one more word, just wait to embrace the group of walking corpses outside." With that, the man waved the shotgun in his hand, indicating he was not speaking idly. There's a saying, a hero does not suffer immediate losses. Faced with firearms, especially at such close range, even possessing 60-level soul power, Lin Yi dared not act recklessly. "Fine, take it all. If necessary, I will find more, Lin emptied the food from his backpack, seizing the pack and steel. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised by Yuan Meng's words. He had not anticipated such a thing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had discerned the purpose of his sister-in-law's trip abroad. Shin Moya shook his head, feeling restless, his mind far from these matters. Remembering the scene from last night, he was uncertain how to face Yin Xiao. Chu Xiu glanced at the conceited Yin Xiao, shot her a look, and approached her. Phone in hand, sitting beside her. The crowd cast a glance of malicious delight towards Chun Lin, and the mockery and ridicule in their words were unmistakable. Qi Yin had navigated the business realm for many years, becoming accustomed to various tactics. Such rudimentary schemes were, frankly, rather beneath him. To his astonishment, after a fall that left him terrified, he unexpectedly found himself in a fortuitous situation, relishing the rare experience of being cradled like a princess. Within the lens of light, a vast halo, shimmering with blinding lightning, suddenly appeared over a deep valley, causing a profound stir in the hearts of those who beheld it. Even hypothetically speaking, if she were to win, what would it matter? With a mere flick of his finger, he could still manipulate her fate. Yun Xiao descended the staircase, clutching snacks of cookies, chips, jerky, and shrimp chips, placing them on the table beside Chu Xiushin. Indeed, I am shameless. Initially, when he spoke these words, Shi Luoying paid them little mind. In the current circumstances, they were rendered even less impactful. How could Shi Luoying be influenced? Moreover, during Ming Yue's tenure as the governor of Handan, she had utilized her position to gain insights into the mineral deposits scattered across the nation. She discovered that only a few locations, such as Taiyuan, could supply saltpeter to the governor's office, most of which originated from the hot springs and mines surrounding Qizhou and Qizhou. Regarding the price, Huang Zijiao's fans unanimously deemed it exorbitant. The voices of dissent within the live stream echoed with condemnations of Chun Feng's greed. Indeed, Xiaoqing had been by their side these days, observing the two masters who, while appearing ordinary, exuded a palpable sense of affection that evoked envy in others. Simultaneously, within the icy realm, Ning Fuchen's physical form flowed with the ethereal waters into a pond, his body oscillating within, while Tung Jun vigilantly kept watch beside him. This query now lingered in the minds of many present, particularly among the judges, who found themselves troubled. Had they known the king possessed such power, they would never have accepted that blueprint nor defied his wishes during this public trial. Su Sheng lifted his head to see the current crown prince, Chu Yanji, approaching in a deep purple court robe. He smiled and offered a respectful nod. Your Highness. Wu Jun watched the tall, handsome figure fade from view before slowly retracting his gaze. She could envision the moment when the night abruptly brightened, when he Ying, surprised, opened her eyes to realize that the man she was kissing was not Tang Rufeng, but rather Tang Rufeng, who was glaring at her with eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, she would feel an overwhelming sense of panic, fear, and guilt. Even the gaze directed at Master Lin by Shan Ming changed, realizing that this Master Lin was indeed extraordinary and worthy of admiration. However, when it came to knowing members of the royal family, Zhuo Tianxue was quite likely, having been the victor of the competition, destined to enter the palace. Thus, familiarity with royalty was not particularly surprising. Yet this posed a dilemma. The intention was to speak on behalf of Anping, but now that plan had failed. As he continued to pursue the dungeon quest, hunting evolved zombies. Proficiency and abilities increased by 20%. Please continue to strive. This brief announcement invigorated Lin Yi, who had not heard the simulator's voice in a long time. Although 20% might seem insignificant, any enhancement during such precarious times was monumental. Lin Yi swung his right hand again, and the laser beams emanating from the rebar no longer formed a single line, but instead split upon colliding with obstacles. Uncle furrowed his brow, no longer caring to observe the expressions of the courtiers, shaking his head while discreetly slipping away through the side door of the grand hall. Stop crying, wipe your tears. I had intended to secure a position for you as an official's wife, but now that you have offended the second prince who holds grudges, you will undoubtedly lose that opportunity. Zheng Dian squatted beside Sister Liu, offering her a handkerchief. Well, that was just a remark. Farewell. Yi Xiaoyang clasped his fists, and those beside him, including Wu Jiawei, returned the gesture. Several disciples from Longhu Mountain knelt on the ground, their expressions filled with sorrow. This created a misconception among everyone that Su Ming had not gone missing, but had merely departed in sadness. However, no amount of calling would suffice. Duanbi Xinyuan furrowed his brow, having not anticipated such a colossal avalanche descending from the heavens, leaving him utterly unprepared. The massive snowflakes fell upon him, submerging him entirely, rendering any attempt to protect Lin Tian futile. To escape the rain, Sister Liu took a wooden basin and squatted beneath the eaves of the main hall to wash. From the adjacent east room came a chorus of sighs and whispers. The crown prince's gaze was vacant, his head lifted but unable to speak. When he looked up, he caught a brief glimpse of Ninth Master, then, with a runny nose, managed to smile. How accurate is the information? After a long pause, the figure in the darkness asked, his tone inscrutable. What kind of skill is this? Is it impressive? My lord, would you demonstrate it for me? Yin Jianglin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I see, but recently, I have been unable to return it to its owner. Yin Aonan expressed his helplessness. Huh, why are you leaving? The painting is not yet finished. Amidst the revelry, Han Bing and Long Shui halted as Shi Lingwei approached the door. But what should be done now? The matter that was to be concealed has once again been brought to light by Huangyang, and even the people in the caravan are aware. Believing Huangyang is attempting to approach a noble. Her reputation is utterly ruined. Go to hell. The fat monster roared, swinging down the black iron staff. At that moment, 2 gusts of wind rushed towards him, and the fat monster instinctively raised his eyes, only to see a sharp arrowhead. Qin Ming frowned. The climate at the valley's base was vastly different from that at the top, the contrast so extreme that it bordered on the bizarre. Would it be causing such climatic discrepancies? As he saw Nanshi's tears about to fall, his heart ached, and he gently grasped her shoulders, holding her head with one hand and lowering himself to capture her lips. Very well. The lotus-like figure trembled slightly as Bai Feifei growled in anger. One day you will regret this. I will make you come back and plead with me. With those vow-like words, she turned without a second glance, holding her head high, and gracefully walked out of the scene. She understood that this statement was tantamount to a white lie, merely intended to convince others of her ignorance. Only in this way could she alleviate the watchful eyes of those with ulterior motives and facilitate her actions. As she turned, her eyes closed. Her beauty did not evoke thoughts of calamity, yet there was an enchanting allure that even the most eloquent could hardly articulate. As he drew closer, the intensity of his laser beams grew ever more potent. With a single wave, the explosive beams obliterated numerous zombies. What a thrill! Lenny exhaled, as a relentless cold rain transformed into mist around him. Damn, had I not warmed up, I would have been quite cold. Lin Yi's movements quickened, occasionally stuffing food into his mouth, for the consumption of abilities was quite substantial. Lu Tianyu glanced at the offerings, nodded in approval, and departed. Moreover, these techniques were primarily defensive. With these protective measures, one could almost be described as invulnerable. Moreover, the Qing Yuan before us has already ascended to the terrifying pinnacle of the royal tier. A Qing Yuan at this peak. Even a formidable master of the same rank might find it challenging to overcome. Although Dongfang Ming employs ruthless tactics, he is nonetheless a once-in-a-generation hero. The thought of his potential demise tomorrow weighs heavily on Hua Yuanjin's heart. Yu Qian experiences a blend of elation and helplessness, and an increasing aversion toward Bai Mingyi, whose silver bullet strategy has taken root in the hearts of the soldiers. At this juncture, he finds himself compelled to utilize Bai Mingyi's silver bullet to bolster the morale of these officers. Cynthia concurs with Kier's proposal, recognizing that it is unreasonable to eliminate the entire cafeteria staff merely to avoid an embarrassing incident. Just as the people of Zhuofeng believed hope was at hand, suddenly, Jing Chuanxiu spat out a mouthful of blood, and the celestial phenomena vanished in an instant. The scattered cultivators yelled in unison and quickly parted ways, allowing Lei Zhan to dash through over 2,000 layers of barriers, striving to pursue Zhen Yangzi and his companions. The outside world erupted in speculation, suggesting that Roselle's reluctance to comment on the matter stemmed from an actual agreement with a certain club, likely Real Madrid. Lin Jie stretched out his finger vigorously. The disciple's body temporarily lost its strength, and the constricted neck was finally liberated. After downing a vial of blood, Lin Jie activated his wild sprint, thrusting the broken blade into the disciple's abdomen, inflicting over 40 points of damage, sweeping through the ranks like a storm, causing the disciple's health to plummet. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyu broke away from the front line with the 8 demon commanders and charged fiercely toward the position of Bai Yigui. Upon witnessing this, the 8 demon commanders immediately rushed to intervene, with 4 continuing to engage Zhong Kuei while the remaining 4 surrounded Zhang Tianyu. After a while, Yen Zhu raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, a hint of coldness flickering in his sharp gaze. Where exactly is this place? Why do you not know how to get there? Gu Feng did not display anger, yet the icy glare he cast was chilling. As he observed, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. He grasped his phone, momentarily dazed, and changed the words "that scoundrel" back to "husband." What do you wish to do to return? Jun steadied himself, still gripping her shoulder, preventing her from rising from the bed. Upon seeing the Monkey King injure her, anger surged within him, and malice burgeoned. At this point, the rotund fellow suddenly exhibited extraordinary valor. Lian's gaze swept fiercely across her face, his eyes shifting like a tempest. After a moment, he unexpectedly lifted the corners of his lips into a smile, radiant as a flower, causing the air in the room to shift dramatically. Yin Luoshi couldn't help but shiver. She donned a shirt, awkwardly adjusting the hem, which barely reached above her thighs, provoking a hint of suggestiveness. Dong Jian furrowed his brow. He had heard Su Aoshua mention that the Xiao family engaged in dubious businesses. Since that is the case, they might as well take advantage of their wealth. Without further delay, you should hurry, my brother. I await your good news. Lin Laoj patted Wu Laoti's shoulder and said, in such a dire environment, to still have a steaming bowl of instant noodles, even with 2 eggs added, he felt extraordinarily comfortable. Those enduring hardship in the desert would find such trivial challenges laughable. However, unbeknownst to Lin, today seemed to bring a string of unfortunate events, with no respite in sight. As he stirred the noodles, Lin stood by the only exit window, which offered a higher vantage point to observe the outside. Just as she pondered and tentatively asked if any sovereign had ever experienced an accident. It was unsurprising that Duo recounted the past incident of the Damocles sword falling. Very well, you present a valid argument. It seems we must endure the tedium of our days. Zach, shall we go on a trip? Having exited the Welfare Institute, we could explore all of America. What do you say? Such robbers in the Middle Ages were considered righteous thieves, for most did not even contemplate such simple truths. After being released by the Eagles, Ligon signed a short contract with the Heat, only to be cut again after 4 days. Fortunately, the Bucks later claimed him. Yet, why? Upon sensing Li Nanfang's indifferent estrangement, did she feel regret, thinking herself somewhat cruel, unable to suppress the urge to apologize? In truth, since discovering her pregnancy, Lu Xing's mother had never ceased supplying her with nourishing tonics, leading to a rather alarming increase in her appetite compared to before. Look at this. As I spoke, I slowly extended the camera forward. My entire body felt as if it had been tossed and turned all day, then cast into the jaws of a beast, chewed and spat out. Compared to Qiao Shi, who spoke of leaving with a smile, they encountered far more farewells that were silent and without notice. Cultivating immortality is inherently an act of defiance against fate, seizing destiny amidst numerous tribulations and challenges. Yet, even when faced with insurmountable difficulties, one must remain unyielding and resolute, embodying the spirit of an immortal who never surrenders and bravely overcomes adversity. The matron guarding the second gate noticed the quarrel among the maidens, intending to intervene. She hesitated upon seeing 5th Miss and 9th Miss bullying Zhu Jiai, ultimately retreating to the outer gate, pretending not to see. 3rd Madam Su has always adhered to her husband, holding little presence within the inner quarters. Upon seeing Zhu Yaoning offer a friendly smile, she nodded in acknowledgement. Little sister has noted this. Sister, take care. Qiu Yuan watched Wang Zhu depart, her heart filled with growing unease. How could someone as arrogant as Wang Zhu tolerate sitting beside the emperor when it was not she? Inside the tent, the Liu brothers anxiously awaited. Since the imperial army had breached the rebel encampment, why had they not come to rescue them? Tu Lu instinctively glanced at Zitua Peak, who furrowed his brow slightly and nodded. What does this have to do with Nanlin? Wang Liang scratched his head, utterly confounded, while Wang, he seemed to comprehend, nodding toward the examination matron. The 3 searched the waters for mercury fish, yet after a full 10 minutes, not a single one was found. Those in love exhibit varying degrees of attachment. Some are wholly dependent, while others remain independent and whole individuals. Ji Liao employed the same old tactics, utilizing the essence of the wordless scripture to re-establish a mysterious connection with this ancient temple. Under the activation of Long Xia's 100-sword combat technique, there was no need for weapons. He could directly rend apart otherworldly beasts. Unfortunately, Zheng's appearance was naturally sharp, especially when she regarded others. Her triangular eyes held a fierce intensity that belied her 19 years. instilling fear in those who beheld her. So many outstanding individuals rest here. Although they have long since passed, the sanctity they left behind persists undiminished. If one cannot seize the opportunity, the falling stones would undoubtedly strike them, a sight Ji Longjun wished to avoid. However, suddenly, a terrifyingly monstrous face appeared before Lin Yi, causing him to recoil in shock. Damn it! Reflexively, Lin Yi unleashed a barrage, 3 beams of laser piercing through the glass, directly striking down the evolved zombie. Yet, due to the reflexive nature of the attack, the lasers failed to hit any vital points, and this terrifying creature stood up once more. What are you dawdling for? Do you not possess abilities as well? Lin Yi urged. As he listened to the communication in his earpiece being disconnected, Li Kuan let out a sigh of relief. Although the commander would not reprimand him for bringing back personnel, he felt a twinge of apprehension, for he had indeed benefited from personnel appointments. The allure of sound is such that even those with hearing impairments would find themselves momentarily captivated, while the average person becomes utterly entranced. Most individuals can easily carve out a temporary battlefield, distinct from the chaotic laws of the world. Autumn nights are perpetually cool, with the tardy breeze carrying the joy of homecoming, surrounding the man as he embarks on his journey forward. The breakthrough can be postponed. He has already reached the pinnacle of his current realm and can ascend at any moment without concern. Initially, he would turn back to inquire if Chunshi enjoyed certain foods, but eventually he ceased asking altogether, simply requesting a pound of this, that, and the other. Zhang Ruyun, witnessing the fury of his opponent, wore a solemn expression, his lips curling into a cold smile. As he clenched his fists, a layer of chilling light enveloped his left hand, while his right hand transformed from filthy to remarkably clean. With a step forward, his body arched like a bow, poised for the upcoming confrontation. However, he was unexpectedly thwarted by the laughing Arhut, who unleashed several Tai divine thunders to impede him. At this moment, the laughing Arhut exerted all his strength to prevent the ice spirit from escaping, unleashing tremendous power. Even though the ice soul possessed immense strength, it was temporarily obstructed. In that fleeting moment, Yin Yang and Sun Sheng rushed from behind, forcing the ice spirit to veer upwards into the sky. He wished to articulate his thoughts, but was met with the gaze of another, whose eyes were filled solely with reflections of him. After a brief pause, Qin Yibai was momentarily perplexed, only to comprehend the situation upon probing with his divine sense. Could someone please bring a table and bench to the entrance? The moon is splendid tonight. Let's dine outside, Lao Fu instructed. His mind was enveloped in serene night skies, fresh forests, and the rhythmic ebb and flow of the beach, all embodying tranquility and beauty. At that moment, she gazed into the mirror, her face glowing like the dawn, her features exuding the gentle warmth of spring. Ghosts do not harm the living, but they can harm one another. Do you believe that eliminating me serves as a sacrifice to your father? In truth, it merely sends a fierce spirit down, ensuring he finds no peace. For I shall not spare him. I will ensure he meets his demise once more, Gao Mohan stated. I am truly grateful to all of you. Bali expressed his heartfelt thanks to Wenxi and the others. He had never anticipated that humans would choose to assist the beastmen in such dire circumstances. He sincerely appreciated their support. It was not merely her sensation, and Yu herself felt that while she initially bore the visage of Yiling, she appeared more natural then, possibly due to her inherent lack of laughter, which rendered her expression somewhat stiff. Consequently, during the retreat, the remaining 14 were further diminished by Zhang Lianxing and in Meng's pursuit, resulting in 1 more casualty and 2 injuries, leaving only 13. With a proper ritual, demons shall tremble, with no door left unentered. The laws of the Tao reach the heavens. Zhang Tianzi, restored to normalcy, bellowed as the mirror's light suddenly brightened, allowing him to break through the ominous mist and countless vengeful spirits. He had been contemplating how to convey Nyehabin's words to her more delicately, yet Zoe rushed in. Now, having received the promise of the military official, Song Jiang felt uncertain about its authenticity but welcomed the newfound hope. He believed that at the very least, the potential for safety was significantly higher than the path of Chao Gai. What shall we wager on, and how? Shall we go now? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled at the prospect. The whimsical woman was eager to discover Lin Yi's intentions. Let us follow their directions and see if the so-called shelter organization truly exists, Lin Yi suggested with a wink. Zhu Zhuqing understood his implication, and after their recent battle in the commercial building, she realized that her unique abilities could be effectively utilized in culinary pursuits. For others, it may not matter. But when Li Huai beheld his brothers, each aging and somewhat disheveled, yet filled with hope for him, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Sensing he owed them more than he could give, perhaps they could no longer tolerate their own sweat, leading them one by one to the bathroom for a shower. The terrifying thunder rolled through the void, ripping the air apart, while the powerful winds tore the ground below into fissures. Now, with the path offered, he could descend without the need for a direct confrontation with Qin Yan. Chu Ling, a mere Xian Wei realm individual, living among the lowly natives of this inferior domain, is unexpectedly the new leader of the Qian Kuan ancient sect? Such a notion is as absurd as claiming the sun rises in the west. If Chu Ling's power were so feeble that he could be easily extinguished, Di Jiang would not spare him. However, after the encounter, he found himself compelled to reconsider his initial intentions. Gazing upon her unparalleled beauty, Jun Lan hesitated, her lips pursed before she waved her hand, retracting the jade needle. Once a highly valued disciple, he ultimately turned against him in a struggle for power. Such a figure holds immense potential, if one could gain their favor. Even as a concubine, one's status would surely rise dramatically. "It is you. I have vowed to end your life one day." A serious voice suddenly echoed through the air, startling the illusionary beast. Once the water sphere vanished, it quickly turned to flee into the sea, its disheveled demeanor reminiscent of a decade past. "Do you not wish to uncover the true secret behind the destruction of the heavens?" The yin, seemingly pressed, swept his sleeve, letting out a disdainful snort. Although Sun Gizi had always sought to eliminate disobedient brothers gradually, this approach proved misguided. Not only did he fail to remove them, but they became ticking time bombs instead, which was quite troublesome. It was time to take decisive action. Until Gung Laowu was thoroughly eradicated, living comfortably felt utterly insecure. "Old Zhao, the night is late. It is best to return. Should you catch a chill, I would have a difficult time explaining," a middle-aged man with a large belly and a suit lamented, addressing an elderly gentleman. Within the villa, the woman known as the Poison Rose, Lu Yu, donned a robe and held a glass of red wine. Standing on the balcony with her gaze fixed on the entrance of the affluent district, lost in thought, muttering the Beastmaster's secret, Tai Mu Yun began to communicate with these peculiar creatures. The bats produced strange sounds in his mind, forming a singular word: hunger. Every bat echoed this sentiment. Upon arriving at the Martial Extremity Society, the students reacted dramatically to Zhong Lingyu's return, startled into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. General Carter hesitated momentarily before inputting the relevant information. With a sound, the glass cover slowly rose, revealing the basement above. Despite the terrifying power of his Shura demon eye, it could not be employed continuously and required intervals. Thus he must rely on his own strength to confront these individuals. Additionally, the use of the god-slaying technique was controlled through true essence and mental energy, eliminating the need for direct manipulation. With a soft knock on the iron gate, Lenny was cautious not to make too much noise. Though the community was quiet, there was no guarantee that the residents had not evolved into mindless zombies, too dull to find their way out. If the noise became too loud, it could provoke a horde of zombies to emerge, creating chaos. After knocking several times without response, he began to survey his surroundings. Not far off, a glass window seemed an inviting entry point into the building. Oh, the fishing rod, combined with Jiang Xuyan's presence. Yun Yishuan gradually convinced himself that it was merely a dream, stepping slowly out of the shadows. After a brief moment of contemplation, he summoned a streetcar and directed it towards Li Daiqiu's grand residence. It was imperative that he meet Chun Ainyo without delay, urging him to continue delivering his innovative ideas and inventions to Dr. Feng Senel. "What is wrong?" Gu Qing felt a slight soreness in her eyes. She knelt on one knee and gently placed her hand against her face. Yun Yishuan observed that Chu Qinghuan's entire countenance was contorted in despair and anguish. Upon hearing Wu Kai's words, Li Jie fell silent, immediately shifting gears and sounding a piercing alarm, steering the vehicle towards the urban area of Guangzhou. It was their second kiss. Baohu's silky tongue ventured into Lung Zichuan's mouth, who indulged in the act, quickening Baohu's heartbeat, which Lung Zichuan could distinctly perceive. Yuan Jinxia began to sense that Haitang wished to express something. His heart twitched, yet he remained mute. Then why hasn't she awakened? Yun Yishuan cast a subtle glance at the attending physician and inquired blandly. This situation seemed to indicate that Li Daiqiu possessed a rather reclusive demeanor, leaving little room for alternative explanations. He then stated, "By the way, how is your family?" His mind eased upon hearing that all was well. As soon as his words fell, a dark, curved blade suddenly sprang from its sheath with a clang, vanishing into the air as it soared skyward. Liu Yang felt overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation. However, he deemed it necessary to learn for the future. It has truly succeeded, he mused, recalling that according to the soul refining technique, the martial soul, once ignited, transforms into the purest essence of spiritual power to nourish one's own soul. Han Dong contemplated this, feeling increasingly invigorated. Nevertheless, to maximize the success rate, the steward and the priest unanimously agreed that the communal land would not suffer from the absence of a few days' labor from this group of serfs. Subsequently, Liu Yang retrieved the car keys and drove off to seek out the wealthy individual, curious about what inquiries he might have. If he indeed possessed knowledge of the matter, there was little he could do. Yet, he still placed his faith in the higher-ups of my village. The reasons behind it were becoming increasingly clear to Yun Kong. Coupled with the situation surrounding Uchiha Bito, Yun Kong was beginning to ascertain the higher-ups' intentions. System, what elixirs can be refined from such a multitude of demon tribes? Zhang Tianhao inquired of the system. Instantly, Qiao Jin gazed at Zhang Tianhao with wide eyes, clearly astonished. Upon entering the imperial city, Kuei Shan used his spiritual sense to locate the Hong Tai Inn, promptly heading there. The young master of the Chui family should have arrived. Please invite him in. The voice of the empress gradually grew colder, regaining its former majesty and composure. Lin Wei picked at the dompa pork in her bowl, glancing at Lin Jinan, who seemed to be pouring more wine into his cup. With a slight pout, her eyes dimmed. If she did not speak up soon, they might drink until who knows when, and if they became intoxicated, such an opportunity would be lost. While they were at the Su family, she could also lend her voice to the conversation. Having gathered ample intelligence, it was sufficient for the members of the Chu gang, who stealthily made their way over. Are you suggesting he intends to kill me? Let us not forget that I possess the crystal ball that governs the world. Should anyone dare to act recklessly, I shall destroy it, and none shall claim the crystal ball. The Dark King scoffed, his eyes brimming with fury. Chapter 226, The Butcher. To be honest, had Lin Yi not encountered this group of children, he would never have intervened, considering it merely a simulated scenario that would only burden him with unnecessary troubles. However, the sight of the children proved irresistible. He hoped for some hidden rewards in return for his efforts. Slowly exiting the building, Lin Yi's gaze lingered outside. The surrounding structures had indeed been thoroughly cleared, leaving no trace of zombies. No wonder he had gone unnoticed upon entering the community. Admittedly, while Ping Tianicheng was eccentric, his unwavering determination garnered recognition from many. It appeared that the injured child had suffered severe wounds, possibly even disfigurement, and might carry psychological scars in the future. She herself was a martial immortal, and had she been treated in such a manner, her heart would undoubtedly be filled with indignation. This scene startled the centipede earth dragon, causing its very soul to tremble. Having endured countless ages, the creature seemed to recall something, and without hesitation, it turned to flee. Just as she took her seat, Alice discreetly nudged Hoshino Kina's thigh beneath the table, signaling her to activate their mental link for private communication. As a species on Earth, humanity thrives when conditions are favorable and perishes when they are not. It is a natural phenomenon, just as mortality is a part of existence. However, at that moment, the magical array enveloping the entire space dimmed, and a sulfurous magical energy surged into the ground. Upon learning that the one causing trouble was the white-haired Yin Lao Likuan of the Tianyin cult, most individuals gasped in shock. Zhang Zhun raised an eyebrow. In his view, the black-faced killer was undoubtedly the strongest among the nine, bearing numerous scars and exuding an aura akin to that of a block of black iron. His gaze icy and frenzied, indicative of formidable strength. The array of torture instruments in the corner of the interrogation room, along with the computer components and cardboard boxes on the table and floor, were swiftly noted by the judge. They waited until deep into the night. From a moment they entered the farm to securing 2 rooms, everything unfolded smoothly. Perhaps reminiscing about happier times, this dark place seemed to acquire a hint of color. Tian Xin suddenly grasped why Old Master Hu and Old Master Yu had been able to forge a bond as comrades in arms years ago. Yara, let go. Her mother could no longer bear to watch and gently pried Zhao Yaru's hand away, offering a few words of comfort. Besides this, there seemed to be little evidence of Jia Sadeo's scholarly abilities. Yet, to think that the son of a Jin dynasty warlord could possess some understanding was enough to earn Cheng Yuanfeng a glance of respect. The aroma of warm soup from dinner finally roused the slumbering Chief Wang, who had slept throughout the day. Upon awakening, he found that the pile of goods had been transformed into a shaded area, covered with leaves. Some hot air balloons returning from their journey were beginning to descend. If this were true, he dared not contemplate further. A sudden sensation of being hollowed out gripped his heart, causing immense pain, nearly suffocating him. No, selling breakfast is arduous work. Look at you still so fatigued. Go rest. Once you are well rested, I will return, was a daily refrain exchanged between them, neither growing weary of the repetition. Hearing the footsteps fade into the distance, Yi Lisang finished the last spoonful of soup and produced a handkerchief to wipe his lips. Contrary to expectations, no incidents arose. Fu Shiqin seemingly did not recognize him, glancing at her with a dispassionate look before washing his hands and departing. Upon hearing this, Yun Er and Yunda were instantly rendered speechless, as if someone had grasped their throats, unable to utter a word. Just after refreshing the post, Lin Feng noticed an overwhelming number of replies flooding in beneath it. General Xinghua Lulan was not a fool. If the Xinghua Empire could annihilate the Lan dynasty and reclaim the territories of the East Ing, why not appoint a trusted confidant as the Lord of the East Ing Islands instead of relying on an outsider? Chapter 227. A streak of bad luck. The creature's legs flailed wildly, resembling a frantic insect. At that moment, he had no time to prepare. He disregarded whether the explosive was active or not, igniting a large firecracker and hurling it away. Watching the ignited firecracker, he felt a slight sense of relief. Its quality was just as expected, undeterred by the rain. As the flames extinguished, a tremendous explosion shattered the glass of nearby commercial and residential buildings, sending fire soaring into the sky. This cannot continue. If I allow these stone pillars to sap my spiritual energy, I will undoubtedly be defeated. It seems that the only way to find an opportunity to escape this place is to annihilate these pillars. Zhang Dong pondered while evading the onslaught of the stone pillars, a glimmer of resolution appearing in his eyes. Mu Zicheng glanced over. The broad corridor illuminated brightly, revealing a man with a provocative gaze, handsome features, and a rather stylish haircut. Zhuang spoke eloquently, embellishing the truth, yet his words provided Jiang Yuan with a general understanding. Kalando beamed with a radiant smile, asserting that the Shandians would surely agree, as they had no other choice. Although there were some betrothals in the Yu Kingdom from a young age, they were not overly common. Most individuals began discussing marriage around the age of 12 or 13, as life is unpredictable and early engagements often lead to unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, his desperate struggle had indeed proven somewhat effective, completely neutralizing the force of Zhang Qingyuan's tunnying hand, depleting its energy. Ji Wu remained unhurried, casually unleashing a few strands of spiritual energy to disperse the smoky air above, provoking exaggerated exclamations from Lu Hua, though it did not harm him in the slightest. Meanwhile, the two opposing forces began to gradually subside. The formless giant hands and Sun Yan's colossal ice pillars dissolved into nothingness, creating an apparent stalemate. Today, I have just made the acquaintance of Brother Xia. There are some matters that he may still be unaware of, Han Liang continued. The vehicle roared along the winding mountain roads, and Izai Su's hair was tousled, giving her the appearance of having been tousled by someone. This locale was bustling with numerous cultivators, with people coming and going, and several elder practitioners examining the atmosphere and probing for underground spiritual roots, clearly intending to undertake significant construction and establish a sect here. The Wind and Thunder Sword Master specializes in the essence of wind and thunder. His comprehension of the path not inferior to that of Xian Ming, and with the Gale Wind and Thunder Sword, neutralizing the thunder summoned by Xian Ming posed no challenge for him. Typically, the heating of the Qianshan Pearl requires approximately 20 seconds. However, within the perception of Jiu Qian, he exhibited unparalleled precision in controlling the Qianshan Pearl, as if he had transformed into the material within the vessel, feeling the searing heat continuously eroding him. Huang Qian remarked that he would no longer speak, and instead looked at Lin Yu with a smile, awaiting a response. Zhou followed the madam directly to the third floor, reaching the door at the end of the corridor where the madam knocked before ushering Zhou inside. Zhou glanced at the madam, feeling it was quite odd for her to knock before entering her own servant's room. In a world thrown into chaos, the signs of unrest would not emerge all at once. As soon as they appeared, Zhou would devise a way to extinguish them immediately. This situation had led to the current ignorance among cultivators regarding matters beyond Jiutian. There were always rumors suggesting that anyone who could break through the Jiutianganchi would have the chance to discover the lost realms of immortals and demons. Mu Wanqiu exchanged glances with Mo Shui, both gazing at the first-class gambling house across from them. They noticed a blue figure swiftly entering the door, stirring Mu Wanqiu's curiosity. As the thought crossed her mind, Gu Qin was about to speak again when Mu Wanqiu interjected, stating that matters concerning the Li family's profit distribution were likely beyond Master Gu's control. Her heart simmered like boiling water, yet her expression remained as calm as a tranquil lake. The destruction of number 5 grass indicated that where there was one specimen, a second would surely follow. It appeared to be an experimental product. Dalu kicked the severed limb on the ground and spat. Consequently, the severed limb seemed to come alive, surging toward the spot where Dalu had spat. Lin Yi, recognizing the urgency of the situation, quickly exclaimed, "Hurry that thing!" With a resounding crash, a firearm obliterated the severed limb. Lin Yi then discovered that this severed limb harbored an exceedingly tiny brain within. Was it an S-level assessment? Could it be that the annual S-level mage examination had arrived? Natsu couldn't help but cheer with excitement. Although inflicting serious injury upon Guofu to achieve great matters contradicted his self-proclaimed image of a perfect sage. The words spoken at that moment were filled with ambition and conviction, leaving everyone profoundly impacted and speechless. However, Shiyu, Ahen, Qiuming, Luansha, and Kime stepped forward, their expressions a mix of urgency and sorrow. As the armored vehicle came to a halt, Zhu Shi rushed into the rain, leaping into Su Mu Bai's embrace. "Go lie down. The porridge is ready. I'll bring it in for you," Jiang Shui sought Lin Jianxin's opinion. Ultimately, this was merely a formality, an exterior facade. Its true purpose was to lure the enemy, not to enhance defenses through adaptation. This created the illusion for the cavalry of the Northwest United Army to charge in. A term suddenly emerged in Naruto's mind, but he quickly realized that these individuals were likely not acting voluntarily. Tang Tuo promptly returned to her side, cradling the upper half of Gu Shisheng's body in his embrace. Kime's face flushed as she shot him a fierce glare. "Mind your own business." She had initially wanted to utter a sharp retort, but swallowed the words, fully aware of the consequences. Both He Dun and Han Lu would be furious, and she would face dire repercussions. She had no idea how many days she had been confined. She merely felt utterly exhausted, having arrived here without food or drink, leaving her too weak to even respond. The recent battle had gone unnoticed, as all those who rushed to the scene, upon realizing it was an elder of the Wujizong at the cliff, immediately fled, not daring to even probe with their spiritual senses. Wasn't the deceased Gong Qin? How could that suddenly change? A servant exclaimed in terror, unable to believe it. The ambulance sped away like the wind, leaving behind a crowd of mournful onlookers. Soldiers contemplating their own mortality, their expressions far from serene. Even the carefree Sin fell silent for a long time. An evidently significant social philosophy had now compelled the old Zhang matriarch to experience it firsthand. The Hanhai divine dragon let out a long roar and began to roll. Its tail, akin to a steel wall, swept across the lake's surface, slaying thousands of black dragonfish. The Blackwater Xian River was vast, and the number of black dragonfish within remained unknown to anyone. At that moment, everyone suddenly pondered a pressing question. Did the Ant clan send information about the defense headquarters to Lei Tingting as part of a feigned attack? A gust of wind blew, revealing the features of a middle-aged man. Zhang Yinzu, having seen Jiao Ba's portrait, could confirm that the middle-aged man was not him. Lei Xiaohu, visibly agitated, frequently invoked phrases like grand vision and ambition, startling Lei Tingting. Gu Huayao was originally attending to guests when she saw the young ladies of the Shun family stepping onto the plank and hurried to greet them. She rushed forward a few steps, joining Lu Qian in pulling Wu Ya, vigorously pushing and shoving him toward the door. Just as the old Zhang matriarch's heart was in turmoil, Wu Ya had already taken a step toward her. Yes, didn't you all already know? Why are you still asking me? The dark-haired man shouted in frustration, pounding the table with his hand. While urging the driver, they frantically wielded a telescope, perhaps already familiar with Jiang Changxing's style. This time, Zhu Jun refrained from excessive sentimentality, allowing Jiang Changsheng to express his opinions freely. The other party was not truly Tai Sun, but rather Nan Gongjin, the sovereign of the three realms, leaving Fan Yu no choice but to stand guard outside. Relying on the time spent in cultivation, the strength of the flame sprite had already reached a level comparable to that of a grand duelist. Every farmer and servant underwent repeated interrogations, subjected even to torture, Yet such meticulous searches yielded no suspicious leads. However, before he could respond, a suddenly detonated flashbang instinctively caused him to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself utterly alone, save for a white rose that had fallen to the ground alongside the pilfered moonstone. It was now time to begin the breeding process. He instructed Chen Xiao to retrieve the seeds for him to cultivate. It must be noted that this elder dragon was their dragon king, a deity in their hearts. If Wang Ning were to ascend to the throne, with his exemplary conduct and strict oversight, the political climate would undoubtedly improve significantly. Chen Xiao closed her eyes and complied. For reasons she could not explain, she felt an innate trust in the sovereign, a sentiment that transcended mere respect. She gazed at the beautiful stones illuminated by the light, softly uttering that the final realm of body refinement was named Mercury Mirror, with blood as viscous as mercury, yet remarkably lighter, a fusion of vitality and essence. After a while, there was still no response from the black butterfly. The mecha lay buried underground, its detection devices rendered useless. The thought of such sea demon insects lurking below sent a chill down Ho Fei's spine. By the way, Linghua, I will be visiting your school for recruitment in a few days. Will you be available to assist in organizing? Zhujiang Inquit. The disciples all understood that their master was quite particular about face, and for him to say such a thing was indeed rare. They remained silent, but began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Fox, too, felt relieved and patted his chest, deciding not to dwell on those thoughts. Since the bats had already been dealt with, they were now at peace. Around 10 minutes past 9 in the morning, the first batch of guests arrived, including Chu Jianghe, Francesco, and Su Min at the manufacturing plant. Concerned gazes carried traces of sorrow, and everyone silently supported him with their eyes. At that moment, too many words were unnecessary. A mere glance sufficed. They all understood that what was at stake was merely a breath, and the duration of that breath depended on their respective resolve. Ho Fei confirmed his entry into training mode, and suddenly the interface simplified drastically. Numerous tactical options and auxiliary features vanished, replaced by choices for emails, online friends, and weapon shops. At this moment, the Peach Grove in the remote mountains, having just suffered tremendous devastation, allowed its weary inhabitants to finally draw breath in the absence of rain, clinging to the last remnants of withered blossoms. Qian Ran held a set of white garments, elegant yet not lacking in splendor, adorned with scattered orchids, exuding simplicity and grandeur. Closing his eyes, Deng Yuhao meticulously purified his body of the filth that had touched him, and the sound of compassionate footsteps echoed softly. He initially thought it was a figment of exhausted imagination until he opened his eyes and realized Qin Wei's presence was undeniably real. Lei Luo had witnessed the cosmic illusion of the creator Ron, and since then, he had been speculating. The young man cursed, clearly dismissive of Lin Yi, running his hand over his cropped hair, his temper flaring as he raised his fist to strike. A nearby female researcher, unable to bear it any longer, kicked him, thinking to herself that if he sought death, he shouldn't drag her along. Lin Yi regarded the young man's foolish demeanor, clearly perceiving it as an opportunity for his own advancement. With a playful tone, he thrust a lightsaber into the man's left side. In mere moments, the formidable forces of the Black Demon Palace were swiftly vanquished by Yi Yu, leaving only one survivor. Upon seeing the attire of the newcomers, Yi Yu immediately discerned their identities, and one of them he recognized. In this world, the sole person who truly understood Mu Rongnua's lineage secret was Mu Qingfeng alone. The Iron Cavalry struck down Qingfeng with tremendous force, the impact shattering his protective aura, causing a mouthful of blood to spill, staining his sharply defined features, revealing only his cold, dark eyes fixed upon the jovial sons of officials nearby. Li Yuan and others entered this vast space, immediately spotting a figure draped in black, standing quietly in a corner. She reflected on how Lin Wan had helped her countless times, and though she had little to offer in return, she felt it was only right to speak a few good words for Bai Yunin, ensuring its flourishing. However, before she could finish her thought, Zhou Tingyun entered, and recalling the events in the Zhou family's bamboo grove, her ears flushed crimson, unable to meet Zhou Tingyun's gaze. Jiang Zhehao grew increasingly animated, fervently seeking any signs, convinced that Mu Anyun harbored feelings for him. After all, it was merely a koi. His lake was abundant with fish, and losing one koi among a mere 10 wasn't a significant loss. San Ko Chuanfu cried out in pain, his body involuntarily flying backward, colliding solidly with a pillar, blood spilling from his mouth. Qin Ming's gaze was as cold as a blade, his fierce killing intent almost palpable, surging externally. Carl Dias watched as 3 Catronians rushed into the carriage house, shaking his head helplessly before turning towards the nearby Kristoya restaurant. Ling Diyu had no intention of accommodating these individuals. He planned to envelop the entire mountain peak with formations, ensuring they could not remain there. Before I could speak, Gidge abruptly hung up the phone, leaving me frustrated, pondering her peculiar demeanor, seemingly polite yet incredibly rude. 3 months after the Tua alliance signed a peace treaty with Katron, the road from the Sini River ferry to Turi was completed, and the Lacanians who participated in the construction were awarded by the Senate of the Tua alliance a 6-month reduction in their labor term. Chun Zheng entered the forge and observed 4 or 5 strong men operating a gigantic iron hammer, continuously forging a piece of metal with the aid of mechanisms. The clanging sounds emanating from this very place. Surrounding Ouyang Qing Snow was a layer of mysterious dragon realm power, isolating the sinister forces from the depths of the void. Meanwhile, in the rear, Akpil and the other 2 leaders faced the brunt of the situation, their limited guards unable to withstand the frenzied assaults of the slaves. The warriors, having traveled all night, immediately collapsed to the ground, relieved as they quietly drank and ate. I heard her opening the door through the receiver, the sound of slippers on the floor and the knocking at the door. What uncle? Does this young hero know the whereabouts of the master? Wang Zi, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, wore an expression of surprise, his pale face betraying an eagerness. However, in their eyes, they believed themselves to be the strongest among the group. If they handled it well, their gains would far surpass those of the others. It was evident that the 2 individuals had different roles, and the knowledge they possessed varied accordingly. Li Li's understanding was not necessarily inferior to Wang Qiu's as a data analyst. Her sensitivity to data was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Often, from an anomalous value, one could derive a wealth of useful insights, subsequently employed for product improvements. Li Li truly stands as a paragon in this industry, having ascended to a position above Wang Qiu. As for me, Li Li, in truth, Zhong Yinshi owes him nothing. Her decision to return with her was entirely voluntary. She yearns to retreat to her abode, seizing the opportunity to call Jinxi Sang, imploring him to allow her to return after the new year to that place where she feels unfulfilled. Things have become somewhat chaotic. Jiang Yuqian offered an awkward smile as he hurriedly gathered the scattered garments and stuffed them into the wardrobe. The unfortunate soul, caught in the explosion's aftermath, finally rose, a sizable bump protruding from his head, evidently a result of being violently thrown and subsequently colliding with something hard. Yet, his vitality seems remarkably resilient. The legacy of the King of Serpents encompasses far more than this singular devil fruit. The wealth and arms scattered across the nations of the South China Sea are of such magnitude that even Coral could scarcely absorb them in haste. Victor is not one to be short-sighted. A mere sum of money is inconsequential. If the world government desires it, let them take half, as stabilizing the current situation is paramount. Wang Dachui's right arm had turned a ghastly purple-black, its shape grotesque. One can only wonder what alterations had occurred within the bones. But his agonizing screams echoed a narrative of suffering. The timber exuded a faint scent of Earth's spirit milk, unmistakably derived from the trunks of attribute-level trees. Even the darkened wooden boards emanated the unique force field of primal plants. Initially intending to stir trouble, it seems time to indulge in culinary delights during this period. She has been fortunate enough to sample future culinary skills, instilling her with boundless confidence for what lies ahead. However, I have numerous classes during the holidays that my father will not allow me to skip, pouted Li Hua unhappily. Regrettably, he was a step too late. Wang Yinran had already reached her breaking point, merely awaiting a spark. Chen Songwang nodded, noting that Feedier was referring to Zhou Yu, Chelsea, and Zorro, while he included himself in the mix. An immense force launched Shun Hong into the air, having dragged Shun Hong for so long. The Dragon Snake Elder had gathered enough spiritual energy to flee, seizing the moment of Shun Hong's daze to activate his escape technique. A magical array appeared beneath the Dragon Snake Elder's feet, within which a green pillar of light emerged, enveloping him. Lu Qingji, you possess an audacious spirit. Daring to bring a laborer into the operating room for treatment. It is utterly absurd, and you shall never don that white coat again, Su Gang declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Qingji, spittle flying from his lips. Lei Xingjuan's already small eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly scrutinizing Lin Feng's actions. Upon closer inspection, the stench of blood seemed to intensify, colliding back and forth with the Buddha light contained within the Buddha's relic, as if intent on fully occupying the space within the relic. Peering around, a faint aura of malevolence was coalescing in this vicinity. Sword enthusiast, this set of celestial swords holds profound significance for you. However, as I participate in the Wuxin sect's Grand Assembly, I must inevitably confront those top-tier prodigies. I fear this set of swords may be lacking. Qin Feng pondered aloud. Hey, wait a moment. Upon seeing Lin Feng turning to leave, Li Limei immediately grew anxious, instinctively blurting out to stop him. Liangzi held great respect for Lin Gu, promptly taking a seat, furrowing his brow in disapproval, while others turned their gaze toward Lin Feng, their eyes wide with anticipation. I merely sought to tease this fellow, never anticipating he would be so fragile. Huang Yuanjia awkwardly scratched his head, while the two beside him felt a chill run down their spines. Although they too had taken lives, it had always been out of necessity. Yet to playfully jest and inadvertently kill someone instilled a sense of dread in them. The fusion monster exclaimed, "Oh dear. One desires not to perish while indulging in such fanciful pursuits." Lin Yi shook his head, declaring that aside from the Douluo continent, where deities and divine positions truly exist, the pursuit of meaningless longevity in other realms is a profound humiliation, ultimately resulting in a grotesque existence. Nevertheless, Lin Yi found himself intrigued by the substances Wang Qiu had mentioned that could enhance human capabilities. It was not out of a desire to use them, but rather a curiosity regarding their correlation with the medicinal substances he had acquired from the Baichao Garden in Douluo continent. Red Ant dared not voice any objections, hastily dispersing the crowd, having meticulously dressed Lu Jiaojiao, directly ushering her into the room. It is said that a woman marries under her father's authority, and upon remarrying, under her own. With your brother gone, it is only natural for me to seek another man. What right do you have to stop me? Yao Chui Lu retorted defiantly. Yet, it seemed that due to her insufficient mastery, the divine light appeared restricted, unable to grow stronger. Surrounding the dragon-esque claws were endless arcs of electricity. A torrent of terrifying thunderous power surged within, an overwhelming force that distorted even the surrounding air. The WuhunPalace is vast. She can always find a spot where she can view Bai Yin from a distance without him detecting her presence. However, just days earlier, during the fiercest clash between Li Changgong and Tian Jinmu, the Zhang family had closed their weaving and dyeing workshop, feigning an appearance of detachment. Utilizing this mechanism, Lu was able to evade the substantial stability penalties imposed by Never Surrender, engaging in a series of simulated training sessions with a temporary coach. It was not that a Quan lacked shame, but rather that Empress Rong had previously discerned that a Dao harbored a distinct affection for a Quan. Since Su Jiqing's demise, she had abstained from attending, as Xie Tongyu had managed the entire affair and obtained evidence of Chun Xinyan's crimes. Generally speaking, we must exercise utmost caution in our considerations. We often believe that identifying the crux of the issue will render all else manageable. After voicing this, a look of confusion crossed his face. It is peculiar that His Majesty repeatedly insists on investigating the matter of Xiaozhi Hui's miscarriage. Su Kailong raised 3 fingers to the heavens, swearing, "I swear to the heavens that my words are true. Is this enough? If not, I shall swear again with my feet," he declared, preparing to remove his shoes. Huasu resides by the riverside, with only a 15-minute walk from her company to home. Thus, whenever she is not busy, she typically opts to stroll along the riverbank on her way home. Her uncle generously provided the funds for Lu Mingfei's graduation trip, though the price was that his cigarettes would switch from you, she to Lao Baisha for the ensuing 3 months. Lin Lian and Kong Xiangdong are not locals, living far from this ancient city. What events could compel a police officer to remain attached to this city for 5 years? The soldiers immediately beamed with joy. "Hurry, hurry!" Their voices boomed, their large frames drawing the attention of passers-by. In my youth, I too was a rebellious spirit, which is how I arrived at my current position. Yingya! Yao Zhonghue struggled to leap from Wu Haichao's back, rushing to the cliff's edge, reaching out in vain to grasp something. Behind her, the wails of grief echoed. Tonight, some have lost their sons, some their fathers, some their husbands, and some everything. However, this is understandable, as the art museum alone occupies an area exceeding 10,000 square meters. Such expansive venues are common in large nations like China or the USA, yet are exceedingly rare in smaller nations like Portugal. After her bath, she did not, as usual, merely don her nightgown and step out, but instead dressed in loungewear, attire suitable for casual outings without concern. Ling Yuner, witnessing MO fans' greed, felt a surge of anger. Yet her countenance remained pitiable. If you can persuade the senior to let me go, I shall submit to your every whim. Her voice was laden with temptation. Wang Hai struggled to control the aircraft as it retreated, his skills having reached an exquisite level. However, he had not anticipated that the monstrous being had evolved arms and hurled a streetlight pole at the plane like a javelin. What to say? To stop here? Lin Yi also caught sight of the creature, which truly astonished him. Initially, he had heard Wang Hai's description while on the plane, but the creature before him now was a completely different visage. Ah, your judgment has clearly deteriorated with age. How could you choose a disciple in such a place? One person suddenly interjected, their tone laden with discontent. Evidently, Su Lingfeng had come to this realization, which is why he suggested that the Tiao Wu beast guard this place for a century. With the Tiao Wu beast present, even the king of the underworld could do nothing against it. Currently, the system no longer resided within his body, and the divine master should have received feedback by now. Although only a few seconds had passed, Shen Yu distinctly perceived the meaning behind that gaze and gesture. Fu Mingxian was silently reassuring him, saying not to fear, as he would take care of everything. Bai Lu entered the residence of Shangli for the first time, gazing at the cozy room, which evoked a twinge of melancholy within her. At the moment, Bai Lu was lost in thought. Inuo retrieved a piece of clothing that fit her shape from the wardrobe and urged her to change. Lord Zhang's expression darkened. It seemed that Zhang Yuanwei was indeed a tough nut to crack, making him somewhat difficult to handle. The dual techniques of sword transformation into dragon and sword Xian shield were the only means to withstand the devastating attack of the Litan Mingzhao, demonstrating the formidable strength of the Tiao Wu beast. Are you truly obstinate? If my mother had not saved you, she would not have perished. You speak of stubbornness? Yi Jiu exclaimed, striking Wu Yo fiercely in the chest several times, but Wu Yo did not even flinch. To them, Su Lingfeng merely exhibited a bit more tenacity and persistence. Today's battle provided them with a vivid lesson. Perhaps if they persevered a little longer, they too could dispel the gloom. Upon hearing that something had happened at the Shun residence, they eagerly awaited the unfolding drama, none of them in a hurry to attend court. After speaking, Zeet turned away, no longer glancing at Yinvalent, yet internally berating, what a waste of my breath. It seems I must wait for Yilona to return before truly intimidating them. Of course, the smooth progress of the summons did not imply that Lu Zhen's tasks were any lighter. The mere processes of inspection and registration were enough to keep him exceedingly busy. However, the school declined, maintaining a stance of not supporting students in engaging in activities deemed meaningless beyond physical fitness. She believed she would continue this way for a lifetime, diligently cultivating her strength to slay the divine race. A buzzing sound filled her ears. Muzian seemed to have landed, yet everything around remained shrouded in darkness. Taking a deep breath, he crouched down, digging his hands into the ground, and lifted upwards. Cold water surged in, emerging from the large bell, and upon swimming back to the lake surface, he continued to run in a specific direction. Zhu Mingyu's voice quivered with a hint of tears, perhaps due to feeling unjustly treated, or perhaps for being scolded relentlessly by the director these past few days, his eyes uncontrollably reddening, even shedding a few clear tears. Flames ignited, lifting Mu Ziyun's head to hover in the air, his expression one of astonishment. He quickly turned ethereal. However, Fong Tianmu instantly appeared by his side, thrusting a hand into the flames, which disrupted the ethereal energy of Mu Ziyun, causing him to spurt blood as he swiftly ensnared Fong Tianmu with a fierce momentum. Naturally, this occurred while others were still unaware of the concessions they had made. Otherwise, there would have been a plethora of shattered spectacles if anyone present had been wearing them. Though the newcomer cast Lu Zhan a peculiar glance, he ultimately nodded in agreement, as the individual was indeed meant to be delivered to the town pacification office. Someone is coming, Lin Yi announced. This vast room had not a single hiding place. Come with me. The two crouched by an exit, ensuring that those entering the room would not detect their presence. Lin Yi had observed that the entire building lacked any surveillance cameras, providing remarkable convenience. Soon, hurried and chaotic footsteps filled the air. Lin Yi was prepared, ready to ensnare them all. It was akin to a battle. One needed to ascertain the enemy's numbers, their formations, and whether they altered their attack direction. Sister Xian, it's me, Can. Her scorching forehead pressed against hers, compelling her to meet his dark, icy gaze. Yet, The outcome was not as anticipated. It felt even more immersive than their previous rehearsals in private. They flew several meters, the assailants crashing heavily to the ground, each of them rolling around in a disheveled state, crying out in pain. One possibility was that Shirkong Hui was particularly fond of the Resident Evil film series, perhaps even somewhat obsessed, thus unconsciously using Umbrella as an example. The seemingly gentle and plump aunt likely harbored no ill intentions, she thought hesitantly. After taking the first step, the second became easier and more composed. Directly provoking someone like Longmu, the second in command, seemed a bit hasty for an undercover agent. Regarding his assertion, Amuro Turu found it hard to comprehend. Although accepting a high school student's proposal for fishing law enforcement might seem undignified for a mature adult, enabling Sato to ask all her questions and release her emotions appeared worthwhile. Ito Yamato initially ventured out to meet a subordinate, but unexpectedly encountered Shanine, planning to establish a rapport, only for it to turn out this way. Lu Qingli secretly contemplated the benefits that would accrue to her if Bai Xingyi truly married into the Zhou family, given the financial strength and influence of the Zhou group. Do not be madly infatuated with older brothers. Tales of them abound in the rivers and lakes. Perceiving Tan Shuaing's unusual gaze, Qin Chuan smugly remarked. Just then, a visibly sullen Yi Su returned, clearly having been dismissed harshly by the perpetrator. The implication in the conversation suggested that although Zhang Jin's background was inferior to theirs, he himself was quite outstanding. He gently stroked her head, lifting her from the sofa, intending to carry her to bed for a more comfortable rest. Qin Chuan now realized that Wei, who remained at the Lan residence, should still be unconscious. If the child within her was Li Siqing's, she would soar to greatness, living a life free from worries and the chaotic troubles of the present. In truth, Guru Ojio's speed far surpassed that of a level 5 zombie. Had it not been for her fear of being discovered by Pan Iyo and the others, she would not have had to hide her abilities, nor would Pan Iyo have taken a hit for her. It was utterly impossible for her to lie as still as Gu Qiong did now, appearing as stiff as a piece of wood. Seeing the lady's concern for him, he was unsure how to best utilize this opportunity. In fact, there was another river in their village, where the number of wild ducks was even greater than here, but its waters ran deep, and the elders at home never allowed the children to play or collect wild duck eggs there. In the 7th year of Qianlong, Fu Hong was promoted from a 3rd-rank chief guard to a palace guard, and shortly thereafter, he ascended to the rank of 2nd-rank minister in charge of the internal affairs, concurrently overseeing the affairs of the Yuan Minjuan. Martial arts were categorized into several levels: low level, intermediate, advanced, king level, emperor level, imperial level, and celestial level, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Regardless of how hard he tried, that thunder spear remained firmly grasped in Qin Yun's hand, immovable in the slightest. She had previously believed that Shang Jiejia might still be suffering from some aftereffects, but now that she learned it was merely a gap in memory and that the person was otherwise unharmed, her heart naturally felt at ease. In the advanced authority zone, upon hearing this, Director Wang immediately became intrigued. Please continue. At this moment, Director Wang lifted his head and donned his glasses. Director, it's rather inappropriate to speak here. It disrupts others who are reviewing materials. Lin Yi pointed out to the other research personnel engrossed in their work. Director Wang smiled awkwardly. Let us forget about this. Indeed, such individuals possess a profound obsession with research. Lin Yi effortlessly deceived him with a 6-2 outcome, a matter of skillful calculation. Even if the sharpshooter and swordmaster teamed up, in such a configuration, retreat might be possible, or perhaps even safety. Noah, being quite erudite, recalled a legendary artifact within the Galactic Mechanical Empire, known as the Source of the Fire Seed, capable of bestowing life upon countless non-living entities. The First Army of Atlantis was in the process of deploying photon strike weapons, preparing to annihilate Blue Star in one fell swoop. Fortunately, early investments in the medical sector yielded high returns. Luo Cheng's timing was impeccable. At that time, the stock market was in turmoil, with the Revival Group possessing considerable cash that remained unallocated. Thus they invested in Chengtian Mixed Vanguard, unexpectedly reaping substantial profits. Sister, let me share 2 of my clothes with you. Initially, I wanted you to wear your own hem garment, but you were reluctant, Luo Xiaoyan remarked, preparing to remove his own clothing for Luo Man. This year's spring festival films are limited. What do you wish to see? The Fall of the Heroes? Macau Wind and Cloud 2? Or Wolf Totem? Ling Shihan inquired, glancing at the scant offerings available for the spring festival. One was a notorious villain, Atlas, a figure of unspeakable evil. The other, a benefactor to the current Fishman clan, Xian Atlas. Light from outside refracted in, and the man appeared as if time had frozen, maintaining the posture of slumber. Shiryu's waist was adorned with a purple spiritual ring, while two pale blue rings encircled his arms, signifying that he had to contend with two 6th-tier masters and one 7th-tier master simultaneously while battling Shang Qianxin. And Ji-chun gently caressed Yu Yao's belly. When she was not pregnant, he yearned daily, yet now that she was expecting, his worries resurfaced. He genuinely cherished Ming Zhu, wishing for her not to marry Ning Li Xuan. Given Ming Zhu's temperament, a marriage into the duke's residence would undoubtedly bring her unhappiness. It would be best for Ming Zhu to wed someone of a lesser family background than Jingning Ho. Thus, with her maternal family support, she could navigate her life with ease, ensuring harmony over all else. Just as the atmosphere turned amicable and relaxed, the door of the Bayou Hall suddenly trembled violently, causing everyone's hearts to quiver in unison. Dark energies seeped through the cracks of the hall doors, and the crystal chandelier above flickered ominously, reflecting the fluctuating emotions of the crowd. According to Mama Hao's original intention, she would certainly not choose this course of action. Those already half buried in the earth would hardly engage in such matters. Yet, this was Yu Yao's directive, which she regarded as a task. Her words were not mere pretense. They genuinely reflected the reaction from the return of Mo Qingqiu the previous night. Even in Mo Qingqiu's descriptions of Christina, there were abundant words of praise, indicating her genuine admiration for Christina. The reason Jun Lin refrained from seeking an alchemical furnace was twofold. Firstly, in modern society, finding a place to purchase such a furnace was impossible. Secondly, even if he found a place to custom make one, locating someone knowledgeable in its construction was equally challenging. Overseas, the otherworldly beings, having lost their ancestral relics, felt a sense of guilt and returned to the island to continue their penance, believing it unseemly to leave the land abandoned. They wished to pass it on to someone capable of reviving their ancestral land with new glory. You know about demonic cultivators? The voice from within the dark golden round cauldron exclaimed in surprise, and then the cauldron, shimmering with golden light, fled into the void without looking back. He hastily opened a text message, revealing, "The Liu family assured me that they have not taken action. What has happened to him? Is it serious? Strength in beings?" Lin Yi urged as he seized pilot Wang Hai and dashed forward at breakneck speed. After a stretch of running, the two found themselves ensconced within a steel forest, surrounded by structures. Locating the other two would require considerable effort. The enemies who had pursued them from the laboratory were gripped with fear upon witnessing the horde of zombies outside. These individuals were researchers, and the lost pharmaceuticals represented their labor. Their spirits crushed, they outpaced even the security personnel in their haste. Experts spoke with great precision, never asserting matters with absolute certainty. Yet Xiao Wan discerned a glimmer of hope regarding the preservation of the child from his words. Hamu took a deep breath. "I know what I must do." With that, she turned and departed. The tempest of thunder and lightning raged for a full 3 incense sticks worth of time, dissipating only after vanquishing the majority of skeletons. A smile graced Han Mu's face as she opened the door to the guest room, ready to care for Han Ruxin. Since witnessing Qianfeng's cultivation and the mingling fire mirror, she finally understood the underlying reasons. However, your best option now is for senior sister Ling Yu to fully absorb Qianfeng's cultivation. This is the only slim hope of rescuing Master Wu Chun and the others. After speaking, Qianye took 2 pieces of the mingling fire mirror and departed. After pondering for a long while, Murong Qing gently lifted her delicate hand, poised to make a move, but her wrist was gently grasped by someone, causing the white piece in her hand to fall into a corner. As the piece landed, clarity washed over her. Indeed, one often becomes lost within their own entanglements, and she had just narrowly avoided cornering herself. With the cultivation of the 4th layer of the Zhelong Gui Yuan Ju, employing the Tai Yuan Xian sword would surely prompt disbelief from those aware of it. Having said this, he meticulously organized the manuscripts he had compiled, stacking them neatly and binding them simply with thread, placing them in the compartment of the medicine box. A wave of overwhelming irritation surged in his mind, and the course of events took an astonishing turn of 180 degrees. Wang Ling picked up a steaming piece of lamb from the pot and placed it in her bowl, sounding rather elderly in her tone. Moreover, in the past, Hui Yuan had never exhibited possessiveness toward her. At least, she had never perceived it. Yet now, in Hui Yuan's words and actions, she sensed a hint of jealousy. Perhaps it was due to the lingering energies of Baikong and Ishan, but that area remained in a state of perpetual fragmentation and reassembly, with neither force able to overcome the other. Xiao Gaoshan considered this as well. At worst, he would treat it as a financial investment for a position. He repaid the Han family's kindness and secured the director's position, gaining both face and substance. Fu Hanzhou lowered his head, capturing her lips with his provoking extreme aneanchin suyuran. Even Jing Shi hesitated at this moment. He was now entirely convinced, fearing disgrace in front of his father. Yet, under his father's imposing gaze, he gradually reached for his phone. Damn it, if the Dragon King had mentioned their capabilities earlier, humanity and dragons would hardly have clashed. They would be eager to ally. That's good. Su Ying sat down, a smile creeping onto her lips as she gazed at the disheveled quilt, her gaze shifting to the hem of clothing peeking out from beneath the wardrobe. The concubine possessed a similar jeweled hairpin, a magnificent and exquisite token of love gifted by her father. Upon seeing Lin Lu arrive, it immediately straightened its body, multiple limbs clambering against the glass, emitting a series of calls. Its previously bare, hairy form had now become fluffy and vibrant. Additionally, she prepared several pieces of old ginger and, with a determined bite, purchased some ginseng slices for Lu Huai to carry inside. This imprint seemed to embody the mysteries of heaven and earth, the profundities of a universe, once unleashed. The surrounding air felt as if it had solidified. Yi Mingji rose and walked toward the door. Zhang Biao, upon seeing him approach, tucked himself away on the other side of the chair, watching him angrily summon Wu Hao. Lu Zhong grinned broadly, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, contrasting sharply with his otherwise handsome features. 236, sacrificing for others the boss on the other end, was momentarily taken aback. Just as he had resolved the issues surrounding the artificial intelligence, known as Qianwang, and reinforced the building's defensive systems to guard against a zombie invasion, more bad news arrived. How can this be? Are we certain it's our aircraft? The regional director was visibly troubled. Absolutely. I cannot be mistaken. Understood. Return at once. After hanging up the phone, beads of sweat formed on the regional director's forehead. Previously, Dong had not anticipated that the captain and the feline deity would be at odds. After all, wasn't he at just the last match where Kanglin's home ground was overturned by Fengsa? His voice trembled slightly, but was swiftly suppressed. Zheng Fu glanced at the police badge and accepted Jiang Qiao's identity, believing Zheng Feng's words. Zheng Feng smiled. The reasons were unclear, but it was evident that they were in dire need of the Great Immortal. It seemed that the Great Immortal would soon be visiting the Cao household again. Since the battle with the Gekyuan, there had been no instances of a large-scale suicide attack from them. Under the protection of Cao Cao and other punitive forces, Lu Dai led the remaining 100 soldiers, gradually pushing open the gates of Hulao Pass. Upon entering, the previously conversing attendees fell silent, and the conference room was unusually quiet, save for the sound of Ifena's footsteps. Nearby, Zhao Yun, who had been carrying Tao Xing's body, quickly approached after setting it down, eager to assist Lu Ye to his feet. If this lineage conspired with the demon and underworld clans, how could they have sacrificed so many lives to suppress the underworld emperor? This matter dates back to half a month ago. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and began to recount the events concerning himself and the Nanshan clan. After dining out one evening and reminiscing about the past, he found that his connections had diminished significantly since becoming a practitioner, severing ties with his previous social circle. Following the incident where Zuoyu insulted Tiandi, the villagers of Zhangjia gathered all their spiritual stones and medicinal resources under Zhang Lei's command. Xu Sahan fixed her gaze on Tang Yao and inquired once more, as it seemed she had grown accustomed to relying on him in times of crisis. Desires ignited, movements became vigorous, gradually leading to the right path, as sounds dispersed like a melody. At this moment, the Overjiang dragon once again concentrated its power, silently arriving before Tialong. Jin Wuxinjuan had anticipated that with Chu Ting's 7th grade celestial strength, he would gradually match him in combat. I know you're strong, but that is only in bed. Your only opponent is me. With so many people here, looking so ferocious, what will happen if you get hurt? I certainly do not want to accompany them. The thought alone is nauseating. The choice of a senior is undoubtedly correct. Jiang Chen stated, however, is the common folk who suffer. Ever since this chaos began, it seems their fates have slipped beyond their control, leaving them with no strength to resist. He gazed down upon the cultivators among the mountains. At that moment, Su Baobei was utterly in awe of her master, who had devised such a clever ruse. How wonderful it was to hold Yuer's hand. She recalled saying she would be Yuer's hand, yet in the end, she allowed Yuer to leave her side. She wondered where Legay had buried Yuer, otherwise, she would surely pay her respects. It was no wonder Xiao Jue had looked so helpless, for this was indeed no simple matter. If I do not make a comeback during the finals, will you resent me? Su Yinjue asked tentatively. An Yujing stood expressionless, her heart coldly snorting. It seemed her suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, Guofei was intent on bringing about her demise. After the arrival of spring, the weather gradually warmed, and the temperature in a city rose, allowing for the shedding of heavy garments in favor of lighter outerwear. 237, a change brought by a urge. Hey, what are you doing? Lin exclaimed as he had just handed over the medicine when the bald boy poured it into his mouth. This is for stopping blood loss, not for enhancing brain function. The bald boy appeared embarrassed, securing the bottle and squatting to the side, continuing his conversation with Uncle Li. Uncle Li, take these days to recover. Do not move around too much. There are issues outside that I need to handle. After Lin finished speaking, he found a corner with a table to squat down. The nearby children had always thought they were either playing hide and seek or had been lured away by something on the island. But hearing Su Wuyan's questions made it seem more deliberate. Ministers, if there is something to report, please do so promptly. Prince Gong did not wait for the emperor to utter the word rise before addressing the officials, always turning his back to the emperor, ignoring his anger. Brother, what are you saying? If you continue like this, I will become angry. It is clearly my fault that he is in this situation, yet he feels indebted to me. In front of him, his soldiers faced setbacks, and two peak human immortals shouted in unison, launching another assault. He could not have imagined that this mysterious young man, seemingly no older than his father, would suddenly appear and claim to be his adoptive father. Forget it, do not advise her, Elder Qing said wearily, waving her hand. Let her be. Since her parents passed, countless people have tried to persuade her, with both kind and harsh words. Alas, this is the fate of the Jiang family. With such descendants, Elder Qing's throat tightened, and she blinked repeatedly, swallowing her tears as she turned her head away. Countless ancestors constructed an altar that reached the heavens, where they worshipped and bowed in unison, as if summoning something, which then triggered the appearance of a pair of stone doors. No, he said that. I do not quite understand why you would ask this. Could it be that this matter relates to Mafeng? Lan Xingzhe speculated, growing increasingly perplexed about the situation. When did you move in? Ma Xianan was the first to speak, her icy tone directed at Ma Kaikan. Yetian, along with several company employees, began arranging the bright lights they had captured in various places within the hall. Subsequently, a gentle force of starlight enveloped Lin Hai completely, like a sea. Fang Huxiao was the first to react with disbelief, unable to accept that Duan Hongtu had perished, nor could he believe that an ordinary disciple could slay Duan Hongtu. Upon hearing this, I nodded solemnly, somewhat astonished that the thoughts I had just entertained were fully known to Guanxing Doran. Zheng Chen employed this sword array, which would eliminate the other 7. The sword aura from everyone's bodies would form a substantial formation in the air, capable of absorbing the sword energy from thousands of miles around, thus allowing Zheng Chen to attain the strength of a sword ancestor. Lu Shuanggen's vices were well known to the Liu Zhang family, yet knowing was one thing. What could she do about it? I must take my leave, Tingqing said, starting the vehicle with a graceful turn before speeding away. Xiao Li, though often taciturn, always created a comfortable and warm atmosphere in both his actions and speech. However, having consumed much alcohol and burdened by days of melancholy, he had become exceedingly irritable. The presence of the Yujingmen outpost was due to the abundance of mortals in Xianzhou. Yujingmen forbade practitioners from oppressing mortals, and the outpost existed primarily for supervision. Zhou Din looked up at the sound, and the swelling of his face had diminished by half, his features gradually returning to normal. He had transformed from being plump to just slightly larger, resembling a pudgy newborn piglet, tender and overweight. He passed the basketball to Hazeling, but the latter's movement was simply too slow. 238 was discovered to be an extraordinary individual. Did you see clearly? Lin Yi immediately became alert, sensing the situation. I am certain that a person was caught in my stream, and the reflection made it abundantly clear. They surely have no idea that we have already discovered them. Moreover, I am confident it is not Niu Ge and his group. Xiao Guangtou appeared somewhat exhilarated, seemingly unafraid. Why are you so excited? Lin Yi inweited, observing the fellow's eager demeanor. Big brother, take me to witness this. Zhou Yinru, witnessing Chen Xinjia's betrayal at this moment to side with Lu Yunwei. was instantly filled with rage and a fervent desire for battle, ready to engage in a heated debate with Xinxinjia. Just a day prior, we attempted to break through, and several comrades departed from this world forever. Pain and remorse marked his expression, led by Wang Yinxi, along with 2 judges from the Punishment Division, and the emissaries Xie Fan and Yu Guiyuan. They hastened to the prison to meet the governor Yin Jun and also check on Yuling. Lu Shaoan smiled. A smile laced with unspeakable sorrow. She did not confront the issue, but instead countered Yang Qing's question. Jiang Zhuofeng input the coordinates into the cockpit. The astronaut piloting the spacecraft was Deng Yuanxiang, while Yu occupied the shooter-s position, originally serving as the co-pilot of an Island No. 1. He was a versatile individual, and according to the configuration of the Island Lord's dedicated crew, then you must accompany the Lord whenever he took flight. The Avatar, aside from certain specific skills it could not utilize, bore little difference from the original self. Whether such a being could be classified as an avatar remained a mystery. The masters of the Xiaoyao sect analyzed and reviewed that battle, ultimately concluding it was Lin Yu, albeit a previous version of him. She did not inform the old coach outside, yet the vehicle had halted right beneath Ba Xianlu. After a considerable pause, the trembling figure gradually steadied, and Zheng Yan abruptly turned, directing his gaze toward the 6 expressionless stone sculptures advancing toward him. In a swift motion, a crimson bell appeared in his hand, and an indescribable ferocity began to manifest in his eyes. Throughout, Jiang Zhuofeng did not lift his head, and Lin exited, bringing in the awakened red wine, pouring 2 glasses and placing them before them. Just as she intended to leave, she noticed a missile approaching on the screen, yet she remained unperturbed, pausing to observe with curiosity. The gunflower smiled, offering no remarks, while the horse beneath him softly whinnied, gently shaking its head. If we do not intervene, it would play right into his hands. You all are certainly no match for Yimidun. Ultimately, should he eliminate you, he would acquire Anubis's Death Legion from the Demon Scorpion Emperor, perhaps conquering the world as legends foretold, Zhou Jianfeng articulated. Chun San scoffed, forcefully shaking his wrist, causing the chains attached to the iron hook to rattle, intending to drag Andre back. Today's battle, marred by consecutive failures, left them disheartened, while the immense casualties inflicted by the new weaponry from Wang Yongxia's army instilled fear and despondency, leaving them uncertain of their path to victory. Yuan Yi's demeanor was somewhat resolute as he led 4 warriors into another medical room filled with advanced equipment. I am willing to remain within the Potato Mercenary Corps, continuing as Captain Fide's right hand, to establish the strongest mercenary group on the continent. Vittorio's final statement cemented his current intention, eliciting slight nods from Li Gu and Wenqi and others. The distance between the two was undoubtedly over 10 paces, sensing the terrifying vitality and perceptive ability emanating from the other. Yang Chong did not retreat, but rather slowly advanced toward him. The golden bronze prince of Daming, despite having just sent Chun Fan's dual blades flying with a single strike, experienced an inexplicable stir in his frost-covered brows. His eyes, cloaked in a hidden radiance, fixated on Chun Fan, seemingly perplexed by his unexpected prowess. 240 counterattack, it seems a bit late. This fellow's information has likely been sent out. Lin Yi remarked, grasping the communicator in his hand, which was still crackling with electrical sounds. Will this lead to significant problems? Zhu Zhuqing expressed concern. I can't shake the feeling that we might become human test subjects, ultimately reduced to slices for research. Lin Yi shook his head in distress, regretting not having discovered this fellow was still alive sooner. Now was troublesome. His extraordinary ability was akin to the He Sure by bearing the guilt of possessing such a treasure. Tong Chun, during this period, be prepared at all times to flee with the teacher, Su Yeli solemnly advised. Although Jiang Jin's earlier prowess at the sandbag undeniably warranted respect, competing in the arena is an entirely different matter, as the target is not merely a sandbag. Regrettably, Li Yuhua has passed. Feng Lingxi's greatest concern was for Li Yuhua, while Zhang Yin could barely be considered one of them. Who else remained? In Nancheng, no one dared to act recklessly. Thus, there was no need for him to allow these individuals to continue existing in this world. What did you say? You intend to apprehend me? The 3 holy mothers gazed incredulously at Yang Jian, who had just rescued her, yet now sought to capture her. The old lady scoffed. Her partner had frequently complained of joint pain in his legs over the years, worsening this year, despite consulting several doctors, both traditional and Western, and spending considerable money on medications. The condition showed no signs of improvement. So, have you come to a realization? Emo regarded her coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion. 30,000 years ago, the Kanglan realm suffered a defeat, and an elder could not help but sigh at the thought of this occurrence once more. Jinling had not anticipated the fiery temperament of Princess Yu Yang and hastily withdrew, removing the blade from her neck. South Heaven Gate, to prevent others from growing stronger. The true form of Sun Wukong was deployed, while Qin Xiang contemplated transforming into Erlang Shun. Of course, Li Shuyan remembered that incident. Her report indicated that Song Qing Chuan had indeed not assisted throughout, and had it not been for Qiao Shinian's fortunate discovery leading to the police being alerted, Qiao Shinian would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. The team doctor would never jeopardize a player's health. This much Popovich understood. After some contemplation, he decided to allow Lin Yi to participate in the match, and should any issues arise during the preceding games, he would forego the subsequent fourth quarter. We cannot afford to lose talents like you. Otherwise, you would not have emerged victorious today. After laughing, Wulong remarked. Prince Qi? Qi Huan gazed at Qi Huan before him, momentarily perplexed as to what event could prompt Qi Huan to seek him out personally, stirring a sense of curiosity within. Zhang Fei Huang awaited this very response, promptly taking a seat and grabbing chopsticks to eat. Fortunately, she possessed some semblance of table manners, else she would have undoubtedly embarrassed Lin Chen. This business trip theoretically posed no safety concerns, and Feeny was no delicate damsel. When she unleashed her fury, it was quite formidable. Yay! Ya Shuzi exclaimed joyfully, pulling Zhao Jinglong and bowing to Minghai Xuanji. Zhao Si bore no resentment. The banquet was originally intended for Lin Chun and the others, and he himself felt no hunger. I suspect their target might be Wang, who serves as our final hope. Thus, we must ensure Wang remains unencumbered by the hundred-eyed ghost. Murakami fixed his gaze on Angshan Siko. This journey may take a month before I return, so you all should behave at home and refrain from wandering about. I admonished my naive wives like a mother hen, just as he began to retreat with his teammates. Mike suddenly realized the ball had somehow found its way into the paint. He had been too preoccupied with conversing with Tony Parker to notice whether the ball was still in his possession. Sima Yu opened his mouth. The soldiers clad in black fell silent, as if struck by a sudden chill. He hastily replied, "Let us depart on horseback." The tyrant pondered, "Is there a solution?" Zhu Zhuqing, observing Lin Yi deep in thought, offered a gentle reminder. After a brief moment, Lin Yi devised a plan. "Let's go," he urged, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they rushed towards the residence. The natural gas, its usability uncertain, was ignited with a couple of strikes, and warmth radiated around them. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with hope. "Will this work?" she inquired. Lin Yi shook his head. "It certainly will not." He bent down, covering his mouth to suppress the rising nausea that threatened to escape. But upon hearing the words below, he could no longer contain himself, and with a retch, he expelled the contents of his stomach onto the well-dressed man beside him. Another figure, a man in blue named Yu Yang, had fortuitously crossed paths with Lin Tianyao on the road. Upon learning that Lin Tianyao was also a warrior destined for the icy mountain region to partake in the feast of ice and blood, Yu Yang volunteered to accompany him. "I cannot be of assistance. I shall watch television in the living room and call for you when the meal is ready," Yin Xiaoxiao continued. Yet, regardless of who it was, no one dared linger their gaze upon Ai Yida, and even the attention directed at Lin Xiao dissipated entirely. Merely a plaything for the illustrious, a toy that need only fulfill its purpose. Sheng Ruosi glanced up at her exceptionally gentlemanly cousin, a smile breaking across her face as she alighted from the vehicle and linked arms with him, leading him into the club. Amidst intermittent sobs, they managed to recite a complete prayer for blessings, with Bairong ultimately concluding the ritual. Following this, they took their seats, where Lin Tianyao explained certain matters to Zhou Batong, who accepted all with agreement. Shi Chun displayed her cunning nature, pointing to the freshly served lobster, and smiled at Fei Fei Fei, inquiring playfully. At this juncture, it was indeed prudent for the Nagato to consider the repercussions of addressing any situation and to contemplate how they might achieve their goals, as this was undoubtedly a matter of significance. That as well, Yuan Feima mused, feeling a certain sentiment as she regarded Xia Huan. The act of killing seemed effortless, akin to squashing an ant, with even those employed for one's own deeds being easily dispatched, devoid of any semblance of mercy, indicative of a heart steeped in malice. Upon exiting the estate, Qing Reng unexpectedly encountered a scene she wished to avoid. Hua Shuo rode in, unable to halt before her, despite urgently pulling on the reins. The horse's hooves came to a stop at the adjacent Fong residence. Ruan Xan turned back, peering beneath the hood of her cloak, and her gaze met a pair of eyes glimmering in the dark, those of Guan Jing Tian, who had risen unbeknownst to her. The sheer force of their presence toppled the numerous guards outside, brandishing torches, sending them sprawling to the ground. As Jiang Yu beheld Xiao Zhao's name on his phone, he momentarily thought he was hallucinating. Regaining his senses, he quickly pressed the answer key. Before delivering his report, he inquired of Xian Feng whether he could secure an extension through the white-robed chief to ensure his survival and development. The music in the banquet's dance hall abruptly ceased, and the lights dimmed, leaving the guests exchanging bewildered glances. What could be the cause? With Shi Lin deploying troops and Shi Yuling entering the palace, was it not for the third prince? Xiaohua believed Shi Yuling would undoubtedly compel Muronju to yield. Upon hearing Yu Zichen's words, a sense of shared exasperation resonated within Qing Rang, for she harbored similar feelings towards her seventh brother. In the wedding hall, she could greet countless guests with a smile, yet could not bear to hear a single congratulatory word from him. As Qing Rang lifted the curtain of the carriage, her eyes met Meng Xuanin's, and she offered a gentle smile, leaving Xianin momentarily stunned. Just as the treacherous official was lost in thought, a youthful voice unexpectedly rang out behind him. The mother of Qin Jian had long harbored intentions to arrange a marriage for him. If she did not expedite her efforts, she would miss the opportunity to secure him as the third princess consort. Come forth, unleash your power, and let me witness your strength. The regional head fixated on the screen with an almost pathological intensity, as if he intended to appropriate the extraordinary abilities of Lin, Yi, and Zhu Zhuqing for himself. Fortunately, the developed tyrant zombies lacked true intelligence, acting solely on instinct. Upon encountering other zombies, they immediately charged forth, engaging in slaughter by instinct. With a sweep of their clawed arms, a cloud of dust was stirred. Bruce took a breath, approached Meryl, seized her by the neck, and forcefully slammed her against the wall. Nevertheless, Rasha resolved to stand guard outside, wary of the remaining aberrant individuals who might turn violent. After some contemplation, Li Xin chose not to disturb Tianjing and instead picked up his work computer to address his own matters. Under the pretense of deception, the words from the Blue Palace were spoken without hesitation, leaving him convinced that his ascension as the champion of the Weidu Mountain trials was attributed to his heavenly fortune rather than his own prowess. Rasha pondered that reporting the incident might complicate matters, as he was reluctant to be treated as a suspect. With the sound of gunfire, flames erupted from the barrel of the fire god cannon, and metallic projectiles were expelled. Noticing the concerned expression on Xiao Daoi's face, Zhang Xian felt an urge to slap him, sensing that Xiao Daoi was exceptionally composed, leaving no room for flaws, and he found himself somewhat inferior in cunning. She tilted her head, her gaze clear, and traced a finger across Mu Jiugao's face. Suddenly, with two fingers, she pinched Mu Jiugao's chin, her nails digging into her flesh. Observing Mu Qi's hesitation and struggle, Mu Wanga remained silent, aware that her sister knew how to make choices for better survival. Against an openly hostile enemy, there was little to fear. The true terror lay in the unseen adversaries lurking in the shadows. Of course, some fools might believe these rewards to be a stroke of luck, but Li Lin saw through the hidden implications of those words. In an instant, everyone halted, staring in astonishment at the heartbroken Auric. As Zhao Jia noted, 2 additional skill points, a pair of boots, and a circular headband appear before him. This energy reaction far exceeded that of a typical warship, and the location was one of the jump points. As everyone directed their puzzled gazes there, they were met with a jaw-dropping sight. With Gilgamesh's proclamation, an array of gleaming treasures shot towards Nero, seemingly intent on transforming her into a beehive. For Alarico, this was akin to wandering around the house in only underwear with a man, hardly a matter of great concern. What was there to accept? The truth of being a monstrous cannibal and the necessity of consuming human flesh? As Zayush's fingers spread wide, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Feng Hao quietly utilized his spiritual power to observe. He witnessed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from Zayush's brow, penetrating into the brain of the tuna. Upon entry, the tuna ceased its struggle, gazing around with human-like eyes. The secrets of Bani City appeared to be merely ordinary intelligence gathering regarding the Englewood Dragon, yet in reality, Zhao Jia acquired several critical pieces of information pivotal for the final battle within this side quest. Zhang Yi shook his head, gazing at the retreating figure of the assailant, whose presence had vanished entirely. A look of regret crossed his face as he sheathed his cannon. He lacked the strength to fire a second shot. The interval between attacks was too lengthy. Rapid fire was feasible, yet after his first shot, his demon spirit energy dwindled to less than 100 points, leaving him helplessly watching the enemy depart. The 243 Ji Zhu Zong Shi, with the two of them working in unison, found the mindless tyrant no match for their combined prowess, soon being toyed with at their whim. After the skirmish, Lin Yi pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "Look, live broadcast." Zhu Zhuqing evidently did not comprehend Lin Yi's words. The camera, the live broadcast. Our battle just now was entirely recorded, Lin Yi remarked nonchalantly, as if to showcase it to them. Indeed, Lin Yi himself appeared rather indifferent. Regardless, Heisey, your aunt, you must never strike a child again. Even if there is a disagreement, physical punishment is unwarranted. Educate with words. That way, incidents like this will be avoided. Otherwise, the elder known as Jiang Bo sighed and spoke softly. During this time, Zhen Yuanzi had been closely following Zhu Beiji. Knowing that Chun Fan had just rescued Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, even returning 16 beads of merit, which could be regarded as a tremendous favor. He wished to spare both of them from hardship and did not require their assistance. Due to the 1997 anti-Chinese riots in Indonesia, Sun Buki harbored a negative impression of the country, yet discussing such matters before a disaster seemed too narrow-minded. The company still aimed to establish a foothold in the Southeast Asian market, and leaving a favorable impression would serve to secure their interests. At that moment, the national master was kneeling reverently in the courtyard, his posterior elevated, exuding profound piety. Li Ruoli looked on, bemused by the spectacle. After all, she would not offer refuge, as that would invite danger. "Sun Qian, what is your attitude?" she exclaimed, observing Sun Qian's nonchalant demeanor as he sat to the side, perpetually brooding. The recent quarrel had stemmed from Sun Qian, and now his audacity alarmed Tian Sheng, who feared that these individuals might turn against him. Thus, she felt compelled to reproach him. Her soft-spoken words were utterly incongruous with her previous spirited demeanor and could not be reconciled with the military attire she donned. Moreover, her words were laden with deeper meaning. "Dead? Who has slain the spirit of my realm?" Daoji Tiandi's long Pajun's expression twisted into a snarl. "Brother Meng, your injury is of no concern. I shall assist you in healing. I will ensure that the Meng family becomes the mightiest force among the 9 celestial domains. And from henceforth, none shall dare to bully the Meng family. Trust me, I can achieve this," Qin Yu proclaimed, kneeling before Meng Zhao and speaking earnestly. "Brother Xiaoyao, are you unwell?" Zhao Linger hurried over to support the weakened Li Xiaoyao, her concern evident. Zhou Qin looked at Yin Yijuan with a forced smile, slightly parting her enticing cherry lips, which were extraordinarily alluring. However, before she could take a bite of the green bean cake, Yin Yijuan withdrew his hand, consuming it himself, leaving her empty-handed. Hailan was oblivious to the fact that she had not targeted either the Sand Crocodile or the Revolutionary Army. Yet both factions were already troubled by him. The residence of the Wang family was not dilapidated, yet it radiated an oppressive gloom, with the ambient energy seemingly heavier than outside. No wonder Yu Ing'er harbored disdain for the Wang family. Even the malevolent spirits felt discomfort in this somber atmosphere. Yu, who usually possess such strong opinions, claimed that blood was splattered all over his face, yet he remains unperturbed. Dichisat bezidetai, utterly bewildered. Yet, Colonel Roy's actions resembled those of a brutal pirate captain, evoking feelings of cruelty and terror. Observing Hai Lan relishing her meal from a distance, Rayleigh's stomach involuntarily growled. Since the commencement of the second expansion, the passage to the Sangu Xing Yu had been opened, with numerous players over level 60 completing specific quests to arrive. However, in the precious land of the capital, the residents of the Ko family occupied such a vast area, indicating just how affluent they were. The 244 premeditated scheme unfolded as the Ji Zhu Zong Shi was unexpectedly subdued through this unconventional means, leaving the in-charge frustrated. They had always assessed situations gravely, never considering such a straightforward approach. This glass curtain wall could withstand 12mm caliber bullets. I refuse to believe you can breach it. The security department would return in just a few minutes. I doubt you can sprout wings and escape then. Upon hearing this fellow's renewed enthusiasm, Lin Yi's anger flared. The three of them walked for approximately a quarter of an hour, during which Sha Han and Lu Yang rested 3 times. Why? Knowing that this man's heart had strayed from her, could she not bear to let go? Jun Qinglan was taken aback and looked up at Li Songyao. That individual had issued more than just this command. Let us depart. The distance reveals the truth of this ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. Lu Lemay exclaimed in indignation. As she observed the two approaching her direction, Lin Mu instinctively crouched deeper into the brush, hearing gunfire and witnessing the fall of the nearby Rakshasa soldiers. The slaves immediately raised their tools, striking down upon the panicked Rakshasa soldiers. You have been apart from me for several months, yet you do not long for me. How long has Chi'er been gone? The king lamented. Sister Wang was not without purpose in her visit. Zhang Gaokai had swiftly caught her eye. With a chuckle, she remarked, I find Instructor Zhang far more charming. I prefer his type. Soon after, numerous journalists bombarded her with questions, akin to a barrage of gunfire, each inquiry distinct and varied. However, to Wei Ran's dismay, when he re-engaged with several sponsors, they not only refused to compromise but also perceived his hesitation as weakness, thus becoming even more demanding. The office was filled with voices congratulating Liang Xiner, celebrating the success of her new album. The strike from Ethereal Divine being not only shattered the spiritual infant barrier, but also gravely injured the sacred infant spirit mother, rendering her incapable of causing harm henceforth. I and my second uncle acquiesced to Director Gong's request. Some reports were merely a facade aimed at deceiving foreign entities. Who knows how the surgeries were conducted? How could they act thus? What are the medical ethics that a doctor should uphold? Hua Yangyin initially resisted, considering the inevitable encounter with Zhang Ying, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment. However, eventually, she succumbed to her friend's relentless persuasion and found herself at the basketball court. Rest assured, dear brother will not deceive you. Stay calm for a few days, and I promise to take you home. Peng Yu grinned as he took a few steps forward. Peng Si scoffed, pondering the necessity of such a situation. He thought, as a loyal subject, I must serve Lord Gua. Having endured, I shall persevere. Just as he was about to attend to Guojia, Zhou Fei's words immediately garnered unanimous approval from everyone present, igniting a chorus of enthusiasm. The once proud and seemingly arrogant Tian Yunwu, Shang, could never have anticipated encountering an opponent with such a significant disparity in strength, leaving him engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness and defeat far more terrifying and despairing than death itself. Finally liberated from the loathsome entity, Jiang Hai turned to face the group, yet to depart, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. The Enmu family was not particularly formidable, yet they could not contend with the one-eyed giant clan, armed to the teeth and possessing tenfold the combat prowess of 2 millennia ago. Isha Akok let out a cold snort, not daring to act recklessly, as he drew his weapon and cast a frigid gaze at Luo Sahan. The majority of the weaponry utilized by the Orc clan consists of heavy armaments, and this prince is no exception. He wielded a massive crimson cleaver, measuring 3 meters in length and weighing at least several thousand pounds. On one hand, he wished to gamble, to wager that Lin he would not dare strike, for if he did, he would find it impossible to exit this place. The evolution speed of the ancestral zombies is alarmingly rapid, transforming completely within mere minutes. Moreover, his body has already been altered by enhancement serums, meaning that the zombies he morphed into would pose an even greater threat than the ancestral zombies themselves. Seeing his lack of response, Lin Yi carefully peeled away the tape from the meatball, revealing the ancestral essence within. Xiao Zhongsai refrained from further objections, a faint smile gracing his lips as he exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Zongya, who signaled him to take a seat. Everything is fine from now on. You can hide in my embrace whenever it rains. Yang Han shamelessly concocted a reason to openly take advantage of Chu Jian, even contemplating future scenarios. Ling Tian stood behind Guiyu, her gaze casually sweeping the surroundings before finally resting on the captain mentioned by Guiyu. Currently, Uncle Jiu was still occupied with the matters at hand, soothing the neighbors, and did not join them. Upon hearing this, the members of the Hu family could not help but fix their eyes on Su Sanhua, questioning whether ordinary citizens could venture to places beyond their reach. Chun Hao cleared his throat, noting that this forging technique was merely foundational knowledge in the future, akin to how children of this era learned basic arithmetic. Noticing her approach, Wang Yinda subtly raised the corners of his lips, his gaze darkening as he seized her ankle and forcefully threw her back. As 13 Yang casually produced a crystal box containing a plump star pill, an unexpected contender emerged, standing with the poise of a dark horse, unparalleled by anyone else. The herbs within had absorbed ample spiritual energy, flourishing vibrantly, appearing as if newly birthed, while some had begun to grow, nearly becoming semi-spiritual medicines. Near the location of the spiritual spring, their growth was astonishing, nearly qualifying them as true spiritual herbs. On the way back, She had informed her that Hua Ling had safely returned home. The Laying Hotel is a 5-star establishment, an all-encompassing venue that integrates lodging, entertainment, conferences, and dining. Renowned in Hanhai City, hence the presence of a doorman at the entrance. After the subsequent editing and production, if released, it would likely reach a level of public disdain. Upon reflecting on this, Iju felt a surge of anger in her chest, yet no sense of desolation emerged, for after that day, she held no hope of rekindling any sisterly affection towards those around her. Since she had never harbored hope, how could she feel the sting of disappointment? Li Cheng, attending his very first meeting, felt a twinge of anticipation. With Ning Qing'er's smile guiding him, he boldly pushed open the conference room door and stepped inside. He typically did not venture out often, mostly roaming within the confines of this estate, and Fei Fei could rarely accompany him elsewhere. Su Xiao, how about I gather them all for you to enjoy? Green Hair entertained the notion, although he understood that those Su Xiao favored were beyond the reach of his entourage. Perhaps merely imagining the scenario in his mind. This is the basic cultivation of a chef. Chefs are lifelong learners, never overlooking any delectable morsel. Xiao Yunfei, drawing forth a silver needle, gently lifted the bathrobe draped over Li Shi, and her snowy skin and shapely figure immediately captivated his attention. His heart surged with a tumult of emotions, having endured wild battles the previous night and tonight. He was overwhelmed with countless thoughts of wanting to claim Li Shi right there. This man possessed strikingly handsome features, a hint of unspoken arrogance in his brow. Yet his gaze was razor-sharp, albeit now filled with curses. Meng Fan stepped out from the plastic greenhouse, compelled to meet Du Han's mother. By virtue of his relationship with Du Han, he was her master, though Du Han never referred to him as such, opting instead for brother. Thus, Meng Fan addressed Du Han's mother as sister-in-law. However, the dungeon had not yet concluded, with still an hour remaining until its end. Lin meticulously began to select his rewards. Since the completion of the quest was contingent upon exposing the invading plans of enemy nations, it fell under a particularly hidden route. Even with a completion rate of only 80%, the rewards were exceedingly generous due to the doubling effect. Upon glimpsing the familiar system shop once again, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed lavish beyond measure, leaving him entranced. Can you tell me why? Feng Qianqian hesitated for a moment before voicing her query. At the moment Wu Xiaochen appeared, there was no one else left in Lu Lingyan's world, not even those from her Yinfeng Academy. The lay beast was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to believe that the Azure Dragon had unleashed its essence. Though unaware of the specifics, it was utterly astonished. Adoptive parents, who cherished him as their own, often worried about him, causing Yi Qing to feel guilt. Now, he could finally allow them to enjoy a peaceful retirement, freeing them from concerns about his work, love life, and health. Wasn't this a return to glory? How could Mr. Keynes be here? Lin Xiangwan forced a friendly smile. Keynes was a local heavyweight, and, if possible, she wished to avoid antagonizing him. Gently embracing Xu Yingye, the two quietly gazed at the night sky, savoring the happiness shared between them. He Luyang sat with his legs propped on the table, his demeanor somewhat languid. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the entrance. We can never predict what the future holds, not even the events of the next second. If we knew what awaited us, would we still hold on to hope? After cursing, Hai Quan casually grabbed a military dagger from the coffee table and dashed barefoot towards Guan Air. The thick lightning arc surged towards Chen Yun, who sensed danger as his blood-red eyes abruptly gleamed, narrowly evading the strike with lightning speed. Although he understood that Katarina was essentially saving him, that unfortunate fellow had no confidence in repairing the signal transmitter before contacting the American government that afternoon. Contemplating this, he suddenly felt a glimmer of hope that Miaoling could absorb the essence within the clear sky stone. However, hope aside, he would not interfere with Miaoling's decision. What, you scrawny lizard, do you now so brazenly disregard me, Bear Lao-san? Just as Tong Jiuyu was about to act, a gruff voice resounded from behind him. Kalen kicked him on the wrist, sending the hammer flying. Then, using his knee to pin him down, he pressed both hands against the dwarf's upper arm, subduing him on the ground. Even so, the dwarf continued to strain against him, emitting a chorus of enraged howls. In truth, Marquis Kadian was already working on this matter, but he intended to prevent Kraid from approaching. He had no desire for the two parties to meet, knowing Kraid was clearly seeking trouble. And how could a powerful earl commanding an alchemical dragon legion tolerate a mere rural noble's insolence? With their words, the blood-refining forest fell into an eerie silence, akin to the calm before a storm, yet the invisible aura felt suffocating. At that moment, someone stepped forward to break the tension. Lin Ran was still in shock after hearing Yu Ye's words. After he finished his deductions, he turned to Gu Yun, eager to hear his thoughts, only to find Gu Yun gazing intently at him, seemingly mesmerized, a hint of crimson gracing his cheeks while a flicker of joy brightened his eyes. Gu Yun decisively triumphed over the two opponents, successfully advancing to the top 8. Such prowess led to increased speculation among the disciples watching from the sidelines regarding the ultimate outcome. The fish in the aquarium only wiggled its tail when Lin Yi tapped on the glass. 5 minutes passed, and the water remained crystal clear, unchanged. But the fish were a different story. They had become completely still, some even beginning to tilt on their sides, as if they were about to float belly up, lifeless. When Lin Yi returned with a glass of water, he found the fish had entirely lost its vitality, floating lifelessly with its white belly exposed to the surface. What's wrong? Eating noodles without garlic diminishes the aroma by half, Li Mo said as she tossed a clove of peeled garlic to Zhou Yi. Xinglina emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 servings of vegetable salad, 10 boiled eggs, and a large loaf of whole grain bread. Indeed, her decision to leave a lucrative position at the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission to become a county mayor indicated strong political ambition. No need. You chat with Xi Nuo. It has been a long time since you last met. Here are tomatoes and melons for you to enjoy. I can manage on my own. Su Jiang firmly declined. Zhou Yi's loud voice startled everyone, including the smiling Li Mo, who was momentarily taken aback. She could only silently pray for Yang Yi to successfully navigate this challenge, hoping she wouldn't lead him into peril. Despite nearing 40, the alluring aura she exuded still left men breathless. She initially thought it was her refusal to yield to Sun Zhengyu that made him impatient and seek new affections. Hearing the teacher's words, Duo Bao felt a pang of bitterness, yet dared not argue, repeatedly bowing his head in agreement. Recently, he had intentionally avoided Wu Xiaoman, especially after learning of Wu Lao's identity, and Xinyang had not initiated contact with her since. In an instant, Si Luo exuded a lightness, his feet seemingly dancing on the breeze, as the winds shifted direction upon his approach, all converging towards Chu Zifeng, who stood defiantly with arms crossed. Perhaps the only noticeable change was the gentle flutter of his garments. That is a side of him none of you have ever witnessed. When have you seen his heavy sword unsheathed? Chu Zifeng spoke calmly, yet his thoughts seemed to drift back to a distant past. What do you all intend to do? Are you truly seeking death? Lu Manshan inquired, raising an eyebrow. This man, quick to take lives, attempted to ambush Yin Yun's city while it was unguarded, his claw-like hand swirling with energy capable of crushing stone and gold. A single strike would surely lead to instant demise. A mage must constantly maintain a thirst for exploration and knowledge of the unknown to ensure continual learning and growth. Had that earlier individual not been Luo Lianxue, but someone else, that green light could have effortlessly slain Jiang Han. Luo Lianxue's strategy was evidently to prioritize stability, delaying the enemy while creating opportunities for her own side, while avoiding unnecessary sacrifices. The serpent's mouth stretched open wide, its fangs poised dangerously close to Jifeng's skin, who had shut his eyes. The final dish, a medley of white fruits, was delightful, the sweet and crisp flavors, chilled for some time, not only served to sober, but also alleviated the lingering heat within. Patience is essential in lurking. In this regard, Ouyang Luolei and Lu Zichuan were worlds apart, the former possessing ample patience. Having joined the sect for only half a year, such courage and determination were remarkable, given 3 or 10 years. What kind of adept would he become? Li Si paused. If she followed the black men, unforeseen incidents could arise. What if they had ulterior motives? That would be a grave misstep. Linning turned, smiling at Wang Ming, as she slipped another pill into his mouth, leaving Huang Si somewhat taken aback. In the Douluo continent, the place most abundant in wealth and materials was undoubtedly the Jiubao Liuli sect. The Jiubao Liuli Tower's martial soul inherently possessed the ability to appraise treasures, serving as a living geological detector, with gemstone deposits being countless. Lin Yi naturally intended to make the most of it. After much travel, Lin Yi finally returned to the Jiubao Liuli sect, which was thriving at its peak, its momentum having completely surpassed that of the Haoyan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Li Yu, seeing that everyone had gathered, suggested, "Let us freshen up and rest for a moment before the evening banquet, where we shall discuss further," evidently intending to speak with Li Weicheng privately. As their fists clashed, a resounding sound of energy echoed, ripples of energy radiating from the point of contact. "It's like this. Huang Fei has encountered some trouble, and I merely wish to know who he met yesterday and what transpired," Dinkin expressed, feeling somewhat relieved upon hearing that Yi Ning had not been involved with Huang Fei. Perhaps due to having awakened earlier that morning, Huang Fei tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep, feeling that this rest had become a torment. The demon general seemed oblivious to the situation until Jiang Yi seized his head, forcibly detaching it from his body, blood spraying into the air. This time, Jun Yanchen firmly held her in his embrace, preventing any movement, allowing her to finally rest soundly. Yifeng strolled down the mountain at a leisurely pace, unhurried, merely taking a casual walk. Qin Lung's face appeared before Yutong, whose startled eyes reflected his charming profile. Cold Schwanger, witnessing my distress as I crouched on the ground, quickly revealed that the third corpse was someone I recognized, Hao Jian. Thinking of that innocent face akin to a child, recalling his pitiful plea of calling her wife, her heart ached. After all, those were the words of the leader of Yunhai. Who would dare to underestimate or neglect them? They deliberated for a long time, even over the ranking of the top 4, fearful of placing it too low. By the way, that man from earlier? Lung Qianning sensed her momentary distraction and silently shook her head. Fortunately, it was with Mingwei, for elsewhere, she might have been harmed. Yet upon truly leaving this home, she discovered that her foster mother had withheld her household registration and identification card, claiming that retrieving them would require 20,000. The roars in the valley grew increasingly loud under the pale moonlight, the sounds chilling to the bone as she sensed someone trembling beside her. Turning her face, she found it was Wu Shushu, her complexion pale, her body shaking uncontrollably in the moonlight. Chun Shuren gazed at the ice tower partially veiled in the mist, motionless. In the moonlight, he noted that the ice towers appeared significantly larger than before. Perhaps years later, when someone passed through this place again, they would find the ice towers as majestic and towering as they were now. And what a father! Lung Qianning asked with amusement, realizing that Hao had intended this approach. Yet how was she not also an ordinary person herself? Bali Yuxin coldly shouted, his piercing gaze directed at her, as if attempting to penetrate her thoughts. Wan, have you always been by your father's side? Shu Dan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the child before her, questioning why her sister remained so close to their father. As they approached the entrance, the imposing facade of the inn came into view, adorned with a large plaque inscribed with the 4 golden characters, Long Men Kajan. Flanking the plaque were couplets in gold, leaping along men to enjoy wealth and honor, and stay at the inn to achieve greatness. At first glance, Zhu Zhuqing appeared slightly different from her counterpart in the simulated version. The difference lay in her more voluptuous figure and beguiling demeanor. Her pear-shaped silhouette was perfectly balanced, with ample curves in the right places. Compared to Ning Rongrong, she exuded an entirely different charm. However, Lin Yi did not reveal his thoughts. Rongrong, what is it? Look, Lin Yi. Zhu Zhuqing's face inexplicably flushed. Zhou Li and Zhou Meng's pupils dilated in surprise, and in that fleeting moment, they contemplated numerous possibilities, yet felt increasingly powerless to resist. The soldiers of the Tiger Might army were not indiscriminate killers. They understood Gao Yun's intention to seize the route. Upon hearing the signal, they promptly halted, sneering as they observed the official troops fleeing. Although these two were formidable demons, they had never encountered such exquisite spiritual artifacts. Lacking the skill to forge weapons, they dared not venture beyond these desolate mountains in search of them. Much like Xiong Er, who possessed only stolen mundane weaponry, they could not compare to such precious spiritual relics. Lin Feng requested the morning's reconnaissance report from Huang Feng, the advisor. After a few moments of scrutiny, his brow furrowed in thought. Dao Pai, when the moment arises, you and the others should depart first. I will cover the rear. The machine gunner, Olgon, pulled back the bolt. We need to discuss the restructuring of our troops, as this is a crucial aspect of our military development. Many units are either concealing their numbers or underreporting, which severely impacts command. We must rectify this, Dong Lei stated. Lin Xiaowei and her companion had gone missing near the apartment building by the sculpture tower, while strange occurrences unfolded afterward. Moreover, both incidents were connected by a common thread. Zhuge Jin, feeling helpless, sighed softly as he turned his horse around, escorted by Jing Ku, and headed toward the main camp. The sun rose over the eastern mountains, casting a warm glow that enveloped the body, creating an indescribable sense of comfort. Having endured a night plagued by cockroach swarms, the sunlight suddenly felt like a blessing, dispelling the fears that lingered in the human heart. The ominous premonition that had vanished after returning from Qingshan Hospital resurfaced inexplicably after the call ended. Yin Shi-san had cultivated a tree of life, granting him immortality, which provided him with its protective embrace. How could she withstand such a soft voice from Ziling? Her already flushed face deepened in color, and her gaze toward Ziling became increasingly dreamy. When a grand estate's gate came into sight, Zhu Quan meticulously observed his surroundings and realized that, amidst his heavy thoughts, he had unconsciously arrived at the former residence of the Ning Wang in Yingtian City. Something seemed to want to emerge from his body, and indeed, something was separating from him. This entity began to detach from Jing Yuanying, starting from the head and gradually breaking free until it was completely peeled away, revealing an identical figure to Jing Yuanying. Ziling remained silent, her fingers caressing her lips repeatedly. What could she say? What could she possibly change? Ha! I ask you, fatty, can you really do it? A boy teased suddenly, his expression reflecting amusement at a comical situation. Shun Outyin gazed skyward into the divine domain, where a twisted face suddenly appeared. It resembled an enormous black hole imbued with immense power. The Zhao Hua Xiandan, a rare treasure, floated quietly within the sword array. Beneath it a red flower blossomed. The Zhao Hua Xiandan was presented above, radiating a brilliant crimson, akin to the rosy dawn near the sun. However, before Yin Shi-san and his companions could exit the medicine mansion, Qi Yulong approached them, accompanied by several disciples. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement, realizing that the concocted pills, based on formulas obtained from the simulated version, not only bore no toxic side effects but also proved effective on the human body. This discovery thrilled him, as he had once believed that without synthesized medication, it would be challenging to achieve the results seen in the simulation. Enough for now. We shall assess the situation in the forest later. Continuing like this is not a solution, Lin Yi remarked. He dismissed the external factors that could be ruled out and gestured toward Mekon, prompting Xing Chun to nod in agreement, concluding that the issue likely stemmed from the dojo's master. Among the 7 shorter peaks, a towering mountain rose majestically, its summit illuminated by a radiant beam of sunlight, creating a golden spectacle reminiscent of a sacred lotus flower. Ugh! Chu Yin cried out in pain, but with his mouth bound, he could not produce a sound. Shui Shaoshai of Helong mounted his steed again, supported by Duan Feng and Yo Ben, initially intending to ride through the military camp to connect with the soldiers. He found himself unceremoniously yanked off his horse by Yu Nu after only a few steps. The elder finally drew near to Wan Hua Yuan, a distance now remarkably close, allowing him to peer through the mist and discern the situation within. The alloy cross said no more, slowly advancing toward the seabed, where 2 divine birds lay lifeless, their once fiery warmth now extinguished, at risk of fading away entirely. The disciples of Tiangong Zong offered substantial rewards, merely to entice them to pursue Su Chun and his companion to an estate near the city lord's residence. Second brother, I understand. Dieng Doi Nodiv. Previously focused solely on navigation, he now sought to take charge of a broader perspective. Li Yundao coughed violently, spewing water while his lungs greedily clung to every breath of air. The bat dragon measured over 3 meters in length, flying at a height limited by the range of its magic, now only about 10 meters from ground. Nevertheless, its evasion skills were formidable, allowing it to dodge various spells cast by its pursuers, seemingly invincible. After hearing the scout's report, Huang Yin found himself quite perplexed by Li Quan's actions, wondering if Li Quan had truly lost his mind. Why, at this moment, was he not considering escape, but instead attacking the city of Paizhou? Had his head been kicked by a donkey? Take care, elder! Wang Feng shouted, harnessing the 5 elements flying technique, resembling a shooting star as he streaked across the sky, disappearing into the inky night. Coolly, please share the situation within the tribe, Li Qi requested, uncertain of the elder's identity and who could vanquish the pests on the divine tree. He exchanged a half-hearted smile with Ruian, who reciprocated it, and then Li Qi eagerly inquired of Cooley. Suddenly, 10 sharp claws soared into the air, glinting ominously, while the corpse immortal's eyes glowed with crimson light. The first sword had been embedded for at least 10 days. Under normal circumstances, ice-type magic would not dissipate for such an extended period. Yet, Gue Cho managed to achieve this within the ruins of the forbidden spell, leaving Soren with only these two thoughts, unable to find any other explanation. To your left and to your right, attack. Ling Yun commanded, a glimmering green light trailing behind him as he soared toward the giant dragon. Run glanced at the situation and, wielding the surgical knife in his hand, though it was somewhat larger than usual, its purpose remained unchanged as he plunged it into the wound. "My dear, let us return to the bedroom," he declared. As Alex departed, Felix approached affectionately, wrapping his arms around Inés' neck, her voluptuous form brushing against his arms with an alluring expression. "There is no issue. We shall go at once," David Bohr stated candidly, leading his comrades into the villa. The auxiliary forces also harbored a spirit of offense. "Good lad, you have not misjudged," Qinshin remarked as he closed his eyes to meditate. That night, Ning Fengji slept soundly, reassured by Lini's words. His trust in Lin was akin to the unwavering faith he held for Jian Dulo Qinshin and Gu Dulo Guro. As the sun reached its zenith, Lin awakened from slumber, the first act being to bestow a handful of medicinal pills upon Ning Fengji. "Uncle Ning, who ate Tianzhao Zhao Wan," he said. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the sky, jolting everyone from their bloodthirsty state, and they all looked upward. During lunch, I inquired with my parents about Zhang Jingwan's whereabouts, to which my mother informed me that upon returning to Xingzhou, she had gone back to Fengyu Group to draft a detailed plan for the acquisition and management of AOK shares. This trip to Shijiazhuang revealed to Zhang Jingwan the immense business opportunities behind AOK. Indeed, you must have sensed it. Only our summoned skeleton is closest to that powerful presence, and the experience is most profound. What are your thoughts? The Grand Elder asked with a slight frown. The black bear let out a roar, clumsily charging at Qin Bin, who was already quite weakened and unable to endure another fierce battle. However, retreat was not an option. He had to charge forward regardless of the circumstances. In an instant, Xiaoluo's right fist gathered fierce, icy spiritual power, resembling a blizzard, as he unleashed a powerful strike that shattered the frost-covered tornado. After sending a text to Tang Jiangwo, informing him that Tang Yu was with him, Qin Bin resolved to face whatever consequences lay ahead, for he had already crossed that threshold and regretted nothing. As I thrust forward, Liao Jiqiang's knife veered slightly, landing once more on my shoulder, yet I continued my assault, colliding my head forcefully against his chest while wrapping my arms around his waist and pushing him back. Meanwhile, another familiar face appeared behind Feng Rong, dragging a massive black sword that seemed to weigh her down, her expression as impassive as though frozen in plaster. It appears I must refrain from using this move unless absolutely necessary. While its potency is formidable, should my magical energy deplete with enemies still lurking, the consequences would be dire, Qi Jua pondered. The intense desire for survival compelled Gu Huayan to lavish praises upon Pei Jingshu, stating, "If you do not wish to keep your long hair, we shall not. I shall heed your wishes." Due to the high level of the mentor's powers, any semblance of fondness or aversion could yield a minimum of 10 affinity points. After several encounters, he had accumulated 210 points. How is this possible? The Sea King roared in agony, his throat nearly tearing as he emitted a wail akin to that of a tormented spirit. His fists pounded against the nearby cliff, his muscles quivering uncontrollably in rage. Despite knowing that the queen remained in Jianing and at the Cao residence, he was paralyzed by fear. If Cao Shaojin had dared to slay his emissaries, he would surely not hesitate to do the same to him. Xiaolin grasped Juan Yuer's arm as if it were her last lifeline, her expression pleading and posture submissive. Li Junlin was surprised herself, having believed that a trip to Yedu would yield no friends aside from Shenfei Wan. Yet the sound of heavy rain and winds that threatened to lift the roof made it impossible for them to sleep soundly, compounded by the increasingly loud shouts from downstairs. Suan Bailu requested the vendor's assistance in opening a drink, inserting a straw, yet refraining from drinking, carrying it instead to the Laodu household. In truth, the Fengyu Sacred Dynasty was not entirely safe. Spatial turbulence also existed there. However, it was still comparatively safer than the borders of Xianing Dalu. "Uncle Ning, what is this?" Even if the auxiliary has a heart for offense, selecting the Tama Yuan seems misguided. Lini expressed his confusion. The Temo Juan, while somewhat powerful among the ape-like soul beasts, paled in comparison to the formidable attack power of stronger creatures like the Jingong Hu, as their ranks included several formidable offensive soul beasts that far surpassed the Tama Yuan in output. "You child just moments ago spoke of balancing defense, and now you forget your own words?" Qin commented. "This is certainly not a sign of an outbreak." Zhang Tai had yet to speak when Xijin interjected. My father, Xianfeng, serves as the chief military officer of the Yamen troops in the outskirts of the capital, holding a fourth-rank position. His military duties have kept him away for 6 months, which is why my elder had been so unrestrained. He could not fathom how long the opponent's ability, similar to an earth escape technique, could endure amidst the smoke. Xie Yinyan observed the unicycles with great curiosity. Is this not Zhuge Liang's wooden oxen and flowing horse? In her previous life, she lived in the 22nd century, an era of rapid technological advancement, where such unicycles were no longer seen. I do not claim my riding to be of great merit or deserving of this 5 cents. However, if you find it worthwhile, please offer me some motivation, and if you deem it unworthy, I understand if you wish to depart. The old abbot led them toward the northwest courtyard of the Guyue Tower, opening the gate to reveal 2 entwined peculiar trees. Yet Saitong's mind immediately conjured memories of the previous days spent listening to music. The songstresses and dancers of Wang, Chu and Xiang resembled this. Shi Yuzhu remained oblivious to his changing mood, still enjoying the refreshing breeze with her eyes closed. Muyun, why did you ask Uncle Xian to purchase sulfur and saltpeter? Is it for medicinal purposes? After sitting down, Su Wanqing voiced her earlier curiosity. Yet Yi glanced outside, feigning interest in her watch, her face a mask of disappointment. She then turned to leave, checking the time on her phone, noting that it was nearing 10 o'clock. Since it was still early, Luo Yu decided to walk home, taking in the night scenery of the capital. On her way, she observed the bustling crowds, many couples hand in hand on the streets. Luo Yu turned her face away, unwilling to watch those publicly flaunting their affection. Young master, the 7 great families have conferred and gathered some items to present to you and our UNG zone. Though not much, we hope you will graciously accept, Feng Tiannan stated, producing 4 storage rings held in his hands. Despite this, he said nothing further, knowing that this individual was a straight man, and it was impossible for him to sway. After all, he had always presented himself as fully armed in front of others, exuding a handsome demeanor, making any notion of bending impossible. Very well then, let us depart. With that, Rosawar's body began to rise slowly into the air, ultimately soaring away from the estate. Yeyu, seeing Rosawar take flight, followed suit, ascending into the sky in pursuit. She was clearly not the type to have good fortune fall upon her. How could she possibly encounter any? Han Lixuan remarked coolly from the side. As Lu Ming's face grew increasingly flushed, Song Yunqi chuckled softly, intending to let her off the hook. However, unexpectedly, Lu Ming seized his collar and yanked his head down. Jiang Sun cast a glance at the somber visage of San Shao through the rearview mirror, sensing the silent fury that was ablaze within him. Nai, shall we go take a look? These people are truly insufferable. With Wanxian restaurant no longer in operation, what shall we eat, Nai? Their intentions are malicious and utterly detestable. Li Jing remarked, her eyes darting. Just as Tanzong had surmised, Lin Qingyun was indeed preoccupied with his own dignity. Thus, even upon spotting Tanzong from a distance, he yearned to immediately address him as brother, yet out of concern for his reputation. He waited until Tanzong approached before feigning surprise as he advanced to speak with him. Goodness, is that the legendary Toda Tianwang Li Jing? Lin Yi exclaimed, his mouth agape. However, the spectacle was far from over. The 7-treasure glazed pagoda soared into the sky before plummeting violently to the ground, creating a vast chasm upon impact. Lin Yi was left speechless. This unadorned attack was somewhat underwhelming. The assault appears to have diminished somewhat, Ning Fengji noted. The 7-treasure glazed pagoda, having burrowed into the earth, ascended once more under his command. Li Xiang made a swift motion with one hand, and a black scythe emerged from a fissure in space. Its sudden appearance was as ethereal as a sheet of paper caught in the wind. Yet in the eyes of the heavenly horned divine lord, a sense of alarm surged. The peril posed by this blade exceeded his expectations. Teacher Zhuizhua, I shall strive to excel. Su Shi's heart raced as she was led by Zhuizhua, uncertain of how to extricate her hand. A mixture of anticipation and awkwardness brewed within her. Lei Cheng, concealed within the boundless expanse of space, was home to numerous immortal beings of the lightning element. It was said that whoever occupied Lei Cheng would ascend to become the new thunder god. Faced with the insistence of the historians, the emperors were ultimately compelled to compromise, resulting in a system where, despite the cold exterior of the bureaucracy, the officials within were figures even the emperor dared not offend. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Kai Yong roared, channeling all his strength into his fist, ready to unleash a full-force attack on Yifeng. Particularly in a city like Los Angeles, there were nearly 1,000 private security companies. The GUN security consulting firm was merely one among many. And under the careful orchestration of the Insect King, the focus of the Los Angeles branch was on intelligence gathering. The subsequent tasks assigned were of no exaggerated significance. What troubles you? Lan Wan'er, noticing Li Wuzhou's inexplicable sigh, paused her actions and inquired with curiosity. As Pan Shersan had anticipated, the mist ceased to surge forth while, simultaneously, a series of explosions echoed from within it. With each explosion, Pan Shersan's wind scythe diminished by one. He retrieved 2 purple gold cards, one bearing the figure of 25 million, the other over 300,000. Yet at that moment, the Changfeng Guild had just emerged from a grueling battle, leaving all members utterly fatigued, their various attributes in disarray. To recruit such a remarkable subordinate is a source of great joy, Lu Ziming thought to himself, wary of any unforeseen complications, for he truly despised Chu Jingyi. At last, beams of golden light cascaded from the sky, intertwining as they sank deep into the ground, forming a cage of golden radiance that effectively confined the creature's movements. Mo Yuan acknowledged Fa Ming's words, compared to waiting for death in the monitoring room. This situation was indeed preferable, though the dangers that lay ahead would not be trivial. Lu Ziming quickly realized that the round-bellied creature was likely a level 48 monster, significantly stronger than him by 38 levels. At that moment, Lu Ziming sat in the vehicle, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter, a most peculiar sight. Jiang Jianlong responded, "What Xiao Chushuan mentioned about Estados Island is merely a desolate, uninhabited isle. The environment is harsh and frigid, and most importantly, we cannot reach it." After selling some useless equipment, Jiangli headed straight to the only blacksmith shop in Luluo town. After their meal, both felt a wave of weariness wash over them and laid down in the cabin, unknowingly drifting back to sleep. Meanwhile, other leaders and retired officials gathered around Zhang Yaozhong, showering him with sincere compliments. At that moment, the void suddenly shattered, and a blood-red spear surged forth from the inky blackness, its sanguine glow shimmering with murderous intent. This was a weapon of slaughter, imbued with an ominous aura that could obliterate anything in its path before it even arrived. For half an hour, there was nary a sound. The crowd remained motionless, adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict, with no one willing to instigate discomfort. However, the opposing side boasted 4 titled Daluos, their strength formidable, and the martial soul fusion techniques of the 2 families were not to be underestimated. Chenxian, I believe, given your current strength, there is no possibility you could withstand our assault. Even with Ning Fengji support, you would not be able to withstand our numbers. The Ming dynasty had ultimately perished. The present incarnation of the Ming was but a facade, a self-deception. In the ensuing time, many others stepped up to spar, yet these individuals merely engaged in light exchanges. Unlike Mu Yi, Lin Yu, and the others who fought fiercely, they were simply honing their skills with no ulterior motives. Mu Yi did not have to wait long. Shortly, the participating students and onlookers arrived at the competition venue in small groups. However, since Murong Zhao's departure, Tianyuling Academy had seldom emerged victorious. For a genius like Murong Zhao was not easily found. Now with the emergence of Mu Yi, the Grand Elder naturally considered allowing him to participate in the 5 Academy gathering. Yin Xiang chuckled. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." In truth, she did not wish for Yin Lian to remain cooped up at home. She merely sought to provide her with some engaging tasks. Xiao Chu cast a disdainful glance at the 2 unrefined fellows, and as they stood dazed, he raised an eyebrow at Jun Wuxia, who turned heads with his dazzling presence. Jun Wuxia had not anticipated that the Lord of Lingyao Hall was also the bearer of a plant-type ring spirit. No wonder he had such unwavering faith in her plant spirit, given the pursuit by the 12 halls. She, Wu Ying, lowered her head, unable to meet Zongjing Bailey's gaze, finding it inexplicably difficult to voice her thoughts. This was the outcome of his and Qing Xian'er's discussion. He did not wish to reveal the existence of royal-level martial arts and the spirit wheel mirror to others. While many were aware of his royal-level martial arts, they assumed he could not unleash them due to his own strength. To disclose this would surely invite trouble. Thinking of the incident when she was in distress, and how his cousin had been by her side instead of him, Shi Zichen felt an uncomfortable pang in his heart. In the dead of night, Su Momo was awakened by a sharp pain in her abdomen, though she had been deeply asleep after a long day. The sudden agony caused her to frown and cradle her stomach as she awoke. At that moment, she noticed the grateful gazes of Zhang Yu, Zhao Ming, and others. And Zhang Yang felt a swell of pride in his own significance. Allegri's Milan, having lost its flair and creativity following the departures of Ibrahimovic and numerous veteran players, had become increasingly pedestrian. In contrast, Connie's team retained a core of resilience beneath its glamour. I merely sought a secluded location as per your request. I had not contemplated anything beyond that. Su Hong's seemingly nonchalant words deeply provoked Dongmin Shengwang, who realized that his own calculations had not escaped the other's perception. Yet he stubbornly refused to acknowledge it, appearing somewhat anxious. As I gazed upon a room full of orphans and widows, I suddenly felt that the various struggles I once witnessed in the imperial harem paled in comparison to the gravity of war. Yuan Shanbao, understanding the unspoken tension, brought his carriage to a sudden halt, causing the vehicles ahead and behind to do the same. Dui Weshing lifted the curtain of his carriage, peering outside. Despite Ao Bai's unparalleled strength, he could not constantly monitor Ao Hua. Once Ao Hua entered into a contract with another, even Ao Bai's presence would be futile. Qin Susu bit her lip and resolutely withdrew her hand. I will be fine, she assured him with a reassuring smile before stepping out of the dark prison. Disregarding the pleading gaze of those behind her, Lu Xiao'er, puzzled, glanced at Zhang Yang, uncertain of the reason behind his masked visage. Yet her anger dissipated upon recalling Zhang Yang's true essence. Brother, this feels ominous, he remarked, clearly sensing the shift in momentum. The opposing side was equally aware of it. The pressure emanating from Chun Xin took them by surprise. Brother, what should we do? If we engage in a battle of martial souls, we may not stand a chance against him. However, the atmosphere suddenly softened. Let's depart. Chen Xin, when the mountains do not yield, the waters will shift. We express our gratitude for your support of our sect's disciples. In a bid for discretion, the company adopted a low-profile strategy regarding this minor release. Should it fail to achieve the anticipated sales figures, they could explain that it was merely a minor release. Encheng Weiyang still had many exceptional songs yet to be unveiled. What? The blood fusion spirit pill? Its effects rival those of a 9th-grade elixir. Ling Chun exclaimed, astonished. Of course, Yi Tian had never imagined he would be the first to charge ahead, considering that 100 sects were participating, all of which were first-tier sects teeming with formidable experts, and among their disciples were many adept in formations. Beside Tang Chao, Mu Danhong turned pale with fear, trembling, blood trickling from her face. Do you possess a celestial artifact? Sikong Wuyang immediately summoned a celestial artifact, the Kongming map. Meanwhile, the white light had descended upon the empty altar, and as it faded, Xiao Yi recognized a familiar figure. Feng Lei Zhen had risen, circling the Feng Lei Tian Shu, his gaze fixed on Duanmu Xiaotian. After a few revolutions, 5 tails began to sway, summoning 5 currents of thunderous energy from the Thunder Abyss, all converging upon Duanmu Xiaotian. With this thought, Xiao Ling hastily relayed a few instructions to Ling Tian, and then ascended into the air, slaying any who obstructed his path. Lord Yi, what brings you here? Zhao Hai's expression darkened suddenly. Yang Hu and Yang Jing, the siblings, scrutinized Dodo, but could not discern her avian lineage. After leaving the company, they headed directly to the apartment, with Su Jiaohan inquiring if she had any other luggage to move, to which she replied negatively. As Yifeng pondered how to break the stalemate, he was suddenly startled by Nuo Lan's exclamation. In terms of skill, Yu Zilong was confident he could match Heike Ichigo. Yet in physical prowess, he fell significantly short, a gap that could not be bridged. With the intervention of the Yingui faction, Wu Zhao swiftly established her own dynasty. Named as Zhou, also known as Wu Zhou, news of the Hongxian Du Mo spread rapidly, causing many disciples who had previously opted to stay in the academy during the new year to regret their decisions, wishing instead to return home to reunite with their families and fulfill their filial duties. Commander, if we forcefully storm Howard Castle, it will undoubtedly alert the enemy. Therefore, we must dispatch an elite combat unit to bypass the British mechanized infantry and reach Howard Castle directly, Wan Yinji proposed. Niener is honored to be your disciple. As for me, I do not intend to reveal myself to the world just yet. On one hand, I need to realign with my own body. On the other hand, Niener has always had my protection, and without any setbacks, it will be beneficial for him to grow a little during my absence, Lang Fanyan stated. Han Fei furrowed his brow, utilizing his sensing ability to immediately detect a multitude of life forces on the other end of the base. Basie attempted to retrieve her. Yet behind her, Yibin clutched her clothing tightly, while Bao Bayer continued to flee, making it impossible to capture Fan Binbin. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Let the sect disciples begin their studies. If they truly succeed, the Douluo continent will usher in a new power structure. Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with possibilities, envisioning numerous scenarios that had previously seemed unattainable. However, he was merely indulging in wishful thinking. As Lin, he could never provide the higher-level beast-taming techniques, which were classified as absolute secrets known only to him. How dare you perform such a half-hearted act? Speak. Have you come to my presence to cause trouble? Is your appetite so insatiable that you must resort to violence? Dalu exclaimed, stepping onto a bench and seizing the opponent's collar, preparing to strike. The elder indeed recognized the situation's gravity and refrained from further action as the gray-clad youth chuckled. Clasping his hands, countless shards flew past, tearing through clothing and skin. The man's visage, sculpted like white jade, was marred by blood, yet he remained composed amid the chaos. Very well, Fu Yunwan agreed, and Yu Pian, albeit dissatisfied, led Fu Yunwan toward the courtyard. As the ghostly flames merged, the 10 skeletons radiated a formidable presence, causing the onlookers to pale. At that moment, the 10 skeletons had transformed into beings comparable to second-tier alchemists. The man's voice was hoarse as he spoke slowly. His tall and slender figure reclined against the sofa, revealing violet and blue marks on his exposed skin, evidence of the fierce battle that had transpired. His respectful tone toward Qingbing, he suggested he recognized her uniqueness. Sun Xiong had long wished to defeat one of his opponents, yet the unity of the 7 brothers thwarted his every opportunity, leaving him somewhat exhausted from their entanglement. Suddenly, Jun Yixiao's aura surged, his inner essence manifesting above his head, radiating mysterious light. Then, an ethereal portal began to coalesce behind him, exuding a terrifying energy. Is she truly a member of the WuhunPalace? Qingbing, he pondered, aware that they were currently in the city, and that Ziyu needed to consciously restrain her aura, making it uncertain if she could detect the presence of Mei Shi. Observing Nanxing's reluctant withdrawal from the treats, Shun Xiao couldn't help but lower her head, covering her mouth with a light laugh. I could hardly contain my excitement as I tightly grasped my phone, sprinting out while dialing Lin Yi's number, unlocking the car door in one swift motion, diving inside, starting the engine, releasing the handbrake, and pressing the accelerator to swiftly propel the vehicle into the night towards the destination. Nevertheless, some audience members gradually grew accustomed to this style, finding it increasingly intriguing. Should there be no such outcome, my early relation would be in vain. Thus, my thoughts turned cautious as I summoned the system for inquiries. How outrageous! You have gone too far. The opposing Clark squad immediately grasped the situation, realizing that their adversary deemed it sufficient to send just one person, which was clearly a sign of disdain towards them, inciting them to retaliate with vitriol. They all silently reached out to press the power button, not even glancing back. After a considerable period, Beikai Xian found it odd that despite his lengthy discourse, she had not uttered a single word in response. Any act of striking down an opponent would result in the Academy not only bearing the corresponding losses, but also facing expulsion from the Soul Master Tournament. The ensuing history is tragic, with the Qing dynasty losing countless territories, let alone protecting the Ryukyu Islands. As they turned past a vast expanse of thorny woods, Ying suddenly found herself in a clearing where myriad wildflowers blossomed exuberantly on the ground. With a cry of delight, she dashed forward. Qing carefully examined the handful of sand in his palm, and indeed, under the newly risen sunlight, a larger grain of sand emitted a golden glow, revealing itself as a nugget of gold. To properly appease the Bai Hu Shun Wang, offerings must be made through a ritual, and only then can the issue be truly resolved. This sacrificial rite necessitates living individuals, specifically members of the royal family and the Zhu clan, namely the marrying prince and princess. As a distinguished heir to the throne, Davis is undoubtedly the next in line to become the Baihu emperor, resulting in the selection of candidates falling upon the other princes. The Xing Luo Empire adheres to the principle that might makes right. In the wake of a defeat, Kang Yin emerged victorious. The judges, though perplexed, promptly announced the outcome of the match. Bianzhong refrained from further rebuttal, instead remaining quietly alongside Bei Gongbo Yu and others, gazing at the Han army camp within arm's reach, hoping to witness the emergence of the Han army's ambush. The sky darkened, and the armored transport vehicle arrived at the military fortress's entrance. With the presence of the Tian-Ing and this T-3 armored transport vehicle, akin to a pass, combined with Lei Huaxi's voice, they would be able to enter smoothly. The virtual sword concealed unparalleled might, clashing with the Yu Ming sword in a display of terror. The moment they converged, the surrounding space was obliterated, quickly filled with Yu Ming and He Sha energy. How could this be acceptable? The police are not fools. Yang Bing felt an itch in his nose, dug out a clump of black substance, flicked it away with his finger, and wiped it on his clothing. Even more astonishing was the moment when Sai Air unleashed his power. Everyone clearly witnessed the golden fighting spirit, the emblem of the Golden Warrior, astonishingly manifesting in a preliminary match, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Ryan paid no mind to Faris's words. He had personally experienced the benefits of concealing one's strength in Yangjiao Town. Initially, Ryan had hidden his abilities merely to avoid drawing attention, but now he had fully adopted the concealment of power as his guiding principle. What a jest! How dare you mock the situation? Let us advance and strike with all our might. Gritted teeth, Luo, Hao declared. Beck muttered a curse under his breath and hastily prepared his next spell. Before he could raise his wand and recite the incantation, Alan unleashed a torrential onslaught. Unlike her, who was insatiable, constantly wanting more while stirring up trouble and creating chaos. Meanwhile, Pei Nanshan seized the moment, while Mo Jing was momentarily dazed, forcefully breaking free from his hold, and signaled to the waiting swordsman nearby. The swordsman, having previously arranged this with him, swiftly leaped onto the black tiles of a nearby house, disappearing beyond a courtyard wall. Bai Ji stood not far away, observing as the workers toiled diligently, while the supervisor patrolled nearby, immediately ordering the dismantling of any substandard work. An involuntary hand reached out, gently pinching her fair, delicate face through the black glove. However, just as the hand approached halfway, it was met with a swift slap from Ji Pian, retracting it. Ahi, do you believe there is a future for a notorious villain who has committed countless evils and a virtuous gentleman of integrity? Outside, she felt discomfort. These individuals were all profoundly repugnant to her, prompting her to enter the Qingling realm. When Bai Ji awoke, she felt utterly exhausted, a consequence of Sima Jinghong's insatiable demands. The skills of combat within the military are akin to those of gladiators. Hua Yao possesses immense strength and various techniques, often finding himself pinned down by opponents. Mao Fengzi recited incantations, deliberately retaliating against Ouyang Shaoqing's earlier mockery. Was it Gong Haonan who called you? Gao Chan. CTV Said Suo, Inkwayev. This is truly endless, is it not? Why are there so many gods? Lin, he was speechless. As the divine positions of Douluo, Dalu suddenly emerged in abundance. It has become evident that the sea god, Shura god, Rakshasa god, and angel god will all manifest in the present age, with the possibility of other divine positions as well. System, is this stone the key to obtaining divine status? The Baihu Shun stone is a token left by the Baihu Shun Wang, and only with its assistance can one acquire the Baihu. Even Mo Hung received a long sword thrown his way, shielding Pei Qin while fending off attacks. Subsequently, he summoned the Dragon Elephant Force, unleashing a punch that bore down with 32,000 pounds of might. Yet, someone on his person seemed to have gone mad, persistently clinging to her, not relenting, and deliberately causing mischief. Just as she was about to speak, he suddenly collided with her, causing Xian Yuan Tian Xian to swallow her words, transforming them into a soft moan. This was not a human eyeball, but rather a prosthetic containing a miniature camera. Yimo finally exhaled in relief. Sitting down to open the work computer he had not touched in a long time. Upon receiving permission from the Jian Xiaku, the chaotic demon immediately erupted in curses. He had endured significant beatings from Jian Xiaku along the way, and only when granted permission to speak did he dare utter a word, pouring out all the humiliation he had suffered onto this dim-witted subordinate. The main hall fell into silence, with Xian Yuan Tian Xian resting his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the teacup on the table, seemingly lost in thought. Duo La Demeng nodded in confusion, yet his heart raced with anxiety. For at this moment, he had no professional team left, only Wang Yang, an exceptional parkour expert. What good would that do? As the sound faded, an elderly man with a head full of white hair pushed open the door and stepped outside. Though he appeared quite aged, his vigorous stride suggested he was still quite robust. Kong Jun spoke pragmatically, primarily conveying that the most crucial aspect of opening a restaurant is the head chef, who must not only possess skill but also be one of their own. Otherwise, if the kitchen carelessly wastes even a small amount of materials, It could amount to tens of thousands over the course of a month, an insight unknown to those who have never run a restaurant. 2 weeks later, when the two arrived at Li Hao's company, many employees within the firm gazed at them in astonishment, uncertain of what scheme the boss was plotting this time. She quietly regarded him, smiling softly, gently, and sweetly, her heart filled with satisfaction and joy. Why did you only arrive now? Yun Fei Air did not turn her head, but her intuition told her that the newcomer was Yi Xian. Traditional Chinese medicine posits that the spleen and stomach are the foundation of one's health. Only with their proper functioning can the body show signs of recovery. Thus, it is paramount to safeguard the functions of the spleen and stomach, ensuring their normal operation. All of this transpired within the briefest span of a breath, leaving Zi Xian with no time to react, utterly perplexed by the events that had just unfolded. My spiritual vein is unique? Master, the disciple fails to comprehend. I humbly beseech you to elucidate. Li Shan once again bowed deeply. The countenance of Qing Mo twisted in fury. Although he was not in optimal condition, it would not be an easy task for Yi Yang to bring about his demise. In the blink of an eye, Wang Zhiran had already dashed to Li Air's side. To subdue the opponent, Wang Zhiran employed the art of grappling known as the Yizi Qina Shou, a technique capable of immobilizing an adversary's limbs and joints, rendering them incapable of movement. With a resounding thud, a white shadow flashed past, and the embodiment was struck by an unseen force, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward and off the arena. Upon encountering Tang Hao once more, Tang Chun felt a pang of heartache. This child, with an indomitable spirit, insisted on persevering, even before fully recovering from his injuries, which only exacerbated his condition and insufficiently prolonged his recovery time. Child, your body can no longer endure this. It is best to remain steadfast until you are completely healed. Tang Chen's words were resolute, leaving no room for dissent. He had observed that Tang Hao's consciousness appeared somewhat hazy, reminiscent of Buin, who shook his head to dispel these chaotic thoughts as he crossed the threshold of the Guibu Qi Si Yamen. After all, Huang Wudai had once crossed paths with Cao Cao. Her assertion that the young man bore a striking resemblance to Cao Cao must hold some truth. Buin understood that the master was ostensibly scolding him but was, in reality, offering praise, much like when he previously remarked on Buin's poetry, his ability to quell dissent and silence others. Yet Buin was also aware that sharp words could be both jest and earnest, and how he responded would ultimately determine the nature of the exchange. After Sun Jian sold the imperial seal to his own lord, there had been moments of reconsideration on the lord's part. Recent intelligence suggested that this family might soon auction off a portion of their ancestral treasures. If the timing was right, Li Feng would certainly be inclined to partake in the spectacle. Their representative this time was a middle-aged man named Luo Cheng, who had similarly joined the 9 great financial groups and now held the position of helmsman for the Jiangnan region, ranking even higher than Li Long. It was clear to Li Mingfei what was unfolding. Gazing at the unconscious Nuanghua, he clenched his teeth and resolutely hoisted her onto his back, sprinting frantically away from the source of the noise. Upon hearing this astonishing news, Chai Yin Bo was struck with disbelief, coupled with an inexplicable sense of loss. Now that Lin Heng had become the owner of Douluo, the profits would ultimately line his pockets. This statement rendered all attending entrepreneurs momentarily speechless, exchanging glances, unsure of how to respond. They had always presumed that the treasures came from the old immortal, unaware that they were, in fact, bestowed by Fu Bao, akin to a magical incantation. With a sweeping motion of his arm, which extended like a whip, he made contact with Cha Bai's cheek. Yet she effortlessly caught his hand with a delicate touch. In comparison to the external soul bone, the golden wings, although initially lacking, had undergone 2 enhancements and now rivaled the strength of soul bones from a 4th to 5th rank. Aside from amplifying the speed of Guan Yu by 70 to 80%, the formidable nature of the wings was sufficient to withstand a strike from a soul sage. When she turned her head, she beheld the fabric of Gu Zei's abdomen, pierced by a sharp blade, blood gushing forth. Li Tian paid little heed, instinctively attributing it to the aftermath of a memorial service, only realizing something was amiss when she hesitated to speak. In nations infiltrated by the forces of the Fei Air Sea family, many royal families and powerful individuals still sought ways to establish connections, forming an integral part of the plan. Fang Shui Ying observed the shops lining the street, all belonging to their family. She had never dreamed that an entire street of establishments would be theirs. Aware that they feared the sinister arts of Qing Lian, Jin Yun declared, esteemed guests, Qing Lian has been immobilized by talismans. Upon receiving the news, the two were instantly drained of all vitality, lying feebly in their hospital beds, their eyes resembling dead fish. The Snowy Knight Emperor had little time left. One of the soul bones could be upgraded to divine rank, while the other, in comparison to the missing Tang San, seemed most suitable for Dalu. What do you represent? We represent China. Though these words were familiar to all, they nonetheless served to bolster the soldiers' morale. Yi Ning, grandfather has made his intentions clear. What do you plan to do next? You must understand, we owe you nothing. If anything, it is you who owes us. The tremor in her mother's voice betrayed her struggle as tears streamed down her face, lamenting the burden of such a wayward child. What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve such a rebellious offspring? Without further inquiry, Lin Yi plunged into the room to begin his research. The effects of the medicine were indeed astonishing, producing remarkable results in just a few days. Through gradual analysis, Lin Yi began to uncover the reasons behind it, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. This medicine not only enhanced the body's strength, but also appeared to have developed an additional effect, possibly due to the exceptional properties of the various herbs in the 100 Herb Garden. Furthermore, it was evident that this effect would allow for even greater mastery. As master departed, Diu Shang's throat tightened with emotion. A profound sorrow engulfed him, permeating his entire being. The ghostly immortals followed without hesitation. The gray space, swirling with countless threads of dust, which they shattered with their turbulent energy, causing fissures in the ground to release even more strands. Man Yuan observed that the characters inscribed by Yu Fei appeared far more elegant than those on the note, prompting her to exchange a knowing glance with Mu Yanrong. The blue wolf, white wolf, and purple wolf let out a collective roar, each summoning their treasures to strike at Shun Feng from all directions. Chaos reigned within the residence, as several doctors had already been summoned from the capital, with midwives continuously entering and exiting. Just as one brought in a basin of hot water, another emerged carrying a basin of blood. Yet, it was now apparent that this Tianwu master was no practitioner of the Buddhist faith, but rather a demon cloaked in the garb of a monk. Should this continue, even if they obtained the Foundation establishment pill, it would truly be a case of spending money to invite disaster. However, this sentiment reached Nan Gonghuang's ears, prompting him to shout at Lu Tan. Though she had encountered his parents before, today marked the first occasion he brought her home for a meal after they had accepted her. She worried about leaving a poor impression. Mu Iro widened her eyes, speechless, staring fixedly at Huchan. His expression grew increasingly bright, yet his face paled, and seeing his solemn demeanor, Xiao Luo understood that the preparation of this medicinal concoction had reached a critical juncture. Quanzhou, akin to the Shanghai of the Song dynasty, was the largest port for foreign trade and served as the naval base of the Song. The Song army lacked cavalry, making it exceedingly difficult to engage the Jin cavalry in the Central Plains, even if they experienced a stroke of luck and won a few battles. The heavy burden of logistics would ultimately lead to their downfall. Yongping wielded his sword, instantly forming a circle of blades around him, completely severing the elusive sound of the zither. Jiao Du paused momentarily before stating, "It should be with you." As he spoke, a massive water sphere materialized before him. The individual before him was the newlywed wife of the renowned physician, who, on the day of their wedding, had fled from the altar due to his fear of commitment. "Then I shall take my leave for now." Naruto offered a subtle bow to Mei Terumi before turning to depart, with Zabuza hastily following in his wake. Samui, having absorbed a plethora of information, promptly saluted Tsunade and Mei Terumi before trailing after Naruto and the others. Having imparted knowledge, it is unreasonable to expect additional rewards. The deity of entertainment is a highly humanized software, and one must strive through personal effort to acquire spiritual strength and entertainment index. I was unaware. The scene was chaotic, and we could scarcely discern the appearance of the monster before it inflicted injuries and fatalities. Nan Lixiang shook her head, equally perplexed about the assailant. The weather remained oppressively hot, with even the sea breeze carrying an intense heat and a hint of brine. "Unleash your utmost strength." Tua Bayu ceased his expectations. If Song Yun's abilities were limited to this extent, the match ought to conclude. The opponent then roared, muscles tensing, as he forcefully pressed down on the sword hilt. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, well aware that the poison originated from Shui Qinghe, also known as Qianren Shui. Did Dugu Bo not disclose the antidote's method? I recall he was capable of doing so. Indeed, Dugu Bo is currently treating the Snow Knight Emperor, albeit only managing to delay the onset of his affliction, employing his own lethal by Ling Snake Emperor venom to counteract the poison, forcing it into the limbs and sealing it within to prevent further spread. Within Su Zhao's line of sight, the Japanese katana descending towards him, shrouded in a spectral aura of vengeful spirits. And the sinister grin of the black-clad ninja Matsumoto Koichi became exceedingly vivid. Yet his own body felt as if it were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. Earlier, while pilfering from the plump man, he noted 4 wallets collected, yet 5 were extracted, initially presumed to be stolen from another victim. However, upon entering the vehicle, no owner was identified. The wallet had been waved around for some time, yet no one claimed it. Besides education, information could also partake in the spoils, provided it assists Lu Meng in withstanding the opponent's trillions in capital bombardment, including preemptively addressing the crisis at Tech Mountain. The two sat within the carriage, devoid of others, allowing Shi Li to inquire freely. Much like the so-called 4 young masters, led by Ho Fangyu, who had long since shed their inhibitions. Having been nurtured in a life of privilege, their approach was indeed characteristic of their upbringing. The strategist pondered seriously, his expression growing somber with the depth of his contemplation. If this were all, it would not sway me. As you rightly state, the blessings of the world tablet could amplify my strength. But if I remain unambitious and refrain from provoking those more formidable than myself, who in this realm could possibly harm me? Su Ruogu shrugged. Therefore, if they were to consume weight loss pills, the fat would swiftly convert into true energy, albeit weakly, imperceptible unless closely monitored. Taking a deep breath of the air laced with a faint mist of morning dew, Xing Lao expressed a profound sense of solace. As usual, the Ming army breached these fortresses, initiating a large-scale purge, forcibly capturing all male Japanese pirates over the age of 10, executing those who resisted. And under the intimidation of bloodshed, a multitude of Japanese men surrendered, taken into custody by the garrison. However, the conveyed message was unmistakable. Jiang Ro and Xinguang film industry were no longer adversaries. Jiang Wan had a sister, known to Wenyu, yet she had vanished without a trace since her teenage years. Evidently, Jiang Wan had dreamed of her. Fight! Dugui approached unflinchingly. The white mist remained dense, coalescing around him. The mist enveloped him, entering through every pore, as if it were an inherent part of him. Its entry brought no rejection from his body, only profound comfort. Wang Shui, why are you so elegantly attired today, with nothing pressing on your agenda? Wang Bingtian diverted his gaze. In his youth, Inchang Rue had served in the military, harboring a particular disdain for the idle rich, especially since Mingyu had grown up under his watchful eye, his resentment magnified. He had kept this matter concealed from Shui Shiryu, fearing her concern might overwhelm her fragile constitution. However, recalling that these words had been uttered by Tang Jiao, the sentiment felt diminished. Uncertain whether Dugu Yi's strength rendered her incapable of resistance or if she simply lacked the will to struggle, Xiao found herself firmly ensconced in Dugu Yi's embrace. The service at the elite club was indeed exceptional, while Nan Gongche was still bantering. The door to the private room had already been knocked upon, and upon receiving permission, crates of wine were carried inside. Lin Yi regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, prompting immediate action to venture to the imperial city of the Tiando Empire. Within the imperial city, although Dugabo was stabilizing and sealing the toxins within the Snow Knight Emperor's body, no signs of improvement were evident. I am acutely aware of my own condition. It is unlikely I shall recover. Thus, Your Highness must ensure the stability of the nation's development, especially concerning the neighboring Xing Luo Empire and the Spear Hall, which are poised with predatory intent. This presented a considerable dilemma. Would he need to roam the vicinity for the next 3 days? Sun Fu Jia bowed in acknowledgement, gesturing grandly as a squad of golden-armored warriors entered, dragging the 13 officials away. At this moment, Su Zhanjiang was profoundly shaken. Having initially believed that the snow monsters encountered in the underground fortress were the last remnants of their kind. As Su Qianyu ascended to the second floor, he sensed the presence of the soul lock and immediately spotted Lu Yu, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Therefore, refrain from raising your voice or weeping. Speak to him softly about whom you seek, and he will summon them from within, if that is agreeable. Yet they remained inherently kind and pure, refusing to engage in thievery or violence despite the world's cruelties. The discarded rifles and weaponry from the second and third eliminations numbered 3 or 4 dozen, left to waste. Before parting, Yilin Yuan spent the majority of his remaining Huang Yadan to procure 30 varieties of medicinal seeds. Upon hearing the driver's words, Shen He was momentarily taken aback, following the direction indicated and noticing a large pit that had formed in the center of the road. My heavens! Observing that Ayerba exhibited no inclination to intervene, Li Feng realized that Ayerba's penchant for spectating was reignited, unless extraordinary circumstances arose. Ayerba would remain on the sidelines. Reluctantly, Li Feng continued to fend off the relentless assault from the replicant Yi Xiao Yao alone. As Chu Fan surmised, Yu Cheng was not as reckless as he appeared. He was astute and cautious, with a deep sense of loyalty. Upon entering the Tianfu, he spotted Ziyun Majuan and Gu Tong Xiao, who were animatedly scrutinizing the various scattered immortals within the Tianfu prison, leading Yun Yang to suspect that Ziyun Majuan was concocting some nefarious scheme. However, after Shi Cheng's command, none of Wang Yang's gun-wielding brothers retreated or relinquished their weapons to others. Above all this were the spirit tablets, lined up against the wall, numbering at least 20 to 30. Xine gasped, her legs trembling with weakness. Very well, she finally replied before departing, yet the weight in her heart felt even heavier. Domain? Suddenly, just as Su Feng was filled with perplexity, a fleeting breath brushed past him, illuminating his mind. The soul-stirring essence was felt once more. Yet everything around him underwent a cataclysmic transformation, leaving Su Feng utterly unprepared for the abrupt emergence of the domain. The exalted Golden Dragon, taken aback by Su Feng's impudent behavior, hesitated to intervene for fear of displeasing his formidable spouse nearby. He waved his hand, signaling the Fire Dragon King to retreat. Observing the Dragon King's calm demeanor, the Fire Dragon King, aware of their deep bond, wisely withdrew, having come to respect him wholeheartedly since the internal conflict. Consequently, Lu Yu summoned all the villagers to significantly increase the population of wild boars and replenish their fish stock. In the grand and opulent residence within the capital city, Qi Yi, adorned with a crimson mask, sat across from Cheng Er, who wore an orange mask, at table. The youth clenched his teeth, murmuring hypnotic phrases as he stubbornly pressed forward. The undead, sensing the imminent danger, emitted a ghastly cry before soaring into the inky sky, accompanied by countless reapers. A day elapsed, and Lin Yi's preparations approached completion. He first employed a potion to seal the veins of the Snow Knight Emperor's body. Although this could have been achieved with soul energy, it would ultimately harm the Emperor's physique. However, his potion was different. It not only alleviated pain, but also calmed the spirit, aiding the Emperor's recovery and promoting cellular regeneration, allowing wounds to heal rapidly. A flash of light illuminated the dark room, transforming it into a realm of brightness as a scroll appeared, weightless, in Lu Yu's palm. At the E-Cinema office building in Huashan District, preparations for personnel selection before the Lunar New Year were underway. Laughter echoed, "Ha-ha, Lon Duo. This time you shall not escape death," General Haixing declared. Whether as a soldier or a cultivator, one harbors a unique fondness for weapons. Though this was an Eastern blade, it did not diminish this affection. "Humph, watch how I catch you red-handed. I must seize this opportunity and crush this lecher in his cradle," Qin Yu mused, envisioning a heroic rescue scene. In the depths of the ninth universe, energy storms raged wildly, with spiritual energy wreaking havoc. Each strand of energy so pure it resembled a viscous liquid. Can we not cast out bait and wait for them to seek us, much like fishing? Lan Liang, who had been silently eating, suddenly spoke. "Say, old Yen, do you possess no paternal responsibility? Are you not worried about your son running away from home during the festive season?" She scolded. "You can eat. I'm done. I'm going upstairs to sleep and will not concern myself further," Tao Meiju retorted, her expression sour, as she ascended the stairs in her high heels. At Tao Ji's private residence in Yushan District on Beijing Road, a gentleman discreetly arrived at his destination after inquiring about the specific building and floor. The price is undoubtedly the most crucial aspect of any item. If set too high, even the finest goods become unattainable. Feng Ji, following Lu Yi, had long cultivated a habit of vigilance. Upon sensing someone in the forest, she quickly hid behind a rockery and held her breath. "Why?" Lin Feng, though an adult and a reincarnated one at that, could only inquire. "Fine," Lan Deng shrugged, feeling a disconnect with his dear sister, choosing to forego further conversation and instead began searching for Hog. Having tasted success, Gan Sui moved by fulling to a safe position, ensuring that even if the entrance to the tunnel were obliterated, they would remain undisturbed. He lifted the beauty's face, intent on continuing. Yet, the more Ouyang Qian urged, the more Su Shui yearned to try, a classic case of stubbornness. With no alternative, Ouyang Qian indulged her whims, allowing her to hit a wall before reconsidering. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng swiftly dashed towards the first shadow on the left side of the afterimage, delivering a powerful punch. Tu Chi-Tang's gray eyes were filled with sorrow and disappointment, prompting Lu Yi to take his hand, offering him a sweet smile. Tu Chi-Tang Bao Set, gazing tenderly at her, and grasped her hand tightly, smiling in acceptance. His true energy within was already liquidified. After enduring the passage of time, it had become as dense as egg whites. Yang Heng nodded to Lu Ying, turning to leave with Lai Dang, remembering Lu Ying's reputed indifference towards his wife's family. He felt a twinge of fortune, yet the thought of Lu Ying's closeness with Baifuling stirred his irritation. After Li Ji exited, Zhuge Meili remained seated on the living room sofa, showing no inclination to depart, completely unaware of her role as an unwelcome guest. As the Snow Knight Emperor personally handed the treasure box to Lin Yi cautiously and solemnly opened it. Within, a radiant blue glow enveloped everything around. Those ensconced in the azure light felt a chill, yet it was a soothing sensation, akin to the refreshing coolness on a sweltering summer day. Upon returning from Ganmingson, Yin Wangshi found himself in the military tent, seated in the general's chair, seemingly lost in thought. Yili reached out toward Qian Cheng's face, intending to touch him, but instead leaned down to kiss the corner of his lips. Zhang Bao, aware of the need for secrecy, acted accordingly. The Liao spies, seeking to ascertain the origins of the Wu Sheng army, faced double difficulties, unable to produce a report satisfactory to Yi Liu. Currently, the information Yi Liu possessed regarding the Wu Sheng army was largely speculative, lacking solid evidence. Since he dislikes it, do not force him. Bai Hui stated without hesitation. Injuries will heal with time. Gu Yao sighed, her body aching, uncertain of how long she would need to rest. As Shun Tingchuan observed Yi Qingqing sitting at the edge of the bed, he was about to alight when he noticed Arthur's figure appear before her. A colossal bird accurately gauged Lu Yu's advance, suddenly hovering directly in front of him, opening its beak to emit a piercing cry. Xiaoyang, already on the brink of exhaustion, could no longer withstand her pull and collapsed into her embrace, turning his head to spit blood. Daozong buzzed, and in an instant, countless roots erupted, deeply embedding themselves into the void, beginning to connect the myriad realms. 5,000 years ago, to tame the male and female fire magpies, Iceheart Marshal King expended immense effort, even sacrificing his very life. His storage pouch, once brimming with formidable weapons and talismans, was now empty. He could not fathom what gift might alleviate the tension between him and Xue Xingran. When Jiang Dalin and Jiang Dea returned home with their wives, they discovered that the household among them had been replaced by Old Lu and Lu Shaosong. Thus, when she was besieged by the soul hunters, she had already used the secret treasure to notify Shangwan Shi. The demonic forces stirred, with nearly all true demons converging from the far reaches of the demon realm, gathering in the center of the Grand Hall. Another reason lies in the sudden demise of Yin Yuyu's master, the half-divine Piaoling, which left Yin Yuyu's lineage without its greatest support, provoking envy and hostility. Commander, would you like to visit the temple? Saikelian extended an invitation. In less than a moment, the gates swung wide open, and dozens of armored warriors streamed forth, led by a towering figure clad in iron armor, exuding an imposing presence. A battle blade hung at his waist, and he wore beast-skin boots along with a black feathered lion helm, his dark cloak billowing in the wind. Simultaneously, he penned a letter to the royal palace of Talii, meticulously detailing the events for King Daifusi. Bing Tianhai's eyes widened, radiating a brilliant light like two cold stars. Upon recognizing Ye Zhengfeng's face, his gaze turned frigid, and his aura transformed from calm to ferocious in an instant. Lin Diyu embraced Mei Fei Xiao and transported her into the Chaos Pearl, savoring a moment of intimacy before bidding her farewell and returning to the main world with Li Hua and Xinghua. The guards here were exceptionally vigilant, with numerous patrols at the entrance. Not even a fly could hope to enter unnoticed. In no time, the room was littered with paper airplanes, and the letters on the table were in disarray, leading to considerable frustration. Your Highness, I regret that I cannot fulfill your request. I have pressing matters at hand. I have assessed the royal physician's skills, which are indeed commendable. Should any issues arise, you may certainly seek his assistance. Here are some medicinal pills I have concocted. You may take them to enhance your constitution. Lini was certainly not inclined to act too harshly, as Qianru Xue's strength was formidable. Moreover, he wished to avoid being silenced by the royal family. Wei Shixiang, well-versed and knowledgeable, displayed profound insights regarding the myriad beings of the six realms. His words were both enlightening and profound, dispelling my confusion. Wan Yingying praised him warmly, while Wei Canghai hastily offered modest responses. The middle-aged man dared not linger, promptly taking his leave from the villa. Wang Lao Yezi lowered his head, his broad palms clapping together as his stomach growled audibly. Mu Chuan swiftly adjusted the direction of his sniper rifle, aiming at Kuan Yu. Should he expose the 3 death lines on his helmet, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. He possessed the Wuing Fai, but who could say if others wielded similar secret techniques? Moreover, the stakes were high, potentially drawing Yin Tai Hao out. A sudden silver rift tore through the sky, expanding until it cleaved the heavens. Lin Weiwei settled into the passenger seat, and after Zheng Yu reminded her to fasten her seatbelt, he pressed the accelerator. Wang Jian felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, reassured by the thought that Zheng Yu would not dare to act against him in public. Ye Tian, please refrain from speaking. I merely wish to express my thoughts, Liu Li said, still adjusting to Ye Tian's voice. After Mao Yuning hung up her clothes and emerged, she lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep immediately. As the memories of her dream lingered vividly, her excellent memory made it difficult to forget even after a single recollection. Suddenly, cries of astonishment arose from the city walls as Lu Qi, Tian Tong, Tian Liang, and Tianji, several Yuan-Shi realm members of Fu Yuzong, turned to gaze into the distance, witnessing a verdant figure gliding over the Fu Tsang River. An ethereal voice emanated from this exquisite songstress, her melody ancient and rhythm slow, resonating with a melancholic beauty that reverberated throughout the arena, stirring the very air into a wave of solemnity. This was but one of the objectives within Sui De Wei. It was well known that Suin Buin had become a towering tree, while the Hao family entwined about it like vines. The thicker the tree grew, the more flourishing the vines became, their fates intertwined. As the saying goes, a duck in heat of summer is better than a tonic. In the sweltering heat, duck meat, being cool in nature, nourishes the yang of the 5 organs, alleviates internal heat, replenishes blood, and promotes fluid production, making it an excellent restorative delicacy. The cannonballs ignited in the night sky resembled fireworks, each ascent igniting fiery crimson, their brilliance outshining the post-rain sunset clouds. Yan Fenghai sought out the shopkeeper several times. Yet the shopkeeper faced his own difficulties. The fabric could not be sold, and funds remained unrecovered. It was suggested that Yin Fenghai take the fabric. Yet the shopkeeper struggled to sell it to anyone, much less the impoverished workers. Pingin, he began to rise, but Qin Yu playfully clung to him, requesting to be carried to the restroom. He feigned ignorance, and she hung onto his back. Liu Kerson's words were unclear to Pingin, but he distinctly heard the voice of the classmate conversing with her. I thought so. The policy of uniting with the Mongols to combat the eastern invaders had been consistently enforced, yet its effects were negligible. The Mongols were no match for the Easterners, and their demands escalated, making it difficult for Da Ming to sustain their support, leading to its abandonment. The son failed to realize his aspirations, and thus those hopes were redirected to the yet-to-be-born grandson. The ancient, rusted, frozen, and charred remnants would forever be swept away by the river of time. In a fleeting moment, half of the soldiers had already fallen, and those remaining, though shaken, had no retreat and could only continue to fight. Following this maneuver, Jiao Bao Liulizong had comprehensively outperformed other sects on the continent in offense, defense, and support. Indeed, Lini could envision the future of Jiao Bao Liulizong. After all, with Ning Rongrong's connections, his actions were not entirely outlandish. However, Lini could not depart from Tiandu City so swiftly. Dugu Bo's curiosity was piqued upon encountering the elixirs Lin Yi produced. The legendary being Huo Liang Yi eyes were not without merit. Though Dugu Bo was unfamiliar with the celestial herbs within, at that moment of sorrowful weeping, an unexpected guest arrived in Ma Yunxio's chamber, the national master of Jiao Raogua. Gu Jiao. His unheralded appearance bore no forewarning. Even if there were signs, it was likely that Xiang would remain oblivious. Upon hearing this, the 60-plus guards of the Wen family surged forward like they were invigorated, charging at the figure in black. Instantly, multicolored true essence shimmered brilliantly, and the air was filled with chaos. Thus, when Da Jiao was struck back, the damage was somewhat mitigated, whereas the Tutai Gue bore the full brunt of the impact. Now both sides exchanged glances, panting heavily. Once Da Jia felt capable of movement, he surged forward in fury, launching an impact of immense force toward Tutai Gue. Although Tianning was not at his peak, his divine power still reached the zenith of a divine king. and no one could contest his position as the Emperor of the Three Realms or match his ability to protect this universe and world. Wudo, known as the Red Dog Demon, bore dog ears and resembled a yaksha. Since its birth, it has cried incessantly, causing wildfires to rage for miles. Hence the name Wudo, instilling terror. Get lost. He coldly regarded the wolf's claw reaching for him, uttering a single icy word before delivering a punch that erupted with dazzling brilliance, striking the wolf's claw directly in its astonished gaze. In that moment, the wind ceased. The rain halted, and the sunlight dispelled the clouds. The blue Heiklong shimmered brilliantly under the sun, a sight of exquisite beauty. Yenwu flapped her wings and flew to the floating island, gathering a handful of soil to cradle in her embrace. At this moment, the audience fell silent, preparing to witness the fierce competition ahead. "Oh no!" Wang Bo exclaimed internally, realizing that the youth before him appeared panicked. Yet a glint of icy murderous intent flickered in his eyes, leading him to suspect he had fallen into a trap. Lualisa cast another orb of light, enveloping the crane and causing it to drift into the red trees below, disappearing from sight. The following day, Hufwa indeed reserved the second floor of Fujilu, reputed as the premier establishment of Chang and Shishir, to invite Meng Xuanjin and his companions. Mei Xuan, of course, was also present to accompany them. He watched with a semblance of a smile, as if he had already envisioned a performance taking place on the Wuhan platform. "We are at liberty to choose." The others seemed unprepared to deliver any extraordinary dish names, lacking the resolve to inflict a decisive blow on Li Wei. A sweep of consciousness startled him, unbeknownst to him. The immortal beast had arrived at the periphery of a valley, where guards were stationed, indicating the presence of significant figures. Should anyone intrude, they would undoubtedly become an enemy. Being worthy of the top position and maintaining it is a clear testament to overall strength. Gazing upon the exquisitely beautiful visage before him, Yiqian unconsciously extended his right hand, yet halted mid-air, repeatedly reminding himself that he already had numerous confidants and could not afford to show any weakness. At that moment, Dugu Qiubai awoke first, a hint of surprise gracing his features. He stood at the pinnacle of the second-star martial ancestor realm, merely a step away from the third-star martial ancestor level. Lan Bai'er instructed Malixikai to position himself behind, pretending to approach from the rear to seize the front court rebound. While he squeezed Malixikai behind him, the crux lying in how Malixikai would maneuver himself in. "What do you mean by the tears of the celestial deity?" He suddenly became agitated, yet he felt a sense of inexplicable confusion. He had already acquired part of the celestial tears, so what could this be? Dugu patted his head and remarked that this item had been obtained long ago, over a decade past, and he had no idea of its usefulness. Thus did not take it seriously. He had not spoken of the celestial tears or the corpse ghost eyes at that time. This statement contained a trap. If Feng Jiuan and the others expressed a desire to cease their amusement, he could arrange for someone to covertly follow them. Considering the suspicion surrounding them had not been entirely dispelled, Lin Taiping sat on the stone steps nearby, cradling his head in his hands, his gaze vacant, lost in his thoughts. If the emperor truly intended to wage war against Beiyin, it would naturally require extending the front lines and delaying time. Beiyin was skilled in battle, but suffered from a lack of resources, insufficient for prolonged conflict. However, once war commenced, Xiling would also deplete considerable manpower and finances, resulting in mutual devastation. Presently, no matter how severely he might lose face, it would amount to merely a loss of personnel. Even if the other party refused to forgive him, as long as he knelt long enough, it would at least reflect some sincerity. It was clear they believed the latter. One must note that Tang Jiujian had accomplished numerous astonishing feats, demonstrating formidable strength while still being so young. Dalu intended to approach, but suddenly felt as though she had drifted to a far-off place. Her face gradually became blurred, until she was nearly imperceptible. Yet, her mind was entirely occupied by Qin Mukin, and with a firm resolve, she decided to give it one last chance, and sprinted toward the school gate. Initially, Yeji felt nothing amiss, but when Sui lowered his head to meet her gaze, her heart skipped a beat. "Did you enjoy yourself this morning?" Sui rested his head on his hand, observing the obedient Sui Xin seated opposite him. "After I was afflicted by the curse of the underworld, I refrained from interacting with the underworld coins, for such items are not to be trifled with. Thus I had no further dealings." Alpha trembled violently, his body returning to normal, albeit soaked in blood, yet with no visible wounds. "Jiang Dongyu possessed the Holy Academy's decree. You must have known this all along." claiming to fear for the students of your academy. Are you here to witness my humiliation? Liu fucking bellowed at Wang Zhongyao, incredulous that the murderer of his son was acquitted under the scrutiny of his sixth prince. This was a profound disgrace to his family. After all, the enmity between him and Yalong had festered for long. It was not easily resolved. If he believed that escaping familial retribution would instill fear in Yalong, he was gravely mistaken. His body felt akin to a furnace, flames internally confined rather than extinguished, burning through his viscera and flesh. Linji laughed, while Yang Hao expressed his gratitude once more. He noticed that over the past few days, Linji's aura had subtly increased. After refining the Gingjin Xuandan, he could faintly sense the formidable waves of energy sealed within Linji. On the shaded official road, guards cleared the path, and splendid steeds with luxurious carriages sped along, where a remarkably handsome man dressed in finery embraced a beautiful woman, teasing and frolicking in a display of flamboyance. Blinding light flashed incessantly, akin to a round sun rising from the ground, with the nodes of space trembling violently, ultimately distorting into a wave-like form, as if brutally ravaged. Zhao Ling'er gazed at the resplendent radiance, and apart from a rare moment of shock, only deep concern remained in her beautiful eyes. Why waste words? First, shatter his bones and see if he still dares to be defiant. Chai Jinxiang's wolf-like eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Yezheng decisively pressed his legs down. There was no tremor. How could he explain the supreme deity's attention upon him? Beyond the Wuhun Temple, other places also possessed remarkable legacies, such as the distant Sea God Island, which housed the inheritance of the Sea God. Perhaps you are unaware, but while perusing her shop's records, I discovered these accounts. Lini spoke with conviction. Is it truly so? Do deities exist upon this continent? Why can we not perceive them? Du Gabor remained skeptical. The Emperor Jingyan generously rewarded the heir of the Jinnan Wang, with even Atai benefiting from ample rewards, though comparatively lesser than those bestowed upon Daiyang. However, the Grand Princess and Zhang Yi had already received honors, and with the rewards Atai received, they enjoyed considerable glory. Lord Zhang, will you manage this matter or not? You are the governor of this Kaifeng prefecture, and with the city gates under siege by rioters. Will you simply stand by? Wu Xiu, in a fit of fury, exclaimed. Prior to the matchmaking, he had already resolved to tarnish Ye Chu's reputation, undermining her image before Chintaitai, thus endearing himself to Ye Jiaro. Entering a lavish residence with the two, Chief Lu dismissed the attendants and bowed deeply to Jiang Tian. Jiang Yue looked up at the sky, and suddenly, snowflakes began to fall, drifting down one by one. Ye Chu, preoccupied with worries about Lu Huai, had no inclination to pay her any mind, yet Ye Jiaro insisted on approaching to engage in trivial chatter. Upon Zhang Qinglong's departure, the sixth elder Lu Ming and the seventh elder Yin Qingshan followed suit, yet Li Lianfeng, originally aligned with the Grand Elder's faction, remained rooted in place, collapsing to the ground. After releasing his spiritual energy to scan the prison, he discovered that the royal families and political figures of the 13 nations had all been captured, inciting his righteous indignation. The plump elder, clad in tattered and patched garments, solemnly called his name for the first time. Sir Puliuoer and Viscount Paikisi, despite their rebelliousness, dared not act rashly before the old marshal. The fierce battle raged on until the wind and snow intensified, and the roars of the demonic creatures gradually diminished. Within this grand hall, apart from the dozens of luminous pearls embedded in the dome, the walls on either side bore uneven, oddly colored scratches. Of course, these matters did not require his concern, for both Xu Shu and Guan Yu were seasoned military strategists. Once the two had concluded their deliberations, Xu Ebing felt she had no further suggestions and thus bid farewell to both before preparing to head eastward. A deafening bolt of lightning crashed down, akin to a frenzied dragon's roar, striking Chuan Han in an instant. Although the five of them successfully completed their third transformation and ascended to the sacred tier, their levels had not yet reached 80, rendering them unable to cultivate within the sacred domain. Facing such an overwhelming boss was nothing short of a torment, as they found themselves perpetually on the defensive. However, considering that Yangping Pass had already fallen to the E army, and during the skirmish, it was certain that some troops from the Shu army had managed to escape, Lu Sun was taken aback and hurriedly summoned Ma Xiao and others. Upon hearing that Lu Sun had urgent military news, Ma Xiao, Ma Tai, and Ma Yunlu immediately set aside their tasks and rushed to him. After Xue Bing was promoted to the 5 Tiger Generals, she was frequently summoned to the Wangfu to converse with Liu Bei. It was widely acknowledged that she held a position of great significance in Liu Bei's eyes, leading to an increase in visitors compared to usual. After alighting from the carriage at the entrance, she dialed the number of Vice Principal Yang Zhuang as indicated on her business card. They could not leave the hospital for the time being due to their injuries requiring treatment. However, the hospital's conditions were rudimentary, with few medical staff present. Today was also a camp's rest day, leaving only 2 on-duty physicians, who had all rushed to attend to the unconscious Jiqian and the other 2. Ma Dai remarked that it was not the merit of his brother, but rather that chief strategist Pang had learned of the movements of his elder brother's army and, sensing something amiss, sent General Zhang with thousands of light troops to provide assistance. As for himself, he had dashed southward after requesting help from General Huang. Where did you find this? Let me have a look. I want to gather some herbs as well. I have been quite bored lately, with little to do apart from reading. These materials would be perfect for my research, said Douluo, just as someone entered from outside. Grandfather, something terrible has happened. The newcomer was Dugu Yin, the only granddaughter of Douluo. At that moment, she was covered in bloodstains, as if she had endured numerous battles. However, now that her thoughts had been voiced by Li Hao, Guiziding realized that leaving today would not be so simple. Glancing at his junior sister beside him, Li Hao understood that the upcoming battle would undoubtedly be fierce. Upon hearing the name Shan Duzuan, Song Jun was reminded of his brother Song Ku. Yet he knew that Song Ku could not compare to Shan Duzuan, whose heart was far more ruthless. I wish to save him, but I am powerless. These scoundrels only target the weak, abandoning me to assault Heifeng Hongtu and the Silk Road. They are binding Yu Xiuhong with their skills, leaving me to fend for myself. Although he could previously gaze at the sky, it had never been as blue, bright, or vast as it was at this moment. In that instant, he was finally free. Only at this moment did the expansive azure sky truly belong to him. Everyone was astonished. Just moments ago, that formidable strike had been beyond the capabilities of many. Yet despite this, it could not secure the name of the robust youth above, leaving many hearts heavy. Old Jean, even you mock me? Gome, let us engage in another 800 rounds. O'Neill rolled up his sleeves and yelled at Jean Dian. The boss paid him no mind. Instead, gazing at the wall behind him, beads of cold sweat forming. Taking advantage of this, Xia Lu flicked his left finger, sending a red beam of light piercing through the air, appearing at the center of Yishuhin's brow. From afar, one could see the crimson flames dancing upon Su Mengqi's figure, enveloping her in an overwhelming brilliance. The old man suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. As a punch came crashing forth, it seemed as if a voracious beast had opened its gaping maw to devour the 4 elders before him. Yi Liao had not anticipated Mina's reaction. She had clearly calibrated the temperature, realizing that Mina was sent by Ren Yuanjin to make her life difficult. She felt that remaining here was a grave mistake. Lu Hang was startled and quickly turned to confirm, only to find Lu Haoyu standing behind him. Half of his face reddened from a beating at the hands of Xia Hongshi. The sound echoed as a figure descended gracefully from the chaotic vortex. This was a young man clad in black, possessing an extraordinary appearance, yet exuding an inherent malevolence that could not be concealed by his calm demeanor. You wretched woman, do you wish to scald me with such hot water? Mina wished she could pin Yi Liao to the ground and pour hot water over her head. However, it was merely a fleeting moment. Qin Hao was taken aback by my sudden movement, and in a daze my legs swiftly clamped around his neck. In an instant, I released my grip and seized Wang Long's foot, yanking him down to the ground with force. Zhan Wushuang paused momentarily, then laughed. So, it is the heads of the Situ and Nangong families. I have long admired your names. They resonate like thunder. The words dripped with sarcasm, causing him to shiver. Dao Feng stared at him in disbelief, nodded, and chose a direction devoid of mist before turning to leave, for the mutated vampires had been nearly dealt with. Uncertain of what else the other party had in store. At this moment, it was as if they were all infected. Not only was Dugu Yin beside him regretting it, but even Yu Tianheng's mood soured. As the captain of the Tiando royal team, he felt immense guilt for failing to protect his team members, resulting in such severe injuries. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, You cannot blame yourself. The centipede has various attributes, primarily earth, while your combat capabilities are entirely based on lightning. Others, upon witnessing whose demise, were so terrified that they fled in panic, disappearing entirely. After a brief stalemate, Lu Hua was jolted back several steps before finally halting, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I have a question for you, Lu Yuan softly inquired, following which the sword light, with unmatched might, slashed towards the demon emperor, whose defense was rather simplistic. At this moment, the prince was truly heartbroken, unable to fathom how events had unfolded in such a manner, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Upon seeing Jiang Xing, Xuerve noted that he wore a golden open-faced tiger helmet, a large red embroidered dragon robe, an outer layer of willow leaf black gold armor, and wielded a fierce wind-breaking spear, riding a 5-pattern horse with white hairs and black spots. Are you certain that your illusory formation can be broken by the two of them? Li Xiantian pondered before responding. However, to get him to agree was somewhat embarrassing for the emperor, who found himself in a solitary state of worry. Dodo stared at the sentinel at the door for a long time, contemplating taking a picture, yet knowing that sentinels were not to be infringed upon, nor could they be photographed. From the neighboring residences, joyous shouts of children echoed. Along the ridge, a flurry of snow rolled down, creating a tremendous sound as an avalanche occurred on the cliff. The filling for the stuffed tofu and winter melon was freshly prepared, with Liang Fangzhou and Sangunai Nai crafting 3 types of fillings, 2 of which were primarily made from yellow goat meat and plum blossom meat, with a slight addition of chopped chives and celery, while the other consisted of cabbage, vermicelli, and dried tofu, seasoned with meat. Ching Chung expressed that she did not reject the idea of having a father and grandparents. However, she stated that whether she could forgive her father would depend on his future actions. Xiaoru remarked, "I thought it was something significant." The two, embarking on their journey, encountered me for the first time, and it was entirely normal to conceal their true identities. Song Ning replied nonchalantly, "It has been proven to be the latter." During mealtime, Yin Shu's eyes incessantly darted between Xiao Hua and Zuochan, as if attempting to discern the underlying reasons, perhaps due to the merits bestowed upon the foreign ministers. It was crucial to avoid appearing too austere, lest the palace be underestimated. Her hair, adorned with shimmering hairpins, was complemented by a golden hairpin embedded with a pearl the size of a thumb. With a grimace, Su Yi shook her head, gesturing towards the room, and then tracing her chin with a finger before dejectedly departing. This deliberation lasted deep into the night, only concluding around dawn when the roosters began to crow, allowing them to finally retire to their chambers. The Empress Dowager was already in a fury. Even if Zhuge Hao possessed exceptional medical skills, his unauthorized intrusion into the Empress's delivery room would tarnish the royal family's reputation if word got out. Yin Huang, a name laced with various emotions, fear intertwined with allure, excitement mingled with triumph, echoed through the tent, causing the shadowy figures within to sway more violently. Amidst the illusion resembling 1,000 mountains and rivers, a figure with 9 swaying tails burst onto the scene. Given the presence of family, Duke Wei and Su Shi refrained from discussing state matters, instead indulging in wine and moonlight, engaging in idle chatter. In his eyes, she held no special place. All accolades were merely a reflection of her status as a princess. "You are perceptive. With my medicine, you shall be cured of your ailments. Based on my estimation, you should fully recover in about 3 days, or else you may find yourself waiting for me." Lin Yi's words rang true, for he had infused his limited supply of celestial beings into his own bloodstream, leaving only this miraculous remedy, his last reserve. Were these not his friends, he would never have resorted to such a measure. The rain fell with a playful demeanor, and although he felt a sense of urgency to explain himself, he simply pulled out a stack of talisman paper from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yinfeng, cautioning him to keep a vigilant eye on his father's health and the earth spirit, regardless of the commotion outside. Zhang Maching remained motionless, akin to a statue, yet his owl-like eyes remained fixed ahead, bearing the blinding sunlight reflected from swords and halberds. Zhang Maching stepped forward, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the current situation, even as the weapon remained bound to his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Lin Huanla required the use of a vehicle, with the increase of shops. Taking public transport was sometimes slow, while hailing a taxi could prove inconvenient, leading to delays regardless of the method. The distance from Demingfu to Dongpingfu, where Yalamo Ku was stationed, was approximately 250 miles, passing through counties such as Xian County, Yanggu, and Dongye. Excluding today, Gao Jun anticipated a journey spanning 4 full days. Such audacity! How dare they seek trouble? Long Ling had nearly finished her battle. Luo Rue had already succumbed, with nearly all the stones on him obliterated, leaving only his true form. Although his demeanor was not overly warm, being able to explain why he had missed the WeChat messages at least conveyed that he cared. He felt it would be better to seize the momentum now, while his understanding of the antagonist traitor was still somewhat favorable, and swiftly perform this act. Xiao Xiao, How much do you know about the Lu family? Meng Xiao turned, her gaze curious as she inquired of Mu Rong Xiao Xiao. Not only the fire brigade militia, but the public security militia and postal militia were also eager to enlist. The unit that Xiaoqi belonged to was among the last to head to the battlefield. They, along with the first batch of recruits, adhered to the principle of using only 70% of their strength, ensuring a sufficient reserve force. It is said that Lu Xian can repair talismans, yet no one has ever witnessed it firsthand. At this moment, Lu Xian ceased to conceal his talents, evoking an indescribable sensation within the hearts of all cultivators. He defended and dodged, squinting in deep contemplation, feigning innocence with a playful grin, and adopting a posture of submission, exuding a sense of pleading. The more he begged for mercy, the more she intensified her efforts. He evaded her grasp, playfully bouncing, and the more he leaped, the more she pursued him relentlessly. Then, let us immediately seek out Lu Yanhan. Are you tired? If you are too fatigued, we can wait until dawn. Wu Fan wrapped his arms around Li Mei's smooth, beautiful form, inquiring with concern. The original intention of the Taoist Master Li Wuxin was noble, yet no one anticipated the fifth beast tide to be so ferocious. In light of the overwhelming disparity in strength, it seems there is little difference between taking the offensive or fortifying Wanxian City. Have you heard? Our Lord Mayor has successfully summoned the dragon and procured 2,000 to 3,000 acres of fertile land for us. An elderly woman with gray hair, holding a bag emblazoned with the words XX Financial Products, took a sip from her large bowl of tea, leaned closer to the group, and spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Yang Ming smiled slyly like a cunning fox, causing Huang Mao to feel a jolt of surprise and an involuntary admiration for him. No wonder he was considered a brother by Xian Laoda, as this skill was not something just anyone could possess. Chun Xing remained oblivious to these matters, solely focused on defense, contemplating how he would soon reach Yan's side and catch her off guard. Yu Qianheng wore a mischievous grin as he looked at Lin Yi, saying, "Hee, now that you are completely unscathed, let us see how these two perform against a woman." Lin Yi welcomed the idea. Having not faced an opponent in a long while, it was an opportune moment to practice against these two brothers. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's soul power had risen to over 60 levels, nearing the threshold of 70, making the prospect of such a treacherous wedding utterly unimaginable. These fellows, upon witnessing the terrifying soul power linked to their interests, devoured it greedily, leaving me in a state of deep vexation. Had they not already had their fill? This scavenger, a resident of the village, along with Nango, later saw the village relocated to make way for railway construction. When encountering the mountainous terrain, the predatory creatures of the moor were indeed unfortunate, having to scavenge for scraps to satiate their hunger. Very well, you shall swim straight. No swimming backward is the first rule. I promptly echoed his words. Ultimately, even her simple desire to escape from Xiao Yuchen was extinguished amidst the grand feast at the general's residence, on the cold surface of the icy pool. Xinyu was certainly not idle. Discussing these matters was also a means to mitigate the likelihood of future scrutiny. Xinyu arose at 11 in the morning, with half of the purified water tablets already delivered, and the remainder promised to arrive around 7 in the evening. Regardless of which origin is correct, the only known fact is that this organization vanished without a trace for over 200 years following the Great Cataclysm. Back then, Yunzhou experienced a celestial phenomenon, with the stench of decaying corpses permeating the battlefield, as the enemy brought toxic insects from the southern regions. Before preparing the smoked venison, one must first remove the tendons and membranes from the venison, allow them to dry separately, and then cut the meat into long strips, hanging them on a rack to drain the blood. Just as I was lost in my own musings, a chorus of voices emerged from outside the door. Xiaoli nodded, then clapped his hands, creating a crisp sound that summoned black iron pipes into the hands of all the soldiers surrounding them. Upon witnessing this, Duan Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. Guns. The Gulas decided against looking. He disliked the feeling of observing others, fearing he might succumb to jealousy and fall into an abyss of hatred, ultimately causing harm to others. Hey, no need for that. Aster observed the swirling air currents gathering around Li Si's hands, waving his hands while stepping backward. Shi Pin inquired, "What does it mean to be a bride? What does it mean to enter the bridal chamber?" The old courtesan remarked, "You shall soon understand tonight. Just heed Lu De Guanjin's instructions. Do as he says and follow his orders." Shi Pin, in a daze, nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Zhang San provided cover, resisting the forces within the Hongjin Lu, while Li Si led a group of individuals forward, shouting fervently as they charged ahead. However, They barely advanced before the enemy's firepower overwhelmed them, resulting in numerous casualties among the Sanha society, forcing their advance to a sudden halt. Prepare to meet your end. Si Kong had already sentenced Huang Fu Xian to death. Just as he was about to step forward to deliver the fatal blow, a familiar voice echoed from behind. I have scanned the area. There are no unusual fluctuations in this space. Yu Ci's voice resonated from the time-space mirror. Who are you? Zetian inquired, his brow furrowed. The adversary was also a spirit saint, yet he was merely at the early stage of a sacred beast. Uncertain of who held the upper hand, Zetian tempered his emotions. In that case, I shall shamelessly trouble you for a moment. Even Chu Lingfeng, with a flushed face, sought his assistance. With both hands bracing against the back of the magical beast, Mingxian finally grasped the distinctiveness of this creature. Unlike other birds, it possessed feathers that were neither soft nor gentle. Instead, they were as hard and sharp as scales. How can you diminish your own prowess to elevate another's? Du Guyan slapped Osro on the forehead. Sister, think it through. You must see that Lin Yi's strength is not something an ordinary person can contend with. They are inherently less agile than I am, and given my own capabilities, even I would struggle to approach Lin Yi under these circumstances, let alone them. In such a situation, it is impossible to reach Lin Yi. According to Lu Kuan's description, the apex was naturally guarded by formidable demonic beasts, and the object of their protection was the jade lotus root, capable of reviving the dead and even refining one's true self. Han Xiangqi, curled up on the ground in pain, could only catch a glimpse of the unique golden boots of the war god before him. The news that Meng Xiao had secured the top spot was indeed significant. Who could have imagined that the leader of the campus rankings would assist him in carrying luggage today? The thought brought a smile to his face. However, what hidden depths lay behind that indifferent gaze? Maya felt a tinge of curiosity. Due to Jiang Zhang's firm grip on Lu Xiang, he too lost control of his body and fell. In that moment, Jiang Zhixia sensed the impending events. An unseen force seemed to become aware of his presence, leading to the continuous exposure of Lu Renbing's grain cave over the past decade, resulting in various inexplicable pursuits against the couple. Jiang Jiang tightly embraced the fallen Lu Xiang. Just as he set down a heavy stone, it rose once more to his throat. As Xian Ling entered the room, the door closed automatically. The furnishings remained simple, consisting only of tables and chairs, a plain bed, with the only notable feature being the dressing table beside it. The eunuch announced the commencement, and soon numerous robust men, wielding torches or weapons, surged from all directions towards the divine pillar, encircling it completely. Evidently, the third prince of the Qi possessed some remarkable abilities. After much effort to lower Bai Li Yu's guard, it was surprising that Si Hao Yin had done nothing yet Bai Li Yu was so concerned for him. I must say, Brother Tang, you are truly extravagant, Shu Shu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up from the side. Deities lacking the spark of divinity must consume sufficient life force to sustain their divine essence. Additionally, ancient blood sacrifices or magical exchanges could utilize the death and blood of countless deities to reclaim their divine spark. Her phone vibrated, and she glanced at the caller ID, surprised to see it was Shunzhong. Fiona, with sword drawn, retracted her sorrowful aura, observing the horse beside her, which had momentarily lost its sanity from the brief skirmish. Fortunately, it possessed the bloodline of a magical beast, granting it endurance far exceeding that of ordinary horses. Nie Jingshun handed a rose to He Wei, saying, "Take the stone to the office and wait for me. I will handle this." As he spoke, he set the stone down. The gloomy sky reminded Fiona of her journey to Freljord, evoking a sense of restlessness. Most frustrating was the utter desolation, devoid of even an elderly soul to reminisce about home. Coughing badly, it'll take 10 or 20 days. At 10 o'clock, wake me to give him an injection. And in the afternoon, I'll prepare his Chinese medicine, He Wei mentioned as she went to wash up. Upon returning to her warm bed, she felt an indescribable comfort envelop her, her eyelids heavy as she closed her eyes, finding solace. Gu Xiao began to ponder, questioning whether the medication was meant to poison him. If he intended to kill, why not simply deliver a fatal blow instead of complicating matters with poison? Li Debin walked ahead, with Nie Xingchen on the left and Old Hu on the right. He appeared less gaunt now, with a paler complexion, seemingly rejuvenated. Following behind was Huazi. "What the hell? This poison has a locking effect," Linny exclaimed, utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that the centipede's toxin would manifest in such a manner, evolving not to attack with venom, but rather to ensnare him. This caught Lin Yi completely off guard as the shield spun rapidly in mid-air, accurately targeting him regardless of which illusion he switched to. She felt a growing pain in her heart, as if it were being grasped tightly, followed by a sharp ache in her lower abdomen, culminating in a sensation of something heavy falling and a warm flow escaping. Situ Jiao closed her eyes, involuntarily recalling some distressing memories from her past, tears trickling down her cheeks. "Is that Eurosa?" Kate exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the unmasked figure. Though he was 38, his experience and insight were undeniable. During the first battle, he had already begun preparations for the second. After a brief training period at the Shishan Grand Camp, most martial scholars from Nanling Kingdom will be dispatched to various military posts, serving as officials of the 7th rank or higher, with the outstanding few being absorbed into the Yulin Guard or the palace's Imperial Guard. In truth, prior to Dong Xiaoqiao's appearance, after enduring extreme humiliation from Xiang Shiyu, he had resolved in his heart that his ties with Xiang Shiyu had ended and there would be no more entanglements between them. The 9 rules, established by the original 5 great sages, must be adhered to by all guardians of the black hole universe. The second layer is the realm of edible animals, where livestock raised in Zone 5 reside. These animals are taken in batches to relatively safe pastures on the surface during the day and herded back to the second layer at night. If she desires the outcome of divinity, then perhaps her body, soaring in the skies after death, could be considered ascendance as well. Susan responded affirmatively, taking a hearty sip of soup, the warmth flowing down her throat, bringing comfort to every pore. Wu Dingyuan felt a pang of sympathy, stowing the sword god's ancient tome and shaking his head as he turned to return to the capital. Unlike the strategist beside him, perhaps due to accumulated negative emotions, he consistently harbored a sense of unease regarding the Bingzhou army, perceiving them not as an ordinary unit but as a predatory beast. Guozhuqing noticed that Yu Gongxiu had not mentioned anything about his successor, which piqued his curiosity, yet he refrained from probing further. He bid farewell to Yu Gongxiu and proceeded to the office of the highest leader. Sun Wan struggled to awaken from her slumber, her eyes darting around in a state of panic, only to realize she was in a rudimentary woodshed. It was unfortunate that she had been so engrossed in her argument with Fei Yunting that she had lost track of her surroundings. Shaking his head, he resolved to leave this matter with Fei Yunting behind. The 2nd Battalion under Su Daqing, along with the 3rd Battalion led by Zhuang Zongxuan and the remnants of the Artillery Battalion, formed a right-wing coalition, advancing into the Soviet district from the southern route. No wonder her typically cold body felt unusually warm today. It was the effect of the fragrant pearl. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze and caught sight of the astonished expression on the old man with black hair, causing his heart to tremble as he swiftly turned to face the direction of the Forbidden Land. When Lin Hongfei arrived at the company, only a few rooms in the entire office building were illuminated. Even the lights that were on lacked their usual brightness, as everyone was aware that the electricity used in the company was generated by several diesel generators, and they were keen to conserve every bit they could. As the crystal ball descended upon the gaseous mass, a red halo expanded from within, solidifying the edges of the passage. Only after completing this did Han Yun traverse the passage. She was not a person of conscience. In fact, she was not human at all. Moreover, in her eyes, this predicament was entirely the merchant's own doing, and she eagerly anticipated the misfortune of Shang Xiaojin, relishing the spectacle. It was unexpected that the dynamic between the two had shifted so dramatically, their earlier ferocity now transformed into a demeanor reminiscent of their previous encounters. They appeared as two unassuming defensive spirit masters, utterly ordinary and unremarkable. Had it not been for the earlier battle, one would never have guessed they possessed such capabilities. You two have indeed changed quite a bit. It's surprising to see you like this again, noted Li Yi. Since you have a guest, I shall take my leave, Lan Huaying remarked, furrowing her brow as she stood up. Previously, when Sinian had insisted on marrying Gu Tingyuan despite Wen Yueying's objections, leading to Wen Yueying's resolute dismissal of her concerns. Concealed within the bushes, Li Shu Adao felt a stir in his heart as he retrieved a rough bamboo mask from his storage bag and donned it. To ensure stability, Qi Siwen rode very slowly, and Jiang Yuan did not urge her, as she had her own tasks at hand. That morning, Wen Yueying convened a lengthy meeting to discuss the development project in the west of the city, setting the stage for the crucial work to be undertaken within a month. Fang Xiu emitted a hoarse sound akin to a cornered beast as he drew his steel knife, unhesitatingly pressing it against his throat, blood gushing forth and trickling down the blade to the ground. In that brief moment, Wen Yueying felt her head throb with an overwhelming cacophony of thoughts. When Yuan Yu spoke of this matter, it was in a casual manner, leading Sheng Hongyi to mistakenly believe it was merely idle chatter, and she half listened, allowing the conversation to drift past. Sister, your happiness is my greatest wish in this life. Please do not stand on ceremony with me. Su Ranjun interrupted her reverie, clasping Nan Wan's hand, their sisterly bond evident in their expressions. Oh, by the way, where have the children gone? I have not seen them since my return. Su Yunqi suddenly remembered that her 2 children seemed to be absent from home. The sturdy wooden bed emitted faint sounds, the gauze curtain swaying gently, accompanied by soft murmurs and quiet breaths, eventually settling into silence. The rather mundane question resurfaced in her mind. Could Gu Xinyan truly forget Shen Qiuyu entirely? Just as Su Yu was reveling in happiness, Ling Mohan turned to him and inquired, recalling that she had initially assisted Su Yu with this material. Crack the sky. Zhang Yan's blood-soaked figure emitted a blinding radiance akin to the sun, unleashing a devastating skill towards the front. Zhang Shi could not help but display a hint of amusement as he cast a glance at the smiling Yiqing Lan before discreetly averting his gaze. When the battle flag was raised, the entire city instantaneously transformed into a battlefield, the palpable aura of slaughter reminiscent of an army of thousands converging upon the heavens above. Luck? Not merely fortune. I believe fortune is the more favorable aspect, Li Ming remarked with a hint of disappointment, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He had not anticipated succumbing to such influences, yet he was grateful for the timely arrival of this battle, despite nearly falling into the hands of the dog-headed men. Yongji chuckled coldly, his skin beginning to crack inch by inch, and soon, a colossal azure dragon, measuring between 1 and 500 zhong, emerged into the sight of all, its body radiating a divine golden-purple glow. Subsequently, Yongji stomped the ground with 1 foot, instantly conjuring a powerful spiritual storm. At that moment, Kratos realized that his unintentional display had inadvertently stirred unnecessary commotion. The elderly man clad in white stood quietly by the door, tightly embracing his grandson. He showed no reaction to the blunt demands of Mo Yin and others. I am the spirit of this sky-shrouding bottle. I bear no ill intent. I was awakened by your blood, but due to certain circumstances, I am currently too weak to present my true form. Thus, I must communicate with you in this manner. The mysterious voice replied. Smiling instinctively, she extended her hand, waving towards her 3rd sister, fully aware that she could not see it. A terrifying desert suddenly surged from the heavens, swirling with flying sand and stones as Lin Yifei traversed its path, each segment a pause, astonished that these 2 brothers, originally defensive spirit masters, had acquired such capabilities far exceeding his expectations. Not only was this the case for him, but even his companions were left dumbfounded. Oslo maneuvered the wind, and Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin stood frozen in disbelief. Boss, what is happening? How could they perform a martial soul fusion technique? They had clearly been critically ill, symptoms manifesting fully, yet aside from the expected weakness, nothing else amiss could be detected. Luo Jigang, a true businessman at heart, began discussing benefits when the noble cause failed to sway Qihua. Meanwhile, Zhuang Sixian followed suit with a cold laugh, subtly countering Zhuang Mingju's incisive remarks. Suddenly, a void appeared before Pan Taitu, and he sensed danger, hastily retreating, only to feel a sharp pain in his leg as a deep gash sliced through, revealing bone. Brother Liu, did you not say you would spare no effort for the marshal, even if it meant plunging into boiling water or fire? Zi Huang remarked with a smile. Zi Huang, you proceed first. Please convey to your principal that I await him here, the Feather Emperor abruptly commanded. Everyone was taken aback. A titled powerhouse in this era was akin to a deity. A single outburst could lead to rivers of blood. Mizun was relatively low-key among the titled powerhouses, seldom intervening. Yet now, why had he chosen to act against Fuzong? Luo Changfeng, who had just lost Shuer, was at a loss for where to go next, uncertain of what he could do to escape the clutches of that pain. Purple cough, cough. My lady, I can only escort you this far. Zi Huang exclaimed in haste, nearly calling out Zi Feng's name. Since you are aware of the Shadow Guard, you should know what their purpose is. The Shadow Guard on the ground struggled to utter, word by word, as she reached out to touch the jade needle. A refreshing chill coursed through her fingers, accompanied by a unique aura wrapping around her fingertips. Fu Yi simply donned his suit and strode confidently into the morning light, waving his large hand as he got into the vehicle. Shibai looked at him helplessly, never anticipating that Shun Mabe's announcement of his marriage would cause such an uproar, akin to the frenzy of fans when a celebrity announces their own wedding. At present, the royal ancestor remains in seclusion. Thus, it is imperative for the non-Wu dynasty's royal family to retain an individual of comparable strength. The leader of Yun Tianzong possesses power only surpassed by the royal ancestor and the holy martial emperor. Hence, it is essential for him to remain within the royal family for Su Hao to feel at ease. Su Hao cast a glance at the leader of Yun Tianzong, chuckling lightly as he delivered a gentle pat. Late Sijuan smiled, waves of emotion rippling through his heart. I hastily wiped away the traces of blood from the corner of my mouth, a radiant smile blossoming upon my lips. Before the solo match between the monkey and the brickman commenced, Xu Zifeng had an inkling that the monkey might lose, while the brickman's strength was likely formidable. Cao Yimo seemed to snap back from a reverie, forcing a stiff smile, excitement flickering beneath her gaze as she nodded. Shibai, without a moment's hesitation, dismissed the notion, noting that when Mon Ning questioned Mu Shun, he appeared to be truthful. Upon exiting the princess's residence, they encountered Qin Shou, who was also awaiting news, her eyes darting as she ascended the golden chariot. Although Ed had evaded the pursuit of the undead knight, he suffered significant injuries. In the dense forest, the repeated anomalies stirred a sense of unease within Renjioga. Wang Chunhua had just regained consciousness when she was besieged for a few coins to treat Sudani U.S. arm, and was further pressured by Chiu and Yue families to pay for the release of their children. Fan Wu's Dong Yue spirit sword was notably longer than the standard spirit swords. Nevertheless, her golden powder was sufficient to enhance the quality of Dong Yue significantly. Lin Yi underestimated his opponent, ultimately leading to his unexpected defeat. He had not anticipated that Shimo and Shimo would possess such skill. Alci Luo appeared exceedingly excited, as it was his brother who triumphed in the contest. However, Yu Qianheng harbored a premonition that something was amiss, believing that Lin Yi's strength could not be so easily ensnared by a sandstorm. It was impossible to be trapped by a sandstorm so effortlessly. Uncle, are you suggesting that curly-haired Luobo will win? Miss Sila inquired, referring to Luobo clad in a black cloak, who stood vigorous and focused, locking onto Ling Yi like a wolf targeting its prey. Yang Yi spoke truthfully, asserting that mutual benefit was the true principle, especially regarding subordinates. Only when they thrived would they genuinely pledge allegiance. Hello, Li Ling nodded slightly, pondering the man's identity. Bailey had mentioned he was a civilian doctor. Yet the term civilian was ambiguous, for even in this era, doctors were considered esteemed intellectuals, not easily accessible. Their alchemical pills and talismans were renowned in Onning City, unmatched by any other establishments, and their diverse array of cultivation artifacts boasted commendable quality, surpassing even those found in larger shops. The implication was clear: if you, Zhong Xiang, do not oppose me, I shall not concern myself with you. I have no desire to engage in this battle. At most, I shall seek a way out. Oh dear, beautiful sister, why does this drowned person appear so terrifying, like an inflated ball, with white liquid surrounding their nostrils and mouth? Ji pouted in frustration, wishing to confirm if he was truly as beautiful as depicted in the photographs. However, every stable existence comes at a cost. The island may be peaceful now, but what of the future? Once Ma Lai develops more advanced weaponry, or if conflicts with other nations ease, could the island's inhabitants withstand an all-out assault? Yang Yi's insights surpassed the ordinary, recognizing the rapid advancements in the real world, where various fashions emerged daily. Despite having never sown, he was willing to enlist those who possessed the requisite skills. As raucous laughter erupted, the expressions of the group darkened with cruelty and savagery. They raised their hands in unison, unleashing their signature techniques without hesitation towards the 5 streams of sword energy coalescing into a golden dragon. Indeed, the soul possesses its own vitality. It is not as if becoming a spirit renders one omnipotent, as depicted in horror films. The golden giant was unable to perceive the location of the Ark of Proverb beneath the dense thunderclouds, rendering it incapable of mounting a targeted assault. Jiren's gaze was frigid, akin to falling snow. He was a figure who had traversed the world undefeated and would not be disheartened by mere words from the heavens. He brought his sword fingers together before his chest, issuing a low command as the destructive force of the many-tailed beast jade was unleashed, obliterating the outer layer of viscous substance. This is the secret base I established after inheriting the spider system, Mechanical Spider-Man declared. Huangfu Su's mastery in the art of deception was unparalleled. Within mere phrases, he silenced Niu Qingfeng, whose initial resolve wavered into uncertainty and suspicion. Huangfu Xiu, General Yu Xiaowei, A person of significance? However, under Warner's banner lay DC Comics, a force comparable to Marvel, an uncontrollable power. Subsequently, the elder paid no heed to the astonished expressions of Ling Yu and her companions, letting forth a mighty roar as he took a single step forward. In that instant, the elder's form ascended into the distant sky, and with a single stride, he vanished from their sight. Indeed, it appeared that the domain of the god of death exerted a bloodline suppression over the burial ground of the sandstorm. Soon, the sandstorm dissipated, the grains trembling as if animated by life itself. Even Lin, he had not anticipated that the realm of the god of death would exert such substantial influence over the sandstorm and the mental connection between the two brothers. That was close. I nearly lost, Lin, he remarked, shaking his head in relief, acknowledging his narrow escape. Others, of course, held a different perspective, considering Linny's prowess. Your Majesty, how would I know? Amma seemed shy under his warm gaze, responding in a playful tone. The other executives, fortunate enough to dine at Lin's home, would likely reduce their visits thereafter. Father, you are amazing. How did you know it was an antique? Zhou Xinying pondered, speculating that this artwork from the Republic could indeed qualify as an antique. Shabu and his nephew departed from Isha's abode, boarding their flying vehicle to return home. The two exchanged glances, wordlessly understanding each other, and after a brief moment of silent communication, they burst into hearty laughter. Qin Yang perused the information, noting entries for Wu Qianxi, Zhao Ting, Tong Lele, and Leng Ruoxi, with the remainder predominantly consisting of Meng Yutong's details, indicating her urgency in reaching Qin Yang. Although it was impossible to replicate player cheating entirely, maintaining it within permissible limits could ensure profitability. Before long, the Abilities Association was already in sight. Just then, a gunshot echoed through the night sky. The source appeared to be from behind the Abilities Association. Lear was engaged in a verbal duel with Fang Fanya, who had brought a portion of technical documents and two relatively inexperienced young researchers. Lear casually posed some technical inquiries, and their responses were coherent and accurate. Previously obscured by an array of paintings, the scene became clearer. It was apparent that a married couple lay entwined, even in death, their fingers interlocked. Zhao Peng's voice grew increasingly sincere, as if his meticulous and earnest manner of speaking could earn him recognition for his character. Zhou Zhou truly deserved the title of academic prodigy, able to discern the instrument being used merely by sound. Qin Yu feared difficulty and inconvenience. However, fear alone was hardly a justification. As for Chen Jing, who merely lingered and sought excitement, he was of no concern. It seemed as though a fire dragon enveloped him, his figure swelling, the rod in his hand thickening and lengthening, creating a howling wind with each swing, causing the very space around him to fracture. Conversely, the violent rage and unwillingness from the dead, coupled with the lethal nature of the artifact, rendered the newly born even more savage, aggressive, and highly deceptive, aiming to ensnare Yun Ong completely, using his flesh and soul as a ladder for cultivating the path of the dead. Once the Elder Guardian departed, the valley erupted into a cacophony of chatter among the many cultivators present. Chen Zixue faced a closed door at Tang Chunfan's place. As the saying goes, one should not only regard the monk's face, but also the Buddha's. Chen Zixue was, after all, his own uncle, and a blood relative at that. Couldn't he at least afford him a kind expression in his plea? The dense black mist above had been replaced by dark clouds, and the flickering lightning accompanied by thunderous roars shattered the tranquility of the forest. Amidst the relentless thunder, the forest took on an exceptionally terrifying appearance. After a clap of thunder, the skeletal remains hanging from a tree vanished. Standing atop a high cliff, the Taoist in green robes possessed a piercing gaze, sparkling with brilliance as he looked down at the spirited elite disciples of the sect, nodding in satisfaction. During their flight for survival, Su Xing maintained a lowered head, charging forward, while the elderly K occasionally glanced back to gauge his progress, giving a thumbs up and squinting as if measuring distance. Was it possible that their purpose was not merely competition? Duguian suddenly interjected. Unlike others who held back during the match, they unleashed their most powerful techniques, striking whenever possible. I even suspect that without a referee, they might resort to lethal force. Lin, he furrowed his brow. The conduct of this group did not resemble a typical competitive team, and their techniques were exceedingly powerful. Yi Lingling and Leng Dianchen exchanged a cough, and upon observing in Rurin, Leng Dianchen sensed her impending question, prompting him to seek an excuse to depart. Dugu Lingxi refrained from pressing further, retracting her slightly leaning posture. Inexplicably, seeing Su eager to distance himself from her left her feeling somewhat hollow. On the battlefield, Zhang Yuan evaded a lethal strike with a superliminal dash. Yet instead of entering stealth mode, he immediately returned to the fray, charging towards a war eagle. If the incident involving the mad horse on the street was indeed merely an accident, Yi Qingsheng could only lament her misfortune. Impossible. Gulan had consistently taken her medication on time, regularly undergoing heart evaluations by her doctor, with recent checks indicating all was well. There was no way she could suddenly fall ill without any emotional upheaval. Xiao Anming struggled to suppress his heartache and anger. Yet the chill in his words could not escape Du Ruo's notice. Indeed, such tender affection, such mutual admiration, such deep devotion. Could she hope for an eternity of dawns and dusk together? Subsequently, Du Lingxi forcefully pulled the dazed Lung Mingxiu from his spot and seated him beside her. At the scene, whether it was the four-wheel drive fighter or the legendary Naruto, along with the camera crew and staff nearby, they all regarded Kakashi's sudden challenge with a mix of bewilderment and astonishment. Contemplating this, Sunan was momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Sa Cottage in Toki. On the eve of the spring festival in the capital, Rongyu gazed out at the night, sending a message to Qian Duo. I have prepared the New Year's breakfast here, and I hope next year at this time, you can join me for it. Along with my location. Shi Feng's gun seemed to have anticipated the situation, swiftly repositioning as a troublesome individual appeared in his sights. Have I arrived too late? Demonis. I apologize. I should have come sooner, so you wouldn't have to become like this. He chastised himself internally, while his murderous intent towards the demon king intensified. No problem. Wang Linyu readily agreed, casting a knowing glance at Shi Feng, exuding an air of someone who would undoubtedly take good care of him. Amidst the fierce battle with high-level magical beasts, slaying another 10,000 ordinary magical beasts should pose no problem. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Gao Yu maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unruffled, finishing his drink before speaking. Step aside, do not touch. Yin Tiger, who had been fixated on Master Gong, suddenly changed color, shoving He Hu aside, his soft sword flashing as he thrust it forward. Although the first two questions were answered somewhat officially, they did not cross any lines, but the third question left Lu Lei and Li Zi dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Wei Qingcheng remained silent and did not flinch, instead sitting firmly as she stared directly at the four elders present, her silence rendering the atmosphere chillingly tense. There were still 3 matches left in this stage of the preliminary rounds, and the top 3 teams all had hopes of advancing. If China could defeat Iraq in the upcoming away match, a draw in the remaining 2 rounds would ensure early qualification. Yang Weiwei observed the nearby, Xiaoling Feng, then regarded their surroundings. This location was renowned as a dating hotspot for the university. Did he bring me here for a date? Lin Yi's objective was straightforward. Find them. If there were issues, eliminate them without mercy. If there were none, then it would signify that these individuals were indeed capable. And he could not blame them for incapacitating his friends, only lament their lack of skill, and he would continue his training thereafter. After parting ways, each person attended to their own preparations, while Lin, he had his own matters to address. Yu Qianheng and the others were inquiring about the strength of Dean's brother. Justin asked, by the way, Dean, what level is your brother at now? In his past life, Su Jia had experienced everything he needed to. This statement, coupled with his devilishly charming expression, easily led others to indulge in wild imaginings. Thus, her face grew red once more, quite unbecomingly. As she pondered, before her thoughts could fully form, a crisp sound of applause echoed. Gazing at the data displayed on the light screen, Lin Baiyu felt genuine admiration for Sun Huiya. She was unaware of the external advantages Sun Huiya possessed, knowing the changes in the financial market over the next 5 years. However, admiration aside, Sun Huiya had wronged her, and she would undoubtedly seek revenge. Yet today, upon turning on the television and being bombarded with advertisements, Mo nearly spat out her tea. Perhaps she had not watched TV in too long, as the creativity of the ads was somewhat shocking and particularly amusing. No worries when free activities commence tomorrow. I will take you for a stroll in the affluent district. Perhaps we will discover some overlooked treasures, Ghostby E remarked. Nonetheless, Zhao Xinping was already quite satisfied. Unlike Hu Luo's radish, which required careful tending, this could grow anew in just 4 to 5 days of cultivation. Yet having sold too much at once, the price had been driven down, and with 70,000 demon yuan, he could sustain his practice for a while, thus refraining from further sales. Lan Minga had extended her spiritual awareness to the farthest reaches, While the demons bowed like a red wave, she and Long Lon soared through the skies at full speed. The faint, golden glow of candlelight filtering through the gauzy curtains gradually roused Su Jie from her slumber. The terror in her eyes slowly transformed into a sense of desolation, rendering her gaze vacant. What I mean to convey is that his form is distinctly different from that of the sire robots and ordinary pirates. Dean remarked. In terms of speed, Lei Yin surprisingly surpassed the rest, executing lethal strikes with a ferocity akin to a raging tempest. Chen Yufeng could scarcely evade the onslaught, suffering several lashes. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he would have been reduced to mere fragments by the whip's merciless strikes. The spear crafted from a tree trunk, previously employed to confront a shark, had already been discarded, otherwise it would have served me well in this moment. Currently, I possess nothing but a branch used for catching mudskippers. Thus, I am left with no choice but to give it a try. Even after Jun Yueshi and Ling Jing had departed from the gymnasium, Bai Yu ran the same question through her mind. What kind of joy does romantic involvement truly bring? After excavating 3 plants, I was utterly exhausted. If I were to dig up another, I would undoubtedly collapse right here. I shall plant these few and observe whether they can survive and what results they may yield, hoping they do not attract snakes. My sole priority now is to preserve my life. Given how close we are to this individual, could one of us be next? The tone of that person shifted oddly. Damn it, I was jolted awake by raindrops, I thought, as the large droplets pelted my face, rousing me from my dreams. Some leaves danced in the air as the wind began to stir. Fortunately, my position was sheltered by trees, and the breeze had yet to make its presence felt. Above the entire city, a vortex of vitality appeared, drawing in the essence of the entire capital and its surrounding 100-mile radius. Right beneath this vortex stood the Chen residence, or more precisely, the villa within the estate. I have reassessed the weight of the fishing net. It seems I can no longer drag it with just one hand. I must exert all my strength with both hands to hoist it from the depths of the sea. Naturally, it would not suffice for Du Guyin to speak alone, for they were a team and needed the consensus of other teammates. Thus, the two returned to the Tiando Royal Academy, in perfect harmony. Within the academy, Lin Yi articulated this matter, and to his surprise, nearly all the team members supported Du Guyin's decision, believing his reasoning to be entirely valid. Initially, those individuals had not intended to maintain their presence when they felt disregarded. Xiao Cao, feeling slighted, turned a shade of deep crimson, seething with anger. Shen Baiyu did not enter the city alongside Shun Tingxian, but opened the car window slightly, watching his figure gradually disappear into the throng at the city gate. Then she closed the window again, leaning back and gently shutting her eyes. Even if Hong Yuan had inadvertently slain Hua Baihe, she, having ingested an excess of narcotics, would not survive for long. Listen, just listen. Upon hearing this, Feng Qiyu cast an exasperated glance at Feng Chu, her frustration palpable. My lord, you cannot be this foolish. This is clearly non-existent. If it were not, then why? The message was sent by Nie Yun Shi, and upon seeing that Su Mo had not even noted her name, with Nie Yun she specifically addressing him as Su Mo Ge, it was evident that this was her first attempt at texting him. Song Wu, fully dressed, soared into the sky on his sword. Gazing down from the mountain peak at the sun-drenched town below, his eyes resting on a notably tall corner tower. Sun Qian regarded Sun Meng, perhaps still dazed, which accounted for her indiscreet remarks. Were it not for the D-grade regenerative cells within me, I might have been the first of the malevolent spirit staff to perish from blood loss, undoubtedly deserving of a place on the pillar of shame. The two of them diverged on the topic of ultimate fear. Carl took Kieran's grand clock and departed for the Mingi Star system, listening to her relentless tirade. I understood that as long as I remained steadfast in my contrition, one day she would forgive me. Hee. The radiant smile on Su Yao's face struck Ming Yi as dangerously alluring, akin to a toxic mushroom in the forest, beautiful yet paralyzing. Who exactly are you? Ji Jing asked, wiping the blood from his mouth, his expression grave as he faced Mo Donggue. What brings you here? Xiao Ruo inquired of me, who was clad in a red cloak. Since their last event, they had not interacted much. Reflecting on her memories, there were not many to recall, mostly insights regarding cultivation, save for one unforgettable encounter that had etched itself in her mind. As he rolled back along the Chu River, his consciousness began to blur. Yet the blue weapon in his grasp remained tightly clenched. A burst of yellow soul light erupted, and countless golden rays coalesced into fine strands. swirling in the air and forming a vast hemispherical region. The spoon in Xiaoming's hand fell to the ground. The flavor she had just experienced had profoundly impacted her worldview, elevating a dish to the level of inducing hallucinations. Observing Su Yao's current fatigue, Bai Dong sure chose not to speak, instead following her back into the house. After all, in that moment, Yushi had little time to ponder Mu Changfeng's words, as their boss had swiftly taken charge, leaving no room for contemplation. The young man seated beside Chu Yu was none other than the enigmatic figure known as the web deity Spider, who dominated the online realm. I visited the specialty store he mentioned once more, and it just so happened that very few people purchased such garments, given their somewhat steep price and lack of popularity. The sales clerk vaguely recalled the sales date of the two items, and after reviewing the surveillance footage, it became clear that Lu Tianqi had purchased the clothing and mask alike. Alas, so be it. Ultimately, it rests upon your own choices. Let us first navigate this immediate hurdle. Yu Tianhen refrained from discussing Lin Yi's matters, understanding that it was something he would handle in due course, without the need for others to intervene. During the competition, I shall observe from the sidelines, and should you encounter any issues, I will inform you directly. Lin Yi spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if he were entirely confident. Mo Tian himself acknowledged the irrationality of his own assumptions. If the leader of Shu Mountain truly had seen him, how could Li Najia have successfully ambushed him? Is that so? One of the Tianzhao sect members opened his eyes and glanced at him before turning back to stare vacantly at the rough stone wall. Despite repeatedly assuring himself that Li Shenglin was merely mistaken about Park Jiyin, he could not shake the feeling that the diamond ring might indeed be lost. Surely, if one lost a diamond ring, they would not also misplace a jade bracelet? Wow, indeed, AI will surely become a weightlifting athlete. With such a muscular instructor as a father, I bet he could lift a car. Chun Xiao's exclamation nearly made the nearby private SRS stumble. As they traversed the 5-kilometer distance, Wang Junjie became numb to the sensation. Such attention was something he had never experienced in his life. Fortunately, the design of the vehicle was quite rational, with specially crafted windows that obscured the interior from view, ensuring that no one would discern who was driving. "We should go dancing too," Yushan exclaimed, leaning over and shouting directly into his ear. Has he really returned from military service yet still retained this temperament? Can't he learn to practice silence from Shurgo? When sister comes over, Vice Principal Kai will undoubtedly drive her. The two would be in the same vehicle, engaging in conversation, and possibly more. They would inevitably grow closer, and Qin Yuan dared not contemplate further. Although he had not acted, his intentions were evident, indicating a lack of discernment. I cannot fathom whether this brother has taken his medication today, for his behavior is quite perplexing. AI Luo felt a twinge of astonishment, understanding why the fourth Kazakage would make such a statement. Yet, from those words, he sensed an unfamiliar emotion, a feeling he had never before encountered. Is this the essence of a father's love? AI Luo pondered silently within himself. At that moment, a bloodied patient cursed Dr. Kong with venomous words, expressing his frustration before gesturing towards another patient whose feet were stained with blood. Su Shanyan's place of musical performance is named Jihua Tai, situated at the heart of Yingyu Lu's by Hua Yuan. It serves as a venue where the disciples of Yingyu Lu engage in melodious tunes and graceful dances amidst a flourishing garden, creating a scene reminiscent of a breathtaking masterpiece. Fong Yi was apprehended by several police officers and escorted into a police vehicle, only to realize that the vehicle was heading outside the city rather than to the police station. In the pavilion, a lavish banquet was laid out, featuring an array of fruits such as oranges, red dates, chestnuts, and grapes, along with a multitude of vegetarian dishes including tofu, mushrooms, yam, and winter melon, accompanied by fine wine. When the phrase Hong Min Yen was uttered, Mayor Chun deliberately emphasized the words, his tone tinged with an undercurrent of apprehension. With a loud shout, the door to the conference room was forcefully shattered by a kick. Is it not said that the shocking auction house has several divine kings to protect this young leader? Yet were they? Someone questioned, filled with doubt. Although there are indeed many reclusive masters in the world, Lu Yong's hometown likely harbors one as well, yet he could not bring himself to believe Lu Yong's words. The so-called fate connection does not encompass the control of destiny or foresight into the future, but rather an understanding of the spiritual experiences of all living beings, emphasizing knowledge. Alas, Lin Yi, can this device transmit our words over great distances? Du Gu Yin inquired, her expression perplexed. If it were truly feasible, he could converse with Du Gu Bo at any time. However, Lin Yi shook his head. You are overthinking it. It is impossible for you to achieve that. Based on my current preparations, the effective communication range is limited to a short distance. Beyond that, the quality deteriorates significantly. Ultimately, if the master practicing the profound technique were to perish, the technique would revert to the long prison inferno. As he changed his attire, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, and his anger intensified with every glance. The loss of an arm stripped him of his former grandeur, and even donning the finest suit could not disguise his discontent. Upon witnessing Wei Zheng halt suddenly before a vendor selling candied hawthorns, she paused in surprise, only to joyfully retreat. Zhao Dezhu's seemingly simple words concealed significant implications, as he had secretly dug several deep pits, anticipating their fall. The special training camp organized by the school held little significance for me. I would prefer to make my own arrangements, Lang Li stated. Since departing from Minyan, Suya had likely disposed of the poison she had intended for him. 1,000 soldiers were dining, while Zhongli squinted, observing his surroundings as movement stirred in the distance, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. The crowd below exchanged glances, the emperor's wrath palpable, rendering them cautious and even softening their breaths. The thunderous fury was not something anyone could withstand. Zhu Juneng proudly proclaimed, in truth, this is not a failure of our Wuxin Academy's techniques, but rather a deliberate approach by our master and mistress to refine our foundations and temper our character by withholding the general outline. At that moment, within the radiant red glow, Cheng Wu Shuang discerned a faint human silhouette. He subsequently slung the Zhan Tian Qi across his back. Although he favored the shape of the Zhan Tian Ju, Long Yuan found the design of the Liang Tian Qi more convenient for transport. The Shuo Feng Hu, upon spotting Old Man Wu, swatted at him, but just then, Jiang Shang's blade aura struck its eye socket, until the door resembling a mountain wall was completely shut. Only Song Yu and Wu Yizi remained within the cave. It was the enhanced technique of movement that allowed Lin Xian to reach the back of Hong Er Yi in the blink of an eye, delivering several powerful strikes upon his back. The cold wind swept past, and the crimson blood pooling on the ground emanated a scent that instilled fear. Director Meng Yi promptly reported the true situation gleaned from Su Xiang to the #1 leader. Apologies, the three shouted in unison, stepping forward once more, their presence intensifying, dispersing the surrounding mist. As the largest shareholder of Chuang Tian Technology, Wu Luming and his associates naturally dared not express dissatisfaction towards Yuan Hai. Ma Dong sneered 3 times, unperturbed by the prospect of deceit, and departed in a dreamlike chariot from Jingzhou City. To this day, the online discourse surrounding that scene has branded Mu Ro Ro as theatrical and contrived, leading many who witnessed the event, students and teachers alike, to harbor doubts. For many lords, such heavy snowfall presents a prime opportunity for profit alongside merchants. Even if the common folk express discontent, they remain powerless. All right, now you may bring out those blankets and rest temporarily in the woods outside the valley overnight. Tomorrow, you shall be free to depart, Ji Kai declared. Truly a life-preserving individual. The doppelganger's lips curled into a smile, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. As a mere projection, he lacked the skill of lightning transformation, a feat achievable only by the original through the infusion of spirit into lightning. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his ability to wield influence and buy time. Not only did Yu Tian Hung and his companions perceive the heightened soul power of their opponents, but the audience also noted this strange phenomenon. Just a few days prior, the rival team's soul power hovered around the 50 level, with some team members yet to reach that threshold. Due to Lin Yi's unfamiliarity with the various soul powers of that team, he had yet to detect any abnormalities. However, the audience's unusual reactions and the performances of others on the stage clearly indicated that the target of the holy light binding was the massive entity of the Black Dragon. Thus the creature Kiru riding upon its back remained unbound. He sensed the waves of dragon power emanating from within the Black Dragon, assuring him of safety. Kiru clutched tightly to the dragon scales on Nephalian's neck, lying in wait for the opportune moment. When the last of the dual-winged, stinging dragons was torn apart by the now visible Evita and cast to the ground, the battle reached a temporary pause. It was not trepidation born of cultivation, but rather a sensation emanating from the depths of the soul, a profound awareness that seemed to intensify with greater mastery. Su Huan stood before the automatic sensor doors of Royal No. 1, the doors opening and closing repeatedly, yet she did not step inside. Indeed, electric doors are advantageous, opening and closing without fatigue. I'm aware of that. No need for your reminder. Ko was inwardly astonished, realizing how completely he had overlooked this matter. It appears I must concoct an appropriate rationale for having acquired numerous high-tier warriors. Grom's body erupted with a golden radiance, a powerful gust of wind sweeping outward. The scars that once marred his skin vanished, leaving his upper body smooth and gleaming with a faint golden hue. As an elite, Klaus could not afford to treat them lightly. Thus he stationed these thousands of elite troops behind his camp, both for concealment and to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, the three of us were escorted into another steaming room, filled with firewood, resembling a kitchen. Chinsi Dowrin, Bisitarin, and Shursi Dowrin were all perched atop the woodpile, gazing at us with a lustful glint in their eyes. Which one shall we kill first? Chinsi Dowrin hesitated to inquire. Ajun nodded in agreement, asking, Uncle, what is happening? However, upon her utterance, Xiongji's expression darkened, leaving him speechless. Tang Lichuan, noticing this, quickly pulled her outside, saying, Come, let us fetch some water. The intensity of their stares was overwhelming, emanating a chilling and fierce aura from Mu Rushu. What? Hu Xiaoming's pupils quivered as the black blade twisted, sliding down his neck. Old Wu, having muddled through life, had never been as effective as Du Shuyi in one night. The younger generation had already established their dominance in the realm. Though he merely presided over the small territory of Nanluo, his reputation and prestige were undeniable. Shi Sanming would not allow him to maintain such a facade. With a swift counter, he unleashed a dazzling solar flare, followed by the blade from the heavens, stunning them and activating the Legion's shield to buy time. Though their robust physiques spared them from death, their myriad of wounds rendered them immobile. Reflecting on such seemingly paradoxical figures, Yi Tiandi increasingly believed in Li Tong's assertions regarding the projections of the myriad heavens. Despite failing to achieve greater combat success, Luya Dowrin sighed inwardly, yet recognized the futility of the situation and promptly transformed into a long rainbow, retreating swiftly. He did not squander any time on Angelina, heading directly towards the direction of the first Tyrannosaurus' roar. Subsequently, AI Luan approached the two black wolf corpses and systematically transformed them into essence for collection. Upon arriving at the South Sea, Chiyu scattered all the ashes into the ocean, watching the gray fragments gradually meld into the water. After ceasing his cultivation of the Qingyangju, Fangjin naturally would not waste the remaining month, instead embarking on the practice of his sword spirit Ju. I speak with utmost sincerity, unequivocally devoid of boastfulness. Evidently, the captain of the Annihilation Academy spoke with confidence, as if the individuals from the Tiando Royal Academy were not humans, but mere wild boars awaiting slaughter. The host wore a mischievous grin, as their audacity only amplified the sensationalism of the topic. The viewership of this match would inevitably soar, and a subsequent event would draw an even larger crowd. Regardless of whether in the Game-S system mall, or the main City-S trading market, auction house, or the shops established by players or guilds, a permanent appearance had never been available. Noticing Yin Hong's prolonged inaction, Jingzhu suddenly unleashed a hidden strike from behind, channeling 7/10 of his strength directly into the distracted Yin Hong's spirit. Tiango Zongzi, is your family selling ability meals again? I stared at Wu Wei in astonishment before turning to Zhao Yan, who was sitting nearby. Boom! Something exploded in Bai Yi's mind. His eyes blazed with rage as he reached out and firmly grasped Tan Yun's shoulder. If I had known, would I have needed to be so passive? This morning was fine, yet by afternoon, it began to plummet, utterly unexpected. The father-in-law's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated who was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. If not for M University's main campus being situated in the old city, a distance from Lu Mushan Minjing's workplace, Lu Ning, Lu's father, who also served as a professor at M University alongside the Lu grandparents, would have resided nearby. She could not continue speaking, as Qin Hao was persistently gazing at her with gentle eyes. Those autumn water-like eyes effortlessly extinguished her unnamed fury. Of course, it was also possible that the others present had noticed this, but collectively chose to ignore her, isolating her. In the top-level private room that Xiao Feng had reserved for Jin Gang, a series of fierce crashing sounds erupted, accompanied by soft, somewhat painful, yet pleasurable moans. Although there had been reports of monsters recently, some villagers dared to venture beyond the village during the day, and others were bold enough to stroll near the forest's edge. Those pairs of beautiful eyes were either gentle, clear, or playful, yet devoid of any desire. Such jealousy. A hint of sweetness arose in Yi Meng's heart, as she realized Yi Chan cared for her, Otherwise, he would not have reacted so strongly upon hearing that someone was bothering her. Casting another glance at the ravaged Biological Research Institute in the valley, the otherworldly man turned and vanished into the vast forest. It was only when Ma Fa spat out blood once more that Li Changfeng regained his senses, gasping in shock as he stared at Fu Shi on the stage. The situation was not difficult. Lu Tsung admitted that it was he who had spent a fortune on it, and Sima Ji was exceptionally responsible, arriving before Lu Yong in less than 2 hours. A long, barbed tail steadied itself against the ground, its slightly open massive mouth filled with sharp, finely serrated teeth, and a pair of fierce vertical pupils fixated intently on Fu Shi. He was flung backward, the shield disintegrating into countless shards that scattered chaotically. Amidst the sharp fragments, Zhang Fei's figure surged through. However, his rest was brief, as that royal uncle needed to oversee inspections in Pingshan City today. All members assigned to protect the 9th Division were required to assemble and accompany the royal uncle, tasked solely with ensuring his absolute safety. He looked up at the sky, his gaze hazy, and shortly after, he heard footsteps behind him, finally breaking into a smile. Though Xue Pan was a million times reluctant to return, given his mother's actions, he felt he could no longer remain in the capital. Young Master Fang's arrival was commendable, and Ouyang Jing, with a slight smile, initiated a respectful bow. Good heavens, the second Thunder Dragon has been cultivated. Well done, Yu Tianheng. Lin Yi's eyes glimmered with approval. This Thunder Dragon represented Yu Tianheng's most formidable attack skill, and as the dragon transformation deepened, each subsequent transformation would unleash another Thunder Dragon. The range of this Thunder Dragon's attack exceeded that of the previous one, and its movement speed surpassed the former Thunder Dragon due to the control established by the first. The path to the international realm had been unveiled. Players merely needed to cross the Novice Village Bridge to embark on adventures worldwide. Moreover, the Void Beast God had only restored to a demigod state by now, posing no pressure on him whatsoever. True fire, the foundation of weapon crafting, plays a pivotal role in material refining and the control of heat, with the more perfectly executed steps yielding higher quality materials. Higher quality materials lead to a greater likelihood of superior crafted items. Everything he had prepared went unused. Ironically, through a series of misfortunes, the robber once again killed Ben Parker, as if the world line was converging, returning everything to the starting point. Just as Kong Yuli was still musing, the man's roar abruptly pierced her ears. At that moment, 3 remaining treasures were at hand, yet Qin Feng could not ascertain which of the 3 was the extraordinary treasure the system sought. However, at the moment the Pahan gun exited his body, a wave of data flowed from Zhao Xian's wound, the previously pierced area restored in the blink of an eye. The content of the training remains largely consistent each day. It commences with a series of high-intensity warm-up exercises, including sprinting, directional changes while running, and jumping. The second component involves combat training, encompassing close-quarters fighting and firearms proficiency, which offers a multitude of techniques worthy of meticulous contemplation, proving to be immensely significant. However, this fervor is thoroughly suppressed by him, for he understands that until Zhao Xian's true condition is ascertained, any action could place them within Zhao Xian's line of sight. If Zhao Xian has indeed ascended to divinity, the terror of a concealed deity is self-evident. Behind Hydra, 8 serpent heads writhe, swiftly annihilating those around, disregarding the distinction between friend and foe. This is a frigid and desolate realm, where boundless black gales rage, swirling across this lifeless expanse, suffusing the atmosphere with a dreadful aura of destruction that leads to the extinction of life and the trembling of the void. Meanwhile, Diyu has been diligently cultivating in a secluded mountain at the boundary for nearly a year, accompanied by Tian Kuei-hu. Throughout this year, Diyu has been engrossed in the study of Xing Yao, while persistently attempting to consolidate his Qi Si. What kind of sword do you intend to forge from the Xing Yue crystal? Yao Shi inquires once more, cautiously extending his consciousness to observe the surroundings. He then proceeds forward, akin to a cunning hare. Jiang Zhuofeng is consumed by a desire to kill. His arm suddenly jerks, intending to hurl the blood dragon sword at Yuan Ying. Yet he finds himself utterly immobilized. He longs to curse vehemently, but ultimately restrains himself. This piques the curiosity of all present, including Bai Shu, who lowers his bow to observe the individual, awaiting a reasonable explanation. You haven't bathed yet. Why the urgency? Zhou Ruodong lightly taps Li Hao's outstretched right hand, only to find herself gradually succumbing to his teasing touch, collapsing into his embrace. Lei Hu, upon realizing Lin Yu's identity, displays a momentary expression of disdain. He has always considered Lin Yu the greatest disgrace of Xing Chun Peak, and even now, his sentiments remain unchanged. Suddenly, the captain of the Annihilation Academy begins to glow red, his entire form morphing into that of Centipede. Both green and red toxins in the arena surge towards his mouth, intertwining to form a single stream of poison that he inhales deeply. Outside the arena, Lin Yi is astounded. Unless this individual possesses complete immunity to the toxins, this maneuver alone would suffice to poison his body. Regardless of who it is, anyone daring to steal my Yin Ling Circle Golden Armor shall not escape my wrath. Now, I will attend to my duties. I shall return by noon to seek them out. Su Ning declares with fury. Tina will be fine. She will be, Lawrence responds to Yun Cece, lost in his own musings. However, this technique differs significantly from the ice snow red plum previously employed by Long Shi. Indeed, Long Shi has now mastered one of the most formidable techniques from the martial arts of the Nanzhao Kingdom. The reason for halting their advance is not due to Lu Zhou and Rex being intimidated by Luan Ai's shout, but rather because these middle-aged men have steadfastly obstructed their path. Liang Gu Yi is acutely aware that facing this seasoned expert, the window for decisive action is exceedingly brief, with the only opportunity for offense lying in a fleeting moment of intense combat. Yet, I possess but a single spoon. What shall we do with so many? The man purchasing wine laments. Luoi? Burwal gazes at the red-haired mage before him. Though he is already convinced, he still inquires about her identity. For such a youthful sorceress is astonishing, leaving even the seasoned Burwal in disbelief. Half an hour later, as the flames descend, the Su family disciples fall silent, for the true battle is about to commence. In the presence of a demon, entering meditation signifies death. It is a matter of mere moments. With a single thought, Jamongli can effortlessly extinguish his life. It turns out that the one who left behind the Mingpa method is not King Go Wei, but Guanzi Xuan. The owner of the Mingpa blade has always been Guanzi Xuan, and the truth has been concealed from Yin Ning by Jin Yang and the others until this pivotal moment when they reveal their true intentions. Having not encountered the grotesque maw he had imagined, the bamboo stick hesitates before ascending, peeling away the sage's upper garments in an impatient flick, revealing the sage's robust torso. This is not right. I recall his daughter-in-law being slender, well-proportioned, and tall, with a delicate manner of speaking. What do you mean by this? A staff member queries. As the fierce battle culminates in a spectacular explosion, fragments materialize in reality, reflecting the system's power, ultimately condensing into a stream of light that enters the awaiting host below. No, Brother Long, please refrain from addressing me thus. The trench-coated man smiles at the four dragons' address. Rest assured, sir, I pledge my integrity to ensure you are not disappointed. Captain Zhang solemnly states once more. Kill. Yao Haohui's eyes blaze crimson, his countenance ashen as he roars, brandishing his long sword and charging forth once more. Yet deep down, he senses that Su Qian shares an intricate connection with him. He even suspects she is the bodyguard arranged by the elder of Beishan, though numerous aspects remain puzzling. His cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the spirit realm, enabling him to fly briefly. Earlier, to accommodate Yao Mukin, he had to hasten on foot, which had left him utterly frustrated. Now that they have arrived, he possesses no patience to walk alongside him. Wang Feng once again drives the white Toyota Land Cruiser into this familiar city, along these well-known streets. The summer heat, compounded by the frequent traffic congestion in this bustling metropolis, evokes a sense of irritation, mirroring Wang Feng's current mood. Attack their abdomen, the centipede's vulnerable area, the dantian. That is their weak point, Lin Yi exclaims without hesitation. However, Lin Yi fails to realize that the term vulnerable area is obscure here, leaving others perplexed. In the realm of Blue Star, a vulnerable area can be understood as the sole flaw left after rigorous training. Once techniques, such as the Golden Bell Shield, are mastered, one becomes impervious to blades and bullets, with the exception of the vulnerable area. Should this area be discovered and a forceful technique employed, what is happening? Gao Jie can only pose this question to the sole remaining conscious individual, despite his disdain. Regrettably, she does not comprehend the art of utilizing luck. Relying solely on her physical instincts has resulted in the vast majority of Mu Lei Zi's essence being squandered. Murong Lanxin thinks this way simply because she is Murong Lanxin. Believing that she would not think this way is a misconception. The error lies in her treating her as Sun Rong. From beginning to end, the fault is hers alone, and it has nothing to do with her. Very well, boss. I shall proceed to prepare the food. Fortunately, There is an abundance of wild rabbits and chickens here. Otherwise, we would have no choice but to return to the cruise ship for our meals, Taishi states, holding several pieces of game. Thus, when the television once again airs the trailer, netizens fixate on the screen, watching it once more. Despite having seen it previously, they are still moved anew. Whether in combat experience or ninjutsu, this individual is exceptionally formidable, not lacking among elite jonin. However, human nature is fraught with treachery. Nangong Aoshua must exercise caution. For even if this banquet is indeed a trap, she has confidence that with her Aoshua blade in hand, none shall hinder her progress. Cheng Lingji perceives this possibility as exceedingly high, thus articulating it as a statement rather than a question. Huang Kuei chuckled lightly, yet subtly curled his lip, revealing a sense of disdain. He remarked, "The Qilin Biaoju is renowned throughout the realms. Who in this world is unaware of it?" Implicit in his words was the notion that it is the Qilin Biaoju that holds fame in the martial world. Not you, Yu Longcheng, but your father. Jin Qilin Yu Russian. Judging by the depth of the shuriken embedded in his right eye, it seemed that Uchiha Fugaku's sight was irrevocably lost. Even Tsunade's intervention would likely prove futile. Konga replied, "What I remember is that the sky is blue and the earth has houses." What were the latter two lines? I am quite famished and cannot recall. As he spoke, Konga shook his head. As for the stranger seated beside him, he paid little mind, knowing only that he was brought by Sun Yu. Engaging in discussions about the current situation without concern for other matters was his long-standing habit. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty." The Zhen sisters and Jin Yao expressed their gratitude immediately. However, the three elder sisters felt a tinge of envy towards their two younger sisters. Their hearts tinged with slight bitterness, except for the eldest sister, Zhen Jiang, whose demeanor remained remarkably serene, devoid of any sign of discontent. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, leading her delicate hands to stealthily ascend to Yi Chen's waist, where her palm, imbued with celestial power, executed a sudden twist of 180 degrees, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. "As long as you enjoy it." "Haha," Kartoff laughed heartily, patting his hand, and shortly after, the servants brought forth the prepared family banquet. Ingqiu indeed had never employed charm techniques on Zhu Tianpeng, leaving the latter perplexed about the reason. Logically, if the consequences of not forming a partnership were so severe, why not resort to measures to achieve that goal? Clicking on the skill acquisition bar, the Black Whirlwind unleashed two strikes, akin to the fiery slash that the Ape Demon Chief had struck upon Li Yuanba. It was then that everyone realized the chief's move was called the Flame Slash. To dominate the world, Xiang Hao roared, unleashing his sword with the force of a mountain, unleashing a torrent of violent blood energy that bore down like an overwhelming tide. He contemplated the space beneath the bed, which was the ground. A bed could accommodate a person, and bedding on the ground could also serve the same purpose. With people lying on both the bed and the floor, 2 guest rooms would suffice, thus saving considerable expenses. Originally, the heart of the agreed party was somewhat swayed. In his view, the economic impact on the success of the competition was the most glorious. However, even in the face of divorce, it was evident he desired to vent his frustrations. After all, those adversaries across the way were indeed despicable. Had it not been for their prior encounters, one would hardly guess their words could be so foul, to the point of being described as spewing excrement. Their mouths full of vile language displayed a blatant disrespect towards women. Yi Lingling and Yu Tsang, undeterred, casually curled their fingers and with a slender thread, severed the head of Yao Shidu. In truth, this type of technique was abundant online. Yet the efficiency was surprisingly poor while the costs were exceedingly high. The band of green-skinned bandits accompanying the bone husband, upon witnessing the outcome, immediately redirected their blades, seeking amusement at the demon's expense. What is there to see at a mere exhibition? "You can go with your god-sister," Erlong remarked dismissively. Yet he showed no inclination to leave immediately. This was the largest segment of the imperial warship, characterized by towering, cathedral-like structures, though none were visible at the moment. As they lay submerged beneath the sea, what was exposed above the water was the core of the warship, the power room, along with remnants of the broken stern. Nearby, Jin Meiji was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. This diverged from their original plan, as they had presumed Huang Sheng was a solitary figure. Yet he unexpectedly encountered familiar faces merely by setting sail. Overall, mainstream American society regards the Chinese with a peculiar sense of disregard. Few African Americans or Caucasians are willing to engage with the Chinese, not out of discrimination, but rather treating them as invisible outsiders. Even Soviet expatriates residing in America find it easier to be accepted by society. In light of the future, one must prepare to be a good husband. Recently, he has consciously reduced his smoking frequency. Whenever he feels bored and tempted to smoke, he occupies himself with other activities. Basie's incoherent explanations had a slight effect, softening Meng Nan's expression. Yet one must not forget that when Okong is cunning, he truly knows no boundaries. However, this was not a time for respite. As Lu Chuan had just arrived, he immediately sped towards the direction of the WuhunPalace. The circle of eyes resembled the portal to hell, evoking a sense that behind that door lay an endless abyss of misery, concealing boundless remnants of despair. Suddenly, the commander Wang Chong of the Fuzhou camp led troops to take over the guard duties of the city gates, issuing an order that, effective immediately, the gates of Fuzhou City would be closed, disallowing any arbitrary entry or exit. Ice, resembling water, slightly lifted its head and smiled. He was aware that the monks of Zhongzhou would eventually come to attack here. But what if Luo ran? It turned out that your souls had merged together. Feng Yi furrowed his brow deeply, his expression decidedly grim. Anthony and Hilton gazed at Wilson, both taken aback. They had never anticipated that Wilson had come solely for this purpose. Yao Ziyuan's eyes were as cold as ice, fixated intently on Yao Qianyin's abdomen, his gaze akin to a poisoned arrow, as if it could pierce through her belly, causing her to anxiously cradle her stomach and gently retract. The fact that members of the Dragon Clan were still alive was evidently unknown to the higher-ups of the academy. Had they known that the claws of the Dragon Clan still thrived within the underground city, they would undoubtedly have barred the area from trials for their students, sealing it off and contacting the Dragon-Slaying Alliance's leaders for extermination. Sunlight cascaded down through the gaps in the clouds, akin to strands of golden hair. As the gaps widened, the rays of sunlight multiplied. Alas, Mr. Karp, take care of yourself. Lu Chuan discerned the unwavering determination in the other's tone, as well as a sense of reckless madness in their spirit. Upon hearing those words, they understood that LY intended to orchestrate something grand. They promptly rearranged their stance, preparing to delay the evidence of the competition. In their view, they were ready to prolong the contest, yet from the perspective of the host and audience, this interval would be quite uncomfortable. The already tense situation, with Zhen Ba's anger simmering, could have been resolved at any moment, yet the tempo suddenly slowed, as if Qianshou Academy was deliberately granting Yinyan Academy an opportunity to stage a comeback. This indeed appeared rather peculiar, although it was ostensibly an official matter. She had turned it into a personal affair, yet despite expressing this, she still embraced the other. In fact, over 90% of the world's jadeite originates from Myanmar, with high-grade jadeite being sourced entirely from there. Qin Kong, while searching for food nearby, collected some branches and, feeling uneasy, took the stone egg with him. That evening, after grilling fish and drinking coconut, Qin Kong placed the stone egg back into the clear spring. Zhang Lianjie expressed himself in a relatively tactful manner, clearly aware that the man recognized the risks of his actions. Nevertheless, the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Since In and Yu's men acted so resolutely, he too could not abide by the rules in every instance, as long as it did not exceed reasonable limits. All right, Luo, who nodded, retracting the holy light crystal that had guided the direction for the dragon bloodsteel golem, and followed Yang Xiaoxiao into the depths of Qingwu City. Wherever they ventured, they brazenly dismantled the age-old hierarchy of the underworld, liberating not just the ghostly slaves of Duziran's captives, but releasing them all, leading to a series of civil uprisings across the land of the southern barbarians. Although he felt an intense anticipation for such a match, facing two opponents of higher caliber than himself, even Fei Xiao found it somewhat overwhelming, unable to suppress a hint of discouragement. Upon arriving in Fanersai, the first order of business for Law Ho was to complete the hero's quest, thereby establishing himself as a true hero. Having seemingly exhausted all her strength, she leaned against the wall, surrounded by darkness, with only a distant glimmer of light ahead, yet it felt so far away. The perilous area was not a forbidden zone. Human martial artists could enter, albeit at great risk, for the ever-present aura of slaughter could spell doom at any moment. Those unaccustomed to bloodshed would find themselves gripped by fear, retreating before such a menacing presence. She then cast a scornful glance at Meng Yan, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sounds of Meng Yan's muffled cries from the video. Of course, even if old Zhou refrained from intervening, Su Feng would still find a way to render Qin high powerless against him. Shen Nanuet sat quietly, her gaze traversing the opulent decorations before settling upon the top tier of the cake. Does Wuzador possess a unique martial soul fusion technique? Are you certain you wish for her to team up with me? Su Yuan inquired once more. As for the third reason behind the failure of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, it lay in their increasingly delusional practices of spiritualism and their disdain for Confucian ideals, which diverge from the realities of contemporary China. They failed to compete for the allegiance of the vast lower-tier intellectuals, causing the path of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom to narrow, while their adversaries gained more supporters. Suddenly, she keenly sensed someone stealthily following her. A shadow flitted by, and Feng Wu instinctively sidestepped, only to be met by a glinting long sword. With a resounding crash, the wooden door of the woodshed shattered, allowing He Tsung to burst through to the outside. Wait a moment, my dear. It's not so bad if you scold her. At worst, she can pout and shed a few tears to placate you. Lu Yongming, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from mentioning the matter of grain, knowing his father was deeply pained by the theft. Although Aunt Magpie was protective of her offspring, she refrained from speaking further, allowing Chung Sangu behind the door to wallow in his tears. Ignoring him, the elder took her basket and went out to gather vegetables, reminding Song Gengji not to leave until she returned for dinner. In the corner, Wu Jianghai subtly gestured toward the spot where Lin Yi was stationed, fully aware that Lin Yi had observed his every move. Indeed, someone is present. This fellow can hide in my room, and I failed to notice. He must be quite formidable. After uttering those words, Lin Yi could hardly contain his laughter, finding the antics of the two individuals amusing. She merely felt that the gazes of those around her were peculiar today, much like Yi Wei's gaze, ambiguous and lingering, accompanied by a smile suggestive of mischief. Remarkably, not a single one of the 500 soldiers left behind in the stockade survived, although the Xianbei paid a hefty price for this. The destruction of Zhiluzhai signified the shattering of a barrier against the Xianbei in the north. The heavenly realm is adorned with countless beauties when Yun Man smiles. She does not captivate a nation or a city, but rather ensnares the hearts of those who cannot return. Let's break through first. Fang Sheng pulled Fan Chou along, leading him into a nearby residence, provoking a gasp of surprise, yet there was little time to dwell on it. The archery coaches were disheartened by Shun Yang's rejection, but they believed it was merely the beginning. The Olympics were still 6 months away, granting them ample time. Xiaoyi crafted a divine fire flying crow talisman using jade liquid, unlike any before. Once solidified, a vivid representation of a divine fire flying crow emerged at the core, its pale golden wings fluttering gently within the talisman. During the coaches' meeting to finalize the starting lineup, Shun Yang was among them, as Benitez needed to consider the opinions of others. Is this formation reminiscent of the Bagua? It seems somewhat different. Tai shirt seemed used. Observing the formation chart being gradually outlined by Li Ru, his curiosity piqued, for he too had studied formations and possessed some knowledge of basic ones. Furthermore, upon witnessing the war god's demeanor, Li Yunmu discerned that the fall of the Northern Fortress Lord had likely spread throughout the Earth Alliance. Everything felt as though it had just awakened, eyes opening with exuberance. The mountains grew lush, the waters swelled, and the sun blushed. In a sense, transcendence is not a product that leads one to neglect their aspirations. Rather, it serves to strengthen the body. With a scheme forming in his mind, Wang Qing found solace in the journey, engaging in conversation with Wu Erlang along the way. Look at them. With a mere flick of their hand, they can alter the heavens. When your nephew misbehaves, you simply say to beat him without acknowledgement. Yet when their son errs, they turn the tables, exhibiting a resolute and upright demeanor, while chastising the officials mercilessly. A magnificent and imposing image was instantly established. Although she could not fathom why she had deviated from her usual behavior to come to Pucheng, now that she was here, there was no choice but to comply. Scholar, I offer my respects. May you bless me to enter Lujiang Academy in 2 years. Hu Kuanyong earnestly prayed 3 times while holding 3 sticks of incense. Over the years, it remained uncertain whether the two had improved in their skills, but their live broadcasts far surpassed ordinary individuals. Bu Jiu believes in him. Today, let him hang on the tree for a day to reflect. Truly outrageous. How dare the owner of the store be toyed with? Ma Feifei exclaimed, watching Zhang Kaikai hanging from the tree, her anger palpable. If not for the vulture's reservations, otherwise, they could have equipped the spiral wings with Kiruda weapons, avoiding such prolonged entanglement with Spider-Man. Yu Qingyang squinted, swiftly tossing a spatial bag containing 1,000,000 spirit crystals toward Yin Kong. Is that so? Zi, twirling her long hair draped over her shoulder, glanced at her elder brother with a teasing tone. The peculiar pink substance in the room puzzled Mo Yin, and after consuming it, he felt a strange sense of joy overshadowed by an overwhelming desire to weep. Lin, he was greatly astonished upon hearing this. The familiar term was strikingly similar to that which had previously emanated from the Church of Light. Speak clearly. Remember, you have only this one chance. Though Lin Yi's words bore a mundane tone devoid of emotion, his intent was unmistakable. Failure to articulate would lead to a singular outcome: death. No, that cannot be. This is the grand soul arena of the Tiando Empire. You cannot kill me. She speculated whether this was perhaps the fish crystal from within a fish's belly, but reconsidered, realizing fish crystals do not emit light. Could it be a luminous pearl ingested by the fish? Public opinion wields considerable influence, easily swaying a judge's judgment, without irrefutable evidence. This case was destined for defeat. Are you certain? Luo Qianfan's spirited demeanor shone through as her agile fingers seemingly nonchalantly picked up a piece beside Luo Yi. Su Yuan lingered in the dormitory until around 2 o'clock, then washed his face and meticulously checked his belongings before heading to the examination hall. In the short term, they might discuss matters extensively. Do not take it to heart. With time, it will pass. In my view, this investment promotion conference is a good thing. However, there is one issue. Many do not know what businesses to attract or what investments to draw, Tao Zue casually remarked. The homeroom teacher registered me. The registration fee has already been paid. Su Yuan harbored no concerns and directly recounted the intricate details when questioned by her English teacher. Though she was not particularly eloquent and struggled with mobility, there was always the possibility that Su Yunyuan would come to her aid, potentially implicating the Su family as well. Without the testimony of any suspects, a hasty judgment could lead to unforeseen complications, as everyone feared the repercussions of such a decision. In her dreams, the light and shadows before her suddenly became chaotic. It felt as if she were bound by some invisible force or crushed under a heavy stone, rendering her breathless. Whenever she endeavored to conceal her troubles, Luli would only escalate the situation, compelling her into a frenzy of awkwardness until he relented. Su understood clearly that venturing to the Tianbao corpse land at the peak of the divine realm would grant her the opportunity to meet Nangong Luyin. Jiang Karu maintained a pallid expression, her efforts to suppress her emotions evident, yet her demeanor remained subdued. Quite satisfactory. Cheng Mei nodded approvingly at Mu Chun. Clearly pleased with her colleague, Qi Weiran. I shall seal your dog nose with tape. Jing, she shot her a fierce glare before retreating to the studio at the back of the shop to paint. Restless with worry, she found herself sleepless at night, only to be chosen by the matron the following day and taken to a courtyard in the eastern wing of the palace. This was because a spacious grandmaster's chair had been placed beside the emperor's throne, upon which sat the current empress, Su Qingyuan, who had been criticized by the court as a calamity for the nation. The two were bound by their mission, and their union felt almost inevitable, as he had never chased after anyone. You exaggerate, senior. Before you, I have no need for tricks, and besides, we are not adversaries, Hao Yinsen replied placidly. After a flurry of phone calls initiated by the director, the phones in the supermarket erupted with activity, all directed towards Edward. Perhaps it was due to familiarity, or perhaps I had matured and accepted the harsh reality. In any case, I decided to cast aside any dependencies and pursue what I believed to be right. Li Qing and the Demon King were equally astonished, unable to believe that the two who were once trapped had vanished before their eyes. This was the only luxurious establishment in the capital of the ex-country, where foreign dignitaries often hosted banquets and stayed. Moments later, Zhou Qian had gathered the scattered items, which included several 30-level white gear and 20-level green gear, none of which held significant value. After hastily organizing the belongings, they set off once more. Only those with resolve could establish themselves on this treacherous path. The tender-hearted would never become masters of the continent. Intense pain accompanied the constriction and dilation of his blood vessels, signaling an impending collapse. He felt as though he might burst apart. Help me, please. What do you wish to know? I will tell you immediately. I can't endure it any longer. With a damp cloth, he gently wiped Ji Fengsu, reworking the painting, which now appeared much improved, almost identical to the distant mountains painted by Ji Fengsu. Rong Xingzhu felt as if she had accomplished something significant. The old steward could not recall the last time he had been so enraged. It seemed so long ago that the memory had faded from his mind. leaving no trace. I blinked in disbelief. Is this true? Glancing at the old woman, her expression did not suggest deception, and I thought to myself how unfortunate I was, wishing I had never ascended that mountain. Mu Zichen looked at Jiao Haonan with confusion, seemingly unaware of the reason behind his sudden outburst. The two kings would rely primarily on the Sand People, supported by shifting sands, to execute their relentless human wave tactics. The celestial mountain loomed majestically, adorned with treasures that illuminated the sky, while the sacred light cascaded like a waterfall, and the sun set over the long river, signaling an impending battle. In the distance, the vast Tianji Star River army was retreating, their disordered formation betraying their profound fear of the sacred venerable treasure ship. Lu Feng surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the endless yellow sand, this entire sealed space was dominated by a pair of serpentine heads, glaring with four lantern-like eyes. Just as I was about to say, "What do you, an ordinary person, understand?" The foolish cow, grinning foolishly, mimicked a beggar's crutch as he approached Chen Hui and sat cross-legged beside him, repeating the incantations alongside Chen Hui and the beggar. Upon returning to the city, considering that Cassidon was about to reach level 6, he promptly presented Cassidon with an explosive staff that would augment his magic power by 40 points, as Cassidon would acquire his ultimate ability after reaching level 6, allowing him to escape the suppression of the long-handed Yankei. In such circumstances, possessing additional magic power would provide a significant advantage in combat. If all the troops could gather in Tonglu, they might not necessarily succumb to the forces of Badu's reinforcements. "Stop, old ghost. Do you wish to court death?" Another figure, one of the most formidable in the Qingxian continent, approached. They witnessed Sung Yun's departure, yet Cheng Yun and the other 10 brothers remained in Cheng Yun Tower, fated to face misfortune. Upon hearing the leader's words, Bas cast a cold glance at him, though he did not entirely believe that was what Bok had said. Still, he pretended it was, as a form of self-comfort. Su Can's face was pressed tightly against Lu Mingxiu's chest, clearly hearing the powerful rhythm of Lu Mingxiu's heartbeat. "Tomorrow evening, when we have hardly spoken, could you please make the time for your 2 songs easier for me to capture? Shall we come together again?" It was inappropriate to think this way. The crux was that the man beside her had won 100 yuan, which was evident from the displayed name. As a group entered the lobby of the Li Heng Guild, few noticed Luo Qianhan and his companions, for many mercenary groups frequented the guild. However, Luo Qianhan sensed a gaze lingering upon them, elusive yet palpable. At the foot of the embankment lay a vast grove of leafy poplars, a rare treasure in the expansive construction site. Within a 3-meter radius of Tsangyan, the very space warped, leaving the ferocious beast incredulous, unaware of what the man before it had done or why it was rendered immobile. "Shall we rise? Is it fine for me to wander around with this brother?" The rogue appeared quite pleased with the outcome, inquiring of Li Yi. "It's not that we don't wish to join. It's that we are unable to. They have kept a close watch on us, viewing us as thorns in their sides, and even the official organizations regard us with disdain. We have no choice. If we could join, we would have done so long ago." His words rang true. Indeed, since the last incident, the entire Jindo Empire and Xinglua Empire had regarded them as eyesores, determined not to allow their resurgence. It should be noted that officials in Huaxia are prohibited from serving as legal representatives to established companies. Lin Feng was wary of someone using this as a pretext to create trouble for him. "What brings you here?" Alice inquired, surprised. Since he was present, why had Ti stopped Ma Xingyao from entering? Did he not realize his own vulnerabilities? Upon producing his elder identity token, the shopkeeper immediately displayed a demeanor of respect. The sound of his voice startled everyone present, followed by a wave of astonishment. Who dared to cause a disturbance here? This was the domain of the 5 great families of the Mu clan, and uttering such words implied a relentless conflict. One had to question whether the speaker was foolish or simply confident. Accompanied by this sound, Luffy Yang felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and in the next moment, he found himself at the entrance of a grand gate. "Will you also intervene in Athena's affairs this time?" Apollo inquired, gazing at the suddenly appeared golden saint. "It's fine. Please continue with your tasks. I can manage on my own." "I expect that soon. Uncle Ma will come looking for me," Dan Tai Mingwei replied with a smile. "What Mr. Lee recommended is surely without fault," Luffy Yang responded, offering a compliment in passing. He deliberately refrained from mentioning other matters, eager to test Li Hao's patience. Seated helplessly in a chair, though oblivious to who had taken those items, he realized his fate was sealed. He had never imagined that someone could remove those things, for the contents documented therein were forbidden to be exposed. Should that information leak, it would be enough to cost him his life multiple times over. At this moment, she found herself torn between admiration and skepticism towards her master. Last time it was Ouyang Xiao, yesterday it was Zhong Tianyu, and now it was the ice block. Although Wu Yin could now retrieve objects from a distance, a practitioner at the Golden Core stage still required proximity, and the weight had to be manageable. The storage bag tied around his waist could only be accessed by hand. Having witnessed the earlier scene, why did the Buddha tiger still wish to engage again? Did he possess absolute confidence in overcoming him? Something's amiss, Zoro exclaimed, just as he was bolstering his spirits. A distant shout interrupted his thoughts. Wu Yin, lamenting, remarked, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I understand now. I shall take my time searching for opportunities." After saying this, Wu Yin took his leave. It was said that the many enslaved laborers in the kingdom of Tekulawolf in the East Sea were citizens of nations that outright refused to join the world government. Perhaps Chen Zhufeng was too eager to save others, thus neglecting to engage with me. Rukawa Yiming consoled himself. At this juncture, Lin Food cast a somewhat guilty glance at Daoist Mao, for it was not pleasant to speak of profiting from others' misfortunes. On the royal side, Haney and Amon had completely taken control, and the populace held great expectations for Camilla, believing she was far more deserving than that foolish prince to be the next ruler of Samola. Grandfather took out his phone to text my brother, and as I prepared to zip up my backpack, I unexpectedly discovered a black box inside, the very item obtained from the leader of the Bone sect, which I promptly retrieved. The Dog Emperor of Central Plains was indeed cunning, employing a defector as a negotiator. If successful, it would be advantageous. If eliminated, it would not matter much. Truly infuriating. A general slammed his fist upon the table. "All right, we can cooperate, but you must ensure our safety," Wu Jiang spoke first, disregarding any hesitation, as he readily agreed to any supernatural engagements. The dean looked at him with a pained expression, seemingly conveying that he, this insufferable individual, knew little and only prattled about trivial matters. I dared to shout here, yet ended up being the one who bought the most trouble, ultimately facing threats from others. Regrettably unable to retaliate or curse, he could only submit to the situation. O'Neill desired to counter Dragon King's earlier provocation immediately, while the other Lakers players were eager to see if O'Neill would indeed confront the Dragon King's supposed arrogance. "Answer my question." Wu Qiong casually flicked his wrist, causing Zhun Yuang's right arm to explode into a mist of blood. This principle was rather straightforward. Wang Fuzhou, as the governor, naturally understood it well. How many martial texts had he perused? Logically, with his prowess, only a few of these texts could be of any use to him. The abbot of Fufa appeared somewhat perplexed. Yet, in truth, the entire cement stele was composed of numerous skulls, sourced from the several tribal leaders slain by Cheng Chubi. Rather than being the capital of the elf race, this city was established specifically to accommodate other races, with only a small portion of elves heavily influenced by humanity residing within. "Don't be foolishly optimistic," Su Hong scolded, as he withdrew his energy and exited the room. Initially believing that youthful exuberance would relish flattery, he attempted to utter a few compliments, only to be interrupted, leaving the head of the Liu family feeling quite embarrassed and at a loss for words. After pondering the matter, Zhang Dalong and his younger brother speculated that this peach blossom brew could genuinely become a scarce commodity. Headquarters, Fleet Political Commissar Sun Hong Yu, have just returned from the flagship of the 69th Fleet of the Wind God Empire, confirming that the opposing force is undoubtedly from the Wind God Empire. Immediately afterward, I felt a dizzying sensation, as if being unceremoniously discarded like refuse, and I staggered, dazed and confused. Had I foreseen such an occurrence, I would have advised her to cultivate a sense of awareness regarding the fickleness of human nature before permitting her descent from the mountain. Gu Yuan sat on the sofa with Yang Lingji, ordering dishes to be delivered, and noticed that Xia Qingyan had yet to return. Perhaps recent events had made him fear that he might once again lose Eugenie. When she first established her company, her sole intention was to leverage her skills to create a remarkable game. Observing Bai Qingxian's reaction, she found it peculiar, as Bai Qingxian remained composed and unperturbed, seemingly already aware, which prompted Yao Xinyu to ask such a question. Gu Yuan extended his tongue to lick Yang Lingji's fingers, causing her delicate form to tremble slightly in shock. Mr. Pan from the private school remarked that youth should embody the vigor of their age. Yet Zhao Chan preferred to stabilize his emotions and maintain clarity of thought when faced with peril. Wang Yi hurriedly exited the inner hall, feeling a lingering dread. uncertain as to why Xieyuxiu had erupted in such fury. However, his capricious nature rendered this reaction unsurprising. The family business of the Gong clan was merely valued at a little over 2 billion. How could it possibly withstand the might of the Han family? A colossal entity? Is it delicious? She asked, suppressing the rising sorrow and reluctance within her, forcing a smile to conceal her apprehension of arousing his suspicion. In the study of traditional Chinese medicine, one cannot expect to master the discipline without at least a decade or two of learning. As for medical schools, they are exceedingly few, and even fewer achieve notable success. Most graduates must ultimately engage with Western medicine. Wang Yin gazed sternly at his wife, having acquired a certificate. Her remarks seemed intentionally provocative. Tang Feng was a large establishment, capable of openly operating in the capital, suggesting formidable backing. According to your assertions, your situation remains exceedingly perilous. As if human lives were mere weeds? Lin Yi initially viewed their methods as potentially advantageous, believing they could enable those without soul power to become soul masters. Yet, under such circumstances, it was indeed treacherous. Lin Yi contemplated whether it might be possible to alter their summoning technique, eliminating the aspect of control, allowing ordinary individuals to experience martial souls. Indeed, quite impressive, Ariana remarked as she accepted the watch from the server, admiring the diamond-studded band glistening in the sunlight. Ling Zhou's parting words indicated that the Yuan Zhou group intended to pursue a second round of financing for Huanshe film industry. At this moment, Orochimaru appeared somewhat languid, perhaps due to his confidence in victory. Yet more so, he recognized that he had little necessity to intervene, as Qianye and the others were more than capable of handling the situation without his interference, for unwarranted use of skills might disrupt their harmony. Yin scrutinized him from head to toe, his gaze filled with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that he would encounter Niu Zong under such circumstances, nor could he have imagined that the enigmatic figure of legend would appear in this manner. After all, the royal family had been tirelessly exploring the new oil field, yet with little success. It seemed that the specifics of the situation were beyond the reach of someone at my level, as Song Yitai remarked. I am not deaf. I heard everything quite clearly. Lin Qing, I shall not permit anyone to bully you, Yuan Hongbao declared, his eyes adorned with false eyelashes glaring at Wu Yu, who cast a sidelong glance in response. Gaining entry to the Morgan Manor and receiving an audience with the young clan leader, who personally poured coffee for her, was an achievement that would suffice for a lifetime of boasting for most individuals. Goodness, isn't this yet another film following the trend of others, attempting to exploit the masses for profit? After Chris Gardner elucidated the operational procedures of the Global Fund, it was time for questions from the press. Naturally, these media representatives had received a little something beforehand, so their inquiries were not particularly incisive. No wonder Agatha was furious. Her grandfather was being besieged by 2 10th-level martial artists. How could she not be enraged? Having absorbed the essence of the divine artifact, Yang Tian gained profound insights into the mysteries of the universe, and a brand new door had swung open halfway. Yet at that moment, the panda, squatting on the ground, suddenly chuckled, emitting a somewhat disdainful laugh at such a tense juncture. It was only then that I noticed the muscular man in the car behind, aiming his bow, an arrow at our vehicle's tire. Witnessing this scene sent a chill of dread coursing through me. The dragon's thorn, reunited once more. Sensed the presence of the Dragon King as Chun Feng harnessed the soul power imbued with its essence. After a long disconnection, the components that formed the dragon's thorn disregarded whether Chun Feng was a dragon or a human and, in an instant, reconnected. After a brief calculation of the time, Long Tian shared his intentions with those around him. The terrifying impression this left on Jishenzi was profound. Yang Tian's aura had transformed so drastically that it was unfathomable how he achieved such a feat, suddenly appearing so formidable. Yan Ninggunset Upstayus, where the dining table remained undisturbed, and no cordial invitation was extended. Gu Jingchun, exhausted from Jianning's tugging, was easily pushed aside, crashing heavily against the foot of the hospital bed. Yun Fei, well-versed in such matters, knew precisely what Granny Feng was up to. Enraged and with eyes ablaze, he recklessly consumed 3 drops of jade balm, his arm swiftly returning to its original form as he lunged towards the old woman with the panlong spear. As for human souls, no matter how frail, they represent each independent individual. Teacher Chio's martial soul was also acquired postnatally, manifesting as the clear wind butterfly. His soul skill was singular, utilizing scale powder to heal allies. The powder served multiple purposes. Beyond healing, it could restore wounds, allowing balanced injuries to recover. And it could replenish a portion of soul power, albeit minimally. Most of the energy was still dedicated to healing. The students were filled with curiosity about the individual who had appeared beside their academy's principal. The reunion was set to take place in a grand hotel in Jiangxing, with high school classmates, and by the time Song Yin and Min Jia arrived, most attendees were already present. As Xie Qingyun's vital energy surged, he became entirely absorbed in the moment, and upon colliding with the stone wall, his back bent into an arch, transforming into a concave shape, as his ribcage and muscles grotesquely expanded, resulting in a bizarre contortion. The other two policemen exchanged glances, one hastily dialing a phone number for Yuruan. After running 3 laps, Xie Qingyun realized that the stone armor was not merely heavy, but exceedingly burdensome. While it felt slightly weighty upon first donning it, he had thought nothing of it. Yet now, after merely 3 laps, he was left panting and weak-legged, struggling to continue. Meanwhile, at the military command headquarters in the capital, an elderly man in his 70s or 80s was conversing with another elder of similar age. For reasons unknown, this surprise ignited a fierce anger within Lu Yinshen. I have just received news that the Bailian sect intends to target important officials in the capital, particularly you, the 8th Prince, and Prime Minister Wang. Lord Bao and Mr. Gongsun were left dazed by this revelation. What audacity to stir trouble in the capital. The body of the evil tree was indeed extraordinary, showing no fear of having its memories forcibly extracted through soul-searching techniques. A typical chi refining practitioner would have been rendered a fool, yet the evil tree body remained unaffected and could even control its own memories to evade Su when's probing. As long as Sheng Kai successfully shifted the focus to matters of face and the honor of the imperial family, the old man would surely concede. Over the past 6 months, he had mastered the art of dealing with the old man, no longer employing a head-on approach. Ordinarily, the couple held no authority over their children's affairs. Yet this time, with Sheng Lao Lu's suggestion, the old man would undoubtedly advocate for Sheng Lao Qi. Fortunately, Huaqing Courtyard Xiao Yuan appeared even more disheveled than Tsukumo, his once light hunting attire stained with a mixture of dirt and dried blood, tattered by the fierce winds of battle, presenting a rather unseemly sight. These magnates originally possessed assets worth at least hundreds of thousands, even millions, particularly figures like Barry Diller and Ovitz, whose fortunes were in the billions. In a brief span, their net worth had doubled, illustrating the magnitude of their profits. Cheng Fan was not driven by grand altruism to save the world, yet he did intervene to rescue some lives, leaving Yao Yao somewhat astonished at his willingness to assist ordinary beings. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the pillar of the so-called carefree lineage did not succumb to the persuasion of 2 old acquaintances, securing 6 years for Li Yunlong and his companions. That individual continuously comforted the weeping Qingchan fairy, who, under his masterful guidance, transformed her tears into laughter. In the 2015 off-season, the King's upper management, seeking to mask their draft blunders, exchanged Carl Landry, Jason Thompson, Nick Stauskas, and future draft picks with the 76ers for the signing rights of overseas players Arturas Gudaitis and Luka Mitrovic. Cheng Fan adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, donning a gentle and approachable smile, instantly winning the favor of several members of the Guts team. One could assert that in the early days of the Douluo continent, humanity's strength was exceedingly formidable, often surpassing that of soul beasts. Initially, without martial souls, humans were indeed weaker than soul beasts. Hence, they guarded the cleverness of the soul beasts. However, as time progressed, this dynamic began to shift. The absence of our people in that situation led to the establishment of our methods, which, through generations of refinement and experimentation, succeeded in producing results. Yet, the overwhelming scent emanating from it was too potent. If truly brought along, it would surely deter any mother wolf from approaching Wang Kai. Zhen Su did not continue. For the events of your remain a secret within the realm of human cultivation, and with so many disciples present, it was inappropriate to disclose in public. In the stillness of the deep night, the Shunjian mountain manor radiated tranquility and beauty. The eternally unfrozen surface of Gushi Lake reflected the entirety of Shunjian mountain manor, exuding an air of solemnity and harmony. Is this the evil Harry spoke of? It certainly appears to be problematic. Hermione furrowed her brow. However, when Su Man gazed into the mirror, she was rendered speechless by her own stunning reflection. Have you not already surrendered? You will perish in 5 days. It is better to settle the accounts while you are still alive. Knowing full well his tarnished reputation and his notorious past, she ought to remain vigilant and maintain a safe distance from him. Should any complications arise post-contract, she would find herself unable to bear the penalty for breach, potentially facing exploitation and being sidelined by the company. When the topic of dragon eggs arose, Hagrid's interest peaked. He cast aside the rabbit in his grasp and recounted the tale of that fateful night to Harry and the others. As I now drive them out, they have already uncovered that the transaction between Charles and Tao Ronghua amounted to 13 million, divided into 4 distinct funds linked to Tao Ronghua's shell companies. It remained silent. Yet, its voice reverberated through the air, reaching the 3 of them in unison. Rain Fayer gasped in shock, immediately thrusting her palms forward in defense. Obstruction. Amida Maluka snorted disdainfully, piercing through the opponent's armor with a sword, followed by a trigger pull that shattered the armor with a single bullet. For someone like Wu Tu, who had only ever touched spiritual artifacts, this was utterly terrifying. At this moment, Su Yang cast a fearful glance at the Guqin lying on the table. Lying? Why did he use that word? Did he truly perceive the instrument as a person? Such a notion was unfathomable. An iceberg rose abruptly from the ground, instantly encasing half the space, along with Lu Tianyu and Lu Xiyu in ice. Some fallen classmates also suffered collateral damage, becoming victims of this calamity. What this entity was remained a mystery to Yang Fan, as was its formidable power. He could only exert all his strength to operate his techniques, striving to avoid demise. Upon witnessing her despondent demeanor, Chun Ling discerned the outcome without a word. She undoubtedly failed to extract anything of value from AIC. Although she had not experienced the might of the Star Beast clan in a vast world, the very sight before Xiao Tai was overwhelmingly oppressive. Yet today, Han Batian dared not allow himself to be rude. What was the meaning of this? Contemplating this, Zheng Yuanfeng cast a curious gaze at the other 12 elders, only to find traces of barely concealed disgust in their eyes. However, considering that they were on Earth and influenced by past lives, Ming Laitabin felt somewhat hesitant to act recklessly. After all, leaving aside the possibility of Galil Horn discovering him, who could ascertain the state of public order in this nation. After all, having toiled for half a lifetime to attain the position of bishop, enjoying endless wealth and honor, who would willingly face annihilation? When everyone returned to their residences, diligent efforts yielded a delightful surprise for all, a reward they truly deserved, albeit achieved with Lin Yi's assistance. However, given the unique circumstances of the time, without supernatural aid, their lives might have been in jeopardy, and thus it was not merely their triumph alone. After learning of the subsequent plans, they prepared to contact their helper, a simple task that only required the sealing of a corpse without a jaw. Luo Lai had once heard the blind man mention that if the deceased held a certain status, they would often have jade used to seal the 9 orifices, indicating that tomb robbers were quite familiar with this practice, albeit brutally so, as they removed the jaw entirely to pilfer treasures from the deceased. This was the answer Zhao Yong received after his silent prayers. Filled with a strange power, though it sounded cold and unfeeling, it left an indelible mark on his heart, making him feel as if a pair of eyes from the heavens was watching over him. Had Zhao Chenlu's demeanor not been so discordant with that of esteemed seniors, the sect leader would not have perpetually regarded her as a potential threat. After Gao Ming settled onto the sofa, General Huang poured him a glass of water and took a seat beside him, observing in silence as he awaited Gao Ming to articulate his purpose. From Bai Yunfei's remarks, Luo Lai recognized that he, like Yi Qing Hong, had likely been singled out as a suspect in the assassination of Renjong Chong. He offered no explanation, as none was warranted. The true nature of the situation could only be understood upon ascending Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the cheerleading squad, heralding the appearance of Zheng Ji. This was an unforgivable act of rebellion. Could the court tolerate it, let alone the royal family? Zhang Yunlong rarely displayed a cold smile. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than from the heavy sand dunes, wisps of white smoke began to rise through the cracks of countless grains, coalescing moments later into a vague, humanoid form above the dunes. Furthermore, regarding his pure and unblemished hands, no male other than those of the court and his father should dare to touch them. For a soldier, victory was the only thing that mattered. As long as they achieved victory, what was the harm in a war of attrition? Although this was merely a side note, it revealed much. After the documents were submitted regarding the villa, Miss Jiu showed no interest in taking over, not even glancing at them, directly passing them on to another party without inquiring about the price. At this moment, led by Tsang Shochi, Over 12,000 members of the battle department were fervently excavating trenches, laying the groundwork for the outer city. How could I possibly be afraid? The emperor glared at Ouyang Yi, pondering how he, once a formidable emperor, seemed to lose his dignity before his son. This question was posed by Lauren, who was not well versed in the matter and had never witnessed Han Chen display his true strength. Thus he failed to recognize that his words were based on his own presumptions. I have not heard of the comic you mentioned, and, in my original world, which resembled ancient Huagua, there was no such thing as comics, Nie Wei candidly stated. Chun Douluo and I spoke simultaneously, my astonished gaze meeting hers. We exchanged glances and could not help but laugh. Yet, amidst the torrential downpour, the valley seemed to exist apart from the world. As rain falling upon it was blocked by an invisible barrier, flowing around the perimeter instead. In the hotel of the Tiando Empire, 4 or 5 individuals gathered in a room, discussing matters that were unmistakably related to the illuminated church, which encompassed far more than just these individuals. Many others were involved, though these were currently among the more formidable combatants. Moreover, the factions of the illuminated church had diversified significantly, no longer solely reliant on those terrifying insect martial souls. They were deliberately weighing the situation, with Fanju intending to use Wei Qi as a pawn to provoke reactions from the 6 kingdoms of Shandong, gauging whether anyone would dare to oppose Qin. Stop wasting time and seize him, Mr. Ho roared, urging the 5th-level star commander to take action. However, at present, he was merely comparable to an ordinary extreme deity. Before a true immortal, he was akin to an ant. Nevertheless, this was an understanding shared by all, though none dared to voice it. The Special Incident Investigation Team was divided into 2 departments, one named Shield and the other Spear. Dad, what is it? A calm voice resonated from the other end of the phone. It was Zheng Haifeng, the son of Lao Zheng. Despite Wang Mingyang's public relations team exhausting all possible measures, they were unable to devise a satisfactory solution. Could one truly utter the foolish adage that the righteous shall clear themselves, while the corrupt shall sink into their own mire, and that justice resides in the hearts of the people? If that were the case, it would undoubtedly invite scorn. This martial arts world, steeped in tradition, seemed inexplicably intertwined with Buddhist philosophy. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yuanshan felt both apprehensive and perplexed, muttering to himself. The enigmatic monk's discourse appeared to be imbued with profound wisdom, yet remained tantalizingly elusive, rendering comprehension a challenge. Some individuals, after experiencing the therapeutic device, conveyed their soothing sensations to those waiting in line. Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback to see Chairman Lin take the stage. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. This was certainly a recipe for disaster. Their purpose for attending was merely to observe and document the proceedings before returning to publish their findings. Upon entering, Zhou Zian was struck by the sight of over 40 individuals, most inadequately clothed, with several entirely devoid of garments, their bodies mottled blue and purple from the cold, wrapped in their own blankets. Recognizing them as unfortunate souls subjected to torment, she pondered how she might have ended up like them had it not been for Ningfuchen. Many people vacated their seats and gathered around the main table to admire the diamonds. Under the illumination, the 3 diamonds radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, captivating all who beheld them. How did you manage to get in there? Yugong inquired, recalling that over 30 of their group had been led there by a hefty individual, with only one returning, transformed into a zombie. Yang Ming found himself at a loss regarding Su Mimi's intentions. Did she truly wish to express her feelings for him? The destination for Yu Nuo and her companions was the perilous Hu Tuo Peak, situated near the heart of the seldom-trodden Qianju Peak. Master, I wish to resign from my family position starting tomorrow to focus on enhancing my abilities, Wu Hao declared earnestly, a hint of excitement in his voice. Suddenly, the figure of the malevolent corpse let out a terrifying roar, its leg muscles contorting in an eerie manner. To his astonishment, Hu Tsonghua coldly dismissed Wang Yuan's threats, displaying no fear in his refusal. Scoundrel, if it weren't for the law, I would have struck you, a slender man exclaimed indignantly. However, at that moment, they found themselves in a situation where voicing their opinions was unwise. Chao Shengli and Lao Huan boasted formidable appetites, but fortunately, an abundance of food brought from Zishiduo alleviated concerns. Many provisions had relatively short shelf lives, prompting everyone to prioritize consuming items nearing expiration. Enough. I understand your current thoughts, but I must inform you that it is impossible. This elixir is only effective if consumed before reaching the 60th level of soul power. After that, it loses all efficacy. Thus, you must strive to enhance your soul power before attaining that level. Reaching it will be your fortune. But failure to do so is simply a reflection of your own lack of effort. Indeed, the Mongols had frequently employed similar tactics, whether within or beyond the borders. During their assaults on Ming cities, they often resorted to driving out the common folk and using captured Ming soldiers to undermine the morale of the defenders. After taking a seat, Yi Shuang quietly observed Bai Yuho beside her. When Bai Yuho's gaze shifted from her paper and met Yi Shuang's unwavering stare, she tilted her head slightly, a hint of innocence flickering in her eyes. Carter and his companions were understandably furious, but amidst the crowded environment, they refrained from voicing their grievances, instead grimly instructing the nearby staff to begin selecting venues. Having gathered some insights and witnessed military enthusiast introductions at the convention, Xiao Yuhang remarked to Ling Fu. However, they sensed that Su Lang's acquisition activities might adversely affect them. This was the culmination of hundreds, if not thousands, of formation masters collaborating with tens of thousands of elite formation practitioners. Sister promised to treat us to fish. Thus Xiao Yi and Ling Xiao decided to await her return from work, during which Ling Xiao inquired about their sister's circumstances. As Hong Kei Popa fixed her determined gaze upon Bai Yue, the latter promptly responded. Xiao Yi felt speechless, as no one had anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Yet, it imparted a valuable lesson. That mystery and uncertainty often evoke fear, while simultaneously capturing the attention of onlookers. These two individuals were titans of the card game. It was difficult to ascertain who held the upper hand. However, it was certain that Dopa's passive strategy of capitalizing on opponents' mistakes was more suited to the competitive rhythm of the match, leaving adversaries with few options. Why do you say that, father? I'm already aware of your plan to strip me of my inheritance. Did you truly believe I would remain oblivious? Ishi continued to extract information. What are you doing? We agreed that I would buy the ring myself. Now, instead of showcasing it before my cousin, her boyfriend has already purchased a more expensive one. Where does that leave my dignity? The green-faced elder forced a smile, leaving everyone bewildered, except for He Jiaoyun, who, after a moment of shock, began to comprehend the situation. He recalled that in films, applying cow's tears would allow one to see spirits. Following experimentation, the spiritual ingredients sourced from the provincial capital were not only reasonably priced, but also of commendable quality. Moreover, since this line was established by Zhao Zilong, they commenced large-scale procurement. Upon learning that two local government officials were residing in the county hospital, Zhao Zilong greeted Uncle Li and pedaled his bicycle towards the county. He held a deep disdain for such nefarious tactics. Meanwhile, Xia Zheng appeared oblivious to Xia Feihu's warnings, advancing without any attempt to evade. This was a disciple's provocation to a martial artist, a challenge from a weaker individual to a stronger one. Yet at that moment, no one dared to mock, nor could even cast a derisive glance, as if this were an established fact, an unquestionable outcome. With a cold snort, Zhuo Tianxing raised his hand and unleashed another wave of sword energy, colliding directly with Nangong Yang's palm strike. However, due to Qin Yi's overwhelming strength, despite the simmering anger in their faces turning a deep shade of purple, the father and son duo found themselves unable to retaliate. You have quite the audacity, daring to bring it before them. If they were to discover it, it would spell disaster. Not to mention the potential for a brawl, the uproar would be catastrophic. Dugu Bo surveyed the scene with a sigh. The crowd was too vast, and should they be discovered and retaliate, it would be all too simple for him to slaughter them with his sole power. Yet, the situation was dire. Du Zhan nearly collapsed, supported only by Lin Jixiao. As he seemed on the verge of falling, after walking a distance, I decisively removed my hat, realizing that this action was indeed highly suspicious. While others were dressed normally, I appeared disheveled, donning a hat that obscured my face. It was utterly foolish. Her body felt chillingly cold, as if she were a corpse, yet at this moment, the ability to think proved she was still alive. Upon entering the Celestial Palace for the first time, I surveyed my surroundings, and indeed, it resembled the legends I had heard. However, the simplicity and rustic charm of my master's abode exuded a warmth that was truly comforting. Before me stood a multitude of modest houses, hastily conjured from the mystical sands, and I could not help but furrow my brow in contemplation. The ancient Wu clan, known as the 12 ancestral witches or 12 demon gods in the outside world, possessed unparalleled physical prowess, capable of consuming the universe, commanding the elements of nature, and reshaping the very fabric of the earth. Si Wuchen initially raised his hand to beckon his followers, only to suddenly arch his brows, his eyes emitting two beams of silver light aimed directly at Zhengzhong. Hunger. How does the swordsmanship of this Jiao Demon King compare to that of the individual from Tianlong Babu? The peacock inquired. Due to the 1-minute delay in Yi Chen's live stream, even watching it couldn't be considered eavesdropping. After all, a minute's delay rendered such accusations moot. Chen Bai and Yang Ping exchanged glances once more. Although they remained unaware of the new drug MH5, which had become exceedingly popular in the underground world of Yingui, they could ascertain one thing after hearing the lewd man's words. The jungler, Chu Jiang Wang, the mid laner, Yin Luo Wang, the support, Song Di Wang, and their coach, humorously referred to as the judge, all watched the match in silence. Of course, the answer given by the Hungry Wolf was merely self-aggrandizement, as the Extreme Bliss sect had indeed grown stronger over 3 years of transformation. Yet, they could only dream of having a sacred beast to guard their mountains, a luxury that the Extreme Bliss sect could hardly aspire to. Such advantages allowed him to avoid offending any parties, which was a reason he still survived in the capital. This was a meticulously planned ambush. The Archaeological Society, armed with limited information, set a trap to lure genuine informants into revealing themselves, intending to capture them all at once. He mounted his horse, pulling Su Ruan up behind him, embracing her closely. Among the circle of doctors surrounding the sickbed, one glanced at the recovering He Yi and couldn't help but pose a question. Even Zhang Yuchen was startled, entirely intimidated by Xiao Lang's terrifying move. Although he still had several thousand yuan, there would eventually come a day when it ran out. He couldn't remain idle as a vagrant forever. Witnessing this, the others felt a camaraderie with Xiao Yi, and Zhang Fugui and his companions were particularly grateful. It was not an exaggeration to say that Xiao Yi single-handedly turned the tide in the battle at Fengfeng Valley, yet he remained humble, attributing the victory to everyone, truly embodying selflessness. Hearing Qi Yang's still melodious voice, Linger gradually found her heart at ease. With Qi Yang by her side, what could she fear from Su Luo? I have come from Hangsheng, though I cannot ascertain if I am the Lin Yifeng you mentioned. Lin Yifeng shrugged. Indeed, their hesitant actions only served to convince the others of their authenticity. No one was willing to relinquish their treasures without resistance. His feigned reluctance made the remnants of the Guangming sect feel an unexpected amusement, realizing that perhaps he had overthought the situation. If he had generously given it away, the other party might have doubted its value. You inexperienced brat, he said with a smirk, watching the lazy new recruits jog slowly. I must inform you that I cannot contend with the powers of those two deities, Covey admitted with difficulty. You may find it puzzling, but I see two things clearly. First, the eternal flame has departed on its own. Second, the guiding stone was taken by the eternal flame and does not move of its own accord, having sunk to the seabed. As Colonel with the bushy beard approached, Nan Gong Yuqing and his companions were taken aback, and Huang Bin is still a classmate of Feng Ji. Upon uttering this, he clearly observed through the rearview mirror that Feng Ji's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Moreover, Jiao Min had encountered this Wuyo campus alone 6 months prior, indicating that this group had been entrenched here for at least half a year. Well, since Brother Wang Miao has spoken on your behalf, let us depart. However, Li Jian, must forewarn you, should you fail to complete the 3-month probation, do not expect me to handle you discreetly, the arrogant man Li Jian declared with bravado. In the blink of an eye, thousands of cavalry had lined up in formation before the moat of the fortress, creating an impenetrable wall of horsemen. Xin Qing's demeanor mirrored her heart, cold and rigid, treating all with the same indifference. Emoji City lightly caressed her earlobe, where her earring hole was distinctly visible, resembling a minute black mole resting upon her skin. She lowered her head, seemingly concealing something. Yet, this was his duty before the Master Zhou Xianrui. His obligation was to report truthfully. Your Highness, please enter the room. It is warm inside, and we must not squander the efforts of the princess. They had begun referring to her as the princess directly, and Yin Hanyue opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Xin Qing shouted at the closed door, her hatred for the man palpable. He had dared to invade her home. Pregnant, she bore witness to her fiancé departing hand in hand with her friend, leaving her with an unbearable sense of loss. Gesturing for Bai Chu, who was kneeling aside, to take Ji Lingfeng aside, Xiao Jinxian then gracefully kneeled beside Xiao Jinyu's corpse, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Yun Hanyue felt a sense of familiarity, though she could not place it, upon seeing Tao Dai recognize her. She confirmed that she was indeed Xianyuan Hanyue. He deceived you. You want to seek that wealth snake. The young man patiently informed Mei Jibai. The burden now rests upon you. If you do not assume leadership, you must seek your sister, the last descendant of the Mei family. Xiao Jinka's figure remained obscured by the corridor, leaving everyone only to hear her voice without ever seeing her. Xiao Qiao said, I was ill with a fever. My mother took me to the hospital and then brought me back, she explained. My grandfather had not yet returned, and my grandmother had just gone downstairs to buy groceries, leaving me home alone. After Xiang Xiunei and Su Han departed, Lin Yi no longer hesitated, opting not to knock but to push open the door to Gao Ming's office directly. All right, remember, we only have 5 minutes. Observing the slight smirk at the corner of Yi Tianyi's mouth, Lu Tan felt an inexplicable surge of impatience. Seated upon a massive stone, he watched as the sun slowly ascended. A new day had dawned. Would it not be wonderful if every day could renew itself endlessly? You have not conducted yourselves with integrity in this matter. We arrived here sincerely, yet you present us with this, which clearly does not meet our expectations. Should this continue, our transaction may come to an abrupt end, and seeking us again will be an unrealistic endeavor. Although the individual from the Guangming sect was a formidable soul warrior, he perceived that the soul power of the two before him was rather lacking. Li Xian possessed a remarkable talent for rhetoric. She could twist the truth into a falsehood and vice versa, even transforming the living into the dead and the dead into the living. No one dared to provoke her, and she affectionately nicknamed her Iron Tongue. The teacher had even considered retaining her as a faculty member, but she resolutely declined. Jean Rhys seized the opportunity to launch an attack, his right hand suddenly raised before swiftly striking downwards. The reversal light sphere at the center of the light vortex shot downwards, heading towards the dark moon. There was also a plate of fried prawns, with a circle of more than 10 brilliantly red fried prawns arranged within it. However, upon closer inspection, one would need to taste it to discover that these were actually shaped like prawns, but made from extremely thin tofu skin wrapped around a vegetarian filling. Yuya, do not inquire further. Master has little time left. I have, in a moment of carelessness, succumbed to the temptations of the demonic sect, committing acts that betray the righteous path alliance. The centuries-old reputation of the Sheng Jian men has also been tarnished by my master. Now, you must bear the responsibility of revitalizing the Sheng Jian men. Zian Wu Xin Gaoget Lai Di. Wang Lin was deeply troubled by this matter during their journey, but suddenly recalled the ghostly lady of the underground palace in Zhuhuzhai. She too possessed the ghost cocoon technique. Could she have learned it from Shifeng? It seemed unlikely, as that woman had been dead for over a century, and Shifeng could not have taught her. Thus, he shared the matter of the ghostly lady with Shifeng, inquiring about its origins. Do you really believe you can match me against my 30 or so followers? Tian Yuan scoffed, until one day, she suddenly mentioned she would be staying at her grandfather's house the following day. On that day, her mood seemed quite cheerful, for her grandfather's house would not pressure her to go on dates so frequently. There is no time to waste. Pursuing the origins of this matter is futile. Yi Jun shouted, and several guards rushed into the main hall immediately. Chi Ju leaped from the carriage, gathering the sunshade cloth that had been discarded. It was rather old. Even in the underground environment, it had faded and a considerable amount of dust had settled on it. Hao Dong nodded, retreating to the corner and leaning against the wall, attempting to steal a bit more sleep. After a day and night, his spirit was quite depleted. He was merely holding on due to the worries in his heart. Did you not say your father would send someone to fetch you? Where are they? Nangong Nayu asked, confused, as they stopped at the resting area outside the airport. Zhao Fu Xin held a very favorable impression of Li Si, who shared the same tent, ultimately persuading Lu Guangshi to form an escort team of the three of them to accompany the emissary to Qi Guobianliang. Or rather, such a description may not be entirely accurate, as the most powerful individual in the academy, Aurelia, even without confidence, would not fear anyone. This transcended mere self-assurance. She accepted her strength as an undeniable truth. Zhao Fu Xin lifted the curtain of the sedan and glanced at Yang Sheng, a man around 50 years of age, with bright eyes and a spirited demeanor, resembling a shrewd individual. Very well, let us discuss serious matters. How is the situation today? Guan Chun shifted his tone, earnestly inquiring of Gu Ming. Everything is normal. Calls entering Song Shi Ming's office must pass through Lin Ziyao's filtration. Although senior executives have the authority to directly access Song Shi Ming's office, this is only permissible in extremely urgent circumstances. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lung Yu, in the face of Long Qing's incredulous gaze, calmly articulated her thoughts. What she sought was the notion that one must enter the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. Now that they knew Long Yuan resided within the royal city of Jingnan, they had no reason to sit idly by, awaiting his covert schemes. Heh. Who would have thought your scholarly pursuits could be so fearsome? If your studies could potentially harm the human body, many might fall victim to inexplicable misfortunes. You do not even know why such thoughts suddenly emerged. Yet the answer is simply that these thoughts spoke themselves. Child, it seems you are still contemplating such matters. These should have no relevance to the lives of ordinary people. Consider my approach. What is it? Bullets struck the tree trunk, producing a crisp sound. I aimed my gun towards their approaching direction and fired a volley before diving into the depths of the dense forest. Shall we wait and see? Gu Zhaoyan winked at Jian before continuing along the path outside the palace. Upon returning to Tsangning, Qin Yin felt as though she had returned to her days in confinement, yearning daily for release. Hua Yuling chuckled at the final move employed by her opponent, finding it exceedingly amusing, as it had been influenced by her surprise attack on a Luo Lin Jie, a clear blunder on the opponent's part. The older man beside her lightly coughed. Baby, do not speak nonsense. He scrutinized the individual across from him, who appeared somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall why. Zhou Huijin, Gu Zhaoyan, and Minda Fu Run exchanged pleasantries, after which Gu Zhaoyan glanced at Min Fu Run, nodding in acknowledgement, preparing to take her leave. By 4 in the afternoon, the salt fields had expanded nearly twofold, with the monthly output of coarse salt sufficient to supply 4 islands. And surely there would be a surplus. After flying at high speed for about 20 minutes, when Ming Yi finally caught sight of the towering iron tower piercing the clouds in the distance, he gradually reduced his speed. The ancestor has finally made a move. Unless the guardian deity of Huaxia appears, today marks the day of Huaxia's demise. Standing before the scene, Rothschild family patriarch F.A. Fu laughed heartily. I told you, those who excel in the game of strategy are certainly adept in reality as well. The Song of the Sword greeted them with a cheerful smile. Reflecting on that time of near-mad entanglement, Qi Jing Yao recalled the enchanting whispers, intermingled with soft gasps. Thus, thank you. The young man in white cupped his hands towards Feng Zizai, maintaining his speed as he and his entourage galloped towards Hangzhou. Gu Yinshu glanced at Sui Exine, requesting the dormitory manager to escort the inebriated individual upstairs. Gu Zishan was also quite alarmed, afraid to approach. During this time, Gu Juntao had only come twice, both times chased away by Wang Guihua. Lan Shui smiled sweetly, pulling her suitcase to the empty spot, realizing that it was likely her designated sleeping area. Under the bright moon, within the dilapidated temple lay a corpse, a divine eagle, scattered feces, a severed arm, and a pool of blood, creating an indescribably eerie scene. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, as the spectacle was simply too shocking. More voices of skepticism and astonishment arose from the guests. The notion of a brother killing his sibling seemed quite macabre. Last night, in the rented room, her cousin had continuously expressed fear, leaving her no choice but to sleep alongside her. Feda then realized that before entering the tunnel, he had been drenched by the rain, likely leaving water stains on the ground that led the vigilant guards to investigate. Yang Dingtian's imposing presence surged, while Su Yi silently approached the side of the slaying formation. No need. I will remain in Jifeng to continue my studies. The Qing Yi Xiang attempted to leave, but was pulled back by Lu Xiao, observing them brush their teeth, and then wash their faces with a wooden bucket. Lu Xingzhou could no longer contain himself and boldly approached. Lin Yu frowned slightly, pondering what this herb could be. He scrutinized the herb closely, but could discern no peculiarities, save for its vibrant crimson hue. I say, old monster, your poison possesses quite the potency. The surrounding individuals, witnessing the scene unfold, recognized the formidable nature of the toxin, which could ensnare those inhaling the air in its vicinity, rendering them helpless, a terrifying phenomenon, akin to family members ensnared in a paralyzing trap. As the air above did not benefit from the warmth below, those upstairs remained oblivious to the state of paralysis. The situation appears quite favorable. Since the Changxin Ho family was exiled to this remote place, they have long since fallen into decline, holding no power or influence. Merely a hollow title. Chun Fumin encountered troubles in Yanjing. Could the mole be Luo Qianfan? It seems Camilla has deduced something and boldly speculates. Although Zhou Xiaowang and Zhang Liang, dispatched by the Shield Security, possess their independent methods of operation, many matters still adhere to Lu Xiaofang's directives. It is surprising that he remains so cheerful, having previously fantasized about possibly winning a heart. However, he has never been a despicable person. He sincerely rejoices for the Yan Wang, feeling at peace with it. The Mongolians astutely seized upon a blunder by the Taiping army, swiftly breaching the entire encampment. The shouting Mongolian soldiers clashed fiercely with the Taiping troops near the entrance, and the unarmored Taiping soldiers stood no chance. Market. I came across a Weibo post they made. They are currently at Changshui, Chunghua television station. The kitchen bore signs of household waste, and the bedding on the bed was unmade, indicating that someone had indeed been residing there, and judging by the supplies in the refrigerator, it appeared to be more than just a day. Yuan casually glanced at Lao Chong, yet that single look sent a shiver down his spine. Given Feng Jiao's instigation of Chang Jiwei to forge evidence, it stands to reason that the so-called supplementary agreement from Tai Hitai should also be fabricated. The 13th master first grasped the 5th knife, declaring it his limit, then, without further ado, thrust it forward. Tan Tian doubled over in pain, biting back a curse. Rhodey squinted at the lair of the Kamala beast, weighing the pros and cons. At this moment, the scales in Rhodey's hand were insufficient to craft even a single piece of armor, should he venture deeper. He could undoubtedly gather enough scales for 1 or even 2 suits. However, this would entail the risk of awakening the Kamala beast. Kangxi's guilt, which had plagued him all afternoon, was now selectively forgotten, transferred to the servants of WuhunPalace. Moreover, it is rare for him to offer his opinions or insights while genuinely collaborating with them on development. Zhao Hao harbored a persistent thorn in his heart regarding when they might continue to that unfamiliar world. All right, senior sister, we understand. We will take care of ourselves. Lewison helplessly interrupted Sulana's exhortation. The baby usually consumes only 8. Bebe, too. He did not forget to advocate for Bebe's right to eat less. Bebe had already consumed 2. Looking up in confusion, he completely failed to grasp what his brother was arguing about. Do you know why you were beaten? Everyone had finished, yet the baby remained seated in the corridor, coldly observing everyone. We are ready. Shall we head to Piaofeng City now? Xinyuan Yang asked with delight. Upon seeing Tong Jiashi take the lead, the others hastily mounted their horses to follow suit. The 4th prince was likely in peril. If anything were to happen to the Empress Dowager, they would indeed have to continue accompanying this mother and son. The old man's gaze fixated on a steaming cup of tea before him, gently sighing as he slowly raised the cup to his face, exhaling a breath of warmth before leaning in to savor the fragrant aroma. One must realize that even civic teachings are exceptionally strict in gang management. When individuals discover that the so-called titles are abundant, yet their teachings prove ineffective, they promptly abandon their loyalty. This abandonment is straightforward, as their bodies are entirely infused with imperceptible parasitic entities, allowing their soul power to be absorbed by fellow fans. The nourishment of a titled Daluo's soul power is terrifying. At this moment, the re-emerging 6 mysterious beings observed Feng Yun's extraordinary phenomenon, finally revealing a hint of hesitation and retreat. Rong Jiao turned around, her gaze piercing and clear, her elongated eyes resembling 2 sharp swords, the corners slightly lifted, exposing an unmasked chill. Yun Wuti instinctively glanced at Sao Lingyun, only to find her expression had turned exceedingly grim. The giant ape charged forward, its fists and feet slicing through the air, creating a fierce wind that scattered countless fallen leaves as it lunged violently at the youth. To his surprise, the boy's expression appeared even more frenzied than the giant ape's. His fierce roar showed no sign of weakness as he advanced to confront the beast head-on, unafraid. Uncle Chong and Ghost Fifth stared coldly at the black blood, their brows furrowed tightly, as if they had encountered something even more troublesome than a hairy Zongzi. At that moment, Fang Jinshan had returned to the courtyard, seated and lost in thought. Upon noticing Fang Yun rush back into his room in a frenzy, he was momentarily taken aback. Before he could inquire, Fang Yun hastily uttered a sentence and dashed back into his room. The illusionary demon pill induces intense hallucinations in practitioners. A brief suggestion after ingestion causes the user to experience corresponding illusions, rendering them unable to distinguish between reality and mirage. This allows for the use of illusions to compel Mo Jingyun to continue playing chess in a state of hesitation. Yang Han appeared significantly affected by the setback, finally refraining from obstructing the path, yet her gaze remained fixed on his departing figure, as if she had not yet given up hope. With that, she stuck out her tongue at the man in white, made a face, and hid behind elderly, unable to win a verbal battle. And now, facing a lawsuit in reality where they were no match, it was undeniably a frustrating affair. Confronted with such thoughts, Mageas felt that even if he were to slay the opposition, it would pose no issue. As for Li Qiu, his level of neurosuturing was only at level 2. Thus, he should primarily focus on observation, as there would surely be neurosuturing challenges suitable for his skill level, albeit not many. If a complete entity cannot be formed, creating a cycle akin to blood vessels, the physical body will gradually repair the gaps, restoring itself to its original state. Fortunately, the two remained astute and did not immediately voice inquiries about the identities of the exposed individuals in front of many eyes. Yet the bidding was still ongoing. After Tianji Hong raised the price to 12,000 silver coins, there remained wealthy individuals unwilling to concede. My people, speak freely, He Ming ordered with a sinister expression, commanding the trembling Yang Qian to continue. The scale owl increasingly felt that the idea of killing Wei Ya was indeed correct, even feeling the urge to squeeze and crack his knuckles. Nearby, Li Minggong naturally witnessed this scene and inwardly cursed his son for lacking sense. Yet, faced with the supreme will of the strongest talent, the overwhelming pressure from the connection to the heavenly Tao's sacred treasures was evidently beyond their capability. Of course, even so, upon learning that this order was issued by Lord Qin, there were no further complaints. Uncle, I realize my mistakes, but now is not the time for you to reprimand me. Please help me think of a solution. Ever since that screen went missing, I have been sleepless, filled with anxiety, so it is understandable that I made an oversight. It's over. Something has gone awry. Why does Du Gubo's soul power appear so peculiar? At this moment, it became apparent that something had indeed gone wrong, but it was far too late, as Du Gubo had completely seized control of the situation. The air around was saturated with his potent poison, yet under his precise control, it was insufficient to be lethal, merely capable of inhibiting physical movement. The moment they stepped out, although there were discussions about the esteemed Mr. Zhao, who embodied a low-key demeanor, the police officers nearby chuckled. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged hunter familiar with the veteran hunter hesitated for a moment before deciding to withdraw, leaving the town office alongside the old hunter. Thus, during such pivotal moments of royal transitions, the most daunting threat does not stem from being conquered by a new lord demanding fealty, but rather from ambitious independent lords seeking to invade and annex. Bai Jun, how did you fare? Inquisitively leaned in Ko fury, his face etched with concern. Stop pressing. Dad, we should head home. Gao Zong is bound to arrive. Su Si Xiao, noticing Chun Tao's prolonged silence, grew impatient. Jin Yin twitched his lips, his expression drawn, perplexed as to whether his great-grandfather was jesting. Without affording Zhong Ziyi a chance for rebuttal, Su Yong seized his hand and, disregarding his willingness, led him out of the company's main entrance, embarking on a long journey thereafter. Subsequently, Gu Nan Xiao exchanged glances with Su Yong for several seconds. Her intent to reprimand was thwarted by the gaze of Su De Xiao, which regarded her as a treasure, creating an oddly delicate moment that prompted Gu Nan Xiao to hastily avert her eyes. Just moments ago, Zhong De Xiao, who had been expounding grand philosophies in an attempt to guide Su Yong back to the right path, found himself at a loss for words, utterly silenced. Do you harbor doubts about them? Kuang Wei too responded with unshakable confidence, as if he were certain that Gu Hanhao's suspicions were entirely unfounded. Well, I must say, I have never encountered a general as industrious as you, my lord, Dian Wei lamented, though anyone could discern the admiration woven into his words. Unbeknownst to him, Valoric Lake Feier was an ardent admirer of a man named Brooke. Zhang Jiao's uprising aimed for Luoyang. One hoped he would not be so short-sighted as to lead a large force to Zhongshan for plunder. Lu Tianhao mused in self-reassurance. Ahem. There's one matter that perhaps should not be overlooked, Feng Xiao coughed, uncertain whether to voice his lingering doubts in light of Li Zhan's relentless attitude. These tales have become legends, and the truth of that time is now beyond verification. The Nine Heavens Seal is but a legend within a legend. How could Yu Chongming mention it? Should the Nine Heavens Seal truly suffer damage, the end of the world may be upon us. Old Master Yin sighed deeply, hoping he was merely overthinking. A sudden loud knocking reverberated from the rear door of the vehicle, rousing Gu Hanhao from his daze as he discerned Ling Lan outside. Her voice tinged with tears. He propped himself up to open the rear door, and before he could gather his thoughts, Ling Lan had already embraced him tightly, murmuring in relief. The general's heavy downward strike, imbued with tremendous force, left Guangyu Yutian momentarily numb in the arms, compelling him to acknowledge the extraordinary swordsmanship of this man, often overlooked despite his high status. Although Wu Song was eager to depart, Lu Ping was preoccupied with silk matters, compelling him to stay and assist with the arrangements. What they termed assistance was merely watching or helping with menial tasks. How can you guide the Lord's training in such a manner? I refuse to believe you were just as reckless during your first training. Guan Yu's face instantly hardened. Old monster, do you not feel this fellow possesses considerable prowess? I assure you, he is rather weak and, in all likelihood, does not rank among the titled Douluo of the continent. For all his soul power has been nurtured by others. Given the current circumstances, his soul power pales in comparison to yours. Perhaps you were merely astonished by his recent detoxification technique? Ling Yi droned on, as the three exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the empty bowls that once held the three distinctive dishes they had just savored. Zhong Guanjia's words indeed held some truth, though the calmness of his tone felt rather excessive. A 9-year-old mechanist is already a remarkable feat, yet his words, delivered with such composure, suggested it was a commonplace occurrence, unworthy of astonishment or skepticism. However, the question loomed, how exactly should one court the male lead? She had yet to even glimpse the male lead's visage. Upon rummaging through the original owner's memories, it seemed there were several instances of the original owner covertly observing the male lead, who, to be frank, appeared quite handsome. Although Ling Yin's spatial abilities were still developing, few could withstand them. Once struck, death was inevitable unless one were significantly stronger than Ling Yin to withstand the assault. Mo Chiu Huai felt a surge of excitement, clenching his fists, contemplating the need to forge a path of his own. Wen Duanmuxiu was in high spirits. He noticed the 2 pots of flowers he had brought lacked a place to be planted. He sought out 2 broken ceramic pots, excavated soil in the yard, and planted them, ensuring to press them down firmly before joyfully watering them. Guanyi, the voice of his grandmother reached him, prompting Xian Yi to turn, his face lighting up as he rushed to grasp his royal grandmother's hand. Let us set this matter aside for now. We shall address it after the 100 clans' martial gathering. Ultimately surrendering to slumber, Qin Shan relinquished his thoughts. Black smoke swirled, swiftly penetrating Hua Nanpai's back, unfurling a pair of ebony wings, lifting his form skyward towards Mo Chiu Huai. Thus, upon returning to her room, she witnessed Jean Rong entering the restroom. She quickly changed into her sleep attire and nestled beneath the covers. Lin Feng found himself coldly amused. Any word spoken now held little weight. He doubted Tian Rue could withstand the allure of the divine inheritance when faced with it, and the possibility of treachery loomed large. In a distant future, the land of Yucheng perpetually nurtured pioneering thoughts, consistently exhibiting the courage to lead the way and the audacity to be the first to try. Witnessing this scene, the remaining disciples from the heavenly palace fell into complete despair, their faces ashen, devoid of any fighting spirit, convinced that Lin Feng was an unbeatable entity, impervious to any means of defeat. Zhu Er flailed his wings in a comical manner. The sight of a pig with wings indeed struck as ludicrous, marking the first instance in history of such a creature. Having spent some time in the Xiantian continent, he had not hurried his journey. Yet he was not too far from the renowned Wuji city within the WuhunPalace domain. This battle attracted countless gazes, its magnitude surpassing that of Lin Ruo Feng's confrontation on the battle platform. The crowd simmered with rage. During each tribulation, had they not been mercilessly tormented by the heavenly calamity? Even with meticulous preparations, there remained a chance of faltering amidst the tribulation, let alone the current absence of any readiness. Unexpectedly, Ing Wu Dao proved exceedingly protective of Xiaoming, prompting a grave expression from Taisher Lingjian. As the two made their decision, the other members of the Jiuling clan and the Qinzi team remained judiciously silent. The division of the spiritual spring was allocated to the Jiuling clan, a distribution that, while not entirely satisfactory, was grudgingly acceptable. Wu and Pan Li observed the situation with a shared belief that Han Ming held the upper hand. They silently acknowledged that, despite Xiao Yao's commendable skills at such a young age, Han Ming evidently operated on a superior level, possessing the demeanor of a master of a generation. Remarkably, Dugu Bo was astonished. This individual indeed possessed some capabilities alongside the other titled Dalu. The reason lay in their ability to utilize a unique formation. Their coordinated assaults ensnared Dugu Po in the center, leaving him in a precarious position, unable to attend to any of them. They refer to the soul power as Huanli, and naturally, the defense can also be considered. Hence, Douluo Bo's offensive capability remains to them merely a fleeting sunset as the sun retracts its blinding radiance, transforming into a resplendent golden sphere surrounded by clouds of vibrant hues. The sun appears like a fireball, enveloped in dazzling flames. However, upon my emergence, I witnessed a scene that I shall never forget, a beast with glowing green eyes clutching a bloodied figure in its jaws, entering through the main gate of the villa. The first sight that met my gaze was one of desolation. Every flower and plant lay withered and dead, devoid of any sign of life, exuding only the pervasive stench of decay. Old man, where are the spirit stones you excavated? What are the items in your storage pouch? Where have they vanished? The scarred-faced cultivator picked up the old man's storage pouch, and upon scanning it with his spiritual sense, he erupted in fury, raising his hand to strike again. Chu Zhong was overly arrogant, failing to let the old man intervene. Otherwise, the situation might have been considerably more favorable. Han Mo feigned the need to change into swimwear, but was actually searching for his subordinates to ascertain the truth. Generally, individuals of Han Mo's stature would not personally investigate. I noticed Qing Yu momentarily lost in thought and quickly inquired if she was all right, as I observed her pallor, which suggested she may have suffered backlash. Was the consequence truly this severe? The esteemed Jin Guang was enraged, extending his arm with the intent to seize Qing Yu. Yet he found himself immobilized, for she had already evaded his range of attack. Oddly enough, why did everyone gaze upon me? Is it my striking handsomeness? The spiritual fox nodded, watching as Wang Ping seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes, while the spiritual fox drew forth a weapon, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Bai Chun unfurled a scroll, delivering a flat, emotionless remark. You have many questions before striding toward the gates of the Lu residence. Pausing a few steps later, as if waiting for Chu Qing, Cui Ming Yuan felt a surge of anger upon receiving this information, even contemplating a purge of his ranks. Enough, old Shun, do not blame him. If you had not informed me and I missed the birth of our first engine, that would be a tremendous loss. Qin Lu exclaimed with a smile. Furthermore, the allure of the hermit's sex was so potent that most individuals, even when aware they would merely serve as menial laborers, would willingly comply. Chuize's kindness would inevitably be taken for granted. Indeed, to place such a vast intelligence operation under the control of someone who has only recently emerged, even if they were a genius, would be akin to walking on thin ice. Pei Lu Yin's expression turned ashen, clutching the fabric of Pei Bansheng's clothing. Her face etched with fear, her entire body trembling. Pei Guang's thoughts were straightforward. He did not demand the annihilation of the West City, but sought to recover previous losses. If recovery was unattainable, he would take his time to strategize. Meng Yi initially intended to personally eliminate Pei Bansheng, but with the M-Country Mafia now frenziedly pursuing him, he found himself in no rush. Observing the scene, Luo Li took advantage of Shi Wei's momentary distraction to surreptitiously introduce a touch of poison into the tea, for even if Shi Wei abstained from food, she would inevitably drink water. This was her purpose. She was determined to ensure Shi Wei's demise. Sima Jinghong's lips were pressed tightly, his jaw set in a firm line, his handsome face displaying a tempest of emotions. Indeed, under his assault, issues swiftly emerged. Their coordinated attacks faltered, resulting in a portion of their strikes becoming disordered, thus failing to completely thwart Douluo Bo's offense. You lot are nothing but a bunch of inept individuals. I expected something formidable, yet I easily dismantled your efforts. What are you all so excited about? Just then, all individuals unleashed their eighth abilities, leading to several prodigies being pierced by their own divine spears, with even two perishing. Only a few prodigies, sensing impending doom, hastily maneuvered away to narrowly escape disaster. This is impossible. Foster refused to believe, unwilling to accept the truth, for if Xiao Yi's claims were valid, it would imply Xiao Yi possessed a method to artificially enter such a state. Had he known of this method years prior, he would not have struggled so desperately to reach this point. The slightly built middle-aged rogue behind him paled, instinctively retreating a step, maintaining a sympathetic gaze upon Yi Fei. As long as his aged father remained, he could still scold him, even wielding a vine to strike. Enduring such reproach and punishment was among Yin Fu Li's greatest joys in life. Yi Fei could no longer contain himself, feeling constrained by his low cultivation level. The pressures from Hai Ming Hui and Sun Bing, who rendered him acutely frustrated. There exists but one who calls upon Long Ying Ho as master, and that voice truly belongs to Long Ying. Yet, Long Ying-ho could not comprehend. Had he truly hidden within by Shue's heart? Sun Yuani, a timid and frail figure, now appeared pale, his body trembling slightly, hesitant to speak. Let's see how much you can absorb. The medical maiden remained unperturbed. Her other hand raised, summoning boundless lightning from the heavens, converging into her pristine palm, subsequently pouring forth from her left hand in a continuous stream. She was instantly enveloped in an ethereal space, devoid of others, coldness, or fear. Yifei's eyes suddenly brightened, recalling the fragmented yet useful information he had overheard moments ago. Wang Junfeng hastily pulled at Kong Ming, asking Lu Jichong if he did not recognize him. As for why Lin Dong knew that Long Zhantian's landing site was here, it all began with Mu Rong-su. I have heard that, Mr. Lu's research has yielded certain results. To what extent, I wonder? From the moment Lu Wu opened his eyes to the moment he and Ying Zhao offered their souls. Barely 10 seconds had passed. After briefing Pei Xiong, Pei Gai urgently summoned Pei, Yi, and Tao Can to the central office to discuss strategies for addressing the issue with the stone tiger of Bingzhou. This is worthless. There is nothing of practical use here. A glint caught Du Feng's eye, a dagger hanging on the wall that was distinctly different from the other weapons. Unlike those with flashy designs, this dagger was riddled with rust, likely incapable of even cutting through a piece of paper. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of excitement. They were filled with numerous questions, but since Wang Hao had previously stated he would wait for everyone to awaken before speaking, they had suppressed their inquiries until now. Finally able to begin asking. In the army, there was no discordant singing nor off-key melodies. All one needed to do was sing the lyrics at the top of their lungs, a lesson Kong Ming had learned. This time, Shunlai Huiji arrived bearing news regarding Laura Stewart's invitation for Lin Dong to tour the British Museum. In reports from major media outlets, Millwall Club gained sudden notoriety, and Zhang Yang also enjoyed a spike in fame, with his Weibo followers surpassing 400,000 within a single day. Huang Fuju chose not to elaborate further, simply observing Mu Rongqing Yin as she spoke. This pertains to the disagreements between our department and Director Huang's. At this point, Jiang Fengming let out a slight sigh, refraining from continuing the discussion, as one observes the terrifying destruction wrought upon the gelatinous beings. It becomes apparent that their faction is no longer concerned with any semblance of advantage. Initially, their prowess leaned heavily towards collective combat, as they were a tribe of attackers, maintaining the defense of those they once supported. Individuals like Douluo are rare, having witnessed the strength of those deemed weaker, which has led to an inflated sense of superiority, viewing all others as mere ants or insignificant beings. Yet today, they encounter formidable opposition. Mei Lianggu, who has never shielded anyone, nonetheless once protected herself from the assaults of the subordinates of her clan on the day they first met. Zhuang Qi inwardly cursed, pondering why he should engage in trouble with the Tianzhu disciple when he could simply dismiss others. Their advantages are considerable, encompassing martial arts and foundational skills, supplemented by formations. In a true confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Shinlu speculated that a curse was implausible, as the opponent could have easily ended her life at that moment. And the replication of Shikigami was also unlikely, given the opponent's strength rendered such tactics unnecessary. Lucy sought to procure a devil fruit, not for her own consumption, but to provide for her crew or to craft weapons infused with the power of the devil fruit, as preparation against the four emperors was essential. Despite her current guise as an underground warrior, she felt compelled to remain hidden from detection. My gaze fell upon the crevice in the corner, seemingly composed of resilient granite. How then did the one-eyed bear become ensnared beneath the earth? Despite this, the dining establishment of Su Yu managed to establish 2,000 direct outlets in such a brief span, leaving him astonished. He might have assumed that those at the Nirvana realm would be too occupied, yet one could never predict the peculiarities of underground warriors who might possess ample leisure time. In the formal urban island of the Water City, vessels docking at the port are subjected to a fee in belly, and the port staff are accustomed to such arrivals to mitigate losses. While enjoying barbecued meat, Jin Jingxuan inquired whether Qin Zhaoxue was ever recognized on her way there. You want to be a master? Qian Sanyun exclaimed in astonishment, completely taken aback by Manager Zhang's suggestion. I have heard of these matters from others. Could you provide more detailed information? Bai Xingyan asked. Mother, are you awake? Shangguan Zong inquired, both excited and apprehensive, fearful that he might have misheard her gentle voice. Within the security office, Director Bai Howren wore a grim expression. However, his fierce gaze was primarily directed towards Guan Ping and his associates. while he maintained a cordial demeanor towards Pei Junji. They must not project an image of being malevolent villains, for that could deter future engagement. At this moment, Guan Ping casually approached, seizing the opportunity as his adversaries were momentarily distracted, delivering a swift strike. Presently, G2's greatest concern likely lies in the decision to assign the crocodile to the top lane. Yet one must acknowledge that after the promotional video for the new base was uploaded, she had to go on stage to dismantle it once more. Upon returning to the town, the trio first entrusted the blade to a blacksmith named Tai Dan before heading to Xiao Yao's restaurant for a meal. Thanks to our prior notification, they were prepared, which left the cloaked figures at a disadvantage. However, due to the hurried preparations, although they managed to fend off the attacks, our victory was not as evident as it could have been, Xiao Hong remarked. Before the brawny man could fully awaken from his stupor, Su Ku struck him again, plunging the man into complete darkness as he collapsed. Observing the disciples behind him, the banana elder felt a twinge of shame. Over 5,000 martial illusionists surged forth like a relentless tide, each disciple clad in white robes, exuding an ethereal presence. Their aura and cultivation no less impressive than those of other sections. Consequently, under such circumstances, the responsibility naturally fell to the Tiando Empire, which possesses a dedicated intelligence agency. To deal with these individuals, employing their so-called divine brick engraving techniques during interrogations proved exceedingly effective. One particularly infamous method involves utilizing specialized doctors from the intelligence department to conduct skinning on uncooperative prisoners. She and David arrived at the hotel on the same day, and from the very first day, she actively endeavored to ingratiate herself, promoting herself through various means. She attempted to connect with every gentleman, including the man with the speech impediment and the limping man, yet time and again faced rejection, leading her into a state of despair. Shrapnel? Bufan began to ponder. Recognizing that the fragments mentioned by the officer were undoubtedly linked to the military's blockade of the area. Yet, what exactly were these fragments that warranted such military diligence? Could they be related to the current epidemic? Of course, sister, order whatever you wish. Today, I shall cover the bill, so please do not hold back, Bufan declared. Casting a fierce glare at Zhang Jun, tens of millions is undoubtedly a substantial sum. Yet in other industries, top-tier individuals often find themselves on global wealth rankings. A phenomenon unlikely to occur in this realm. Lowering his head in contemplation, approximately 10 minutes later, the doctor emerged from the ward, pulling her back to reality. He halted the vehicle in the parking lot, with a truck following closely behind, and then a man of formidable stature, surpassing even Godzilla, appeared. Upon hearing this voice, Zhu Di snapped out of his chaotic thoughts and ordered for the individual to enter. Once the elder and younger figures had paid their respects in the hall, Fong Bin reported an urgent message regarding the Southern Exchange, causing Zhu Di's expression to darken immediately. His repeated mention of Li Du led everyone to infer that Li Du was likely involved in this matter. After responding, he resumed viewing other messages, hardly concerning himself with Su Wei's affairs, as certain individuals were merely transient in his life, unworthy of recollection. Hua's expression turned grave. She understood the reality she must face as the leader of the werewolves. How to confront her kin is a trial every werewolf must endure. Before becoming a werewolf, Hua had not given it much thought, but when faced with such a choice, she realized how profoundly challenging it truly is. Yilan and Hai Feng continued their sprint upwards, but as they ascended the staircase, it suddenly collapsed beneath them. Upon hearing this, the previously animated crowd settled into a calm demeanor, as though the tide had receded from sea. Just moments earlier, he had been persuading Lin Yichen to enter the entertainment industry and act in films, and within mere seconds, Lin Yichen had unexpectedly turned the tables, urging him to switch companies, a turn of events he had not anticipated. Lin Yichen's seamless transition of topics left Fu Qing with the impression that she had been ensnared in his clever machinations. After expressing gratitude to the three immortals, Fu Shirshi accompanied me back to his courtyard, where he gathered some clothing, bundled it up, and presented it to me. It became apparent that this so-called divine being was at least a peak martial sage, and, it seems, also a skilled alchemist. Li fell silent, recognizing that Hua was not one to boast. Her confidence spoke volumes, and she felt no need to elaborate further. The driver of the battle vehicle accelerated into the temporary encampment of the Zhou Empire's army, sending wooden barriers flying and crashing into a pot of stew that was simmering nearby. Yi Chue Ing Shurlang is among the few individuals in Japan who embody the spirit of the warrior. He holds great admiration for people like Xingyu. Thus, if Xingyu were to engage him in battle without sincerity, he would indeed perceive it as a profound insult. At this moment, the interrogator coldly added, "You still have a chance. If you remain obstinate, I shall ensure you meet a clear demise." His words were devoid of emotional inflection, resonating like the mechanical utterances of a ruthless assassin. Even Ly, upon hearing this individual speak, felt a chill of terror. It was not fear, but rather a recognition of the man's inhumanity, shattering Lehai's conventional notions of assassin organizations, which he had always imagined to be built within the confines of dark basements in Wuhan. Yet, Lehai understood that without corresponding strength, it would be impossible to establish such a brazen and formidable organization. With the arrival of Tian Yi Peng Wang, a terrifying pressure swept through the surroundings, engulfing everything in a heavy silence. The gust from his flapping wings sent nearby individuals flying several hundred meters away. Each whirlwind caused Yi Han's body to tremble, his internal energies roiling tumultuously. Bu Hui aspired to step into the realm of esports peripherals, for the profits in this industry could soar to a staggering 500% following the rise of esports. Seeking death, Qatar's countenance darkened as he unleashed a lightning-fast punch that sent Yi foam flying over 10 meters, crashing against several walls. Witnessing this, the onlookers halted their movements. The eunuch, whose throat was pressed by Xiao Mo's foot, merely cast a glance at her, his expression unchanging. A single water arrow could effortlessly inflict severe injury upon a formidable warrior of the Bahuang realm. Who could predict what else might follow? Such a person posed no threat to Lin Hao, who dismissed them entirely, choosing not to pursue further violence. Accelerating, Lehai propelled his body toward the dilapidated cottage. Stooping low and arching his back, Zhao Ruoji realized he had activated a mechanism. It turned out that the rolled stone bamboo slip was indeed a trap, a detail he might have overlooked had it not been for Lu Shuiyi's meticulousness. Furthermore, here, he need not worry about revealing his identity, allowing him to unleash his full potential. None of the demon beasts he had slain could endure even a single strike. Inside, Gu Weiyun had been waiting by the large window they both cherished, though she hesitated to open it, as the season remained chilly and her health was not at its best. He believed the news of his abduction would undoubtedly cause a stir among the influential figures within the alliance. For individuals like Ji Heng could not possibly allow Jiang Xiaofeng to suffer humiliation and injustice. The myriad arrangements made by his master left Lin Zong by feeling as though a single day was too brief for cultivation. Moreover, from the outset, his mind had been overtaken by a resplendent golden ideal, compelling him to rise. Agatha, upon hearing the ease with which the Archangel Gold spoke, dared not take it lightly. The ease he spoke of was relative to his experience in ancient wars. Modern individuals had never faced such intense confrontations, making it impossible for anyone to maintain constant vigilance. After speaking, he produced the long-collected beast cores, combining them with the spiritual medicine he had prepared, and sprinkled it upon the two injured individuals, who could only endure in silence. Consequently, as Woody turned the corner, he beheld the merchants busily organizing their goods. The throng that had previously surged forth comprised mostly of laborers and a few guards, while the majority still had various tasks to attend to. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt a surge of anger. He conjured a black gold roulette surrounded by steel teeth, pulsating with demonic energy. "Boss, I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching us, but I can't pinpoint who." A middle-aged man, marked by several wounds, spoke to the leader. Du Gu remained silent, for they understood their position as mere pawns. In the future, they had no desire to concern themselves with the so-called lives of the royal family, which bore no relevance to them. In such circumstances, speaking would serve no purpose. Often, the face saved by the Snowy Night Emperor was offered to two individuals, implying they were still soliciting Lin Yi's opinion. Du Gu, originally indifferent to the matter, preferred to disregard the affairs managed by Ly. The first to speak was Kaplu, the Prime Minister of the Ottoman Turks, who alone among the crowd bore a skeptical disposition. Upon reaching this point, Qin Su slowed her pace, positioning the candle holder before her chest, and cautiously navigated around the screen. However, in the following days, Lin Yuxiu noticed that the dew within the space was diminishing, and her current harvest was less than half of what she had previously gathered. She suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Zhou Zheng pursued for half a day, without catching even a glimpse of a Fei and the others. Returning home in frustration to reprimand the steward. Just then, a servant rushed in with news that the Northern King's guards had fallen ill, and Shun Sen was scouring the city for a physician. King Qin Guang flew for over an hour before reaching the southern heaven gate, where he spotted a golden-clad warrior leading a troop of heavenly soldiers descending, 2 of whom carried shackles, heading straight for Chang'an. Upon hearing a faint knock at the door, the deputy hall master peered into the main hall, only then realizing that the night had passed unnoticed, and dawn had arrived. Wow, I never expected these instructors to be so striking. Chu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as the formidable soldiers emerged. Lin Yuxiu accepted Zhao Yuanxi's kindness. Although she possessed a carriage, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Zhao's. How could I agree? Just a few days ago, I returned to my family in a fit of anger. My family home is far away, and even if I hear news, I cannot return in an instant, said Sister Huang, staring blankly. Since her son chose to prioritize Cheng Mo, the family could afford to delay arranging for the younger generation's entry into the examination office. Having savored the thrill of the many killings and seeing the destruction nearly complete, he turned back and said, "Old man, no need to see me off. I will return to claim your head one day." With that, he soared into the starry sky. If the populace were to reject Zhang Chu, subsequent works would undoubtedly fail to achieve any miraculous sales. Naturally, each time they undertook a mission, they felt compelled to report to the executive director Wu Tong, only proceeding with her approval. He turned around and was taken aback to see over 100 reporters of various attire rushing toward him, armed with cameras. The minions of the god of Bietian were fiercely loyal to Tam, and the call was answered in an instant. Due to the signed contract, reneging now would incur substantial penalties. Yet the Egyptian government and the Supreme Committee had reached a consensus that they would not relent. This mission was to fulfill the vision of Du Qianjie, marking his last battle before departing from the Tuchin Star. Thus, all of Dun Mo's subordinates poured forth, leaving only a few elderly and weak snow spirits to guard the place. The snow spirits, serving as the logistical support for the entire army, were also fully prepared for action. When Wei Shimeng confirmed once again, although Old Man Xian understood the need for decorum in the presence of such dignitaries, his delight was unmistakably evident on his face. The several old men seated behind them exhibited similar reactions. Moreover, Zhao Nanxing, hailing from Jiangnan, assumed the esteemed position of the prime minister. In light of the internal equilibrium required within the Donglin party, it was deemed appropriate for Han Luan to be appointed as the deputy minister, considering the Jin merchants have long been the financial backers of the Donglin party. Thus, having their representative, Han Luan, take on this role serves as a form of acknowledgement. However, the assembly was left in stunned silence, as Di Jia had yet to unleash his formidable attack after a considerable pause, leaving everyone perplexed. Lin Yi had essentially delivered an ultimatum, indicating that should they fail to disclose the unvarnished truth in a timely manner, he would resort to extraordinary measures of a supernatural nature that were all too easy for him to surmise. I have already divulged all that I know. What more do you wish to uncover? The individual, filled with trepidation, cast a fearful glance at Liani, perceiving an aura of extreme peril emanating from him. Your recent conduct has left me exceedingly perturbed, Hong Jun Daoist remarked, realizing that he had failed to intimidate the temple guards. Furthermore, the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable, rendering him no match for the formidable temple guards before him. Ultimately, he could only utter a venomous remark before retreating to his temporary quarters in disgrace. In the stillness of the sky, Sun Jiu's voice resonated like thunder, shattering the tranquility with its force. The clash of national fortunes unfolded, with Chongning embodying the dual legacies of 2 dynasties. Thus, for Liu Yi, if Chongning were to willingly embrace the role of heir to the Liu clan, the residual fortunes of the Great Chu could be transferred to the Liu family. Li Tian, unconcerned about the specifics, believed that any system was far superior to this invincible plundering system. Peering into the guild ring, the partially filled bottles of distilled spirits brought Li Tian a sense of satisfaction, affirming the quality of the self-produced liquor from the brewery. Just as Parker picked up the microphone to speak, Billy Christo raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Although Lu Hongjun had secured the position he desired, he felt no joy, for the foundation he had built over the years seemed to dissipate in an instant. Had he the chance to do it all over again, he would never have distanced himself from those around him for the sake of the Public Security Bureau chief. Sensing his heart racing, he was inexplicably drawn to the screen divider of the main tent. Through a gap, he glimpsed Chongning, adorned in a dragon robe, with a complexion radiant and flushed. Li Tian had not anticipated a response from the system, yet it surprised him once again by providing an answer. Although the leaders remained seething with anger, Li Jin spoke the truth, and the group ceased their objections, offering comfort to Yang Ji for a moment before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. As dusk descended, the streets were neither too crowded nor too empty, with fathers taking their children out for leisure while mothers typically remained home to prepare meals. After an indeterminate time, Lu Wantian and Dong Xueqing exchanged glances, sighed deeply, and shook their heads in lament, beginning to regret their participation in the spirit hunting conference. The situation was far more intricate than they had anticipated, now entangled with the Buddhist sect and the 3 grand practitioners from 3 millennia past. Long Ma observed Carabin and sometimes felt envious of his seemingly happier existence. This Tao Hua, one should be free of poison, but the effects on the human body remained uncertain. Dr. Su truly admired the apprentice of the imperial physician for crafting the medicine in such a way that others could not discern its ingredients. The elevator ride from the 3rd floor to the basement lasted merely 10 seconds, yet the red numbers changed with a weighty gravity. Chi Dong Pan Yang. Anin pulled back the gun bolts, bracing themselves. Additionally, 8 criminal police officers and a security team leader from the company entered the basement directly from the 1st floor corridor. Over the years, others had expressed feelings for her, but none had done so as directly as Gu Chun. While Sun Fengzhao was taken aback by the changes in Hua Ju, the expressions of the other male cultivators left him astonished. Naruto Uzumaki, we are uncertain, but Lord Aizen, I believe we could send someone to probe the situation, Jin Ikamara suggested. Gu Shiran understood the weight of her responsibilities and felt a twinge of anxiety during filming. Thankfully, whether it was director Steve, Jason, or others in the crew, they all endeavored to help her relax, which touched her deeply. Lin Yi's words pierced him like a dagger, embedding themselves deeply in his heart. At that moment, the original pain morphed into a sense of helplessness. He longed to speak, yet his lips were sealed, and his thoughts were consumed by the excruciating suffering. Who had he fed? Was it not those very individuals? Yet they too had been captured, signifying that regardless of how well he concealed himself, he had ultimately become a mere pawn, left with nothing. A kiss laden with profound hesitation fell upon his chest, as concern for her eyes overwhelmed her. Mu Qingge furrowed her brow and gestured to Feng Yin, who swiftly drew his sword and severed the black-clad man's neck, causing him to collapse. Furthermore, Hang Yusin seemed not to have recovered from the previous teasing encounter and had not returned to trouble her, which brought Bai Jin considerable relief. Jiang Zhan had long since established a barrier in their vicinity, rendering it normal for outsiders to remain oblivious. After school, Ding Yu unusually refrained from indulging in skewers, instead following closely behind Hua Dongyue, mirroring her every move. If it were indeed, as the spirit medium had claimed, that malevolent spirits haunted this place, it would be a first for him. He had encountered zombies and mythical creatures, but never a ghost, which excited him. Upon receiving a notification from Yun Yiyao, Xie Yunming promptly returned to his room. Why? Because he intended to enter the outdoors through a secret passage, where a wall could be opened within the Brown Tower's corridor. After Yin Mu Hong demonstrated once, Xie Yunming had memorized the process. The long-standing rapport between the Azure Dragon and the Hongwu dynasty allowed him to swiftly grasp the implications behind Hongwu's words, replying, I believe there is no cause for concern. At precisely 2 a.m, Guan Xiantong found it increasingly difficult to resist sleep, curling up on the sofa and soon dozing off. Your servant pays respects to the 9th princess. May the 9th princess live long and prosper. I never expected to see you again, he said, his words tinged with bitterness, his eyes reddening. As Rong Qian and Xian Yuan Tianyue had announced their impending nuptials in Haoyan City, the entire Lord's Palace began its preparations. Due to the death of Feng Jiuyu, the celebrations would not be extravagant, merely adorned in subtlety. Lin Shun instinctively raised her hand, intending to stop Xie Xiaohua, but a melodious ringtone shattered the tense atmosphere within the car. Now, confronted with this child, he found himself altering habits and methods he had maintained for 5 years. Deep down, he harbored suspicions. Without a soul, he might indeed transform into a true vampire, devoid of emotions and forever cut off from feelings. She felt defiant, even when aware that she sometimes bore responsibility. Yet, she was unwilling to concede, fearful of revealing her vulnerable side, as she dreaded that yielding would render her incapable of rising again. Murong Fei belonged to the Murong family, and she was certain he possessed the allure spoken of by Murong De, which caused her concern. It was only later that he understood some individuals need not be known for long to penetrate one's very soul. Luo Qingyue cast a glance at the palace gate nearby, her heart relaxing. Once here, she could simply vault over the door. Indeed, Li Cheng and Sun Hao, these two students, had blatantly disregarded school rules and shown a lack of respect for their teachers, thus warranting severe punishment. Tian Ziguan nodded in agreement, her back pressed against the cold, hard door, a slight discomfort gnawing at her, as the man's large hand gripped her waist tightly, as if wishing to crush her. Thus, Mu Jinxin became a cousin of the Shangwan family, and her creation of sauerkraut fish, due to this jest, became a culinary sensation replicated nationwide. He had believed that even if he were no match for Lu Boyan, he would not be rendered utterly helpless. Yet at this moment, he recognized that the disparity between himself and Lu Boyan was akin to that between clouds and mud. With an assertive efficiency, his speed was remarkable, promptly halting the artwork. Within an instant, they could strike their feet from Neiwang and secure their allegiance to Tang Sung's domain, as their elder had already informed everyone of how to locate their hideout, which was more than sufficient. The otherworldly speed was astonishing. He had prepared a course of action, but prior to executing it, he had composed a statement. Having just settled the marriage, Fang Xiaoyu dared not share a bed with Wang Ling, for fear of gossip. Nevertheless, Wang Ling still resided within Fang Xiaoyu's courtyard, with the two of them conversing until the deep hours before retiring to their rooms. Could it be that I have truly become impervious to harm? Is such a possibility conceivable? Gazing at his bloodied and mangled chest, Lin Tianfan furrowed his brow in confusion. A voice, devoid of warmth, reached everyone's ears, and curiosity piqued as they focused on Xiao Yiluo, who had surprisingly acquiesced. In truth, Jin Mingxin was equally uncertain. Upon hearing Xiao Yiluo's words, the weight in his heart lifted. Mika felt a spark of curiosity. She truly wished to see the owner of such a beautiful house. Wondering if their temperament was as capricious as Xiao Yiluo's, a smile gracing her lips at the thought. All is well. I have slain him. No one shall bully you again. Jing Yin gently caressed Mu Rong Qianshue's lustrous black hair, offering comfort. Mika was taken aback. She had merely knocked on a door. Yet everyone emerged. Had she been too loud? But then again, this presented a splendid opportunity, sparing her the need to explain to each person individually. Around her, jaws nearly dropped to the ground, though their primary concern lay with the impending match, all eagerly gazing at the cafeteria entrance. If you're all aware that many in this village are spies for the Iron Hand Gang, why do we still parade in here so brazenly? Lin Tianfan queried in perplexity. Jessley, seated in the trading hall, wore a faint smile. The excessively exuberant traders were vigorously managing their stocks. Yet soon many among them might choose to end their lives. At this moment, Lu Qi felt his inner world illuminated. He reached out to touch Lu's face, smiling softly as he whispered, "You have finally awakened." Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. "TCH, who cares?" Annie spat lightly, transforming into a peculiar black bird and soaring away. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Qing Long's anger intensified. His dragon body writhed slightly, tightening around the ship's hull, even damaging a portion of it. Additionally, Yang Hao had initially believed that the iron smelting in the Great Sway was entirely state-run, but this was not the case. As Sun Xing elaborated, the iron smelting in the Great Sway was divided into state-operated and privately owned sectors. The state-operated was overseen by departments such as the Tai Fu Jian, Xiao Fu Jian, and Jun Xie Jian, responsible for producing various specifications of civilian and military ironware. Although Yuan Shao was aware that Yuan Shu had fallen into his scheme, upon witnessing Yuan Shu's abominable vulgarities, he nearly resolved to mobilize his army for a decisive battle against him. Fortunately, the Council of Zhu Shou and Tian Feng dissuaded him from this notion. To them, it seemed as though they had been unaffected, as if they were destined to exist within this vast ocean. The Demon Emperor had just shattered the white wind of the dual arrays. He knew that without breaking this formation, it would be challenging to slay Nan Wuxiang, yet without severely wounding Nan Wuxiang, breaching this formation would also prove difficult. Wang Zhuliga too was greatly astonished. His swordplay had reached its zenith, but Lia's defensive maneuvers continued unabated. No, this technique must harbor some hidden peril. Otherwise, it would be invincible. Sujio squinted, scrutinizing Shan Xie in the shadow behind him, suddenly perceiving a hint of strangeness in his gaze. Lin Yi's plan was as follows. Given the current condition of the Snow Knight Emperor, he should be able to endure for many years. Although the Empire's state may not flourish in the coming years, as long as it develops normally, the entire empire can still function without issue. In this context, the use of supernatural drugs becomes rather straightforward, allowing for the blood to spill, thereby eliminating the remnants of the light sect, while also calling forth their remnants. Naigama approached the snow pile, pressing his hand against it once more, a dark purple light shimmering on the snow as it began to absorb the zombie energy of Jilai Ku. All watched this unfold, yet none could detach themselves. Ye's killing intent suddenly expanded, unleashing a Tsongpa slash. Lin Shui on the left hurriedly blocked. But the formidable force of the Tsongpa slash still sent him reeling aside, while Lin Shui, engaged with Yi, gracefully evaded more than 10 exchanges beneath Ye's shadow tiger blade. I recently heard something about the dragon group. I wonder if it relates to this. Liang Bing spoke up suddenly, with a monstrous, inhuman mouth agape, drooling greedily as it awaited the chance to tear apart its prey. 9 foxtails, akin to vicious pythons, shot forth with arrow-like speed, striking mere half a meter away from the infinite clones. Rest well, I shall head to the competition. Zhuang Jian patted his hand and turned towards the arena. In truth, Qin was also unaware of what transpired. He only remembered that upon touching the light shield, a blinding radiance obscured his vision, and when he regained his senses, he found himself on this grassland. Old Xiao gently rubbed his eyes. Age had rendered him weary from staring at one spot for too long. Li Sanhan mentioned that the goods from Ma Zi and the noble families were distributed among the villagers, especially that one. However, those who possessed it were advised against becoming too attached. Reflecting on this, Lan Xian's expression softened into a smile, and she instinctively reached out with her right hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, which had obstructed her view. As Su Ruoshui's eyes opened, a fierce sword intent erupted from her gaze. Evidently, as she sensed the sword intent was not yet perfected, she could not control it effectively. Yili felt somewhat embarrassed. She had unknowingly rested her head on Lu Tianqing's lap while asleep, and now lacked the courage to reach down and check if she had truly drooled. In a hurry, she exited the car and sprinted home, shutting the door behind her. However, now that the human emperor had fallen and the human emperor palace had retreated, if the 5 major alliances invited wolves into the fold again, the Heavenly Dao Academy would sever ties with the Divine General Mansion and the Human Emperor Palace entirely. You are not yet qualified to guard me. Mu Bai spoke as he walked forward, his eyes fixated on the central blood-red petals. What now? Is it me again? Sun Xingyang instantly grasped Lu Feng's intentions upon seeing his dismissive gesture, reluctantly responding, clearly aiming to entice the Summer Emperor, yet feigning concern for others. The mere thought of it was repugnant. The captain of the uniformed team extended his hand to grasp the soil beneath, leaving a series of fingerprints imprinted on the ground as he crawled toward the figure, as white as freshly fallen snow. This was a newly acquired property under the Lu family, with scarcely any patience, yet boasting excellent security. Gaining an audience with Madame Lu proved exceptionally challenging, compelling him to enlist the aid of various other forces. At long last, one evening, he found himself in the presence of Madame Lu, who was basking in the sunset on her balcony. Upon hearing Gu Yihang's inquiry, Tian abruptly awakened from her reverie and hastily picked up her fork to indulge in the meal before her. Upon hearing the quivering call from Lu Ying, Zhou Yin did not turn back, seemingly oblivious. Her expression remained indifferent, devoid of any reaction. Introduction. Lin Yi traverses the world of Douluo, bound to a simulator that enables him to grow stronger through simulation. Your Douluo life simulator has been activated. I, Lin, aspire to become the mightiest man on the Douluo continent, treading upon Tang San and cleaving through you Xiaojiang with my sword. Armed with the PRG K-47 and an array of soul-guiding devices, rewards of armor are plentiful. I shall obliterate the evil spirit master sect, conquer the city of slaughter, master the beast-taming technique, and embrace the roles of a cat slave and a rabbit slave. Everything one could desire is within reach.